I long to be a super-rich heir. The 22 years of a meager existence are merely a trial imposed by my yet-to-be-seen billionaire father, intended to forge my character and prepare me to be a worthy successor. On May 14th, 2024, at 11:45 p.m., as the night was drawing to a close, Jiang Nan routinely picked up a diary to document a wish he had harbored for 5 long years. The following morning, as he rose to wash up, he gazed into the mirror and was momentarily taken aback by the strikingly handsome visage that stared back at him, adorned with perfect abs and an enviable physique. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully bound the Indulgent Life System. As the legendary system's notification echoed in his mind, his long-distance girlfriend called. Darling, we'll be coming over this weekend to celebrate 520 with you. On May 15th, 2024, around 8 a.m., Jiang Nan's biological clock roused him from slumber. Groggily, he descended from his bed and ambled toward the bathroom, half closing his eyes as he began his morning routine. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something astonishing in the mirror, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Reflected back at him was a sharply defined, extraordinarily handsome man. It was him, yet he was perplexed as to why he appeared so strikingly different today. Had my eyesight worsened? His first thought was that his nearsightedness had intensified, explaining the seemingly deep filter that altered his appearance. Shaking his head, he brushed his teeth while admiring his newfound handsomeness. Unbelievably handsome, he mused, but then his gaze drifted downward, revealing his bare upper body. 1, 2, 3. Goodness. 8-pack abs, perfect line. At that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes widened, and he turned to the side to examine himself in the mirror, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He clenched his fists and struck his abdomen. Thud, thud. The sound of solid muscle echoed. In disbelief, he thought, am I still dreaming? If so, it's quite a delightful dream. A grin spread across his face. Ding! As he spat out the mouthwash, an electronic, synthesized voice resonated in his mind. Before he could fully grasp the situation, another mechanical voice chimed in. Due to the host's unwavering determination and the persistence of the same wish for 5 years, the Indulgent Life System has been successfully activated and bound. What? Jiang Nan bit down on his toothbrush, his eyes wide with astonishment. The system? Is it akin to those in the novels on the Tomato novel app? Hello, Indulgent Life System. Jiang Nan tentatively greeted. Greetings, host. You may communicate with the system through your thoughts. The system's voice responded. I would like to inquire about your functions. Jiang Nan swallowed, the taste of mouthwash lingering, but he was too captivated by the situation to care. His hand trembled slightly as he held the cup. As a longtime reader of novels on the Tomato app, he was well aware of what his system entailed. With a system, the prospect of soaring to success was inevitable. The question lay in whether it would happen swiftly or gradually. Indulge freely and relish a perfect life, the system announced. The host merely needs to spend their own money to receive a random multiplier in return. Are there any restrictions? Jiang Nan paused, noting that the system's functions resembled those he had encountered in certain wealthy protagonist novels on the Tomato app. None at all. The only stipulation is that the money spent must belong to you to receive a rebate. Furthermore, occasionally completing small tasks assigned by the system will yield unexpected abilities and items. The system elaborated. What about spending on others? For instance, treating a beautiful woman? Jiang Nan inquired. Any expenditure you make qualifies as consumption, regardless of the recipient's appearance. The system replied. Impressive. Jiang Nan marveled. This system truly surpassed others found in online novels. It was indeed top tier, especially in contrast to those requiring expenditure solely on high-value individuals for returns. For example, he recalled a story titled Starting with a 10,000-fold rebate card. The green tea school beauty turns into a simp, where the protagonist's opening act was to lavish gifts on a manipulative beauty, an experience he found excruciating to witness. Buzzing. As Jiang Nan contemplated asking about beginner's benefits, his phone on the bedside table vibrated. Immediately, he set down the cup and toothbrush, striding toward the door. He glanced at his phone. The contact was labeled baby. This prompted memories of 2.5 years prior. On a lonely night, he had downloaded a casual gaming app where he met a woman named Chio. They often played billiards and Go, leading to a gradual online romance. This relationship spanned 2.5 years, transforming Jiang Nan from a novice in online dating to a seasoned participant, frequently boasting that he was tall, handsome, and a wealthy heir. Despite feeling a twinge of shame after each voice call, he reasoned, is it illegal to boast online? It wasn't. Moreover, He had never contemplated meeting in-person online relationships, seemed too unrealistic, especially since he resided in Jiang City in the southwest, while his online partner was in the bustling metropolis. Even if he had considered it, Shanghai felt rather distant. Brushing those thoughts aside, Jiang Nan answered the call. "Darling." A cheerful voice rang out. It was neither coy nor forced, just pleasant. "Here I am, baby," Jiang Nan replied. "Today is already May 15th. In just a few days, it will be 520. Xiao continued. "What's the matter?" Jiang Nan hadn't immediately grasped the significance. "What's wrong? Didn't I tell you that I want to spend 520 together this year?" "Oomph. You clearly don't value what I say." Xiao pouted. "I just woke up, my mind is still a bit foggy," Jiang Nan explained. He recalled that last year's 520, Xiao had wanted to visit, but he had concocted an excuse about needing to return home. After all, he was a poor soul who merely boasted online he would never dare meet in person. This year, what excuse should I concoct this time? Jiang Nan instinctively pondered, but quickly shook off the thought, scolding himself for even considering it. Having bound a system, he couldn't continue to cower from the bravado he had displayed online. "Then, shall I book the flight?" Xiao's voice radiated with anticipation. "He'll take care of the booking." Jiang Nan took a deep breath and spoke. He could indeed afford the 1,000 yuan for the plane ticket, and it also provided an opportunity to assess the effectiveness of this system. Chapter 2. The First Consumption, Tenfold Reward. "Darling, let me handle this," came Xiao's gentle voice. "Your money isn't just blowing in the wind. When I arrive, you should graciously host me. I've heard that the spicy hot pot in Jiangcheng is quite delectable. I plan to indulge in several bowls. Don't worry, send me your details via WeChat." "I've already booked the ticket," Jiang Nan replied, knowing that Jiang Nan wouldn't miss this opportunity for an experiment. All right." Xiao's tone turned resigned. "Then, please book the flight for the 18th. I'll visit for 2 days over the weekend and head back on Monday. I have classes in the afternoon." "Sure." Jiang Nan nodded, and after a brief chat, they ended the call. Shortly after, Xiao sent her ID number, name, and phone number. Meng Qingxiu. Wait, she was born in 04. To be honest, after 2.5 years of online dating, this was the first time he learned his partner's real age. This year, at 20, Meng Qingxiu was only 17 when they first met online. No wonder she had always been reticent about her age. "Darling, when I arrive, I will treat you to delicious food." A voice message came through, and from her tone, it was clear that Meng Qingxiu was both eager and excited. "All right, I'll book your flight now." Jiang Nan promptly exited WeChat and opened an app to book the ticket. Wait. As he opened the options for flights from the Magic City to Jiangcheng, Jiang Nan suddenly came to his senses. His online persona was that of a wealthy and handsome man. Booking the cheapest economy class would be akin to slapping his own face. Thus, he exited the app and glanced at his bank balance. 852 yuan. With that, he returned to the ticket app and directly selected the first class option. This wasn't mere pretension. The higher the expenditure, the stronger the foundation for his upcoming endeavors. First class, 300 yuan. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, mentally shouting, "Is the system there?" "Yes, host. How may I assist you?" The system replied, "Nothing much." Jiang Nan began booking the ticket. Ding. Soon, a notification of the bank payment chimed. The next moment, he heard a prompt from the system in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Consumption successful. You have received a tenfold rebate reward. As this is your first expenditure, marking your beginning on the path to a perfect life. The system grants you an additional insight skill." Ding. This time, it was a text message alert. Jiang Nan looked down to see a message. "Your account 4399 has received a deposit of 63,000 yuan on May 15th at 8:12 a.m. Current balance, 64,552 yuan. It's real? I'm not dreaming. The system truly exists." At that moment, Jiang Nan held his breath, then pinched his thigh. The sharp sensation brought him back to reality, and he immediately erupted in exuberance. A tenfold rebate. 300 yuan had transformed into 63,000 yuan in the blink of an eye. This was beyond mere satisfaction. It was exhilarating to the extreme. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated, pulling him back to reality. "Xiao, what's wrong?" Jiang Nan answered the call. "Darling, why did you book a first-class ticket for me?" Meng Qingxiu's astonished voice came through. "It's nothing," Jiang Nan chuckled. "Just a few thousand yuan, not a significant amount." As he uttered those words, a hint of daze flickered in his eyes. When had he ever casually referred to 300 yuan as a trivial sum? Impossible. It's not a trivial sum. Meng Qingxiu's voice dropped, sounding somewhat hoarse. "Darling, I'm not a materialistic girl. To me, first class is no different from economy. The ultimate goal is simply to meet you. However, I don't want you to spend so much on this. Several thousand yuan is not a small amount. It's the monthly salary for many ordinary people, or even enough for some impoverished families to live on for a year or several years. Hearing this, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Darling, honestly, I care more about you. He continued, I secretly came to Jiangcheng to see you last year on May 20th when you were still delivering takeout. Meng Qingqiu's next words left Jiang Nan stunned as he listened intently. Although we are just online lovers, I have genuinely experienced the essence of love with you. When I was unhappy, you stayed with me, patiently listening to my rants and frustrations. There were moments that tested my patience, but I believe that's what real love feels like. At this point, Jiang Nan took a deep breath. All right, it's still early. Let us cancel the first-class ticket. Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out again. Qiu, Jiang Nan said softly. That visit was merely me experiencing life. I may not be as tall and handsome as you imagine, but I am indeed a rich second generation. He had to maintain his facade, unwilling to let it slip. If it weren't for the binding of the system, he would have certainly confessed. But now, with the system backing him, he had no doubt he could maintain the illusion. In just a moment, 300 had turned into 63,000. With a few more days to prepare, Jiang Nan was confident he could uphold the persona of a wealthy heir by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangxing. Meng Qingqiu was taken aback by Jiang Nan's revelation. You're not lying, are you? Jiang Nan chuckled. I never expected you had secretly visited me last year. Really? Meng Qingqiu still seemed skeptical. Absolutely. What car do you fancy? I'll drive it to pick you up. Anything is fine. I don't mind these things. Meng Qingqiu replied softly. Qingqiu, I have to go to class now. A voice interrupted. All right, I'll let my partner know and be right there. Meng Qingqiu responded. Darling, I won't worry about you anymore. I have to attend class now. We'll talk later. Go ahead. Jiang Nan nodded. Meng Qingqiu shyly blew him a kiss before hanging up. Feeling elated, Jiang Nan glanced at his account balance. Although it was merely 64,552 yuan, he believed that by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangxing, his wealth would surpass 7 digits, and perhaps even reach 8 digits. As money increased, so too would his fortune. 64,552 yuan can leverage quite a bit. Jiang Nan mused. Ding. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 3. A reward task, starting from 1 million for a luxury car. Ding. Sensing the host's intense desire to consume, the system offered a small reward task. Spend 63,000 yuan within half an hour to receive a Mercedes-Benz E300. The system's prompt resonated in Jiang Nan's mind. Spend 63,000 yuan within half an hour to earn a Mercedes-Benz E300. Wonderful. Upon hearing this task, Jiang Nan's face lit up with joy. The Mercedes-Benz E300 is worth at least 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. Don't underestimate that price. While it might seem trivial to the wealthy, for many, it represents years of hard work. For the average person, what constitutes a luxury car? The timer begins. The host is urged to complete the welfare task promptly. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. He needed to act swiftly. Jiang Nan immediately prepared to head out, but after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly jolted back to reality. This welfare task had a time constraint, and venturing out would consume precious moments, not to mention the uncertainty of finding a suitable spending target. Thus, Jiang Nan's gaze sharpened. Ding. At that moment, his phone emitted a notification sound. Instinctively, Jiang Nan glanced at it and saw a message from Douyin. The streamer you follow, Xiao Guai, has started a live broadcast. Upon seeing this notification, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. What a fortuitous coincidence. System, surely rewarding someone qualifies as spending, right? Jiang Nan inquired. Indeed, the system replied. That certainly counts as a welfare task. A free E300. Jiang Nan grinned widely and promptly clicked on the Douyin live stream notification. Welcome, Yinyu Jiang Nan, to the live stream. Welcome, Tuoba Xiaogo Dan, to the live stream. Welcome. Oh, I merely intended to casually tune in. Yet it seems quite a crowd has gathered this early in the morning, as over a dozen viewers joined instantaneously. Upon entering the live stream, a voice immediately resonated. Jiang Nan looked over to see a high-faced girl, seemingly around 18, staring in astonishment at the influx of fans into the room. My wife wants to kiss me. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Xiao Guai's beauty was truly exceptional. It was bewildering why she wasn't more popular. With no beauty filters, the raw camera capture revealed a striking visage. If I were to marry Xiao Guai, I would gladly indulge in luxury cars and grand estates. In the live stream, comments began to flood in. Jiang Nan stepped back and proceeded to recharge his account. In just a brief moment, a notification confirmed the successful recharging of 630,000 Do coins. Immediately, he navigated back to Xiao Guai Bu Guai's live stream through his following list. Opening the gift section, he scrolled down. Soon, his finger halted on a gift worth 30,000 Do coins. Jiang Nan sends a carnival 1 to the streamer. At that moment, the girl with twin ponytails in front of the camera seemed to notice something. Her eyes widened in surprise as she hurriedly leaned closer, witnessing the carnival gift floating across the screen, her face instantly reflecting shock. A carnival. Thank you, Jiang Nan, for sending a carnival. Wow, am I dreaming? Someone actually gifted me a carnival. Xiao Guai's astonished voice echoed in the live room. Almost immediately, Jiang Nan sends a carnival 1. Jiang Nan sends a carnival 1. Jiang Nan sends a carnival 1. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Nan sent out 21 carnivals. The boss is incredible. Wow, Xiao Guai is really thriving, having received 21 gifts. How much is that? 63,000 yuan. My goodness. Even if it's halved, Xiao Guai earned 31,500 yuan in just a short time. Hey, can I get a lucky bag? There are fewer people. Let me grab one to extend my support for Xiao Guai. As Jiang Nan sent out those 21 carnivals, not only did the streamer Xiao Guai become ecstatic, staring incredulously at the live stream, but the dozen or so viewers were also buzzing with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, your spending was successful. You have received a double refund. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have perfectly completed the welfare task assigned by the system, triggering a critical reward, a porchestrated. As Xiao Guai Bu Guai and the viewers in the live stream were in utter disbelief, the system's notifications rang in Jiang Nan's mind. 126,000 yuan received. And on top of that, a porchestrated worth over 1 million. Incredible. As Jiang Nan gazed at the 126,000 yuan credited to his phone and heard about the porchestrated reward, an expression of astonishment spread across his face. The thrill of such effortless gain was simply exhilarating. Jiang Nan, brother? Are you still there? At that moment, a sweet voice pulled Jiang Nan back from his euphoria. He looked into the live stream, where Xiao Guai, now with her hair in twin ponytails and donning black-framed glasses, appeared adorably geeky. After a casual acknowledgement, he recalled the insight he had gained from his first spending experience and asked, System, can this insight be applied to people? Yes. Good. Let me use it on this Xiao Guai Bu Guai. Soon, a translucent 3D attribute panel manifested before Jiang Nan's eyes. After a quick glance, he noted the score of 88 in the beauty category and couldn't help but display surprise. An 88 on a 100-point scale is quite commendable, honestly. He believed only someone akin to a campus belle could reach such a level. Fantastic. This insight ability is simply extraordinary. With it, he could easily discern whether a girl is genuinely innocent or merely feigning innocence. The same applies to the affection score. With this tangible representation, he would always be acutely aware of whether someone is sincere or duplicitous. Thank you so much for the 21 carnivals, brother Jiang Nan. I need to step out for a bit. Can I go live for you later? The sweet voice of the streamer, Xiao Guai Bu Guai Lin Man Man, echoed in the live stream once more. Her calling him brother sent the audience into a frenzy of excitement. So sweet. Go ahead. Jiang Nan casually typed a comment and exited the live stream. Upon reaching his homepage, he noticed several private messages. To Ba Xiao Go Dan bro. Could you do me a favor? Lend me a few hundred for a meal. Nian Xiao Yu Wei. Jiang Nan, can you drop some coins for me? I only need a few bucks for some pig's trotter rice. Xiao Guai Bu Guai. Brother Jiang Nan, can we add a green bubble? Seeing Lin Man Man's message, he realized the impact of those 21 carnivals on the small influencer was monumental, nearly overwhelming. It's no exaggeration to say that even a few luxury cars would make a small streamer like Lin Man Man, with just over 1,000 followers, eagerly reach out. Jiang Nan sent her a green bubble, closed the private messages, and subsequently logged out of Douyin. Settling down on the living room sofa, Jiang Nan opened his messages. 127,552 yuan. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and began to exhale clouds of smoke. Exhaling deeply, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Don't ask why he didn't immediately capitalize on his victory by finding more attractive streamers to lavish gifts upon for continuous cashback rewards. The truth is, he was still reeling from the sudden leap from being a struggling individual to a six-figure account holder. For someone his age, reaching a deposit of over 100,000 is indeed commendable. At that moment, a notification from WeChat chimed in. Jiang Nan directly opened the message, revealing a picture of a girl with her full body displayed. She had twin ponytails secured with a blue hairband, and her outfit resembled a Japanese school uniform, accentuated by a blue bow at the collar. Beneath her white pleated skirt were a pair of strikingly beautiful legs, unadorned by stockings, which seemed somewhat lacking in Jiang Nan's context. However, The perfection of her legs was so breathtaking that Jiang Nan thought bare legs were indeed timeless. Taking a deep breath, he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Soon, a voice message arrived. Jiang Nan brother, I have some matters to attend to. Can we chat properly later? After listening, Jiang Nan disregarded her, exited WeChat, and instead opened the Tomato novel app. He then clicked on a novel titled Having Bound the Rich System, Who Still Wants to Be a Dog Licker. In the story, a gift worth 500 yuan was presented. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nan purchased 10 of these gifts. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the purchase and receiving a fourfold cashback reward. For times 5,000 yuan amounted to 20,000 yuan. Observing the influx of 20,000 into his account, a satisfied smile graced Jiang Nan's face. This was a promise he had made to the author. He didn't overindulge, as sometimes just a hint sufficed, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Exiting the Tomato novel app, he opened Douyin. Welcome, welcome, dear brothers. A little hard to step on the pressure plate. Come play games with Xiaomei. Upon entering Douyin, perhaps due to his earlier purchases, a live stream room was directly pushed to him. Jiang Nan did not enter. Merely glancing at a girl in a mask holding a sign that read, a little hard to step on the pressure plate, 3 steps for a big beer. It seemed rather trivial. Jiang Nan shook his head. The highest reward was just a pair of sunglasses. He navigated to his profile and began recharging. Before long, 100,000 dough coins were credited to his account. Returning to the recommended page, he accidentally clicked into the live stream. Welcome, Jiang Nan brother. Would you like to play a little game? As he entered, the female streamer greeted him joyfully. Jiang Nan smiled and thought that since he was already there, he might as well contribute a little. He sent 1 pair of sunglasses to the streamer. Thank you, Jiang Nan brother, for the sunglasses. I truly appreciate it. For the next minute, Xiaomei would stand on the pressure plate for the audience. As she expressed her gratitude, she removed her shoes and stepped onto the pressure plate, visibly furrowing her brow. It was indeed not easy. Jiang Nan shook his head and sent 9 more pairs of sunglasses, intending to reach a perfect 10 before leaving. Thank you, Jiang Nan brother, for the total of 10 sunglasses. For the next 10 minutes, Xiaomei will remain on the pressure plate for everyone. The streamer's voice rang out, clearly adept at providing emotional value. Jiang Nan, initially planning to leave, was prompted by her words to send 100 more sunglasses, with a total of 110 pairs that equated to 1,089 yuan. Without the agency's cut, the streamer would receive around 544 yuan. Standing on the pressure plate for 110 minutes was no small feat, and Jiang Nan noted that earning such money was quite challenging under these circumstances. Wow. Thank you for another 100 sunglasses, Jiang Nan brother. I've never received such generous gifts before. I must take a screenshot. I'm truly moved. The sound of a screenshot echoed in the live stream. The streamer expressed her gratitude and bowed, occasionally wiping her eyes. Although Jiang Nan knew it was all an act, the emotional value he received was indeed substantial. He decided to send 300 more sunglasses. At that moment, the streamer's eyes widened in astonishment. With a total of 400 sunglasses, that means 400 minutes, 6 hours and 40 minutes. Let us see how long you can endure standing on the pressure plate. Jiang Nan observed the streamer wiping her sweat, wondering if she was feeling overwhelmed. Standing for over 6 hours must be quite torturous, especially on a pressure plate. As he contemplated sending more sunglasses, a voice erupted in the live stream. I'm really feeling it this time. Brothers, please allow me to complete this punishment first. Jiang Nan chuckled and exited the live stream. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successful consumption, receiving 5 times the cashback. 400 pairs of sunglasses amounted to 3,960 yuan, and 5 times that was nearly 20,000 yuan. After deducting his initial investment, he had earned over 10,000 in a short while, reveling in the delightful experience of playing while making money. Jiang Nan continued to explore various activities, and after an hour, he successfully spent 100,000 dough coins. When he saw his account balance reach 970,000 yuan, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Done. Jiang Nan flexed his fingers and slowly rose from the sofa. Checking the time, it was barely 10 o'clock, prompting him to reflect. This morning, I was just a struggling young man with a few thousand in savings, and now I'm on the brink of 1 million. The system has truly been a boon. Not to mention, he had also acquired a Porsche Cayenne worth 1 million. Right, system, where's my Porsche Cayenne? Thinking of it, Jiang Nan inquired mentally. Please look on the coffee table, the system replied. Following the sound, Jiang Nan glanced at the coffee table, where he noticed an envelope and a car key. His eyes lit up with excitement. Peeking inside the envelope, everything was in order. He didn't even need to lift a finger, as the system had arranged everything seamlessly. Awesome system. Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up, appreciating the convenience it provided. If he were to leave feedback, he would undoubtedly rate the system with 5 stars. ready to spend. He tossed the car key in the air and strode toward the door. With a soft click, he closed the door behind him. As he made his way down the stairs, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed. His rented apartment was in an older district of the city, where most buildings were around 6 stories high. Living on the 3rd floor made it quite convenient for him. Hearing the rhythmic sound of heels, he instinctively turned to see the source. As the corner of the hallway came into view, a pair of elegant legs emerged, followed closely by a striking pair of high heels. Soon after, half of her body revealed itself. She wore a blue high-neck, off-shoulder top, and her side profile was nothing short of breathtaking and exquisite beauty with no floss. In a swift motion, the woman turned completely, her silvery hair elegantly styled into an updo, with 2 wisps framing her face and a delicate fringe resting on her forehead. At that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. She was a stunning silver-haired beauty. Particularly captivating was her black bodycon skirt, which left him utterly speechless. It didn't take long for him to recognize her. She was his landlady, Xia Jiqing. Without hesitation, he cast an insight spell. Name, Xia Jiqing. Age, 30 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Beauty score, 92 points. Affection, 5 points. A beauty score of 92. Jiang Nan was aware of his landlady's allure, yet seeing this attribute left him visibly taken aback. The sound of her high heels echoed crisply as she approached him, her expression one of curiosity. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Nan greeted her, Sister Xia. Who are you? Xia Jiqing did not recognize him at once, but after a few more glances, her eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Nan? Yes, he nodded. It's only been a few months. How have you changed so much? Xia Jiqing studied him, her lovely face painted with astonishment. She remembered him well. After all, he had been her tenant for almost 2.5 years, a diligent young man who occasionally delayed rent, but always paid eventually. She thought him quite genuine. Having just returned from a trip, she noticed that his aura and appearance were markedly different. If she had previously regarded him as a somewhat frail young man, he now exuded the charm of a vibrant, confident man. I've recently taken up fitness, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Indeed, you should embrace physical exercise. You appear much more radiant and handsome than before. Xia Jiqing complimented him sincerely. Thank you, Sister Xia. I believe I still owe you 2 months' rent. Let me transfer it to you right away. Jiang Nan promptly pulled out his phone. At that moment, Xia Jiqing noticed the Porsche Cayenne key in his hand, but thought little of it. Such luxury car keys were commonplace among young people these days. All right, I've received it. If you encounter any difficulties, delaying rent is not an issue. I recognize your character, she said, glancing at her phone without immediately accepting his transfer. Sister, I recently changed jobs, and my salary is quite satisfactory. Plus, I saved some money beforehand, so I'm not facing any financial issues at the moment. Jiang Nan explained. Very well, then I'll accept it. Xia Jiqing nodded and accepted his rent payment. Ding. Congratulations, host. Transaction successful. You have received a 10-fold cashback. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his eyes to brighten. The 2 months' rent was merely 3,000 yuan, and a 10-fold return amounted to 30,000 yuan. With the additional few thousand he had saved, his account balance now exceeded 1 million yuan. Ding. Chapter 6. Welfare Side Quest. Acquire a female confidant with a beauty score exceeding 90. Suddenly, another notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 1 million. In light of your active spending, a welfare side quest has been issued. Acquire a female confidant with a beauty score over 90, affection level above 90. Task reward. Villa number 001 in Jiangxing Tianfu, and a limited edition Pagani Huayra. What? Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned. A mere welfare side quest. Frankly, the difficulty was exceedingly high. Finding a woman with a beauty score above 90 was no simple feat, and even if he did, how could he easily elevate her affection? Just like his landlady, Xia Jiqing, who had an affection score of merely 5, likely indicating a fleeting connection. Yet, the challenge was invigorating. And since the system had labeled it a welfare task without a time limit, he felt confident in completing it, with clarity dawning upon him. His initial worries about failing the task dissipated. Little Jiang, I'll head back now, Xia Jiqing's voice broke through his thoughts. All right, Sister Xia, he replied, nodding. The sound of her high heels echoed as she walked away, and Jiang Nan took a deep breath, glancing back to admire her alluring silhouette. That mesmerizing figure had once seemed unattainable to him, a fantasy he could only dream of. However, with the system at his disposal, such women no longer appeared insurmountable. First and foremost, he needed to elevate his own worth. Otherwise, no amount of wealth could truly captivate an exceptional woman. To illustrate, If Jiang Nan's wealth reached astronomical heights, he could certainly attract a multitude of high-caliber women to his side. Yet, if their affection was merely a byproduct of his riches, they would ultimately be enslaved by wealth, and in Jiang Nan's view, such affection could never reach the pinnacle of 100 points, perhaps not even 90. While spending was essential, it was equally vital to enrich oneself. Moreover, the system had promised periodic welfare tasks that would reward him with unexpected abilities and items upon completion. Jiang Nan eagerly anticipated his future growth. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Nan followed the system's guidance to a nearby parking space where a gleaming silver Porsche Cayenne awaited him. Truly magnificent. He approached, running his hand over the car's hood, his face alight with wonder. Thank goodness he had saved money at 18 to become a DD driver and learn to drive. Otherwise, he might have felt regretful. Jiang Nan chuckled softly, shaking his head. As he did so, he noticed a young man casually seated on a small electric scooter nearby, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As their eyes met, the young man approached, revealing a Porsche key in his hand. Little brother, do you fancy this car? The young man, appearing to be in his late 20s, looked at Jiang Nan with a warm smile. I certainly do, Jiang Nan nodded, gently caressing the car's hood again. This vehicle is a dream for most men, myself included. Would you like to take a seat? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the young man smiled and casually flicked the Porsche car keys in his hand. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to see the young man grinning as he waved the keys. Could it be that car belongs to him? Instinctively, Jiang Nan pressed the button on his own Porsche car keys twice. Beep, beep. As he did so, the headlights of the silver Porsche Cayenne before him flickered to life, followed by the sound of the doors unlocking. Indeed, it was his. Jiang Nan turned back to the young man, who looked utterly dumbfounded, and chuckled. After what you just said, I thought I had mistaken the car. He added, well, I'll be on my way now. With that, he hopped into the car. Vroom. The vehicle roared to life and began to move slowly. Just a few meters down the road, the young man, still in a stupor, finally regained his senses. In mere moments, his face flushed with embarrassment. Damn it, I intended to show off, but I ended up encountering someone truly impressive. How humiliating. The young man shakily retrieved a cigarette, igniting it with his Porsche keys, and took a couple of quick puffs before hastily heading towards his electric scooter. After a brief drive of around 10 minutes, Jiang Nan arrived at the largest shopping district in Jiangxing. In a new first-tier city like Jiangxing, a Porsche Cayenne, while not the epitome of luxury, still managed to catch the eyes of ordinary passers-by. Indeed, as Jiang Nan searched for a parking spot and stepped out of the car, several pedestrians cast glances in his direction. In this world, ordinary people undoubtedly constituted 99% of the population. Faced with these scrutinizing gazes, Jiang Nan could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Surveying the area, his eyes drifted towards the pedestrian street not far away. This was Jiangxing's largest and most central shopping center, lined with an array of high-end luxury boutiques. Chanel, Gucci, LV. The options were endless. He could easily pick a store and purchase a couple of outfits. But while appearances matter, possessing depth and the charisma to carry oneself is paramount. Jiang Nan strode confidently towards a high-end store. There's a saying that once the world recognizes your strength, even wearing street market attire becomes fashionable, as if crafted by an unknown master just for you. The world is indeed so pragmatic, as the old adage goes. Wearing a dragon robe does not make one a prince. Without the foundation, strength, and charisma, donning so-called luxury brands may merely lead others to believe you're wearing knockoffs. After an hour, as Jiang Nan emerged from an Armani boutique, he found himself laden with several shopping bags. His previously modest attire had been upgraded significantly. 2 outfits along with a pair of casual shoes had set him back approximately 30,000, averaging 15,000 per ensemble. Not exorbitantly priced, yet undeniably comfortable, and ultimately, he had earned a staggering 300,000 in returns. Additionally, he purchased a Rolex Submariner, affectionately known as the Green Hornet, for 128,000. While the cashback on this watch was modest, merely double, it still brought his savings to over 140,000. Quite satisfactory. Jiang Nan strolled back to his car, placing the items in the rear seat before returning to the driver's side. Just as he was about to start the engine, a voice interrupted him. Hey, handsome. He turned to see a young woman with a decent appearance, exuding a tech-savvy aura, smiling as she held her phone. Could we exchange WeChat? Thank you, but no. Jiang Nan politely declined, shaking his head. Are you sure? After being rebuffed, the young woman's brows furrowed in disbelief as she exclaimed in English. To be honest, Jiang Nan's English was not particularly strong, but he understood the meaning well enough. I don't know you, beautiful, he replied softly. Are you sure? Hearing his response, the girl intensified her tone, her wide eyes fixed on him in astonishment. "Sorry, but I have to go now," Jiang Nan said with a polite smile, starting the car. "Are you sure?" she echoed again, this time with an odd inflection that darkened Jiang Nan's expression. Unable to contain himself any longer, he retorted, "I am absolutely certain. Please be careful not to bump into my car. I fear you might not be able to afford the damages." Even the most patient demeanor can be tested by such presumptuousness. Vroom. The car roared to life and exited the parking space. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Nan shook his head in disbelief. He had witnessed the audacity of a gold digger. Most troubling was the girl's overwhelming confidence. Suddenly, his neglected phone vibrated. "Darling, it's almost noon. Remember to have lunch." It was a call from Ming Qingqiu. "I was just about to see what to eat. Are you out of class now?" Jiang Nan replied, steering with one hand. Though he had only obtained his driver's license at 18, he had gained ample experience driving in the following years, rendering him quite adept behind the wheel. "Yes, I'm about to head to the cafeteria with my roommates. What about you?" Ming Qingqiu inquired. "I'm driving right now," Jiang Nan responded, then switched to speakerphone, snapping a picture of himself to send her via WeChat. "How about I come pick you up in this car?" "What car?" Ming Qingqiu glanced at her WeChat and gasped, "A Kian? Aren't girls generally indifferent towards cars?" Jiang Nan was surprised by her immediate recognition. "Not bad." Ming Qingqiu's voice trailed off slightly before she quickly changed the subject. "By the way, are you not nervous or curious about our upcoming meeting?" "Well, a little nervous." "But curious about what?" Jiang Nan asked, puzzled. "Just curious about what I look like." "What if I'm ugly?" Ming Qingqiu whispered. "What if I'm short and fat?" "Will you run away like the rumors say?" "I won't," Jiang Nan assured her. "That I can guarantee. However, whether we stay together afterward is another matter. The world, after all, is rather superficial. Is it not commonplace for a normal person to think this way?" A giggle erupted on the line. "Qingqiu, don't frighten your online boyfriend. As the top beauty of Magic City University, what guy wouldn't he be captivated by you? If anything, they'd be too enamored to even take a step back." A burst of laughter followed. "Yao Yao, what are you saying?" Ming Qingqiu's teasing voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. "The top beauty of Magic City University. Ahem, darling, don't listen to Yao Yao's nonsense." "Oh dear, now I'm embarrassed. I'll head to the cafeteria now. I'll contact you later." Beep, beep, beep. With that, Ming Qingqiu hung up. The top beauty of Magic City. Jiang Nan did not put down his phone. While focusing on driving, he opened Douyin and began searching. In this era, there was hardly anything that could not be found on Douyin. Ming Qingqiu. He typed in the name of his online romantic interest. Instantly, a cascade of relevant keywords popped up in the search bar. The first beauty of Moda University. Let us take a glimpse at the unadorned visage of Moda University's top beauty. Is Ming Qingqiu truly the foremost beauty of Moda University? As I casually clicked on a search entry, a video instantly appeared. Within the video, a stunning young lady with a high ponytail, clad in a brown sleeveless turtleneck sweater, sat on a bench with a book in hand, complemented by a black mini skirt and a pair of long legs clad in black stockings, undeniably captivating. Is this Ming Qingqiu? Jiang Nan glanced at the comments section, which was filled with unanimous praise. This is Senior Qingqiu. I must say, she appears less photogenic, yet in reality, she is breathtakingly beautiful, truly deserving of the title Fairy Sister. Jiang Nan noted a comment from a Modu IP that garnered numerous likes. If this is indeed my online romantic interest, Ming Qingqiu, then her beauty is indeed off the charts. As Jiang Nan contemplated using an insight technique to gauge Ming Qingqiu's score in the system, a voice echoed in his mind. Host, this is neither a live broadcast nor a first-hand observation. Thus, the insight technique cannot be employed. Fine. Jiang Nan nodded and, after stealing another glance at Ming Qingqiu in the video, smiled as he prepared to set his phone aside. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed. Jiang Nan opened it to find a message from Lin Man, the somewhat mischievous female streamer. "Hey, brother Jiang Nan, I just noticed your Douyin IP address is in Jiangxing. What a coincidence." Reflecting on this, Jiang Nan recalled that he had followed this mischievous girl last year while browsing local live streams. Indeed, they both resided in Jiangxing. Thus, he succinctly replied with a voice message. Chapter 8. The first encounter with Lin Man. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a university in Jiangxing, a youthful and vibrant JK girl listened to the youthful voice in the voice message, her face betraying a hint of hesitation. She was not intending to throw herself at Jiang Nan. Rather, she found it somewhat unbelievable that she had inexplicably earned over 30,000. After some contemplation, she pondered whether to express her gratitude in person to the generous Jiang Nan, who had gifted her numerous virtual tokens during her live stream. Brother Jiang Nan, thank you for sending me 21 carnival tokens today. Since you're in Jiangxing, would you do me the honor of joining me for lunch? After a brief moment of indecision, Lin Man sent a voice message. Upon sending it, her cheeks flushed. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was, in fact, quite shy. Otherwise, with her striking looks, she could have easily garnered hundreds of thousands of followers through her streams. The prospect of meeting someone who had ranked top in her streams rendered her exceptionally bashful. All right. Soon after, Lin Man received a response. Send me your location. I'll come pick you up. Almost immediately, another voice message followed. I remember the ID Jiang Nan. Although he seldom spoke in the chat, he was present in every live session. Surely he is not what he seems? Lin Man scratched her head and muttered softly before sharing her location with him. What did Lin Man intend to do? Could it really be that a few thousand yuan would prompt her to pursue him so eagerly? At that moment, Jiang Nan navigated towards Lin Man's location in Jiangqing's University District. It would take him some time, ranging from 10 to 30 minutes. You might have to wait for about half an hour. It'll take me a while to arrive. Jiang Nan thought it prudent to give her a heads up, lest she grow impatient and leave, rendering his journey in vain. No worries. I'll just head back to my dorm for a bit, Lin Man replied almost instantly. Was she preparing to beautify herself? Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. Honestly, even with Meng Qingqiu as his online romantic interest, he would be lying if he claimed he was uninterested in Lin Man, who boasted an impressive score of 88 in terms of attractiveness. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the university, a sleek Porsche Cayenne rolled to a stop. A Porsche? What model is this? It looks rather stylish. The Cayenne starts at over 100,000. Which wealthy heir is here to charm the ladies? As the luxurious vehicle halted at the university entrance, a chorus of voices erupted, and several attractive young women paused, casting glances in its direction. A car valued at over $1 million is considered a luxury for 99% of the world. To own such a vehicle is a remarkable feat at that moment. A beautiful girl dressed in denim pants and a white short shirt with her hair styled in a bun also turned her gaze towards the Porsche Cayenne. Just then, her phone vibrated, and Lin Man swiftly diverted her attention back to it. I've arrived. Read Jiang Nan's message. How come I don't see you? As Lin Man was about to send a voice message, she suddenly noticed a handsome figure emerging from the Porsche Cayenne. Boom. At that instant, her heart raced. Could it possibly be him? Lin Man widened her eyes. Over here. Once Jiang Nan waved at her. Lin Man was finally certain that this was indeed the Jiang and who had generously gifted her 21 carnival tokens that morning. Wow, he is quite handsome. What woman doesn't he appreciate a good-looking man? Lin Man's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. Lin Man's favorability 5. Jiang Nan, in turn, was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification in his mind. The increase or decrease in favorability is reported. Honestly, this feature is quite advantageous. When interacting with women, it allows him to promptly discern which remarks are inappropriate and which are well received, and even to ascertain whether he can take further steps when the woman is playing hard to get. Overall, it is rather splendid. He is so handsome. Which wealthy heir is he? And who is that girl? She is so lucky to be with a charming and affluent man. Damn it, I'm not bad looking either. Why can't I attract such high quality, rich, and handsome men? As Jiang Nan and Lin Man met, whispers erupted around them. Are you Jiang Nan? Lin Man asked softly, still somewhat incredulous. Strangely, she felt a peculiar sensation akin to finally meeting a friend she had known online for a year. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. Since Lin Man had not employed any beauty filters during her live streams, her appearance offline bore little difference from her online persona. In fact, Jiang Nan found her even more innocent-looking in person. I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome, Lin Man remarked, stealing a glance at Jiang Nan. Standing at 165 centimeters, she couldn't help but notice his perfectly chiseled jawline from her angle. He must be around 185 centimeters with shoes on. My goodness. Such an exceptional young man has been quietly supporting my live streams for nearly a year without ever sharing any content. Lin Man's favorability 2. Thank you. Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Soon after, they both got into the car, slowly driving away under the watchful eyes of numerous onlookers. What shall we eat? Jiang Nan inquired from the car. I'll treat you. Shouldn't you be the one deciding what to eat? Lin Man replied, pursing her lips while her gaze wandered around the luxurious car interior. Wow. So this is what $1 million car interior looks like. I must say, it is quite comfortable to sit in. How about hot pot? I remember there's a great one nearby. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before responding. The hot pot you mentioned is indeed good, but I'll take you to an even better one in a little alley. Lin Man immediately exclaimed. It's economical and practical, plus the variety of dishes is plentiful. Suddenly remembering that she was the one treating today, she paused, feeling a bit awkward, and softly added, actually, if you prefer, we can go to the place you mentioned. No worries. Let's go to the alley hot pot you suggested, Jiang Nan replied with a casual smile. I'm not choosing it just to save money. That hot pot is truly, truly excellent. As she spoke, Lin Manman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 9. Whose Porsche is at the alley entrance? Before long, directed by Lin Manman, Jiang Nan drove the car to the entrance of a narrow alley. Is the business really that booming? He wondered aloud. Jiang Nan rolled down the window and took a glance outside, astonished to see an array of cars lining the street with no available parking. Of course, the place I recommended must have something special, Lin Manman remarked proudly, raising an eyebrow. All right, Jiang Nan nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation. As a true local of Jiang City, he knew that if hot pot wasn't the most renowned delicacy, nothing else could claim that title. Excuse me, could you please back up a bit? I need to get my car out. A man in his 30s approached, handing Jiang Nan a cigarette politely. Brother? Hearing this, Lin Manman in the passenger seat raised an eyebrow, wearing a quizzical expression. The man certainly seemed older than Jiang Nan, yet he called him brother. It was a stark reminder that in the real world, wealth often defines status. No problem, just a moment, Jiang Nan replied, taking the cigarette with a smile before beginning to reverse. His driving skills were commendable, smoothly freeing up a parking space. Thanks. Before long, a blue BMW 5 Series drove past. No problem, Jiang Nan said, returning to his previous parking spot. Lucky me. Once out of the car, Jiang Nan remarked. By the way, I don't think I caught your name, brother. Leading Jiang Nan into the alley, Lin Manman introduced herself. My real name is Lin Manman. Jiang Nan. He responded. Well, that means you're using your real name online. Lin Manman chuckled lightly. Indeed. As they conversed, they arrived at an outdoor area filled with bustling tables. Wow, this place is really packed, Jiang Nan exclaimed. Isn't it? Lin Manman raised an eyebrow, grinning. Hello, how many in your party? A server approached briskly. 2. Lin Manman signaled with a peace sign. This way, please. The server promptly led them to a freshly cleared table and said, you can scan the code to place your order, and the dishes will be brought out one by one. Okay, it's not my first time here. You can go about your duties, Lin Manman said with a smile, picking up her phone to scan the code. How about yellow throat? Do you want it? Yes. What about pig brain? Not interested. How about duck intestines? Yes. The two quickly finalized their order through their back and forth conversation. Jiang Nan. Oh, it really is you. Suddenly, a voice from the adjacent table interrupted them. Both Jiang Nan and Lin Manman turned to look, spotting a young man with bleached hair accompanied by a lively girl. Upon seeing Lin Manman, the young man's face lit up with astonishment. Wow, what a stunning girl. Who is she? Lin Manman quietly inquired. Is that someone you used to work with? Just a former colleague from delivering takeout, Jiang Nan replied, giving a slight nod to the bleached-haired young man. Delivering takeout? Lin Manman paused, then scratched her head and remarked, it seems like you wealthy second-generation folks enjoy mingling with the grassroots to experience life. I once saw a video online about a delivery guy who casually bought a luxury watch worth tens of thousands while on the job. I was astounded. Jiang Nan simply smiled in response. If it weren't for the system he was bound to, he might still be at home eating instant noodles, contemplating how to deal with Meng Qingqiu's unexpected visit. Hey, your friend doesn't seem too interested in you. The young man's girlfriend chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Upon hearing this, the young man smirked coldly and stood up. Excuse me, which customer outside the alley owns the Porsche Cayenne? At that moment, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Is it yours? Upon seeing the young man standing, a server hurried over, politely stating, Sir, there's a car outside that can't move. Could you please adjust yours? What? Mine? The young man was taken aback, as he only had an electric scooter and could easily shift it. The Porsche Cayenne outside. The server politely replied, Do I look like someone who could afford such a luxury car? The young man was left speechless. Just as he was about to confront Jiang Nan, he noticed Jiang Nan standing up, and in his astonished gaze, Jiang Nan declared, It's mine. Yours? The server. Upon hearing Jiang Nan hurried back over, the murmured comments of the young man reaching his ears. Why stand up if you can't afford it? The young man nearly spat blood in frustration. He had stood up to confront Jiang Nan, but how could this guy possibly own a Porsche Cayenne? Wasn't he supposed to be a poor orphan? This way, please. While he was still in shock, the server respectfully led Jiang Nan toward the outdoor area. Soon, they arrived at the alley's entrance, where a man in his 30s was smoking. He approached Jiang Nan and politely offered him a cheap cigarette, saying, Sorry, handsome. Your car is too close to mine. I'm a bit hesitant to move it. Jiang Nan accepted the cigarette with a smile. No worries, moving a car won't take long. The hesitation was clear. After all, it was $1 million vehicle. A scratch would mean a month's salary for an average person. In no time, Jiang Nan reached his car and, after a quick glance, couldn't help but chuckle softly. The distance was indeed considerable. However, he noticed a nearby used BYD car and thought that had he been in that situation, he would have felt a twinge of panic as well. Don't assume that everyone in a new first-tier city like Jiang City is wealthy. Even in Kyoto, beneath the ancient imperial city, the wealth gap remains astonishingly stark. Ultimately, Jiang Nan managed to shift the car to a safe distance. Thanks, handsome. The man expressed his gratitude before driving off. With a smile and a nod, Jiang Nan got out of the car, ready to venture into the alley when suddenly, a stunning sight caught his eye. Ding! Chapter 10. The beneficial task has arrived. Meanwhile, a notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding! The system detected a nearby attractive individual with a score of 90 in appearance and has dispatched a beneficial task. Successfully obtained Jiang Yan's green bubble. Task reward: 1 million yuan, mastery of piano at a master level. Oh! Upon hearing this series of notifications, Jiang Nan's face displayed a look of astonishment. 1 million yuan is nothing to scoff at, that's quite nice. However, the skill of mastering the piano at a master level is even more enticing. Even a novice like him knows that the piano is categorized into 10 levels. And above level 10, there is no formal classification. To possess the skill of piano mastery is, to be frank, not merely top tier, but surely within the realm of world class. Jiang Nan's gaze swept towards a striking figure approaching. Soon, two young women, linked arm in arm, approached with laughter. His eyes settled on one of the girls with cascading hair. Her subtle makeup rendered her radiantly innocent, and her smile was undeniably sweet. Name: Jiang Yan. Age: 19. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 56 kilograms. Appearance: 92 points. Favorability: 5 points. Oh, why is there a favorability of 5 points? After reviewing Jiang Yan's attributes, a hint of surprise crossed Jiang Nan's face. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Jiang Yan had also inadvertently noticed Jiang Nan standing beside the Porsche Cayenne. Which normal man does not appreciate beauty? Similarly, which normal woman does not admire handsome men? Yen, that guy is quite something. His fashion sense is excellent. And he looks good too. Do you think that Porsche is his? Whispered Li Lan, Jiang Yan's close friend. I don't know, but he does indeed look quite handsome. Exuding a sunny male charm, which is definitely my type. Jiang Yan replied softly, her gaze meeting Jiang Nan's, causing her heart to race inexplicably, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. He is approaching. Wow, he looks even more handsome up close, with such defined features. Moreover, he seems to be well built. Clearly the type that appears slim in clothes, but has a toned physique without them. Li Lan also exclaimed nervously. Jiang Yan quickly composed herself and watched as Jiang Nan approached with an incredibly sunny smile. Wow, this guy's smile is truly infectious and so radiant. Jiang Yan's favorability 5. In just a fleeting moment, this beautiful girl with a score of 92 in appearance had developed a favorability of 10 points towards Jiang Nan. Hello, miss. May I add you on WeChat? Jiang Nan asked, holding out his phone with a cheerful smile. The system had declared it a beneficial task, and Jiang Nan was confident that a favorability of 10 points would suffice to successfully add this girl on WeChat. Me? Jiang Yan pointed to herself. Jiang Nan glanced at her. Indeed. This beautiful girl had lovely hands adorned with well-manicured nails, although her middle finger was unadorned. Is that all right? Jiang Nan nodded, shaking his phone slightly. Yes, that's fine. Jiang Yan nodded, feeling a bit bashful as she took out her phone, and they exchanged WeChat contacts. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the beneficial task. Reward: 1 million yuan, mastery of piano at a master level. After successfully adding each other on WeChat, a notification sounded in Jiang Nan's mind, bringing a joyful smile to his face. This system, while perhaps developing at a slower pace compared to the fast-paced novels he had read on the Tomato novel app, offered a gradual growth that included the acquisition of practical skills, which truly appealed to Jiang Nan. Well, let's chat later, he said, both having exchanged contacts. Jiang Yan, blushing, waved at him with a coy smile and took quick, light steps away. Let's chat later, Jiang Nan replied with a gentle smile, following her gaze as she moved. And only then did he notice her outfit. She wore a versatile white short shirt on top, paired with a light yellow, body-hugging miniskirt, and her long, flawless legs were complemented by white knee-high socks. Oh, how splendid. Lower down, she wore charming little brown leather shoes. And her overall outfit became even more vivid in his mind. This ensemble was simply exquisite. If Jiang Nan was Jiang Yan's type, then Jiang Yan was undoubtedly the epitome of perfection for Jiang Nan. As Jiang Yan and her friend strolled past the alley, appearing to be two casual college students, Jiang Nan returned to the alley. Quickly, the dishes are coming out so fast today. Upon sitting down, Lin Man impatiently exclaimed, "Beef tripe, 7 Up, 8 down, crispy wrapped." Jiang Nan glanced at her, shook his head with a smile, and began to savor the hot pot. Honestly, the flavors were quite remarkable, having tried numerous hot pot places. He believed this one could easily rank among the top 3. An hour later, "Delicious," Lin Man declared as she set down her chopsticks, her joy unabashed. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. "Of course, any hot pot I crave must be delicious." Lin Man cheerfully removed her apron and sniffed the hot pot scent lingering on her clothes, saying, "But the smell is quite strong. I might as well just take a taxi back to school." "It's all right. I smell just as strong," Jiang Nan replied. Having not worn an apron, he stood up and said, "Let's go. I'll see you home." At that moment, a voice interrupted nearby. The previous young man with yellow hair appeared with his girlfriend, grinning as he handed over a cigarette, asking, "Where have you been hanging out lately? You seem to be doing quite well now." "Quit," Jiang Nan replied, not accepting the cigarette, and said coolly, "Currently, I am an unemployed drifter." With that, he exchanged a glance with Lin Man, and they walked away side by side. "Damn, what a poser." The young man with yellow hair scoffed at Jiang Nan's retreating figure, muttering, "This guy is probably wearing some rented clothes and driving a car to attract girls." Once they exited the alley and got into the car, Jiang Nan did not pressure Lin Man to go for a stroll or spend money to win her heart, as he was not in a hurry. He had time. "Jiang Nan, I truly appreciate you treating me to so many carnival events today." Lin Man initiated the conversation on the way back to school. Additional content. Chapter 11. Farewell to the landlady, Jiang Nan's aspirations. I've been watching your live streams for a year now. Although you stream on a whim, it's still quite entertaining. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. "It's not just a whim, it's merely an opportunity. It's quite rare to meet a low-key rich second generation like you," Lin Man remarked. Stealing a glance at Jiang Nan, there was something else she wished to say. Something hidden within her heart. It is even rarer to encounter a wealthy heir with such a pleasant personality and striking looks. She could almost assert that even if Jiang Nan had not treated her to those 21 carnival events or driven a luxury Porsche to pick her up, if he were to pursue her, she would not have immediately rejected him. First impressions hold immense importance. "Oh, have you encountered many ostentatious rich heirs?" Jiang Nan inquired with a smile. "No, I've only seen them online. They say that when the heavens open a window, they must close a door. But I feel like the heavens have opened every door for you." Lin Man spoke and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha. Jiang Nan was equally amused by her words. The two exchanged banter, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere in the car, devoid of any awkwardness typically associated with first meetings. Instead, it felt as though they were longtime online friends finally meeting in person. "Here we are," Lin Man murmured, somewhat dazed, as the car came to a halt at the entrance of her university. "What's wrong? Not wanting to get out?" Jiang Nan teased. "I just feel quite relaxed and happy chatting with you," Lin Man replied, sticking out her tongue. She unfastened her seatbelt, opened the car door, hesitated for a moment, then turned to Jiang Nan and said, Can we arrange to have a meal together when you have time?" "Sure, just let me know your schedule." Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. "Great." Lin Man beamed as she stepped out of the car. "Bye." She closed the door, waving a sweet smile out the window. "Goodbye." Jiang Nan waved back, slowly driving away. On his way back to the old city, a prompt from the system echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing him to reflect. If he remembered correctly, Lin Man's affection for him had reached an impressive 32 points. How swiftly her fondness had escalated. A score of 32 indicated a budding romantic inclination. Jiang Nan was aware that, generally, a score of 0 signified strangers, below 10 represented mere impressions, around 10 suggested a very positive impression, while scores of 11 to 30 typically indicated friendship. Anything above 30, especially with the opposite sex, often hinted at romantic interest. With a few flirty comments or light physical contact, he could undoubtedly accelerate Lin Man's affection for him. Thus, in this world, wealth alone was insufficient. One must also possess various admirable attributes. Glancing at his reflection in the rearview mirror, a charming smile crept across Jiang Nan's face. Upon returning to the rented old apartment, the clock read around 2:30 in the afternoon. After parking, Jiang Nan climbed to the 3rd floor with several bags in hand. Just as he turned a corner in the hallway, he unexpectedly encountered his landlady, Xia Jiqing. "Hi, Sister Xia," Jiang Nan greeted. "Wow," Xia Jiqing exclaimed, her expression showing surprise as she observed Jiang Nan. "What a handsome outfit." A prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind, indicating an increase in Xia Jiqing's favorability toward him. People are indeed judged by their attire. The ancients were not wrong. Xia Jiqing continued to appraise him with admiration, saying, "It's been a few months. And you look amazing. Is that Armani?" And is that a Rolex submariner? Little Jiang, have you completed your life experience and are now ready to inherit the family business? Jiang Nan had indeed transformed significantly. With his mastery of piano and impeccable attire, he exuded an air of nobility. Sister, you're just teasing, Jiang Nan laughed. But honestly, if you looked 10 years younger, you would leave everyone spellbound. Xia Jiqing covered her mouth, laughing. Though not voluptuous, her figure was appealing, accentuated by a fitted blue top. At that moment, Jiang Nan could only think of 4 words, utterly enchanting. You're making me a bit shy, Jiang Nan chuckled, scratching his head. Knowing that Xia Jiqing's favorability was only at 7 points, he refrained from saying anything too bold. Just then, another prompt sounded in his mind, indicating a further increase in favorability. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I need to pick up my daughter from piano lessons, so let us chat later. With a wave, Xia Jiqing passed by him and descended the stairs. Piano? Jiang Nan's attention piqued. He had occasionally heard the gentle sounds of piano keys while at home. It turned out the landlady's daughter was learning. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With his mastery of piano, teaching a young girl should be quite feasible. Given the landlady's high attractiveness score of 92, including her in his previous task, seemed quite plausible. The potential rewards of that task were incredibly enticing. The Jiangxing Tianfu Villa No. 001, a globally limited Pagani Huayra, was worth an impressive sum. Jiang Nan had researched it. Properties in Jiangxing Tianfu were not cheap. Featuring ocean view apartments and rare villas, with the number 001 villa reportedly valued between 3 to 5 billion. It was not something easily obtainable with mere money. Thus, the allure of the Jiangxing Tianfu Villa No. 001 was irresistible to Jiang Nan. Moreover, the Pagani Huayra was a luxury supercar, valued in the tens of millions. Driving such a vehicle would undoubtedly turn heads and command attention. This gave Jiang Nan a renewed sense of purpose. To secure his dream villa and luxury car, he must complete this challenging task promptly. Chapter 12. The Game Livestream, Cocktail Legs. Upon returning home, Jiang Nan tossed the bags onto the small sofa and reclined back, staring blankly at the ceiling, suddenly bursting into laughter. This was not a dream. He quickly sat up and checked his bank balance. Over 2.4 million. In just a few hours, he had transformed from a struggling individual with a few thousand in savings to a millionaire. He wondered if the world's wealthiest could match his rapid earnings. Yet, he was confident that no one could keep pace with his future income. After calming his emotions, he opened Douyin. Big brother, welcome. A little heart walks on the pressure board. A big beer walks on the pressure board twice. A hot air balloon live streams for a minute on the pressure board. Please feel free to give Xiao Mei instructions. Perhaps because Jiang Nan had gifted the game streamer earlier that morning, as soon as he opened Douyin, the game live stream popped up immediately. Wow, still live on the pressure board? Jiang Nan thought, a hint of surprise crossing his face. She was indeed keeping her promise. Without hesitation, he entered the live stream. Welcome. Wow, welcome brother Jiang Nan to the live stream. I promise I haven't broken my word, aside from a slight delay during lunchtime for takeout. I haven't been dishonest at all. As Jiang Nan entered the room, he instantly rose to the top of the leaderboard, and the game streamer warmly welcomed him. Upon witnessing his ascension to the top of the rankings, Jiang Nan realized that this female streamer had indeed never logged off. Has the price increased? At that moment, he noticed a change in the sign held by the streamer. One hot air balloon now equated to 1 additional minute of live streaming. Alas, brother. Having been on air for over 6 hours, and with only an hour remaining, he felt utterly exhausted. The streamer lamented, her tone tinged with helplessness. It is worth noting that, while her appearance remained a mystery, her voice was undeniably soft and sweet. However, one must admit that her leg shape was quite appealing. Not quite the slender legs of a model or the exaggerated proportions of a cartoon, but rather akin to the shape of a wine glass. This leg type, as the name suggests, is wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. Though her thighs appeared somewhat muscular, her calves were remarkably delicate. For Jiang Nan, who harbored a certain admiration for legs, this was irresistible. He even contemplated using an insight spell to gauge her attractiveness, but ultimately dismissed the idea, as he had merely sought emotional value and amusement. Jiang Nan shook his head, letting go of the thought. If he had come for mere looks, he would have cast that spell long ago. Instead, he found the game enjoyable, and the emotional value offered by Susu was quite substantial. Now, she had steadfastly remained on the pressure board for nearly 6 hours. To be honest, Jiang Nan held a degree of admiration for her resilience. Casting the insight spell could lead to disappointment, dampening his interest. He decided to enjoy the online entertainment and seek joy in the experience. Can you hold on? Jiang Nan inquired. Upon seeing his message, Susu had yet to respond. But a level 52 viewer interjected. What? Do you want to send more gifts? Taken aback by this comment, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow but ignored the provocation. Sending another message. If you can't hold on any longer, I 1T extend my support. I can hold on. Susu quickly replied, eager to reassure him. All right, I'll recharge a bit. After sending his message, Jiang Nan exited to replenish his funds, adding a modest sum of 400,000. Soon, 4 million diamonds were credited to his account, and he returned to the live stream. At that moment, Jiang Nan observed the level 52 viewer frantically sending hot air balloons. Having already dispatched over 100 in the brief time he was away. Each hot air balloon cost 52, totaling 5,200 yuan. Since you say you can endure, let us see how much longer you can last. The level 52 viewer boasted in a message. Although the viewer had sent 100 hot air balloons, totaling 5,200 yuan, Susu could only muster a wry smile. 100 hot air balloons meant 100 minutes, equating to an additional hour and 40 minutes. Adding the hour she owed made for 2 hours and 40 minutes of exhausting streaming. Thank you, Daxia Yue, for the 100 hot air balloons. I still have to stream for 2 hours and 40 minutes on this pressure board, Susu said wearily, though she soon regained her composure, asking, Are there any other generous souls willing to extend my time? Hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes twinkled with amusement as he chuckled softly and typed, With additions come deductions. Dear streamer, how about reducing 1 minute for each equivalent gift? Susu paused, processing his suggestion before responding. Can that really work? Of course it can. Jiang Nan replied with a grin. The level 52 viewer interjected, Oh, are you challenging me? Jiang Nan smiled slightly, then began searching for gifts of equivalent value to the hot air balloons. After a cursory glance, Jiang Nan found a gift worth 52 yuan called True Love. He promptly began sending them, and within a short while, he had dispatched 100, then 200. This amounted to 10,400 yuan. Thank you, Jiang Nan, for the 200 True Love gifts. I am truly grateful, Susu exclaimed, her voice quivering with excitement, clearly overwhelmed by the support. As the time accumulated, Jiang Nan continued to send gifts, and soon, the level 52 viewer joined in, matching his fervor. The chat exploded with messages as the live stream audience swelled from a mere 100 to over 400, all thanks to the 2 generous supporters. Susu's voice trembled with gratitude, as she was but a small streamer with a few thousand fans, unaccustomed to such overwhelming attention. Jiang Nan remained silent, his fingers working tirelessly as he sent a total of 1,000 True Love gifts. Finally, he paused, not out of lack of desire to continue, but simply from fatigue. 52,000 yuan. Upon seeing the 1,000 gifts cascade across the screen, Susu's eyes widened in disbelief. After sending a message, Jiang Nan opened the carnival gift worth 3,000 yuan and began sending them as well. Yinyu Jiang Nan has sent 1 carnival gift. The notifications flooded in as he sent 100 carnival gifts, expending 300,000 diamonds in a matter of moments. Wow, this guy is truly generous. Viewers commented, marveling at the spectacle unfolding before them. Please stop, or you'll scare off the level 52 viewer. The live stream erupted in excitement as Jiang Nan's generous contributions transformed the atmosphere entirely. Thank you, Jiang Nan, for the 100 carnival gifts. I have never received such a bounty before. You have opened a new world for me, Susu exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. The female streamer, Susu, immediately clasped her hands together and bowed repeatedly to the camera. Left? What a disappointment, Jiang Nan murmured, shaking his head as he observed the barrage of comments in the live stream. He then proceeded to spend the remaining 480,000 do diamonds, equivalent to 48,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your expenditure is complete, and you have received a 5-fold rebate. Ding. Another message chimed on his phone. A rebate of 400,000 multiplied by 5 amounts to 2 million. Adding to his previous 2 million, his current savings had now reached an impressive 4 million. Splendid. Jiang Nan snapped his fingers, a look of admiration crossing his face. Brother Jiang Nan, I'm signing off now. Please check your private messages later. At that moment, the voice of the female streamer echoed in the live stream. Hearing her voice brought Jiang Nan back to reality, and he promptly followed her account. Soon after, the live stream concluded. Jiang Nan navigated to his profile, where a private message awaited him. Thank you so much for your generous gift, Brother Jiang Nan. May I add you to my contacts? Upon reading this, Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment but soon shook his head. Adding her on WeChat posed no harm. If she turned out to be unappealing beyond her decent legs, he could simply delete her. A woman like her, who worked hard to earn her keep, was quite admirable in his eyes. He promptly shared his WeChat ID with Susu. Almost instantly, a notification chimed in his WeChat backend. Susu has requested to add you as a friend. Jiang Nan accepted the request, and almost instinctively. Opened Su's moments to take a look. The first image that caught his eye was a background photo of a woman in her 20s holding the hand of a 5 or 6-year-old girl. The woman appeared gentle and demure, with a beauty that, while not immediately stunning, grew increasingly enchanting the longer one gazed upon her. From her attire, she radiated the charm of a refined lady. A child? Jiang Nan noted with surprise, as the woman in the photo seemed to be around 27 or 28 years old, which made having a 5 or 6-year-old child quite normal. He chuckled to himself, realizing that 27 or 28 was indeed an age when such things were commonplace. Jiang Nan continued to browse her moments, most of which showcased her daily life, before he exited the view. Hello, brother Jiang Nan. This is the streamer Su from earlier. A voice message arrived. I truly appreciate your generosity. I know that sometimes one can get carried away with gifting. How about this? Currently, I don't have much money on hand, but once I receive the split from the gifts, I will return half of what you sent me today. Would that be all right? Just as Jiang Nan was about to respond, another voice message came through. After listening, he smiled. This streamer seemed rather charming. No need. Jiang Nan replied. To me, several $100,000 is merely pocket change. The money spent is akin to water poured out. You may keep it. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment in Jiang City, a woman donned in a floral dress, her hair cascading down her shoulders and a mask obscuring her features, sat on the living room sofa, reading a message from her benefactor. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, she typed, slowly removing her mask. Despite her lack of makeup, her natural beauty shone through. With her eyes slightly reddened, she exuded a poignant allure that made one feel an overwhelming urge to embrace and cherish her. It's fine. I'll get back to my work now. Talk later. She sent as a message, wiping her eyes before responding with a simple okay. She then slumped back onto the sofa, exhaling deeply. After standing on a foot massage board for so long during her live stream, her legs suddenly ached, prompting her to pull them up onto the sofa and gently massage her delicate calves and feet. Today's earnings exceeded 200,000. It seems I can afford to treat my little girl to better meals, she mused, reflecting on how fortunate she was to have such a generous benefactor, especially since he hadn't made any demands of her. As Jiang Nan emerged from the bathroom after a refreshing shower, still in his clothes with damp hair, he heard the muffled sounds of a mother soothing her daughter from the apartment next door. Don't cry, sweetie. I'll find a better piano teacher for you. Our littling isn't at all foolish. It's that teacher who lacks real talent. Upon entering the living room, he was greeted by the unexpected sight of Xia Jiqing and her daughter, causing the little girl to stop crying in surprise. Oh, Sister Xia, littling, hello. Jiang Nan greeted, setting down a black garbage bag as he looked at the mother and daughter duo. Why are you crying? You are. Brother Jiang Nan. The little girl, around 5 or 6 years old and a neighbor on the same floor, recognized him immediately. Yes, why wouldn't you remember your brother? Jiang Nan chuckled. Crouching down to her level, noticing Xia Jiqing's lack of disapproval, he affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Wow, you look even better now. So I didn't recognize you right away. The girl exclaimed. Mommy, I want brother Jiang Nan to teach me piano. As the little girl enjoyed the affection, Xia Jiqing was momentarily taken aback by her daughter's declaration, then chuckled, shaking her head. Littling, your brother isn't a teacher, and besides, he doesn't know how to play the piano. I can. Big brother can. The little girl insisted, throwing a playful tantrum. Xia Jiqing raised her eyebrows in exasperation, especially when she saw her daughter clinging to Jiang Nan, prompting her to instinctively crouch down. In that moment, their gazes met perfectly. In that fleeting moment, as if sensing something, Xia Jiqing's face immediately flushed. Just as she prepared to rise, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Nan swiftly averting his gaze, which relieved her, allowing her to stand up once more without revealing her embarrassment. Xia Jiqing's affection 5. Merely a display of gentlemanly behavior garnered 5 points of affection? Jiang Nan was slightly taken aback. Big brother, you must be able to play the piano, right? At that moment, a sweet, childlike voice chimed in. Indeed. Jiang Nan replied with a smile and a nod. Hearing his response, Xia Jiqing paused for a moment, but quickly understood that he was merely following her daughter's lead. She smiled back, saying, Brother is busy at the moment. Perhaps he could teach you the piano once he has time? All right. The little girl beamed with joy. Jiang Nan also stood up, choosing not to boast about his piano skills. When the time came for him to showcase his talents, he merely needed to win Xia Jiqing's favor. Thus, he refrained from rushing to demonstrate his abilities, as such eagerness was a lowly tactic. True masters often play the fool, surprising others at critical moments. Goodbye, big brother. The little girl, pulled away by Xia Jiqing, waved cheerfully. Farewell, Jiang Nan replied with a warm smile. The landlady glanced at him, offering a smile in return. Watching the duo depart, Jiang Nan diverted his gaze from the landlady's alluring figure. With a thud, the door closed, and Jiang Nan opted not to scroll through Douyin any longer, retreating to his room to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. It was unclear how long he had slept, but a series of knocks jolted him from his slumber. Opening his eyes to the overcast sky outside, he groggily rose from bed. It was already 6 o'clock. Jiang Nan glanced at the time, realizing he had indulged in a lengthy nap. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted. Xiaojiang, are you there? The landlady's voice called out. Creaking the door open, he found the landlady visibly relieved. Sister Xia, what's the matter? He asked, yawning. Did I wake you? Xia Jiqing assessed the slightly disheveled Jiang Nan and chuckled. I just prepared some home-cooked dishes and wanted to know if you had eaten. Not yet. Jiang Nan shook his head. Then, tidy yourself up and come over shortly, she said with a bright smile. Okay. Jiang Nan finally regained his composure, washed up at home, and then stepped out. The landlady's residence was nearby, situated in an old community with several tenants on each floor, and she occupied the innermost unit on the 3rd floor. Upon arrival, he found the door ajar and entered without hesitation. After closing the door behind him, he heard the landlady's gentle voice. Xiaojiang, I've prepared slippers for you by the entrance. All right, Jiang Nan acknowledged, noticing a pair of pink women's slippers, which were surprisingly not small enough for him. He also observed several pairs of high heels on the shoe rack, one pair adorned with diamonds that caught his eye. It seemed the landlady had a penchant for high heels. He averted his gaze, thinking it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if the shoe rack were displayed publicly, it would be stripped bare by the next day, potentially leading to some scandalous stories. The internet was rife with such reports. As he passed through the entrance, the little girl joyfully bounded toward him and leaped into his arms. Xia Jiqing's affection won. He lifted the child, and the system's notification echoed in his mind, prompting him to glance ahead. There stood the landlady, wearing a small apron, her stunning face momentarily lost in thought. Sister Xia, Jiang Nan greeted softly. Come. It's time to eat, Xia Jiqing said, regaining her composure as she smiled. Yay, we're eating, the little girl exclaimed, after dinner. Handsome brother will teach Xiao Ying to play the piano. Xiaoing. Xia Jiqing's tone sharpened slightly. Didn't T-Mom say that your brother is quite busy and might not have the time to teach you? I don't care. After dinner, won't T handsome brother have time? The little girl pouted, clearly displeased. All right, I will teach you later, Jiang Nan replied, sensing the moment was right, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. Xiaojiang. Xia Jiqing looked at him with surprise. Nothing. He exchanged a confident glance with her, prompting a brief pause before she shook her head, saying, let us not discuss that now. Come, let's eat. As she spoke, she removed her apron, revealing a striking figure that immediately captured Jiang Nan's attention. Her physique was indeed remarkable. He quickly averted his gaze, daring not to stare longer. Most notably, the landlady's silver hair paired with her alluring figure made her appear as if she had stepped straight out of a comic book, a captivating character from a fantastical realm. Seated shortly thereafter, Xia Jiqing took the little girl into her arms, who began to eat. However, the child wore a frown, clearly wishing to eat in Jiang Nan's lap. You little one, at such a young age, already enamored with handsome men. Don't you need your mother anymore? Xia Jiqing teased, noticing her daughter's unwavering gaze on Jiang Nan. But big brother is really handsome. The 5 or 6-year-old child, unlike children of previous generations who were oblivious to such notions, made the statement, eliciting laughter from both Xia Jiqing and Jiang Nan. Go on, eat up, Xia Jiqing urged. Then turned to Jiang Nan, her expression softening. So, Xiaojiang, how do you find my cooking? Delicious. I love Sichuan cuisine. The spiciness is invigorating, Jiang Nan praised, genuinely appreciating the landlady's culinary skills. As long as it suits your taste, Xia Jiqing smiled. Xia Jiqing's affection won. Though it was merely an additional point of affection, it was surely better than none. Furthermore, if he recalled correctly, the landlady's current affection for him was not low 17 points. This level of affection indicated a rapid progression. With a little more time together, accomplishing that beneficial task was certainly within reach. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Nan finally set down his bowl and chopsticks. Would you like another bowl? The landlady inquired cheerfully. I'm too full now, Jiang Nan replied, patting his stomach. Honestly, I haven't had such home-cooked meals in ages. Haha. As long as you enjoy it. If there's anything else you'd like to eat, feel free to tell me. With the meal concluded, he had garnered 3 more points of affection, bringing the landlady's total to 20 points. The power of 20 points was immediately evident. Scratching his head, Jiang Nan chuckled. I may have eaten a bit too much. You can eat as much as you like. There's plenty. The landlady responded with a smile. Jiang Nan realized it had been a long time since he had savored home-cooked meals, just as it had been a long time since anyone had enjoyed her home-cooked dishes. Moreover, she noticed that the dishes on the table were nearly empty, which is a profound, unspoken compliment for any cook. "I'll clean up. You keep littling entertained. And don't lift a finger," she said. The landlady, seeing Jiang Nan's intention to tidy up, immediately picked up the little girl and said, "Xiaoying, go watch television with your brother. Mommy will join you soon, all right?" "Okay." The little girl promptly ran to Jiang Nan's side, smiling brightly. "Sister Xia," Jiang Nan glanced at the table. "It's fine." Xia Jiqing smiled gently and waved her hand. "All right." Jiang Nan decided not to waste any more time on the matter, cradling the little girl in his arms as he slowly made his way to the living room. "Handsome brother, the piano room isn't in the living room. It's over there." The little girl chimed in her sweet voice. "All right." Jiang Nan followed the direction of her tiny finger to a small room. Hearing the exchange between the two, the landlady couldn't help but chuckle and mutter to herself. It's good for Xiaoying to realize that Xiao Jiang can't play the piano. Otherwise, she would keep pestering him to teach her. As she spoke, she noticed that several plates on the table were left with only a bit of soup and chili, indicating that the meal had been thoroughly enjoyed, which made her smile with delight. Chapter 16. You should say we are truly impressive at that moment. In the little girl's piano room. "Handsome brother, let me play a piece I've just learned for you." The little girl sat on Jiang Nan's lap, grinning from ear to ear. "I really don't like the piano teacher who teaches me, so I pretended I couldn't learn at all. Humph, but in reality, I'm quite talented." "Is that so?" Jiang Nan reached out to gently pat her little head, smiling warmly. "Then play for your brother. Let me see just how impressive Xiaoying is." "Okay." The little girl's playful expression suddenly turned serious as she placed her tiny hands on the piano. The moment the first note sounded, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Soon after, the second and third notes followed. Jiang Nan, being a master-level pianist, instantly recognized the tune as "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." It was a simple children's song. Before long, the little girl began to hum along. "The sky is full of little stars." And as she hummed, she played fluidly. In no time at all, she had performed a simplified version of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." Indeed impressive, Jiang Nan praised her. Although this piece posed no challenge, it was still commendable for a child of 5 or 6 to play it by ear, showcasing her familiarity with the melody. "Hee." The little girl laughed joyfully. "Come, I'll teach you an even simpler one," Jiang Nan said with a smile. He took her small hand and began to play. Two tigers, running fast, running fast." As Jiang Nan played, he hummed along. Meanwhile, Xia Jiqing, having tidied up the dining area but not yet started washing the dishes, walked over in her apron. Just then, she caught sight of Jiang Nan holding her daughter's hand, both of them joyfully singing together, which brought an inexplicable smile to her face. Xia Jiqing's favorability 5. As the song Two Tigers came to an end, Jiang Nan heard a notification sound in his mind. "Sister Xia." He turned to look back, smiling as he greeted her. "I didn't expect you could play the piano," Xia Jiqing remarked, playfully brushing her hair behind her ear, feeling a bit shy about meeting Jiang Nan's gaze. "They're all simple children's songs, quite easy," Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. "Even so, it's quite impressive." The landlady, Xia Jiqing, praised him sincerely. "Unlike me, I have no musical talent. I once thought about learning the piano in middle school, but I truly lack the talent, haha. It's really simple, Sister Xia. Would you like to give it a try?" Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled as he spoke. "Me? I can?" Xia Jiqing was taken aback. "Mommy, it really is quite simple." The little girl jumped down from Jiang Nan's lap and bounced towards the door, tugging at Xia Jiqing's hand as she eagerly said, "Handsome brother will definitely teach you to play the piano. Who knows, Mommy, you might actually have talent." Jiang Nan's favorability 10,086. If the little girl had a system of her own, it would undoubtedly have chimed with a notification. At this moment, Jiang Nan looked at the little girl with even more tenderness. "What a wonderful child. Sister Xia, please have a seat." Jiang Nan stood up to make space. If Xia Jiqing's favorability had been above 40 points, he might have boldly invited her to sit on his lap, like the little girl. However, considering it was only 25 points at present, he refrained from being too forward. "All right." Xia Jiqing sat down, her face slightly flushed with anticipation as she gazed at the small piano, feeling a touch of nervousness. When the little girl wasn't home, she occasionally sat down to tap a few keys, but she truly knew nothing and only pressed aimlessly. What should I do next? Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, and as she turned back, she found herself nearly face to face with Jiang Nan, who had leaned down. Thump, thump. Studies suggest that when a man and a woman are alone in a highly tense atmosphere, the body releases a unique, invisible hormone, which can induce an inexplicable racing heartbeat in the presence of the opposite sex. In such situations, it is highly likely that they may experience a simulated romantic feeling. At that moment, Xia Jiqing, already somewhat nervous, felt her heart race even faster in such close proximity, every pore and heartbeat palpable. Sister Xia. A gentle voice broke the silence. In the next moment, two warm hands grasped hers, startling her back to reality. She instinctively prepared to pull away but was quickly calmed by Jiang Nan's soothing voice in her ear. Don't be nervous. I will guide your hand to feel the keys dancing beneath your fingers. Xia Jiqing stared blankly at Jiang Nan, who was earnestly focused on the piano. As he sensed her tension and looked at her with a gentle smile, it struck her heart like a bullet. Gulp. Xia Jiqing couldn't help but swallow hard. Xia Jiqing's favorability 10. The notification sound in Jiang Nan's mind made him momentarily stunned. Wow. I anticipated that the romantic atmosphere I created would increase favorability, but I didn't expect it to soar by 10 points. Are you ready? Jiang Nan gazed at the landlady, softly asking. MHM. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she reluctantly averted her gaze from Jiang Nan's face, which made her heart race uncontrollably, drawing out her response. Good, Jiang Nan replied softly and then, holding her delicate hand, commenced playing. In an instant, a lively melody filled the piano room. As a phrase concluded and the tempo quickened, surprise spread across the landlady's face, prompting her to exclaim, I know this piece. It's called Kikujiro's Summer, right? Correct, Jiang Nan affirmed with a smile and a nod. You really are impressive. The landlady praised him sincerely. No. Jiang Nan chuckled. Sister Xia, you should say we are truly impressive. Xia Jiqing's favorability 5. In the emotional landscape of Jiang Nan, the landlord's wife felt overwhelmed. Chapter 17. Let me speak from the heart. A beautiful landlord like her, possessing several rental properties in Jiangxing, a burgeoning first-tier city, has undoubtedly ascended to the upper echelons of wealth, even if her buildings are situated in an older district. Moreover, Jiang Nan had heard that this lovely landlord might not be merely a landlord of those few buildings in the old community. A wealthy widow who has been alone for several years, devoid of frivolous distractions, harbors a profound emptiness within. Once someone truly enters her heart, there is no need for the other party to make the first move. Thank you so much, Xiao Jiang. The landlord's wife gazed at Jiang Nan, her eyes shimmering with a hint of affection. Sister Xia, what do you think? Isn't playing the piano actually quite easy? Jiang Nan replied with a smile. With you around, it becomes effortless, she whispered, her cheeks slightly flushed. The power of 40 points of affection was indeed formidable. The landlord's wife, with her bashful demeanor, wielded an undeniable charm. When I come over for dinner, I could also teach Sister Xia a thing or two. Can't I share some lessons, even when I'm not invited for dinner? No, that's not what I meant. Their playful banter resembled that of a young couple, eliciting a sense of sweetness. Hey, mommy, isn't that handsome brother supposed to teach me piano? The little girl interjected, hands on her hips, pouting. Your handsome brother is usually quite busy. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see another teacher who is very gentle and has a lovely little girl about your age, so I believe you won't find it tedious to learn. Xia Jiqing smiled. Don't you want to impress your brother with your newfound skills and leave him utterly astonished? Really? The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Xia Jiqing gradually stood up, casting a casual glance at Jiang Nan, her gaze filled with a profound shyness. I'll go wash the dishes now. I'll leave Xiaoying in your care. All right. Jiang Nan nodded. Xiaoying, make sure to learn the finger techniques well. Your mother hopes to see you perform on a grand stage one day. Before leaving, Xia Jiqing affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. Yes. Don't worry, mommy. That day will surely come. The little girl nodded emphatically. Thank you so much today, Xiao Jiang. I haven't seen Xiaoying smile like that in a long time. The same goes for me. Around 8:30 in the evening, at the landlord's doorstep, she gazed at Jiang Nan tenderly and murmured her gratitude. Sister Xia, you're being too formal. With Xia Jiqing's affection reaching 40 points, Jiang Nan felt they had reached a zenith, and any further increase seemed unlikely without a more assertive approach. However, he was not in a hurry. Fine wine must be savored slowly. To gulp it down would be no different than Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit. All right, I suppose I am being too formal. The landlord's wife inhaled deeply, her gaze softening as she looked at Jiang Nan. The dim corridor lights cast a unique ambience, heightening the moment. At that instant, her heart began to race inexplicably. Well, Sister Xia, I should be heading back. If you need anything, just message me on WeChat. As Jiang Nan prepared to turn away, Xiao Jiang, the landlord's wife, instinctively grasped his arm as he was about to leave. When he turned back, the dim light revealed her stunningly beautiful face, flushed with a rosy hue. Thump, thump. She could distinctly hear her heart racing. Taking a deep breath, as if resolved, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Nan and said, You know, I've been a widow for many years, living alone with Xiaoying. Sister. Jiang Nan held her hand, feeling its coolness in the night air, and rubbed it gently, softly calling out, I must say, you seem different today. Honestly, I'm quite surprised. Xia Jiqing replied softly. I don't know if you're one of those wealthy second-generation individuals seeking life experiences, but that's irrelevant. Let me speak candidly. I think I might have developed a bit of affection for you, and it's quite intense. Confusion flickered across her face as she spoke. She could hardly believe that in just one day, she had developed feelings for someone who was once a mere stranger. Sister you. Jiang Nan stared at Xia Jiqing in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Oh dear, what am I saying? Noticing Jiang Nan's silence, Xia Jiqing's excitement began to wane, and she suddenly realized her boldness. Shyly turning to retreat into her home, calling out, Xiao Jiang, I'm not being forward. That was truly from my heart. I can't keep things bottled up. I say what I feel. If you're uncomfortable, I want to bring it up again. Bang. The door slammed shut. Inside, Xia Jiqing's chest rose and fell rapidly as she leaned against the door, breathing heavily, her heart racing as she listened to the footsteps fade away, covering her flushed face. She awkwardly murmured to herself, Xia Jiqing, you've been lonely for far too long. Encountering such an outstanding young man like Xiao Jiang has clearly overwhelmed you. Buzz. On the coffee table, her phone vibrated. Mommy, someone sent you a message. Her daughter chimed in. Who is it? Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, calming her anxious emotions, and walked slowly to the living room. Let me see. It's from brother Jiang Nan. The little girl exclaimed, prompting Xia Jiqing to hasten her steps. Taking her daughter's phone, her breath caught in her throat, and she quickly made her way to the balcony, opening the chat with Jiang Nan and tapping on the voice message he had sent. Chapter 18. Sister, are you asleep? Actually, I want to tell you something. Jiang Nan's voice resonated, his serious tone tightening Xia Jiqing's breath. Before long, another voice message arrived, and she eagerly pressed play. Actually, I have an online girlfriend, and I must clarify this with you. Hearing this, Xia Jiqing paused, then released her held breath. Her tense expression easing. What did it matter? As long as he didn't outright reject her, it was not a concern for Xia Jiqing. Although she was over 30, she still turned heads when she stepped out, capturing the attention of many men. An online relationship was trivial, even if he had someone in reality. Xia Jiqing found it inconsequential. As a widow, she had no intention of chasing any formal titles. It's fine. I don't mind that at all, she replied, her tone considerably more relaxed. From Jiang Nan's voice and the glances they had shared earlier, she sensed that this handsome young man had feelings for her as well. Meanwhile, back at home, Jiang Nan lounged on the sofa, a smile creeping onto his face as he heard the landlord's words. He realized that he had essentially won her over. Whether they could delve deeper into their relationship would depend on the opportunities that arose. Though a favorability score of 40 is indeed quite high, achieving a stable home run may still pose a slight challenge. There is no rush. Eventually, it will all be mine, Jiang Nan mused with a light chuckle. The two continued their conversation for a short while, neither delving deeper into the topic, as everything remained unspoken. After all, they were adults, and such matters were well understood. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Nan was about to set his phone down to freshen up before heading to bed and perhaps indulge in some time on Douyin. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. It was Meng Qingqiu, his online romantic interest. Darling, in just 2 more days, I'll finally get to see you. Meng Qingqiu's voice came through, laced with a hint of playful affection. How thrilling, Jiang Nan replied. Indeed, it will be our true first meeting. Meng Qingqiu added softly. I recall someone seems rather fond of white stockings. What? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Hee. Meng Qingqiu chuckled, but said nothing more. Actually, I am quite fond of black stockings as well, Jiang Nan hinted. I've worn black stockings, but I hardly ever wear white ones. Meng Qingqiu responded. Are you there? Jiang Nan asked directly. Yes, what is up? Let us see some black stockings and those lovely legs. All right, darling, just a moment while I fetch my black stockings. A few minutes later, a photo appeared, showcasing a pair of luminous white legs emerging from beneath a pink nightgown, possibly glimmering due to the lighting. Meng Qingqiu shyly sent a voice message. Perfect. This was not Jiang Nan's first glimpse of Meng Qingqiu's legs. After all, they had been in an online relationship for 2.5 years. While not sharing overly intimate photos, he had seen her collarbone, her legs, and even her feet in black stockings on a few occasions. Before long, a message from Meng Qingqiu arrived, accompanied by a short video. In it, she directed the camera at her lovely feet, slowly slipping on black stockings, the mysterious fabric gradually enveloping her perfect legs, delivering a striking visual impact. Hee. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Meng Qingqiu's cheerful voice followed. Absolutely fantastic, Jiang Nan replied with a sticker. They continued to chat, and Meng Qingqiu occasionally sent more photos of her legs adorned in black stockings. At Jiang Nan's enthusiastic request, she even switched to white ankle socks on one foot, creating a striking contrast of black and white. Unbeknownst to them, they had conversed until 10 o'clock. Jiang Nan contemplated asking Meng Qingxiu for a video call, but decided against it, knowing they would meet in person in just 2 days. After ending the call, he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon returning to his bedroom, he received a message from his landlady. The image made his heart race. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of his landlady in a lacy black dress, posing alluringly. She resembled a character straight out of a comic book, and from this angle, she was nothing short of breathtaking. Alone in the quiet night, Jiang Nan prepared for bed when a voice message arrived, eliciting a chuckle from him. Truly, at 30. His landlady exuded an irresistible warmth once she opened up. Jiang Nan wasted no time in initiating a video call. After a few seconds, she answered, but the screen was dark. Hey, Xia Jie, did you turn off the lights so soon? Jiang Nan asked in surprise. I was about to sleep, and you? Why aren't you wearing a top? His landlady's shy voice responded. Is that so? Jiang Nan started to speak, but she interrupted. Oh, Xiao Jiang. I feel a bit shy. I'm also getting ready for bed, so I'll hang up now. The call ended, and Jiang Nan heard the system notification in his mind. Xia Jiqing favorability 5. After about 10 minutes, while browsing Douyin, he heard the notification again. Xia Jiqing favorability 5. Another 5 points? This meant that with a total of 100 points, his landlady had already crossed the halfway mark in her feelings for him. With 40 points indicating a fiery passion, surely 50 points would allow for something more substantial. With this thought, Jiang Nan exited Douyin and opened WeChat, contemplating a message for his landlady. Xiajia, are you asleep? Chapter 19. The confession at that moment. The sound of running water emanated from the bathroom of the landlady's bedroom. A few minutes later, she emerged wrapped in a towel, feeling quite daring. The landlady swallowed hard, her cheeks flushed, and returned to bed. Buzz. Her phone vibrated unexpectedly. She picked it up to find Jiang Nan's message. Xiajia, are you asleep? It was nearly 10:30. Why was he asking this? Moreover, it seemed he knew she was still awake. The landlady swallowed again and replied, No, not yet. She felt a surge of energy as Jiang Nan's message arrived. Feeling a bit lively, Xiajia, would you like to go out for a stroll? Upon reading this, her heart raced. A late-night outing with a man? Initially inclined to refuse, she suddenly recalled Jiang Nan's perfect physique from their earlier video call, compelling her to agree without knowing why. Upon agreeing, her face flushed once more. At 30, she was not an innocent girl. Yet the thought of a simple late-night stroll felt anything but ordinary. Minutes later, the door creaked open, revealing her in a little black dress and high heels. Her silver hair elegantly styled, resembling a character from an irreverent comic. Xiao Jiang, she said, her cheeks tinged with crimson, unable to meet his gaze. The sight of her blushing face only heightened Jiang Nan's admiration. You look stunning, he complimented sincerely. Not really. I'm 30 now, she replied, biting her lip, feeling bashful. Haven't you heard the saying? Jiang Nan moved closer to her, an aura of masculinity enveloping her senses, making her cheeks burn even brighter, her eyes slightly glazed. What is it? As he leaned in closer, he whispered, Fear not the innocent schoolgirl's flirtation, but beware the 30-year-old woman. The warmth of his breath sent shivers down her spine. Her face flushed all the way to her ears, and even her neck followed suit. Xiao Jiang. She found herself feeling a little weak-kneed. With a favorability score of 52 in hand, Jiang Nan felt emboldened, reaching out to grasp the delicate hand of the landlady, suggesting, Let us take a stroll nearby. I believe there's a small park close by. Sure, I'll follow your lead. Anywhere is fine, the landlady replied sweetly. The night in May retained a slight chill, but for Jiang Nan and Xia Jiqing, it was hardly a concern. They meandered under the moonlight to a small park a few hundred meters away from the community. At the riverbank, they settled onto a small bench. As a gentle breeze stirred, the ethereal moonlight illuminated the landlady's bangs, which danced softly, her silver strands glistening. Sister Xia, you truly are beautiful. Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim. You have such a sweet tongue. You certainly know how to flatter. The landlady cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Nan, inching closer and whispering, to be honest, the breeze by the river carries a hint of chill. Understanding her implication, Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around the landlady. In that moment, both felt their hearts racing inexplicably. Jiang Nan. The landlady gently called his name. Meeting her gaze filled with anticipation, he slowly lowered his head. Moments later, a notification chimed. Xia Jiqing favorability 3. Jiang Nan, you. The landlady's voice was tinged with shyness. Oh, I apologize, Sister Xia, Jiang Nan stammered, unsure whether his reaction was intentional or born of embarrassment, withdrawing his hands and rubbing his nose. It's nothing. Taking a deep breath, the landlady rested her head on Jiang Nan's shoulder, murmuring, It seems our progress is a bit rapid. Sister. Jiang Nan paused, caught off guard. But I have no regrets. I'm already 30. If I don't indulge now, I'll truly grow old. I don't want to leave regrets for my future. She confessed softly. You should sense how I feel about you, Jiang Nan. The landlady continued. I am aware you have an online romantic interest. So I won't expect too much. Let us keep our relationship as it is. When you have time, just accompany me a bit, and I'll be content. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, holding her a little tighter. Jiang Nan, don't speak, she murmured, closing her eyes and tilting her head slightly. As the night deepened, the wind grew increasingly cold. We should head back. Xiaoying is home alone. And if she wakes up in the middle of the night and can't find me, she might cry, the landlady said softly. In a few days. Xiaoying's grandmother will take her to stay for a few days. Will you come to keep me company? Upon returning home, it was already midnight. Jiang Nan stared at his hand, astonishment evident on his face. Wow, it's truly remarkable. Although he had a notion of the landlady's physique, it was only upon direct contact that he truly grasped its magnitude. Once in his room, he changed into pajamas and lay down on his bed. Suddenly, he recalled something. Glancing at the bedside table, then flipping over to open the drawer, furrowing his brow. Having acquired the system nearly a day ago, he just remembered his 5-year diary was missing. The diary, which should have been in the drawer, had vanished. And a strange light flickered in his eyes as memories of 5 years past flooded back. At 17, on his birthday, he had passed a bridge where an elderly woman with white hair sat selling trinkets. Moved by her plight, he purchased a few items, and she gifted him a diary, claiming that if he made wishes for 5 years, his dreams would come to fruition. Throughout the years, he had recorded his wishes, never ceasing. Now, with the system, it dawned on him that the diary, though not particularly thick, had captured 5 years of entries without him ever changing it. How oblivious I've been. Jiang Nan shook his head. Reflecting on his diary's content, he recalled, I wish to be a super-rich heir. My impoverished life for 22 years was merely a test for my yet-to-be-seen billionaire father to cultivate my resilience as a worthy successor. Perhaps, in some sense, he had indeed succeeded in his wish. His unseen billionaire father might just be this system. Jiang Nan chuckled. Host, the Indulgent Life System is merely a small aid for you. The system's voice echoed in his mind. So, has my wish been granted? Jiang Nan inquired. It has. The system replied. I recommend you check your character attribute panel. Oh, I can view my character attribute panel? Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with curiosity. He called forth his character attributes. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, 4 million yuan. Abilities, insight, master-level piano proficiency. Items, Porsche Cayenne. Lifespan opportunities. On your 22nd birthday, you will receive a grand gift. Upon reviewing his attributes, a hint of surprise crossed Jiang Nan's face. Unlike the landlady's attributes, he had an additional lifespan opportunity. His birthday was on July 15th, meaning in 2 months, his wish would genuinely materialize. However, now that he possessed the system, he found himself indifferent to the title of a super-rich heir. Yet, such an identity could legitimize everything, allowing for more substantial funds to indulge in. Certainly, this was merely his speculation. The true nature of the anticipated grand gift would only be revealed in 2 months. Before sleeping, he decided to earn a bit more. Jiang Nan lay down, opened Douyin, and with a clear purpose, deposited 1 million yuan. Instantly, 10 million Douyin diamonds filled his account. Spotting a decent-looking streamer, he swiped generously. Remarkably, he finished spending the entire 10 million in just half an hour, mostly spent searching for appealing streamers. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing consumption, earning a 3-fold rebate. 1 million transformed into 3 million, netting him a profit of 2 million in merely half an hour. Such a pace of earning was unparalleled, with ample time to indulge and reap returns. Sleepless nights were unnecessary. A night without dreams passed, and the next morning, Jiang Nan awoke around 8, his biological clock stable. The first thing he did was call out to the system in his mind. The Indulgent Life System is at your service. How may I assist you? The system replied promptly. No need. I merely wanted to confirm whether yesterday was merely a dream, Jiang Nan said, checking his account balance on his phone. 6 million. A satisfied smile spread across his face. In just a single day, he transformed from a modest individual with a few thousand in savings to a prosperous figure boasting 6 million. Throughout this journey, he encountered a plethora of enchanting experiences he had never known before. Ecstatic, Jiang Nan sprang out of bed with a sudden burst of energy. His physical condition seemed to be exceptionally robust, and he wondered if he would have the opportunity to showcase it when Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng on the 18th. Dressed in a new set of Armani leisure wear, Jiang Nan reflected on the pleasant weather of May, neither too cold nor too hot. A simple short or long-sleeved shirt would suffice for venturing out, Standing before the mirror at the washstand, he mused over his thoughts. If his online romantic interest, Meng Qingqiu, who was the renowned beauty of Moda University, truly was the same person, then her looks, figure, and charm were undoubtedly exceptional. To be honest, he felt it would be a disservice to her if he did not pursue her after she traveled such a distance for their first meeting. Moreover, Jiang Nan was quite curious about her feelings toward him after their 2.5-year online relationship. Based on her usual demeanor, he speculated that her affection might not even reach 40 points. However, considering that she willingly traveled such a distance and had even met him secretly last year, initiating a second formal meeting, he began to reconsider. Upon reflection, he thought it was likely that her feelings exceeded even 50 or 60 points. With this in mind, he felt hopeful that the completion of the welfare task assigned by the system might hinge on Meng Qingqiu, whose specific attributes he had yet to discover. A peculiar sparkle glimmered in Jiang Nan's eyes. Suddenly, his phone, resting on the washstand, vibrated and chimed. He picked it up to see a voice call from Meng Qingqiu. "Good morning, darling." Her vibrant voice, full of energy, made Jiang Nan's lips curve upwards uncontrollably. The 16th marked just 2 days until their long-awaited meeting. Meng Qingqiu's laughter resonated with excitement, revealing that she was likely even more eager for their first encounter than he was. "Darling, I'm off to class," she announced before ending the call. After completing his morning routine, Jiang Nan settled onto the living room sofa, ordered a standard breakfast of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and a tea egg, totaling around 15 yuan, with a fourfold rebate on his expenditure. The more he spent, the more money he seemed to accumulate. Soon enough, he might just become the wealthiest person in Jiangxing. He pondered that as his wealth grew, he might eventually develop a disdain for the very money he possessed. Jiang Nan understood that while spending could bring fleeting pleasure, that joy would inevitably wane. He recalled the welfare task from the system, realizing it could serve as a counterbalance to his potential desensitization towards wealth. Would he perhaps develop some extraordinary abilities in the future? He mused that he ought to first acquire an indestructible constitution. Though he contemplated the long term, he was not obsessively fixated on distant goals. He was already surrounded by several attractive individuals, Lingered Man, his landlady, and the impending arrival of Meng Qingqiu, his online partner. It would hardly suffice to merely meet them once a day. Thus, an indomitable constitution was indeed necessary. "System, I hope you can provide some support," he silently wished. Opening WeChat, he noticed several messages awaiting his response. One from his landlady, another from Lingered Man, and yet another from the game live streamer, Su. "Landlady, good morning. My charming little man. Lingered Man, Jiang Nan, shall we grab lunch this afternoon? I know a fantastic Sichuan restaurant." "Su, Jiang Nan, are you also in Jiacheng?" He replied to each in turn, hesitating to agree to Lingered Man's invitation, simply stating that he would see. However, he was taken aback by Su's message. Was she also in Jiacheng? "Yes," he replied. After responding, he leaned back on the sofa, exited WeChat, and opened Douyin. "Welcome, everyone, to the live stream. This is a mini-game channel. I'm your host, Xiaomei. 1 small heart on the pressure board, 3 for a big beer, and a hot air balloon for a minute on the pressure board." The familiar voice caused Jiang Nan to widen his eyes in surprise. This Xiaomei, also known as Su, was remarkably diligent, starting her stream around 8 in the morning as if it were a regular job. After some contemplation, Jiang Nan decided to invest 1 million into the stream, instantly receiving 10 million Douyin coins. He entered the live stream. "Welcome, brother Jiang Nan. Good morning. Have you eaten breakfast?" Su greeted him enthusiastically upon his arrival. "I ordered takeout and just came to check in," Jiang Nan replied in the chat. After sending a comment, he generously gifted 20 carnival tickets, amounting to 60,000 yuan. "Well, thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the 20 carnival tickets. Currently, there is no penalty for gifting carnival tickets. Would you like to customize a small punishment?" Su's voice brimmed with excitement. Despite it being early morning with only 5 or 6 viewers in the live stream, the chat began buzzing with requests. "Big brother, let her change into stockings." "Yes. Let Su swap her skin-colored stockings for black or white ones. We beseech you, let Su change her skin-colored stockings." Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and typed, "Change into your favorite outfit, but keep the skin-colored stockings. I haven't had my fill of them yet." He had grown accustomed to the sight of black, white, and other colored stockings, but the skin-colored ones were still a novelty for him. Su's legs, clad in those sheer stockings, were accentuated by her ordinary floral dress, only revealing her calves and delicate feet. He felt a more revealing outfit would beautifully showcase her legs. "All right, brother Jiang Nan, please hold on a moment," Su replied, covering her chest with a sign and bowing before dashing off screen. Jiang Nan, unhurried, began gifting more carnival tickets. In a short span, along with the previous 20. He had gifted a total of 100 carnival tickets worth 300,000 yuan, equivalent to over a year's salary for an ordinary worker, all within minutes. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing your expenditure, you have received a tenfold rebate of 3 million yuan. Jiang Nan's face registered shock at the system's announcement. Wow, a tenfold rebate. This is my first time receiving such a substantial return. Overjoyed, he gifted Su Su another 100 carnival tickets. This time, however, the luck was not as generous, yielding only a twofold rebate, totaling 600,000 yuan. As Jiang Nan gazed at the remaining 4 million duzwans in his account, he contemplated whether to spend it all at once. Suddenly, the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor resonated in the live streaming room. Thank you for waiting. Brother Jiang Nan, I have arrived. Su Su's voice followed shortly after, drawing Jiang Nan's attention. The first thing that came into view was a pair of slightly translucent, silky legs clad in a qipao. Soon, Su Su's entire figure entered the frame. Her physique was simply breathtaking. Jiang Nan's eyes widened. In the live stream, Su Su held a small round fan, her face obscured by a mask. Yet, in the presence of her curvaceous, voluptuous form, it was no exaggeration to say that no matter how high one's beauty score, it could never rival the allure of an exceptional figure. This subtly sheer qipao showcased the beauty of her silky legs exquisitely. What a marvel indeed. Jiang Nan admitted that merely her outstanding physique was enough to drive countless individuals online into a frenzy. My goodness, this is simply delightful, he thought, his fingers typing in excitement. Wow, this host figure elevates the charm of the qipao and silk combination to its zenith, truly the pinnacle of this style. Despite the influence of Jiang Nan's 200 carnival gifts, the atmosphere in the live stream erupted into a fervor the moment Su Su made her stunning appearance in that sheer qipao. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan could no longer contain himself and cast a discerning spell towards Su Su. Chapter 22. Deposits reach 10 million. Benefits small task upgrade. Name, Su Yun. Age, 28 years. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charge, 1. Beauty score, 90 points. Affection, 30 points. A beauty score of 90. When Su Yun's attribute panel appeared, his gaze fixated on her beauty score, and he was taken aback upon seeing that it was a remarkable 90 points. He had seen Su Yun's photos and knew her beauty was considerable, belonging to the type that only grew more appealing with each glance, yet he never expected it to reach such heights. Furthermore, her initial affection level of 30 points was even more astonishing to Jiang Nan, considering he had spent nearly 1 million yet only attained a mere 30 points of affection. He found that entirely reasonable. In the realm of online spending, affection levels had their limits unless one encountered an extreme gold digger, in which case the affection would undoubtedly soar. However, Su Yun, from head to toe, struck Jiang Nan as an exemplary woman. Achieving 30 points of affection was already quite commendable. Meeting offline would undoubtedly be the quickest way to enhance affection. Jiang Nan's eyes momentarily flickered. Huh, a total of 200 carnivals? At that moment, Su Yun's astonished and excited voice echoed in the live stream. Brother Jiang Nan, how many outfits can I change into with these 200 carnivals? I don't have that many. Ha ha ha, dividing these 200 carnivals, wouldn't that be enough for you to purchase hundreds of different outfits? Yes, everyone, please follow. I believe this exceptional outfit streamer has immense potential for growth. Perhaps we will witness the birth of a natural silk goddess or a qipao saint. As Su Yun watched the stream of comments flood in, a hint of bewilderment crossed her masked face. She then focused on Jiang Nan's avatar at the top of the leaderboard and took a deep breath. She understood that everything she had was thanks to this benefactor. Without his generous gifting in her live stream, she would not have been able to attract such traffic. Given her unchanged streaming style, never selling risky content or socks, earning a living through streaming would have been a distant dream. Now, with Jiang Nan's single contribution exceeding 1 million, after taxes and deductions, she would at least net 30 to 40,000, a sum representing several years of her prior income. Su Yun's affection 10. The system's notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to add another 200,000 yuan, combining it with the remaining 400,000 to once again gift Su Yun 200 carnivals. In this instant, another system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. You have received a 5-fold rebate, 3 million yuan. Another 5-fold rebate, with 3 million entering his account. Jiang Nan's face broke into a satisfied smile. His savings had now reached an astonishing 11.6 million yuan, a figure most ordinary individuals could scarcely dream of. Ding! Congratulations, host, your savings have reached 10 million yuan. in light of your strong and proactive consumption desire. The welfare small task you are currently undertaking has been upgraded to possess a beautiful companion with a beauty score exceeding 90 points, affection over 90. Task reward: Jiangqing Tianfu number 001 Villa, globally limited luxury hypercar Pagani Huayra, and the ability of indestructible vitality. At the moment, Jiang Nan's savings surpassed 10 million. The system's notification chimed for the third time. Oh, hearing this new system prompt, Jiang Nan's expression shifted to one of surprise, which swiftly transformed into excitement. The task remained, but the rewards had been enhanced. Upon completing the welfare small task, in addition to the Jiangcheng Tianfu number 001 Villa and the globally limited Pagani Huayra, he would also gain the ability of indestructible vitality. Wonderful, my dear system, you truly are my attentive assistant, providing precisely what I desire. Jiang Nan couldn't help but express his admiration. It is an honor for the system to serve its host, came the system's voice. It is also my honor to be your host. The system was simply delightful. Jiang Nan couldn't resist showering it with praise. Thank you, Brother Jiang Nan, for the additional 200 carnivals. Would you like to customize any punishments? Susu's voice chimed in the live stream. No need for any punishment. You may continue streaming. I will take my leave, Jiang Nan replied. Susu had brought him considerable gains, and Jiang Nan was reluctant to impose any punishment on her. Moreover, even if a punishment were to be set, it would not occur online. With a beauty score of 90 and affection reaching a remarkable 40 points before they even met, it was easy to imagine the profound impact their eventual meeting would have, given his youthful wealth and charm. As Jiang Nan exited the live stream, Su Yun simultaneously closed her broadcast with nearly 3,000 viewers. Just as he prepared to browse Douyin for beautiful streamers, several notifications pinged on his WeChat. Upon checking, he found messages from Su Yun. Brother Jiang Nan, what a coincidence. I am also from Jiangqing. You have gifted me so many presents. I truly don't know how to thank you. I wonder if I could invite you for a meal. Reading these messages, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled, and a satisfied smile graced his face as he replied, sure. This time, rather than typing, he sent a voice message. In the old district of Jiangqing, within a quaint vintage apartment, a woman clad in a slightly sheer qipao, her flawless legs adorned with stockings, removed her mask and held her phone to her ear. All right. When are you free? Upon hearing this voice message, Su Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. What a youthful voice. There were no photographs nor any indication of age on Jiang Nan's Douyin account, only an IP location from Jiangqing. To be honest, Su Yun never imagined that the person who had generously gifted her over 1 million in virtual tokens would be a young man. In her mind, such extravagant spending was typically the domain of older, affluent individuals. Moreover, Jiang Nan's habit of gifting without making any demand seemed far too composed for a youth. Thus, Su Yun had always assumed that this top donor was a middle-aged man. Yet, the voice she heard suggested otherwise, filling her with an inexplicable sense of delight. Brother Jiang Nan, it's about time. You can come to my place. Su Yun replied, I'm available at noon. Send me your location, and I'll come find you shortly. Jiang Nan's voice chimed in again. All right, Su Yun hastily responded. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced around her modest apartment, biting her lip as she murmured, though it's a bit small, it's clean. He shouldn't mind, right? Murmuring to herself, she sent her location to Jiang Nan, took a deep breath, and returned to her bedroom to change. Assuming Jiang Nan wanted to share a simple meal at her home, she resolved to tidy up and buy some groceries. Fortunately, her daughter was in kindergarten, so there would be no awkwardness. Su Yun swallowed hard, feeling a mixture of anxiety and anticipation about bringing her top donor home. She wondered what this man looked like. With a current favorability score of 40 points towards Jiang Nan, Su Yun believed that as long as he wasn't disfigured or impaired in some way, that score could very well lead to something indescribable between them. Su Yun was no fool. After all, Jiang Nan had lavished over 1 million on her. If he truly sought nothing in return, she found that hard to believe. Having raised her daughter alone for so many years, she felt the weight of her circumstances. Finding a reliable partner would be a liberating change. Had it not been for Jiang Nan's overwhelming generosity, she might have endured her life without any such hope. Yet now, with Jiang Nan's support, it would be a lie to say she didn't desire someone to lean on. Let us see, she thought, although I have a child, few young women can compare to me in looks or figure. Besides, I've only been with one man. Today's young women might not even measure up to that. As she spoke to herself, Su Yun, having just shed her qipao, glanced at her reflection in the mirror, a hint of pride warming her cheeks. Despite nearing her 30s, she still possessed the allure of youth. Oh, please let this top donor be a man worthy of my trust. Even if he were to be merely a lover, I would gladly accept if he treated me well. Having lived alone with her daughter for so long, She understood the challenges of single motherhood better than anyone. Her daughter was still young, merely in kindergarten, but as she grew older and faced the expenses of primary school, junior high, high school, and even university, the financial burden would be immense. As a part-time piano teacher, Soo-Yun earned a decent income when acquaintances sought her help with a few students, sometimes reaching over $10,000 a month when combined with her modest live streaming earnings. However, such stability was far from guaranteed. Lost in thought, she donned a simple floral dress and took a final glance in the mirror, a shy smile creeping onto her face. Soo-Yun's favorability too. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, having just saved Soo-Yun's location on his phone, was startled by a sudden notification from the system, raising an eyebrow in surprise. To think that a mere million could stir such emotions in a refined woman. It seemed that wealth truly afforded one the freedom to indulge. In a way, it felt as though fate had conspired to bring him and Soo-Yun together, with her account consistently appearing on his feed. Jiang Nan shook his head, astonished by the rapid shift in his perspective over just a day's time. It was evident that many would find the behavior of newly wealthy individuals off-putting. Reflecting on the wealth he had just acquired, he acknowledged the reality that numerous individuals were wealthier than he. Yet, what did wealth truly mean? Taking a deep breath, he considered that the phrase wealth beyond measure belonged to a bygone era. History had shown the fate of the immensely rich, like Shen San, who also fell victim to deceit. The common man did not contend with the powerful, for no matter how rich one became, authority would always overshadow wealth. Fortunately, the returns he received from his newfound system were legitimate, beyond anyone's scrutiny. Otherwise, he might have already attracted unwelcome attention before even amassing $1 million. Jiang Nan retrieved his phone and downloaded several premium games he'd previously been unable to afford. After several hours of indulging in these games, he had spent nearly $3 million, averaging $1 million per hour. Remarkably, he had earned a return of $9 million, netting a profit of $6 million in just over 3 hours, an astonishing feat that would take most a lifetime to achieve. With $17.6 million in hand and a car already acquired, he contemplated purchasing a property. As he pondered, his phone buzzed, revealing a voice call from Soo-Yun. Is this Brother Jiang Nan? Despite being slightly older, Soo-Yun's sweet voice felt soothing to Jiang Nan. Yes, it is, he replied. Brother, it's about time. You can come to my house now. Her slightly bashful tone echoed through the phone. Hearing Soo-Yun's invitation, Jiang Nan paused. With a favorability score of 42 points. Was she really that forward? They hadn't even met face to face yet, and she was already inviting him over? Jiang Nan, reluctant yet compliant, responded with a brief acknowledgement before tidying up his home and stepping out. The location Soo-Yun had sent him was not far from his old neighborhood. A drive would take approximately 7 to 8 minutes at a leisurely pace, though it could be as brief as 4 minutes if he sped. Hesitating for a moment in front of a convenience store, he ultimately decided to purchase a box of doo-doo for emergencies. Before long, Jiang Nan found himself driving his Porsche Cayenne into the community where Soo-Yun resided. I have arrived, he messaged her. Just a moment, I'll be right down, Soo-Yun replied, surprised at his promptness. I'm nearby, Jiang Nan responded, lowering his window to survey the surroundings. Although this was an older neighborhood, it boasted the necessary greenery, small gardens, and fountains. He could easily discern the layout of the entire complex, which consisted of 4 buildings with ample space between them. He parked in the central area. Stepping out of the car, he tucked the small box of doo-doo into his pocket and waited patiently. Soon, his phone buzzed. I'm downstairs. Where are you? Soo-Yun's voice chimed in. I'm in the central area, Jiang Nan replied, moving about while scanning his surroundings. Meanwhile, Soo-Yun was also approaching, and when their eyes met, Jiang Nan distinctly heard her swallow nervously through the phone. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Soo-Yun's affection level 20. Is that you, handsome? Soo-Yun's incredulous voice reached him. Indeed, it is I, Jiang Nan said, ending the call and waving to the bewildered Soo-Yun from a distance. In an instant, her confusion morphed into delight as she jogged towards him in her stylish heels. You really are my brother Jiang Nan? Upon their meeting, Soo-Yun gazed at him in disbelief, instinctively drawing closer and linking her arm with his, under his slightly astonished gaze. Yes, Jiang Nan replied, taken aback by her boldness. Little did he know, the most effective strategy in this world was to allow a woman to pursue her own desires. There was no method more effective than this. Soo-Yun had long since embarked on this journey of self-pursuit, and now, standing before the incredibly handsome Jiang Nan, she found it hard to resist. You must be born after 2000, she remarked, her arm still entwined with his, causing Jiang Nan's heart to flutter. Yes, I am 22 this year, he replied unabashedly, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Instantly, he felt her body shiver at his touch, though it was fleeting, and she relaxed thereafter. Soo-Yun's affection level 1. The notification brought a satisfied smile to Jiang Nan's face. Su Yun's assertiveness was a delightful surprise to him. After all, which man could resist a stunning woman with a flawless figure? If Jiang Nan lacked his keen perception, he might have felt intimidated by her advance. However, endowed with such insight, he could easily discern the true nature of women who seemed overly eager online. A respectable woman could not pose a threat, after all. Moreover, Jiang Nan sensed that Su Yun embodied the essence of a respectable lady, despite the stark contrast she presented. You were born in 2002, right? He inquired. Su Yun paused, her mouth slightly agape. How did you know? She responded, astonished. What is the significance of 2002? Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Oh, nothing much, just an interesting thought. Su Yun, glancing at him, mused to herself that his looks surpassed even the most popular idols in the entertainment industry. He possessed a striking charm that was both captivating and regal, reminiscent of a nobleman. Did you think I would be a middle-aged balding uncle? Jiang Nan teased, perceiving her thoughts clearly. Yes, she admitted, lowering her head shyly. Were you disappointed? Jiang Nan held Su Yun close as they ascended the stairs. Not at all. I am utterly thrilled. Su Yun responded hastily. The impressive affection level of 63 points was no ordinary feat, and Jiang Nan could feel the difference. In contrast, the landlady with an affection level of 55 had not shown nearly as much enthusiasm. From their very first encounter, it was Su Yun who took the initiative, even scheduling their meeting at her home. The rapid progression of their relationship was astonishing. Before long, they reached the 4th floor. Jiang Nan, having undergone a subtle transformation thanks to the system, ascended the stairs effortlessly, while Su Yun, possibly from exertion, appeared slightly flushed as they arrived at her door. As she fumbled for her keys, she glanced around nervously. Upon ensuring they were alone, she swiftly opened the door and pulled Jiang Nan inside. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. Before Jiang Nan could react, Su Yun embraced him tightly. In his mind, the system chimed with notifications. Su Yun's affection level 1. Su Yun's affection level 2. Su Yun's affection level 3. Within mere moments, her affection for him surged by an impressive 10 points. A few minutes later, a flustered Su Yun stuttered, I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. She nervously fiddled with the hem of her floral dress, exuding a childlike demeanor despite being a woman nearing 30 with a daughter. Jiang Nan, observing her innocent posture, gently lifted her chin, their gazes locking. Su Yun's delicate features, with her lips slightly bitten, were undeniably alluring. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, what is that delightful aroma? Have you prepared a meal? Yes, she nodded shyly. Just in time, as I am quite hungry, Jiang Nan replied, letting go of her chin and drawing her into his embrace. At this moment, Su Yun's affection for him had soared to an astounding 73 points, a truly remarkable level, evidenced by her eager demeanor. If Jiang Nan expressed even the slightest inclination, Su Yun would undoubtedly switch to full automatic mode. Soon, they settled at the dining table in the living room. Jiang Nan surveyed the meal, for dishes and a soup, a quintessential home-cooked feast. Spicy chicken, scrambled eggs with chives, corn, and rib soup. This looks appetizing, he exclaimed. Brother Jiang Nan, please bear with me. One day, I will prepare something grand for you, Su Yun said, serving him rice. Feeling a bit shy about addressing him as brother given their age difference. My name is Jiang Nan. You may simply call me by my name in person. The term brother feels somewhat awkward. I am Su Yun and Jiang Nan. What a splendid name. Su Yun gracefully took a seat beside Jiang Nan, diligently serving him dishes instead of eating for herself. As for the latter, what harm is there in dining one-handed? Haven't you seen people who eat while engrossed in their phones? During the meal, Jiang Nan savored his food with delight, while Su Yun, ever so obedient, sipped a bit of soup but hardly touched her meal thereafter. You seem a bit unfamiliar with this. After finishing, Jiang Nan leaned back in his chair, smiling as he gazed at Su Yun. Aye. Su Yun nodded quietly in response. It's all right. There will be more opportunities to drink. Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Indeed, by the end of the meal, Su Yun's fondness for Jiang Nan had remarkably soared to 80 points. The rapid progress left even Jiang Nan feeling somewhat incredulous. I'll tidy up a bit, Jiang Nan. Why don't you sit in the living room for a while? Su Yun stood to clear the dishes. No need. I'll assist you, Jiang Nan said, grasping Su Yun's hand. Their eyes met, and it felt as if an electric spark ignited between them. Sister Yun, you really haven't eaten much. You should have some more to avoid feeling drained all day. Jiang Nan gently suggested. Then I shall eat a little. Su Yun shyly nodded, preparing to set down her dishes. No, Sister Yun, please continue with your dishes, Jiang Nan's voice resonated. Su Yun's fondness 1. Su Yun's fondness 2. Su Yun's fondness 5. An hour later, in the bedroom, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, a vague daze settling over his face. Just one more point of fondness needed. It was perplexing why it had not increased. Throughout this time, Jiang Nan intermittently sensed Su Yun's fondness rising, yet upon reaching 89 points, it halted, as if it had reached a limit, leaving him utterly baffled. Could it be that Su Yun still harbored a lingering sentiment? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he observed the exhausted Su Yun, who had drifted into slumber. He gently brushed her bangs aside. Her beauty was truly remarkable, growing more enchanting with each glance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was around 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Nan, where have you been? It was a call from the landlady. I went out to handle some matters, Jiang Nan replied, glancing at the sleeping Su Yun. What is it, Sister Xia? Nothing much. I just wanted to cough, cough, cough. Ask you about piano fingering. The landlady's voice was soft, tinged with shyness. Let's discuss it tonight, Sister Xia. I still have some work to do, Jiang Nan responded. All right. Do let me know when you have time tonight. The call ended, and Jiang Nan finished his cigarette. He stepped down from the bed and noticed a pair of nude stockings on the floor, shaking his head with a chuckle. In his youth, he was oblivious to the allure of nude stockings, mistakenly valuing black and white ones. He once believed black and white stockings were the epitome, but now he understood that all types of silk held their own divine allure. The notion that nude stockings could not compare to black and white was utterly absurd. After taking a shower in the small bathroom, Jiang Nan emerged feeling refreshed and could not help but reflect. Finally, he was no longer that solitary hero struggling through lonely nights. Dressed, he looked at the still sleeping Su Yun, gently kissed her forehead, and departed. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, Su Yun, with her eyes still shut, suddenly opened them. A look of intoxication gracing her face. She pouted her lips and murmured, Su Yun, if one didn't know better, they might think you are Jiang Nan's #1 sister. Being so proactive, how shameless. Though she chided herself, she felt no remorse. She lamented not having met Jiang Nan sooner, wishing she could have enjoyed his company for much longer. Little did she know, even had she encountered Jiang Nan earlier, he would still not have possessed the capacity to enter her sights. Let's buy a house. Jiang Nan began searching for properties in Jiangxing on his phone. He was unfamiliar with the local real estate market, although this area was dubbed the Old District. Its location was not lacking, serving as a gathering point for outsiders. The prices started at a minimum of 18,000. Jiang Nan glanced at the listings, shaking his head. This pricing was indeed reasonable, and due to the recent economic downturn, prices had even dipped slightly. Otherwise, he believed they would start at no less than 22,000. This indicated just how valuable the landlady's buildings were. Should the old district undergo a comprehensive redevelopment, those few buildings alone could ensure her a lifetime of wealth. As Jiang Nan pondered, his eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, once he had a bit more money, he could buy them one by one. Just imagine how large his fortune could grow by then. If you find this book enjoyable, please take a moment to give it a 5-star review. It is crucial for the book. Free encouragement for updates is also welcome, as it allows the author to gauge the readership, which significantly boosts the motivation to write. Chapter 26, Nantian Pavilion, with an average price of 55,000 per unit. Jiang Nan considered himself a man of action. Once he decided to buy a house, he naturally headed straight to the nearest property. Despite being in the old district, there were plenty of newly constructed buildings. Nantian Pavilion. He arrived at the most prestigious property in Jiangxing's old district. Upon driving up to the sales center, 2 receptionists standing at the entrance immediately composed themselves. Hello. I'm here to view the properties. Is there parking available? Jiang Nan rolled down his window and smiled. Yes, of course. The moment Jiang Nan rolled down the window, the receptionist's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly approached him in their high heels. This way, please. This parking spot is excellent. You can drive straight out without needing to reverse when you leave. The 2 receptionists were exceedingly enthusiastic with Jiang Nan's striking appearance. It was clear that whether he arrived in a Porsche Cayenne or an ordinary scooter, they would be eager to assist such a handsome man. Thank you. After parking, Jiang Nan expressed his gratitude and took a moment to assess the 2 receptionists. Their looks were around 72 points, a respectable score, at least in Jiang Nan's previous perspective. A girlfriend with this score would surely bring a smile to his face. Moreover, being receptionists, they had commendable figures. Their professional attire, consisting of knee-length skirts and alluring black stockings, certainly drew attention. No need to thank us. It is our honor to assist our guests. The 2 receptionists smiled brightly, their eyes shimmering with admiration for Jiang Nan. At that moment, he was not merely a figure of charm but a magnet for women, radiating an irresistible allure. Soon, the receptionist led Jiang Nan into the Nantian Pavilion Sales Center's Grand Hall, where a staff member promptly approached them. This time, It was another stunning woman with long legs clad in black stockings, seemingly around 25 years of age, boasting a score of about 78. It would be no exaggeration to say that this score placed her among the upper echelon of ordinary women. Upon encountering Jiang Nan, a radiant smile instantly graced the face of the young lady, her gaze imbued with a hint of admiration. Such was the allure of Jiang Nan's striking handsomeness. In this fast-paced era, a man may lack wealth, yet he must never be devoid of charm. Indeed, even among the affluent, one must possess a certain level of attractiveness. No matter how remarkable one may be, without a distinguished identity, it is impossible to capture the attention of enchanting women. Greetings, I am Jiang Nan. May I inquire your name, sir? Jiang Nan invited Jiang Nan to take a seat on a small sofa, where several saleswomen occasionally glanced over, clearly captivated by the presence of such a dashing gentleman. I am Jiang, he replied. Welcome to Nantiange, Mr. Jiang. Rest assured, you will not be disappointed with our properties. After signaling to a nearby colleague, Jiang Nan settled across from Jiang Nan. Clad in a fitted professional outfit, she merely adjusted her skirt without crossing her legs. Her alluring silhouette subtly revealed. Sir, may I offer you some water? At that moment, another saleswoman approached with 2 bottles of mineral water. Thank you, Jiang Nan accepted, inadvertently brushing his hand against the saleswoman's, causing her to stiffen momentarily, her face flushing a deep crimson. He chuckled lightly, then turned to Jiang Nan, stating, I am here today to purchase a ready-to-move-in property. Indeed, Jiang Nan responded promptly. Do you have a preference for a fully renovated unit? Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before inquiring further. Meng Qingqiu will be arriving in Jiangsheng on the 18th. His previous residence, while decent, does not quite align with the opulent persona he portrays. Hence, a ready-to-move-in property would be ideal. Certainly, Jiang Nan affirmed, retrieving a file from behind her and extracting a small album. She then knelt gracefully, her neckline slightly revealing, drawing Jiang Nan's attention. Mr. Jiang, how do you find this layout? She inquired, noticing his gaze linger on her for a brief moment, prompting a subtle smile to appear at the corners of her mouth as she gestured towards the photos on the table. Jiang Nan glanced at the image of a compact unit, which measured a mere 80 square meters. The decor was far from his preferred minimalist style. Though not overly extravagant, it could become visually tiresome over time. This unit is somewhat too small, Jiang Nan remarked, shaking his head. My budget for a ready-to-move-in property is around 17 million. Please present me with options that meet this standard. Nantiange's average price stood at 55,000 per square meter, marking it as one of the most prestigious developments in the old city of Jiangsheng. At this rate, an 80 square meter unit would cost approximately 4 million, an amount beyond the reach of the average person, requiring even high earners several years of savings. Thus, acquiring a property in Nantiange signified entry into the affluent class. 17 million? Jiang Nan momentarily faltered, her eyes widening slightly before quickly regaining composure. She swallowed hard, hastily returning the album to the file as she leaned closer to the wealthy gentleman, stating, How about I show you the property for a more tangible impression? I believe that would be beneficial. Very well, Jiang Nan nodded, showing little interest in her alluring demeanor. He had little time for superficial attractions. His standards were high, with a minimum of 85 points in desirability, though he could tolerate an 80-point beauty with exceptional qualities. Jiang Nan, however, fell slightly short of his expectations. Chapter 27. A 15 million villa? Let us purchase it at this moment. They stood before one of the independent villas within Nantiange, currently priced at 15 million. Encompassing a total area of 320 square meters, including an impressive 120 square meters of additional space. Jiang Nan stood beside Jiang Nan, smiling as she elaborated on the property. Oh, is that so? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow upon hearing the total price. Calculating the cost per square meter, it amounted to nearly 47,000. This villa, spanning 3 levels, featured a basement with a private garage, cinema, gym, and leisure room. This villa has just been fully prepared for sale, Jiang Nan continued. Just about to be formally listed? Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. Well, if Mr. Jiang is interested, you can purchase it immediately, Jiang Nan replied eagerly. Let us take a look, Jiang Nan said, stepping into the villa. The first floor showcased an elegant European style. While not overly simplistic, it radiated sophistication. Can this be purchased outright? Purchased outright? Jiang Nan momentarily paused, processing his words. I'll take it, Jiang Nan stated, his demeanor resolute. No need for any frills. Are you suggesting you wish to proceed without further inspection? Jiang Nan's eyes widened, her expression turning to one of excitement. Indeed, Jiang Nan confirmed. However, I believe the price can be slightly reduced. Let us not haggle. 15 million is straightforward, she insisted. For a villa at this price point, any reduction would be minimal. and Jiang Nan understood that negotiating too hard could lead to greater losses. Gulping audibly, Jiang Nan realized the gravity of the situation. This was a true scion of wealth, ready to purchase a 15 million villa without hesitation. Will you be paying in full or? Before she could finish, Jiang Nan interrupted. I will pay in full, immediately. Please, follow me to the sales center to finalize the contract, Jiang Nan said, her demeanor transforming into that of a humble assistant leading the way. Swiftly, they arrived at the financial office within the sales center. After completing the contract, Jiang Nan proceeded with the payment, astonishing the onlookers as the sum of 15 million was processed without a hitch. Who is this young master, paying 15 million in cash? Jiang Nan's heart raced as she witnessed the transaction. Despite knowing Jiang Nan's intentions, the reality of the payment left her in shock. 15 million was beyond what she could hope to earn in a lifetime. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed a purchase. You have earned a 3x cashback reward, 45 million. A triple rebate, a windfall of 30 million. Delightful. Jiang Nan listened to the chimes of notifications in his mind, his expression remaining stoic while his heart brimmed with joy. Logically, one should seize the momentum and purchase 2 more villas here. However, he deemed it prudent to limit himself to 1 unit per development. Jiang Nan understood that the allure of hidden beauties would inevitably arise. Acquiring multiple units in a single complex could lead to tumultuous confrontations when distributing them to various romantic interests in the future. It is better to leave oneself some maneuvering room than to risk unforeseen complications. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. He currently possessed 47.6 million and had little interest in purchasing ordinary villas. If he were to buy, he sought only the finest and most opulent properties, gradually elevating his status. Once the payment was made, the subsequent processes would be considerably smoother. This large-scale development, featuring villas valued at 15 million, had long since prepared all necessary documentation. The procedures moved swiftly, and soon, Jiang Nan respectfully presented Jiang Nan with an envelope. Mr. Jiang, please take your time. If you need anything, feel free to contact me via WeChat. At the entrance of the sales center, Jiang Nan intended to see Jiang Nan off, but he merely waved her away and departed with the envelope. How efficient! Jiang Nan watched the departing Portia Qian, shaking her head with a bittersweet smile. Yet, her fleeting melancholy transformed into exhilaration. A villa priced at 15 million. Her commission would be substantial. If this continued, by the time Ming Qingxiu arrived in Jiangcheng, her cash reserves might reach 100 million, or even more. In the car, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, his face radiating anticipation for the future. Whenever he wished, he could spend the 47.6 million at his disposal on high-value acquisitions. With a stroke of fortune, this sum could potentially catapult him into the ranks of billionaires. He never feared that his wealth would attract scrutiny. With a reliable system by his side, the world was his playground, and he would traverse it with abandon throughout his life. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Jiang Nan glanced at the screen to see a message from Lin Man. Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? Would you like to grab a meal? Noticing the time, he realized it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. He contemplated his response, but just then, the landlord's WeChat call came through. Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? The landlord's gentle voice resonated. Yes, Jiang Nan replied promptly. How about joining me for a meal? The landlord suggested with a smile. Is it just the 2 of us? Jiang Nan inquired. My good friend from high school just returned to Jiangcheng and asked if I was free to have a meal together. The landlord explained softly. All right. Where are you now? Jiang Nan asked. At home, just putting on some makeup, she responded. Should I come over? I'll come to you, Jiang Nan said, promptly hanging up and casually texting Lin Man an excuse before hastening back. Chapter 28. The Landlady. In a few days, there will be delightful fruits for you. Knock, knock. Knock. Jiang Nan gently rapped on the door of the landlord. Xia Jiqing. Tap, tap, tap. After a few moments, the sound of light footsteps approached. Creak. The door opened, and Jiang Nan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The landlord looked exceptionally different today, not only in her attire but also in her makeup. Typically, she donned a mature and sophisticated look, but today she wore a subtle makeup that, if not closely observed, could be mistaken as natural. Her softly curled silver hair was styled into a high ponytail, exuding an aura of coolness and approachability. Her outfit, a pair of high-waisted jeans and a white crop top that revealed a hint of her toned midriff, drew the eye irresistibly. What's wrong? Can't recognize your sister? The landlord raised an eyebrow, a mere flicker of expression that sent a jolt through Jiang Nan's heart. Sister, your style is ever-changing. Everything suits you, Jiang Nan marveled. Oh, you little rascal. The landlord's facade of coolness melted into warmth as she said softly, in a few days, when Xiaoying goes to her grandmother's. I'll give you a proper lesson on piano techniques. Isn't she still in kindergarten? Jiang Nan asked, astonished. Yes, but I now find myself in a bit of a predicament. The landlord replied shyly, reflecting on Jiang Nan's impressive masculinity as he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Jiang Nan whispered something in her ear. Half an hour later. What a naughty boy. The landlord playfully scolded him. During that brief span, her affection for him had surged to 65 points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, a phone on the coffee table vibrated. Jiang Nan glanced over to see the contact name Lin, presumably the landlord's high school friend. He shook his head and refrained from answering. Noting the time, it was already 4 o'clock, and time had truly flown. Leaning back against the sofa, he closed his eyes and began to drift into thought. Minutes passed quickly. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes again. Xiaojia, someone just called you, Jiang Nan reminded her. Okay, the landlord replied, glancing at her phone. Why didn't you answer it? It's not appropriate. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. What's inappropriate? You humph. The landlord huffed playfully before dialing back. Moments later, the call connected. Lin, are we heading out now? The landlord asked softly. Yes, we're at the Jiangxin Grand Hotel. Hurry over. Lin's voice came through. Jiangxin Grand Hotel? Who is we? The landlord's brow furrowed. Well, it's me and my husband, Lin quickly clarified. You're in the old city, right? It's over half an hour's drive from here. You should leave early to avoid the rush hour traffic, she advised. All right. The landlord didn't think much of it, hanging up and stretching her arms, closing her eyes as she pouted. She feared not the innocent schoolgirl playing coy, but rather the allure of a 30-year-old neighbor. The innocence was merely a remnant for the landlord, a rare gem that could be styled in countless ways. Her current flirtatious demeanor, tinged with a hint of maturity, was a genuine visual and emotional impact. Jiang Nan rose. A few minutes later, in a few days, there will be delightful fruits for you. The landlord squinted her eyes with a smile, and Jiang Nan finally noticed the charming dimples at the corners of her mouth, adding an unusual beauty to her allure. Xiaojia, shouldn't I be the one saying that? Jiang Nan chuckled. I don't care. The 30-year-old landlord resembled a youthful maiden in love, stunning and captivating. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around the landlord's slender waist as they stepped outside. Jiang Nan, can you drive? The landlord asked as she clung to his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. I'm quite the expert. I almost drove a yellow Ferrari once, as you know. Anyone who can handle a yellow Ferrari must possess exceptional driving skills. The landlord's wife playfully pinched Jiang Nan's waist, prompting him to cry out in mock agony. Oh dear. Spare me, sister, he exclaimed, his pleas eliciting a smirk from her. With a light huff, she produced a set of keys from her Chanel bag, an impressive collection that included keys to a BMW, a Mercedes, an Audi, and a Porsche, with even a Lamborghini among them. Which one would you like to drive? She inquired cheerfully. Jiang Nan asked about the cars. They're in the underground garage of the complex. She replied, but it's quite a trek. Let's take my car instead. Jiang Nan shook his head and took out the car key, pressing it twice to summon the Porsche Cayenne parked nearby. The sleek vehicle rolled into view, surprising the landlord's wife. So this is yours? She said, astonished. Yes, Jiang Nan confirmed. It seems you're quite the wealthy young man. I was considering supporting you, she teased, pouting slightly. As they arrived at the Jiangxin Grand Hotel, a young valet rushed over, his eyes widening in admiration when the passenger window rolled down. Excuse me, may I? The landlord's wife maintained a poised demeanor, but her regal air radiated authority. After exchanging pleasantries, she handed the valet a generous tip, which he received with gratitude, clearly appreciative of the unexpected bonus. Upon entering the hotel, they were greeted by a lively voice calling out for Zixing, followed by the rhythmic click of heels. A woman approached, her makeup bold, yet her features unremarkable. Lillian, it's been ages, Zixing exclaimed, embracing her friend. Indeed, I've missed you, Lillian replied, her gaze shifting to Jiang Nan. Wow, he's quite handsome, she blurted out, prompting a proud smile from Zixing. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, meet my best friend from high school, Lillian. Jiang Nan greeted her with a smile. Lillian marveled at him, unable to look away, while Zixing exuded confidence, asserting her place beside him. Let us head upstairs, Lillian suggested, eager to continue their conversation. As they entered the elevator, they were met with a few acquaintances at the exit. The first, a well-dressed man in his 30s with glasses, frowned upon seeing the intimate closeness between Zixing and Jiang Nan. Class monitor, Zixing greeted him coolly. Ah, I've missed hearing you call me that, he chuckled, though his eyes remained fixed on Jiang Nan with barely concealed disdain. Come on in, your presence has been greatly missed, he insisted, ignoring Jiang Nan entirely. No, I'm here just to catch up with Lillian. Please don't invite me to future gatherings. I'd rather avoid any potential conflicts with my husband, Zixing replied firmly. her tone leaving no room for argument. As she leaned against Jiang Nan, her confidence and wealth were unmistakable, hinting at a fortune that was likely in the billions. A heap of car keys, worth at least 10 million, and if that Lamborghini happens to be a more renowned model, the value could easily exceed that amount. Given such a substantial worth, it is hard to believe that the landlady lacks any financial ambitions. You've married? Li Fei finally turned his gaze towards Jiang Nan, and upon noticing the handsome young man, his brow furrowed in disapproval. Jiqing, we aren't that familiar. Please address me by my full name, Xia Jiqing. The landlady clearly directed all her goodwill towards Jiang Nan and was keen to cater to his feelings. Jiang Nan understood this well. He tightened his embrace around the landlady's slender waist and whispered sweetly in her ear, "Sister, you're wonderful for considering your younger brother's feelings. I adore you, little rascal." The landlady cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Nan. Observing the flirtation between them, Li Fei's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low, stern voice. "Old classmate Xia Jiqing, there are too many pretty boys in this world, and they are all after your money. Can you really compare to my husband, who is so handsome and charming?" The landlady shot Li Fei a disdainful look and replied coolly, "To be frank, I have no idea what your intentions are in constantly arranging class reunions. Are you not also interested in my wealth? Moreover, please, if you're going to propose meeting in a mere 15th floor establishment, don't expect to attract wealthy patrons without spending some cash. Do you truly understand what it means to court a rich woman? I advise you to refrain from these roundabout tactics in the future." The landlady then took Jiang Nan by the hand and turned towards the elevator. "Wait for me, Jiqing." Wang Lin immediately pulled her rather oblivious husband to follow. Leaving Li Fei seething in place, his teeth clenched, and his face flushed with anger, clearly aggravated and embarrassed. Chapter 30. Money is trivial. The ability to reward is paramount. In the elevator, Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up and sincerely praised, "Sister, you were truly impressive just now. Of course, there is only one of me in this world. Do you think any man deserves my gentleness?" The landlady raised an eyebrow with pride. At that moment, Wang Lin and her husband entered the elevator as well. Jiang Nan glanced at Wang Lin's husband, who appeared to be in his 30s, slender and bespectacled, exuding a scholarly demeanor. Upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, the man smiled in greeting. Top floor. The landlady pressed the button for the 30th floor. The Jiangxin Grand Hotel has 2 dining areas. The 15th floor caters to the average consumer, while the top floor is frequented by the affluent. A meal there could easily cost tens of thousands. Ding. Soon, they arrived at the 30th floor. The 4 exited the elevator, and several welcoming hostesses approached them. "Do you have a reservation?" One lead hostess, with a warm smile, cast several admiring glances at Jiang Nan, her eyes filled with astonishment. "So handsome. We don't have a reservation. Are there private rooms available?" The landlady inquired. "Yes, but do you have a VIP card?" The hostess asked quietly. "I do." The landlady nodded and produced a black gold card from her chic handbag. Upon seeing the card, the hostess's demeanor instantly shifted to one of respect. She bowed and graciously led the way. Wang Lin and her husband exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback by the landlady's status. In contrast to Wang Lin's couple shock, Jiang Nan remained remarkably composed. After all, he was no longer the same person he once was. Shortly, the hostess led them to a private room. The table was equipped with a tablet for ordering, which would promptly relay their selections to the kitchen. "If you need anything, feel free to call me," the hostess said, bowing slightly at the entrance. "All right." The landlady nodded and entered the private room with Jiang Nan, followed closely by Wang Lin and her husband, who were once again astonished by the opulence of the space. "Jiqing, this private room must have a minimum spend requirement, right?" Wang Lin remarked in awe. "Just a few tens of thousands," the landlady replied with a smile. "Goodness, that's equivalent to several months of my salary." Wang Lin swallowed hard and whispered, "No wonder there are so many envious of the wealthy in this world. The lives of people are entirely different." "Haha," the landlady chuckled at that, shaking her head. "The worlds of people are actually quite similar. It is merely the different circumstances and environments that lead to divergent futures." Her words carried a profound depth, reflecting her distinct social standing. Jiang Nan could relate deeply, while Wang Lin and her husband merely smiled, choosing not to pursue further conversation. Individuals from different social strata often hold divergent perspectives, making it challenging to resonate with one another. This explains why, in reality, there are many matches based on social standing. Yet in the realm of fantasy, there are numerous tales of princes and Cinderella, or princesses in love with impoverished suitors. The meal did not take long, lasting just over an hour. By the end, although it was around 6 o'clock, the sky outside remained bright. Having enjoyed some red wine, the landlady appeared even more enchanting. Her beautiful face flushed with color as she occasionally gazed at Jiang and with a dreamy, intoxicated expression. "Ding." Congratulations, host, your consumption is complete. You have earned a tenfold rebate of 500,000 yuan. A few minutes later, at the front desk, Jiang Nan scanned the payment with WeChat. Goodness, 50,000. Upon hearing the payment amount, Wang Lin and her husband exchanged incredulous looks, swallowing hard. A single meal had cost them nearly 4 months' worth of salary. Truly extravagant. Let us go? The landlady seemed slightly tipsy. Jiang Nan naturally assumed the role of the host, smiling and nodding at Wang Lin and her husband. The 50,000 yuan rebate now felt trivial to Jiang Nan. Akin to the mere 50 yuan it would represent to an average person. No emotional fluctuation whatsoever. Descending to the first floor, they arrived at the hotel entrance. Jiqing seems a bit tipsy. Let us head back. We can gather again sometime. Jiang Nan handed the parking ticket to the valet, and shortly, his car arrived. He waved cheerfully at Wang Lin and her husband before assisting the landlady into the passenger seat. Soon, the car drove away, leaving Wang Lin and her husband standing in place for a moment, then releasing a long sigh and shaking their heads in disbelief. I must say, Jiqing's boyfriend is no ordinary man. His demeanor and charm. If anyone dares to label him as a pretty boy, I would vehemently disagree. Wang Lin remarked quietly. The 50,000 just paid was not courtesy of that old classmate. It was from him. His expression was as nonchalant as buying a pancake from a street vendor. Wang Lin's husband nodded in agreement. In the car, the seemingly tipsy landlady suddenly sat upright. Feigning drunkenness, are we? Jiang Nan glanced at her and chuckled lightly. Please, this little amount of wine cannot intoxicate me. Even if I were to help you drink, it would not faze me. However, I am somewhat tired. Could you stay with me at home tonight? Little Ling has gone to her grandmother's. The landlady leaned in, her charming face adorned with a rosy hue, pouting cutely in a plea that was utterly delightful. Jiang Nan reached out to stroke her head, and she immediately squinted her eyes, revealing a blissful smile. Regardless of age, a woman always harbors a tender spot within her heart. Indeed, even the most formidable woman will transform into a delicate creature in the presence of what she perceives as a pillar of support. The journey was slow, with a bit of traffic at this hour. By the time they returned to the community, it was already past 7. After parking, Jiang Nan and Xia Jiqing headed home. Xia Jiqing's affection 1. Xia Jiqing's affection 2. Xia Jiqing's affection 1. Around 8 o'clock, in the living room, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette and began to smoke leisurely. An affection level of 80. He exhaled a long plume of smoke, an inexplicable smile gracing his face. Progress was swift. He was nearing 90 points in affection for Sister Xia. He wondered if, when the time came, the gathering of several stunning women, each with a beauty score exceeding 90, would constitute an overachievement of that little welfare task, and whether further rewards awaited him. At this moment, his interest in money was eclipsed by a fascination for the abilities that money could not procure. Chapter 31. Meng Qingqiu's video call, both shocked. About 10 minutes later, Xia Jiqing emerged, her face clouded with a considerable amount of gloom. Sister, what's wrong? Why the long face? Jiang Nan immediately inquired upon noticing her unusual demeanor. The landlady gave a wry smile, shook her head, and sat beside Jiang Nan, scrutinizing him closely. A hint of astonishment flickered across her breathtakingly beautiful face as she murmured, "How come I never noticed how remarkable you are before?" Remarkable? Where? Jiang Nan replied with a smile. In just 2 days, I have grown so fond of you. Isn't that remarkable? A strange expression crossed the landlady's face. Over the years, countless exceptional men had sought to enter her heart, all in vain, their efforts utterly fruitless. She had never even considered finding another man. Who could have known that after such a short time, she would be completely captivated by Jiang Nan? How could this not strike her as peculiar? Perhaps you simply never took the time to understand me? Or perhaps we just weren't destined for this before. Jiang Nan gently pulled her into his embrace and softly remarked, "Destiny is an unpredictable thing." Indeed, the landlady replied, without a hint of regret, as she leaned her head against Jiang Nan's shoulder. The warmth of the moment brought a smile of happiness to her face. Buzzing. Mere seconds into their tender exchange, Jiang Nan's phone vibrated insistently in his pocket. He pulled it out to glance at the screen, immediately sitting up straight. "Is your online romance checking in?" Noticing the shift in Jiang Nan's expression, the landlady's gaze flickered, and she chuckled lightly. "It's a video call. I need to hide." The landlady shifted down, lying on Jiang Nan's lap, out of sight. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and answered the video call from Meng Qingqiu. Darling, as soon as the call connected, Meng Qingqiu's energetic voice rang out, "Good evening." "Qiu, good evening." The woman did not reveal her face, only her stunningly white, glowing legs appeared on the screen. Despite the landlady lying next to him, Jiang Nan remained unfazed, returning the greeting with composure. "Tomorrow, after today, I'll finally get to see you on the 18th. Meng Qingqiu's cheerful laughter filled the air, but then she suddenly realized something, exclaiming, "Wait, why is this a video call?" Her voice rose several octaves, and she quickly noticed Jiang Nan's presence, only his eye visible near the camera, prompting her to gasp, "Darling, did you use a beauty filter?" "There's no beauty filter on WeChat." Jiang Nan shook his head. "Your eye is showing. Why not reveal your entire face?" I'm shy," Meng Qingqiu whispered, her eyes still glued to the camera, filled with astonishment. A year ago, she had seen Jiang Nan from a distance. While he was not unattractive back then, he certainly did not possess the breathtaking charm he exuded now. Meng Qingqiu had seen countless handsome men at the prestigious Shanghai University, but only the Jiang Nan on the screen could leave her utterly mesmerized. "Then I'll just turn off the video." Jiang Nan pretended to switch to a voice call. "Wait." Meng Qingqiu's voice was filled with urgency, and soon, a truly breathtaking beauty appeared on the screen. Jiang Nan, despite bracing himself and having seen her on Douyin before, couldn't help but inhale sharply, awestruck by her beauty. Absolutely stunning. It's just as the internet describes, a celestial being descended to earth. Such a beauty could only exist in the heavens. Not a hint of exaggeration. "Darling, it's only been a year since I last saw you, and I can hardly believe the transformation." Meng Qingqiu, now showing her face, was confident, yet her eyes retained a glimmer of disbelief. After taking a closer look at Jiang Nan, she confirmed that the handsome figure on the screen was indeed her online partner for 2.5 years. She couldn't misidentify his voice, nor could she mistake that face. Although Jiang Nan now appeared extraordinarily handsome, it was still fundamentally the same face, only with a far superior complexion than before. Moreover, he seemed to possess a unique allure that captivated women, making it difficult for them to look away. Jiang Nan had certainly felt this effect over the past couple of days. "It might just be the state of my skin. When you saw me last year, I was weathered by the elements. The summer sun in Jiangcheng is unrelenting. So my skin was less than ideal." Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. "Right. Jiangcheng is like a furnace in the summer, capable of scorching anyone alive." Meng Qingqiu suddenly leaned closer to the camera, playfully blowing a few kisses before breaking into a mischievous smile. "I never expected an accidental video call would reveal your true appearance, darling. What a delightful surprise." To be honest, she was not one to be captivated solely by appearances. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought about meeting Jiang Nan in person after their first encounter last year. At her level of beauty, having seen so many handsome men, she had grown somewhat indifferent to their charms. It wasn't that she had a penchant for the unattractive. Rather, she prioritized the connection. At that moment, Jiang Nan caught a glimpse of the landlady beside him, smiling like an amused aunt, showing no signs of jealousy, which genuinely surprised him. How magnanimous of the landlady. "What's the matter, darling?" Meng Qingqiu noticed Jiang Nan's odd expression and returned to the camera, asking with concern. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Jiang Nan silently recited a calming mantra, shaking his head before turning his attention back to Meng Qingqiu, curious about how many beauty points a girl of her caliber might possess. Moreover, he wondered how high her affection level could be after 2.5 years of online romance. "Could you please give a nudge for updates and help generate some popularity?" Chapter 32, Meng Qingqiu's Attribute Panel. Name, Meng Qingqiu. Age, 20 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Beauty score, 96 points. As Jiang Nan cast a discerning glance at Meng Qingqiu, a surge of astonishment coursed through him at the revelation of her remarkable attributes. 96 points for appearance, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. And an initial affection level of 80? This is utterly preposterous. "Darling, why do you seem a bit off?" Meng Qingqiu's voice chimed in, oblivious to the tumult in Jiang Nan's thoughts. "Nothing, just a sudden realization that struck me as quite extraordinary," Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. "What is it?" Meng Qingqiu inquired playfully, her demeanor unchanged. "I was merely contemplating how we've managed to endure for so long," Jiang Nan mused, a mix of admiration and peculiarity gracing his expression. "I've mentioned it before. As long as you don't end our relationship, I could never dream of parting ways with you. I had initially planned to attend university in Jiangcheng, but my family insisted I study in the bustling metropolis. Had it been otherwise, I could have seen you every day these past few years, renting a cozy little place together. How blissful that would have been." Lost in her daydream, Meng Qingqiu failed to notice the myriad of emotions flitting across Jiang Nan's face. "Indeed," he replied simply, swallowing hard before taking a deep breath. "Qiu, when you come over this time, I'll make sure to visit you in the metropolis as well." "That sounds wonderful." Meng Qingqiu beamed with joy. Suddenly, she lowered her voice. "Darling, I must go. I hear footsteps in the hallway. My roommate is back. Let us continue this tomorrow." "All right," Jiang Nan nodded. "Kiss, kiss." Meng Qingqiu leaned closer to the camera. Kiss, kiss. He reciprocated her affectionate gesture. See you the day after tomorrow. With that, Meng Qingqiu ended the video call. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, exhaling a long plume of smoke as he glanced at the landlady, admiration gleaming in his eyes. His energy felt inexhaustible, as if he were imbued with an unending vitality. He speculated that perhaps his body had been surreptitiously enhanced by the system, a hidden boon indeed. The thought of acquiring the invincible resilience post-task completion made him chuckle. Then, his phone vibrated on the coffee table. It was a message from Su Yun. Jiang Nan, are you having a late-night snack? Alongside the text was an alluring photograph. Upon opening it, his brows furrowed slightly. The image depicted Su Yun in a delicate pink nightgown, reclining on her bed. He found her utterly captivating. Is this late-night snack serious? He inquired. Serious, very serious. Su Yun replied, punctuating her message with a playful emoji. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh at her unabashed nature. Tonight may not be feasible. If I hadn't spent so much time at the landlady's, I would have been tempted to join you for a midnight snack. I promised to keep her company tonight, so I can't break that commitment. All right then, how about you come over for lunch tomorrow? I'll prepare some nourishing soup for you, he suggested, sensing her disappointment in her voice message. Sounds good, she responded, her tone brightening. I'll sleep early tonight and rise early tomorrow to shop for the freshest ingredients. Absolutely, Jiang Nan replied, just as the landlady returned to the living room. Noticing him engrossed in conversation, she curiously asked, you wouldn't happen to have other women, would you? Coughing awkwardly at the directness of her question, Jiang Nan replied, well, there actually is? Surprised by his hesitant tone, the landlady moved closer, peering at his phone. Wait, isn't that Su Yun's profile picture? Su Yun? Jiang Nan echoed, taken aback. I had no idea she was so open in her private life. The landlady's astonishment grew as she quickly scanned the enticing image Su Yun had sent. She's the teacher of that little girl? Jiang Nan confirmed, equally astonished. Yes, but not a kindergarten teacher. She's the one I'm planning to send my daughter to for piano lessons, the landlady explained. Her daughter is in the same kindergarten as mine. I've chatted with her a few times while picking up Xiaoying, so I have her contact information. What a remarkable coincidence, Jiang Nan mused, squirming slightly. How do you know her? The landlady replied with incredulity. She seemed so serious when we spoke. I never imagined she would send such provocative pictures online. And what of you? Are you not a serious woman? Jiang Nan teased, a playful glint in his eyes. The landlady faltered, caught off guard. Her laughter trailing off as she became shy. Jiang Nan's charm was undeniable, and she had experienced it firsthand. How did you two meet? She pressed, a hint of curiosity lingering. Did you perhaps deliver food to her during your delivery stint? She speculated, her imagination running wild. Jiang Nan, if aware of her thoughts, might have chuckled at the absurdity of it all, likening the scenario to a plot from a low-budget film. Actually, we met through Douyin, he revealed with a smile. I stumbled upon her during a live game stream a few days ago. Who would have thought Su Yun would be so dedicated? Enduring hours of discomfort while eating on a pressure board, she exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. Indeed, I found her commitment admirable. Online, one cannot afford to be insincere, Jiang Nan agreed, appreciative of Su Yun's integrity. The landlady nodded, acknowledging, Su Yun is truly a remarkable woman, raising her daughter alone without any issues. She must be an extraordinary person. With a teasing smile, she turned to Jiang Nan. You wouldn't happen to be infatuated with older women, or perhaps a mature lady, would you? Nonsense, Jiang Nan laughed, a touch of embarrassment creeping in as he cleared his throat. It's merely a coincidence, and yes, older women do have their charm. Have you perhaps engaged in any unspeakable affairs with Su Yun? The landlady probed, her curiosity unabated. The landlady, with her delicate fingers, gently tapped Jiang Nan's forehead and inquired. It was noon, and she had invited him to her home for a simple meal. Jiang Nan did not conceal his thoughts. Damn it. Why didn't I notice your charm earlier? The landlady puffed her cheeks, feeling somewhat dejected. It's all right. It's the same, Jiang Nan chuckled. Though he understood that had he noticed her a few days earlier, he might not have captured the attention of this sister at all. Everything seemed to be predestined. He had just acquired the system and coincidentally fulfilled a 5-year wish, leading to such a tremendous change. Thus, it was only late, never early. Time flew by swiftly in moments of joy. A night passed. Around 8 in the morning, Jiang Nan awoke to find the landlady no longer by his side. He picked up his phone to check the date, May 17th. By this time tomorrow, Meng Qingqiu would be boarding a plane to Jiangqing. If something indescribable were to happen with Meng Qingqiu tomorrow, it would likely mean he had completed that task. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered, and he reminded himself not to forget that Su Yun's fondness for him was also considerable, reaching an impressive 89 points. He was uncertain how to elevate that final point, but chose not to dwell on it too much. Everything would unfold naturally. The landlady messaged him. "I've prepared the toiletries for you. They are in the bathroom of the bedroom. I have some matters to attend to. See you tonight." My little man. Jiang Nan got out of bed and glanced at WeChat, discovering a message from the landlady accompanied by a close-up selfie. Her beauty, even in a straightforward selfie, was striking. After replying, he looked at other messages. Su-yun, Jiang Nan. I went to the market and bought a lot of nourishing foods for you. Shy. When are you coming over? I've sent the little one to kindergarten, and the house will be empty for a while. I don't want to do a live stream. Su-yun. Image. Su-yun. Video. After glancing at Su-yun's messages, upon seeing the first image, his throat involuntarily bobbed several times. By the time he finished watching the short video, he was utterly amazed. Taking a deep breath, he replied that he would come over shortly, then hastily responded to Lin Man and emphasized a message to Meng Qingqiu before proceeding to wash up. After a quick wash, Jiang Nan drove straight to Su-yun's home. 2.5 hours later, a smile of delight graced Jiang Nan's face. The adult world moved at such a brisk pace. However, there was still no change in his affection rating. Observing the tired Su-yun resting with her eyes closed, he took his clothes to the bathroom for a quick rinse. Returning to the living room, he surveyed the layout of the house: 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. It wasn't too large, but certainly not small either. As he wandered about, he recalled the landlady mentioning that Su-yun was an amateur piano teacher, prompting him to explore the house further. Soon, he found a cozy little room filled with many dolls, predominantly in shades of pink, and an old-fashioned small piano. It was then that he noticed a photo hanging on the wall, a picture of Su-yun with her daughter, taken when the little girl was around 3 or 4 years old, with twin ponytails, looking adorably delicate. Next time, I'll bring a new piano. Standing before the old piano, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he gently pressed a few keys. Given his expertise, he could immediately tell that this small piano had seen better days. Its sound quality had significantly diminished. At that moment, Su-yun's voice echoed from the entrance. Jiang Nan turned to see her standing there in a pink nightgown, her hair slightly tousled. "This piano is quite old. I'll get you a better one later." Jiang Nan chuckled lightly at Su-yun and then sat on the bench, extending his hand invitingly. "Shall we play a duet? You can play the piano?" Su-yun gazed at him in utter surprise, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Of course." Jiang Nan smiled gently. Su-yun eagerly approached and sat beside him. Jiang Nan glanced at the sheet music, which comprised mostly children's songs. There was one particular score. Su-yun stood up, fetched a sheet, and returned to her seat. "Dance of the Flowers?" Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled as he noticed that this arrangement had been modified, perfectly suited for a duet. This suggested that Su-yun was not merely an amateur piano teacher, as the landlady had claimed. "I made some adjustments to this score. You should be able to read it, right?" Su-yun asked softly. "No problem," Jiang Nan replied with a smile, nodding as he examined the sheet music. He realized that this modified duet could be the key to elevating Su-yun's fondness for him to the coveted 90 points, a threshold beyond mere physical attraction, representing a profound connection of souls. Chapter 34, Task Rewards Acquired, Self-PUA of Lin Man. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Nan or Su-yun, both took a deep breath once they were prepared. They exchanged glances, and smiles blossomed on their faces. Jiang Nan's long fingers rested on the piano keys, and as he began to play, his fingers danced on the keys like ethereal spirits, leaving Su-yun in awe. A true maestro's touch revealed itself. Su-yun realized that Jiang Nan was far from being an amateur pianist. Having started playing at the age of 3 and now at 28, she had dedicated 25 years to the piano. Even with modest talent, such immersion would certainly yield results. Just from Jiang Nan's initial notes, Su-yun understood that the seemingly perfect man before her was merely revealing the tip of his iceberg of talent. As their fingers moved in harmony, Jiang Nan became lost in the music, and Su-yun found herself equally entranced, nearly struggling to keep up with the rhythm. Soon, it was no longer just a solo segment. Their 4 hands danced across the keys in a lively rendition of the adapted Dance of the Flowers, filled with a spirit of joyful anticipation for the future. Minutes later, the duet concluded, and as they locked eyes, Jiang Nan could distinctly feel the boundless affection and admiration reflected in Su-yun's gaze. Su-yun's affection won. In that moment, their spirits and bodies were perfectly in sync. At last, Su-yun's affection reached 90 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the welfare task to have a beautiful confidant with a score exceeding 90 points. Rewards, Villa number 001 in Jiacheng. A globally limited luxury hypercar Pagani Huayra and an indestructible physique. Simultaneously, notifications from the system echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. However, He was too immersed in the soulful connection with Su Yun to pay heed to the system's prompts. After achieving Su Yun's affection rating of 90 points, Jiang Nan exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. An hour later, in Su Yun's living room, Jiang Nan took out his phone. To his surprise, the woman had begun a live stream at that moment. As he contemplated inquiring about any follow-up to the welfare task, he noticed a notification from Douyin and clicked on it. Welcome, brother Jiang Nan. Wow, you've reached level 62. How much have you spent now? As Jiang Nan entered the live broadcast room, Lin Manman's voice resonated with astonishment. However, she quickly noted that Jiang Nan exited the room almost instantaneously, causing her to slightly part her lips in disbelief. Memories of their first encounter flooded her mind, and her brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, Jiang Nan had been somewhat distant these past few days, indifferent to her attempts to engage him, even after she had invited him out a few times without receiving any response. Could it be that taking him for hot pot was the reason? Or perhaps it was because she didn't accompany him for further activities afterward. If he were an ordinary top-tier supporter, Lin Man might not have felt any inclination. Yet, Jiang Nan was no ordinary figure. He was a quintessentially handsome and affluent man. Although she was not merely a girl seeking to gain from him, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, desiring to indulge in a romance with him. As Lin Man sank into her thoughts, Jiang Nan re-entered the room. Jiang Nan has sent the host a Carnival 1. The notifications flooded in repeatedly within mere seconds. As Jiang Nan's fingers danced across the screen, sending an astonishing 100 gifts in rapid succession. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the 100 carnivals. Still lost in her reverie, Lin Man caught sight of Jiang Nan's extravagant display, and her face lit up with surprise as she sprang from her seat. My goodness, this is a true big brother. The live room was sparsely populated, with only about 20 viewers, but as Jiang Nan's gifts cascaded, the chat exploded with activity. He glanced at the comments, chuckling as he dispatched a 30,000 Dojuan red envelope. Wow, this is no ordinary big brother. This is my true benefactor. A 30,000 Dojuan red envelope. What an astonishing sum. Brother Jiang Nan, I'll give you a follow. If anyone dares to disrespect you online, I'll retaliate fiercely on your behalf. Please, send more red envelopes. Lin Man's favorability toward him surged rapidly, her feelings escalating by 22 points within moments, leaving Jiang Nan somewhat taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, his recent aloofness had led her to engage in a spiral of self-reflection, convinced that she must have done something wrong during their initial meeting, causing his coldness. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan continued to shower the host with gifts, clearing out his Dojuan entirely. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the spending. You have earned an 8-fold rebate. 8 million. Satisfaction enveloped Jiang Nan as he reveled in his unexpected fortune. What a remarkable windfall, 420 million in such a short time. What kind of legitimate business can yield such profits? With a quick message announcing his departure for dinner, he exited Douyin. Almost immediately, a voice message from Lin Man arrived. Brother Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? I truly want to take you to that Sichuan restaurant. Trust me, it's delicious. And tonight, if you're available, I'd love to show you around. Perhaps catch a movie and enjoy some late-night snacks. Upon hearing her message, Jiang Nan recalled her previous JK outfit, prompting him to reply, I'm free. But why aren't you wearing those cute JK shoes and dancing during your live stream anymore? Chapter 35, an upcoming date at the mansion. Meanwhile, in Lin Man's dormitory, having just been lavishly gifted by Jiang Nan, she sat in stunned silence upon reading his message. Realization struck her as she recalled her rather plain attire on their previous outing. Initially, her intention had merely been to treat the top supporter to a meal, without any ulterior motives. Little did she know that the man she had been observing for some time was such an extraordinary gentleman. Had she known of Jiang Nan's striking looks, she would have returned to change into something more appealing. Breathing deeply, Lin Man quickly replied, if brother Jiang Nan likes it. May I wear it for our date this afternoon? Date. The mere utterance of the word left her feeling flushed. They barely knew each other. Would her boldness be off-putting? She had never taken such initiative before. Typically, it was the boys who asked her out, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. Just then, Jiang Nan's message arrived, simply a word, okay. Her joy was overwhelming, and she leapt from her seat. Thank goodness she had no classes today, otherwise, she would have missed her chance for a date with Jiang Nan. With a smile that lit up her face, Lin Man began rummaging through her wardrobe. The white blouse paired with a blue skirt felt a bit too loose, while the red and blue combination seemed appealing yet slightly overwhelming. Would brother Jiang Nan like it? This soup is delightful. At Su Yun's home, Jiang Nan praised the dish as he savored it. I'm glad you enjoy it, Su Yun replied. her eyes sparkling with warmth as she watched him finish a bowl before hurriedly refilling it. You should eat more to replenish your strength. Though young, Jiang Nan had been through a lot in recent days, and she was keen to ensure his well-being. Jiang Nan accepted her offer, appreciating her culinary skills, which were indeed exceptional. Are you staying for lunch? Su Yun inquired, her gaze filled with tenderness. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. You're not trying to fatten me up, are you? Of course not. Su Yun blushed, her voice barely above a whisper. I just want you to take care of your health, given how hard you've been working lately. Don't worry. Jiang Nan reassured her, patting his waist with a grin. After completing a small task, he had gained remarkable vitality. In a few days, I might get busy. A friend's child is coming to learn piano from me. Su Yun spoke softly and gently. At any moment, Jiang Nan felt that this woman was exceptionally tender. Devoid of any semblance to the notorious Mother Dragon moniker often associated with women from Sichuan and Chongqing. Instead, she evoked a sense of delicacy reminiscent of Jiang Nan women, which is precisely why Jiang Nan perceived Su Yun as having an intrinsic quality of a devoted partner. There was always time to spare. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. An hour after lunch, Jiang Nan finally departed. In the car, he retrieved various documents pertaining to Villa No. 001 in Jiangxing Tianfu and the Pagani Wind Chaser from the system's concealed space. He cast a casual glance at them, excitement flickering across his face as he called out to the system. Host. The system replied instantaneously. I currently possess several high-value acquaintances, though my affinity with them has yet to reach the 90-point threshold. Is it possible to undertake the previous welfare task before upgrading? Jiang Nan did not rush to start the vehicle, engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. Upon completing the task, the upgrade will not be feasible, the system responded. However, once your savings reach the next tier, new welfare tasks will inevitably emerge. Understanding dawned on Jiang Nan. The next tier would likely be when his cash savings surpassed 100 million. A peculiar gleam sparkled in his eyes. He once dared not even dream of possessing such a modest sum as 1 million, let alone 10,000. In this era, young individuals like him, who had achieved nothing, often found themselves unable to muster even a few thousand. In a time when expenditures seemed endless, the number of youths capable of purchasing cars and homes solely through their own means was exceedingly rare, unless one were exceptionally gifted in a lucrative field. A few modest aspirations, or even 100 or 1,000, seemed trivial as his cash flow continued to multiply. Jiang Nan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he prepared to start the vehicle when suddenly his phone vibrated beside him. He glanced at it. It was a voice call from Lin Man. Jiang Nan Gij, shall we catch a movie later? There's one that seems quite good. Her voice brimmed with anticipation. What genre? Jiang Nan inquired. Horror, Lin Man hinted heavily. All right, are you at school? I'll come pick you up, Jiang Nan said, his eyes glinting. If he couldn't decipher such hints, it would be rather foolish of him. Moreover, wasn't she eager to watch a horror film? Coincidentally, the newly acquired Villa No. 001 in Jiangxing Tianfu certainly had a private cinema, right? Furthermore, this prestigious estate was located near the university town, a mere 10-minute drive away. How luxurious could this residence, valued at several modest aspirations, truly be? Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. Around 2:30 p.m., a Porsche Cayenne came to a gentle halt at the entrance of a university. Jiang Nan rolled down the window, and his gaze fell upon a girl in a dual ponytail JK uniform. As she moved, the hem of her skirt swayed slightly, capturing the attention of passers-by. The combination of her JK attire with white knee-high socks and brown leather shoes was nothing short of stunning. In Jiang Nan's eyes, this outfit, paired with Lin Man's ponytails, could easily elevate her beauty from an 88 to a 90. Jiang Nan Gij Lin Man entered the car, her sweet smile illuminating her face as she called out in a sugary tone. To be honest, it was utterly heartwarming. Jiang Nan couldn't help but admire her, his gaze drifting to her bashful eyes, and he marveled anew at her charming ponytails. What delightful ponytails, he thought. It seemed that Jiang Nan Gij had a penchant for sweet, soft aesthetics. Lin Man, noticing Jiang Nan's unwavering gaze, secretly delighted in his attention and solidified her future fashion choices. Let us go, Jiang Nan Gij. Lin Man chirped cheerfully. Hearing her voice brought Jiang Nan back to reality, and he started the car while saying, let us head to the South City. It's livelier there. I just bought a villa there and haven't had a chance to check it out yet. The South City Villa? Lin Man was momentarily taken aback. Being a local, she knew that apart from the old town, South City was the most bustling area, and accordingly, property prices were exorbitant. A villa there would likely cost at least $1 million or $2 million. How wealthy? Lin Man took a deep breath. Although she was materialistic, encountering a handsome, affluent man like Jiang Nan, who was willing to spend on her, made it difficult to resist a tinge of gold-digging sentiment. This villa has a private underground cinema where you can watch any movie you desire, and it's incredibly quiet, Jiang Nan smiled. Upon hearing this, Lin Man Man held her breath for 2 seconds. Even if she were dim-witted, she could sense the implications. Strangely, she felt no aversion. Rather, anticipation bubbled within her. She realized she might be somewhat unable to resist Jiang Nan, not merely due to his wealth, but also because of his charm. If only she could have such a dashing, affluent boyfriend. Wouldn't life become a series of blissful moments? Lin Man Man affection 5. Lin Man Man shyly lowered her head, murmuring, Jiang Nan Gidge, let us get some ice-cold cola and chips for the movie later. It's one of life's simple pleasures. Rest assured, we'll have everything, Jiang Nan replied, satisfied with the newfound 5 points of affection. Having perused the entire introduction of Villa number 001 in Jiangcheng Tianfu, he knew the offerings were constantly updated by a housekeeper. It was no exaggeration to say it had everything one could desire. Valued at 5 modest aspirations. This villa was beyond what ordinary wealth could purchase, and its luxuriousness, being labeled as number 001, was unimaginable for the average person. As the car started, Jiang Nan placed his phone aside, genuinely appreciating Lin Man Man's initiative and obedience. Lin Man Man affection 1. Lin Man Man affection 1. Lin Man Man affection 1. Throughout the journey, Jiang Nan occasionally heard the system's notification sound in his mind. 20 minutes later, Lin Man Man's face flushed as her affection for Jiang Nan climbed to an impressive 70 points. The rapid progress astonished him. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely natural. As her fondness for him deepened, more intimate interactions would only heighten her affection further. There was no possibility of a decline in feelings due to any affectionate gestures. There's a commercial street nearby. Let us take a stroll, Jiang Nan suggested, intending to indulge Lin Man Man further and bolster her affection. This would serve as a prelude to their movie night in the villa's private cinema. Of course, even without increasing her affection, the existing 70 points made it entirely plausible for something indescribable to occur. Harvesting a wave of goodwill, then consuming a bit to earn some money. This allows one to flaunt while simultaneously augmenting one's wealth. Why not indulge in such a delightful endeavor? Listening to Brother Jiang Nan, Lin Man Man did not hesitate, blushing adorably as she nodded her head. Lin Man Man's goodwill won. Even before any consumption took place, her goodwill had already increased slightly. And at that moment, Jiang Nan found himself increasingly enchanted by Lin Man Man. Although the accumulation of goodwill did not bring him any tangible benefits, it was certainly valuable in terms of emotional satisfaction. It was far better than spending without any increase in goodwill, which would render one nothing more than a fool. Soon enough, they found a parking spot, and Jiang Nan and Lin Man Man alighted from the car. The moment they stepped out, Lin Man Man dashed over and linked her arm with Jiang Nan's. Standing at 165 centimeters, her height was quite perfect next to Jiang Nan's 182 centimeters, creating a delightful height difference. Jiang Nan secretly nodded in appreciation of her initiative. After walking a short distance, he was astonished to glance at Lin Man Man, who leaned against him. The emotional value she provided was indeed remarkable. Brother Jiang Nan, it seems you quite fancy JK outfits, don't you? Lin Man Man inquired softly. Most men do. Jiang Nan replied with a light chuckle. Then, from now on, I shall wear a different JK outfit each time we meet, she said with a cheerful smile. To be honest, this girl truly maximized the emotional value she could offer. Chapter 37. Shop, 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 return, return, return. Before long, the two arrived at a bustling commercial street. Jiang Nan's gaze fell upon a store, Chanel. He glanced at the unbranded small bag that Lin Man Man carried and promptly led her to the nearby Chanel boutique. Welcome. As they stepped into the store, a charming saleswoman in a fitted dress and high heels approached them with a warm smile. The familiar, heated glances from the opposite sex made Jiang Nan shake his head and chuckle inwardly. Truly, no woman could resist his charm. I'm here to browse with my girlfriend, Jiang Nan said, wrapping his arm around Lin Man Man's slender waist as they began to explore the store. It's so expensive, Lin Man Man whispered after a brief observation. Her face a picture of astonishment. Coming from an ordinary family, she had never set foot in such luxury stores. Every bag she saw was priced in the 5 figures. There was even one small Chanel bag perched at the top of the display, priced in the 6 figures starting with a 3, over 300,000. What do you think? Anything catch your eye? Jiang Nan asked. Too expensive, Lin Man Man replied earnestly. She genuinely felt it was exorbitant. Despite knowing Jiang Nan was wealthy and generous with his money, it still felt unattainable. This amount is merely a drop in the ocean for me. When I treat you, you ought to be grateful, Jiang Nan teased. Be good. Pick a few. This is a reward for your sweet understanding. Oh, no, Lin Man Man laughed shyly. Then, no longer hesitant, pointed out two small bags priced over 10,000 each. Her cheeks flushed as she quietly said, "These two are quite nice." "Is that all?" Jiang Nan was surprised by her modest appetite. "That's all." She shook her head, her ponytail swaying. Jiang Nan turned to the saleswoman who was eyeing him and smiled. "Please wrap those two bags my girlfriend chose, and these, this, and this, all of them." He pointed to several bags at the highest tier, each worth 6 figures. "Certainly." The saleswoman, momentarily entranced by Jiang Nan's perfect profile, snapped back to reality at his command. Her excitement palpable as she hurriedly fetched the 2 bags first and headed to the counter. Then she returned with a small ladder. Typically, in the presence of customers, she would have pressed her fitted dress down to avoid any unintended exposure. However, standing before such an exceptionally handsome man, she thought, what a bargain it would be to be seen by him. Moreover, the total for these bags could easily exceed $1 million. Who wouldn't he rush to get close to a high-flying gentleman like him who spent lavishly? Will it be too much? This could total over $1 million. Lin Man said shyly. "Not much at all," Jiang Nan replied, not even glancing at the saleswoman as he gently lifted Lin Man's chin and said, "And besides, you deserve all of this." When spending for oneself, the goal is merely to relish the experience. But spending on others is purely about the emotional value derived. Lin Man's emotional contribution was indeed substantial. After all, money only seems to multiply when spent. Why not enjoy multiple rewards? "Thank you, brother Jiang Nan," Lin Man said, understandingly nodding, tightening her grip on Jiang Nan's arm. Her gaze filled with admiration. Lin Man's goodwill 9. See, the emotional value is indeed palpable. Before long, the saleswoman retrieved the 4 bags from atop the display. "Is there anything else you fancy?" Jiang Nan inquired softly. At the same time, he marveled at how easily women's money could be earned. Just a few bags could start at over $1 million. Which explained why so many socialites desired to penetrate the upper echelons. After all, which ordinary man could satisfy their material needs? That's enough. Lin Man genuinely felt satisfied. With the 2 bags priced over 10,000 each, plus these 4, they had a total of 6. A bag could last at least 3 years, even if used sparingly. "All right," Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, turning to the saleswoman who was practically drooling at him, and said, "Let us settle the bill." "Right this way, please," she replied respectfully. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Consumption completed. You have earned a 5-fold rebate. 5 million. Upon completing the payment, Jiang Nan immediately heard the system's notification in his mind. In total, for the 6 bags, the expenditure was exactly 1.5 million. With a 5-fold rebate, he effortlessly gained 6 million. And let us not forget the additional 5 goodwill points from Lin Man. His total goodwill had soared to 85 points, which was remarkably swift. Jiang Nan looked at Lin Man snuggling close to him, almost wishing to meld into his embrace, and a satisfied smile graced his face. "Thank you for visiting us again." The saleswoman bowed deeply, her hands clasped in front of her, her enthusiasm evident as Jiang Nan and Lin Man left. As they entered another luxury store, she slowly withdrew her gaze, her eyes filled with envy, yearning for a boyfriend as perfect as Jiang Nan. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Man returned to the car, laden with high-end shopping bags. He took her shopping for a few more items, spending just over $1 million. Regrettably, the rebate was not as generous. Nonetheless, his savings had now reached a staggering 60 million. At that moment, Lin Man's goodwill towards him had risen to an impressive 88 points. It appeared that once her goodwill reached this level, it had plateaued. Jiang Nan found it rather peculiar. As he re-entered the second luxury store, Lin Man's fondness for him had already peaked at an impressive score of 88 points. However, after approximately half an hour of leisurely browsing and spending, that score showed no signs of increasing, which left him genuinely astonished. Was it possible that the pinnacle of admiration from the opposite sex was merely determined by her beauty score? As Jiang Nan started his car, he couldn't help but curiously inquire within himself. Chapter 38. A flawlessly designed system. Lin Man was taken aback. Indeed, host, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Huh. Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. When the admiration score from the opposite sex reaches her beauty score, it will temporarily halt any further increases in that admiration. Subsequently, should the score rise again, her beauty score will equally elevate. The system's voice continued to resonate in Jiang Nan's mind. Oh, the moment Jiang Nan heard this intriguing system setting, his interest peaked, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. Having read thousands of urban novels on the Tomato Novel app, he had never encountered such a novel concept before. Quite fascinating. The system's capabilities were boundless. There was nothing it could not achieve. His current charm was a mere reflection of the system's influence, which had elevated his beauty to unprecedented heights. With this new setting in place, the women around him would undoubtedly become paragons of perfection. With each increment of 1 point in the admiration score of an opposite sex, the host will immediately gain a chance to draw a lottery. The system's voice persisted. What could this lottery yield? Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Anything imaginable. The system replied succinctly, and Jiang Nan instantly understood. Indeed, if he could conceive of it, then there was nothing beyond the reach of this lottery. Wait a moment. Could I perhaps seek out women with lower beauty scores to rapidly increase their admiration? In turn, would this elevate their beauty score and grant me multiple lottery opportunities? Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly brightened. Host. The admiration score for those with lower beauty scores will increase exponentially relative to high beauty score individuals once it reaches the corresponding beauty point. The system responded. Upon hearing this explanation, Jiang Nan shook his head. It was quite straightforward. The higher the beauty score of a woman, the easier it would be for her admiration and beauty scores to align and subsequently increase. However, upon deeper reflection, it seemed quite reasonable, without certain limitations. He could easily exploit the system, ultimately reducing himself to a mere playboy rather than a figure of allure. What if it were a perfect score of 100 for the opposite sex? Jiang Nan was suddenly struck by another thought. He found it hard to believe that in such a vast world, he could not encounter a woman with a perfect beauty score. Once a perfect score of 100 is attained, after reaching a 90-point admiration score, each point increase will yield a lottery opportunity. The system replied instantaneously. I comprehend now. Jiang Nan truly grasped the concept. It was effectively a covert incentive task, ultimately designed to encourage his spending. Yes, if he did not spend on women, how could he attract so many beautiful women? Did he truly believe that every woman was akin to a wealthy landlady? Despite the lengthy dialogue between Jiang Nan and the system, it was merely a fleeting moment of contemplation, a mere sequence of thoughts. For Lin Man, who sat in the passenger seat, it was no more than the time taken to secure her seatbelt while placing her bag in the back seat. The car started, still driven with one hand. After glancing at the navigation, he proceeded toward Jiangxing Tianfu. After a brief journey of several minutes, the vehicle gradually slowed to a halt. Arrived. Jiang Nan parked at the entrance of an exceptionally opulent community. Looking through the windshield, he noticed 2 golden stone dragons soaring into the air at the entrance. Just from this angle, the ambience exuded an air of sophistication. Beep beep. Jiang Nan arrived at the gate and gently honked twice. Hello. A middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the security booth. Jiang Nan rolled down the window, and the man respectfully greeted him. Hello. Could you please open the gate? Jiang Nan retrieved a document folder from beside him, extracting the property deed. Certainly. Welcome home, resident. Upon seeing the homeowner's information, the guard immediately saluted and swiftly returned to the booth. Soon, the gate lifted, and the car moved forward slowly. The guard again respectfully saluted as the vehicle entered the community. Brother Jiang Nan, the villa you mentioned, is it the one in Jiangxing Tianfu? At this moment, Lin Man, having recovered from her shock, spoke with a gaze that had transformed. Even as an outsider, she surely understood the prestige of Jiangxing Tianfu. Being a local, she was even more aware of its significance. Yes, Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Well, Lin Man involuntarily gasped, her face filled with incredulity. She had previously assumed Jiang Nan's villa would be valued at around 10 million or 20 million. However, it now seemed that anything associated with Jiangxing Tianfu would likely cost several tens of millions. She had heard of Jiangxing Tianfu. This community undoubtedly belonged to the T1 or even T0 level in terms of housing prices. The residences were predominantly small villas and spacious flats, each easily surpassing 50 million. Villas, on the other hand, were exceedingly rare and precious, only 9 in total. The rumored 001 villa had never been occupied since its completion, remaining a genuine new property. Such high-tier villas could not merely be purchased with wealth. Subsequent villas could indeed be acquired with money, but their transaction prices were far above market value. For instance, she had previously encountered a news article about the sale of Villa number 9 for over 300 million. It was evident that as one moved up the scale to Villa number 8, 7, or 6, the price of the fabled 001 villa would be unimaginable. Brother Jiang Nan, could it be that the person who purchased Villa number 9 for over 300 million, as I saw in the news, is you? Gulp. After speaking, Lin Man couldn't help but swallow hard. Her face flushed a deep red, and her heart raced uncontrollably. 300 million. How many people would take several lifetimes to earn that? No, it could be said that it would take dozens of lifetimes. And for Jiang Nan, merely the cost of a home. How wealthy was he? Hundreds of millions? Billions? At that moment, Lin Man's thoughts soared, her rosy cheeks gradually revealing her confusion. Now, She finally understood why Jiang Nan had so casually spent 2 to 3 million without batting an eye or showing any sign of discomfort. He was genuinely wealthy, utterly unconcerned. For someone capable of purchasing a villa worth 300 million, spending a few million was akin to her casually buying a dress worth a few hundred. Or perhaps it was different. When she bought a dress worth a few hundred, she still felt a pang of regret. She needed to mentally prepare herself before making the purchase. Yet for Jiang Nan, spending millions for others was as effortless as a light sprinkle of water. What kind of treasure of a wealthy man had she encountered? At that moment, Lin Man gazed at Jiang Nan with a look of infatuation and wonder. 300 million? That isn't me. There is a document bag here. You can take a look at which villa it belongs to. Jiang Nan smiled faintly, focusing intently on driving as per the roadside sign. Chapter 39. Villa number 001. Comparable in scale to a small estate. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man took a deep breath and began to sift through the contents of the document bag. With a plethora of documents inside, she randomly pulled out a certificate and glanced at it. Pagani Huayra. When she stumbled upon a contract, she was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to comprehend its significance. However, her gaze quickly fell upon a long string of numbers: tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 60 million. As she counted, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. What could possibly be worth 60 million? Suddenly, she recognized what it was and gasped in shock. What happened? Jiang Nan turned to look at her. Is the Pagani Huayra the luxurious supercar I came across on Douyin? Lin Man was nearly certain, but still felt a chilling shock run through her. It must be. Jiang Nan chuckled and nodded. My goodness, a 60 million luxury supercar. And it's a global limited edition. Lin Man felt parched, her voice slightly hoarse from disbelief. That's fine, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. It's just a 60 million luxury supercar. Not like it's 6 luxury supercars with small targets. For me, it hardly counts as anything. That's fine, Jiang Nan, you're simply too extravagant. Lin Man shook her head with a wry smile, then solemnly placed the contract back into the document bag, only to retrieve another contract for inspection. Jiangqing Tianfu Villa No. 001. The mere sight of the small line of text sent tremors through her hands and body. This, Jiangqing Tianfu Villa number 001. Her first instinct was to take out her phone to capture the moment, but she quickly suppressed that urge, swallowing hard and exclaiming, Brother, what level of wealthy second generation are you? A 60 million global limited luxury supercar and a villa priced at 500 million. How fortunate I am to know someone of your caliber. Jiang Nan merely smiled at Lin Man's exuberance, showing no sign of annoyance. Her reaction was entirely normal. It would be far more astonishing if she remained composed in the face of such revelations. Just as Jiang Nan was about to respond, a notification chimed in his mind. Jiang Nan paused. This is breaking the limits already? He looked at Lin Man again. She appeared unchanged, but upon closer inspection, he noticed a subtle increase in her charm, which struck him with a newfound awe. Congratulations, host. Lin Man's favorability 1, charm 1, reward 1 lottery chance. The system's voice echoed in his mind, making Jiang Nan take a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Even without a deeper understanding, he had already surpassed the limits. If he could engage in further interactions and share academic experiences, surely he could gain even more favorability. Brother Lin Man's voice was soft and delicate. Now leaning weakly against the passenger seat, her gaze toward Jiang Nan filled with an indescribable warmth. What is it? Jiang Nan feigned ignorance. I feel like I don't deserve you. Lin Man spoke softly, her demeanor melancholic. You're too perfect, and I'm just a girl from an ordinary family. You are far from ordinary, Jiang Nan replied, glancing at her. In terms of emotional intelligence, beauty, and physique, she was exceptional. To an average observer, it would be no exaggeration to say Lin Man resembled a popular celebrity. However, in his presence, she felt woefully inadequate. You think too much. You're overthinking. Jiang Nan gently patted her head and assured her, when I date, I don't care about the other person's wealth. After all, no one is richer than me. I find immense emotional value in you. Thus, you are more than worthy. Really? Lin Man's previously vacant eyes sparkled like pearls. Jiang Nan nodded affirmatively. At that moment, the vehicle slowly approached the entrance of a villa that resembled a small estate. Just from the entrance, Jiang Nan could see a fountain, a front garden, and various rockeries. A vast expanse of lawn lay to the left. Wow, a golf course. Jiang Nan couldn't help but display his astonishment. This was no mere villa. It was a luxurious estate in the suburbs. Lin Man also noticed the impressive aesthetics of the front yard, her hand covering her mouth in awe. Jiang Nan exited the vehicle and approached the grand entrance. As he looked at the facial recognition lock, it beeped in response. With a soft click, the towering gates, standing 5 or 6 meters high, swung open automatically. Impressive. My face is already registered in the system before I even arrived. Jiang Nan had only intended to test the system's efficacy, but its functionality astounded him, prompting silent applause for his system. Once back in the car, Jiang Nan drove into the Jiangqing Tianfu Villa number 001. As the vehicle passed through the gates, they closed smartly behind him. It was Jiang Nan's first visit to this villa. He navigated a small path that led deeper into the estate. Soon, he arrived at an underground parking garage, an astonishingly large space. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he was taken aback by the sheer size of the underground garage, estimating it to be around 500 square meters. This was no ordinary underground parking lot found in shopping malls or hotels. It was the garage of a villa, and its magnitude was already considered luxurious. Is that the 60 million luxury supercar, the Pagani Huayra? Lin Manman's gaze fixated on a sleek black supercar parked nearby, her expression transforming into one of exhilaration and awe. This car is absolutely stunning. Chapter 40. The Pagani Huayra, truly a luxurious supercar. Jiang Nan's attention was drawn to the striking black Pagani Huayra as he moved closer, retrieving the car keys. Lin Manman eagerly followed, linking her arm with his. Two individuals arrived before a luxurious supercar valued at 60 million. It's truly magnificent. Lin Manman exclaimed in awe, having previously seen such extravagant vehicles only online. The sight before her now filled her with an indescribable sense of shock. Indeed, it was exceptionally striking. Jiang Nan gently opened the driver's side door and peered inside, where an entirely luxurious and exquisitely mechanical interior greeted him. Frankly, this style would not seem outdated even after more than a decade. Jiang Nan took a seat and felt a surge of excitement wash over him. After all, this was a globally limited edition supercar worth 60 million. Sitting in the driver's seat, with his hands on the steering wheel, he felt an overwhelming sense of prestige that far surpassed his Porsche Cayenne. Shall we take it for a spin? Jiang Nan suggested. Absolutely. Lin Manman responded with immediate enthusiasm, for this was the Pagani Huayra. Previously, she had not even had the opportunity to see one in person, let alone sit in it. Let us go. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow at her, signaling her to get in. Lin Manman, her face alight with excitement, hurried to the passenger side, only to awkwardly realize she had no idea how to open the door. There's a small switch by the door. Just flick it, Jiang Nan advised. Okay. Following his guidance, Lin Manman opened the passenger door and climbed in. The moment she settled into the seat, her cheeks flushed even deeper, enveloped in a state of heightened tension and excitement. Fasten your seatbelt, Jiang Nan reminded her as he secured his own. Once they were ready, he pressed the ignition button. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated through the 500 square meter underground garage. Yes, Jiang Nan's excitement soared. Meanwhile, Lin Manman in the passenger seat became increasingly nervous yet exhilarated. With a gentle press of the accelerator, Jiang Nan began to move. The underground garage had both an entrance and an exit. Upon exiting, they soon found themselves on a small racetrack, smoothly driving out from the back gate of Villa 001. There's even a professional racing track. My goodness, this Jiang city truly caters to the whims of the affluent. Lin Manman exclaimed as the speed increased, gripping the armrest and shouting with glee. Zoom. Outside, a black streak zipped past in an instant. So fast. Jiang Nan, slow down. Wow, this feeling is absolutely incredible. Oh no, I might get car sick. Slow down. As Jiang Nan pressed the accelerator harder, Lin Manman felt her heart racing, caught between excitement and fear. Hearing her pleas, Jiang Nan gradually eased off the gas. Phew. As the speed diminished, Lin Manman's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled, and she let out a long sigh of relief, her excitement undiminished. Jiang Nan. This 60 million luxury supercar is truly exceptional. Racing in it is exhilarating. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. He had only reached about 270 km/h. If he truly floored the accelerator, it could reach around 390. The speed of 270 was already astonishing. One could only imagine what 390 would feel like. Brother, I want to take a shower and then watch a romantic movie with you, Lin Manman said, her head lowered, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. Half an hour later, Lin Manman emerged from the master bathroom on the second floor. Her naturally radiant face was flushed, and her figure was stunning, accentuated by a fitted red and blue top. Her lower half showcased a white pleated miniskirt. Despite her height of only 165 centimeters, Lin Manman's proportions were impeccable. Her legs were incredibly fair, seemingly glowing with a heavenly light. As she walked, the sound of her brown leather shoes echoed lightly against the floor. A closer look revealed white ankle socks adorning her calves. Perfect. The ensemble was completed by her lively twin ponytails. Jiang Nan couldn't help but think how perfect she was. Scoring 89 points on the attractiveness scale seemed almost insufficient to capture the visual delight she presented. Brother Jiang Nan, at that moment, Lin Man approached him, linking her arm with his, her voice soft and sweet. It's strange. I felt my skin looked so much better when I looked in the mirror earlier. Previously, she had relied on cosmetics to conceal minor imperfections, but now, after her shower, she felt rejuvenated, as if every part of her had been renewed. Even a tiny scar on her calf had vanished. It seems that being in love changes one's entire state. Jiang Nan was astonished that such a slight increase in her attractiveness could lead Lin Man to feel such a transformation, but he refrained from engaging further on the topic. Wrapping his arm around her delicate waist and inhaling the scent of her neck, he remarked, "This shower gel smells delightful." "Huh? Brother, I didn't use any shower gel." Lin Man replied shyly. "Oh, is that your natural scent?" Jiang Nan asked, slightly surprised as they descended from the master suite, making their way down the staircase to the first floor and then further down to the basement. Soon, they arrived at a private cinema. Although there were only a handful of seats before the large screen, the overall space was comparable to a school gymnasium. Looking up at the starry ceiling, the ambience of the private cinema was simply enchanting. Brother, a gentle call broke the moment. Chapter 41. 2 Draws, The Return of Heavenly Riches Small Task. The film lasted 2.5 hours. Time flew by during moments of joy. With a soft thud, Jiang Nan stepped out of a small room at the back of the private cinema, lighting a cigarette with a satisfied smile on his face. 2 chances to draw prizes. The viewing time had successfully increased Lin Man's affection for him by 1 point. Simultaneously, her attractiveness score also rose by 1. Jiang Nan, too, had earned another chance to draw. Sitting in the front row, a glint of excitement sparkled in his eyes. "System, let us see what this draw will bring me." Jiang Nan crossed his legs and mentally communicated with the system. "Does the host wish to consume a draw opportunity?" The system's voice echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. "Yes." Jiang Nan replied without hesitation. Ding! A resounding chime echoed in his mind, and in the next moment, a 3D ethereal spinning wheel materialized before Jiang Nan. As he leaned closer, he noticed it was densely inscribed with an overwhelming quantity of fine print. Being someone who suffered from a fear of crowded text, he felt a prickling sensation on his scalp after just a few glances. "Commence," Jiang Nan commanded. "Bubu." At his behest, a whirring sound began to resonate. Seconds swiftly elapsed, and the wheel's pointer gradually decelerated. Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have drawn body transformation liquid." Body transformation liquid? What is that? Jiang Nan immediately began to examine the description of the body transformation liquid. Body transformation liquid. It empowers the body from within, enabling one to possess such brute strength that even a dozen ordinary men could not approach. Impressive. After perusing the description, Jiang Nan couldn't help but express his admiration for its remarkable potential. Do not underestimate the claim that a dozen men could not come near. It is significant. The mere brute force alone is sufficient to deter such numbers. If he were to learn some self-defense techniques, it would not be an exaggeration to say he would be akin to a martial king in a purely modern urban setting devoid of any fantastical elements. Moreover, in a society governed by law, exceptional fighting skills seem to hold little practical value. Yet, there is a saying, while you may not need it, you cannot afford to be without it. This is quite splendid. I will use it when the time comes. Jiang Nan silently nodded, and with a flicker of thought, a dark green vial appeared in his hand. Upon shaking it, he realized the liquid inside was scant. Curiously, he inquired, "System, how does one utilize this? Is it to be taken orally or in some other manner?" "Simply dissolve it in water. The host needs only to soak it for an hour for the body to absorb all of the body transformation liquid," the system replied. "An hour? Understood. By the way, if I draw this again in the future, will it still be useful to me?" Jiang Nan waved his hand, causing the dark green vial to vanish instantly. "The system has many functions, including a pocket dimension." The system's voice echoed again. "I comprehend. This is indeed a valuable item. For those with already good physical attributes or knowledge of martial arts, this could truly create a super soldier." Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Should he have the opportunity to draw this again, he certainly would not use it on himself. A person of true stature must have a personal bodyguard. Currently, he lacked the right candidate, but once his wealth accumulated, he intended to seek out a beautiful bodyguard to charm, thereby allowing him to confidently entrust her with the body transformation liquid. There is no rush. This item has not yet become abundant. And who knows when the next opportunity to draw will arise. Jiang Nan shook his head and began to contemplate how to utilize his remaining chance at the lottery. Should he use it now, or wait to accumulate a few more chances? System, do you have any good suggestions? Jiang Nan silently inquired. Single draws yield miracles. The system succinctly replied. Excellent. Let me draw for the final opportunity. Jiang Nan's spirits soared. In an instant, a grand will reappeared before him. Biubiubiu. The familiar sound of the lottery resonated in Jiang Nan's mind, and the pointer on the grand will began to whirl rapidly. Moments sped by, and the pointer began to slow down. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a cash reward of 100 million. 100 million. Wonderful. The cash reward was indeed exceptionally generous. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 100 million. In light of your commendable consumption, we present you with a special welfare task to possess 5 attractive confidants with a score of 90 or above, with a favorability rating of over 90. Task rewards: permanent ownership of Jiangqing Tower, a cash reward of 100 million, and master-level proficiency in martial arts. As the 100 million was confirmed, a series of system notifications echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. 5 attractive confidants with a score of 90 or above, permanent ownership of Jiangqing Tower, 100 million in cash, and mastery-level proficiency in martial arts. Incredible! Excitement radiated from Jiang Nan's face. He recognized Jiangqing Tower, a landmark building located in the heart of the old city, valued at no less than 10 billion. Moreover, upon completing the task, the tower would belong to him permanently. In comparison, the 100 million cash reward was inconsequential, hardly worth mentioning. Additionally, mastery-level proficiency in martial arts was a timely reward, having just drawn the body transformation liquid. If he were to complete this task, his combat ability would surely soar to extraordinary heights. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and began to ponder. Currently, Lin Man had successfully achieved a favorability score of 90, and Su Yun was the first to reach a favorability of 90 among high-scoring female acquaintances. This meant he already possessed 2 attractive confidants. Next on his list were the landlord's wife, Xia Jiqing, and his online romantic interest, Ming Qingqiu. Furthermore, there was also a girl named Jiang Yin in his WeChat contacts. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed as a hint of intrigue danced across his face. He believed it was a certainty that the first 2 could easily reach a favorability score of 90, while the previously encountered Jiang Yin would require more focus moving forward. Although 5 individuals may seem numerous, everything was well within his control. The permanent ownership of Jiangqing Tower, the 100 million cash, and the mastery-level martial arts proficiency were all within his grasp. No one could impede his success. A gleam of ambition shone in Jiang Nan's eyes. Chapter 42. The Private Butler of Villa Number 001. At this moment, footsteps approached from behind, snapping Jiang Nan back to reality. The next moment, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, and he saw Lin Man standing before him, gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration. Brother Jiang Nan, you are truly handsome, with no angles left unflattering. To put it succinctly, you are breathtakingly magnificent. Lin Man's voice rang out. Upon hearing such exaggerated praise, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. It was well known that she possessed a talent for providing emotional value, and she certainly lived up to that reputation. Before long, the 2 exited the private cinema and returned to the first floor. Ding! Suddenly, a voice echoed at the main entrance. In the next moment, the door swung open, drawing their attention. You. At that moment, a woman stood at the doorway, her expression one of astonishment as she regarded Jiang Nan. He too found himself momentarily stunned by the sight of her. The woman wore a well-fitted professional ensemble, complete with a familiar black pencil skirt and legs that seemed impossibly long. As he shifted his gaze upwards, Jiang Nan's eyes lingered on a name tag adorning her chest. It was then he truly noticed her beauty, strikingly beautiful, indeed. Her chiseled features, luscious lips, and cascading hair were captivating. Judging by Jiang Nan's discerning eye, she would undoubtedly score above 92. Otherwise, he would question the credibility of his perception. Without hesitation, he activated his perception ability on her. Name, Li Jing. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Beauty score, 95. Favorability, 0. A stunning beauty with a score of 95. Moreover, the proportions of this figure are simply exaggerated. Are you, Mr. Jiang Nan? At this moment, the woman approached and, after stealing a few glances at Jiang Nan, tentatively inquired. It is I, Jiang Nan nodded. Li Jing's favorability too. Upon hearing his response, Li Jing released a sigh of relief and then displayed a smile, extending her hand as she introduced herself. Hello, I am Li Jing, the private housekeeper assigned to Villa 001 by Jiangcheng Tianfu property. Hello. Jiang Nan shook her hand momentarily before releasing it. Li Jing's favorability 3. This gentlemanly gesture immediately earned Jiang Nan an additional 3 points of favorability. Hearing the notification in his mind, Jiang Nan secretly nodded in approval. One must accumulate initial favorability when faced with such a stunning beauty. At this point, Li Jing cast a glance at Lin Man beside Jiang Nan, a hint of astonishment gracing her features. Recently transitioned from girlhood to womanhood, Lin Man possessed an inexplicable allure that made even this high-caliber beauty unable to avert her gaze, marveling at her beauty within. Lin Man sensed Li Jing's attention and couldn't help but smile and nod in acknowledgement. As Li Jing regained her composure, she too smiled and nodded back. "Are you planning to move in directly?" Li Jing inquired, now noticing the owner's striking appearance. A few hours prior, she had received word that Villa 001 was sold, along with a photo of the owner. She admitted that the man in the photograph was undeniably handsome from every angle. However, witnessing him in person, Li Jing was even more struck by his remarkable looks. Incredible. Li Jing's favorability too. Another 2 points of favorability registered, causing Jiang Nan to smile inwardly. Indeed, possessing good looks makes it effortless to garner admiration from the ladies. "I won't be moving in just yet. I will come by occasionally," Jiang Nan replied. After a brief silence, Li Jing cleared her throat and said, "Mr. Jiang Nan, let's sit down and chat." "All right." The three of them settled onto the sofa in the side hall. Li Jing crossed her legs, her alluring black stockings and high heels captivating the attention of all present. "Mr. Jiang Nan, since you have purchased Villa 001, I will no longer receive my payment from the property management," Li Jing stated softly. Such a direct request for payment felt somewhat awkward, but it was essential to clarify this matter in advance to avoid any future disputes. "I am aware. I have reviewed the contract, which outlines this arrangement." Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. "Your monthly fee is 30,000, correct?" "Yes," Li Jing affirmed. "Good. Did you bring the contract?" 30,000 a month was nothing to Jiang Nan. He even considered raising Li Jing's salary. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it, realizing that such a move might be perceived as foolish by someone whose favorability was not yet high. "I brought it." Li Jing, surprised by her employer's straightforwardness, quickly retrieved a document folder from her shoulder bag and placed it on the table. Li Jing's favorability too. Another notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind, deepening his smile. Wasn't this a steady climb in favorability? Jiang Nan took the folder, pulled out the contract and a pen, casually reviewed it, and promptly signed his name. "Done." He handed the contract back to Li Jing, saying, "Let us exchange WeChat." "Sure." Li Jing hastily signed her name as well, then took out her phone for them to add each other on WeChat. "Give me your account. I will advance some of your salary. Also, feel free to replenish any necessities for the villa," he instructed. As the new owner of Villa 001, he realized that he was now responsible for maintaining the place, which previously had been managed by the property management. Certainly, Li Jing did not hesitate to provide her bank account details. Jiang Nan copied it, opened the banking app, and began the transfer. Chapter 43, The Early Bird Catches the Worm? Ding. Congratulations, host, transaction completed. You have received a 5-fold rebate on your spending, 5 million yuan. He transferred 1 million to Li Jing, with 360,000 covering her salary and the remainder for daily necessities, items he deemed not excessive. 1 million. Li Jing's face reflected sheer astonishment upon witnessing the transfer. "Mr. Jiang Nan, this is too much," she exclaimed, disbelief etched on her features. "Not at all. The 360,000 is your annual salary. I'm quite easygoing, and considering the added bonuses, along with your responsibilities in the villa, feel free to replenish anything that runs low. Just let me know if funds are insufficient." Jiang Nan stood sincerely, extending his hand with a smile. "From today onward, I entrust you with the care of the villa." "Yes, boss, that is my duty." Li Jing took a deep breath and quickly stood up, shaking Jiang Nan's hand. Li Jing's favorability too. In just a few minutes, her favorability towards Jiang Nan had soared to over 11 points. "Ha ha ha, boss sounds a bit too formal. Just call me by my name," Jiang Nan chuckled. "You seem to be a few years older than I am. How about calling you Sister Jing?" "That works." Li Jing smiled and nodded. "I won't disturb you and your girlfriend any longer. Please let me know when you leave so I can check for any items that might need restocking." "All right." Jiang Nan didn't retain Li Jing, watching her depart with a smile as she carried the document folder. That Sister Li Jing was truly stunning. Once Li Jing left, Lin Man nestled beside Jiang Nan and softly remarked, "She is indeed beautiful." Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. Li Jing exuded an undeniable allure. One could say that with a big wave perm, her goddess-like presence would only amplify. "Will you be the one to gain favor first?" Lin Man suddenly said weakly. "Huh." Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback by her words. "Well, this girl has quite the sixth sense," he thought. Hey, Jiang Nan, you were staring intently at sisterly Jing just now. Did you think I didn't notice? Lin Man teased, surprisingly without a hint of jealousy. Aren't you jealous? Jiang Nan curiously asked. Lin Man shook her head with a smile, tightening her embrace around him, saying softly, being able to have such an outstanding man like you is already a source of happiness for me. So sweet. Jiang Nan cherished Lin Man's understanding nature and immediately asked, do you know how to drive? Upon hearing his question, Lin Man's eyes widened slightly as she exclaimed, are you planning to buy me a car? Correct. Jiang Nan smiled gently. Boom. Around 5 in the afternoon. A sleek black car sped through the streets of the Southern District, its engine's roar capturing the attention of passers-by. Wow, that car is stunning. Excited gasps filled the air as some even pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Driving with one hand, Jiang Nan reveled in the experience as Lin Man, seated beside him, blushed with a radiant glow, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she occasionally glanced his way. Soon, Jiang Nan arrived at a Maserati dealership in his Pagani Huayra. As they passed by the entrance, a group of saleswomen rushed out, captivated by the sight of the exquisite Pagani parked in front. Pagani Huayra, exclaimed a tall saleswoman in black stockings, her eyes wide with excitement. That must be worth at least 26 million, right? No, it looks even more upscale than that. I'd wager it's over 50 million. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. When Jiang Nan stepped out of the car, an audible intake of breath echoed among the crowd. So handsome. Oh my. This guy's looks are simply extraordinary. Hurry, let us greet him. The tall saleswoman swiftly approached Jiang Nan, while Lin Man disembarked from the passenger seat, slightly slowing the saleswoman's pace. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Lin Man as they walked. Welcome to our Maserati dealership, sir and miss. The saleswoman greeted them with a warm smile. I'd like to choose a car for my girlfriend, Jiang Nan stated plainly. I want one that's available immediately. Right this way, please. The saleswoman promptly invited them into the showroom. With a subtle glance, she signaled for someone to bring over 2 bottles of unwrapped mineral water. We definitely have cars in stock. I'm just curious which model this lovely lady prefers, she inquired with a light laugh. You go explore with her. I'll sit for a bit. Let me know when you've made a decision, Jiang Nan said, showing only mild interest in the vehicles. He gently patted Lin Man and made his way to a nearby sofa. This way, miss. The saleswoman guided Lin Man to the exhibition hall for introductions. Handsome. Can I add you on WeChat? Just as Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa and took out his phone, a striking woman with a score of over 70 approached him in high heels, her long legs accentuated by black stockings. He glanced at her and replied with a smile. I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend. Simultaneously, he activated a perceptive skill on her. Name, Zhao Lanhua. Age, 26. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 72 points. Affection, 60 points. It's fine. Your girlfriend is busy looking at cars, so adding me on WeChat wouldn't hurt. Zhao Lanhua smiled charmingly. No, thank you. Jiang Nan shook his head. Zhao Lanhua's affection minus 60. Instantly, upon his firm refusal, a system notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting a smile as he shook his head in amusement. Zhao Lanhua's affection for Jiang Nan plummeted to 0. Yet her good manners allowed her to maintain a polite smile as she slowly departed. How could she dare to show displeasure towards someone who arrived in a multi-million-dollar limited edition supercar? With Zhao Lanhua's failure, the other saleswomen lost their courage to approach Jiang Nan. He leaned back on the sofa, opening WeChat to check messages. Little rascal, you haven't contacted me all afternoon. Are you having too much fun with Teacher Sue? Jiang Nan replied. Not at all. I've just been handling some matters. Cut it out. Handling matters, huh? I bet you're just, she teased. After exchanging a few more messages, she sent a voice note. I'm off to eat now. I'll be at home waiting for you. Your online girlfriend is coming tomorrow, right? Are you free tonight? Let us grab a late-night snack together. Sure. Jiang Nan replied before exiting the chat with her. He noticed a message from Ming Xingqiu that came in around 3 in the afternoon. But he was busy then and could only respond now. Not receiving an immediate reply, he exited her chat and opened Su Yun's conversation. I miss you again, Su Yun sent, followed by 2 photos. Jiang Nan glanced at them, his eyebrows slightly raising in surprise. After viewing the 2 images, admiration spread across his face. Su Yun, now completely open with him, truly embodied the epitome of beauty. Let us meet up in a couple of days when I have free time, he replied in a voice message. Finally, a response. Came her playful voice. Is your daughter at home? Why does your voice sound so guilty? Jiang Nan chuckled. Yes, it's Friday and she got out of school early. She's right beside me. This time, he sent a text message instead of a voice note. All right, I'll be busy for a couple of days, but I'll reach out once I'm free. Meanwhile, at Su Yun's home, Her face flushed upon reading Jiang Nan's message. "Mom, why is your face suddenly so red?" asked her daughter, who was seated on the couch engrossed in a comic. "It's nothing, sweetie, just a bit warm. Stay put. I'm going to take a shower," Su Yun replied, gently patting her daughter's head as she slowly made her way to the bathroom, unable to resist touching her heated face, her eyes reflecting a dreamy haze. Unaware that his casual remark had sent Su Yun rushing to the bathroom, Jiang Nan turned his attention back to Lin Man, who was excitedly admiring the cars. He shook his head with a smile before opening Douyin to browse short videos. After viewing several clips, he felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He switched to the live streaming section, scanning for interesting content. At this hour, there were quite a few live streams, yet few featured attractive hosts. Jiang Nan, uninterested in those with beauty filters, sighed and prepared to exit the Douyin app. However, just then, the Star's Show beauty category refreshed, revealing a live stream that caught his eye. The thumbnail depicted a stunning girl without any beauty filters, her expression cold and distant, resembling someone who had just lost a beloved pet. But that wasn't the crucial part. The pivotal detail was that he recognized this beautiful girl, Jiang Yan. Indeed, it was the high-profile girl he had encountered while dining with Lin Man. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan entered the live stream, noting the viewership, tens of thousands, but very few actual viewers present. As the conversation came to a close, Jiang Yan announced her departure from the live stream, urging her audience to follow her on a popular platform known as Douyin, where she would soon be broadcasting. With a swift exit that took Jiang Nan by surprise, he transitioned back to Douyin and searched for her name. To his astonishment, he discovered that she was a modest internet celebrity with around 100,000 followers. A quick glance at her short videos revealed a surprisingly high engagement, with many garnering tens of thousands of likes. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to follow her, recognizing this as an opportune entry point into a new venture. The prospect of her streaming piqued his interest, as he envisioned himself joining her on that virtual battlefield whenever time permitted. She seemed akin to Lin Man and Su Yun, individuals whose affections could be swayed with financial allure. A flicker of confidence crossed Jiang Nan's face. For him, matters that could be resolved with money were hardly matters at all, even if she had a penchant for handsome faces, with his good looks and wealth. Winning over this attractive young woman seemed effortlessly attainable. At that moment, footsteps approached. "Brother Jiang Nan, I've made my choice." Lin Man and a tall, elegant girl in black stockings arrived. Jiang Nan tucked away his phone, rose from the sofa, and wrapped his arm around Lin Man's slender waist, handing a card to the smiling saleswoman beside them. "Go sign the contract. The password is..." Lin Man, momentarily bewildered, asked, "Do I write my name?" Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. "The car is a gift for you. Does it need to be in my name?" Her eyes sparkled with joy. "Wow, Brother Jiang Nan, you're amazing. I love you so much," she exclaimed, showering him with affectionate kisses. "Go ahead," he encouraged, patting her on the back. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind, initially leading him to believe Lin Man's affection had grown, only to realize it was a message regarding someone named Ma Ling. His gaze shifted to the tall girl in stockings, who was looking at him with an almost adhesive gaze, making him feel as though she might leap toward him if no one else was around. Before long, another notification resonated in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. You have received a tenfold rebate, 10 million yuan. This substantial rebate pleased him, but just as he thought the excitement had ended, another notification chimed. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a consumption critical hit and received an additional reward, 10 million yuan. Jiang Nan's expression turned to one of surprise. This is a first, he mused, inquiring if the system could indeed trigger extra rewards. Probability-based, the system replied. Elated at the prospect of triggering more such rewards with significant expenditures, he approached Lin Man, who had just exited the finance office with the signed contract. To him, the prospect of 1 million yuan no longer held the same thrill. Yet he recognized that accumulating such rewards would amount to a considerable fortune over time. "Brother Jiang Nan," Lin Man approached, giddily presenting his bank card and planting an excited kiss on his cheek. "Now I can call myself a woman with a luxury car." Her joy was palpable. Previously, she could hardly have dreamed of owning a car worth millions, let alone a Maserati. Jiang Nan smiled. "Once you tire of this car, just let me know. Anything that can be bought with money, I will procure for you." His words were sincere. The system's rewards were consistently top tier, and his desires were not particularly materialistic. He aspired for extraordinary abilities that would one day render the entire world his playground, a perfect manifestation of the system's moniker, life without restraint. He even speculated that the system might eventually offer him means of immortality. "Your boyfriend treats you exceptionally well," Ma Ling remarked enviously. She had encountered wealthy suitors before, but had never seen one so willing to put the car in the woman's name. Jiang Nan, seemingly indifferent to the car's price, simply swiped his card without a second thought. Lin Man proudly held her head high, not needing to voice her satisfaction. Let me see what car you chose. Jiang Nan expressed his curiosity. The color I picked isn't available yet, Lin Man replied cheerfully. It's a pink one, but it will take a few days to arrive. All right, he agreed, embracing her as they exited the dealership. Come again soon. Ma Ling beamed as they left. Moments later, the roar of a Pagani Huayra echoed, vanishing in an instant. Ma Ling, envious, turned her attention back to the store, where she was soon surrounded by eager saleswomen, all clamoring for updates on the wealthy gentleman. Did you add him on WeChat? One asked excitedly. Shouldn't we push a little? Another chimed in, though she hesitated, aware of the high standards set by Lin Man's beauty. Ma Ling shook her head, advising against pursuing such lofty aspirations unless one could match her in every regard. The group, sensing the gravity of her warning, shifted their attention toward Zhao Lanhua, who was nonchalantly seated and engrossed in her phone. Cough, cough. Ma Ling immediately understood what was happening. With a gentle cough, she waved her hand and said, All right, disperse, everyone go about your business. Let me take you back. An hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Man casually found a restaurant to grab a bite. In the car, he glanced at Lin Man, who looked a bit reluctant, and spoke up. The hour was getting late, and by the time he returned to the old city, it would be nearly 7 in the evening. Most importantly, the landlady had sent him several alluring photos while he was dining, some featuring black stockings, while others showcased various silk outfits, truly piquing Jiang Nan's interest. All right, brother Jiang Nan, I'm already satisfied just having you accompany me for a day. Lin Man, of course, felt reluctant to part ways, as today had been the happiest experience of her 18 years. Having tasted sweetness, she couldn't help but wish to savor more that evening. She knew Jiang Nan was not solely hers and could guess the situation, but she was quite obedient and refrained from asking too many questions. I had a great time too. Jiang Nan reached out to stroke Lin Man's head, and she instantly displayed a gentle, content expression. One must admit that Lin Man seemed to possess a deeply ingratiating personality. As long as you treated her well and were sufficiently outstanding, she would wholeheartedly provide you with any emotional value you desired. This was also why Jiang Nan valued her. The traffic at this time was somewhat congested, and it took over half an hour to drop Lin Man off at her university gate. When the Pagani Huayra appeared, nearly everyone at the entrance turned their gaze toward the car. Whoa, the Pagani Huayra. My dream car. Whoa, my dream lover. Is that Lin Man? No way. It really is Lin Man. Did she just get out of that Pagani Huayra? Is she taken by some top-tier rich guy? Heartbreak filled the air. Why do the campus beauties always end up with wealthy men? Can't we average Joes get a taste of the soup too? While the Pagani Huayra was indeed a sight to behold, as Lin Man stepped out of the car, the hearts of the majority of the boys present shattered. Brother Jiang Nan, I'll head back now. Rest early and send me a message when you get home. Ignoring the gazes around her, Lin Man blew a kiss toward the car and cheerfully waved goodbye, glancing back 3 times as she made her way into the school. As Jiang Nan prepared to start the car, he heard a sudden commotion. Wait. At that moment, a swarm of girls rushed over, surrounding his vehicle. The speed was astonishing, leaving one utterly dumbfounded. Don't crowd. I'm phone go. Don't delay me from getting on WeChat. The noise was reminiscent of a bustling market. Jiang Nan frowned instantly, rolling down the window once more. Chapter 46. Drunk in the beauty's lap, awakened to wealth. As he lowered the window, the atmosphere became electrifying. The impact of his Pagani Huayra was already substantial, but the moment his face, an irresistible allure to women, was revealed, it ignited the crowd. Wow, so handsome. Handsome guy, let us add each other on WeChat. I'm still a pure girl, can we arrange a date? Handsome guy, open the door. I'd like to discuss life with you. Chaos ensued. The scene transformed into utter disarray. For the men, the sight of JK uniforms, white stockings, little leather shoes, and twin tails was purely exhilarating. However, for these materialistic girls, merely seeing a luxury car was enough to send them into a frenzy. Let alone the fact that the owner was an unparalleled handsome man. This allure was absolutely overwhelming. Is it really this crazy? This scene did not go unnoticed by the boys at the school gate, who exchanged glances and promptly began filming, broadcasting. Brothers, it's too wild. Be cautious of male safety. Never venture out in a luxury car. You'll be besieged by a horde of girls. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was feeling quite helpless. There were just too many people. He sighed softly and took out his phone, pretending to make a call, saying, Hello. Is this Uncle Hat? Yes, I'm being surrounded by a bunch of people at XX University. Thank you, Uncle Hat. When faced with an insurmountable situation, One must call upon Uncle Hat. After feigning the call, the throng of materialistic girls dispersed significantly. A few persistent girls attempted to win Jiang Nan over with their determination. But he calmly stated, "Ladies, please make way. I need to step out to wait for Uncle Hat." Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, many more girls retreated, leaving only a few lingering nearby. Seeing this, Jiang Nan stepped on the gas, and in an instant, the Pagani Huayra transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing from sight. Darn it, I've been played. The remaining girls were instantly vexed. They had almost touched the Pagani Huayra, just a step away from boarding it. Why had they suddenly lost the chance? How terrifying. Inside the car, Jiang Nan let out a long breath, a bitter smile on his face as he gazed at the exquisite, mechanical steering wheel. He couldn't help but murmur, "People in this world are too crazy. I must remain low-key. My face alone can drive women wild, and coupled with the aura of a super-rich guy, it might lead to another scene like earlier." Muttering to himself, he shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed a Porsche Cayenne would suffice. At least $1 million luxury car wouldn't incite such a frenzy. 20 minutes later, around 7:40, Jiang Nan parked and returned to the landlady's community. After stepping out of the car, he noticed the landlady had sent a few more alluring photos, prompting him to hum a little tune. He ascended to the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Nan gently tapped on the landlady's door. "Coming." Her cheerful voice echoed from within. The sound of hurried footsteps followed, and soon the door swung open. The moment the landlady appeared, Jiang Nan's eyes widened. Goodness! Her silver hair was elegantly styled, with 2 strands framing her forehead. This hairstyle alone perfectly captured the essence of a neighbor straight out of a comic. Coupled with her outfit, a fitted purple cheongsam, she looked utterly stunning. As Jiang Nan appraised her, the landlady slightly tilted to the side and smiled. "Little Jiang, how do you like this outfit?" "Good." Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up. "Just good?" The landlady arched an eyebrow, her voice tinged with suppressed excitement, as she looked at Jiang Nan with a hint of longing. "I spent the day searching for a look that would dazzle, and all I get from you is good." Seeing her demeanor, Jiang Nan chuckled. "Sister, I've given you infinite praise. At least you know how to appreciate." An hour later, Jiang Nan sat on the living room sofa, lighting a cigarette. He exhaled slowly. "I need to get to bed early. My flight is at 8 tomorrow morning. Yay, I'm about to meet my darling. So nervous, so excited, wow." At that moment, his phone on the sofa vibrated, and Jiang Nan picked it up to see a message from Meng Qingqiu. Upon observing the plethora of exclamation marks, he could discern just how exhilarated this woman was at that moment. To be candid, Jiang Nan was equally thrilled. He was acutely aware of the stunning allure brought forth by the remarkable beauty of Li Jing, the private butler of Villa number 001, whose looks could easily score a dazzling 95. And what of Meng Qingqiu? A striking 96. The tangible allure of her presence was undeniably captivating, holding one's gaze and stirring the heart. It is imperative not to underestimate the mere 1-point difference between a score of 95 and 96. In reality, as the beauty of a woman escalates, each additional point brings forth a distinctly different sensation. To illustrate, consider a pair of twins. If the elder sister scores a point higher, one may perceive her as more attractive than her sister, despite their identical features. This phenomenon persists even when both are clad in identical outfits, yet one feels the elder sibling possesses a certain charm that the younger lacks. In Jiang Nan's view, when a woman reaches such a level of beauty, it transcends mere aesthetics and delves into an ineffable feeling. Indeed, I too feel a twinge of nervousness. After finishing a cigarette, Jiang Nan sent a message back to Meng Qingqiu. "Hey, I fear I shall lose sleep tonight. My heart is racing relentlessly." Meng Qingqiu replied, attaching a stunning selfie. Her exquisite face was flushed, her eyes extra dreamy. "I cannot take it anymore. I must force myself to sleep. Good night." Darling Muab. Before Jiang Nan could respond, Meng Qingqiu hastily sent a voice message. "Good night." Jiang Nan returned a kiss. Setting his phone aside, he reclined on the sofa, his hands cradling the back of his head, a mysterious smile gracing his face. On the morning of May 15th, he received word from the system, and now, on the evening of May 17th, a mere 2.5 days later, his savings had soared to over 1.8 billion, accompanied by numerous enchanting companions. His life had undergone a remarkable transformation. This was merely the beginning. The future surely held a place for him atop the pinnacle of success, to revel in the embrace of beauty and to command wealth upon waking. Chapter 47. Meng Qingqiu. "Darling, let us meet in 2.5 hours. Are you tired?" Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Nan had already drifted off, leaning back on the sofa with his eyes closed, when a pair of delicate hands began to gently massage his head. The tender voice of the landlady echoed in his ears, prompting him to open his eyes. Before him stood the landlady, clad in a white cheapao, with him facing her bosom. The most tantalizing detail was the Chi Pao's daring cut. Jiang Nan instinctively swallowed hard. Sister Xia, your technique is quite commendable. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply, offering his praise. Come lie on my lap. I shall massage your temples and head. The landlady settled beside him, gently patting her thigh. Jiang Nan unhesitatingly reclined on her lap, slowly closing his eyes once more. It must be said that the landlady seemed to possess some massage skills, for after just a few gentle touches on his temples, he felt a resurgence of energy. His fatigue was not due to an exhausting day, but rather the whirlwind of changes in his life that left him with a peculiar sense of disorientation. You ought to exercise some restraint. The landlady's soft voice floated to him, her gaze filled with tenderness as she looked at the man resting on her lap. Every day, you seem to have boundless energy. Sister, your words are amusing. Jiang Nan opened his eyes slowly, unable to suppress a smile. While advising me to exercise restraint, you adorn yourself in such an enticing outfit. It's akin to a cigarette package warning about smoking's dangers. You cheeky boy, the landlady chuckled at his remark, playfully tapping his nose with her delicate finger. This is all for your benefit. Indeed, indeed. Jiang Nan closed his eyes again, exclaiming, after such a massage from Sister Xia, I feel revitalized. You rascal. The landlady leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his forehead. Get to bed early tonight. You are to meet your online love tomorrow. You must conserve your energy for the occasion. In a few days, when my relatives depart, I assure you, it will be an unforgettable experience. Ha! We shall see whether Sister Xia yields first, or I do. Jiang Nan laughed heartily. The ensuing hours were filled with joyous moments. Eventually, Jiang Nan fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, around 8 a.m., his familiar biological clock roused him. The landlady's presence was already absent. Grabbing his phone, he made his way to the bathroom, multitasking as he brushed his teeth while scrolling through messages. Meng Qingqiu, darling, I'm about to take off. See you in 2.5 hours. Meng Qingqiu attached an image. He opened the image to find a snapshot of the airport, revealing none of her attire. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan felt a sense of anticipation. Exiting the chat, he checked the landlady's message. Landlady, my little man, I'll be visiting my mother for the next couple of days. See you soon. Upon reading this, Jiang Nan spat out mouthwash and replied succinctly, prepare your battle attire. In 2 days, we shall engage in 100 rounds. After sending the message, he couldn't help but chuckle. Su Yun, I'll be busy for the next few days. Jiang Nan, what do you think of this outfit? Su Yun attached an image. Jiang Nan opened Su Yun's chat and widened his eyes at the sight. A hanfu. It must be said that Su Yun's gentle and charming demeanor truly shone in traditional attire. Wonderful. Jiang Nan typed a swift wonderful, without a response. He opened Lin Man's message. Good morning, Jiang Nan. A voice message accompanied by an adorable selfie of her pouting. I have some matters to attend to over the next couple of days. Once I'm free, I'll reward you well. Jiang Nan sent back a voice reply. At your service. Another voice message followed, accompanied by a cute photo of her saluting. This made Jiang Nan chuckle at her adorableness. After exchanging messages, he finished his morning routine and stepped outside. The Pagani Huayra was undeniably a sight to behold. As Jiang Nan descended the stairs, he spotted a familiar electric scooter parked nearby. In a familiar scene, a young man sat on the scooter, arms crossed, watching a younger fellow snap pictures in front of his Pagani. The young man then flashed a mysterious smile, preparing to dismount and retrieve his car keys from his pocket. However, catching sight of Jiang Nan approaching, he immediately sat back down, discreetly slipping the keys into his pocket. Whistling nonchalantly, he feigned indifference as Jiang Nan reached the Pagani. With a chirp, he retrieved the keys and pressed the button, causing the electric scooter to zoom away simultaneously. Jiang Nan glanced at the departing scooter, shaking his head with a smile, and prepared to enter his car. Brother, could I take a picture of the interior? A somewhat anxious young man approached Jiang Nan, inquiring softly. Of course. Jiang Nan did not refuse, noticing the pleasant weather. He opened the car door and the sunroof, instantly transforming it into a convertible. So cool. Oh my goodness. The young man began snapping photos eagerly, while Jiang Nan watched with a smile, allowing him to capture the moment. After a few seconds, he reluctantly shifted his gaze, bowing deeply to Jiang Nan and expressing, Thank you, brother. This Pagani Huayra is indeed the car of my dreams. I never imagined I would see it in person. Jiang Nan merely smiled, remaining silent. He refrained from delivering any platitudes about hard work leading to such luxuries. While there might be a chance of owning a car worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions with enough effort and a stroke of luck, it is undeniable that those who possess cars worth several million did not simply achieve that through diligence alone. I shall take my leave now, Jiang Nan said as he entered the vehicle. Safe travels, brother, the young man waved excitedly. With a roar, the Pagani Huayra swiftly vanished from the young man's sight. Truly magnificent. he exclaimed, remaining in place for a while, repeatedly zooming in and out on the selfies he had taken alongside the car, his face alight with excitement. Chapter 48. A first encounter with the purest moonlight. Around 10:30, a Pagani Huayra came to a stop across the street from the exit. Jiang Nan leaned against the car, occasionally glancing at his watch. The time was nearly upon him. Discarding his cigarette, he extinguished it underfoot and made his way towards the exit. Crossing the street, he soon found himself waiting at the entrance. Meanwhile, his phone chimed with a message. Darling, I have arrived at Jiangxing Airport. Meng Qingqiu's message popped up, accompanied by a photo taken upon her disembarkation. I'm waiting for you at the entrance. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. To be honest, he felt a bit nervous. Despite the experiences he had recently accumulated, the truth remained. A man never truly outgrows the thrill of youth. After all, this was his first time meeting someone from an online romance. How could he not feel a flutter of nerves? All right, Meng Qingqiu replied with a voice message. Jiang Nan set his phone aside. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the ground drew his attention. Instinctively, he looked over to see two stunning flight attendants. Their faces obscured, laughing and pulling their suitcases along. Men, as it often is, were captivated by the sight of these uniformed beauties. Jiang Nan shook his head, redirecting his gaze. While it was impossible to deny his interest in flight attendants, he understood that he could not simply approach anyone. Factors such as beauty, physique, and demeanor all weighed heavily on his mind. After a few moments of quiet anticipation, people began to emerge from the exit in a steady stream. Jiang Nan felt his spirits lift. After a minute or two, his eyes locked onto a breathtaking figure dragging a pink suitcase. Meng Qingqiu. At that moment, as she appeared, nearly all the men around instinctively halted, their gazes drawn to the extraordinarily beautiful woman, disbelief evident in their eyes. She was stunning. Several men, even those accompanied by girlfriends, found themselves mesmerized by her beauty. The reason their partners remained unfazed was clear. Their attention was equally captivated by the impossibly handsome Jiang Nan. As Jiang Nan's gaze fixated on Meng Qingqiu, she, in turn, found her eyes locking onto his. In an instant, an invisible spark ignited between them, sending a thrilling shiver through their bodies. Jiang Nan took a step forward, while Meng Qingqiu quickened her pace slightly. At this moment, Jiang Nan noted her attire, a high ponytail, a simple white halter dress, and a pair of exquisite legs adorned without stockings. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan could not help but be drawn to the allure of her figure. After a while, his gaze gradually lowered to her white socks paired with matching white shoes. Perfect. This outfit was absolutely ideal for encapsulating Meng Qingqiu's pure and innocent charm. She was the epitome of moonlight. As Jiang Nan pondered this, he finally approached Meng Qingqiu. Darling, she exclaimed, setting down her pink suitcase and joyfully leaping into his embrace. At that moment, her heart raced wildly. Jiang Nan gently stroked her hair, smiling warmly. In the truest sense, our first meeting. Qingqiu, hello, I am Jiang Nan. Darling. Meng Qingqiu released Jiang Nan's waist, gazing at him as she softly called his name, her eyes fluttering shut. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the essence of youthful shyness radiating from her. Jiang Nan leaned down to place a brief kiss on her lips, a fleeting touch that lingered just long enough to savor. He then wrapped his arm around her slender waist and guided her pink suitcase toward the Pagani Huayra parked across the street. Darling. Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the stunningly luxurious supercar, exclaiming in disbelief, Didn't you say you would pick me up in a Porsche Cayenne? How did it become this Pagani Huayra? I forgot to switch cars. It's no big deal. They're all the same, Jiang Nan replied, minimizing the suitcase in his hand as he pressed a small button to open a compartment in the rear of the vehicle, revealing a side storage area. Typically, this feature goes unused. After all, who drives such a car without flaunting it? Fortunately, Meng Qingqiu's suitcase, once reduced in size, fit perfectly, posing no significant issue. The Pagani Huayra. Soon, the two of them entered the car. After Meng Qingqiu fastened her seatbelt, she looked around at the luxurious, exquisitely designed interior, a hint of admiration gracing her stunning face. This car must be a global limited edition, right? Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded, glancing at her with a raised eyebrow. You seem quite knowledgeable about cars. Well, I do have some understanding. My brother enjoys these kinds of vehicles. He has a Pagani Huayra too, though not a limited edition. Being around him, I've picked up a bit of knowledge, Meng Qingqiu replied naturally. Her family was quite affluent in Shanghai, not just a typical wealthy family. Had it been the old Jiang Nan, he would never have revealed a hint of his family background. However, now that he was driving a globally limited Pagani Huayra, it was evident that his previous claims were not mere boastings. He was a genuine heir to wealth, possibly surpassing her family's status by several tiers. As for the notion that this Pagani was rented, Meng Qingqiu likely found such an idea ludicrous. A global limited edition Pagani Huayra, a luxury supercar with immense collectible value. Who would rent one just to try it out? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan cast a deep glance at Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat. It seemed she truly embodied the essence of a genuine affluent beauty. With a roar, Jiang Nan started the engine, instantly drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Their astonished gasps filling the air. The Pagani Huayra shot off like a bolt of black lightning, disappearing from view in an instant. Chapter 49. Cheesy lines and a dash of handsomeness inside the car. Meng Qingqiu occasionally glanced at Jiang Nan, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. Is there something on my face? Jiang Nan chuckled lightly each time their eyes met, causing her to quickly avert her gaze, her face reddening even more. It's a bit, she shyly admitted, nodding in agreement. Oh, is there something, a bit handsome perhaps? Jiang Nan chuckled, amused. How annoying, you took my words. What can I say now? Meng Qingqiu pouted playfully, casting a coy glance at Jiang Nan. Aha. Jiang Nan burst into laughter again. So adorable. Meng Qingqiu's face exuded an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a reclusive school goddess. Yet Jiang Nan understood that she possessed an undeniable contrasting charm. Typically, such seemingly aloof, otherworldly beauties carry an element of surprise, revealing their true selves only in the presence of those they desire. Just like Meng Qingqiu, she could be sweet or aloof, high and mighty or clingy. To outsiders, they could only glimpse her facade. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu was simply delightful. Qiu, let us head back to drop off our things first. What do you want for lunch later? Jiang Nan suggested. Spicy hot pot. Meng Qingqiu blurted out. Really going for spicy hot pot? Jiang Nan exclaimed in surprise, only to meet her shy, evasive eyes and a faint affirmative sound. In that fleeting moment, a familiar old joke from years past resurfaced in his mind, a tale of an online couple meeting for the first time, where the woman took the initiative to meet the man, who subsequently treated her to a bowl of 6 yuan spicy hot pot. And thus, the man became insatiable that night. With the resurgence of this joke, it was widely understood what dining on spicy hot pot implied. Coupled with Meng Qingqiu's bashful demeanor, avoiding Jiang Nan's gaze, he easily grasped the underlying hint. Moreover, Meng Qingqiu's affection for him had soared to a remarkable 80 points. At this level, a home run was practically guaranteed. Their online romance spanned 2.5 years, a considerable length of time, during which the girl was well aware of what meeting in person entailed. So Jiang Nan feigned innocence. Soon, 40 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Nantian's community. The Pagani Huayra glided smoothly into the underground garage of the village Jiang Nan had purchased in the old city. Darling, this community must be quite pricey, right? As Meng Qingqiu leaned against him, her petite pink suitcase in tow, she intertwined her arm with his, radiating sweetness. The housing prices here aren't exorbitant. Just a few tens of thousands, Jiang Nan replied, gradually making his way to the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, he didn't linger and proceeded directly to the second floor. Affection for Meng Qingqiu 1. Affection for Meng Qingqiu 2. Affection for Meng Qingqiu 3. 2 hours later, Meng Qingqiu's affection for Jiang Nan had escalated to a staggering 90 points. With her stunning looks rated at 96, it seemed that further ascension in affection was not so easily achieved. At that moment, by the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette slowly. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Exhaling a gentle puff, an indescribable smile graced Jiang Nan's face. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from the landlord's wife. Seems like someone has met their online romance. Indeed. Did you seal the deal? Absolutely. Picture. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment in the old city, the landlord's wife, assisting her mother in the kitchen, blushed upon seeing the photograph. Goodness, this rascal. She mused quietly. Jiqing? Jiqing? Pass me the chopsticks. Her mother's voice broke through. What are you daydreaming about? So entranced? And why's your face so flushed? Are you coming down with something? Mom, I'm fine. It might just be a bit warm in the kitchen. The landlord's wife quickly tucked her phone away, swallowing hard before fanning herself, feigning nonchalance. Why don't you go outside and keep Xiaoing company? Leave the kitchen to your mother. Her mother promptly ushered her out. Once outside, the landlord's wife let out a long breath, fanning herself again to regain her composure, returning to her chat with Jiang Nan. She pressed the voice message button and softly said, "See you in a few days." It was a brief second of audio, barely audible. All right, Jiang Nan replied succinctly. You take care. The landlord's wife sent another message, rest assured. Jiang Nan smiled confidently. At that moment, the sound of water from the bathroom ceased. A few minutes later, Meng Qingqiu emerged, adorned in a pink JK uniform. This outfit instantly captivated Jiang Nan's attention. Her skirt was not a pleated one but a form-fitting pink number, paired with a snug pink blouse that accentuated her curves beautifully. However, the true highlight was her choice of delicate, knee-high white socks adorned with bows. Simply perfection. Darling, how do you like my outfit today? Meng Qingxiu twirled playfully, noticing Jiang Nan's mesmerized gaze, and blew him a kiss. Stunning. More than just beautiful. Jiang Nan stepped closer and whispered in her ear. In an instant, Meng Qingxiu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly nodded, murmuring, "Let us talk about it tonight." Ha! Watching Meng Qingxiu's bashful demeanor, Jiang Nan found himself increasingly enamored. Darling, I'll go put on some makeup. You head downstairs and wait for me. Meng Qingxiu kissed Jiang Nan's cheek softly. All right. Jiang Nan understood that Meng Qingxiu wished to surprise him. After all, even without makeup, her beauty was already breathtaking. With a little effort, she would be nothing short of otherworldly. Anticipation bubbled within him. Settling on the living room sofa on the first floor, Jiang Nan crossed his legs and pulled out his phone. Ding! As soon as he did, a notification popped up. It was past 1 o'clock. Had it not been for their 2-hour delay, they would have already had lunch. At that moment, he received a live stream notification, not from Lin Man or Su Yun, but from Jiang Yan. Honestly, Jiang Nan found himself quite intrigued by Jiang Yan. After all, she was a striking beauty rated at 92, and her figure was simply stunning. What man could resist such a lure? Without hesitation, Jiang Nan entered Douyin, pondering briefly before investing 1 million. The 10 million Douyin coins arrived instantly, without a hint of delay. Upon completing the recharge, he clicked into Jiang Yan's live stream. Good afternoon, everyone. I will officially start streaming on Douyin from today. As he entered the live stream, Jiang Yan's cool voice resonated immediately. Upon noticing Jiang Nan's account, level 63, her gaze locked onto the ID Yinyu Jiang Nan, and an unprecedented smile graced her strikingly beautiful face. Her voice, now tinged with emotion, continued, "Welcome to the live stream, esteemed Yinyu Jiang Nan." As she spoke, she clicked on his avatar, revealing his IP address was from Jiang City. Strangely, the memory of a sunny gentleman who had added her on WeChat a few days ago flashed through her mind. In the misty reign of Jiang Nan, a carnival was bestowed upon the streamer. As Jiang Yan remained in a daze, Jiang Nan had already commenced his generous gifting. By the time she regained her senses, the entire live stream room was adorned with the festive effects of the carnival. 100 carnivals. Gratitude to the benefactor for the 100 carnivals. The surprise arrived so unexpectedly. Having never received such an abundance of gifts, Jiang Yan clasped her small mouth in astonishment and exclaimed with delight. Look, even the ethereal goddess is not perpetually frigid, just like the current Jiang Yan, who, despite her initially cool demeanor, was momentarily brightened upon witnessing this extravagant gift worth 300,000. She couldn't help but emit a sweet tone. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the 100 carnivals. As she spoke, she hurriedly followed this generous gentleman. The overwhelming gifts left her somewhat dizzy. It was a rarity to hear Jiang Yan's voice so soft, and to see such a sweet smile adorning her face. The comments flooded the live stream, with viewers expressing their admiration. Is brother Jiang Yan also from Jiacheng? At this moment, Jiang Yan's sweet voice resonated through the stream. Yes, I encountered you near the university town last time. We exchanged WeChat. Jiang Yan did not feign ignorance but openly revealed his identity. Oh? Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Nan's comment. Her face soon reflected astonishment. Could it be that sunny gentleman from before? Meaning that the Porsche Cayenne beside him was indeed his. Jiang Yan's affinity 15. Despite spending 300,000 without an increase in affection, merely revealing his identity garnered him an instant 15 points. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle at the realization that this woman was indeed a steadfast admirer of beauty. I truly did think of you when I saw your ID and IP. I never expected it to be you. Jiang Yan's tone was now laced with excitement, and she began her expressions of gratitude again. Your 100 carnivals have left me somewhat bewildered. Haha. After all, I've never received so many gifts before. Is that so? Jiang Nan chuckled as he sent another comment. The carnival effects danced across the screen once more. This time, it was not just 100, but an astounding 200. Within just a few minutes of the broadcast, Jiang Yan had received 300 carnivals, with a total gift value soaring to 900,000. After taxes and deductions, she would still net over 30,000. Jiang Yan's affinity 10. Oh, with an additional 600,000, her affection for him easily rose by another 10 points, and Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with delight. Jiang Yan's fondness for him had now reached a commendable 35 points. With a little more effort, it seemed that reaching 90 points would not be far off. Thank you again, brother Jiang Nan, for the additional 200 carnivals. I am truly grateful. In the stream, Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed as she stood up from her seat. Jiang Nan noticed her outfit, which was not much different from their first meeting, save for the stockings adorning her exquisite legs. This time, she wore white 0D pantyhose, enhancing her flawless legs, making her ensemble utterly captivating. Continue your broadcast. I merely came to see you. I'm about to have dinner. We'll chat on WeChat later. Jiang Nan, having spent 1 million dough diamonds, gifted Jiang Yan 33 more carnivals before sending the last 10,000 as a red envelope and exiting the stream. As he left, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Consumption completed. You have received a 5-fold rebate, 5 million. Having earned an additional 4 million, Jiang Nan remained unfazed. At that moment, a new message alert popped up on his WeChat, revealing a message from Jiang Yan, whom he had not contacted since adding her. Brother, could we arrange to have dinner tonight? Jiang Yan's message arrived. Seeing this, it was clear what her intentions were. With a fondness of 35 points towards him, she was not shy about expressing her interest. As long as Jiang Nan hinted at any attraction, she would undoubtedly pursue him further, gradually elevating their relationship. Jiang Nan felt confident in this regard. I'm busy tonight. I have some matters to attend to in the next few days. How about I treat you to dinner later? After a moment of contemplation, he settled on this response, gracefully declining while suggesting a future meeting. This exchange would not evoke any negative feelings from her. Jiang Yan's affinity too. With this perfect reply, his affinity with her grew by 2 more points. All right, just let me know when you're free after you finish your tasks. I'm available anytime soon. Her voice message echoed, likely sent while she was momentarily occupied. And in her eagerness to express her availability, she might not have realized how much weight she placed on the word soon. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed in amusement. Her emphasis on being available soon suggested she hoped he would invite her on the 520th. Okay, I'll head to dinner now. We'll chat later. On the day of the 520th, he was uncertain of his own availability. There was also the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man. From a task-oriented perspective, he should prioritize inviting Jiang Yan, but in terms of personal preference, she was still firmly in 5th place in his affections. Enjoy your meal. We'll chat later. Brother Jiang Nan. After reading Jiang Yan's reply, Jiang Nan promptly exited WeChat and made his way to the kitchen. Upon checking the refrigerator, a variety of beers and drinks awaited him. All perfectly fine after being chilled for a while. He grabbed a can of soda, checked the date, and with a satisfying pop, began to sip. Refreshing. An ice-cold soda brought a smile to his face as he stepped out of the kitchen, having already consumed a significant portion. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the 2nd floor. Jiang Nan quickened his pace slightly as he arrived at the foot of the staircase on the 1st floor, lifting his gaze. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of exquisitely perfect legs, accentuated by white over-the-knee stockings adorned with a bow, which made one unable to resist the urge to draw closer. It was no jest. Even someone like Jiang Nan, who prided himself on his strong willpower, found such thoughts creeping into his mind in that fleeting moment. To be honest, those who were already leg enthusiasts, fans of white stockings, or admirers of delicate feet in hentai would likely conjure far more outrageous thoughts. Before long, half of her figure emerged, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but gasp. A striking white silhouette entered his line of sight. After stealing a few glances, he awkwardly cleared his throat. White leggings. Well, in that instant, Jiang Nan deemed such leggings to be the most ill-conceived invention in the world. When Ming Qingxiu fully revealed herself, Jiang Nan found his breath momentarily caught. Her hair was styled into 2 braided pigtails, gracefully resting on her chest, and her enchanting, flawless face required no more than a touch of natural cream to shine. The only distinction was her eye makeup, which accentuated the seductive allure of her fox-like eyes to perfection. Yet that was not the crux. What truly captivated were the few shimmering sequins placed at the corners of her eyes, complemented by her striking blue irises, exuding an exotic charm. Oh, how trivial the so-called pure and alluring beauties of the internet seemed in comparison to Meng Qingxiu. Jiang Nan found himself swallowing hard, overwhelmed by the staggering beauty that radiated a score of 96 in looks. Darling, a voice chimed. Jiang Nan's gaze was drawn to her plump, glistening lips, and he couldn't resist swallowing again. The woman wore a mirror-like lip gloss that made her lips appear to glimmer with every word she spoke, utterly captivating. Indomitable! Jiang Nan could only marvel. At that moment, Meng Qingxiu showcased her 96-point beauty in all its glory, reaching its zenith. Before long, Meng Qingxiu descended from the 2nd floor, naturally wrapping her arms around Jiang Nan's, nuzzling her head against his shoulder. What's wrong? Jiang Nan gently inquired as he embraced her slender waist. Darling Qiu is hungry, Meng Qingxiu pouted, her large, watery eyes gazing up at Jiang Nan. She was utterly adorable. This demeanor nearly melted Jiang Nan's heart. This woman truly embodied the essence of sweetness, elegance, and allure. Let us go? Unable to resist, Jiang Nan leaned down to kiss her soft lips, then waved his hand. descending to the underground parking lot. Once in the car, Jiang Nan drove with one hand, smoothly making his way out of the garage. Boom. A short while later, on the bustling streets of the old city, a black Pagani Huayra sped by, prompting pedestrians on either side to halt in astonishment. What shall we eat? Jiang Nan asked. Spicy hot pot. I miss the spicy hot pot in Jiang City. Meng Qingqiu replied, her cheeks flushed. Miss it? Jiang Nan asked, surprised. When I came last year, I tried that hot pot you kept raving about. It was indeed delicious. Meng Qingqiu explained. Oh, that place. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. It was located barely 1,000 meters from the landlord's community entrance. Got it. Familiar with the routes of the old city. Jiang Nan arrived at a street within 10 minutes, slowing his pace before stopping in front of a shop. The moment the Pagani Huayra halted, all eyes within 100 meters turned toward them. At that moment, around the corner, Su Yun, dressed in a qipao with nude stockings, strolled by, holding her daughter's hand. Suddenly, the little girl pointed excitedly ahead, exclaiming, Mommy, there's a really cool car. What a cool car, Su Yun chuckled, glancing forward. Just a single glance revealed her surprise. Soon after, a breathtakingly beautiful girl emerged from the passenger seat, and Su Yun's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A pang of envy stirred within her. Although she understood Jiang Nan would never belong solely to her, witnessing this scene still brought a lump to her throat. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's gaze drifted towards Su Yun, who appeared crestfallen. What a coincidence! Yet, he paid no mind, merely winking at her. At that moment, Su Yun saw Jiang Nan wink, and inexplicably felt her gloom dissipate. At least, he didn't ignore me. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun watched as Meng Qingqiu wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's, and they began to walk together. Wow, that sister is really pretty. And that brother is so handsome. Their paths crossed at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Su Yun, holding her daughter's hand, heard her exclaiming with excitement. Hush. Why are you shouting? Su Yun admonished her daughter before turning to Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, smiling apologetically. Children can be a bit noisy. Sister. It's perfectly fine. What an adorable little girl. Meng Qingqiu replied cheerfully, casting a few admiring glances at the young, beautiful mother before her attention fell upon the little girl, who resembled a porcelain doll with her pigtails. She couldn't help but bend down to pat her head. Thank you, sister. The little girl was quite polite. Meanwhile, Meng Qingqiu's affectionate gesture went unnoticed by Jiang Nan and Su Yun, who exchanged glances. Well then, little Wan, say goodbye to brother and sister. As Meng Qingqiu stood up, Su Yun's cheeks flushed slightly. Goodbye, brother and sister. The little girl waved joyfully as Su Yun led her away, glancing back several times, clearly reluctant to part. That little girl is so adorable, Meng Qingqiu remarked, turning back for another look. Surely, our daughter will be just as cute. Jiang Nan embraced Meng Qingqiu's slender waist, smiling brightly. Yes, absolutely. Meng Qingqiu replied without a hint of shyness, believing wholeheartedly in the adage that true love inspires one to bear children. Her affection for Jiang Nan only grew, wishing to have 7, 8, or even 11 little ones. As this striking pair entered the quaint eatery, having drawn attention with their dazzling appearance and the sleek sports car they arrived in, they immediately captivated the gaze of all patrons inside. Too beautiful. Is she a fairy? Which celebrity is she? This handsome guy isn't too shabby either. They truly are a match made in heaven. My oh my. The world is mostly filled with NPCs who can only admire such a pair. Indeed, that statement is hauntingly accurate. A chorus of murmurs followed as Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu found an empty table to sit down. What would you like to eat? Handsome and beautiful. An enthusiastic aunt approached, menu in hand, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Nan. It must be said that Jiang Nan's charm is indeed exaggerated. Potato slices, kelp, fish balls, instant noodles. Meng Qingqiu immediately began to place her order, finally smiling and saying, Thank you, medium spicy. All right. The aunt cheerfully reiterated the order, confirming it before saying, Please wait a moment. Thank you. Meng Qingqiu replied again. This lovely lady is truly too polite. I might just sneak in a little extra for you, the aunt chuckled, her demeanor quite endearing. Once the aunt departed, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement, observing that most of the aunts in the dining establishments of Jiancheng were notably warm, especially when they mixed dialect with their less than fluent Mandarin, which made for quite an amusing experience. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and time seemed to have flown by. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu glanced at her pink watch, her expression shifting to one of surprise. In her memory, it felt as though she had just disembarked from a plane, yet several hours had already passed since her arrival in Jiangxing. As if recalling something, she shyly cast a glance at Jiang Nan. Those 2 hours of joyful moments truly seemed to consume both time and energy. When one is with the right person, time invariably slips away swiftly. Indeed, joyful moments are always fleeting, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. After this weekend, I don't know when I'll have the chance to see you again. With finals approaching in just over a month, she realized that her schedule would be packed, leaving little opportunity for another visit to Jiangqing to meet Jiang Nan. No worries, I still have plenty of free time. Whenever you need me, I can always come to Shanghai to see you. Jiang Nan gently took Meng Qingqiu's hand, offering a comforting pat. That's wonderful. When you come, I'll introduce you to my childhood best friend, Yao Yao, who is incredibly close to me. Meng Qingqiu exclaimed excitedly, her smile brightening. She is truly a stunning beauty and an exceptional academic. Is that so? Jiang Nan replied with a smile, seemingly uninterested in Meng Qingqiu's best friend, and remarked, Isn't it said that best friends often dislike their best friend's boyfriend? Not at all. My darling is so handsome and outstanding. He is no ordinary man. Humph. I'm more worried that Yao Yao might take a liking to you, Meng Qingqiu proudly declared. Ha. Jiang Nan merely smiled. Soon after, they began to eat. As a couple, they shared a large bowl of spicy hot pot, chatting and laughing, and half an hour passed swiftly. This is so delicious, Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, putting down her chopsticks, her face glowing with satisfaction. She had longed for this spicy hot pot for an entire year, and finally, today, her wish was fulfilled. Darling, if I eat too much, I might get sleepy. Meng Qingqiu elegantly wiped her lips, her eyes narrowing with a smile as she looked at Jiang Nan. Chapter 53. The Transformative Power of the Body Modification Liquid. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke while gazing outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Suddenly, a soft hum came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Meng Qingqiu peacefully asleep, her sweet smile revealing a hint of tenderness. Buzz. At that moment, a vibration erupted from the bedside table. Jiang Nan glanced over to see Meng Qingqiu's phone ringing. Noticing her brow furrow slightly, he walked over and checked the caller ID. Yao Yao. Who is it? Meng Qingqiu mumbled, half asleep. It must be your best friend, Yao Yao, Jiang Nan replied. Darling, could you answer it for me? Just tell her I'm sleeping, and I'll call her back when I wake up, Meng Qingqiu said nonchalantly before falling completely silent. Jiang Nan picked up the phone and answered the call. Hey, it's Jiang Nan, Autumn's boyfriend. She's currently asleep and will call you back once she wakes up. Jiang Nan spoke softly. Huh. Yao Yao's voice suddenly rose in pitch, clearly astonished. Sleeping? You too, It was evident that Yao Yao was utterly shocked that they had spent their first meeting together in slumber. Unable to believe it. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked in return. With a 2.5-year foundation of online romance, was it not entirely normal for their first encounter to result in such an outcome? It would not be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Nan was not as wealthy or handsome as he claimed, and Meng Qingqiu likely would not shy away from intimate moments with him, as she was a woman who prioritized feelings above all else. As long as Jiang Nan was not severely lacking in physical allure, it would be entirely reasonable. This was also why, after Meng Qingqiu secretly met Jiang Nan last year, she still expressed a desire for a face-to-face meeting this year. It's just hard to believe. Yao Yao was indeed astonished. The two had been inseparable since childhood, kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, and now university, sharing even the same dormitory. In this world, if she considered herself the second person who understood Meng Qingqiu best, then there was no one who could claim the first spot, not even Meng Qingqiu's own family, who paled in comparison to her understanding of her best friend. Thus, her shock was entirely warranted. Let her wake up and respond to you, Jiang Nan said softly. Okay, you must treat my Autumn well. Yao Yao's voice rang out. Of course, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. After hanging up, he set the phone down on the bedside table. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu turned over unconsciously, and he leaned down to kiss her forehead gently before quietly stepping out of the master bedroom. Descending the stairs, Jiang Nan extinguished his cigarette and placed the butt in the ashtray before sitting on the sofa. System, check my character attribute panel. Jiang Nan called out. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, 187 million yuan. Abilities, insight, indestructible physique, master-level piano proficiency. Items, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Huayra, body modification liquid. Life opportunity, a significant gift awaits on the day of my 22nd birthday. Instantly, a 3D virtual character attribute panel appeared before his eyes. 187 million in savings. The progress was indeed quite rapid. Body modification liquid. Jiang Nan's thoughts turned, and a dark green vial materialized in his hand. After gently shaking it, a peculiar light sparkled in his eyes. Without further hesitation, he rose from the sofa and headed to the bathroom on the first floor, filling the bathtub with water. Soon, The tub was filled to about 80%, and Jiang Nan poured the body modification liquid into it. In an instant, the clear water turned a deep green hue. Without a second thought, he stripped off and stepped into the bathtub. Is an hour sufficient? Jiang Nan inwardly inquired. Yes, host. The system replied. Good. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan slowly closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. 20 minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment crossing his face. At this moment, the dark green water in the bathtub had receded by a small margin, indicating that his body transformation liquid had been absorbed significantly. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly captivated him was the invigorating sensation that coursed through his being. It was an indescribable feeling, leaving him utterly astonished. He then closed his eyes once more, and in the blink of an eye, 40 minutes had swiftly passed. This time, Jiang Nan did not open his eyes immediately. He patiently waited for a few seconds before slowly lifting his eyelids. What a miraculous sensation. Every part of his body felt brimming with inexhaustible energy. Jiang Nan raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist, producing a resounding crack that echoed in the air. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt as though a single punch from him could fell a wild bull. Goodness, wasn't that thought a tad inflated? Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps, just perhaps, it was indeed true. To his astonishment, Jiang Nan then discovered a more pressing issue. His skin appeared as smooth and luminous as porcelain, radiating a subtle glow that he could scarcely believe was real. Paired with his perfectly sculpted physique, he truly resembled a work of art. How utterly extravagant. Just as Jiang Nan was marveling at the transformative effects of the body modification liquid, the bathroom door creaked open. Darling, darling, are you in there? Meng Qingqiu's vibrant voice rang out, clearly rejuvenated after an hour of rest. Here, Jiang Nan replied, just as he prepared to rise from the tub. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu had already approached the curtain. With a gentle pull, she drew it aside, her voice chiming in. There are only the two of us at home. Why pull the curtain? Are you hiding from me? He. As the curtain was fully drawn back, Meng Qingqiu stood there, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld Jiang Nan, who was standing naked in the tub. The pitch of her voice escalated several notches. Darling, your physique, your skin looks even better than before. Meng Qingqiu exclaimed excitedly as she stepped closer, unable to resist the urge to caress his flawless contours, her expression one of shock. She playfully tapped him, and upon hearing a sound akin to steel, her mouth formed an astonished O. This physique was simply unbelievable. Jiang Nan chuckled, then dried himself with a towel and dressed, before effortlessly lifting Meng Qingqiu in a princess carry and exiting the bathroom. Meng Qingqiu wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes shimmering with longing, wishing for even more joyful moments together. Upon reaching the living room, Jiang Nan set her down and stretched his body. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds erupted from him. What is that noise? Meng Qingqiu asked, her eyes widening. Darling, don't tell me this world has martial arts like in the movies? Hearing the sound, Meng Qingqiu gasped, swallowing hard in astonishment. What are you thinking? Jiang Nan teased, pinching her delicate nose and playfully brushing the tip of it. I merely maintain a regular exercise routine. And after soaking in my exclusive medicinal bath, I felt the need to stretch, which resulted in that sound. As he spoke, he stretched again, this time without producing any noise. That's impressive, Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, wrapping her arms around him, her cheek resting against his chest as she listened to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, her face gradually flushing with warmth. I wish I could hold you like this forever. It feels incredibly safe. Jiang Nan affectionately stroked her head, smiling as he said, that day is not far off. Once you graduate, we'll be inseparable every day. Great, great, Meng Qingqiu replied, her laughter filling the air. Just then, a rumbling sound interrupted them. Are you hungry? Jiang Nan inquired, noticing her sudden expression. Yeah, I didn't have much to eat earlier, and with all that activity, I'm quite famished, Meng Qingqiu admitted bashfully. After a brief tidying up, the two set out. During rush hour in the old city, it took them nearly 40 minutes to find a parking spot at a restaurant. Time flies, it's already 6 o'clock, Meng Qingqiu remarked, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's while glancing at her watch in disbelief. Indeed. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. Wait, I think I left my bag in the car. Darling, could you wait for me? She suddenly exclaimed at the restaurant entrance. What do you need? Jiang Nan asked, slightly surprised. Just a moment. I'll be right back, she replied with a mysterious smile. Releasing his arm and heading briskly towards the Pagani Huayra parked nearby, Jiang Nan shook his head with a smile. Xiaoman, let us go karaoke tonight. I have a few good buddies who have yet to meet you. This weekend, everyone is free, so how about a gathering? At that moment, a couple emerged from the restaurant. Okay, but I have to head back tonight, There's a curfew at home, the woman said with a hint of disappointment. All right then, the man replied reluctantly. Footsteps echoed as the couple approached Jiang Nan. I'll call a ride, the man said. Go ahead, the woman replied casually. Casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Nan, her heart instantly captivated by his striking profile. Wow, is he this handsome? Wang Xiaoman's favorability 50. Huh. Jiang Nan was momentarily lost in thought when suddenly, a notification from the system jolted him back to reality, causing him to instinctively glance around. Before long, his gaze met that of a woman nearby. Are you Jiang Nan? Wang Xiaoman, upon recognizing him, widened her eyes in surprise. Jiang Nan, she exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. Why, it's you. Jiang Nan replied, a bit taken aback by her recognition. I'm Wang Xiaoman. She introduced herself with a bright smile. Wang Xiaoman Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Ah, it's you, my old classmate. In truth, he hadn't remembered who she was at first, but the familiarity sparked a warm smile. Yes, we were desk mates in high school. They say girls change a lot. It seems boys do too. With looks like yours, you could easily debut, Wang Xiaoman said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As her demeanor shifted, the man beside her wore an expression darker than night. His girlfriend had never bestowed upon him such warmth. Yet, here she was, radiating enthusiasm towards a high school classmate. Frankly, which man could tolerate such a slight? The car is almost here, Xiaoman. Let us wait a moment, he suggested, though the thought of the time, energy, and money he had expended in his pursuit of her, only to receive a cold shoulder, made him quickly suppress his feelings, donning a smile instead. Wait. Can't you see I'm chatting with an old classmate? Wang Xiaoman frowned, casting an impatient glance at her boyfriend before quickly turning back to offer a bright smile to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, why don't we add each other on with chat? Let us have a meal sometime and reminisce about our high school days. At her words, the man's expression shifted ominously. Wang Xiaoman, am I truly your boyfriend? Inviting another man in front of me, do you take me for a fool? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his gaze icy as he confronted Wang Xiaoman. Is it not too disrespectful to arrange to meet another man without considering how I feel? In that moment, his ire was directed solely at Wang Xiaoman. For this was her own transgression. You're so eager to befriend someone indifferent to you, it's almost pitiful. Zhang Yang, if you can't handle it, then leave. What is wrong with catching up with an old classmate? Wang Xiaoman shot back, her irritation palpable. Hurt by her words, Zhang Yang retorted. I've been longing for some decent meals with you, and even this one took coaxing. You're not a real man. She snapped, then turned to Jiang Nan, her demeanor shifting back to warmth. Jiang Nan, are you here for dinner too? I just realized I'm still a bit hungry. How about I treat you to a meal? The contrasting attitudes were starkly evident, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the absurdity of the situation. How unfortunate it was to find himself inadvertently the cause of a couple's discord, all for the crime of being too handsome. Just then, a voice pierced the air. Darling, it was Meng Qingqiu, her cheerful tone accompanied by the sound of her hurried steps. Wang Xiaoman turned instinctively to see a stunning girl approaching, her smile radiant and her presence strikingly graceful. Before Wang Xiaoman could fully process the scene, Meng Qingqiu had reached Jiang Nan, leaning affectionately against him, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Wang Xiaoman. Darling, who is this? This is an old classmate, Jiang Nan replied, offering a polite nod to Wang Xiaoman before leading Meng Qingqiu into the restaurant. After a moment of dazed silence, Wang Xiaoman snapped back to reality, only to find Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu had vanished into the restaurant. Damn it, my future husband, she muttered, her expression darkening, and she stepped outside, glancing around for Zhang Yang, her brow furrowing in worry. She hastily pulled out her phone to message Zhang Yang, but a red exclamation mark flashed on her screen, draining the color from her face. To Jiang Nan, this incident was merely a trivial footnote, hardly memorable. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the restaurant, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu settled into a cozy booth. The ambience was delightful, intimate, and inviting, a testament to the thoughtful selection of the venue. Jiang Nan chuckled softly as Meng Qingqiu scanned the menu, her demeanor sweet and eager. She quickly ordered, then turned to Jiang Nan, presenting him with a small, elegant bag. Guess what this is? Is it a gift? He ventured. It's my 520 gift for you, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In that moment, warmth flooded Jiang Nan's cheeks. It was clear she had prepared this gift long before, and he felt a twinge of guilt for not having a present ready for her. Did you not prepare a gift for your beloved Qingqiu? She teased, her playful tone lightening the mood. As Meng Qingqiu revealed a stunning pair of couple's watches. Jiang Nan marveled at their beauty, crafted with care and elegance. They were certainly not ordinary. She slipped the blue watch onto his wrist, her soft lips brushing against his skin as she admired it. Your hand looks exquisite. It feels just right. realizing her affinity for hands. Jiang Nan chuckled as he donned the matching red watch. How fitting, indeed. Their playful banter continued, and the meal passed swiftly, filled with laughter and lightheartedness. As they exited the restaurant, the night had deepened, making the day feel all too fleeting. In the car, they reflected on the joy of the evening, the world outside fading into the background as they savored their time together. After fastening her seatbelt, Meng Qingxiu rolled down the car window and gazed at the pitch-black night sky, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she remarked, I always feel like I haven't accomplished anything all day. It just slips away. Tomorrow will be another day, and come the day after, I must return. Oh dear, I shouldn't think about it. Contemplating it makes me feel melancholic. It's all right. I'll come to Shanghai to see you soon. Jiang Nan gently took hold of Meng Qingxiu's hand, whispering softly, All right. Meng Qingxiu leaned over and planted a kiss on Jiang Nan's cheek. Suddenly, the car roared to life, the engine humming as they hit the road. Almost immediately, the phone that Jiang Nan had habitually left on the side began to vibrate. In an instant, his heart raced. Typically, no one would call him. However, the past few days had been different. Ignoring the call would only raise suspicion. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply and turned to the curious Meng Qingxiu in the passenger seat, saying, I'm driving. Could you answer the phone? Meng Qingxiu blinked, picked up the phone, and said, It's a call from the landlord's wife. Should I answer? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded, Yes. Go ahead. Thankfully, it was a phone call and not a message on WeChat. Had she opened his WeChat, it would have been quite troublesome. Chapter 56. The Dark Side of Human Nature. The first insight into same-sex relations. The call connected. Jiang Nan, the landlord's wife's anxious voice came through immediately. What happened? Meng Qingxiu activated the speakerphone, and Jiang Nan promptly replied. Xiaoying is missing. The landlord's wife exclaimed in a panic. She was just in the community. And now she has vanished. I'm frantic. I've already called the police, but I'm so scared. Don't worry, Xiaojia, we'll be there right away. This was no trivial matter. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and spoke urgently. I'm so sorry, Jiang Nan. I don't have many friends. With this situation, you're the only one I could think of for help. Upon hearing the landlord's wife, though frantic, felt reassured knowing Jiang Nan was with someone. So she refrained from saying anything that might cause misunderstanding. Sister, you've been generous with the rent before. I truly appreciate it, Jiang Nan said earnestly. Send me your location, and I'll come immediately. I'm at the community where I live, the landlord's wife quickly responded. Understood, we're on our way. Jiang Nan decisively ended the call. Meng Qingxiu put down the phone, her expression turning serious as she softly remarked, In this day and age, surely there aren't any human traffickers about? With surveillance everywhere, as long as the police are notified promptly, nothing should happen. It's hard to say. Those old-style communities often lack surveillance. If someone were to kidnap her, it could go unnoticed, Jiang Nan frowned. True, Meng Qingxiu nodded. Soon, Jiang Nan increased his speed and, before long, returned to the community. He parked the car beneath the building he rented and spotted the landlord's wife, who appeared frantic not far away. Xiaojia, Jiang Nan waved and called out. Upon hearing his voice, the landlord's wife turned to him as if he were her anchor. When she saw him emerge from a Pagani, her face momentarily registered shock, followed by astonishment as a beautiful young woman disembarked from the passenger seat. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens, this girl is stunning. Even the landlord's wife felt a pang of inadequacy in the presence of such beauty, her aura and charm eclipsing all else. As they met, Meng Qingxiu couldn't help but admire the exquisite young woman in high-waisted jeans, her own expression reflecting awe. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt your date, the landlord's wife said, full of regret. Xiaojia, there will always be time for dates. Finding Xiaoying is our priority now, Jiang Nan interjected. Indeed, Xiaojia, please don't panic. Once Uncle Mao arrives, he will surely find the little girl quickly, Meng Qingxiu added hastily. Xiaojia, have you searched the community? Jiang Nan inquired. I've searched everywhere, but there is no sign of Xiaoying. I even asked the children playing around, but none of them have seen her, the landlord's wife said, her eyes welling with tears. She had only stepped away for a brief phone call with Xiaoying's grandmother, and upon returning, the little girl was nowhere to be found. The guilt weighed heavily on her. If anything happened to Xiaoying, she would never find peace again. Qingxiu, you stay and talk with Xiaojia while I search around, Jiang Nan suggested upon hearing the landlord's wife. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Qingxiu before beginning to walk through the community. This older community was not large, with only 4 buildings and a simple lawn and fountain at the back. Could those mischievous kids have taken her somewhere? Jiang Nan pondered as he noticed a group of boys playing on the slide. His eyes narrowed. He recognized them as the same boys who had bullied Xiaoying before. Human nature can be inherently malicious, especially among children. Without proper guidance from adults, they might easily stray into mischief. The internet is rife with stories of children banding together to harm others. Jiang Nan strode purposefully towards the boys on the slide. The moment the boys spotted him, they exchanged glances. Jiang Nan approached them calmly, giving them a steady look. Have you seen Xiaoying? He knew the girl's name and squinted at the boys. No. Why would we know? If she's missing, go call the police. One of the taller boys replied, puzzled by Jiang Nan's inquiry. I never said the little girl was missing. Jiang Nan's gaze locked onto him, narrowing further. Upon hearing this, the other two boys began to look uneasy, while the taller boy maintained his composure, retorting, why do I get the feeling you're not very bright? Asking us such questions only confirms she's gone. Any adult would find it hard to restrain themselves from responding to such provocation, but Jiang Nan merely narrowed his eyes, projecting an icy glare. The intense look startled the taller boy, who instinctively took a step back, his earlier calm demeanor evaporating as he threatened, just so you know. If you decide to hit me for no reason, think about whether you can handle the public scrutiny. Public scrutiny? Hearing those words, Jiang Nan couldn't help but scoff. At that moment, he was almost certain that Xiaoying's disappearance was tied to these boys. Immediately, he formulated a plan and cast an insight spell on the taller boy. Name, Zhang Dong. Affinity, -100 points. Life encounter, recently suspected of kidnapping a little girl, incarcerated in a juvenile detention center. Psychological activity, ha. No matter how you think, you could never imagine that I have hidden that wretched girl, Xiaoying, on my rooftop terrace. Jiang Nan, who had already made plans, was taken aback when he noticed the insight directed at the young boy. The attributes of women, men, and even himself were entirely different. With this setting, I wonder if readers can guess which type of female lead will be unlocked by 15? Indeed, it is. Chapter 57. As handsome as a celestial being, frenziedly raising favorability. Zhang Dong, I know you. Jiang Nan remarked nonchalantly. You're lying about your age. Are you trying to cover something up? What? A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Dong's eyes as he feigned calmness. Don't intimidate me. So what if I lied about my age? What can you do about it? Jiang Nan chuckled, and then turned his gaze to the rooftops of the other three buildings. As he scanned, Zhang Dong and his companions grew increasingly tense, following his line of sight. Jiang Nan's peripheral vision remained fixed on them. And when he observed that Zhang Dong and his friends lingered a few seconds longer on the building to his left, he instantly deduced where the little girl was hidden. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and called the landlady. Jiang Nan, I was just about to call you. Uncle Hat is here. How are you? The landlady answered immediately, her anxious tone evident. I'm at the slide. Bring them here, Jiang Nan replied calmly. Okay. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's composed voice, the landlady managed to steady her own frantic emotions. After hanging up, the three young boys prepared to flee. Jiang Nan swiftly grabbed one with each hand, while he held the two smaller ones under his arms. Let go of me. This is kidnapping, do you understand? Zhang Dong shouted, flailing his fists in midair. Kidnapping? You know what kidnapping is. Jiang Nan squinted at the boy, his patience wearing thin. Encountering such audacious brats who thought they could act without consequence was infuriating. He often read about premeditated murder cases involving children online, and each time, his blood boiled, wishing to punish those vile brats. Now, faced with such a situation in reality, how could Jiang Nan endure it? Soon, the landlady and Meng Qingxiu arrived with several uncle hats. In an instant, Jiang Nan scanned everyone, his gaze lingering on a beautiful hat-wearing lady for a few seconds. Jiang Nan. The landlady and Meng Qingxiu hurried over, their eyes widening as they saw Jiang Nan holding several boys. Where have you taken my little Ying? The landlady glared at Zhang Dong, her expression darkening. I don't know, Zhang Dong replied defiantly. You didn't keep an eye on your daughter, and now you blame us? How shameless. Furthermore, he added, don't think you're impressive just because you're the landlord. This is a society governed by law. What does your wealth matter? Another brat who harbored class resentment. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed, and he slapped Zhang Dong. How dare you hit me? Zhang Dong, stunned by the slap, regained his composure only to see the landlady's fierce gaze, which silenced him instantly. A mother's strength is formidable. Mommy, I'm so scared. The little girl's voice echoed from behind the door. Don't be afraid. Mommy will rescue you soon, the landlady reassured. I have a spare key to the rooftop, Jiang Nan. Calm her down while I get it. At that moment, several uncle hats and the beautiful hat-wearing lady also arrived, their faces registering shock at the girl's cries. Xiajia, no need to go, Jiang Nan said calmly. He set down the two smaller boys and switched Zhang Dong to his left hand, then gently tapped on the aluminum door before him. What is he trying to do? The onlookers were bewildered. Xiaoying, sweetheart, please move aside. Your brother will come in to save you soon. Jiang Nan's soothing voice resonated. Brother, the little girl's sobs intensified. Be good, listen to your brother. And find a corner to hide while covering your ears, Jiang Nan patiently comforted her. Okay, sob, I'll hide well. The little girl sniffled and found a suitable spot. Is Xiaoying hidden well? Jiang Nan continued to inquire. Hidden sob well, brother, came her quiet response. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan, under all the astonished gazes, tightened his fist, steadied his stance, and unleashed a powerful punch against the aluminum door. Bang! The deafening sound resonated through the stairwell, causing everyone to tremble and stare wide-eyed at the door. Wow! He left a fist imprint on the door. An uncle had exclaimed. Bang! The second punch followed. Bang! And then the third. After 5 mighty punches, Zhang Dong, who was held in Jiang Nan's grip, had fainted from fear, and Jiang Nan tossed him aside. With a deep breath, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the aluminum door flying open. Stepping through, Jiang Nan appeared at the threshold, cradling the little girl in his arms, while the landlady, Meng Qingqiu, several uncle hats, and the beautiful hat-wearing lady stood in stunned disbelief. Favorability with Xia Jiqing 12. Favorability with Meng Qingqiu 2. Favorability with Qiu Rue Yue 20. In an instant, as everyone regained their composure, they saw Jiang Nan embracing the little girl at the door, illuminated by the bright moonlight, resembling a celestial being. At that moment, every woman present felt their hearts race. Chapter 58. Qiu Rue's instant attraction. So what if I hit? What of it? As for Qiu Rue, she suddenly gained over 20 points, prompting Jiang Nan to glance towards the staircase where the hat-wearing sister stood, instinctively casting a diagnostic spell. Name, Qiu Rue. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Attractiveness, 92 points. Affection, 25 points. At that moment, the landlord's wife let out a sigh of relief, her voice echoing through the room as she instinctively rushed towards Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan comforted her, saying, Sister Xia, it's all right. Only then did the landlord's wife realize her surroundings, taking the little girl from Jiang Nan's arms. Her eyes slightly reddened as she shyly glanced at Meng Qingqiu, lowering her head apologetically like a girl who had done something wrong. Qiu, Sister Xia, I understand. There's no need for jealousy. Meng Qingqiu stepped forward, gently grasping the landlord's hand and patting it reassuringly. As long as the little girl is fine. With that, she exhaled deeply, gazing at the adorable child in her arms and affectionately ruffling her hair. What a lovely little girl. How could those wretched kids be so cruel? Meng Qingqiu's temperament was remarkably gentle, yet she was undeniably infuriated. What should be done about those troublesome kids? Jiang Nan's gaze fell upon the group of hat-wearing uncles, his voice low and serious. Despite being children, their actions constitute a crime. The hat-wearing uncles, recognizing Jiang Nan as someone of significance, understood that the landlord's wife was not an ordinary person either. This entire community belonged to her, showcasing her extraordinary wealth, something beyond the reach of these few unassuming hat-wearers. Not to mention, the blame for this incident rested squarely on the shoulders of those unruly boys. As righteous individuals, the hat-wearing uncles could not side with the aggressors. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. At that moment, the hat-wearing sister stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 boys sprawled on the ground, tears and snot flowing freely from their frightened faces. She then turned to Jiang Nan and the landlord's wife, assuring them, I am Qiu Rue. If I cannot deliver a perfect resolution to this matter, feel free to file a complaint against me. Xiao. At her words, a slightly older hat-wearing uncle's expression changed. Li Gu, it's fine. I cannot tolerate those who consider themselves untouchable simply because they are children. This older boy must be sent to a juvenile detention center. Qiu Rue replied calmly, now that I wear this uniform, I must uphold its dignity. Thank you. The landlord's wife expressed her gratitude immediately. It is our duty. Qiu Rue smiled, and then turned her gaze to Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Have you trained? That power you displayed was truly remarkable. I have practiced for several years, Jiang Nan replied. Upon hearing this, the admiration in Qiu Rue's eyes intensified. Qiu Rue's affection too. Darling, is your hand all right? At that moment, Meng Qingqiu approached, glancing at Qiu Rue before tenderly inspecting Jiang Nan's right hand. Aside from a slight redness, there were no other issues, which relieved her greatly. I'm fine. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. Qiu Rue stole a few more glances at Meng Qingqiu, genuinely captivated by her beauty. She had always believed that no girl in her life could surpass her own attractiveness. However, after observing Meng Qingqiu more closely, she realized just how stunning she truly was. Even feeling a pang of inferiority. Darling, she pondered silently. Were they a couple? If the woman were less appealing than her, it wouldn't matter if they were dating, after all. They weren't married. In this day and age, breakups were commonplace. She waited quietly, but Meng Qingqiu was too exquisite. What man would willingly let go of such a remarkable woman? It appeared quite challenging. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Ruiyue's lips curled into a barely perceptible bitter smile. She was inherently averse to wrongdoing, and forcing herself to accept the situation was impossible. Yet, Meng Qingqiu's beauty was unparalleled. Her charm and figure eclipsed Qiu Ruiyue's own. Honestly, she felt she could never compete. Moreover, she doubted she would ever witness the day when the two parted ways. With that thought, she cast a lingering glance at Jiang Nan, burying her budding affection deep within her heart. The subsequent events unfolded with greater ease. The group arrived at the police station, and before long, the parents of the three troublesome boys arrived as well. Mom. Since their arrival at the station, Zhang Dong had not uttered a word, but upon seeing his parents, he immediately began to wail. They slapped my face several times. It hurts so much. To his credit, he burst into tears without any preamble. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing that this Zhang Dong was indeed a piece of work, a born troublemaker. Don't cry, darling. Who hit my son? Come out and apologize to me. Zhang Dong's mother consoled her child before casting a dark glare at everyone present. Her gaze lingered momentarily on Jiang Nan, whose formidable presence slightly softened her expression. Who hit my child? A frail-looking middle-aged man with glasses stood beside Zhang Dong and his mother, attempting to sound authoritative as he spoke. I did. What of it? The landlord's wife was about to admit her involvement when Jiang Nan stepped forward, calmly stating, You know what your son has done, don't you? Kidnapping. Do you know what punishment that entails? My child is so young. What punishment could he possibly receive? The frail man adjusted his glasses, sneering. As his words hung in the air, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. How audacious to speak such words without a hint of remorse. Very well. Jiang Nan responded with a sardonic smile, stepping closer to the frail man and casting a diagnostic spell. Name, Zhang Qiqiang. Age, 38. Criminal value, 100 points. Affection, minus 100 points. Life expectancy will soon perish due to prolonged use of illegal injectable substances. Psychological state, damn it, I was just about to inject myself. That wretched Zhang Dong got sent here. Now I'm on the verge of dying. How miserable. Upon reading the details of this frail man's attributes, including his life expectancy and current mental state, Jiang Nan's pupils constricted in astonishment. What audacity to indulge in such vices. At this moment, Jiang Nan gazed at the individual before him with the same intensity one would reserve for a corpse. The guardian interjected, Such words are inappropriate. A middle-aged man wearing a hat frowned and stood up. Although Zhang Dong has yet to reach the age of 14, his actions and logical reasoning surpass those typical of his age. While he may not be criminally liable, we shall consider sending him to a reformatory, if necessary. Don't frighten me. I'm just an ordinary citizen and cannot withstand such intimidation. Zhang Qiqiang replied nonchalantly. Bring out your phone, mother of the child, and capture the moment well. I refuse to believe that a mere child playing hide and seek could escalate to accusations of kidnapping. All right. Zhang Dong's mother promptly retrieved her phone. Observing this, Jiang Nan turned his attention to the visibly flustered middle-aged man before shifting his gaze to the composed Qiu Ruiyue. At that moment, she met his gaze, and for reasons unknown. It seemed she understood his intentions. She approached him and whispered, Is there something you wish to convey? Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded, stepping closer to Qiu Ruiyue. The surge of male hormones made her cheeks flush with color, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Qiu Ruiyue's affinity 3, with another 3 points of affinity gained. Jiang Nan silently acknowledged his success and softly remarked, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine for several years and can discern that this individual is extremely frail. Furthermore, his symptoms align perfectly with those documented for excessive opium use. Surely, you can perceive this as well? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qiu Ruiyue's initial surprise transformed into astonishment. Remarkable. A master of both martial arts and medicine. Must this Jiang Nan be so exceptionally gifted? Realizing the implication of his statement, she was about to exclaim when he shot her a knowing glance, prompting her to regain her composure and swallow hard. I believe I understand your meaning. We should investigate his residence. Correct, Jiang Nan affirmed. I comprehend the limitations of entering a home without a search warrant. However, gazing into Jiang Nan's confident eyes, she felt an inexplicable urge to follow his lead blindly. She took a deep breath, casting one last look at the frail middle-aged man and his family before returning to the group of hat-wearing men, quietly relaying her newfound insight. Instantly, they shifted their astonished gazes toward Jiang Nan. Xiao, this is no trivial matter. The elder among them spoke gravely. I trust him. Additionally, does that man not resemble those who indulge excessively in narcotics? Qiu Ruiyue interjected, This Jiang Nan is no ordinary person. I sense he possesses remarkable abilities. Upon hearing her words, the group exchanged glances, recalling Jiang Nan's earlier display of strength, and fell into a contemplative silence. Xiao Qiu, you and Xiao Zhao, Xiao Chun, should investigate further. Understood. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan disregarded the incessant recording from the woman with the pig's head and whispered a few words to the landlady. Under her astonished gaze, he took the sleeping girl into his arms. The landlady hurried towards Qi Rue Yue as the group departed under the curious stares of the parents of the misbehaving children. As for Zhang Qiqiang's family, they continued to record video while shouting, "Dear viewers, my child was simply playing hide and seek with the neighborhood children. This family claims they lost their child and accuses mine of kidnapping and assault. It's utterly outrageous." Jiang Nan procured 2 stools and sat down with Meng Qingqiu. "What troubles you?" she asked softly. "Just wait for the show to unfold," Jiang Nan replied with a smile. "All right." Meng Qingqiu refrained from asking further questions, her anticipation growing. Jiang Nan's calm demeanor was captivating, exuding an aura of control that made her wish to sit on his lap and embrace him. What am I thinking?" Meng Qingqiu's breath quickened, her beautiful face flushed. The more time she spent with Jiang Nan, the more she recognized his exceptional qualities, driving her to the brink of infatuation. "Zhanggu, I believe this situation is escalating unnecessarily," one of the parents of the 2 troublemakers chimed in. "We know our child's temperament well. Besides, Xia Jiqing is an entire community's landlord. They are merely workers from the countryside. There's no need to provoke them. Where else would one find rent so affordable?" "Do not diminish the matter," Zhang Qiqiang retorted coldly. "We cannot allow ourselves to be oppressed. We are defending our rights. Do you understand? I'm just a simple country person, not well versed in these matters." But Old Wang hesitated. "I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Perhaps we should downplay this? Get away from me. It's not your child who is suffering." The woman with the pig's head shot a cold glance at Old Wang. The time passed swiftly amidst the standoff, lasting around 20 minutes. The departing landlady, Qi Rue, and the 2 hat-wearing men returned to the station with expressions of bewilderment. Qi Rue's affinity 5. Xia Jiqing's affinity 1. Suddenly, Jiang Nan rose slowly, and at that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 60, Compensation. The system truly delivers. Ding. Congratulations, host. Xia Jiqing's affinity 1, beauty score 1, and a chance to draw a lottery. The system's announcement sparked a glimmer of excitement in Jiang Nan's eyes as he turned his attention to the landlady, whose beauty score had risen from 92 to 93. At that moment, she appeared remarkably transformed, her demeanor elevated beyond mere appearance. For the average onlooker, it might seem she had simply become slightly more attractive, but to Jiang Nan, her radiance felt profoundly different. Even Qi Rue, standing beside the landlady, seemed to sense the change, gazing at her in astonishment. Why does it suddenly feel like this knowledgeable sister has become much more beautiful? Li Gu. The 2 hat-wearing men rushed forward, opening a recorded video on their phones. After watching, Li Ji's expression shifted from red to pale, and he immediately turned to Zhang Qiqiang, his eyes filled with fervor. "This man is truly courting disaster. Take him down." "Yes." The 2 hat-wearing men moved swiftly toward Zhang Qiqiang. "What do you intend to do? Are you insane?" Zhang Qiqiang's family erupted in panic. "Silence. Look at this." One of the hat-wearing men brandished his phone, thrusting the recorded video into Zhang Qiqiang's face. Simultaneously, another produced a small black bag, swiftly silencing Zhang Qiqiang, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The once pallid face had turned a ghastly white, the lips quivering incessantly, and the body trembled uncontrollably. I want. In the next moment, his eyes flashed red, a manifestation of overwhelming anxiety. "What do you desire?" Uncle Hat swiftly delivered a slap, sending him sprawling to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Nan couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Well done." Meng Qingqiu immediately applauded. Having endured the incessant barking of Zhang Chong for over half an hour, if not for her darling-esque reticence, she would have spoken up long ago. Now, seeing this spectacle, she felt a sense of joy at last. "Darling, how did you know?" Suddenly, Meng Qingqiu recalled something and gazed at Jiang Nan in disbelief. "I have some medical knowledge. Through my observation, I sense that this fellow is a drug addict," Jiang Nan boasted, without a hint of hesitation. The opportunities were plentiful, and one day, he was determined to acquire the skills of a medical master. "Darling, you are truly incredible." Meng Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with admiration, realizing that the more time she spent with Jiang Nan, the more remarkable he appeared. What else could he possibly do? Meng Qingqiu's affection level 1. It had increased again. Currently, her affection for Jiang Nan had reached an astonishing 93 points, just 3 points shy of a perfect score. This growth was indeed somewhat challenging. Jiang Nan inwardly lamented. If it were an ordinary 90-point beauty, he would have already secured 3 lottery chances by now. However, he didn't dwell excessively on this matter. Surely, the system wouldn't be so stingy. It must compensate him in another regard, right? Jiang Nan mused. Ding. In the next moment, as he communicated, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Oh, it truly has arrived. The system's announcement rang out. Congratulations. The host has displayed bravery in exploring system functionalities. A bonus lottery chance is awarded. Jiang Nan felt a surge of joy at receiving this unexpected lottery opportunity. Most importantly, this system was remarkably considerate. When there was a complaint, it provided compensation, and it was genuinely effective. 5-star review, undoubtedly 5-star. Jiang Nan thought fervently. Thank you, Jiang Nan. Without you, we would never have uncovered Jiang Chang's hidden network. I just checked. This fellow is involved in many dealings in Jiangxing. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the venue, brotherly saluted Jiang Nan along with Qiu Riyue and others. This was no small achievement, relying on their intelligence. They had successfully dismantled an organization trafficking such goods, significantly enhancing their merits. It was my duty, Jiang Nan replied solemnly. This matter causes too much harm. Once I noticed it, I could not remain silent. Thankfully, Sister Qiu believed in me. Otherwise, I would have found myself in a difficult position. After half an hour, Jiang Nan exchanged WeChat contacts with Qiu Riyue, and the group engaged in conversation, appearing at least not to be strangers. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qiu Riyue beamed with delight, standing tall and looking at Brother Li without uttering a word, yet somehow conveying a message. Indeed, I will follow up on the subsequent kidnapping incident involving Zhang Dong and his cohorts, and I assure you, I will provide you with an explanation. Brother Li stated earnestly. Good. In that case, we shall take our leave. Jiang Nan waved his hand. Wait, let me give you a ride back. Qiu Riyue hurriedly interjected. That would be too much trouble. Jiang Nan hesitated momentarily. Not at all, not at all. Your calling me Sister Qiu is delightful. I must escort you back. Qiu Riyue smiled brightly. Her affection for Jiang Nan had already reached an impressive 35 points. This level of affection was not insignificant. With any intimate interaction, it would surely soar higher. Jiang Nan, you are truly remarkable. Who would have thought that the legacy of our ancestors would assist us in dismantling a drug trafficking organization? In the police vehicle, Qiu Riyue's face radiated excitement. It was merely coincidence, Jiang Nan humbly replied from the passenger seat. Too humble. Qiu Riyue occasionally glanced at Jiang Nan, her eyes betraying her infatuation. In the rearview mirror, the landlady held a sleeping little girl, pursing her lips, evidently aware of why Qiu Riyue was so chatty. It was entirely normal. What woman could resist Jiang Nan's potent charm? What could possibly deter her? The landlady truly believed that even if she were to engage more with this young man, she would inevitably find herself captivated. Cough, cough. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu, for reasons unknown, cleared her throat slightly. Instantly, Qiu Riyue, who had been chattering away happily, fell silent. Chapter 61. Sweating profusely, Qiu Riyue, unable to suppress her smile. Just a simple throat clearing, and the driver fell silent, feeling a tad awkward as she glanced at the rearview mirror. Realizing Meng Qingqiu was giving her a peculiar look. At that moment, she felt a pang of anxiety. She understood this was Meng Qingqiu's first warning. She had indeed crossed a line, from inviting Jiang Nan to sit in the passenger seat to her incessant chatter and wild praise for him. Even a fool would recognize her deep interest in Jiang Nan. My apologies, I tend to talk a lot, Qiu Riyue admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She never intended to compete. It was merely her inability to control her infatuation for Jiang Nan, a feeling that could not be helped. Seeing Qiu Riyue's embarrassed expression in the rearview mirror, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but sigh. The phrase love at first sight resonated deeply with her. Jiang Nan's allure was simply unimaginable. To be honest, after 2.5 years of online dating, if they were to meet face to face, Meng Qingqiu suspected she too would be ensnared by Jiang Nan's charm. After all, the more exceptional a person is, the more one can appreciate the other's brilliance. Jiang Nan was too extraordinary, at least for now. His only flaw was that he was excessively admirable, causing his charm to be overwhelming. Most women would find themselves captivated upon encountering him. Meng Qingqiu herself felt no desire to resist Jiang Nan in the slightest. Thus, she believed she could understand Qiu Riyue's predicament. Consequently, she refrained from outright stating, "He is my boyfriend. Please do not be overly forward," or any such remarks. Because, if she were in Qiu Riyue's position, she felt she wouldn't be able to exercise greater restraint than this woman after feeling infatuated. Darling is just too perfect. Sigh. Meng Qingqiu seemed to foresee the future, knowing she would inevitably contend with numerous women for Jiang Nan's affection. It's all right. Though it appeared as if she had contemplated for a long time, in reality, it was merely a fleeting thought. Meng Qingqiu sighed softly and shook her head. The landlady in the back seat remained silent, adopting an attitude of indifference. She was acutely aware of her position. She neither fought nor competed, content as long as Jiang Nan could occasionally spare her some time. After all, she felt inherently unworthy of competing for his attention. This realization brought her a sense of clarity. Therefore, for the landlady, who would ultimately walk down the aisle with Jiang Nan was inconsequential. In her view, she, Xia Jiqing, could never be that person. Such a mindset avoided unnecessary internal conflict. She had nothing to grapple with, as she had already clarified their future relationship from the outset. As time progressed, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. At this moment, Jiang Nan cleared his throat and spoke up. Why is the atmosphere so stiff? Can we listen to some music in this car? We still have a little way to go back. Let us ease the mood with a song. Oh, all right. Qiu Ruiyu replied, casting a furtive glance at Meng Qingqiu in the rearview mirror before activating the car's audio system. The song began, its poignant lyrics resonating in the confined space. I can't help but feel, I am, in fact, a woman deeply wounded. As soon as the music started, the expression of everyone in the car shifted dramatically. With a swift motion, Qiu Ruiyu, true to her nickname Sister Hat, quickly turned off the music and feigned nonchalance, saying, the night view is quite nice today, with stars and the moon. Tomorrow will surely bring a bright sun. Indeed, it's already May 18th. June is just around the corner, and it feels like summer is setting in. The landlady, the oldest among them, chimed in, unable to contain her discomfort any longer. No matter how awkward the situation grew, she felt it was somewhat embarrassing. It was clear that she and Jiang Nan were the ones with significant issues. Yet proactive Qiu Ruiyu had taken it upon herself to bear the brunt of this tension. Ah, right, Qiu, Jiang Nan suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a thought. Both Meng Qingqiu and Qiu Ruiyu responded in unison. At that moment, their gazes met in the rearview mirror, and Meng Qingqiu furrowed her brow slightly, while Qiu Ruiyu, if not for driving, would likely have buried her head down in embarrassment. Her expression was equally awkward. I thought you were calling me. My good friend also calls me Qiu. In the back seat, the landlady looked up, struggling to manage her expression as her lips pressed tightly together. The palpable tension between the two women created a dramatic spectacle that was utterly captivating. Most notably, it was the first time she had witnessed such a stiff expression on Jiang Nan's face. She wished she could capture this moment. How adorable he looked in his awkwardness, exuding that undeniable charm even in discomfort. Arrived. 5 minutes later, Qiu Ruiyu's somewhat hoarse voice echoed in the car as they came to a gradual halt. She was drenched in sweat, feeling that this moment was even more nerve-wracking than her previous experience in a real apprehension. Her palms were clammy. The thrill of excitement was unbearable, and she regretted suggesting to drop them off. What if they ended up breaking up later? That would truly be a sin. Qiu, we'll get out first. Jiang Nan promptly unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the front passenger seat. Meng Qingqiu followed suit, while the landlady slowly exited the vehicle, cradling the still sleeping little girl. Goodbye, Qiu Ruiyu called out as she hurriedly turned to leave. At the community entrance, Jiang Nan glanced at Meng Qingqiu, who returned his gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Meng Qingqiu stepped closer and linked her arm with his, whispering, I'm not angry with you, and besides, with how beautiful Qiu Ruiyu is, it's perfectly understandable that I felt a spark upon meeting you for the first time. Doesn't that just demonstrate my discerning taste in men? Humph. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she must feel something for my darling. That's my darling. With boundless charm. Let them feel enamored. I am unfazed. What does it matter if there are more women captivated by you? Can it possibly shake Meng Qingqiu's status in your heart? That is the confidence of Meng Qingqiu. Chapter 62. The landlady. I have an idea. Good. A wonderful woman. Jiang Nan could only hold Meng Qingqiu tightly in his embrace. He was no fool, though she explicitly stated it. Her words hinted that she understood the situation they were heading into. This conversation was already laying the groundwork, or perhaps she was also reassuring herself. Darl, Meng Qingqiu gently called out. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, softly patting her back, his gaze drifting toward the enviously watching Meng Qingqiu. Truthfully, he wished he could follow Li Laosher's lead and extend his other hand, saying to the landlady, No, you arrived just in time. Regrettably, at least for now. That was not possible. He mused that the day when he could would not be far off. As they entered the community, they soon arrived at the base of the building. Should we sleep here or return home? Jiang Nan inquired. This upstairs is my previous apartment. Here. Meng Qingqiu replied without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Nan, your car. The landlady's gaze lingered on the Pagani Huayra parked in the open space, her eyes sparkling with interest. Just bought it not long ago, Jiang Nan replied with a light chuckle. Younger people certainly prefer sports cars, however, it's undeniably handsome. The landlady complimented, her admiration evident. It was clear from her collection of car keys that she had a fondness for vehicles as well. So she could easily recognize this Pagani was no ordinary model. A global limited edition, definitely worth over 50 million. Moreover, this was a limited edition with immense collectible value. One could say that unless the world were to face an apocalypse, its value would never depreciate from the moment it was purchased. Sister Xia, if you like it, why not take it for a spin for a few days? Jiang Nan offered, presenting the car keys. I'm not suited for such a car. The landlady immediately shook her head in refusal. If it were Jiang Nan's car, she would rather let him drive than take the wheel herself. After all, driving was exhausting, requiring full concentration, leaving no room for distraction. Riding was different. Once seated and buckled in, one could simply relax, and with an experienced driver like Jiang Nan, even closing one's eyes to rest could be an option. All right. Jiang Nan was unaware of the landlady's current thoughts. If he had known, he might have questioned whether she was driving it properly. See you tomorrow, Sister Xia. Upon reaching the third floor, Jiang Nan waved to Meng Qingqiu and the landlady at his door. See you tomorrow. The landlady gently nodded, making her way towards her own door, cradling the little girl. Bang! As the door closed, the landlady paused, glancing back with a smile, whispering, You little rascal, don't use up all your charm at once. I'm still waiting for you. A night passed. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Nan awoke from his dreams, only to find the bed empty. With a sigh, he rose from the bed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. The events of the previous night were not worth mentioning. In short, despite exhausting all his efforts, Jiang Nan had merely managed to elevate Meng Qingqiu's affection from 93 to 94 points. More effort was needed. He aimed to boost it to 96 points before she returned to the Magic City. As for the future, he would find time to visit her in the Magic City. Jiang Nan was indeed curious about Yao Yao, the friend Meng Qingqiu had mentioned, who always wore thick black-rimmed glasses, yet was said to be even more beautiful than Meng Qingqiu herself. This piqued Jiang Nan's interest in Yao Yao significantly. Meng Qingqiu humbly admitted that she was not as beautiful as this woman. How high could her beauty score be? 97? 98? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. If it weren't for the impending departure of his landlord's relative, he would have genuinely considered accompanying Meng Qingqiu back to the magical city for a few days of leisure. Patience is key. Jiang Nan resolved to first complete his previous minor tasks before anything else, as he was exceedingly envious of the Jiangxing Tower and its master-level physical skills. With such a master-level ability combined with his modified physique, his combat prowess would surely not be merely mediocre. Akin to a character from an overly dramatic manga set on a turtle island. At that moment, a cheerful voice echoed from the living room. It seemed his hearing had sharpened considerably. After washing his face, Jiang Nan stepped out of his bedroom. Darling. Upon seeing Jiang Nan emerge with his upper body bare, Meng Qingqiu hastily exclaimed, Sister Xia is here. Hearing this, Jiang Nan glanced at the landlord, who pretended to cover her eyes but peeked through her fingers, and awkwardly turned back to his room, unable to suppress his thoughts. Little Qi, Sister Xia has surely seen much more of this than you have. Meng Qingqiu, feeling sheepish, offered her apologies to the landlord. It's nothing, the landlord replied with a carefree smile. She had indeed seen Jiang Nan's perfect physique long before Meng Qingqiu, but after the modifications, he was even more flawless. Thus, although she feigned indifference, her heart raced, and she felt parched, prompting her to pour herself a glass of water. Shortly after, Jiang Nan reappeared, donning a white tank top. His perfect form bore no distinction from being shirtless. Meng Qingqiu cast him a curious glance, her expression momentarily peculiar before quickly fading. Have you brushed your teeth? Come eat breakfast. I have, Jiang Nan replied, taking a seat on the living room sofa, indulging in steamed buns and soy milk. Sister Xia, was the little girl frightened yesterday? After devouring 3 buns and sipping some soy milk, he inquired of the landlord, who had a penchant for wearing alluring outfits. Her attire today reminiscent of her previous appearance at a class reunion, exuding a charming neighborly vibe, accented by her striking silver high ponytail that was simply breathtaking. The little girl has the memory of a fish. She woke up and completely forgot yesterday's events. I dropped her off at my mother's place in the morning and coincidentally ran into Qi, the landlord recounted as she sat down, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile directed at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. After a few moments of shared glances, she inhaled deeply, seemingly nervous, and said, Jiang Nan, Qi, I have an idea that I hope you might accept. What? Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu voiced in unison, exchanging glances. The landlord's face broke into a slightly embarrassed smile as she lowered her gaze. Given what happened yesterday, I genuinely don't know what would have transpired without Jiang Nan's intervention. Therefore, she abruptly raised her head, her expression earnest as she continued, I would like Jiang Nan to become Xiao Ying's godfather. And she, would you be her godmother? Wow. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in surprise at the landlord's request. What a bold move. Sure. Meng Qingqiu immediately agreed, though she was young. The prospect of having an adorable goddaughter like Xiao Ying thrilled her immensely. Furthermore, she felt a connection with the landlord, not being averse to having such a lovely sister figure. I have no objections, Jiang Nan affirmed, locking eyes with the landlord, who rapidly blinked twice in excitement. She then leaned closer to Meng Qingqiu, grasping her hand, exclaiming enthusiastically, then it's settled. How about we have lunch together? Sounds good. Jiang Nan nodded. Absolutely, Sister Xia. Meng Qingqiu concurred. I won't disturb you lovebirds any longer. I'll head back to prepare and call you later. Chi. The landlord rose, embracing Meng Qingqiu. Notably, the landlord was quite tall, standing at an impressive 168 centimeters. As she enveloped Meng Qingqiu in her arms, the latter naturally leaned into the hug. Goodbye. Though it lasted only a couple of seconds, once the landlord departed, Meng Qingqiu glanced down at herself and sighed softly, muttering, when will I reach Sister Xia's stature? What? Jiang Nan heard, but pretended not to. And nothing, she stammered. Meng Qingqiu was not lacking in her own attributes, but next to the landlord, she felt somewhat inadequate. Suddenly, after finishing his meal, Jiang Nan scooped Meng Qingqiu into a princess carry. Startled, she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, asking, Darling, what are you doing? Aren't you thinking about Sister Xia's stature? Jiang Nan replied with a playful smile. Oh, darling, you are quite mischievous. Meng Qingqiu shyly buried her face into Jiang Nan's chest. Around 10 o'clock, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu arrived at a jewelry store. Do you have longevity locks? Jiang Nan inquired. Yes, we do. A familiar scent wafted through the air. The 30-something saleswoman, slightly attractive, greeted Jiang Nan with a warm smile, her gaze immediately turning fond. However, upon noticing Meng Qingqiu beside him, her enthusiasm dampened a bit. Yet she remained exceptionally cordial. Let me take a look. As Jiang Nan spoke, he began to survey the options. He decided to purchase a longevity lock. Although traditionally given during infancy for auspiciousness, these days, such customs were often overlooked. After all, anything deemed auspicious would surely remain so. Without exaggeration, Jiang Nan felt as if he were the protagonist of a novel, destined for greatness by virtue of the system he was bound to. Soon, the saleswoman presented 5 different styles of longevity locks. Jiang Nan quickly identified a jade one and pointed it out, saying, wrap that one up. Huh. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Nan's efficiency. How much? Jiang Nan produced his bank card. You can process it here. Realizing she was dealing with someone unconcerned about money, she promptly led them to the checkout. By the way, we have a membership program. Would you like to sign up? Don't worry, it's free. And you can even earn points. No need, just ring it up. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. He was always this efficient. All right. The saleswoman quickly took Jiang Nan's card and said, this longevity lock is a flat price of 66,000. Shall I process it? Go ahead. Thank you for your visit. We hope to see you again soon. A minute later, the saleswoman beamed as she bid Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu farewell. What else should they purchase next? The recent expenditure of 66,000 yielded a tenfold rebate, which left Jiang Nan utterly unfazed, exhibiting not a hint of emotional fluctuation. Unfamiliar with such experiences, he found himself at a loss. Meng Qingqiu, equally bewildered, whispered, previously, when I witnessed my father receiving a goddaughter, he usually gifted a villa and a token red envelope. A villa, you say? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily as he responded. What do you think of the villa we previously resided in? Perhaps we could purchase one for the little girl next door? The greenery and environment are quite commendable. Meng Qingqiu nodded in agreement. As Jiang Nan took on the role of a godfather for the first time, he anticipated gaining more experience in future dealings. Subsequently, he drove to the South Sky Pavilion Sales Center, wasting no time and directly purchasing the nearest villa for 15 million. However, the rebate this time astounded him, 12-fold. Yes, a staggering 12 times his expenditure propelled his savings to over 350 million. What a thrilling turn of events. It is worth noting that Jiang Nan had painstakingly saved 187 million over an extended period, but with the recent acquisition of his goddaughter, he unexpectedly achieved the highest rebate in history, 12-fold. How delightful it would be if an additional bonus reward were to materialize. It seemed he was not far from amassing a fortune of 1 billion. Human nature is inherently greedy, even when one has enough to feel satisfied. There is an insatiable desire for more. Suddenly, Jiang Nan found himself navigating the Pagani Huayra towards a neighborhood his expression shifting to one of perplexity. To his astonishment, this neighborhood happened to be where Su Yun resided. What a remarkable coincidence. As he gently maneuvered into the neighborhood and parked in the central clearing, he glanced at the building where Su Yun lived, only to have a peculiar twitch at the corner of his mouth upon noticing that the fourth floor of Building 3 was indeed where she resided. Wait a moment. The landlord's playful nature surely wouldn't lead her to invite Su Yun over, would it? A thought surged in Jiang Nan's mind, leaving his expression even more bewildered. Given that she had just facilitated his acceptance of Xiaoying as his goddaughter, it seemed plausible that she might also arrange for Su Yun to join them for dinner. Knock. Knock, knock. Soon, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu arrived at a door, gently rapping on it. Jiang Nan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the familiar abode. Indeed, it was Su Yun's residence. Coming. The landlord's cheerful voice echoed as the door swung open. Clad in a casual long dress, adorned with an apron and sporting sheer stockings, the landlord beamed at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, warmly inviting, "Come in, come in. No need to change your shoes, just come right in." Following her into the living room, they found two adorable little girls joyfully playing with Barbie dolls. Upon seeing Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, the two girls rushed over in excitement, hugging Jiang Nan's legs and nuzzling their cheeks against him. Clearly, the allure of a handsome man had captivated their attention. Wait a moment, this little girl seems familiar. Jiang Nan feigned ignorance of the other girl's identity and remarked, "Isn't this the girl we encountered at the hot pot restaurant yesterday?" Meng Qingqiu recalled the other girl, affirmatively responding. "It seems so." Jiang Nan nodded in realization, exchanging knowing glances with the landlord, before clearing his throat and inquiring, "Sister Xia, where are auntie and uncle?" "They went out shopping. We can just have a casual lunch together," the landlord replied. "I'll head to the kitchen to help. You can entertain the little ones. Is there anything I can assist with?" Meng Qingqiu hesitantly raised her hand to ask. "You can join the girls and play. The kitchen is a bit cramped." "Two is sufficient," the landlord replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, she radiated a more refined aura than her earlier demeanor, her silver hair elegantly styled, complemented by the apron and sheer stockings. Oh, how embarrassing. Meng Qingqiu's cheeks flushed slightly. In truth, she had never cooked, and if pressed into service, she might inadvertently hinder the preparations. "No worries, I'll head in first. Wait for the feast to come," the landlord said with a cheerful smile. "Brother, Daddy." At that moment, the little girls called out in unison. The pace of their interactions was remarkably swift. Upon hearing Xiaoying call him Daddy, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. They hadn't even officially begun the gift-giving yet, and here she was calling him Daddy. Shouldn't it be Godfather? Regardless, he brushed it off, affectionately ruffling Xiaoying's hair while smiling. "What about your mother? Why hasn't she greeted us?" "Mommy." The little girl promptly released Jiang Nan's legs and ran to embrace Meng Qingqiu's instead, leaving the 20-year-old momentarily flabbergasted. What a surprise to be called Mom. "Be good." Meng Qingqiu quickly adapted to her role, cradling Xiaoying in her arms and producing a red envelope, softly stating, "A little gift for our first meeting." "Thank you, Mommy." Xiaoying immediately planted a sweet kiss on her cheek. Seeing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile knowingly. Inside the envelope was a bank card containing 888 yuan, evidencing that Meng Qingqiu was indeed a little heiress, casually gifting such a generous sum. At that moment, Jiang Nan felt the little girl clinging to his leg tighten her grip. Gazing enviously at the delighted Xiaoying, he couldn't help but glance at her and then scoop her up, gently tapping her nose and asking, "What's your name?" "Handsome big brother. Mommy calls me Xiaowan. You can call me Xiaowan too." The little girl's earlier disappointment vanished instantly, as she joyfully wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck. To his surprise, it seemed that her earlier melancholy stemmed not from jealousy over Xiaoying's red envelope, but rather from a lack of attention compared to Su Yun. "All right, Xiaowan, here is a little gift from your big brother." Ultimately, this little girl would also become his daughter, so Jiang Nan presented her with the same red envelope he intended for Xiaoying, again containing 888 yuan. "No, big brother. I can't accept this." To Jiang Nan's astonishment, Xiaowan shook her head defiantly. "Mommy told me that money from others isn't simply given. One must contribute to receive. I haven't given you anything, so I can't accept your gift." Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback by the sparkle in Xiaowan's dark, bright eyes. This little girl truly radiated light. In contrast to Xiaoying, Xiaowan demonstrated a remarkable level of understanding. Though both girls had grown up with only their mother by their side, their environments were strikingly different. There exists a wealthy landlady, a mother figure, who has always been able to provide for her daughter, Xiaoying, who has never lacked for anything. In contrast, Su Yun works tirelessly, earning merely a modest sum each month. With such an income, the expenses of raising a child, especially when attending the same kindergarten as Xiaoying, are indeed considerable. The saying poor children mature early holds true in this context. Jiang Nan, having retrieved a red envelope, did not insist on giving it back. Big brother, don't be upset. Little Nuan gently touched Jiang Nan's face, showing her understanding. Jiang Nan affectionately patted her small head, and she squinted her eyes in delight, nuzzling against his hand like a kitten. Lan, my father can play the piano, Xiaoying proudly declared. Little Nuan gazed at Jiang Nan in astonishment, but was interrupted by Xiaoying. Oi, you can't call him big brother anymore. He's my dad. You should call him uncle. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh at this. Darling, you can play the piano? Meng Qingqiu exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Xiaoying's words. That is amazing, Xiaoying declared, hugging Meng Qingqiu around the neck with pride. I know a little, Jiang Nan modestly replied. That's truly impressive. Meng Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Jiang Nan, realizing that he was a profound enigma, revealing delightful surprises the more she got to know him. Such a perfect man. Can I really keep him? For the first time, Meng Qingqiu began to doubt herself. At this moment, a notification sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to glance at Meng Qingqiu, who was staring at him, her expression shifting from dazedness to determination, as if she had made a significant decision, which puzzled him further. Time to eat. The landlady's voice resonated from the kitchen, followed by her emerging with 2 plates. Behind her, another woman in a floral dress, her hair styled up, entered with 2 more plates, beaming with joy. Jiang Nan, following the sound, saw little Nuan in his arms call out Mama. Su Yun turned at her daughter's call, her face registering surprise upon seeing her daughter in Jiang Nan's embrace. She quickly glanced at the landlady, noticing a knowing smile on her face, realizing that Sister Xia seemed to be aware of her relationship with Jiang Nan. But how did Sister Xia know him? Dazed, Su Yun set the 2 plates on the table and approached the landlady, whispering, Sister Xia? The friend you mentioned is Jiang Nan, right? Indeed, the landlady smiled, confirming her suspicion. Su Yun turned back to Jiang Nan and lowered her voice further. Sister Xia, we're sisters, the landlady replied with a light laugh. Su Yun's eyes widened as she grasped the implications. It seemed Sister Xia was indeed aware of her connection with Jiang Nan and was completely unfazed. If such an accomplished woman as Sister Xia was unbothered, what right did she have to feel concerned? Suddenly, everything clicked for Su Yun. Her relationship with Jiang Nan had always been based on mutual benefit. To be frank, she had initially been attracted to his wealth, but through their interactions, she had genuinely fallen for him. She felt fortunate to be Jiang Nan's lover and realized she had no reason to desire anything more. A smile blossomed on her face. Come on, dinner is ready. The landlady cheerfully beckoned, returning to the kitchen to bring out more dishes. With her newfound clarity, Su Yun felt no embarrassment and assisted the landlady in presenting the meal. Soon, they all gathered at the table, and Jiang Nan showed no signs of discomfort, diving into the food. Meng Qingqiu, however, still felt a tad shy, occasionally asking Jiang Nan to serve her some dishes. Xiaoying, did you call Uncle and Annie yet? The landlady asked the little girl beside her. Yes. Xiaoying replied obediently. So well behaved, the landlady nodded in satisfaction. The meal was filled with warmth and joy, marking what Jiang Nan considered the first meeting of the women in his life. If their relationships remained amicable, he believed that any future revelations would not lead to conflict. Reaching such a level of rapport with Meng Qingqiu, he doubted any fallout would occur. Some minor disagreements might be inevitable, but he felt confident that a breakup was unlikely. Thus, he felt little pressure, enjoying the feast laid before him. As Jiang Nan contemplated lighting a cigarette after dinner, Meng Qingqiu leaned in, saying, Isn't it rather inconsiderate to expose the children to your secondhand smoke? All right, I won't smoke, Jiang Nan replied, indifferent to the matter. He often lit a cigarette out of habit, especially in this cozy atmosphere, surrounded by Meng Qingqiu, the 2 little girls, and the cheerful sounds of the landlady and Su Yun washing dishes in the kitchen. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket, displaying an unfamiliar number from Kyoto. Who is it? Meng Qingqiu asked, noticing he didn't answer. I don't know. Probably a scam call, Jiang Nan said, dismissively ending the call. He then pulled Meng Qingqiu onto the sofa beside him. Shortly after, the landlady and Su Yun emerged from the kitchen, removing their aprons. Mom! The 2 little girls rushed to greet them. Finally free. Hurry, Xiaoying, bow to your uncle and auntie. The landlady guided Xiaoying before Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. Yes. The little girl obediently knelt and bowed, then cheerfully exclaimed, Daddy, Mommy Qiu. Hearing this, the landlady couldn't help but smile brightly. With such a bond established, it would be perfectly reasonable for her to consult Jiang Nan about her daughter's future. All right, get up, Jiang Nan said, helping the little girl to her feet. He then stood, handing a file folder to the landlady. From his angle, Meng Qingxiu couldn't see what was happening but heard Jiang Nan's voice. Sister Xia, I've purchased a home for Xiaoying near Nantan Pavilion, right next to the one I bought. If you wish to move in, you can simply take the key. Unbeknownst to him, as he handed over the folder, his hand had already clasped the landlady's delicate one. A classic case of lighting in the dark. Very well. I'll accept this on behalf of the little girl, the landlady replied without hesitation, lightly scratching Jiang Nan's palm with her fingers. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Xiao, I have something I'd like to ask you, the landlady said, smiling and waving to Meng Qingxiu on the sofa. Sure. Meng Qingxiu immediately rose to her feet and began to follow the landlady. To Jiang Nan's surprise, the landlady did not lead Meng Qingxiu aside, but rather took her out of the house. Moreover, as Xiaoying followed the landlady out, little Nuan also trailed behind. Bang! The door slammed shut, and in an instant, only Jiang Nan and Su Yun remained in the living room. Yunjia, Jiang Nan called out voluntarily. After half an hour, a knock echoed through the room, causing Su Yun to bite her lip and slowly head towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan rose from the sofa with a contented expression, noticing that Su Yun, who had previously worn flesh-colored stockings, was now bare-legged, evidently unaware of her disappearance. Jiang Nan strolled towards the door, opening it to find the landlady and Meng Qingxiu standing there. Looking surprised, Xiajia, why have you been out for so long? He inquired. I took Qiu to buy some local specialties from Jiangcheng, as well as some hot pot base ingredients, the landlady explained, carrying a large bag filled with hot pot supplies, while Meng Qingxiu held several local delicacies, including bamboo shoots, pickled vegetables, and fruits unique to the area. Let me carry that, Jiang Nan offered, taking the 2 bags from Meng Qingxiu, and then accepting another from the landlady. Will these items be all right for the flight tomorrow? Absolutely. But with these items plus Qiu's luggage, your car might be a tight fit. You'll need to drive my car to drop her off when you return, the landlady said with a smile. All right, Jiang Nan nodded, and they all returned to the living room. And where is Teacher Su? The landlady asked knowingly. She should be in there, Jiang Nan replied. Xiajia, I suppose there is nothing else we need to do now? Nothing at all. I must admit, I have interrupted your romantic time together. Just leave these things here. I will take them to your home later. You two should enjoy your last day of solitude in Jiangcheng, the landlady urged. Understood, Jiang Nan glanced at the eager Meng Qingxiu, nodded, and placed the bags on the coffee table. Thank you, Xiajia. Such formalities, the landlady teased, rolling her eyes at Jiang Nan. Then Xiajia, we will take our leave now. If there's an opportunity in the future, you should visit Magic City with Jiang Nan and Xiaoying. Meng Qingxiu invited. Of course. The landlady agreed enthusiastically. Make sure to say goodbye to Teacher Su before we go. Xiaoying, Wan, see you next time. Jiang Nan waved. Daddy, goodbye, godmother. The 2 little girls chimed, waving obediently. Goodbye. Meng Qingxiu waved as she and Jiang Nan exited the house. The landlady accompanied the 2 little girls to see them off. And once they had descended the stairs, she promptly returned indoors. Knock, knock, knock. She gently tapped on the bathroom door. Xiajia, I'm in here. Su Yun's voice came, slightly breathless. Upon hearing this, the landlady couldn't help but smirk. Meanwhile, in the Pagani Huayra, Jiang Nan drove slowly out of the community gate. Darling, I'm feeling a bit tired. I want to rest for a while. Meng Qingxiu yawned from the passenger seat. All right, Jiang Nan nodded. A short while later, at Meng Qingxiu's request, they returned to the small apartment that Jiang Nan had rented. However, the moment they stepped inside, Meng Qingxiu, who had been complaining of fatigue, suddenly seemed energized. I feel like once we return tomorrow, I want to see you again until at least summer vacation. I have to make sure you compensate me fully for today, Meng Qingxiu declared, her enthusiasm igniting. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Nan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows in the master bedroom, lost in thought as he gazed at the 2 handprints left on the glass. He instinctively reached for a cigarette, but then shook his head, realizing he had no real addiction to it and could quit whenever he wished. Glancing back, he saw Meng Qingxiu asleep with a sweet smile on her face, and a tender expression crossed his features. This woman was indeed quite passionate. She had truly thrown herself into their time together, seemingly fearless of the consequences. Jiang Nan exited the master bedroom and settled onto the sofa in the living room. System, please utilize my remaining 2 lottery chances. He communicated with the system. Instantly, a massive spinning wheel materialized before him. The familiar sound of the lottery commenced, and moments later, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 50 million yuan. Before Jiang Nan could fully grasp this prize, the wheel spun again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained master-level acupuncture skills. At the moment the second reward was revealed, Jiang Nan's eyebrows arched in surprise. It felt as if the system had a knack for fulfilling his wishes, Each boast he made seemed to yield an equally significant reward. Indeed, the first lottery was merely a warm-up. The real highlight was this second draw. As he accepted the reward, he suddenly felt an influx of knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine flooding his mind. He wondered just how extraordinary this master-level ability truly was. According to the system's standards, he should be among the most elite practitioners. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. If used wisely, this ability could translate into not just wealth, but a status of unparalleled significance. After all, in a world devoid of systems, who could claim they had never faced illness? And undoubtedly, those who feared death the most were the select few perched at the pinnacle of society, holding power and wealth. If they could simply extend their lives, they would likely sacrifice anything. Therefore, even if his master-level ability in traditional Chinese medicine fell short of miraculous healing, it would still hold immense value. Not to mention, 10 billion or even 100 billion would be trivial in comparison to the worth of such a skill. System, display my character attributes panel. Jiang Nan commanded. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 185 centimeters. Wealth, 402 million yuan. Abilities, insight, indestructible body, master pianist, master-level traditional Chinese medicine. Items, Porsche Qian, Pagani Huayra. Life opportunities, a significant gift will be received on the day of the 22nd birthday. Upon reviewing his attributes, Jiang Nan noticed his height had inexplicably increased by 3 centimeters, leaving him astonished. System, what is going on? I thought 185 was sufficient. Please don't let it increase further. Jiang Nan quickly reacted, communicating with the system in his mind. Host, this is the effect of the body enhancement liquid, and it has concluded. The system replied. In truth, for men, a height of 182 centimeters is considered the epitome of perfection, especially when accounting for the additional height afforded by footwear. Presently, he stands at a net height of 185 centimeters, which rises to at least 187 centimeters when shot. This stature is deemed flawless by many women. However, in Jiang Nan's perspective, it is somewhat excessive. He believes a more moderate height is preferable. With his striking looks, even at 170 centimeters, he would undoubtedly captivate numerous women. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the phone nestled in his pocket. Jiang Nan retrieved it to discover a text message. Dear Mr. Liang, your Porsche 911, in pink, has arrived. Please visit the Magic City XX4S store to collect it. How absurd. Jiang Nan exclaimed, incredulous that a scam message could even misidentify the name of the intended victim. Liang, I'm Jiang Yang. Without hesitation, he deleted the message. At that moment, he received a notification that Jiang Yan had begun her live stream. As Jiang Yan contemplated indulging in a few money-consuming mobile games, a prompt from Douyin appeared. Jiang Yan's fondness for him was rated at a modest 37 points, not particularly high, yet not insignificant. For an average person, such a score might merely signify a phase of flirtation, unlikely to lead to anything substantial. But was Jiang Nan merely an average individual? He promptly entered Douyin and, with familiar ease, recharged his account by 1 million. In an instant, the 10 million Dojuan arrived without delay. Welcome, Brother Yanyu Jiang Yan. Brother has arrived. Upon entering the live stream, Jiang Yan, who was about to welcome others, immediately turned her attention to him. Xiao Yanyan, what do you mean by this? Jiang ingested. Shouldn't you have welcomed me first? Are you impressed by a mere Douyin user of level 60? He scanned the barrage of comments and was taken aback by the audacity of a level 1 newcomer. What is he doing? Is he shooting me for no reason? Not at all. I simply didn't notice your ID at first. On screen, Jiang Yan donned a familiar JK outfit, her affinity for white stockings evident. Sitting cross-legged, she presented a flawless view, entirely compliant with regulations. Yet, her transparent white stockings revealed her delicate feet, captivating the few viewers present. Brother, just wait. I'll scan your QR code right away. How absurd that the renowned Brother Peacock from Dohu Live is overshadowed by a mere Douyin user of level 60. Upon reading this, Jiang Yan smiled outwardly, yet inwardly cursed. She acknowledged that Brother Peacock had indeed spent a staggering 20 million on streamers. Yet it had no bearing on her directly. She had only received a couple of extravagant rockets from him, which merely secured her a verification badge. Compared to Jiang Nan, both in looks and financial willingness, it was clear that she should naturally maintain a favorable relationship with the affluent and handsome Jiang Nan. Brother Jiang Nan, you've been quite busy lately, Jiang Yan remarked with a cheerful tone. As her delicate feet shifted slightly, the atmosphere in the live stream began to buzz with chatter. Tomato is truly CS. She's out. Egg Fan 15. Host, do you sell tea bags? I want to brew some tea. Dream God Jade. Hey, your ID looks familiar. This woman was undeniably a master of subtle allure. Jiang Nan perceived her every little maneuver, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Unlike Su Yun and Lin Manman, Jiang Yan's actions were all designed to entice. From her seemingly innocuous movements of her transparent white stockings to the gentle tugging at them, she was undeniably drawing attention. Such antics would surely elevate her favorability ratings. With only one opportunity remaining, Jiang Nan was determined to maximize his impact. For the sake of the Jiang City skyscraper and the mastery of his physical prowess, he sent a barrage of gifts. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent the host a carnival one. This repeated multiple times, his fingers moving with the swiftness of a skilled artisan. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for 100 carnivals. Jiang Yan beamed. Jiang Yan's favorability 3. 40 points now. Jiang Nan immediately continued gifting. After another brief flurry, another 100 gifts were dispatched. Jiang Yan's favorability 5. Another 300,000 spent. And this time it yielded 5 points of favorability. It seems my financial efforts have not been in vain. In a sense, Jiang Nan was indeed engaged in work, albeit of a pleasurable nature. Spending money not only enriched him, but also allowed him to indulge in the act of gifting. Just as he prepared to press on, a comment floated through the live stream. Brother Peacock, Xiaoyan, are you ready for my gift bombardment? Upon noticing Jiang Nan's pause in gifting, Jiang Yan sighed in resignation. This fellow had chosen an inopportune moment to return. She forced a smile and said, please do showcase your generosity. I hope to see you at the top of the leaderboard. Securing the top position is merely a trivial matter. Brother Peacock continued to send gifts, amassing a total of 10 carnivals before halting, surprised to see himself still in second place. He had entered late and was oblivious to Jiang Nan's earlier 200 gifts. How many have been sent to secure the top position? 10 carnivals aren't enough to dethrone you? Brother Peacock, why not check the consumption leaderboard for yourself? Jiang Yan replied with a knowing smile. 10 carnivals are insufficient? Then let it be 20 or even 30. Today, I must claim that top spot. The gifts poured in again, and soon Brother Peacock had sent a total of 50 carnivals, a staggering sum of 150,000 yuan. Once again, a stable income exceeding 10,000 has vanished within minutes, merely due to a moment of pique. I am grateful to Brother Peacock for his 50 carnivals, yet I suspect that this number may not suffice. Allow me to inform you of how many Brother Jiang Nan has spent, 200 carnivals. While Jiang Yan appears to express gratitude towards Peacock, there lies an undertone of provocation in her words. Her intention is not solely to secure Peacock's funds. Rather, it is his incessant need for attention that irks her. Back during the Douhu live streaming platform days, Brother Peacock would always flaunt his wealth, claiming to drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. If it were not for the prestige associated with his account on Douhu and the extravagant rockets he would send, Jiang Yan would have been disinclined to engage with him. Since he wishes to show off, let him do so. He could never truly suffer a loss. Without comparison, there can be no harm. This very comparison has caused Jiang Yan's fondness for Jiang Nan to increase. Jiang Yan's fondness 3. This unexpected rise in fondness left Jiang Nan somewhat perplexed. Yet he did not dwell on it. As Brother Peacock concluded his display, Jiang Nan continued to spend, reminiscent of a familiar scene. He expended the remaining 1 million Do coins to purchase 33 carnivals, then distributed the last 10,000 as lucky bags, announcing in the chat, I'm out. I'll return for the next stream. Goodbye, Brother Jiang Nan. I'll have some free time in a couple of days. If you are available, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Yinyu Jiang Nan. Sure. Jiang Yan's fondness too. Upon exiting the live room, Jiang Nan was inundated with a series of system notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your spending is complete. You have received a 10-fold rebate, 10 million. This expenditure was undoubtedly worthwhile. Not only did he gain 9 million, but it also elevated Jiang Yan's fondness for him to 50 points. This level of fondness is significant. It is not an exaggeration to say that, with a little coaxing, achieving a home run with Jiang Yan would pose no challenge. If this trend continues, reaching 90 points in fondness is a certainty. The Jiangqing Tower and mastery over physical prowess is merely a matter of time. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. Once Meng Qingxiu returned to the metropolis tomorrow, he would commence his plan to secure this small welfare task. Additionally, he must not neglect his financial pursuits. Currently, he has more than 4 minor objectives at hand. The next step is to continue spending ceaselessly until his savings reach 1 billion. Perhaps this could also lead to a rather splendid welfare task. System, once my savings reach 1 billion, will I be guaranteed another welfare task? Jiang Nan inquired. Indeed. The system replied instantaneously. I have a question. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, once the welfare small task is available, is there also a welfare large task? Given that the rewards for small tasks are already quite substantial, what might the more challenging large tasks entail? Would they involve abilities or items beyond the ordinary? Yes, the system responded. The difficulty of welfare large tasks will significantly increase, and so too will the rewards. The extraordinary abilities and items you envision will undoubtedly manifest. Oh, just as I suspected. What standard must I meet to qualify for these welfare large tasks? A flicker of anticipation crossed Jiang Nan's face. Achieving 100 billion in savings is the minimum standard, with triggering conditions being random, the system replied. Random? Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes, tentatively asking. And what would the definitive standards be? You truly are an astute host, far too clever. The system praised. 100 billion in savings is the baseline, capable of probabilistically triggering welfare large tasks. However, if the host were to utilize 100 billion in savings, it could be exchanged for one opportunity to undertake a welfare large task. Huh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. One can actually purchase an opportunity to undertake a welfare large task with money? Do not think of this system as suppressing me. It is merely encouraging me to consume and earn more. Regardless of the difficulty of the welfare large task, what if the reward is something like an elixir of immortality? Or perhaps an undying body? Once transcended beyond human limitations, neither abilities nor items would be comparable to the value of mundane wealth. Only a fool would shy away from investing 100 billion for a chance at such an extraordinary opportunity. Henceforth, my target is not merely 10 billion, but 100 billion. Jiang Nan's eyes brimmed with ambition. Ding. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a new message. Before he could check it, a call from Kyoto interrupted him. His remarkable memory recalled that this call had come through earlier that day. Regarding the setting of welfare large tasks, I sincerely believe this concept is valid. Money is destined to be an external matter, while abilities are paramount. Chapter 69. Jiang Nan. This system is simply too overpowered. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nan answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Nan? As the familiar opening of a scam unfolded, he chuckled and shook his head. Yes. Hearing the sweet voice on the other end, Jiang Nan decided against hanging up immediately, opting instead to tease her. We have a piece of land in Kyoto that requires your signature. When might you be available to come and sign the contract? The sweet voice continued. A delivery? Jiang Nan paused momentarily, swiftly realizing it was a delivery scam. I'm in Jiangxing. Am I expected to buy a plane ticket just to claim this delivery? He laughed. Well, you can handle this delivery however you wish. I have no real interest. Mr. Jiang Nan. The sweet voice took on an odd tone. Are you sure I can handle this piece of land however I see fit? Yes, whether it is discarded or otherwise, it is entirely up to you. With that, Jiang Nan hung up. Why would he fly to Kyoto for a delivery? He would rather spend that time in Jiangxing, focusing on his priority, reaching 100 billion in savings as soon as possible. He was eager to discover how challenging the welfare large task obtained through this 100 billion would be, and how bountiful the rewards might prove to be. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, within a modest apartment, a capable woman with a high ponytail donned a commanding professional outfit, her long legs accentuated by sheer black stockings, remarkably longer than most. Her attire suggested a mature demeanor, yet, as the camera panned upward, it revealed a strikingly adorable face. Indeed, she possessed exquisite features. Yet together they imparted a youthful, almost childlike quality. In essence, her ensemble combined with her youthful visage evoked the impression of a minor who had pilfered her elder sister's or mother's clothing. This Mr. Jiang Nan is rather peculiar. According to my research, he should only be a young man raised in an orphanage without any notable background. It is strange that he would overlook an entire piece of land in Kyoto. The woman mused, glancing at Jiang Nan's dossier, her brow slightly furrowed as she murmured. Regardless, I should inform the old master of Mr. Jiang Nan's intentions. Perhaps we could negotiate the sale of that land and transfer the funds to him? The woman's gaze flickered momentarily before she fixated on the Jiang Nan in her hands, her eyes narrowing as she whispered, the head of the Jiang family is truly extravagant. Was it to toughen his eldest son that he callously abandoned him for 22 years? Or is it because the younger son, who has recently emerged, is simply too exceptional? At this point, she took a deep breath, glancing at the photograph of Jiang Nan her expression revealing a hint of sorrow. One cannot deny the true nature of wealthy families. It is only the old master of the Jiang family who seems to care for his eldest grandson. Otherwise, he would not have secretly arranged for her to procure a piece of land for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan remained unaware of the happenings in Kyoto. After amassing several million on Douyin, he returned to the master bedroom on the second floor. At this moment, he observed Ming Qingqiu, still fast asleep, and gently placed his hand on her pulse. Within mere seconds, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered again. She was remarkably healthy. Initially, he intended to check if Meng Qingqiu's recent indulgences had led to any adverse effects. However, this examination revealed not just a lack of issues, but rather an astonishingly robust constitution. Darling. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu began to awaken. surprised to see Jiang Nan checking her pulse. "Is something wrong with me?" she exclaimed. "No, you're perfectly healthy," Jiang Nan complimented. "That's a relief. You startled me," she sighed. Then turned to Jiang Nan, a smile breaking across her face as she wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully said, "Darling, I'm hungry again." After an hour and a half, Jiang Nan heard the familiar notification from the system in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully raised the favorability rating of a high-value female acquaintance to over 95 points, rewarding you with an additional lottery chance." As Jiang Nan carried the languid Meng Qingqiu towards the bathroom, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. The moment he heard the system's prompt, he halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Is this a new feature?" he queried the system as he resumed walking. The system explained, following the host's previous feedback. "This is a new function. If a high-value acquaintance reaches 95 points in attractiveness and their favorability matches, you will receive an additional lottery chance." "Good." Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled as he inquired. "So, if Mrs. Fong, Su Yun, and Lin Man also elevate their attractiveness to 95 points, will I receive both the standard lottery chance and an additional one?" "You are correct," the system affirmed. "I understand." Jiang Nan's face lit up with excitement. This system was indeed remarkable, attentive to the host's experience and suggestions. In his opinion, he had rarely encountered a system like this on the Tomato Novel app. It was truly overpowered. With such a system, what was there to fear about reaching the pinnacle of this world? Perhaps he could even become the true king without a crown. After a brief wash, Jiang Nan returned to the bedroom, cradling Meng Qingqiu. Once they dressed, they left the room. Meng Qingqiu, without makeup and dressed simply in a minimalist white dress, exuded an air of elegance with her long, straight black hair cascading down her shoulders. However, upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, her demeanor shifted to one of youthful shyness. Today marked their last night together. "Let's go buy some things later. And you can bring something back for your friend. I hope to leave a good impression so that when I visit Shanghai, she won't give me the cold shoulder," Jiang Nan said, wrapping his arm around Meng Qingqiu's slender waist and whispering in her ear. "Darling, Yao Yao wouldn't do that. Besides, with how outstanding you are, what girl wouldn't like you?" Meng Qingqiu replied, her voice gradually lowering. "Just hope that Yao Yao doesn't fall head over heels for you, turning us, who have been friends since childhood, into rivals." Chapter 70. The charismatic Jiang Nan. "Not a chance," Jiang Nan shook his head. "If I lacked the capability, how could I dare to entertain a harem?" Moreover, it seemed Meng Qingqiu was not particularly adamant about this matter. "Let's eat first," she suggested softly, avoiding further discussion on the topic. An hour later, after finishing their meal, they arrived at the largest shopping district in the old city. After securing a parking spot and feeling the gazes of those around them, Jiang Nan reminisced about the day he first received the system. Back then, he was driving a Porsche Cayenne and had just over $1 million in savings. Now he had set 4.5 small goals for himself. With a vehicle worth $60 million, a Pagani Huayra, and a beautiful acquaintance with an attractiveness rating of 96. Such a transformation had occurred in just a few days. Frankly, the rapid pace of his growth felt surreal. "Darling," Meng Qingqiu interlinked her arm with his, leaning close, and whispered, "Do you feel taller?" "Just an illusion," Jiang Nan chuckled. "Come on, you should pick out some things too. Whatever you like, just say the word, and it's yours. I won't hold back." "All right," Meng Qingqiu beamed. As this striking couple walked amidst the crowd, they undeniably attracted the attention of those around them. Are they celebrities? Their looks are simply off the charts. Well, even if they're not stars, they must be some major influencers. I just saw that handsome guy arrive in a Pagani. He's the epitome of a top-tier wealthy man. And the girl beside him is an absolute beauty. Her aura is simply captivating. The world is never devoid of onlookers. At that moment, to Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, the people surrounding them were mere NPCs, snapping photos in astonishment. Soon after, they arrived at a Chanel store, emerging with 2 bags each after a brief shopping spree. Following that, they visited LV, Gucci, Prada. After merely an hour of shopping, they both declared they could carry no more. Jiang Nan, determined to indulge, ensured that anything Meng Qingqiu desired or thought her good friend Yao Yao would appreciate was theirs for the taking. An hour might seem brief, but their high-end shopping spree had cost nearly 10 million. Fortunately, upon completing their purchases, the 6-fold cashback reward significantly boosted his savings to 5 small goals. Yet this was merely a warm-up. The real investments lay in acquiring properties, whether commercial or residential, each costing no less than 100 million. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated the old buildings belonging to Mrs. Fong in the old city. And purchasing land. He inhaled deeply, recognizing that many substantial investments awaited him, yet he felt somewhat limited in his current capacity to engage at that level. There is no rush. One cannot become plump in a single bite. Jiang Nan fully comprehends this truth. Darling, your desire to shop rivals that of any woman. Meng Qingxiu remarked with a wry smile. There are still a few items left in the store, which will be sent back to the metropolis tomorrow. Otherwise, having purchased nearly 10 million worth of goods, it would be impossible to carry them all, even if hung around the neck. We cannot allow you to return empty-handed, Jiang Nan chuckled, narrowing his eyes in amusement. Soon, they arrived at a small street in front of their parking space. Why are there so many people? Jiang Nan, being slightly taller, noticed several alluring young women loitering around the Pagani Huayra, some engrossed in their phones while others wandered about, as if awaiting the return of the luxurious supercar's owner. These ladies had been lingering for an hour. Ha ha ha, they must be hoping for a chance encounter with the owner of that Pagani. Brother, you've been guarding this spot for an hour? Nah, I just happened to pass by here an hour ago, came the reply from a passerby. Upon overhearing the conversation, Jiang Nan's expression became peculiar. Beside him, Meng Qingxiu could not help but chuckle softly. Darling, can you imagine how many girls would want to add you on WeChat if I weren't by your side all day? Being handsome and wealthy, what woman could resist such a man? Without a doubt, at least 99% of women would be unable to resist. That Pagani is simply too ostentatious. Perhaps we should consider a more understated yet impressive vehicle tomorrow, Jiang Nan mused. This type of sports car serves no purpose other than to flaunt one's wealth. However, isn't that what buyers seek? Those who are not inclined to show off would never consider purchasing it. Compared to just a few days ago, Jiang Nan had indeed become much more composed. Truthfully, he had moved past the ostentation. As they strolled down the small street towards the Pagani Huayra, their presence immediately caused a stir. This strikingly attractive duo captured the gaze of those around them, especially as some recognized Jiang Nan as the affluent owner of the Pagani. Wow! At the same time, the group of women surrounding the Pagani turned their attention to Jiang Nan, completely disregarding Meng Qingxiu. A few of the ladies approached eagerly, their faces adorned with sweet smiles. Hey handsome, is this your Pagani? It's absolutely stunning. Can I add you on WeChat? Well, this Pagani has always been my dream car. Would you mind taking me for a spin? And if anything enjoyable happens in the car, I wouldn't mind. How absurd, Jiang Nan declared. Though these women's looks hovered around an 80 out of 100, they were not natural beauties. Even with their well-maintained figures, none could compare to the exquisite Meng Qingxiu by his side, whose natural beauty was undoubtedly a solid 90. The others paled in comparison. Even in a drunken one-night-stand scenario, upon hearing Jiang Nan's blunt dismissal, the women's expressions stiffened momentarily before quickly morphing into enthusiastic smiles, unperturbed by the awkwardness. Come on, just a simple WeChat ad wouldn't hurt, right? Of course, if you're interested in something else, I wouldn't mind. Just then, Meng Qingxiu chimed in coolly. Did you not hear my darling express his lack of interest? At the sound of her voice, the women finally turned their attention to her. Initially, they had overlooked Meng Qingxiu, but now, seeing such a beauty beside Jiang Nan, their expressions changed drastically. She was stunning. Unlike the women who relied on enhancements, Meng Qingxiu's beauty was purely natural. One could not help but think of the saying that a goddess's beauty could elevate one above countless others. This beauty. I acknowledge your allure, but you cannot deter us from pursuing what we desire. A tall woman responded coolly. Exactly, echoed the others, nodding eagerly. My darling deserves only the finest. Meng Qingxiu retorted lightly. Hearing her words, the women's expressions darkened. They, who were accustomed to being surrounded by admirers, had never faced such humiliation. You little, one woman began, only to be interrupted as Meng Qingxiu stepped forward and slapped her across the face. While she appeared demure and sweet in Jiang Nan's presence, one should not mistake her for weak. Born into affluence and pampered from a young age, her innate pride was not to be trifled with. You. The slapped woman gazed incredulously at Meng Qingxiu. Your nose looks crooked. Perhaps you should consider a better plastic surgeon? Spending a little to catch a big fish? Look at your entire ensemble. Do you even qualify? Meng Qingxiu responded calmly. I'll kill you. The woman, now completely enraged, attempted to lunge at Meng Qingxiu, but Jiang Nan swiftly pulled her into his embrace, casting a cool glance at the aggressor. He remained silent, but his steady gaze instilled fear, causing the woman to instinctively retreat several steps. Please, make way, Jiang Nan said coolly. Upon hearing his indifferent tone, the women immediately parted to create a path. After Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu entered the car, the Pagani Huayra gradually drove away, leaving the women momentarily stunned. Damn! The tall woman exclaimed, cursing under her breath. Noticing the curious stares from passers-by, she quickly rebuked, What are you looking at? Get lost. A wave of derisive laughter erupted around them. The term clown struck deep into their hearts, rendering them speechless. In the eyes of Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu, They were indeed the real jesters. Darling, was I too fierce just now? Meng Qingxiu asked softly, her fingers fidgeting as she lowered her head in the passenger seat. I was more concerned about your hand being hurt, but Jiang Nan cleared his throat. What? Meng Qingxiu asked, her concern evident. You slapped her so hard that her nose is crooked. I couldn't help but laugh. Who could keep a straight face after that? He chuckled. Meng Qingxiu burst into laughter, then rubbed her nose with her thumb, striking a signature pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee, and exclaimed, of course. That despicable woman, what does she think she is? How could someone of her caliber dare to share such an exceptional darling with me? And to call me a little slut? Just wait until I rearrange her nose. Ha ha. Her words once again elicited hearty laughter from Jiang Nan. She was simply delightful. However, it was not merely her charm that amused Jiang Nan. It was her attitude toward the possibility of him being involved with other women. Primarily, it was her appearance and, secondarily, her excellence. Clearly, Meng Qingxiu would not tolerate sharing Jiang Nan with a woman who was far inferior to her. Moreover, her family background was anything but ordinary. While not at the pinnacle, it was certainly above average, having been exposed to such affairs. Thus, in terms of acceptance, this woman was undoubtedly more open-minded than the average person. Darling, tonight is our final night. I must cherish it, Meng Qingxiu suddenly whispered. The following morning, around 8 o'clock, at Jiangxing Airport, after bidding farewell to Meng Qingxiu, Jiang Nan watched her retreating figure, turning back every few steps, reluctant to part as she entered the terminal, a hint of daze reflected on his face. With a sigh, Meng Qingxiu's silhouette vanished from his sight, prompting Jiang Nan to light a cigarette. Exhaling a long puff of smoke, an unusual light sparkled in his eyes. The 2 days spent with Meng Qingxiu had flown by astonishingly fast. It had been a full 5 days since he acquired the system. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, his expression revealing an indefinable emotion. At present, he had accumulated 5 small financial goals, with assets continuing to grow, reaching an overall net worth of 10 billion. Such a pace of growth was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, it was still not enough. Today marked the start of the 6th day, every day henceforth. He vowed to surpass the previous day, becoming ever more exceptional and wealthier. The cigarette was soon extinguished, as Jiang Nan approached a nearby trash bin to dispose of it. A series of rhythmic sounds from high heels striking the ground caught his attention. Hey handsome, I've been watching you for a while. May I add you on WeChat? Before he could turn around, a sweet voice chimed in his ear. Chapter 72, a stunning flight attendant with a score of 95 in looks. As Jiang Nan turned, he was greeted by the sight of a beautiful woman in a flight attendant uniform, pulling a small suitcase. Even someone as accustomed to beauty as Jiang Nan found himself momentarily captivated, quickly employing his insight skill. Name, Ning Rushuang. Age, 24 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Looks, 95 points. Affection, 12 points. A height of 172 centimeters. A beauty score of 95. Truly exceptional. To be honest, if it weren't for the insight skill, he would hardly believe that such a remarkable flight attendant had not been subject to any unsavory arrangements. Ning Rushuang's affection 3. As Jiang Nan was momentarily lost in thought, the system's notification echoed in his mind, snapping him back to reality. Naturally, he could not refuse such a quality woman's request to connect on WeChat. The two promptly exchanged contacts. Jiang Nan, what a nice name. Ning Rushuang sent her name back. Ning Rushuang, your name is lovely as well, Jiang Nan replied with a smile and a nod. Thank you, Ning Rushuang said, seemingly at a loss for words, perhaps due to her first-time initiative in asking someone for their WeChat, awkwardly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Are you finishing a flight or? Jiang Nan prompted. Just finished a flight. I was planning to head home, Ning Rushuang replied softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, and he smiled. Shall I give you a ride? Sure. Ning Rushuang responded enthusiastically, having already taken the initiative to ask for his WeChat. She had no reason to decline. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they approached a Maybach. After placing her small suitcase in the trunk, they both entered the vehicle. Thank you, Jiang Nan, Ning Rushuang said with a smile as she fastened her seatbelt. No problem, just give me your address, and I'll find the quickest route. Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. All right, Ning Rushuang said, promptly providing her location on WeChat. Nancheng. Not too far, Jiang Nan nodded, steering the luxurious Maybach onto the road. During the drive, they exchanged casual remarks. While it seemed awkward, it was anything but. Ning Rushuang occasionally stole glances at Jiang Nan, her beautiful face displaying hints of bashfulness and attraction. Men are drawn to beauty, and similarly, beautiful women are drawn to handsome men. Jiang Nan's charm was extraordinary, exuding an air of sophistication akin to a character stepping out from a novel. Indeed, Ning Rushuang had merely needed a single glance to be captivated by him. After waiting a moment, she had mustered the courage to approach him for his WeChat. Ning Rushuang stole glances at Jiang Nan, who reciprocated the attention. However, what drew him in was not merely the flight attendant's exquisite features, but the sight of her gracefully clad legs and sheer gray stockings, slightly pressed together as she leaned closer to him. To be honest, it was Jiang Nan's first encounter with someone wearing such stockings in reality, especially on a flight attendant with such long legs, perfect proportions, and striking beauty. Truth be told, Jiang Nan believed that Ning Rushuang could easily garner attention in a live stream simply by donning such an outfit and sitting before the camera in silence, as many would be eager to shower her with gifts. This was not an exaggeration. With her extraordinary looks, if she dared to tread into the streaming world, her potential to earn would be limitless. Jiang Nan, are you a local of Jiangchen? Ning Rushuang asked, breaking the silence halfway through the journey. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded, then turned to her. Aren't you from Jiangchen? I am as well, Ning Rushuang replied. Evidently, she might not be adept at conversing with men, as after initiating a few exchanges, she fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward. How long have you been a flight attendant? Jiang Nan inquired directly. Which airline do you work for? I must fly with your airline next time. I work for Jiangxing Airlines. I've only been here for a year, Ning Rushuang answered obediently. That's great. I used to have a certain image of flight attendants, thinking they were only gentle and charming on flights. I didn't expect you to be so lovely off duty as well. You must have many admirers, Jiang Nan smiled. There are quite a few admirers. But I tend to be a bit socially anxious, so those who pursue me don't often have much luck, Ning Rushuang acknowledged. After speaking, she seemed to realize something and quickly added, of course, it's not that I can't meet them. I just don't feel much for those who pursue me. This statement was quite a blatant hint. Jiang Nan chuckled inwardly. It appeared Ning Rushuang was a true connoisseur of beauty, only attracted to those who were aesthetically pleasing. He didn't believe that a luxurious Maybach would instill a materialistic mindset in such an exceptional flight attendant. If she were indeed materialistic, countless wealthy individuals would be vying for her attention. Of course, it was possible that Ning Rushuang was waiting for the right opportunity. However, a Maybach alone was unlikely to make her so proactive. Thus, there remained only one conclusion. She was an ultimate beauty enthusiast. When is your next flight? Jiang Nan inquired, taking the initiative. 2 days later, Ning Rushuang replied. Are you free around noon? Jiang Nan directly proposed. I also live in South City. If you have time, may I treat you to a meal? Sounds great. Ning Rushuang had been contemplating inviting Jiang Nan to lunch to express her gratitude for his escort home. But she was pleasantly surprised by his initiative, which instantly lifted her spirits. Ning Rushuang's affection level 5. This unexpected increase in affection by 5 points took Jiang Nan by surprise, prompting him to steal a few more glances at her. At the same time, Ning Rushuang also looked his way. Their eyes met, and an invisible spark ignited between them in the confined space of the vehicle. Ning Rushuang's affection level 2. The simplicity of this affection growth astounded him. Little did he know, his striking visage and extraordinary charm possessed an immense allure for someone who adored handsome faces, particularly at such close proximity. Ning Rushuang, having never encountered someone as striking as Jiang Nan in her 24 years, found herself inexplicably captivated by him, her heart racing at just a glance. Half an hour later, at the entrance of a mid-range residential complex in South City, a Maybach came to a gentle stop. Jiang Nan, would you like to come in for a drink? Ning Rushuang hesitated before softly inviting him from the passenger seat. As soon as she uttered those words, Jiang Nan noticed her cheeks flush of vivid crimson. It was evident that this was her first time being so forward. Is nobody home? Jiang Nan asked. This is my rented apartment. I do not live with my family, Ning Rushuang replied softly. All right. Jiang Nan would not decline such an invitation. Ning Rushuang's affection level 3. With an additional 3 points of affection, Ning Rushuang, the exquisite flight attendant, now held a total of 25 points of affection for Jiang Nan. To be honest, having only known each other for about an hour and already reaching this level of affection felt rather swift. Soon, Jiang Nan followed Ning Rushuang's directions to the underground garage of the complex. After stepping out of the car, he took the initiative to assist her with her small suitcase, which earned him another 2 points of affection. Ding! As they entered the elevator, Ning Rushuang pressed the button for the 20th floor and took a deep breath, standing beside Jiang Nan. Thump, thump, thump. The proximity allowed Jiang Nan to hear her heart racing, as he was keenly aware of her growing agitation. Ding! When the elevator reached the first floor, a crowd of people entered, including elderly individuals, children, men, and women. Naturally, The striking pair of Jiang Nan and the impeccably uniformed Ning Ruoshuang drew the attention of the other passengers, who would glance back at them, pretending to appear nonchalant, only to turn their heads again moments later. Before long, the elevator became unexpectedly crowded, prompting Jiang Nan to furrow his brow. Logically, it was normal for the elevator to be crowded while descending, but it was unusual for so many to board while ascending. Jiang Nan, there are so many people. Ning Ruoshuang, now in a corner, felt somewhat relieved that there were no other men nearby. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed with discomfort. Should we go down? Jiang Nan stood protectively in front of her, their gazes locking in an intimate moment. Just hold on, we're almost there. At such close quarters, Ning Ruoshuang felt her face heat up, her heart racing even faster. Moreover, Jiang Nan's captivating scent was undeniably alluring. My goodness, what is it about this man that stirs such powerful emotions within me? She occasionally swallowed hard, her face flushed, unable to meet Jiang Nan's gaze for fear that another glance would lead her to inexplicably leap into his arms. Ning Ruoshuang's affection level 5. Another 5 points of affection accrued, leaving Jiang Nan quite satisfied. Ding! At that moment, the elevator chimed, and finally, a few individuals exited. However, several men reluctantly turned back, glancing at Jiang Nan one last time before departing. The elevator continued its ascent, reaching the 18th floor. A few women exited, similarly casting glances back, their expressions filled with reluctance. He is so handsome. If it weren't for his stunning girlfriend, I would have had the courage to ask him for his number. My goodness, I have never seen such a handsome man before. I feel like I'm irresistibly drawn to him. As the elevator doors slowly closed, it was left only with Jiang Nan and Ning Ruoshuang. Hearing the chatter from outside, they exchanged a knowing smile. Soon, they reached the 20th floor, and Jiang Nan carried Ning Ruoshuang's suitcase out of the elevator. Here, Ning Ruoshuang led Jiang Nan to the left. My apartment is a bit small. Please excuse me. They entered the apartment one after the other. Ning Ruoshuang's voice was tinged with shyness. Jiang Nan surveyed the layout of the space, which, while modest, was quite appealing, featuring a minimalist design he favored. There are no men's slippers. Please make do with my pair. Don't worry, they've been washed. At this moment, Ning Ruoshuang's voice broke through his thoughts. Jiang Nan's gaze returned to her as he noticed her bending to rummage through the shoe cabinet. From that angle, her stunning figure was undeniably captivating. At that moment, Ning Ruoshuang turned, holding a pair of pink slippers, her face flushed with cuteness. Thank you. Jiang Nan expressed gratefully as he accepted the slippers and changed into them. At that moment, Ning Ruoshuang slipped off her high heels, leaning one hand against the shoe cabinet, slightly lifting her right leg behind her. Just then, she glanced back, her right hand grasping her high heel, preparing to take it off when she inadvertently locked eyes with Jiang Nan's intensely warm gaze. Ning Ruoshuang's affection level 2. Their gazes met again, and the electric charge between them sparked anew. Thud! The sound of a high heel dropping to the floor broke the moment. Jiang Nan snapped back to reality. As he regained his composure, the lingering intensity of their shared gaze caused Ning Ruoshuang's body to soften, and she lost her balance, beginning to fall backward. A startled gasp escaped her lips, and Jiang Nan immediately set down the suitcase, stepping forward to catch her, instinctively pulling her into his embrace. Are you all right? Jiang Nan asked, concern evident in his voice as he held Ning Ruoshuang close. At that moment, her breath quickened, her exquisite face flushed with color, signaling her inner turmoil. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's voice, she felt weak and breathless. I'm fine, she murmured softly. Ning Ruoshuang's affection level 2. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, both Jiang Nan and Ning Ruoshuang felt their hearts racing. As Jiang Nan's face drew closer to her, Ning Ruoshuang swallowed nervously and instinctively closed her eyes. 20 seconds later, a notification chimed. Ning Ruoshuang's affection level 5. Chapter 74. The Compassion of a Healer, Gentle Jiang Nan. It was astonishing. The increase of 5 points in affection was so rapid that even Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. In such a brief span since their acquaintance, just over an hour, Ning Ruoshuang's affection for him had soared to an impressive 41 points. It was remarkable. This rate of progress far exceeded any other woman he had known. Ning Ruoshuang, I'm fine now. She spoke softly, her voice infused with a charming shyness. In response to Jiang Nan's incredulity, she too was caught in a moment of disbelief. They had known each other for merely a little over an hour, and she had already invited this man into her home. Hearing her words, Jiang Nan supported her upright, his hand lingering at her waist. Once she removed her other high heel, he naturally guided her to the sofa in the living room. Upon sitting down, As the earlier excitement began to fade, Ning Ruoshuang suddenly gasped, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, and her brow furrowed in discomfort. Had she twisted her ankle? Jiang Nan immediately knelt beside her. It seems like you may have twisted your left ankle. Ning Ruoshuang's cheeks flushed as she admitted, I accidentally twisted it earlier. And it's still a bit painful. Let me take a look. Jiang Nan, possessing the skills of a traditional Chinese medicine master, was adept at treating ailments ranging from complex conditions to minor injuries. He examined her closely, noting the slight redness around her left ankle. I'll fetch some ice for you. I'm truly sorry to trouble you, Ning Ruoshuang replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. It's no trouble at all. Jiang Nan replied with a smile, his compassion as a healer evident. His mastery in traditional Chinese medicine allowed him to focus entirely on her injury without distraction. This was the hallmark of true expertise. Ning Ruoshuang's cheeks grew slightly warmer at his words, and witnessing Jiang Nan's earnest demeanor stirred something within her. All right, she murmured softly. Ning Ruoshuang's affection level 2. As Jiang Nan stood to retrieve the ice, he cast a surprised glance at Ning Ruoshuang, who was blushing and unable to meet his gaze. I'll be right back with some ice. It won't take long, and you'll feel better soon. Okay, she nodded shyly, still avoiding his eyes. Once Jiang Nan entered the kitchen, she dared to glance in his direction, exhaling deeply as her heart raced, feeling her cheeks flush. She couldn't help but mutter, Jiang Nan is so serious about treating my ankle, while I'm the one lost in thoughts. Spring has truly arrived. However, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. How gentle. How handsome. He was the embodiment of her dream prince. Ning Ruoshuang's affection level 2. Meanwhile, as Jiang Nan rummaged for ice in the kitchen, the system notification echoed in his mind, causing him to blink in astonishment. Incredible. I've casually accumulated points. In just over an hour, her affection level had reached an astonishing 45 points. It was no exaggeration to say that if something truly wonderful and indescribable were to happen between them, Ning Ruoshuang would likely not refuse. Encountering a woman captivated by appearances, my charm is at an all-time high. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. As the one at the center of it all, he recognized that he was a potent allure to many women. Even the slightest connection could lead to profound infatuation. Yet, he had never encountered a woman as extraordinary as Ning Ruoshuang. In merely a little over an hour, through his looks and a minor accident, her affection for him had skyrocketed to 45 points. If he were to add a few more elements to this chemistry, could he not reach 90 points in just a day? With this thought, his interest peaked. Ning Ruoshuang's beauty rated a remarkable 95 points, surpassing his previous target, Jiang Yan, by 3 points. This difference was significant. If they stood side by side, choosing between the two would be a matter of utmost respect for Ning Ruoshuang, a rare and stunning flight attendant. In the next 2 days, he aimed to elevate her affection level to 90 points. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly and returned to the living room, clutching a small bag of ice. Your ankle isn't severely injured. A cold compress for about 10 minutes, followed by a warm compress for 20 to 30 minutes, should allow you to walk freely again. He knelt down and pressed the bag of ice against her reddened ankle. The icy sensation made Ning Ruoshuang gasp. Jiang Nan, I can't thank you enough. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do about my sprain. There's no need for thanks, but if you have silver needles at home, I could perform acupuncture, and you'd be able to walk freely in no time. Jiang Nan suggested softly. I don't have those, but just using ice feels great. The pain has almost disappeared. You can perform acupuncture? That's impressive. Are you studying traditional Chinese medicine? Ning Ruoshuang gazed at him, her face lighting up with admiration. This man was exceedingly gentle. At that moment, Jiang Nan lifted his gaze, and their eyes met, creating an enchanting atmosphere between them. 20 minutes later, Ning Ruoshuang's affection level 2. Her affection level had now reached an impressive 50 points. The way she looked at Jiang Nan was far more intense than before. Jiang Nan, she said softly, clearly moved. Does it still hurt? Jiang Nan inquired, crouching down again as he gently cradled her delicate foot. You haven't injured it severely. After the cold and warm compresses, it should be better. Why don't you try walking a few steps? Okay, she nodded, her cheeks flushed, then stood from the sofa with his support. She took a few steps. It feels fine now, Ning Ruoshuang exclaimed, her excitement overwhelming as she hugged Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, you are truly amazing. Glad to hear that, Jiang Nan said, patting her back. Just as he was about to speak again, Ning Ruoshuang interrupted. Ning Ruoshuang's affection level 1. Ning Ruoshuang's affection level 2. Ning Ruoshuang's affection level 3. 2.5 hours flew by, marking noon. In the living room, Jiang Nan exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Ning Ruoshuang's affection level had reached 80 points. He lit a cigarette. savoring the moment as he exhaled clouds of smoke. In just one morning, her affection had surged to 80 points. Truthfully, this rapid progression had taken him by surprise. The affection level has reached 80 points, and it seems much easier to elevate it to 90 points with Ning Ruo Shuang than with that woman, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. After all, Ning Ruo Shuang has already developed an 80-point affinity for him. With a little extra effort, perhaps that reward task could be effortlessly completed. Moreover, it is evident from Ning Ruo Shuang's demeanor that she is indeed a die-hard beauty enthusiast. A few sweet words and some kindness might just propel her affection straight to 90 points. Jiang Nan exhaled a gentle puff of smoke and took out his phone. Previously, he had been too busy to respond to messages, but now he began to open each one and reply. Meng Qingqiu, darling, I've safely returned to the Magic City. Jiang Nan, just took a nap after coming back. I'll find time to visit you in the Magic City later. Landlady, you rascal. Qiu has already left. Which woman's bed have you climbed into now? You should come back and comfort me. Jiang Nan, just handling some matters. Su Yin, are you free tonight? Jiang Nan, hard to say. I'll see. Lin Man, brother Jiang Nan, today is 520. Jiang Nan, I'll find you later. After replying to all the messages, Jiang Nan realized he had already finished his cigarette. He extinguished it with a shake of his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Goodness, with only a few close confidants. He felt utterly exhausted on this 520 day. This won't do. It seems he must lay his cards on the table with a few of them. Otherwise, running around like this is too tiring. Jiang Nan contemplated and directly initiated a group chat on WeChat. Jiang Nan 1. Jiang Nan, landlady, Su Yun, Lin Man. I need to handle some matters. You all enjoy your conversation today on 520. I'll join you once I'm done. After creating the group chat and tagging everyone, Jiang Nan exited WeChat. He was never one to dwell in indecision, always a pragmatic man of action. Once he made a decision, he would not procrastinate for even a second. Just like now, he created the group, allowing the landlady and the three women to chat among themselves. If they hit it off, Jiang Nan would save himself the hassle of visiting each one individually. Besides, the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man made for a classic case of three lacking one. Perhaps they could even play mahjong today. As Jiang Nan reflected, he arrived at Ning Ruo Shuang's bedroom, gently sitting at the edge of her bed. He reached out, stroking her flushed cheek, feeling her breath hasten inexplicably, and remarked, "What is this? You weren't this shy earlier, but now you seem even more bashful." Scoundrel! Ning Ruo Shuang's long eyelashes fluttered, her beautiful eyes fixating intently on Jiang Nan, her voice soft yet imbued with endless shyness. As they spoke, a hint of confusion crossed her face. Had someone told her such a thing yesterday, she would have scolded that woman for being indiscreet. Yet now, this reality unfolded before her. Was she truly being indiscreet? This was love at first sight. Jiang Nan gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind Ning Ruo Shuang's ear, lowering his head to kiss her forehead, and chuckled. Don't overthink it. That will only lead to unnecessary inner turmoil. Are you hungry? Ning Ruo Shuang's affection won. Hug. Ning Ruo Shuang opened her arms, the blanket slipping off her. Ah, she exclaimed. Jiang Nan teased, still shy? Freshen up, and let us go out for a meal. As he spoke, he lifted Ning Ruo Shuang effortlessly into his arms, her heart racing uncontrollably in his embrace. Looking at this man brimming with strength and affection, she found herself falling for him even more. Ning Ruo Shuang's affection too. With another 2 points added, her affection now stood at 83 points. Only 7 points remained to reach 90 points and complete the reward task. Almost there, Jiang Nan took a deep breath, gazing at the bashful and enchanting Ning Ruo Shuang. His eyes filled with tenderness. This woman truly was his lucky star, appearing at the most opportune moment. Meanwhile, in a university cafeteria, Lin Man had just collected her meal and sat down at an empty table, pulling out her phone to check a notification from WeChat. Jiang Nan, landlady, Su Yun. Lin Man, I need to handle some matters. You all enjoy your conversation today on 520. I'll join you once I'm done. This message caught her attention, and she wasn't the only one. The landlady and Su Yun also opened the group chat, seeing Jiang Nan's message directed at them. After about a minute or two of silence in the group, just as the landlady was about to say something, Lin Man chimed in. Xiajiqing, Su Yun, greetings, sisters. I am Lin Man. I hope to be in your good graces moving forward. Chapter 76, Ning Ruo Shuang. What if he has a girlfriend? The landlady and Su Yun, upon reading Lin Man's message, promptly checked her profile. Seeing a charming and lovely young woman, they immediately responded. Landlady, Lin Man, hello Man. I am Xia Jiqing. You can just call me Sister Xia from now on. No need for formalities. We are all sisters now. Su Yun, Lin Man Man, hello Man Man. I am Su Yun. I should be a bit older than you, so you can call me Sister Yun, just like Sister Xia said. From now on, we are all good sisters and should look out for one another. Landlady, Su Yun, Lin Man Man, I haven't had lunch yet. How about we arrange to have lunch together? On Jiang Nan's side, he remained oblivious to the fact that the three women in the group had begun planning lunch. Even if he were aware, he wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. The landlady and Su Yun were already well acquainted. As for Lin Man Man, with her endearing and amiable nature, Jiang Nan had no worries about her fitting in with the landlady and Su Yun's little group. At this moment, he emerged from the bathroom, still holding Ning Ruoshuang, and after assisting her into her clothes, they both exited the bedroom. Ning Ruoshuang, apart from her flight attendant uniform, had few clothes, most of which were simple styles. Currently, she wore a pair of jeans paired with a plain white t-shirt, her hair cascading down her shoulders, resembling a girl next door. It was undeniable that a woman of such high beauty, even without makeup, could elicit an irresistible attraction. Her skin was simply flawless. Shouldn't she apply a little light makeup before heading out? Ning Ruoshuang, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's, caught a glimpse of herself in a mirror and, feeling somewhat insecure, remarked, "Is it necessary? I believe your natural appearance can outshine many fully made-up beauties." Jiang Nan's compliment was sincere, not mere flattery. "Your words are too sweet." Ning Ruoshuang beamed and leaned closer to Jiang Nan. Nevertheless, she took out a lipstick from her small bag, applying a light layer. I look much more vibrant now." Ning Ruoshuang glanced at herself from various angles, satisfied with her appearance, and upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, shyly kissed his cheek. Seeing the lipstick mark on his face, she couldn't help but laugh, quickly reaching out to wipe it off. "Jiang Nan, what do you want to eat?" "Just now. You kept calling me darling. What is this? Have you turned indifferent after getting your fill?" Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Ning Ruoshuang's slender waist, teasing her. "How annoying." Ning Ruoshuang playfully punched him, but upon noticing the eager look in his eyes, she shyly lowered her head and sweetly called out, "Darling." Ning Ruoshuang's affection too. Such a good girl. Jiang Nan broke into a smile. Ning Ruoshuang's demeanor was naturally obedient. She hardly ever refused his myriad requests. Even when faced with more embarrassing demands, she would ultimately choose to yield under Jiang Nan's gentle persuasion. This trait alone endeared her to him immensely. After all, not only was she genuine, but she was also an exquisite beauty, scoring a remarkable 95 in looks. Although the thrill of conquest was absent, the eagerness with which Ning Ruoshuang approached him was far more intoxicating than the satisfaction derived from winning someone over. "What would you like to eat?" Jiang Nan inquired softly as he wrapped an arm around Ning Ruoshuang and led her out the door, pausing at the elevator. "I'm fine with anything. I usually just whip up some simple home-cooked meals after work, so just tell me what you want, and I'll happily eat along," she replied, nestling against him. "All right. Let me see what suitable home-style restaurants are nearby." Just then, the elevator chimed as it arrived. Jiang Nan took out his phone and, as they stepped inside, he caught sight of a flurry of notifications in their group chat. To his surprise, there were numerous messages directed at him. Glancing at Ning Ruoshuang beside him, he opened WeChat. 99. He gasped, astonished that the group chat he had created had accumulated so many messages in such a brief time. He swiftly scrolled back to the beginning to review the conversation. Goodness, these women have truly banded together. With Ning Ruoshuang alongside him, Jiang Nan read quickly, scrolling down effortlessly until he had absorbed all the messages before they reached the ground floor. The elevator dinged as they arrived at the basement level, stepping out together and heading towards the Maybach. As Jiang Nan prepared to casually locate a home-style restaurant, his phone vibrated. He picked it up nonchalantly, noticing it was a call from an unfamiliar number in Jiangxing. "Hello?" Jiang Nan answered. "Mr. Jiang Nan, this is Li Jing, the private butler of Villa number 001 in Jiangxing Tianfu." The voice on the other end was crisp and cool. "What can I do for you?" Jiang Nan asked, continuing to drive with one hand. "Mr. Jiang Nan, the property management at Jiangxing Tianfu inquired whether you would like to hire some cleaning staff, gardeners, and a professional driver," Li Jing informed him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan pondered briefly before responding, "Cleaning staff and gardeners are fine, but I can do without a driver. You can make the arrangements. Just let me know if funds are insufficient." "Understood," Li Jing replied respectfully. After hanging up, Jiang Nan placed his phone aside and noticed that Ning Ruoshuang in the passenger seat was regarding him with an unusual expression. "What is the matter?" he asked with a light chuckle. "Villa? Cleaning staff? Gardeners? Darling, you are quite something." Although Ning Ruoshuang hadn't heard Li Jing's words clearly, she could piece together enough to grasp the situation. "How about we grab lunch and then come over to my place for a bit?" Jiang Nan suggested with a smile. "You don't have anyone at home, do you?" Ning Ruoshuang hesitated. No, maybe just a private butler. I rarely stay there, Jiang Nan stated. If you like it, why not move in? At his words, Ning Rushuang's mouth slightly fell open, and her breath caught for a moment. She then whispered, but if you rarely stay there, it seems kind of pointless for me to move in. What do you mean pointless? Don't you work? Jiang Nan teased, gently pinching her nose. When you finish work, I'll come over to keep you company, and when you're at work, I'll return to my usual place. That feels strange. Ning Rushuang gulped, eyeing Jiang Nan curiously. It dawned on her that despite having known him for merely a morning, they had already shared a remarkable and indescribable intimacy. It seemed she hardly knew him at all. What if he had a girlfriend? The thought sent a wave of pallor across her cheeks. Chapter 77. Ning Rushuang. What a coincidence. As the car continued its journey, Ning Rushuang's complexion grew increasingly pale. Is something wrong with your face? Jiang Nan noticed her unease and expressed concern. And no, I'm fine. Ning Rushuang took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself. She wanted to articulate something, but ultimately shook her head and murmured, "Let us discuss it after my rental contract expires this month." She forced herself not to dwell on unnecessary thoughts, realizing it would only lead to mental exhaustion. Since it had already happened, she resolved to act as if she knew nothing. Only in this way could this budding relationship possibly flourish. Besides, if Jiang Nan truly had a girlfriend, how could she bear to leave? Moreover, it was all speculation. Perhaps he was single after all. With that thought, Ning Rushuang managed to convince herself, and her previously pale face regained its color in no time. An hour later, after finishing lunch, Jiang Nan drove the Maybach he borrowed from the landlord into the Jiangxing Tianfu community. "Darling, your villa is in Jiangxing Tianfu." Upon entering the community, Ning Rushuang was momentarily stunned. Being a local, she was well aware of the exorbitant property prices in Jiangxing Tianfu, particularly since there were only 9 villas in total, making their value even more extravagant. To think that Jiang Nan owned a villa in Jiangxing Tianfu was astonishing. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded with a smile, glancing at Ning Rushuang, who looked utterly incredulous. "What do you think? Do you like the environment here? If you do, you might as well move in." Although Ning Rushuang's current residence was not of the lowest standard, it was still a mixed bag. Living in Jiangxing Tianfu would undoubtedly offer greater security than her rented apartment. With such high property prices and luxury, who wouldn't he be enchanted? Ning Rushuang couldn't help but marvel, rolling down the car window to admire the lush gardens lining the pathways. Is this what the upper class lives like? The air does feel much fresher. Jiang Nan chuckled at her excitement and chose not to press the issue of moving in further, recognizing that she was still in a state of exhilaration and not receptive to his suggestions. Soon, they arrived at the grand entrance, and Ning Rushuang gazed in awe at the villa numbered 001, which resembled a small estate. "Oh my goodness, is this really a villa? It feels like it rivals the grandeur of those estates on television." "It can be considered a small estate," Jiang Nan replied, pulling out his phone and using an app to unlock the gate. As it slowly opened, he drove through, and the gate closed automatically behind them. Upon reaching the underground garage, Jiang Nan noticed the solitary Porsche Cayenne parked alongside the Maybach and frowned slightly. It seemed he needed to invest in a few luxury vehicles. Having only 2 cars in such a spacious garage felt somewhat inadequate. As he led Ning Rushuang upstairs, they passed by the private cinema, indoor swimming pool, and various leisure lounges, all of which left her in awe. Is this the lifestyle of the wealthy? One could engage in any desired activity without stepping outside. Upon arriving on the first floor, Jiang Nan heard Li Jing's commanding voice emanating from the kitchen. "Remember, it must be cleaned thoroughly. Every day it needs to be tidied up. The boss is not short on money. What he lacks is emotional value." "Understood." Several voices of the ants responded in unison. Li Jing exited the kitchen and, upon spotting Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang, was initially taken aback before hastily jogging over to bow respectfully to Jiang Nan. As she lifted her head, her peripheral vision caught sight of the beautiful Ning Rushuang, and after a couple of glances, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. However, her astonishment was not merely due to Ning Rushuang's beauty. Rather, she felt an uncanny familiarity with this stunning young woman. "I brought my girlfriend over to take a look, Li Jia. You carry on with your tasks. By the way, I'll give you some money later to buy a vehicle for commuting. Usually, cleaners and gardeners wouldn't live in a villa, right?" Jiang Nan inquired. "They don't, but..." "Boss, I occasionally stay over," Li Jing replied softly, retracting her gaze from Ning Rushuang. "It's fine when I'm not around. I still need you to keep an eye on the villa. You can move in whenever you like. If you need anything, just let me know," Jiang Nan said. It would be disingenuous to claim that Jiang Nan had no interest in the beautiful Li Jing. But given that she had previously met Lin Man and now Ning Rushuang, winning her over seemed a challenge. At least, thus far. Li Jing had not shown any interest in him, nor were there any apparent points of approach, so Jiang Nan felt no urgency in this matter. Yes, Li Jing responded with utmost respect, embodying the demeanor of a personal steward addressing her employer. Jiang Nan remained unconcerned. Every woman, in due time, would eventually reveal her vulnerabilities. With ample time ahead, he was not worried about discovering a means to break through Li Jing's defenses. I'll take you upstairs for a look, Jiang Nan said with a gentle smile, wrapping his arm around Ning Ruoshuang as they ascended to the second floor. As Ning Ruoshuang climbed the stairs, she glanced back, and by coincidence, Li Jing also turned to look. The two strikingly beautiful women, both radiant in their appearance, locked eyes momentarily. Li Jing immediately responded with a warm nod and a soft smile. As for Ning Ruoshuang, after a moment of surprise, she returned the nod and turned back, slightly furrowing her brow as she quietly remarked, "Darling, that sister is indeed quite beautiful. Her name is Li Jing. She is the villa's personal steward," Jiang Nan introduced. Li Jing, with such a gorgeous personal steward in the villa, you truly don't reside here often? Ning Ruoshuang questioned upon hearing the name, her eyes flickering momentarily before she pursed her lips, adding somewhat bitterly, "No way, I'm moving in tomorrow. I want to see if you truly don't live here." Haha, fine. Jiang Nan recognized her statement as merely a pretext for her move. If something were to occur, how would she know what was happening at home while she was at work? At that moment, after Jiang Nan and Ning Ruoshuang had locked the door to the master bedroom, on the first floor, Li Jing, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, took out her phone and opened a chat application named Penguin. Soon, she navigated to her middle school graduation photo album and began to browse, ultimately clicking on a photo that captured her attention. Her gaze settled on a chubby girl, then shifted to a stunning girl positioned at the center of the photo. Ning Ruoshuang. What a coincidence, she murmured softly. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Ning Ruoshuang emerged from the master bedroom. Jiang Nan looked refreshed, while Ning Ruoshuang's cheeks were flushed, occasionally biting her lip and reapplying lipstick from her bag. When she looked at Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkled with allure. They soon descended to the second floor. "Boss, the cleaners and gardener have finished their work. I've sent them away," Li Jing announced as she rushed over upon hearing their footsteps. "I understand," Jiang Nan nodded, preparing to embrace Ning Ruoshuang to head towards the basement garage. However, Ning Ruoshuang turned to Li Jing and asked, "Are you Li Jing?" "Yes," Li Jing replied with a smile and a nod. "Which middle school did you attend?" Ning Ruoshuang inquired, scrutinizing Li Jing closely. "At Nanqing 4th Middle School," Li Jing responded. "What class?" Ning Ruoshuang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Class 7, Li Jing answered. "So it really is you, Li Jing," Ning Ruoshuang exclaimed, her face lighting up with astonishment. "What a coincidence." Li Jing's smile grew broader. "Darling, Li Jing was my classmate in middle school," Ning Ruoshuang said, her expression brimming with excitement as she appraised Li Jing from head to toe. "I've heard you lost weight and became stunning in high school, but I didn't expect you to look this good now." In middle school, Li Jing had been dubbed the fat girl by most of her classmates and was often regarded as the least attractive girl in her year. Bullying was a commonplace occurrence. Ning Ruoshuang had a vivid memory of this chubby girl because, although she was academically capable, they happened to become desk mates in the latter half of their third year. It was with Li Jing's help that Ning Ruoshuang performed well during that crucial semester, managing to qualify for Nanqing 2nd High School, even if she didn't make it to the top-tier Nanqing 1st High School. "You still look wonderful," Li Jing quietly complimented Ning Ruoshuang, then glanced at Jiang Nan, who appeared slightly surprised. In that moment, she felt a pang of conflict. One was the only girl from middle school who had ever shown her kindness, while the other was her current boss. If Ning Ruoshuang were unaware of their past connection or had even bullied her before, she could easily pretend not to know anything. Yet, Jiang Nan was her employer. It would be inappropriate to whisper to Ning Ruoshuang that the boss might have other girlfriends. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Jing made her decision. Ultimately, the importance of her job outweighed the kindness she had received in middle school. After all, securing a suitable and relaxed job these days was a rarity, and finding an exemplary boss like Jiang Nan was even more challenging. Just then, Jiang Nan's phone vibrated in his pocket. Noticing that Ning Ruoshuang and Li Jing were happily chatting, he stepped aside to answer the call. "Jiang Nan, Zhang Dong has been sent to a juvenile detention center." It was Chiu Rue Yu on the line. "All right, this kid is quite audacious, showing such cunning at a young age. I wonder what he'll do when he grows up," Jiang Nan mused, narrowing his eyes upon hearing the news. That boy's gaze was too ruthless. If he were released, who knew what chaos he might unleash? Killing him had crossed Jiang Nan's mind, but it was not feasible at the moment. His father, Zhang Qiqiang, was also incarcerated. while his mother's whereabouts remained unknown. During difficult times, families often scatter. Jiang Dong's family disintegration is inevitable, Qiu Rui remarked softly. Jiang Nan felt no sympathy for the family. I have no plans today. Are you free this afternoon? Let us take your girlfriend out for a meal. Qiu Rui extended an invitation. She has returned to Magic City, Jiang Nan replied. Returning to the bustling metropolis? Qiu Rui's voice clearly conveyed a hint of surprise. But she quickly cleared her throat and whispered, it seems rather difficult to arrange a meeting with you. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Let's have a meal another day and discuss the Jiang Dong issue. Jiang Nan was certain that Jiang Dong would not be allowed to escape from the juvenile detention center. All right. I should be free this afternoon. Just let me know when you want to meet. Qiu Rui responded with immediate cheer. Okay, I'll get back to my tasks now. We'll chat later. Jiang Nan hung up the phone and noted Qiu Rui's number before turning his gaze to the animated conversation between Ning Rushuang and Li Jing. At that moment, he also noticed Li Jing's attire, still adorned in her familiar professional outfit, complete with black stockings and a form-fitting skirt. Jiang Nan had noticed her striking presence the first time they met, and today, his attention instinctively gravitated towards her upper figure. Goodness. Jiang Nan approached. Darling, are you heading off to work? I'll be going out with Li Jing for a little shopping. Perhaps we can consider moving some things over. Ning Rushuang immediately hooked her arm around Jiang Nan's, her tone playful and teasing. All right. Jiang Nan had intended to take Ning Rushuang out for some shopping himself. Since she wished to accompany Li Jing, he naturally did not object. Share your bank card number with me. Feel free to buy whatever catches your eye. And let me know if you need more. Darling, I'm just browsing. I won't be buying much. Ning Rushuang shook her head. No worries, if you like something. Just get it. Jiang Nan's tone brooked no argument. Fine then, I shall heed your words. Ning Rushuang's call of darling had become increasingly fluid. Ning Rushuang's favorability 2. Li Jing's favorability 5. The system notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing him to momentarily pause and glance at Li Jing. Just in time to catch a fleeting expression of envy on her face, making him blink. Soon, Ning Rushuang sent over her bank card number, and without further ado, Jiang Nan promptly transferred 2 million, followed by an additional 2 million to Li Jing. Darling? Boss? As the funds arrived, both Ning Rushuang and Li Jing stared at Jiang Nan in astonishment, exclaiming, why did you transfer so much? Is it too much? Jiang Nan replied with surprise. 2 million is hardly excessive. 2 million for a vehicle? Ning Rushuang and Li Jing exchanged incredulous glances, both wearing expressions of shock. Good heavens, just how wealthy is he? Take it. If you don't use it all, it will surely come in handy eventually. Jiang Nan waved dismissively, then produced a set of car keys. Here are the keys to the Qian. If you're going shopping, you can use this vehicle. Ning Rushuang, slightly dazed, accepted the keys and watched as Jiang Nan waved goodbye while heading to the underground garage. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successful spending. You have received a tenfold rebate, 72 million. At that moment, the system's notification resonated in Jiang Nan's mind again. Upon his arrival at the underground garage, he heard 2 more notifications. Ning Rushuang's favorability 1. Li Jing's favorability 2. Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Currently, Ning Rushuang's favorability towards him had reached an impressive 88 points. He merely needed 2 more points to complete his welfare task. Logically, if he accompanied Ning Rushuang, he could potentially achieve those last 2 points today. But he felt it best to grant the 2 women some space to interact. Those final 2 points were a certainty. Whether it was today or tomorrow, they would come. Thus, Jiang Nan felt no urgency, as today was May 20th, and he also needed to spend time with his landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man, who were missing one companion. It wouldn't he do to remain perpetually at one woman's side. As Jiang Nan drove the Maybach out of villa number 001, inside the villa, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing were finally regaining their composure. Li Jing, just how wealthy is my man? Ning Rushuang swallowed hard. Very, very wealthy, I suppose. Perhaps even beyond our imagination. Li Jing took a deep breath, speaking gravely. You should know that villas in Jiangqing Tianfu are exceedingly expensive, right? Indeed. Isn't there a rumor that a villa was sold for 3 small targets last time? Ning Rushuang had a smattering of knowledge about such gossip. That villa was merely an average one among the 9 in Jiangqing Tianfu, while the villa owned by her boss was villa number 001. From its designation, one can infer the prestige of this villa. Li Jing elucidated. Villa number 001. The very villa we reside in is the legendary villa number 001. Ning Rushuang's pupils dilated in shock. She was somewhat aware of this villa's reputation. As a flight attendant with notable beauty, she often found herself in first class, allowing her to overhear various tidbits. Rumor had it that a wealthy tycoon from another region had attempted to purchase this villa for 800 million, but was turned down. That's a staggering 800 million. Clearly, mere wealth is insufficient to acquire this property. While she wasn't privy to the exact sale price, she speculated that her boss must have spent a considerable sum, and it was highly likely he had formidable connections. Of course, this is just my conjecture. Li Jing added, "All right, we shouldn't linger on this topic. As the private housekeeper, it's rather disrespectful to gossip about the boss." Wait. Ning Rushuang took a deep breath, fixing her gaze on Li Jing. Has Jiang Nan ever brought other women back? No. Li Jing answered without a hint of hesitation. Phew. Upon hearing this response, Ning Rushuang felt a wave of relief wash over her, her face lighting up with joy. By now, after her previous self-affirmation, she had ceased to care whether Jiang Nan had had girlfriends before. Now, hearing Li Jing's answer, she naturally felt she held significance in Jiang Nan's heart. Otherwise, why would he have allowed her to move into such a lavish villa? Observing the smile on Ning Rushuang's face, Li Jing remained impassive, secretly relieved. This is what I call a benevolent lie. It benefits me, you, and the boss. Ning Rushuang's favorability won. Meanwhile, as Jiang Nan made his way to the old district, another system notification chimed in his mind, bringing a look of delight to his face. 89 points of favorability. Just one more point, and I can complete that welfare task. He pondered, how did I suddenly gain an extra point? Could it be that this woman is engaging in self-pursuit? Amused by this thought, Jiang Nan chuckled. If that's the case, it would be quite the serendipitous occurrence. Sitting in the car while favorability skyrockets. Perhaps this woman will self-advocate further, and I might unwittingly complete my welfare task. That would be splendid. He still had one lottery chance left, but chose to hold off on using it until after completing the welfare task. Half an hour later, a Maybach came to a gentle halt outside the small apartment complex rented by the landlady. As Jiang Nan gazed at the Pagani Huayra parked beside him, he inspected it for scratches and silently nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he noticed a camera directly in front of him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Was this installed by the landlady? Upon reflection, it seemed prudent for this older community to have several cameras for safety. Otherwise, should an incident occur, such as a young girl being abducted and whisked away in a sack, finding her would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Ascending to the third floor, Jiang Nan gently knocked on the landlady's door. Coming. A voice responded, which he immediately recognized as Lin Man's brother Jiang Nan. As the door swung open, Lin Man appeared before him, adorned in a blue and white ensemble paired with a white pleated skirt, her hair styled in adorable twin ponytails. Unlike her usual choice of delicate white ankle socks, today she wore black knee-high socks adorned with bows. Brother Jiang Nan. Lin Man leaped into his embrace, nuzzling her head against his chest. Have you missed me so much after such a short time? Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around her and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He merely uttered a single phrase, yet as the door shut, Lin Man's slender form suddenly relaxed in his arms. Chapter 80. 3 Unexpected Lottery Chances. Minutes later, footsteps echoed. I was wondering why it took so long to open the door. It turns out. The landlady observed the flustered Lin Man and smirked. Sister Xia. Lin Man called out nervously. You little rascal, it shouldn't take so long to drop off Chio. Why did you only just come to see us now? Today, the landlady donned a blue long dress, exuding a striking aura. At home, she typically styled her silver hair in an updo, and today was no exception, presenting a unique charm. I had some matters to tend to, Jiang Nan replied. Is that so? The landlady's expression suggested disbelief as she glanced at Lin Man and smiled. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Lin Man hurriedly dashed toward the bathroom. What about Sister Yun? Jiang Nan diverted the conversation, scanning the living room for Su Yun's presence. In the piano room, the landlady indicated with a nod. Just then, Su Yun emerged from the piano room, clad in a floral dress with her hair elegantly styled. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Nan noticed she had applied a light makeup, which momentarily captivated him. Although Su Yun's beauty might only score a modest 90, her gentle and nurturing demeanor elevated her allure in Jiang Nan's eyes. One could argue that he was indeed fond of such women, but who could resist their charm? Sister Yun. Jiang Nan extended his right arm towards the bashful Su Yun, who quickly approached and nestled into his embrace. You little rascal, she murmured. At that moment, the landlady whispered something into Jiang Nan's ear, instantly igniting a spark in his eyes. Around 5 in the afternoon, on the small balcony of the living room, Jiang Nan contentedly lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around him as excitement danced on his face. During this time, both the landlady and Su Yun, as well as Lin Man, had all increased their affection for him by 1 point. Consequently, All three women's beauty ratings also saw an elevation. This meant he had directly gained 3 lottery chances. Coupled with the previous one, he now possessed 4 chances to draw. Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with an unusual light as he pondered whether to draw rewards immediately. However, with all 4 chances at his disposal, he was tempted to attempt a tenfold draw. Last time the system mentioned that a single draw could yield miracles. Let's do it. He took a couple of deep puffs from his cigarette, extinguished it, and mentally communicated with the system. System, initiate the lottery. In an instant, as his words fell, a holographic 3D roulette appeared before him. Bayubayubayu. The familiar sound of the lottery commenced. In mere seconds, the wheel spun countless times. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully won 100 million yuan. Just 100 million? Keep going. Bayubayubayu. The pointer spun once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully won a globally limited luxury supercar, the Bugatti Divo. Another limited edition luxury supercar? Jiang Nan's brows slightly raised. Goodness. This system truly wished for him to live life in the fast lane. Moreover, this vehicle sounded quite prestigious. He wondered how it compared to his Pagani Huayra in terms of aesthetics or value. Continue. Bayubayubayu. The pointer spun again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully won 100 million yuan in cash master chef level culinary skills. The surprise on Jiang Nan's face was evident. Had he just hit the jackpot? He leaned closer to the holographic 3D roulette, confirming the prize of 100 million yuan in cash, plus master chef level culinary skills. Not only that, but beside this reward was also written 100 million yuan in cash, plus the ability of infinite charm. Infinite charm? He mused over how he already possessed considerable charm. If he were to acquire this ability, he would surely transform into a mesmerizing figure, irresistible to any woman. The thought seemed exaggerated. Jiang Nan shook his head. He imagined that stepping outside would result in a throng of women flocking to him. Beautiful women, no less. The catch? This charm was not exclusive to the fairer sex. It would undoubtedly affect all women. He even wondered if it would work on men who were attracted to men. Forget it. Jiang Nan shuddered and shook his head. Let us proceed with the 4th lottery. Bayubayubayu. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 10 years of lifespan tradable. What? As the announcement of the 4th draw echoed in his ears, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Lifespan. He had actually won 10 years of life through this lottery. And that was not even the most astonishing part. The most crucial detail was that this decade of life could be traded. This revelation left Jiang Nan utterly astounded. System. Does this 10 years of lifespan mean I can trade it with others? Jiang Nan took a deep breath and inquired mentally. Indeed. The system replied promptly. What about those who have already passed away? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Can it bring them back to life? The system's voice resonated again in Jiang Nan's mind. Wow. Incredible. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Nan's pupils dilated in excitement. This was just the tip of the iceberg regarding the rewards from the roulette. The system's voice continued. Prompting, there is one thing the system must remind the host. What? Jiang Nan was taken aback. Among every 10 lottery chances, there is a probability of obtaining a transcendent reward. The system elaborated. Are you suggesting that this 10 years of tradable lifespan is the so-called transcendent reward? Jiang Nan instantly comprehended the situation, a contemplative expression gracing his face as he inquired, is it possible to guarantee the acquisition of this extraordinary reward through the lottery? Chapter 81. The completion of the beneficial task, rewards secured. Indeed, the voice of the system resonated within Jiang Nan's mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with excitement. 10 opportunities in the lottery could be exchanged for one extraordinary lottery chance. The system continued to elaborate. This is quite a hefty requirement. 10 lottery chances for a single extraordinary one. It is no trivial challenge. As of now, he had yet to utilize 10 chances. However, where there exists difficulty, there lies challenge. Moreover, the extraordinary reward was immensely bountiful. The value of a decade of transmutable lifespan is beyond imagination. A deceased individual, should Jiang Nan wish for their revival, could be restored to life. As long as it is within 10 years, he could ensure their continued existence. This transcends the realm of mere mortals. It is indeed a divine capability. If this continues, one day I might become a godlike entity in this world. A peculiar brilliance sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. Favorability towards Ning Ruo Shuangwan. Just as Jiang Nan was lost in boundless visions of the future, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. His favorability had inexplicably surged to 90 points. Ding. Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability has reached 90 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the beneficial task. Rewards received. permanent ownership of Jiaqing Tower, a cash reward of 100 million, and mastery-level physical prowess. The moment he acquired the mastery-level physical prowess, Jiang Nan felt an influx of unfamiliar memories flooding his mind. After closing his eyes to assimilate the knowledge, he gradually reopened them and unleashed a powerful punch into the air. Crack! The sound of an explosion resonated through the atmosphere, leaving him astonished. With the strike, I believe even a mighty tiger would fall before me. Jiang Nan couldn't help but gasp in awe. A true master knows their own strength. Now, he was a master of physical prowess, fully aware of the sheer magnitude of his power. Additionally, his mind brimmed with ancient martial arts techniques, including Ba Ji Quan and the 12 paths of Tan Leg. There was no martial art regarding physical techniques that he could not master. A master. Indeed, he was a master. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light. He was uncertain of how many opponents he could face simultaneously, but surely he could handle 4 or 5 dozen without issue. He did not consider this to be an exaggeration. After all, the strength of ancient martial champions was truly remarkable. While his mastery might not quite reach their level, it certainly would not fall short. Self-preservation was undoubtedly assured. Jiang Nan's confidence stemmed from the fact that his body had been enhanced by a body-modifying serum, something those ancient champions lacked. Should he draw another powerful agility technique or a minor enhancement to his senses, what would those martial champions be in comparison? A single strike would suffice to defeat them. With growing confidence, Jiang Nan relished the idea of having a system at his side. If he lacked this level of assurance, he would truly squander his fate. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, snapping him from his reverie. He glanced at his phone and saw a video call from Ning Ruoshuang. Husband, you've given me too much money. I can't possibly spend it all. Upon answering the video call, a radiant Ning Ruoshuang appeared on screen. 520 million is just excessive. I need to elevate my spending habits. Jiang Nan responded with a knowing smile. The more I spend, the more there will be. My personal consumption is limited. The more women I have, the more they can spend, and thus, my savings will only increase. Husband, if people online heard you, they'd surely hunt you down in a heartbeat. Ning Ruoshuang giggled, covering her mouth. Who cares? Jiang Nan shrugged nonchalantly. Husband, shall we dine together later? Ning Ruoshuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm currently in the old town. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before replying. I'll come find you shortly. Jingjing and I have already prepared everything. If you're in the old town, we'll come to pick you up. Ning Ruoshuang smiled brightly. Sounds good. Jiang Nan nodded, ending the video call and sending his location to Ning Ruoshuang. He placed his phone back into his pocket and, with a thought, conjured a thick file folder into his hand. Upon opening it, he extracted the first contract, and his eyes narrowed with delight. The Jiangqing Tower, valued at no less than 10 billion, now belonged to him forever. System, how is the rent for Jiangqing Tower calculated? Jiang Nan inquired, flicking his wrist to make the file folder vanish. Host need not worry. The system will automatically manage all revenue collection. The system's voice assured him. Indeed. With the system's efficiency, I can simply enjoy life and live freely. Jiang Nan chuckled softly. The system indeed was remarkable, requiring no effort on his part as it handled everything. Oh, by the way, where's my Bugatti Divo? Jiang Nan suddenly recalled winning another globally limited luxury supercar. The Bugatti Divo, in the recent lottery. Host, the Bugatti Divo is located in the underground garage of your community, the system replied. Excellent. Jiang Nan was unfazed by the sudden appearance of a luxury car. If the system couldn't manage such minor details, it would truly be unworthy of its title. At that moment, footsteps echoed, followed by the warm, familiar scent of the landlady wafting into Jiang Nan's senses. Aren't you going to rest, Sister Xia? Jiang Nan turned to see the landlady, her silver hair slightly tousled, and her tender gaze stirred something deep within him. After a brief nap, awakening felt surreal, as though he had been transported into a dream. Embracing her now, he understood the essence of peace, stability, and happiness. The landlady gently leaned against Jiang Nan's chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her arms tightening around him. Sister Xia, I am here. I will always be here. A gentle smile graced Jiang Nan's face as he tenderly stroked her silver hair, whispering, in time. I will see if we can find a better place and bring you all over. You little rascal, are you truly trying to become an emperor? The landlady's cheeks flushed at Jiang Nan's words, and she looked up at the charming young man with a playful glint in her eyes. Her lips pursed as her gaze became momentarily dreamy. Chapter 82. Ning Ruoshuang's awakening. Half an hour later, the landlady, her cheeks flushed, watched Jiang Nan step out the door with a slight smile. What a naughty boy, she mumbled, turning away. On his end, Jiang Nan was no stranger to the underground garage of this community. Following the system's guidance, he soon arrived before a luxurious blue and gold supercar. The contours and curves were simply exquisite. Jiang Nan ran his hand along the surface, his face displaying as he couldn't help but ask, "System, what is the value of this Bugatti Divo?" 200 million. The system replied. How much? Jiang Nan was taken aback by that figure. What kind of car is worth 200 million? This is the one and only blue-gold Bugatti Divo in the world, hailed as the conceptual blue-gold Dragon King. The system responded. Is it really that impressive? Jiang Nan, astonished, took out the car key and placed it on the sensor by the driver's door. Click. A sound echoed. And in the next moment, Jiang Nan gently pressed the door, causing it to open slowly. A glance at the car's interior revealed a flamboyant mix of blue and gold, fitting for a vehicle worth 200 million. Closing the door, Jiang Nan directly started the global one-of-a-kind masterpiece. Roar. Instantly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the underground garage. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Nan's eyelids twitched. The noise was akin to a dragon's roar. What an exhilarating experience. He tapped the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, gradually driving out of the garage. Upon returning to the small apartment he rented, Jiang Nan noticed his Pagani Huayra parked next to his Porsche Cayenne. At that moment, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing stared in astonishment at the Pagani Huayra, whispering to each other. This car is undeniably cool. Ning Rushuang took out her phone to snap a picture and then used an app to identify it, exclaiming, Jing, this car is worth at least 50 million. The Pagani Huayra indeed commands such a price. Li Jing nodded in agreement. The name Pagani Huayra sounds familiar. Ning Rushuang blinked. Hello, beautiful ladies. A familiar voice called out, prompting Ning Rushuang and Li Jing to turn around. Wow, what car is this? Ning Rushuang's mouth dropped open in shock as she beheld the Bugatti Divo approaching. It was astonishingly cool. Bugatti Divo, Jiang Nan invited. Would you do me the honor of a joyride? He extended his right hand. Of course. Ning Rushuang happily placed her hand in his, then turned to Li Jing, her expression tinged with hesitation. Wait, dear, what about Jing? Sisterly, you can drive, right? Jiang Nan asked Li Jing, who was wearing her usual form-fitting skirt and high heels, her only change being her hairstyle, which was now a bun instead of a high ponytail. He had to admit, her makeup was quite understated, had it not been for her red lips. One might not even realize she was wearing any. I can, Li Jing nodded, clarifying she had driven out and had a pair of flats in the car ready to switch out of her high heels. All right, I'll lead the way. You can follow me. Jiang Nan opened the passenger door and Ning Rushuang sprinted to get in. Okay, boss. Li Jing flashed her signature smile. Jiang Nan inwardly shook his head. He suspected this woman might be somewhat rigid in their interactions. Once Ning Rushuang was in and buckled up, Jiang Nan drove the globally unique Bugatti Divo, revered as the conceptual blue-gold Dragon King, valued at 200 million, out of the community. He headed straight for Jiangxing Tower, a place he was familiar with from his days delivering takeout, knowing well the lavishness within, offering an array of dining and entertainment options. He had read about Jiangxing Tower, which boasts 66 floors and stands at a height of 325 meters, with 4 additional underground levels. Though it might not rank among the top skyscrapers in the country, it was undeniably a renowned landmark in Jiangxing. Dear, that Pagani Huayra was indeed impressive, but it pales in comparison to your Bugatti Divo, Ning Rushuang exclaimed. It was her first time riding in such a luxury car. Her face lit up with excitement as she explored every inch, filled with curiosity. The Pagani Huayra is worth 60 million, while the Bugatti Divo is valued at 200 million. Jiang Nan chuckled. So, how can these two cars even be compared? They simply cannot. What? This car? 200 million? No wonder Ning Rushuang was so taken aback. For her, a vehicle worth such a fortune seemed like a dream come true. You've lived in a 500 million villa. Is it really that surprising for a 200 million car? Jiang Nan, initially planning to drive with one hand, noted Ning Rushuang was in jeans today, feeling a tad disappointed. But it's just so mind-blowing. This is too extravagant. Ning Rushuang gulped, looking at Jiang Nan with a bewildered expression. Coming from an ordinary family, could she truly be worthy of such a super-rich heir? She was aware of her beauty, yet she understood that time would eventually mar appearances, while wealth remained impervious to decay. In the eyes of the affluent, beautiful women were merely a beckoning call away. For now, she could maintain her youth and capture her husband's affection. But what would happen when she aged? A sense of unease washed over her as she pondered her singular advantage might not solely be her beauty, but rather sharing. A man of Jiang Nan's caliber, as she had previously surmised, surely had not been without girlfriends before her. Therefore, perhaps her role was to understand her own positioning. Who knows? She might even be seen as a mistress in Jiang Nan's life. No, Ning Rushuang thought. So many wealthy men had offered to support her. Yet she had remained virtuous all this while, and now she found herself yearning to become someone's lover. It was too something. As these thoughts swirled, her cheeks flushed. But her husband was handsome. Were there any other men as dashing as Jiang Nan? Moreover, who could match his gentleness? Wealth? Or how well he treated her? One must admit, women are adept at self-persuasion. Ning Rushuang's affinity too. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing him to glance curiously at the passenger seat, where he found Ning Rushuang blushing, lost in thought. Goodness, was she engaging in self-persuasion again? Chapter 83. Is there something undisclosed about Li Jing? For Jiang Nan, a woman capable of self-persuasion was a good woman indeed, as it saved him a great deal of trouble. The car sped forward, and shortly thereafter, the Bugatti Divo and Li Jing's Porsche Cayenne arrived at the underground garage of Jiangqing Tower. Alighting from the vehicle, Ning Rushuang gleefully ran over and linked arms with Jiang Nan. Jing. It was evident that the bond between the two women had deepened significantly within just a few hours. Seeing Li Jing approaching in her high heels, Ning Rushuang waved excitedly, declaring today to be the most dreamlike day of her life. First, she encountered Jiang Nan, then fell head over heels for him within a mere morning, culminating in an indescribably delightful experience. His tenderness and lavishness had completely captured her heart. Perhaps their progression was indeed rapid, but Ning Rushuang believed that love either arrives with a bang or not at all. It comes swiftly. At the very least, she was thoroughly content with the current state of affairs. Li Jing's arrival did bring a touch of discomfort, but Ning Rushuang's enthusiasm made it difficult for her to refuse. After all, she is technically her boss's wife. Maintaining a harmonious relationship with the boss's wife is always a prudent choice. In today's job market, opportunities are scarce. A position as comfortable and well-paying as hers, especially with such an amiable employer, is truly rare. Therefore, she cherishes this job immensely. Aspiring to save enough money over a few years to purchase a home in Jiangqing, an entirely feasible goal. As for shortcuts in life, to be frank, she has never contemplated them. With her looks and figure, it would be effortless for her to take the easy route if she so desired. Although Jiang Nan is her first boss after attending property management training, many employers have seen her photos, and she has received numerous invitations from various bosses for private meetings. What could they possibly discuss in such meetings? It is merely a matter of them admiring her physique and beauty, hoping to provide her with material support. To this, Li Jing scoffs. She would rather starve than resort to such a path. While she does not look down upon those who choose that route, she believes that everyone has different principles, and hers is simple. One can survive solely through hard work. Perseverance will eventually lead to success. The three of them stepped towards the elevator. Jiang Nan had delivered takeout to Jiangqing Tower a few times and was aware of which floor the restaurant was located on, the 27th floor. Darling, do you usually work in the old town? Ning Rushuang asked curiously. Pretty much, he replied. His landlord, Mrs. Su, and his place of origin are both in the old town. It would be disingenuous for him to claim he has no affection for the area. Moreover, now that he has acquired Jiangqing Tower, a property worth at least $1 billion, it would be unreasonable not to establish his base in the old town. The old town is conveniently located near the center of Jiangqing. Ning Rushuang's gaze flickered momentarily, being astute. She chose not to pursue the topic further and instead turned her attention to Li Jing, whispering, Jing, you seem a bit lost in thought. Are you tired? No. It's just, I rarely go out to eat, Li Jing replied softly. That's all right. I fly for 4 days and then rest for 2. From now on, let me accompany you for meals, Ning Rushuang said with a bright smile. Her personality exuded a cheerful disposition, akin to that of an optimist. Are you still planning to go to work? Upon hearing Ning Rushuang's words, Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. With such a wealthy partner, she still contemplated working? Of course I will. Staying home all day would be unbearably dull. Ning Rushuang shook her head and tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm, quietly adding, however, I actually quite want to open a small shop and tend to it each day. What kind of shop? Jiang Nan's eyes brightened immediately. I haven't figured that out yet. And besides, physical stores are tough to manage these days. Loss is quite common. Ning Rushuang contemplated before dismissing the idea, murmuring, a relative of mine ran a clothing store and lost hundreds of thousands. They're still in debt. That was due to insufficient funds. Jiang Nan quickly identified the issue. In this day and age, without some solid backing, establishing a business is akin to climbing a mountain. Furthermore, with Ning Rushuang's looks and figure, it would be no exaggeration to say that creating a brand online after accumulating a following through short videos would be remarkably effortless. In this era, who doesn't appreciate a beautiful woman, especially one with Ning Rushuang's striking features? managing that would undoubtedly yield success. As he pondered this, Jiang Nan suddenly found himself intrigued. Why not start a media company? In a world teeming with beautiful women, if he could gather them all, he might not secure 100 perfect beauties, but certainly many who would score above 85. Yet, he also realized that even with just 5 or 6 women around him, he felt overwhelmed. Imagining an entire media company filled with women would be quite the challenge. Ding! As he mused, the elevator door on the first floor suddenly chimed, and 3 men and 2 women entered. The moment the 3 men laid eyes on Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, their eyes widened in astonishment. What stunning girls! One of the unruly young men with yellow hair raised his eyebrows and whistled, preparing to utter something lewd. But before he could speak, Jiang Nan released his hold on Ning Rushuang, stepped forward, and delivered a swift kick, sending the young man flying. The force of the kick startled everyone present, especially the remaining 2 young men, who hastily pressed the elevator's open button and bolted out. Ning Rushuang's favorability 1, Li Jing's favorability 8. As the 2 women accompanying the 3 young men followed suit and exited, Jiang Nan received a notification in his mind. It was normal for Ning Rushuang's favorability to increase. But why did Li Jing skyrocket by 8 points? Glancing at Li Jing, he noticed a peculiar sparkle in her eyes. Was that excitement? Did she harbor some undisclosed fascination? Intrigued, Jiang Nan couldn't help but contemplate further. Chapter 84. The nature of Mu Chong, my love. That was a bit too intense, wasn't it? The elevator ascended slowly. Ning Rushuang moved closer, her face flushed with excitement as she waved her small fist in the air. Have you trained before? The young man she had just kicked was no slouch, standing approximately 175 centimeters tall and likely weighing around 120 pounds. Jiang Nan had propelled him across the room with a single kick. Incredible! Did you know I could do that? Jiang Nan whispered in her ear, the warmth of his breath causing her to soften. Instantly, memories flooded back, and her face turned an even deeper shade of crimson as her gaze toward Jiang Nan became increasingly affectionate. Jiang Nan, at this moment, had a captivating effect on the majority of women. While he may not have reached the level of a seducer, the impact he had was undeniable. How shameless! Ning Rushuang teased, leaning against Jiang Nan, engaging in playful banter. Jiang Nan glanced at Li Jing again, only to find her in a state of oblivion, staring blankly at the elevator wall. Yet, he couldn't help but notice that, despite her seemingly detached demeanor, he could hear her slightly elevated breathing. This woman likely had a strong personality, one that craved resolution through force. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. Such a nature might stem from her upbringing or some childhood experiences. Li Jing presented herself as an independent woman, her attire reflecting that image. But deep down, individuals with such strong personalities often conceal vulnerabilities or contradictions. Perhaps beneath that tough exterior lies a genuinely emotional side waiting to be uncovered. With that thought, Jiang Nan couldn't resist studying her more intently, taking in every detail without reservation. Ahem. Moments later, seemingly sensing Jiang Nan's scrutiny, Li Jing coughed softly twice, their eyes meeting. Li Jing's favorability too. Has it begun? Jiang Nan squinted slightly, secretly nodding to himself. His speculation about Li Jing had indeed proven correct. This woman was a quintessential contradiction. Of course, his ability to garner her affection stemmed largely from his own excellence, supported by a baseline level of goodwill that was neither high nor low. If anyone devoid of goodwill were to stare at her so unabashedly, it would be no surprise if she exploded in anger. Li Jia, have you purchased your vehicle yet? Jiang Nan initiated the conversation. Not yet. I plan to take a good look tomorrow. However, boss, the amount you provided is rather excessive, Li Jing replied softly. In the past, she would have met Jiang Nan's gaze directly and reported matter-of-factly. Yet now, for reasons unknown, her voice had softened, and her eyes dared not meet his. 200,000 is not too much. Although it's a vehicle for commuting, it shouldn't be of inferior quality. You can decide based on your preferences. Jiang Nan smiled. According to my preferences, a modest family car worth around 100,000 would suffice. Li Jing's voice was barely audible. Do you see how a car of that value would diminish my status in the underground garage? 200,000. Not a penny less. Jiang Nan declared firmly. Yes. The forcefulness of his voice caused Li Jing to tense momentarily before she lowered her head, meekly acquiescing. Li Jing's affection too. Oh, so you have a preference for assertive men? Jiang Nan mused, recognizing a pivotal point in her strategy. He recalled a remark made by Ning Rushuang about how Li Jing had undergone a drastic weight loss during high school, resulting in her current stunning figure and beauty. Perhaps before that transformation, she had been subjected to judgmental glances due to her weight, possibly even bullying. Such occurrences are all too common. and merely contemplating it provides insight into her past. Those who have experienced bullying often develop a yearning for strength, desiring to resolve conflicts through force. However, their intrinsic timidity may inhibit such actions. Moreover, prolonged victimization can lead to the emergence of obscure psychological quirks. Consequently, at that moment, as Li Jing witnessed Jiang Nan's formidable display of strength against the youth with the yellow hair, her heart began to open, however slightly. Jiang Nan stood before her as the hero she had once fantasized about. Coupled with their existing goodwill, it was only natural for Li Jing's affection to rise. There are myriad ways to cultivate affection, each unique to the individual. Take Ning Ruo Shuang, for example, a woman captivated solely by looks. Once she felt a connection, the pace of their relationship surged dramatically. Jiang Nan had first-hand experience of this phenomenon. In just a morning, he had effortlessly achieved a home run, engaging in indescribably delightful experiences. Comparatively, with the landlady, progress began when her daughter, Xiao Ying, expressed her fondness for Jiang Nan, a pivotal opportunity. Otherwise, how could the enchanting atmosphere in the piano room have been created? Ding. 27th floor reached. The elevator doors opened. Jiang Nan stepped out, arm around Ning Ruo Shuang, while Li Jing obediently followed. Welcome to Linjiang Xian Restaurant. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Upon their arrival at the restaurant's entrance, a hostess clad in a qipao greeted them with a warm smile. Upon spotting Jiang Nan, her heartbeat quickened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And she could not suppress a gulp. Su Xiaoqin's affection 30. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind as he glanced at the hostess, who seemed entranced by him. He simply shook his head internally. Good looks, alongside wealth, are paramount. In certain circumstances, a handsome visage could even outweigh monetary wealth. After all, a man of such striking appearance would never lack for funds. As for courting older wealthy women, that would be a torment in itself. Why not pursue a wealthy beauty instead? Jiang Nan, bestow upon me a few gifts, and I shall ensure the system blesses you with the opportunity to court a wealthy landlady or a lady like Qiu. Chapter 85. The awe of bystanders. Is he a celebrity? No reservation, Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. Please, this way. The hostess promptly invited the trio inside. Soon, they reached the front desk. Jiang Nan surveyed the bustling restaurant and raised an eyebrow. The establishment was indeed packed at this dinner peak hour, and he marveled at the sheer volume of patrons. Renting a floor in Jiangxing Tower likely costs in excess of $1 million annually. While not every floor has the same dimensions, some are undoubtedly larger, resulting in higher rents. However, it is certain that the total rental income from the entire building must reach the hundreds of millions at a minimum. The exact figure would only be revealed during the next rent collection by the system. Good evening, sir. Unfortunately, there are no private rooms available. Would you prefer to be seated in the main dining area? The hostess looked at Jiang Nan apologetically. The main dining area is fine, he replied nonchalantly. Please, this way. The hostess led them to an available table in the bustling hall. As they moved through the dining area, they were met with numerous curious glances. Are they celebrities? So handsome, so beautiful. Whispers of astonishment filled the air. In this world, who wouldn't appreciate the sight of beautiful women and handsome men? Especially at the sight of top-tier beauties like Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing? As for Jiang Nan, he was a universal appeal to both younger and older women, drawing their unwavering attention. Please have a seat. The hostess beamed as she guided the trio to their table. Once seated, the usual protocol would be to scan a QR code to order food, but she lingered, smiling at Jiang Nan. We will be offering some complimentary dishes today. May I ask if you have any dietary restrictions? Thank you. I have no restrictions, Jiang Nan replied with a gentle smile. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call. It is my honor to serve you. The hostess bowed slightly, stealing a few more glances at him before reluctantly departing. Though her role was to greet guests, Jiang Nan's striking appearance compelled her to switch roles and stand nearby, offering service with a smile. Her gaze remained fixated on Jiang Nan's table. Honey, that hostess's eyes were practically glued to your face. Ning Ruo Shuang exclaimed, laughing. With your exaggerated looks. If I were to fall short, it would be quite the pressure to walk beside you. She imagined that if her beauty were even slightly diminished, the envy and jealousy in the eyes of others would feel like daggers, causing her immense discomfort. Well, if you were in my position, the same would apply. Jiang Nan chuckled, having witnessed countless couples with such stark contrasts in appearance. Last year, while delivering takeout at a live house, he had observed several pairs just like that. The women in the group were all stunning beauties, their figures captivating, particularly in that moment for him. Each donned short skirts and black stockings, their long legs evoking an irresistible thrill. In contrast, the men were balding middle-aged figures, old enough to be the fathers of these young women, yet each held one close. passionately reveling in the dim light. Envy consumed him. What man wouldn't feel envious? These women were not genuinely attracted to balding men. They were clearly in a relationship with wealth. No matter how much envy he felt, it was unattainable. Fortunately, Jiang Nan had recently emerged from hardship, now possessing both charm and wealth, surrounded by numerous admirers. As Jiang Nan signaled for the two women to order, he discreetly took out his phone. In that moment, while stretching his legs, he inadvertently brushed against Li Jing's high-heeled shoes beneath the table. Instantly, he cast an apologetic glance towards her, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson as she lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. She mistakenly interpreted his actions as intentional, believing he was hinting at something. Consequently, she bit her lip gently, her exquisite face revealing a hint of conflict from his perspective. Li Jing's favorability too. As Jiang Nan marveled at Li Jing's reaction, a system notification echoed in his mind, and he felt another high-heeled shoe nudge against his own. Goodness, this woman seemed to be a master at concocting scenarios in her mind. If Jiang Nan recalled correctly, Li Jing's favorability towards him had reached an impressive 31 points. This level of affection indicated a budding connection. With a little more initiative from him, it would only be a matter of time before she was completely smitten. During the ordering process, Jiang Nan refrained from taking the lead. Did she really think his earlier actions were deliberate? He aimed to create a sense of contrast. Sure enough, a few minutes after ordering concluded, Li Jing's favorability won. Another point of favorability was added, prompting him to glance at her once more. Coincidentally, Li Jing's gaze met his. Their eyes locked, and a spark seemed to ignite between them, as if arcs of electricity were firing across the distance. Jiang Nan's allure was something Ning Ruo Shuang deeply understood. It was akin to the starry gaze described in novels, drawing one into its depths. Li Jing's favorability too. Another 2 points of favorability gained, and Jiang Nan smiled, shifting his foot to brush against Li Jing's high-heeled shoes. Suddenly, the unexpected contact made Li Jing gasp in surprise. Her heart raced inexplicably. What's wrong, Jingjing? Ning Ruo Shuang, who had just set her phone down, looked over with curiosity. It's nothing, Li Jing managed. Her cheeks still flushed as she shook her head. Only she knew how tumultuous her emotions were at that moment. Most importantly, she found it puzzling. Why had she been so composed during previous encounters, yet felt herself unraveling now? Goodness, Li Jing, he is your boss. Moreover, he is Ning Ruo Shuang's boyfriend. You must maintain your composure. Stealing another glance at Jiang Nan, she involuntarily swallowed hard, unaware of her own actions. After a meal that lasted nearly an hour, Ning Ruo Shuang stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me. I'll go too, Li Jing replied, casting one last look at Jiang Nan before following Ning Ruo Shuang to the restroom. Jiang Nan, meanwhile, smiled as he picked up his phone, preparing to check WeChat. Handsome brother, I've been watching you over there for a while. Can we add each other on WeChat? At that moment, a high school girl with a flushed face approached him, shyly holding out her phone. Jiang Nan assessed her. From a purely visual standpoint, she rated around a 70, but her youth was a significant deterrent. I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend, he politely declined. Thank you. The girl, although disappointed, graciously accepted his refusal, casting him a lingering glance before returning to her own table. He is so handsome. I think he could debut as an idol right now. The tables were close enough that Jiang Nan could overhear the excited whispers of the girls at the other table. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. While this attention was undeniably enjoyable, he had grown somewhat numb to it over time. Opening WeChat, he saw a message from Ming Qingqiu. Darling, it's such a pity I can't spend the whole day with you on 520. Accompanying the message was a photo of him sleeping with his eyes shut, while Ming Qingqiu kissed his cheek. Darling, quickly like my post. Jiang Nan replied, then clicked on her moments. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cover photo of him under the moonlight, which he recognized as the moment he kicked open the aluminum door to save a girl named Xiaoying. He was surprised that Meng Qingqiu, a top-tier beauty, managed her moments like a typical girl. To say he wasn't moved would be a lie. Without the system and the changes it brought, he might have thought that this relationship could blossom into something meaningful. However, the reality was complex. Meng Qingqiu was not just any girl. She was the most beautiful woman at Magic City University, with a figure that was simply unbeatable. And she could easily send a red envelope of 888 yuan. Her background was that of a true top-tier beauty. And what was he? Merely a delivery worker, undeniably from a lower social stratum. Fortunately, he had the system, and all of this was thanks to the wish notebook given to him by that old lady. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. If this were merely a fantasy of a delivery worker on the brink of death, he would happily remain in this dream forever. Host, you should be grateful for your sincere heart and perseverance. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Perhaps, if he hadn't persisted, the system wouldn't have awakened either. Jiang Nan smiled gently, turning his attention back to Meng Qingqiu's moments. Her post was a typical yet romantic 9-grid relationship announcement photo, fingers interlocked, walking side by side, sweet selfies. The central photo was, of course, the one she had just sent him. He liked the post and pondered for a moment before typing just 2 words, "Love you." This was his first experience with romance, and he was at a loss for sweet nothings. Returning to their chat, he saw Meng Qingqiu's message. Darling, I hope every 520 in the future will be spent with you, all the way until we turn 100. Jiang Nan replied, "It may not just be until 100. Oh my, that sounds too old. I'll lose all my teeth by then and won't be pretty anymore. I'd be heartbroken." Jiang Nan, rest assured. You will always be this beautiful. Meng Qingqiu. I will definitely always be beautiful in darling's eyes. Such sweet nothings exchanged between young lovers. Little did Meng Qingqiu know that every word Jiang Nan uttered was a promise. Possessing a system, he had the ability to extract extraordinary items as a reward. Throughout this long span of time, Jiang Nan's life was destined to be extraordinary. As long as the system remained with him, immortality would not pose a challenge. As for retaining youth, could it be more difficult than immortality? What a jest. After concluding his chat with Meng Qingqiu, Jiang Nan heard footsteps and the conversation of Ning Rushuang and Li Jing behind him, prompting him to lock his phone. Jiang Nan had always harbored a question regarding Li Jing, who donned a form-fitting black skirt complemented by black stockings. Did they truly find it convenient to use the restroom? This thought lingered in his mind, yet he had never dared to ask, feeling it might be somewhat inappropriate. "Let us go?" Jiang Nan picked up Ning Rushuang's bag from her chair, while Li Jing also grabbed her own purse, and the trio exited the restaurant's grand hall. As for who paid for the meal, Ning Rushuang had already settled the bill while scanning the menu. However, Jiang Nan wasn't inclined to insist on paying. After all, the potential rebate on a few $100s was hardly enticing. Of course, if he were to receive a 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold return, that would certainly be impressive. But is that feasible? The voice of the system echoed in his mind as if in response to his musings. The rebate multiplier for the host's expenditures is entirely random. This means you could receive a 1 cash back, or potentially gain billions in returns. Is that so remarkable? Yet, I seem to have only ever received a maximum of 12 times the rebate reward, Jiang Nan mused, his gaze flickering. Let us hope for an explosive stroke of luck next time. Good luck. The system encouraged him amiably. With his arm around Ning Rushuang, Jiang Nan stepped out of the restaurant, while Li Jing followed closely behind like a dutiful secretary. Ding! The elevator arrived, under the reluctant gazes of several young women in kipeos at the entrance. The elevator doors gradually closed. Moments later, they descended to the basement level. As they stepped into the dimly lit garage, a chorus of whistles greeted them. In a matter of seconds, a group of over a dozen individuals wielding wooden sticks and poles surrounded them. Darling. Ning Rushuang instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm. Boss, it seems there's no signal in this underground garage. Li Jing, maintaining her composure, quickly took out her phone, only to frown upon realizing there was no service. It's nothing to worry about, Jiang Nan replied calmly. There are only a dozen of them. It's a perfect opportunity to test my skills. More importantly, I am eager to see how much favorability Li Jing will gain from this encounter. At that moment, the yellow-haired youth who Jiang Nan had previously kicked out of the elevator glared at him with palpable hatred, wishing he could slap him into oblivion. Damn it, this guy is not only handsome, but is also flanked by 2 stunning women. He must be dealt with. Brothers, let's teach this punk a lesson. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his crew to charge. Although they had a dozen men, upon seeing only Jiang Nan standing alone, 4 young men advanced toward him, brandishing their makeshift weapons while the others hesitated to engage. In their eyes, 4 men were more than sufficient to beat this guy to a pulp. Jiang Nan merely glanced at the approaching 4, a smirk of derision forming on his lips. As the protagonist of this narrative, he was no stranger to such trivial skirmishes. Luckily, with his mastery of martial arts, it would be a shame not to showcase his prowess. Hey, you lot, we've already called the cops. Just so you know, there are cameras everywhere. You won't escape if you lay a finger on him. As the 4 men closed in, Ning Rushuang stepped forward, glaring at them in fury. Huh, what do you care? We'll hit him and make a quick getaway. Even if we get caught, we'll just pay a fine. We don't have any money anyway. Besides, my little brother here was just beaten up by this guy too. It's a mutual fight. One of the men laughed heartily, continuing to speak. Yet Jiang Nan was not inclined to waste time. He stepped forward. Darling. Boss. Ning Rushuang and Li Jing called out in concern. I've said it's nothing to worry about, and indeed, it isn't, Jiang Nan reassured them with a confident smile. How amusing. At this point, he is still putting on airs. Brothers, let us go. Show him that our gang is not to be trifled with. A cold laugh rang out. Oh, and how exactly are you not to be trifled with? At that moment, as the words left one man's lips, Jiang Nan propelled himself forward with incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. What the? In an instant, a fist appeared before him, causing the speaker to gasp in shock. Boom! Jiang Nan swung his fist, the air slicing with a whoosh, a formidable force accompanying his strike. In an instant, he landed a blow squarely on the man's face. The sound of a nasal bone fracturing echoed through the air. Before the man could utter a cry of pain, Jiang Nan sent him flying with a kick, crashing into the three men behind him with a terrifying impact that sent them sprawling as well. What the hell? After Jiang Nan dispatched the four in the blink of an eye, the garage fell silent for several seconds before erupting into incredulous gasps. Darling, so cool. You're amazing, Ning Rushuang exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she waved her tiny fists. In that moment, her stunning visage was alight with exhilaration, gazing at Jiang Nan's back with sparkling eyes. If they were at home or in the car, she would have undoubtedly leapt into his arms. Boss, in contrast to Ning Rushuang's exuberance, Li Jing appeared more composed. However, it was evident from her eyes and the tremor of her form that she too was far from calm. Favorability with Ning Rushuang increased by 2. Favorability with Li Jing increased by 8. A notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his gaze to flicker. Ding! Congratulations, host. The favorability of your confidant Ning Rushuang has reached a corresponding value with her beauty score, granting you a chance at a lottery draw. The notification continued, revealing that Ning Rushuang's favorability had astonishingly reached 95 points, granting him yet another opportunity for a lottery draw. Damn it, this guy is formidable. Brothers, don't hesitate, let us charge him together. The yellow-haired youth finally regained his composure and shouted angrily. Let us go. The remaining 10 or so individuals rushed forward to attack. Darling, be careful. Boss, they're all coming at us. As a group of over a dozen individuals surged forward, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, initially filled with excitement, suddenly found themselves gripped by tension. The two exchanged a glance and nodded firmly. Scanning their surroundings, they spotted a brick. Rushuang, you take the brick, and I'll wield my high heels, Li Jing declared, biting her lip as she removed her high-heeled shoes. Barefoot, with her delicate feet adorned in black stockings, she swiftly joined Ning Rushuang, who was armed with the brick, as they rushed to stand behind Jiang Nan. Don't be afraid, we are here for you, Ning Rushuang said in a low voice. Li Jing remained silent, coldly clutching her high heels as she faced the oncoming crowd. Jiang Nan glanced at Ning Rushuang, his mouth slightly agape, then turned to Li Jing, astonished to see her using her high heels as a weapon. Goodness, this is both absurd and profoundly moving, he thought. Is that beauty in black stockings seriously wielding high heels as a weapon? How exhilarating. An apparently lewd man became animated, exclaiming, Brothers, I want those high heels. The exquisite high heels of such a stunning beauty. I'll polish them every day. Stand back, Jiang Nan commanded, smiling at Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, gently assuring them. These mere dozen individuals are no match for me. Darling, Ning Rushuang softly called out. Rest assured, they are nothing but a bunch of worthless scoundrels. With you by my side, I can truly shine. Jiang Nan playfully patted Ning Rushuang, causing her cheeks to flush. He then smiled and nodded at Li Jing, who bit her lip and nodded earnestly. With Ning Rushuang's assistance, she slipped her high heels back on, relieved that the underground parking lot was not muddy, lest she risk injuring her feet. Enough. Let us take down these scoundrels for trying to steal my high heels. A voice shouted. The group of over a dozen, armed with wooden sticks and makeshift clubs, charged aggressively toward Jiang Nan. In response, Jiang Nan merely smiled, stepping forward rather than retreating, directly confronting the approaching crowd. Chapter 88. Qiu Ruyue, you wouldn't want your partner to know, would you? The young man with yellow hair scoffed from the back. He admitted that Jiang Nan had some skills, but he believed 4 men could not possibly be compared to a dozen. You might handle 4, but can you manage 10? Do you think you're Yip Man? Just as he pondered this, a loud collision echoed through the area. He snapped back to reality, looking ahead in disbelief. What the? Jiang Nan moved gracefully among the throng, effortlessly dodging every attack, countering with strikes that sent assailants flying several meters away. Incredible. Is this a movie? This is more impressive than anything on screen. The yellow-haired youth thought, awestruck. My goodness, my husband is truly the best in the world. So handsome. Oh, I just want to bask in this moment. In the back, Ning Rushuang cheered, her small fists pumping with excitement, her face radiating admiration. So handsome. Li Jing swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. Ah, this hurts. This guy is too fierce. Pained cries echoed through the underground parking lot. Jiang Nan surveyed the scene. scoffing at the attackers, whose heights barely reached 172 centimeters, with some as short as 167 centimeters. As a master of physical combat, he found it effortless to overpower them. Too easy, he thought, stepping closer to the yellow-haired man, who was now backing away in fear. When Jiang Nan approached, even closer, the man sank to the ground in terror. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Over here." A dozen people with sticks. Jiang Nan turned to see a security guard accompanied by several men in hats approaching, with Qiu leading the group. "Jiang Nan," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise before breaking into a joyful smile as she prepared to run towards him. "Darling, you're amazing." Ning Rushuang and Li Jing hurried toward Jiang Nan, the sound of Li Jing's high heels clicking against the ground echoing in the air. "Darling." Qiu stared in shock at Ning Rushuang, who was linked to Jiang Nan's arm. Initially, she was taken aback, her mind racing to comprehend the sight before her. Wasn't he Jiang Nan dating Meng Qingqiu? How had things changed so drastically? And the woman in the black, form-fitting dress was stunning. Was Jiang Nan juggling multiple relationships? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was equally surprised to see Qiu. He hadn't anticipated her presence, especially now that it intersected with his relationship with Ning Rushuang. Qiu's favorability 5. The sudden system notification left Jiang Nan bewildered. What? My favorability is increasing? What is going on? He looked at Qiu, noticing the excitement gleaming in her eyes. Was she thrilled at the prospect of a chance? Hat lady, hat lady. The yellow-haired man, still trembling on the ground, shouted, "This guy single-handedly beat us all up. You must help us." Hearing this, Qiu and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions turning bemused. "Do you hear yourself?" She replied, frowning. "One person beating a dozen? You must be joking." "Not joking. Is there any surveillance?" "You can check." The yellow-haired man pleaded. "Enough. Just stop talking. You're giving me a headache." Qiu dismissed him with a smile as she approached Jiang Nan, her gaze momentarily drawn to Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, who were both breathtakingly beautiful. Observing Ning Rushuang's affectionate hold on Jiang Nan's arm, a thought suddenly crossed Qiu's mind. You wouldn't want your partner to discover your secret affairs, would you? How shameful. The moment that thought surfaced, her cheeks flushed. Goodness. Such an audacious thought unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. Qiu. Oh Qiu, how truly bold you are. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded at Qiu. Did you really single-handedly fend off more than a dozen assailants? Qiu inquired with curiosity. Yes. Jiang Nan affirmed with a nod. Impressive. Not only did Qiu give a thumbs up, but the several men in hats behind her also gazed at Jiang Nan in disbelief. This young man managed to confront more than a dozen thugs armed with weapons without sustaining any harm. This was beyond impressive. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Zhao, let us take all these people back. My friend was surrounded and beaten by several individuals and has sustained some injuries. I'll take him to the hospital for a checkup, all right? Qiu turned back, smiling as she addressed one of the men in hats. Indeed, to be besieged by a dozen people and still sustain some injuries after defending oneself. These thugs are truly audacious to wield weapons. Zhao nodded, then shifted his gaze to the burly figure on the ground, effortlessly lifting him up before exchanging a glance with the other men in hats. Their arrival was swift, and so was their departure. Is it really that simple? Jiang Nan mused, slightly astonished. What difficulty could there be? Qiu smiled playfully at Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she spoke. And these two are. Chapter 89. Funds are not the issue. Connections are key. I am Ning Rushuang, your boyfriend's girlfriend. Hello, beautiful. Before Jiang Nan could introduce himself, Ning Rushuang cheerfully extended her hand. Seeing Ning Rushuang's unbothered demeanor and radiant smile, Qiu felt an instant surge of fondness for this lovely woman. To be honest, had she been unaware of her own status as the third party, she wouldn't have been so magnanimous in the presence of other beautiful women. Humans can be rather hypocritical. I am Li Jing, the personal housekeeper of the boss. Li Jing also introduced herself. Hello. Qiu shook hands with each of them, introducing herself in turn. I am Qiu, and as for what I do, you should already know. She smiled slightly, yet her gaze lingered a moment longer on Li Jing. Such a stunning woman, a personal housekeeper? She thought to herself. Moreover, the look in Li Jing's eyes when she gazed at Jiang Nan was filled with admiration and affection, far from the ordinary admiration a subordinate would show their superior. Jiang Nan was not particularly surprised by the harmonious interaction among the three women. Upon reflection, it seemed that none of the beautiful confidants around him had ever caused a stir over such matters. However, according to the script I have in mind, this situation resembles the classic invincible male protagonist aura found in pure urban power fantasies, not a romantic tale. Where would the love triangle come into play? Jiang Nan shook his head inwardly. Are you all preparing to leave? Qiu Ruyue asked. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded, only to be interrupted by Ning Rushuang. Yeah? Do you have some time? If so, how about we go shopping for a bit? Besides, Jingjing just took off her high heels. She needs to change back into stockings. Actually, it's not necessary, Li Jing whispered. Sure, but I need to go back to change my clothes first. Qiu Ruyue pretended not to hear Li Jing's comment, cheerfully pulling Ning Rushuang along. I need to head back to grab some things. Why don't you and Ruyue go shopping? Li Jing suggested quietly after a moment's thought. Oh, it's fine. With such a wonderful boss around, how could I trouble you? Right, darling? Ning Rushuang smiled playfully as she returned to Jiang Nan's side, shaking his arm. All right, you all go ahead. Coincidentally, I have some matters to attend to as well. Jiang Nan glanced at Qiu Ruyue, likely guessing her intentions. Clearly, she intended to ingratiate herself with Ning Rushuang and Li Jing. Upon noticing Jiang Nan's gaze, Qiu Ruyue playfully winked at him. This only confirmed Jiang Nan's suspicions further. Honestly, this rhythm feels quite pleasant. At least for Jiang Nan. It would pose no obstacles when the time came to lay everything bare. Should he wish to gather all his beautiful confidants under one roof, he could do so at any time. As for Jiang Nan tending to his own affairs, Ning Rushuang didn't mind overly much. After all, a woman should be understanding and accommodating, allowing a man to pursue his desires. Subsequently, the four arrived at the parking lot. Upon opening the door of a Bugatti Divo, Qiu Ruyue's eyes widened in astonishment, her face reflecting sheer disbelief as she exclaimed, "This car is stunning." "Not bad," Jiang Nan replied with a smile. "Next time, I'll take you for a spin." "Sounds great, just don't forget." Qiu Ruyue eagerly accepted, believing that with her looks and figure, she could surely win over this charming man. As she pondered this, she recalled the landlady, Xia Jiqing. Could it be that the beautiful landlady is also one of Jiang Nan's confidants? The thought startled Qiu Ruyue. Goodness, he is truly cultivating a harem. Meng Qingqiu, Sister Xia, Ning Rushuang, Li Jing, and if she were to join as well, that would make 5 top-tier beauties. If word got out, it would surely astonish many. So many remarkable women willingly becoming Jiang Nan's confidants. This 520 was indeed a day filled with activities. As one chapter ended, another was set to begin. On the street, a blue and gold luxury supercar roared to life. Inside the car, Jiang Nan, while driving, couldn't he help but mutter. If he were to claim exhaustion, he couldn't deny that he felt some weariness. Yet, if he insisted he wasn't tired, upon closer inspection, the constant running around seemed to have drained him a bit. Clearly, he needed to speed things up. Once he secured Li Jing and Qiu Ruyue, he could amass enough funds to upgrade to a larger villa, or perhaps a genuine estate. Jiang Nan's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar gleam. At present, he possessed 870 million in savings. While this amount might seem trivial to some true tycoons, for those of more modest wealth, it was an impressive sum. Jiang Nan stood tall among those with fortunes in the tens of billions. However, if one were to consider the value of his Jiaqing Tower, it was worth at least 10 billion. Though 870 million was not insignificant, it lacked proper channels. Jiang Nan had aspirations, yet he lacked suitable opportunities for making money. Competitive bidding for properties? Sure, while his funds might not suffice for high-stakes bidding, acquiring smaller plots would be well within his grasp. He also had one lottery chance left. Perhaps he could find a good spot to try his luck and gain something beneficial. Jiang Nan understood that what mattered most now was not the funds, but the connections. Wait. Suddenly, Jiang Nan wanted to slap himself. He did have connections. The landlady was a wealthy woman, owning several buildings, fulfilling the criteria of a billionaire. Surely, she had some resources. As this realization struck him, Jiang Nan smacked his forehead, almost forgetting about the landlady. As his woman, her connections were inherently his. Without delay, Jiang Nan reached for his phone, preparing to call the landlady. Just as he picked up the phone, as if they were sharing a telepathic bond, the landlady called him at that very moment. "Sister Xia," Jiang Nan answered the call. "Have you had dinner yet?" The landlady's gentle voice resonated through the line. "Just finished," Jiang Nan replied. "Can we have a bit more to eat?" "I, along with Su Yun and Man, were preparing to grab a bite when I realized I had something to discuss with you." The landlady's voice continued to resonate. "What a coincidence. I also have something to say to you." Jiang Nan chuckled. "Send me the location. I'll be there shortly." Chapter 90. Do you know who owns which floor of Jiangqing building? At this moment, inside the elevator, Jiang Nan wore an oddly contemplative expression, having just departed from here and now returning again. Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Jiang Nan stepped out, quickly arriving at the entrance of the Lingjangxian restaurant. Upon his return, the receptionist at the entrance paused momentarily. "Welcome to Lingjangxian restaurant. How may I assist you, sir? The same young lady in a cheap how approached him. Jiang Nan remembered her name, Su Xiaoqin. As she spoke, Jiang Nan smiled and replied, I'm here to find someone. Certainly, please follow me. Su Xiaoqin hastily invited Jiang Nan inside, inquiring, is the person you're looking for in a private room or in the main hall? In the main hall. I can see them already. Jiang Nan's gaze swiftly locked onto the table where the landlady and her companions were seated. Brother Jiang Nan, over here. Lin Man was the first to spot him, immediately rising to wave her hand. In an instant, several tables turned their gaze towards the sweet call. Wow, what a beautiful lady. Not only that, but at that table, there were also two exquisite married women, truly breathtaking. That handsome guy looks a bit familiar. Hasn't he been here before? Whispers began to circulate. At this moment, Su Xiaoqin beside Jiang Nan also wore an expression of disbelief. Goodness. The previous group of girls was already stunning, and now there are three such top-tier beauties. No wonder he is so handsome. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded at Su Xiaoqin before heading towards the table of the landlady. His arrival was akin to a few strikingly beautiful women stepping into view. Although it wasn't peak dining hours, the restaurant was still bustling. After all, Jiangqing Building is located in a prime area, near a well-known tourist attraction, drawing in numerous visitors. At this hour, many were dining, particularly some out-of-town female tourists who hadn't seen Jiang Nan in the previous round, but now gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Soon, he settled down beside Lin Man. They had chosen to sit in pairs, with the landlady and Su Yun together, while Jiang Nan sat next to Lin Man. No sooner had he taken his seat than he noticed Lin Man had swapped her black bow-knot stockings for a pair of sheer black tights, which could be described as black skin-tight stockings. Any slight snag would certainly result in runs. Jiang Nan understood the convenience of such tights. He glanced over at the landlady and Su Yun. The two widows had not changed much in their attire. Both wore their hair elegantly pinned up, with the landlady's silver locks naturally drawing attention. They were both adorned in floral long dresses. Jiang Nan strategically leaned back for a better view. Unsurprisingly, both ladies wore sheer stockings. Young man, you are quite brazen in such a public setting. The landlady noticed Jiang Nan's subtle maneuver and playfully scolded him. Lin Man and Su Yun, however, remained silent, their cheeks flushed as they focused on the steaming dishes on the table. Brother, have some dishes. Lin Man sweetly offered Jiang Nan a piece of stir-fried kidney, whispering, I plan to learn cooking from Sister Yun, so I can prepare nutritious meals for you. Are you hinting at something? Jiang Nan teased, gently blowing into Lin Man's ear and whispering. Brother, the breath sent Lin Man's body tensing, her face blooming like a peach blossom as she gazed at Jiang Nan, her eyes filled with a charming allure, complemented by the sweet address of brother. Ha! Jiang Nan laughed as he picked up the stir-fried kidney and ate it, then turned to the landlady and asked, Sister Xia, is there something you wanted to discuss with me? Well, I have some spare funds and plan to partner with Sister Yun to open a beauty salon. The landlady replied softly, a beauty salon? That sounds excellent. Do you need me to do anything? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. It seemed the landlady intended to invest while Su Yun managed the salon. Jiang Nan felt a sense of relief. At least his women appeared to be straightforward and not scheming behind his back. Younger than you. We were thinking whether to open it in Nancheng or the Old Town. The landlady continued, serving Jiang Nan a piece of stir-fried kidney. Let us do it here. After consuming the kidney, Jiang Nan replied, the Jiangqing Building has a great location, and the consumer capacity in the Old Town is impressive, with many tourists. This building is truly an excellent choice. The rent for Jiangqing Building must be steep. Su Yun murmured. Every Jiangqing local knows this building. It's considered half of a landmark. Indeed, it's not cheap, at least 1,000 per floor. And based on the prices from the past 2 years, the annual rent is no less than 2 million, the landlady replied quietly. 2 million for annual rent. Hearing this, Su Yun was taken aback by the figure. Goodness, she has never possessed such wealth. The rent for Jiangqing Building exceeds 2 million. Is that insane? Rent? Observing the expressions of the landlady and Su Yun, Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head. My dear sisters, do you think your man lacks resources? What? The landlady was momentarily stunned, then looked at Jiang Nan in astonishment, asking, do you know the owner of a certain floor in Jiangqing Building? Can we get a discount on the rent? Sister Xia, even if we get a discount, it won't be trivial, starting at over 2 million a year. How low could it possibly go? 1 million a year? Su Yun inquired softly. 1 million is unlikely. If it's truly 2 million, a discount of tens of thousands would be quite impressive, the landlady sighed. Then forget it. It's not essential to open it here. Su Yun hurriedly shook her head. Not necessary. Jiang Nan decided to stop holding back, smiling and saying, tell me which floor you want for the beauty salon, and that's where it will be. You won't have to pay a single cent in rent. What? The landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man were all taken aback, momentarily at a loss for his meaning. Chapter 91. This entire Jiangxing building is mine. Jiang Nan stated with a light laugh. Whatever floor you desire, I'll give it to you without charging a single cent. But we don't want you to spend money. The landlady replied softly, I still have some spare funds. This entire Jiangxing building belongs to your man. Why should there be rent? Jiang Nan finally laid his cards on the table. What? Yours? Frog fun. The three women reacted in unison, eyes wide open, gazing at Jiang Nan in disbelief. Indeed, it was their own building. Why would there be any need for rent? Jiang Nan chuckled. You. The landlady held her breath at that moment, utterly astonished. Is the Jiangxing building yours? Absolutely, Jiang Nan replied, fully aware of the shock this revelation would elicit. After all, the Jiangxing building was worth at least several billion. Thus, Jiang Nan's net worth began at a staggering 100 million. Such news was bound to astonish anyone. My goodness. Lin Man swallowed hard, then surveyed the entire hall of the Linjiang Xian restaurant, swallowing again as she murmured, Brother, this is quite an immense amount of wealth. This is simply terrifying. The landlady forced a smile, more exaggerated than the rent you were paying us. Not at all. When the time comes, Sister Xia, just tell me what number you fancy, and I shall provide it for you. Jiang Nan responded with a light chuckle. As for whether there were tenants on that floor, he cared little. No need for any penalties. As long as there's an available floor, that's sufficient, the landlady hurriedly clarified. All right, I'll take a look later. Jiang Nan nodded. Such a grand building surely had some vacant spaces or floors nearing the end of their leases. By the way, didn't you mention you had something to discuss with me? The landlady inquired. Sister Xia, I'm planning to purchase some land or properties for investment. Do you have any connections in that regard? Jiang Nan looked at the landlady with anticipation. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of peculiarity. Goodness, do wealthy people truly speak so boldly? If the man before them weren't her beloved, the landlady might have been the first to scoff. You're being utterly pretentious. I do. The landlady nodded emphatically. She was determined to assist her little man without hesitation, stating, I've heard that several areas in the old city require redevelopment. I can inquire about that for you. Sounds good, Jiang Nan smiled. He currently had 870 million at his disposal and guessed that the prices in this domain wouldn't prevent him from acquiring a piece of land. As for how to plan it afterward, he would figure that out in due course. Eventually, he would have companies at his disposal. Once he had those, expenditures would multiply. At that point, every penny spent would merely be a form of consumption. Whether it was a loss or a gain mattered little. The crucial aspect was leveraging the system for continuous cashback. The first 100 million would not be far off. The dinner was a delightful affair. Around 8:30, under the gaze of all present in the restaurant, Jiang Nan left with Lin Man, the landlady, and Su Yun. Shortly thereafter, in the underground parking lot, as Jiang Nan drove his Bugatti Divo in front of the three women's Maybach, they gasped in astonishment. What kind of car is that? It's incredibly cool. The landlady looked at Jiang Nan's vehicle with sheer shock. The Bugatti Divo, one of only a limited number produced worldwide. Jiang Nan introduced. Brother, how much did this car cost? Lin Man asked, swallowing nervously. 200 million. Jiang Nan's response landed like a thunderclap, leaving the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man with expressions of sheer disbelief. Oh my goodness. A 200 million vehicle. This is merely a car. It's what one might earn in a lifetime. No. It would take 1,000 lifetimes to amass such wealth. This is utterly outrageous. Sister Xia, I'm truly at a loss for words. Lin Man said with a bitter smile from inside the Maybach. Don't say you're at a loss. I am too, the landlady added. Despite being a wealthy woman herself, her net worth was but a fraction of the value of Jiang Nan's car. How could she compare? As for Su Yun, she found herself at a loss for words, silently grateful to be Jiang Nan's partner. She felt she had indeed chosen the right man, with the prospect of crossing social strata merely a step away. Yet, the more exceptional Jiang Nan was, the more insecure Su Yun felt. First, she was a widow. Second, she was several years older than Jiang Nan. Third, her background was lacking, and she had a burden to carry. For these reasons, she felt genuinely self-conscious. All I can do is serve him well, Su Yun thought, gazing at Jiang Nan through the car window, her eyes filled with tenderness, with only him in her sight. The two cars exited the underground parking lot. This time, they did not return to the landlady's old neighborhood, but instead headed to the villa that Jiang Nan had purchased at Nantian Pavilion. Upon arriving on the first floor, Su Yun eagerly approached, her enthusiasm utterly unrestrained. Su Yun's affection level 1. Lin Man's affection level 1. 2.5 hours later. Jiang Nan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, moonlight cascading in, revealing several handprints. With a snap, he instinctively lit a cigarette. Over the course of those 2.5 hours, Jiang Nan successfully gained 2 additional lottery chances from Su Yun and Lin Man, with their affection and attractiveness levels reaching 92 points each. Such numbers were impressive. In Jiang Nan's eyes, both Lin Man and Su Yun had elevated their allure significantly. Regrettably, the landlady's level hadn't risen. Had she reached 95 points, it would have granted him 2 additional lottery chances. At that moment, he would have had 5. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. However, he knew it was only a matter of time before the landlady reached 95 points, as she only needed 1 more point. He was still 1.3 billion away from achieving 10 billion in savings and needed to devise a plan to reach that milestone. Wish me a happy birthday. I'm seeking some free love support, dear brothers. Each one of you could sponsor 2 free ads to make me happy, huh? Chapter 92. All rise. That man has returned. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As he finished his cigarette, his phone rang in tune. Jiang Nan glanced at the screen, noticing it was a call from Ning Rushuang. Darling, Jingjing, and yeah, and I have finished shopping. Are you coming back with us? Ning Rushuang's voice chimed in. I still have some matters to attend to. I'll return tomorrow, Jiang Nan replied. All right then, Jingjing and I will head back first. Ning Rushuang obediently refrained from asking further questions. Perhaps she knew everything. Or perhaps she knew nothing, she simply understood what was appropriate to know. After hanging up, Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa, and just as he did, Meng Qingqiu initiated a video call. Darling, I just finished studying and returned to the dorm. Meng Qingqiu appeared on screen, her natural beauty radiating as her hair cascaded over her shoulders, a bright smile gracing her face as she looked at Jiang Nan. Great. How did it go? Did the items I bought in Jiangqing arrive? Jiang Nan inquired. They arrived this afternoon. Quite efficient. I forgot to inform you. Yao Yao loved them immensely, but mentioned it was a bit extravagant. She said you should come to Moda's soon so she can treat you to a nice meal to show her appreciation. Meng Qingqiu laughed. Hey, that was not my suggestion for her to come to Moda's sooner. It was that certain little girl who wanted her darling to arrive sooner. A sweet voice resonated, followed by a slight shift in Meng Qingqiu's camera angle. Jiang Nan cast a glance, only catching a glimpse of a silhouette. Yet, even that fleeting image revealed much. Clad in a white mini skirt, her naturally elegant legs were a sight to behold, though, for someone like Jiang Nan, who had a penchant for stockings, the lack of embellishment felt somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, the more he looked, the more enchanted he became. What magnificent legs! Jiang Nan could only think. Oof, Yao Yao, how could you so ruthlessly expose me? Darling, indeed, I wish you would come to the Magic City sooner. Hee. Meng Qingqiu's camera merely shifted for 2 seconds before returning to her, where she playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled, saying, I'm about to take a shower. And I plan to sleep early. I need to rise early tomorrow. Are you not taking me with you? Jiang Nan teased, unable to resist the charm of Meng Qingqiu. No way. I certainly do not wish to expose any part of myself online. What if there are video reviewers? I would be in trouble. Meng Qingqiu pouted, then glanced back before leaning closer to the camera and lowering her voice significantly. Wait for you to come to the Magic City, and we will be together. All right. Jiang Nan nodded and smiled. Moa, good night in advance, darling. See you tomorrow. Meng Qingqiu leaned in for a kiss, and after Jiang Nan reciprocated, she ended the video call. Once the call concluded, Jiang Nan held his phone, his eyes sparkling with peculiar excitement. Since he had some free time, he decided to indulge a little. Let us spend some money, he murmured, opening the Douhu live streaming app. Upon entering the platform, Jiang Nan casually scanned the recommended streamers. To his astonishment, the first recommended streamer was someone he recognized, an individual who had been banned previously. During their peak, their viewership was nothing short of extraordinary. A veritable icon in the streaming world, unparalleled by any other. Wu Feikai. Yes, this was the streamer who had been banned for several years, but seemed to have returned to Douhu. Jiang Nan recalled watching Wu Feikai's streams frequently when he was around 13 or 14, especially since League of Legends was at the pinnacle of its popularity during that time. Who among those who played League of Legends in that era didn't know of this legendary figure? Even after the rise of PUBG, the infamous quotes from that time still echoed in the community. Although he sometimes incited his fans to provoke others, Wu Feikai undeniably brought immense joy to Jiang Nan's youth. Without further contemplation, Jiang Nan navigated to the personal back end of Douhu to recharge his account. Instead of merely spending for others, he decided to give a fitting tribute to his youthful self. He recharged 2 million, 1 million intended for Wu Feikai, and the other million reserved for any enchanting female streamer who might capture his interest. After recharging, he entered Wu Feikai's live stream. I don't believe you can eliminate me with 17 cards. Upon entering the stream, Jiang Nan was taken aback. Was this a replay from years ago? The words sounded so familiar. Just then, with the sound of an airplane, the scene he remembered vividly unfolded before him, making his eyes widen. What the hell? Did 17 cards truly eliminate me again? After a few seconds of stunned silence in the stream, Wu Feikai's furious roar and the sound of him pounding the table erupted. My bad, super admin. I'll shut up immediately. I forgot the times have changed. I banana you, this truly eliminated me. Just kidding everyone. It's all scripted, don't take it seriously, hee. After a brief outburst, noticing a warning for inappropriate content, Wu Feikai swiftly donned a smile, showcasing his infectious baboon-like grin. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle in response. Pap, Yinyu Jiang Nan has sent a Super Rocket X1. The notifications flooded in. Yinyu Jiang Nan has sent a Super Rocket X1. One Super Rocket cost 2,000 yuan. And Jiang Nan clicked as if the money were infinite, sending a flurry of rockets. In no time, he had sent 100 Super Rockets. Wow. Thank you, Yinyu Jiang Nan, for those 100 Super Rockets. Jiang Nan, you're so generous. Although those 100 Super Rockets amounted to 200,000 yuan for someone just reviving their stream, it was an incredibly promising sign. Wu Feikai promptly bowed in gratitude. As the barrage of comments surged in the live chat, Jiang Nan continued to click fervently. On the Douhu platform, the currency was known as Tiger Wings, with one Tiger Wing equating to 1 yuan. Thus, 2,000 yuan for a Super Rocket translated to 2,000 Tiger Wings. In total, he had sent out 500 Super Rockets. Ding. Concurrently, as Jiang Nan sent his last Super Rocket, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the expenditure. You have received a 12-fold rebate, 12 million yuan. Just as he thought it was over, another notification rang in his mind, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to sparkle. Has anyone heard of Wu Leoi? Haha. A little plot transition. Chapter 93. Savings reach 1 billion. The landlady's tenderness. Ding. Congratulations, host, expenditure completed. Triggering a 10-fold critical consumption rebate, 120 million yuan. Surprise washed over Jiang Nan's face as the system's notification echoed in his mind. This system truly delivered what one wished for. The arrival of 120 million yuan was indeed timely, bringing his total savings to 1 billion. Ding. Before Jiang Nan could fully process this, another notification resonated. Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 1 billion. In recognition of your diligent spending, a welfare task has been assigned. Acquire a confidant with an appearance score of 98 or above, with a favorability rating of 90 points or higher. Task reward: 500 million cash, 3 lottery chances, and enhanced sensory abilities. Here it was, another welfare task. And honestly, the rewards were quite substantial. The cash reward of 500 million was impressive, and the 3 lottery chances were certainly a nice touch. As for the enhanced sensory abilities, while Jiang Nan had yet to possess them, he understood the significance of the 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Enhanced sensory abilities would elevate him beyond the ordinary, granting him a heightened capacity to evade potential threats. Jiang Nan refrained from boasting too much, as he had yet to attain this ability. Excellent. I genuinely appreciate this welfare task. Jiang Nan's eyes shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, and his face bore an expression of excitement. Among his esteemed confidants, Meng Qingqiu, currently in the bustling metropolis, boasted the highest attractiveness score of 96, accompanied by an equal level of affection. Logically speaking, to fulfill his task, Jiang Nan ought to venture to the city and enhance Meng Qingqiu's fondness for him. However, one must not forget that Ning Rushuang and Li Jing's attractiveness scores were also impressively high, reaching an astounding 95. If the disparity were significantly greater, Jiang Nan would naturally prefer to seek out Meng Qingqiu in the metropolis. But with such a negligible difference, he was not inclined to make that journey just yet. After all, there is a saying that distance makes the heart grow fonder. There was no rush, following the system's previous pattern of distributing minor tasks. After completing this small beneficial task, the next one might very well grant him 3 additional confidants with scores of 98 or above. A faint smile graced Jiang Nan's lips. He had come to understand his system quite well. Ideas seemed to flow seamlessly. It was not merely the system conjuring up notions, but rather his own imagination that brought forth these possibilities. Every reward from the minor tasks was likely to align with his current desires and needs. Of course, he would not entertain the fanciful notion that the next task would bestow upon him superhuman abilities. Such a leap would render him invincible, stripping life of its playful essence, leading to an unbearable solitude. He felt no urgency, relishing the gradual journey of growth, free from any pressure, which made it all the more enjoyable. To illustrate, consider a single-player game. While using cheats to speed through may bring immediate gratification, what remains once the game is completed? Just a void. Invincibility would necessitate a new game. And while he viewed the world as a grand game, rushing through it would leave him with no other pursuits. Would that not lead to a lifetime of emptiness? What purpose would that serve? It would be utterly meaningless. I shall do as I please, for no one can dictate my thoughts or actions, Jiang Nan stated calmly. Thanks to Brother Jiang Nan for the 500 super rockets. Where's Brother Jiang Nan? My goodness, which wealthy patron has vanished after gifting 1,000,000? Is he still around? Grandpa Lu, shout Dad a few more times, perhaps. Oh my, this father has begun again. The lively chatter of excited monkeys filled the live stream, with messages scrolling frantically. At that moment, Jiang Nan returned to his senses, directing his attention to his phone and swiftly expending the remaining 1,000,000 tiger wings. Another 500 super rockets emerged, sending Grandpa Lu into a frenzy, performing a monkey dance in the live stream. Although 2,000,000 might not seem a substantial donation for the once legendary Wu Fei, for him, it represented a promising sign and a form of recognition upon his return to the streaming world. Hence, Grandpa Lu's exuberance. After watching Grandpa Lu's 2-minute original monkey dance, Jiang Nan promptly exited the Douhu livestream platform app. Simultaneously, the familiar sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the expenditure. You have received a 20-fold rebate, 20,000,000 yuan. This time, luck had not favored him as much, although he did not receive an additional critical rebate reward. It was not entirely unfortunate. At least he had achieved the highest rebate of 20 times to date. Footsteps echoed from the second-floor staircase. Jiang Nan placed his phone aside, leaned back against the sofa, and gradually closed his eyes. Within moments, soft footsteps approached, followed by a fragrant breeze, as a pair of warm hands rested upon his temples. Does my little man feel tired? A gentle voice inquired. It was none other than the landlady, Xia Jiqing. Aren't your feet cold? Jiang Nan responded without opening his eyes, knowing that upon seeing him resting on the sofa, the landlady had already removed her shoes and approached barefoot. You truly have sharp ears. I can't believe you noticed I took off my shoes, the landlady remarked in surprise. Because you love me, Jiang Nan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the landlady's hands paused momentarily before Jiang Nan felt her left hand withdraw, seemingly to wipe something, then returned slightly damp to his temples. Do you love me too? She asked. Her voice tinged with trepidation, almost hoarse. Perhaps my love is divided among many, but you will always be the one I cherish most. Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes, turned to face the tear-streaked landlady, and spoke earnestly. Although their progress might seem rapid, could the affection be feigned? Others might find the scene awkward, but for Jiang Nan and the landlady, it was entirely genuine. Just as the landlady was on the brink of tears, a notification rang in Jiang Nan's mind. Chapter 94, Nice. You have gained 3 lottery draws. Xia Jiqing's affection too. An increase of 2 points in affection? Jiang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the system's announcement. He had anticipated perhaps a single-point increase, yet it had soared to an astonishing total of 96. Ding. Congratulations, host. Xia Jiqing's affection has reached 96 points, attractiveness score 2, and you have earned 3 lottery chances. It is noteworthy that merely achieving a 2-point increase in attractiveness grants 2 lottery opportunities. Additionally, the system's subsequent small benefits state that any confidant with an attractiveness score of 95 or above will yield an additional lottery opportunity upon reaching corresponding affection for the first time. Thus, in an instant, with just a heartfelt declaration, Jiang Nan had garnered 3 lottery chances. Sister Xia, you are truly my lucky star. Jiang Nan gazed at the tenderly emotional landlady with fervent eyes. On May 21st, 2024, at 8 in the morning, Jiang Nan gradually awoke from his slumber. The expansive bed, capable of accommodating 7 or 8 people, held only him. Another day had passed. Jiang Nan made his way to the bathroom, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, inhaling deeply. It had only been 6 days since he acquired the system. Today marked the commencement of the 7th. For reasons unknown, it felt as though he had traversed 70 days, perhaps even 700. It was all surreal. He murmured to himself, noticing the toothpaste and mouthwash prepared on the sink, a soft smile gracing his lips. He knew well who had prepared them. Who else but the landlady? Knock, knock, knock. A few minutes later, freshly groomed Jiang Nan emerged from the bathroom, dressed in his clothes. Just as a gentle knock echoed from the main bedroom door. Jiang Nan, breakfast is ready. You can get up now, Su Yun's voice chimed. Coming, Jiang Nan replied, opening the slightly ajar door and wrapping his arms around Su Yun's petite waist. It was remarkable that neither Su Yun nor the landlady bore any visible signs of having borne children. While one could attribute the landlady's impeccable upkeep to wealth, Su Yun's ability to maintain such a figure without any trace of motherhood was particularly surprising to Jiang Nan. As Jiang Nan descended to the first-floor restaurant, he was greeted by the sight of the landlady, who had just set down a bowl of lean meat congee, her apron still tied around her waist. With a hint of surprise, he inquired, "Where's Man?" The landlady gently replied, "She went back to school early. Before leaving, she asked me to tell you that she might not have time to accompany you in the next few days due to a small exam." Jiang Nan nodded, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards her. The landlady, now radiant with a score of 96 in appearance, seemed to glow with an extraordinary brilliance. Her complexion had improved significantly, a stark contrast to how she looked before. If one were to encapsulate her beauty in a single phrase, it would be plump and dewy. Despite being 30, she appeared remarkably younger than many 18-year-olds. Yet, her youthful allure did not detract from her mature charm. Rather, it embodied a perfect blend of youthful exuberance and mature elegance. "Are you mesmerized? Not recognizing your sister?" The landlady's playful voice broke through his reverie as she sauntered closer, playfully waving her hand in front of his eyes. With a cheerful spin, she remarked, "This is the nourishment of love. I feel as if I have been reborn." Su Yun, equally astonished by the landlady's transformation, noted her own progress, though it paled in comparison. "Your skin is looking increasingly radiant and smooth." The landlady tenderly caressed Su Yun's cheek, unable to suppress her admiration. "Moreover, ever since I had that special encounter with this mischievous boy, I've noticed a remarkable boost in my vitality. I used to dream 2 times a night, but now I sleep soundly through the night. I feel the same." Su Yun nodded in agreement, having experienced a similar uplift. Before meeting Jiang Nan, she had been plagued by anxiety over her finances, resulting in poor sleep quality. Without the opportunity to teach piano, she had resorted to earning a meager income as a gaming streamer on Douyin. Yet, her fortunes changed dramatically upon meeting Jiang Nan, who seemed like a divine presence in her life. Initially drawn to him through Douyin, her infatuation blossomed, especially after their soulful encounter in the piano room. Love, she realized, is profoundly simple. Once ensnared, it becomes inescapable. Jiang Nan, ever the charmer, praised the two women, embracing the landlady warmly. "Your words are so sweet." The landlady nestled against Jiang Nan, beaming like a love-struck girl. "Indeed," Su Yun chimed in. After an hour, Jiang Nan prepared to leave. The landlady and Su Yun gently adjusted his appearance before he made his way to the underground parking garage, where they accompanied him to the stairway. "Will you be back for lunch?" Su Yun asked. "Probably not." "Oh, and Sister Xia, please remember to inquire about the land deal. I have no issues with a bid around 10 billion. Jiang Nan replied, looking back. "Don't worry, I will keep track of my man's matters," the landlady assured him, patting her chest in confidence. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, disappearing around the corner. Once he had left, the landlady began humming cheerfully as she headed towards the restaurant. "Sister Xia, let me help with the dishes," Su Yun offered, eager to assist. "Although you call me Sister Xia, we are both Jiang Nan's cherished confidants, not mere servants. We are good sisters. To be honest, we understand each other quite well." The landlady grasped Su Yun's hand sincerely. "So, let us not complicate things. We share the same man. What is there that we cannot share?" "Sister Xia." Su Yun's eyes glistened with emotion. Meanwhile, in the Bugatti Divo, Jiang Nan was oblivious to the deepening bond between the landlady and Su Yun. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. "Darling," Ning Rushuang's voice came through, still tinged with sleep. "Why haven't you returned yet? I miss you." "I'm on my way back," Jiang Nan replied. "Okay, I'll obediently sleep a little longer, waiting for you to come back," she said sweetly before hanging up. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. After today, Ning Rushuang would return to work, and he needed to enhance their rapport to secure a chance for a reward draw. Currently, he had 6 opportunities and only needed 4 more to obtain a chance for a significant draw. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan considered that Ning Rushuang was a quintessential beauty and romantic. Although her affection was already at its peak, he believed he could still manage to elevate it further. As for Li Jing, her favor had reached 53 points. With a bit more initiative from him, he was confident he could raise it to 95 points within 3 days. In this manner, he calculated the potential for 3 additional draw chances. The 4th seemed easy, as Qi Rueyue was infatuated with him and her feelings were not far behind. She may not have reached the same beauty score as Ning Rushuang, but with her comparable obsession with aesthetics and romance, he was determined to secure that final draw opportunity. Not to mention, he also had a backup of 3 draw chances from a small task reward. With a surge of excitement, the Bugatti Divo sped away like a bolt of lightning. After half an hour, Jiang Nan arrived at the underground parking garage of the Tianfu community. He exited the vehicle and quickly ascended to the second floor. Upon gently pushing open the bedroom door, he spotted a figure with their back turned to him. A smile spread across his face as he tiptoed to the bedside and playfully asked, "Guess who I am?" Li Jing's favorability 6. What? Jiang Nan stood frozen as the system's notification echoed in his mind. Li Jing? Why was it Li Jing? Just then, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. The bathroom door swung open. "Oh, darling, what are you doing?" The voice of Ning Rushuang resounded from the side. Li Jing's affection 5. Goodness. After being startled in Jiang Nan, the system's notification echoed in his mind once again. "Boss, you're back." At that moment, Li Jing on the bed began to breathe rapidly, but she quickly suppressed it, feigning confusion as she got up from the bed. Impressive. Jiang Nan observed how Li Jing managed to conceal her shyness in an instant, appearing as if she had just awakened from a daze, and he couldn't help but give her a mental thumbs up. "Sister Jing, what brings you here?" Jiang Nan inquired, embodying a natural talent for acting, as if the previous awkward incident had never occurred. "I returned around 11 last night, took a shower, chatted with Jingjing, and then went to sleep together." Ning Rushuang walked over with a playful smile, embraced Jiang Nan, then leaned against his chest, tilting her head slightly and playfully winking. Jiang Nan paused for a moment, then realized something, clearing his throat as he asked, "Shall we freshen up and get breakfast? What would you like?" After his words fell, Ning Rushuang's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. However, by observing the movements of her lips, Jiang Nan discerned that she was forming 5 words. "I will make breakfast for the boss." Li Jing hurriedly jumped off the bed. Jiang Nan's eyelids twitched slightly as he glanced over. But after a fleeting look, he immediately shifted his gaze. Li Jing's affection 1. Huh. Such a gentleman only gains 1 point of affection? Jiang Nan returned his gaze. Li Jing's affection 5. All right. You like this vibe, do you? Jiang Nan smiled as he watched Li Jing, who bashfully ran out of the master bedroom barefoot, clutching her chest. "Do I look good, darling?" Once Li Jing's figure vanished from the room, Jiang Nan retrieved his gaze, meeting Ning Rushuang's meaningful eyes. Hearing her words, he immediately nodded and smiled. "You look good, but my Rushuang looks even better." Chapter 96. The land you consigned to the Xiang Pavilion auction in Kyoto. Ning Rushuang's affection 1. Li Jing's affection 6. An hour later, 2 system notifications echoed in Jiang Nan's mind simultaneously. He was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. It was entirely expected for Ning Rushuang's affection to increase by 1 point. But how did Li Jing also gain 6 points? How peculiar. However, Jiang Nan was never one to dwell on trivial matters. Since he didn't know, he wouldn't obsess over it. Furthermore, in his view, the affection had risen. So there must be a reason behind it, and the explanation would eventually reveal itself. 7 chances for a draw. This was too effortless. Before long, in the bathroom, Jiang Nan showered, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He mused that perhaps he wouldn't even need Xiao Ryua. He could gather 10 chances for a regular draw and then exchange for an extraordinary one. "I hope this extraordinary draw grants me an exceptional reward." Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the upcoming extraordinary draw opportunity. A few minutes later, dressed in his clothes, he exited the bathroom. Ning Rushuang, with a sweet and blissful smile, had drifted into slumber. Jiang Nan chose not to disturb her and quietly left the master bedroom. Li Jing's affection 4. The moment Jiang Nan stepped out of the master bedroom, a system notification rang in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. He instinctively turned to look back and found Li Jing, awkwardly clutching a towel, frozen on the staircase, her face tinged with embarrassment. As Jiang Nan's gaze swept over her, it was evident that her body had tensed, exuding an air of undeniable shyness. "Sister Jing, what do you plan to do with that towel?" Jiang Nan's eyes flickered as he wore an odd expression. Li Jing's affection 2. Despite Jiang Nan saying nothing, Li Jing's affection still increased by 2 points. "And no, I'm just wiping off sweat." Li Jing chuckled nervously, quickly hiding the towel behind her back. She then approached him with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Boss, breakfast is ready. You should come eat." "I've already eaten," Jiang Nan replied, slowly walking toward her. "Ah," Li Jing suddenly exclaimed. Li Jing's affection 2. "What's wrong, Sister Jing?" Jiang Nan was puzzled by her reaction, and the continuous increase in affection left him bewildered. At that moment, he could have sworn he heard a faint sigh of relief. Jiang Nan found Li Jing endearing. Despite the oddity of the situation, it was genuinely amusing. "And no, nothing at all," Li Jing stammered, her breath quickening as her cheeks flushed, revealing a hint of bashfulness. "Sister Jing, why is your face so red?" At that moment, Jiang Nan moved a bit closer and noticed that her lovely face was undeniably crimson, causing his gaze to flicker even more. He had almost guessed the reason, as this was not the first time such a situation had arisen. Li Jing's affection 6. As Jiang Nan drew nearer, Li Jing instinctively took a few steps back, her stunningly beautiful face blushing as if she were guilty of something. She couldn't bring herself to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. And no, really, there's nothing. Li Jing lowered her head. What is wrong? What is going on? Just then, the master bedroom door swung open, and Ning Rushuang emerged. Upon seeing Li Jing's flushed face, brimming with embarrassment, she seemed to grasp the situation instantly. Darling Ning Rushuang called out to Jiang Nan playfully, then mischievously winked. Jiang Nan immediately understood, clearing his throat as he said, I'm heading downstairs first. As Jiang Nan's figure vanished down the second-floor corridor, Li Jing shyly glanced at Ning Rushuang, lowering her head as she whispered, Rushuang, I'm so sorry about this. Jingjing, why are you apologizing? You have no idea how envious I am of you. Ning Rushuang quickly grasped Li Jing's hand, whispering in her ear, if only I had your figure. I could. As her voice trailed off, Li Jing's face grew increasingly red. You. After hearing Ning Rushuang's words, Li Jing's face turned crimson, even to her ears. Li Jing's affection too. At that moment, in the living room on the first floor, as Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa, another system notification chimed in his mind. 92 points of affection. Excitement sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. This is happening too quickly. The progress is simply astonishing. Just 3 more points of affection, and he would obtain another chance to draw. A smile of anticipation spread across Jiang Nan's face. In truth, Li Jing's affection growing so swiftly was entirely reasonable. Ning Rushuang was a beauty with a romantic mindset. Once she had made up her mind, there was no turning back. And what of Li Jing? This woman could be described as reserved or, frankly, distant and contrasting. As long as he struck the right chord, her affection would skyrocket without fail. This explained why Jiang Nan's mere teasing gestures and words had caused her affection to surge. He even suspected that if Ning Rushuang hadn't interrupted, a little more teasing could have elevated Li Jing's affection to a staggering 95 points. At this stage, he was almost there. Jiang Nan shook his head. With the assistance of Ning Rushuang and some self-strategizing, it was almost certain that Li Jing's affection for him would reach 95 points today. Just then, a notification chimed from his phone. He glanced at the screen and saw a message from a virtual number. Dear Mr. Jiang Nan, the land you consigned at the Kyoto Xiang Pavilion auction has successfully entered the next auction. Please check for the transaction notification post-auction. Should you have any inquiries, please call 13412. Chapter 97. Someone came for the security position. What does this mean? Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned by the message. A plot of land in Kyoto. Scammers have truly become more audacious these days. I'm in Jiang City. How could I possibly own land in Kyoto? This is absurd. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Jiang Nan regained his composure, chuckling as he deleted the message. He opened WeChat to find messages from Meng Qingqiu, Lin Man, the landlord, and Su Yun. After replying to each, his gaze settled on a message from Qiu Ruyue. Qiu Ruyue, Jiang Nan. I'll be taking a year-long leave soon. Could you spare some time to teach me some basic martial arts? Upon reading this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but ponder. Frankly, having a capable woman by his side seemed quite necessary. Given Qiu Ruyue's background as Sister Hat, it was only natural for her to possess some basic combat skills. If, later on, he were to provide her with body enhancement fluid and offer guidance on martial arts, it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect she could handle several armed assailants, or at the very least, a few ordinary men. This was a conservative estimate. No one truly knew her potential. All right, with that thought, Jiang Nan made up his mind. Until he found a more suitable female bodyguard, he would cultivate Qiu Ruyue's abilities. Qiu Ruyue, yes. I'll contact you in advance. If I have free time, I'll take my leave. Jiang Nan 1. After concluding the chat with Qiu Ruyue, Jiang Nan was about to exit WeChat to browse some entertaining short videos when a long-lost woman sent him a message. Jiang Nan Gidge, are you there? Jiang Nan. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory in Jiang City, a beautiful girl clad in a light gray long hoodie paired with a brown pleated skirt stared at her phone, her mouth slightly agape. Such a cold question mark. This stunning girl was Jiang Yan, and upon seeing Jiang Nan's question mark, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Usually, she was the one treating boys this way, but now she was on the receiving end, and the disparity in feelings was palpable. Could it be because she didn't take the initiative to contact Jiang Nan yesterday? Yet, she wanted to reach out, but shouldn't boys typically take the lead in asking girls out? Jiang Yan felt a wave of confusion. She admitted to having a strong fondness for Jiang Nan, his handsome face frequently appearing in her thoughts. However, her looks were not lacking either. Even if he was wealthy and attractive, shouldn't he show some effort in pursuing her? Furthermore, given the gifts Jiang Nan had sent her, It seemed he should also be quite interested in her. It was precisely because of this that she had refrained from contacting Jiang Nan, hoping he would take the initiative to invite her out. Yet here they were, with neither of them taking that step. Thus, Jiang Nan's seemingly indifferent question mark left Jiang Yan, who was used to being pursued, utterly baffled. What is wrong with this man? Jiang Nan observed the chat box where the typing indicator flickered on and off, yet no message came through, leaving him speechless. Shaking his head, he exited the chat with Jiang Yan, choosing to disregard her for the time being. To him, with so many women around, it was essential to select those who were proactive. Those who weren't could simply be left to ponder their next move. Exiting WeChat, Jiang Nan intended to relax by scrolling through short videos on Douyin when he heard footsteps ascending the stairs. Hubby Ning Ruo Shuang's voice echoed. Jiang Nan tucked his phone back into his pocket and turned to see Ning Ruo Shuang descending the stairs, leading the now composed Li Jing. Have you had breakfast? Ning Ruo Shuang continued. Yes, Jiang Nan replied, rising from the sofa to join the two women. He eyed Li Jing, who had changed into a fitted black crop top that accentuated her curves, paired with black shorts that visually elongated her beautiful legs. Quite nice. Jiang Nan couldn't help but imagine how captivating she would look in early autumn, wearing this outfit adorned with black stockings and boots. Li Jing and I are off for breakfast. By the way, will you be having lunch at home, dear? Ning Ruo Shuang casually glanced at Li Jing's fitted top, and from her angle, the allure was even more pronounced, prompting a subtle smile. She had deliberately chosen this outfit for Li Jing, one she had purchased but never worn herself. Both women stood at 172 centimeters, with little difference in physique, making Ning Ruo Shuang's choice of attire perfectly suited for them. Indeed, such outfits needed to be worn with confidence to truly shine. Noticing Jiang Nan's lingering gaze, Ning Ruo Shuang felt a surge of unexplainable joy rather than jealousy. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. It was already approaching 10 o'clock, and in 2 hours, it would indeed be time for lunch. Currently, Jiang Nan had no pressing matters, and let's not forget, he had recently acquired a culinary mastery ability. The saying "gentlemen stay away from the kitchen" might hold some truth, but was he a gentleman? In most ordinary households today, isn't it often the men who cook? More importantly, Jiang Nan was eager to taste the dishes he could create with his newfound culinary skills. Then I'll head out to buy some ingredients and whip something up at home, Ning Ruo Shuang cheerfully suggested. All right, Jiang Nan agreed, planning to lend a hand in preparing a couple of dishes as well. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, Li Jing's phone rang, and she answered the call. Is this Li Jing, the housekeeper of villa number 001? A cold voice inquired. Yes, Li Jing nodded. My name is Lung Binghua, and I'm here to interview for the security position at Jiang City Tianfu Villa number 001. May I ask if you are in the villa? The icy voice continued. I am here. Coincidentally, the boss is also present today. Miss Lung, when would you like to come by? Li Jing responded in a formal tone. Chapter 98, Lung Binghua. A stunning beauty with a score of 96. Presently, Lung Binghua's voice came through again. Very well. The call ended. Li Jing turned to Jiang Nan and said, Boss, someone is here to interview for the security position at the villa. Oh, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow slightly. He had heard Li Jing mention Miss Lung. Could it be that a woman was applying for the security role? What are the criteria? Jiang Nan inquired. Just the standard for ordinary retired personnel. With a certain level of practical compatibility, Li Jing replied. A woman? Jiang Nan cast a lingering glance at Li Jing, surprised to find that this woman truly understood him. Female security personnel undoubtedly far surpassed their male counterparts in his eyes. In the future, his villa and any subsequent estates acquired through rewards would surely be inhabited by women. Hence, female security was the more refined choice. Indeed, Li Jing nodded emphatically, asserting that women need not be inferior to men. Moreover, they offered greater conveniences, particularly the ability to stay overnight in the villa. Sister Jing's thoughts mirrored my own. Jiang Nan praised. Hearing Jiang Nan's commendation, Li Jing's heart swelled with joy, and a smile graced her lips. Shall I go buy groceries myself? Ning Rushuang inquired. No need. We can simply order takeout. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. You two go ahead and eat. I'll take a stroll in the front yard. Though he had visited the 001 villa area several times, he often remained indoors and had yet to explore the outdoor environment. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he thought it would be beneficial to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Besides, with summer approaching, ascending to the upper levels was not a necessity. Waving goodbye to the two women, Jiang Nan stepped through a floor-to-ceiling window. His path led directly to a small garden adjacent to the villa's main entrance. A cursory glance revealed a swing at the garden's center, a small fountain nearby, and a quaint gazebo. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled at the sight, a hint of an enigmatic smile tugging at his lips. After traversing the garden, he arrived at the grand entrance and noticed a golf course beside it. Jiang Nan held little interest in the sport, merely glancing before redirecting his gaze. At that moment, he spotted a woman approaching, her posture upright, exuding confidence in her white sports tank and denim shorts. The cap she wore obscured her features, yet her physique was undeniably striking. Aside from the unmistakable allure of her long legs, she possessed an exquisite beauty. Jiang Nan activated his insight ability, revealing her attributes. Name: Lung Bingwe. Age: 23. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 55 kilograms. Attractiveness: 96 points. Favorability: 5 points. 96 points. A cool voice echoed in his ear. Hello. Jiang Nan recognized her instantly. As she removed her cap, a touch of astonishment graced her features. Her short black hair was tied in a low ponytail, and her delicate features seemed to contrast with her icy demeanor, yet upon closer inspection, they harmonized beautifully. Excuse me, is this Villa 001? Lung Bingwe inquired, her gaze lingering on the handsome Jiang Nan, a subtle smile forming on her lips. Jiang Nan returned her stiff smile with a warm one, then pressed the door open, saying, You must be Miss Lung, here to apply for the security position? Yes, that's me. Acknowledging her lack of a natural smile, Lung Bingwe nodded coolly. Favorability with Lung Bingwe too. Please, come in. Jiang Nan invited her inside, somewhat surprised by her efficiency. It seemed she had arrived shortly after the call, yet had not yet reached the door. May I ask who you are? Upon stepping inside, Lung Bingwe's eyes occasionally darted to Jiang Nan's handsome face as she softly inquired. Favorability with Lung Bingwe too. Intrigued by the system's notifications in his mind, Jiang Nan stole a few more glances at her. Truthfully, he was quite curious about her thoughts. I am the owner of this villa, Jiang Nan, he replied with a smile. The owner? Lung Bingwe exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Jiang Nan nodded cheerfully. A young owner at that. Lung Bingwe's smile, though still slightly awkward, reflected her astonishment as she appraised Jiang Nan. Are you a rich second generation? Indeed. Jiang Nan confirmed, leading the way. Soon, they arrived in the side hall of the first floor. Hearing footsteps, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing rushed out from the dining room, their faces lighting up with astonishment upon seeing Lung Bingwe. Such a beautiful woman. As Ning Rushuang and Li Jing admired Lung Bingwe, the latter's eyes widened slightly in surprise. You're also very beautiful, Ning Rushuang quickly complimented. Thank you. Lung Bingwe responded succinctly, offering an even more rigid smile than before. Recognizing the stiffness of her smile, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing exchanged knowing glances. Realizing she likely did not smile often, they promptly returned her greeting with warm smiles and introduced themselves. I'm Ning Rushuang. I'm Li Jing, the private housekeeper of this villa. I'm Lung Bingwe. Standing behind Jiang Nan, Lung Bingwe bowed at a 90-degree angle towards them. In response to her formality, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing hurriedly bowed back. All right, if we keep bowing, the sun will set. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly, then proceeded down the staircase leading to the lower level. Follow me. There's a gym down there, along with a small running track. Since he was hiring for security, it was only proper to conduct a simple test. The gym was equipped with punching bags and various exercise equipment. It was imperative to assess Lung Bingwe's strength and endurance. After all, hiring someone merely as a decoration was not Jiang Nan's intention. Indeed, this woman, cold on the outside yet warm within, who struggled to express her emotions, was far more intriguing than those who wore their contrasts openly. Jiang Nan found himself curious. When the time came, would she reveal her soprano voice? Chapter 99. Lung Bingwe's astonishment. You're not just an ordinary fighter, are you? In the gym on the lower level, Jiang Nan took in the sight of the various equipment for the first time. Lung Bingwe's eyes flickered with disdain as she surveyed the fitness apparatuses. After all, she was a woman of real combat prowess, not someone who merely relied on protein powders to bulk up. While fitness enthusiasts might intimidate the average person, she could easily handle multiple such opponents. Come. Jiang Nan guided her through the fitness equipment, arriving at a small room beside the gym. Upon entering, a small boxing ring came into view. Jiang Nan's face lit up with surprise at the sight of the ring. Wow, this is quite impressive. I didn't expect to find a boxing ring here. Realizing its potential, he decided it was time to personally test Lung Bingwe's skills. Boss, are you going to test my strength? She asked, glancing at the punching bags beneath the ring. Yes, Jiang Nan replied with a smile, and as the women looked on in astonishment, he leaped onto the small boxing ring in the center of the room. Boss, what are you doing? Lung Bingwe was taken aback. I want to see if you possess the capability to serve as the villa's security. Jiang Nan replied cheerfully. Boss, Lung Bingwe exclaimed. Surely, you're not joking? Where can one find a security guard capable of training against their boss? Rest assured, I have practiced some martial arts myself, so I am not defenseless against you. Jiang Nan continued to extend his invitation. However, cold Bingyue displayed a look of hesitation. Miss Lung, I can vouch for it. The boss has indeed trained and is not an ordinary person, Li Jing interjected. That's right, Miss Lung. My husband is a formidable man who can take on dozens of ruffians armed with sticks. Do not underestimate him, Ning Rushuang added, puffing out her chest with pride. Upon hearing Li Jing and Ning Rushuang's assertions, cold Bingyue couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Without having witnessed it firsthand, she naturally remained skeptical. Even if what Li Jing and Ning Rushuang said were entirely true, cold Bingyue would merely regard it as Jiang Nan staging a heroic rescue, an act of pure theatrics. After all, one could say that in a desperate struggle, considering Jiang Nan's physique, he might hold his own. However, those dozen or so ruffians, even if they were merely teenagers, were certainly not something an ordinary person could contend against. Not to mention that these ruffians were armed with sticks and other makeshift weapons. Even cold Bingyue herself, let alone her rural relatives who had practiced martial arts in their youth, felt they could not reach such a level. Very well. Cold Bingyue took a deep breath. A performance was acceptable, as long as no harm came to the boss. She only needed to convey that she possessed considerable skill. With this thought in mind, cold Bingyue stepped onto the boxing ring. Ladies first, Miss Lung. Please, attack me, Jiang Nan said with a slight smile. All right, but you should be cautious, cold Bingyue replied, bowing slightly. As she raised her body, her entire demeanor shifted dramatically, her gaze becoming fiercely intense in Jiang Nan's eyes. In that moment, cold Bingyue stepped forward, raising her fist to deliver a seemingly casual jab towards Jiang Nan. It was far too soft. Jiang Nan advanced instead of retreating, stepping forward to directly grasp cold Bingyue's punch, shaking his head and saying, "Feel free to use all your strength. You cannot hurt me." Upon finishing his words, Jiang Nan released her hand and stepped back, creating some distance. You. Cold Bingyue looked at Jiang Nan in astonishment. Continue, Jiang Nan urged with a smile. All right. Cold Bingyue had likely inferred that Jiang Nan had indeed trained to some extent, at least possessing a level of physical fitness beyond that of an average young person. This realization eased her mind considerably. With a fierce shout, cold Bingyue launched herself forward, her explosive power astonishing as she reached Jiang Nan in an instant, throwing a punch towards his chest. Bang! In response to cold Bingyue's attack, Jiang Nan merely took a step forward and gently pushed her fist aside with his palm. The force of her punch was effortlessly neutralized, causing cold Bingyue to stumble back towards the ropes of the ring. What? After colliding with the ropes, cold Bingyue quickly regained her balance and turned back to Jiang Nan with an incredulous expression, exclaiming, "Is that Tai Chi?" Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded. Isn't Tai Chi just a common exercise? Cold Bingyue was momentarily stunned. Could it truly be effective in actual combat? While Tai Chi is indeed a discipline for cultivating the mind and body, it does not imply a lack of offensive capability. Jiang Nan gazed deeply at the astonished cold Bingyue and smiled. Remember, Tai Chi is ultimately a martial art. In the hands of an ordinary person, it may serve as mere exercise, but in the hands of someone like me, it is an ancient martial art capable of overcoming many opponents. Strike me with your fastest punch, Jiang Nan urged softly. Very well. Cold Bingyue no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Nan. Taking a deep breath, her gaze sharpened as she pushed off the ground, her speed far surpassing her previous attempts. In the blink of an eye, she charged towards Jiang Nan. My goodness, what explosive power! Below the boxing ring, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, both novices, were utterly astonished by cold Bingyue's incredible speed. Impressive. However, on the boxing ring, Jiang Nan merely raised his right hand slowly, meeting cold Bingyue's powerful punch with his palm. The overwhelming recoil sent her staggering back 7 or 8 steps, once again colliding with the ropes, where she took a moment to stabilize herself, gripping the ropes tightly. You. Cold Bingyue's right arm trembled visibly, staring incredulously at Jiang Nan, swallowing hard as she exclaimed, "You are not just an ordinary practitioner, are you?" "I have merely trained for a while," Jiang Nan replied with a slight smile. Cold Bingyue's favorability 20. In that instant, a notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. So intense. An immediate increase of 20 points in favorability. Jiang Nan's expression reflected his surprise upon hearing the system's prompt. No extraneous elements. This book is a pure urban power fantasy. Rest assured. Chapter 100. Rest assured, boss, I will never betray you. No, you cannot possibly have trained for just a short period. Cold Bingyue inhaled deeply, her expression growing serious as she regarded Jiang Nan. Having been exposed to martial arts since the age of 3 and serving 5 years in the military by 18, She considered herself a formidable female warrior. Yet, in the presence of Jiang Nan, she felt utterly powerless, like a 3-year-old facing a 2-meter-tall giant, lacking any capacity for resistance. That is of little consequence. Jiang Nan shook his head, stepping closer to cold Bingyue, who was still trembling, and, under her astonished gaze, grasped her delicate, smooth right arm. He applied pressure from her shoulder to her palm. In an instant, cold Bingyue felt the pain in her right hand dissipate, her mouth forming a perfect O in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Nan, exclaiming, "Boss, what did you do to me? I feel this refreshing coolness." "Nothing much, just a unique technique," Jiang Nan replied casually. Cold Bingyue's favorability 10. The system's prompt resonated in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to marvel at how swiftly it occurred. Indeed, as long as one pinpointed the right approach, the so-called difficulty in raising favorability was merely a facade. Though cold Bingyue appeared cold on the surface, she was warm at heart. In her domain of expertise, she was undoubtedly proud. Jiang Nan, although of a similar age, seemed like a mentor in her field. It was akin to an outstanding female scholar encountering an even more exceptional peer. It would be impossible for admiration and favor to not blossom. "Boss, you are truly incredible." At that moment, cold Bingyue resembled an enthusiastic admirer, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although her smile remained somewhat stiff, it was evident that she was earnestly attempting to express her joy. "From now on, I entrust the protection of Villeneuve 001 to you." Jiang Nan extended his right hand with a smile. "Yes." Cold Bingyue immediately grasped Jiang Nan's hand, her stunningly beautiful face flushed with excitement, her eyes shining brightly at her boss. Cold Bingyue's favorability 1. Clap, clap. Below the boxing ring, the sounds of Ning Rushuang and Li Jing applauding echoed. "Bingyue, you were fantastic." Ning Rushuang did not hold back her praise. "Miss Lung, we will be colleagues from now on. I look forward to your guidance." After Jiang Nan and Lung Bingyue stepped down from the boxing ring, Li Jing took the initiative to extend her right hand towards Lung Bingyue, offering a gentle smile. "Hello, Miss Li." Lung Bingyue grasped Li Jing's hand, her delicate face flushing slightly as she whispered, "You can call me Yaya. My family calls me that." "All right, Yaya. You must be a couple of years younger than us, right? From now on, we'll call you a younger sister." Ning Rushuang approached and took hold of Lung Bingyue's other hand. "Then I shall call you Sister Rushuang and Sister Jing." Lung Bingyue's smile softened considerably, no longer exuding any stiffness. Observing this harmonious scene, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. 30,000 a month, totaling 500,000 a year including bonuses. Moreover, upon joining, one must select a vehicle worth around 2 million. Let us factor in a living allowance of about 500,000 too. A few minutes later, in the side hall on the first floor, Jiang Nan sat on the sofa, gazing at the obedient Lung Bingyue standing before him. The requests presented were not from Lung Bingyue, but rather from Jiang Nan himself. Upon hearing the terms, Lung Bingyue's eyes instantly brightened, transforming into a look of bewilderment. "Salary plus bonuses plus living allowance equals 1 million a year? And I must choose a car worth 2 million upon joining? My goodness, you are far too generous." Lung Bingyue remained silent for over 10 seconds. "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the offer?" Noticing her hesitance, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. "No, boss. Are you sure this is for a security position?" Lung Bingyue's mouth opened in astonishment, displaying an expression of disbelief. "With such conditions, it would be more fitting for a personal assistant. You are a talent. You deserve better treatment. If someone poaches you with a higher salary, I would certainly feel distressed." Jiang Nan spoke without a hint of hesitation, and as he observed Lung Bingyue's expression shift to a genuine smile, he found himself smiling in return. Affection for Lung Bingyue 5. "Boss, you need not worry. I will never betray you." Lung Bingyue straightened her posture, gazing earnestly at Jiang Nan. "Let us add each other on WeChat. Please give me your bank account number." Jiang Nan took out his phone. "Certainly." Lung Bingyue nodded, quickly retrieving an old mobile phone, then suddenly paused and asked, "Wait. Boss, what is WeChat?" Jiang Nan was taken aback by the sight of her outdated phone. In the year 4202, such a lovely young lady still used an old device? Ning Rushuang and Li Jing exchanged glances, their expressions devoid of disdain, instead filled with sympathy. WeChat is a messaging application. Do you have a bank account? Messaging application? Oh, I have a chat application. Lung Bingyue hurriedly opened her old phone, pressed a few buttons, and soon handed it over with a grin. "Here, this is my QQ number." "Very well." Jiang Nan noticed the crown and 2 suns insignia, along with a row of shining VIP memberships. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. "You have all these services. Why not upgrade your phone? Isn't it pretty? It's shiny. Why would I change? This phone is just fine. My grandmother gifted it to me when I turned 18. I can even crack walnuts with it. It's quite convenient. Lung Bingyue smiled brightly. Then let us connect on QQ. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment, exited WeChat, and opened QQ. It had been years since he last used it, and upon opening, a flood of messages bombarded him. He swiftly dismissed all uninteresting group notifications and added Lung Bingyue. Yeah, let us add each other on QQ too. Ning Rushuang and Li Jing eagerly gathered around. Excellent. The boss is my second friend, and Sister Rushuang and Sister Jing are my third friends. Lung Bingyue beamed with joy. Who is your first friend? Jiang Nan inquired curiously. Myself. Chapter 101. I am capable of everything. Yourself? Jiang Nan, Li Jing, and Ning Rushuang stared at Lung Bingyue in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. How lonely must one be to have no other friends? You don't have friends? Ning Rushuang looked at Lung Bingyue with concern. I do. Lung Bingyue nodded, glancing at Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, then smiling at Jiang Nan. Aren't you all my friends? Seeing the innocence in her eyes, Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Ning Rushuang and Li Jing were deeply moved and embraced Lung Bingyue. Yeah, you must have a bank account, right? Jiang Nan asked. Yes. Lung Bingyue nodded. Then please send it to me via QQ, Jiang Nan instructed. Certainly. Lung Bingyue, embraced by Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, lifted her hand to start entering her information. With a notification sound, Jiang Nan received her bank account details and promptly copied them into the banking app to initiate a transfer. 3 million. Jiang Nan didn't give more. What was promised was what he delivered. Ding. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. You have received a 15-fold cashback, 45 million. Upon receiving the 45 million, Jiang Nan displayed no emotional fluctuations. His savings had already exceeded 1 billion. Moving forward, he was uncertain if every 10 billion would yield a reward task. If so, it wouldn't be overly challenging. However, if after reaching 10 billion, he needed to accumulate 100 billion for a significant reward task, it might prove to be somewhat difficult. Of course, if the landlady could provide him with advantageous spending opportunities, reaching 100 billion might not be overly burdensome. Every transaction, even at a 1-to-1 cashback rate, would yield no loss. If his 10 billion investment yielded cashback similar to recent times, perhaps even reaching 20 times, he would instantaneously become a billionaire. 3 million. Lung Bingyue gasped, hastily looking at Jiang Nan. Boss, do you want to transfer the money directly for the car? Should I buy it myself? Surely, you have a driver's license? Jiang Nan inquired. I do, but I don't know much about cars under 2 million. Lung Bingyue admitted. Not to worry. Sister Jing has time and can accompany you to choose one. Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. He ordered some ingredients for takeout, as it was nearly time to cook. Around 11:30, bags of groceries arrived. Darling, why are you in the kitchen? Ning Rushuang looked at Jiang Nan in surprise. Just wanted you to sample my culinary skills. Jiang Nan replied with a confident smile. Huh. Both Ning Rushuang and Li Jing were taken aback, their expressions turning peculiar. The boss can cook too? Lung Bingyue was utterly astonished. I am capable of everything. Jiang Nan chuckled. Then, can the boss also give birth? Lung Bingyue's eyes widened. Uffed. Upon hearing the words of Lung Bingyue, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter. I may not bear children myself, but I can certainly assist you in doing so, Jiang Nan blurted out. However, realizing the implications of his words, he quickly cleared his throat and turned to wash some ingredients. Noticing the sudden flush on the faces of Lung Bingyue, Ning Rushuang, and Li Jing, as he turned on the faucet, the sound of rushing water accompanied a series of system notifications in Jiang Nan's mind, causing him to momentarily pause in surprise. While he had anticipated the increase in affection from Lung Bingyue and Li Jing, the fact that Ning Rushuang's affection had also risen by a point to an impressive 96 was truly delightful. Ding. Congratulations, host. The affection of your confidant Ning Rushuang has increased by 1, beauty score 1, and you have gained a lottery opportunity. The continuous notifications quickened Jiang Nan's heartbeat. Ning Rushuang's affection had now reached an astonishing 97, with her beauty score also climbing to 97, leaving him just 1 point away from completing a beneficial task associated with a confidant boasting a beauty score of 98. Not only that, but Jiang Nan also had 8 lottery opportunities at his disposal, just too shy of unlocking an extraordinary lottery chance. Li Jing's affection had also reached 94, tantalizingly close to another lottery opportunity. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister Yaya, don't mind it. My husband just enjoys joking around, Ning Rushuang interjected, her heart racing as she attempted to smooth over Jiang Nan's teasing. She lacked any insight and was unaware that Lung Bingyue's affection for Jiang Nan had already soared to an impressive 50. It was not an exaggeration to say that should Jiang Nan casually invite Lung Bingyue for a stroll, An unintentional touch could significantly increase their affection. Even a modest advance would be effortlessly achieved. No, it's nothing to worry about, Lung Bingwei replied, her cheeks flushed. Despite being a year older than Jiang Nan, she seemed as innocent as a blank slate, entirely unversed in worldly matters. Her affection for him was evident, making her all the more bashful in response to his words. Perhaps I could even have a little baby with the boss. Surely, my child would possess a natural talent for martial arts, and I bet the grandparents would be thrilled. Lung Bingwei gazed at Jiang Nan's retreating figure, a hint of dreamy contemplation sparkling in her beautiful eyes. With another surge of affection for Lung Bingwei, Jiang Nan turned back and smiled at the trio. Leave the kitchen to me. Just wait for the delicious meal. Are you sure you can handle it? Ning Rushuang questioned. Still somewhat doubtful. Absolutely. Jiang Nan confidently gestured an okay, placing the washed celery on the cutting board before retrieving a piece of beef. To the astonishment of Ning Rushuang and the others, he spun the knife in his hand with flair. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. Jiang Nan began to chop with such skill that it seemed as if the knife had a mind of its own, slicing through the ingredients with remarkable speed. The sight reminded Ning Rushuang of Jiang Nan's earlier display of agility, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. As Lung Bingwei watched in awe, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiang Nan's culinary skills were no ordinary feat. They suggested a mastery that could transform even the simplest of dishes into extraordinary experiences. After about 40 minutes, Jiang Nan had prepared 5 dishes and a soup, laying them out on the dining table with a satisfied smile. My goodness, this looks absolutely delicious. Lung Bingwei, unable to contain her excitement, was the first to grab her chopsticks. Upon tasting the beef stir-fry, her eyes lit up with delight. It was evident that she had transformed in just a couple of hours, revealing her innocent side in the presence of those she felt close to. Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, drawn by the enticing aroma, couldn't resist trying the dishes either. Their eyes widened in astonishment, echoing their surprise as they exclaimed, "Husband, boss. This beef stir-fry is incredibly tender." Jiang Nan sampled the dish himself, his eyes sparkling with appreciation. His culinary prowess was indeed impressive, and he possessed a wealth of knowledge about various cuisines, even some long-lost recipes. He contemplated whether he might someday share his culinary skills with the women in his life. After all, who could resist a delicious meal? The prospect of his loved ones enjoying his abilities filled him with a sense of joy. As he savored the delectable dishes, Jiang Nan lost himself in the moment, thoroughly enjoying his meal. In just half an hour, every last morsel had been devoured, leaving no trace of the 5 dishes or the pot of corn and rib soup behind. Cold Ice Moon languidly sprawled across her chair, a look of sheer delight on her face as she let out a belch. I'm so stuffed. 3 bowls of rice. Goodness, I actually devoured 3 bowls of rice. Ning Rushuang also assumed a slumped position, her right hand gently caressing her slightly protruding belly as she glanced at Jiang Nan and remarked, "Darling, you've truly made my belly grow. Not just me, but also Jing Jing and Mei Mei." Upon hearing Ning Rushuang's words, Li Jing and Cold Ice Moon's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as they shyly stole a glance at Jiang Nan. "You believe in my culinary skills now?" Jiang Nan chuckled. "Indeed, my dear husband, but you mustn't showcase your cooking talents too often. I fear it won't be long before you turn me into a blob, and my perfect figure will be lost." Ning Rushuang patted her already risen belly, a bitter smile gracing her lips. This was not mere flattery to praise Jiang Nan. She genuinely found the dishes he prepared to be extraordinarily delicious. In her eyes, the culinary creations of her man surpassed even the finest chefs from the heavens. Upon hearing Ning Rushuang's praises, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "Let us exercise after the meal." Ning Rushuang mustered the strength to rise from her seat and began tidying up the dishes. "Sister Rushuang, I'll help you." Cold Ice Moon also stood up, followed by Li Jing, and the 3 women chatted and laughed as they began to clear the table. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan strolled towards the side hall, approaching the floor-to-ceiling windows. He instinctively pulled out a cigarette. With a flick, he lit it. A post-meal cigarette, bliss like a deity, exhaling a long plume of smoke. Jiang Nan's face revealed a look of contentment. During that meal, in just half an hour, Cold Ice Moon's affection level had risen by a point or two intermittently. It had now astonishingly reached a remarkable 65 points. While the speed of this growth appeared rapid, it was only when it reached the corresponding beauty score that it truly began to flourish. Jiang Nan understood this principle well. Hadn't Li Jing's affection also surged rapidly? Yet now, the final point to meet her beauty score had yet to be achieved. He suspected that only after completely winning over Li Jing would that last point naturally rise. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. There would be ample opportunities to deepen his relationship with Li Jing, so he felt no need to rush. Currently, the affection level of Ning Ruoshuang, along with her beauty score, was of utmost importance. How could he elevate her already impressive 97 points to 98? He couldn't help but ponder. At that moment, footsteps echoed. Ning Ruoshuang's gentle voice broke the silence. Darling, the cigarette but is nearly burning my fingers. What is captivating your thoughts so deeply? Jiang Nan snapped back to reality, looking at Ning Ruoshuang, who was extending an ashtray towards him, her exquisite face adorned with a warm smile. After extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray, Jiang Nan's gaze returned to Ning Ruoshuang, and he was suddenly struck by a shimmering golden exclamation mark hovering above her head. No, that wasn't right. It was an inexplicable golden exclamation mark that appeared above Ning Ruoshuang's head. Ding. Following that, a notification from the system resonated in Jiang Nan's mind. A request for a small free gift, powered by love. Everyone can support by viewing the advertisement. Thank you, dear sirs. Those with means may also offer a small gift. Every little bit counts. Chapter 103. This car is called Bugatti Divo, valued at 200 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to the high affection level of your confidant Ning Ruoshuang, you have successfully triggered a random mini-task. Complete it to receive a reward. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Ning Ruoshuang's head to view the side task. Upon hearing this notification, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, then regained his focus, his gaze once again fixating on the ethereal golden exclamation mark above Ning Ruoshuang's head. With a mere thought, an invisible finger tapped on that shimmering mark. Task description: accompany Ning Ruoshuang home to meet her parents and successfully win their favor. Task reward: Ning Ruoshuang's affection 1 lottery chance. After reviewing the details, a playful smile emerged on Jiang Nan's face. So simple? Darling, my family just called. Ning Ruoshuang's voice interjected, tinged with hesitation. What is the matter? Jiang Nan feigned ignorance, though he was well aware. They've unilaterally arranged a blind date for me and want me to come home this afternoon. Ning Ruoshuang spoke solemnly. I told them I have a boyfriend. But they didn't believe me. They said they'd invite you to dinner this afternoon to meet them. Not a problem. I have no plans this afternoon. We can go meet your parents together, Jiang Nan replied without a moment's hesitation. Even without this task, he would not have declined. Thank you, darling. You're so wonderful. Ning Ruoshuang exclaimed excitedly, kissing Jiang Nan's cheek repeatedly. I'll call my mom to let her know to prepare a nice meal for us. Go ahead. Jiang Nan nodded, then turned his gaze back to the floor-to-ceiling windows, his fingers rubbing his smooth chin, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. The rhythm of events felt exceedingly pleasant. Completing this task would grant him an extraordinary reward and a chance at the lottery. Moreover, there was a small task reward of 10 billion in savings. One must admit, this rapid progression was immensely satisfying for Jiang Nan. He could nearly envision the moment he would hear the notification of task completion once he accompanied Ning Ruoshuang home. Before long, Ning Ruoshuang returned, her face radiant with joy, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's, whispering closely, Darling, my mom wants us to return early. Then we should buy some gifts. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. My dad enjoys a good drink and smoke. We can just pick up some of that. As for my mom, she doesn't seem to need anything, so a couple of skincare sets should suffice, Ning Ruoshuang suggested. All right, shall we head out now? Jiang Nan inquired. No rush. I'm still feeling stuffed from the meal. I think I need some time to digest, Ning Ruoshuang playfully winked. Then leaned closer to Jiang Nan's ear and whispered, I have another outfit that pairs perfectly with black stockings. Wonderful. Jiang Nan's eyes immediately lit up. Cold Ice Moon's affection 5. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, a notification from the system echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing him to pause mid-step. Holding Ning Ruoshuang as they headed toward the bathroom, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he instinctively glanced towards the front door. It was closed. Yet if someone were outside, it wouldn't be surprising for Cold Ice Moon to overhear Ning Ruoshuang's soprano voice. It appeared that Cold Ice Moon had caught wind of something, hence the increase of 5 points in affection. 70 points now. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, and he carried Ning Ruoshuang into the bathroom. After a quick 10-minute wash-up, the two emerged, and Ning Ruoshuang blushed upon seeing the floor, hastily tidying up before stepping out of the master bedroom with Jiang Nan. Opening the door, Jiang Nan glanced down the corridor and, finding no sign of Cold Ice Moon, couldn't help but chuckle as he wrapped an arm around Ning Ruoshuang and headed downstairs. Meanwhile, in another room, Cold Ice Moon leaned against the door, breathing heavily. Her cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes shrouded in a mist of confusion. Gulp, as the memory of that voice echoed in her mind. It was not merely a blush that crept across her cheeks. Her ears flushed, her neck grew warm, and even her heart began to race. Her face felt ablaze, and her body was enveloped in an overwhelming heat, akin to an army of ants crawling over her skin. What a peculiar sensation this was. How could it be so? Although Long Bingyue had never experienced anything like this, one need not have partaken of the pig to have heard others speak of it. An hour later, in the southern district, within a modest upscale residential area, a blue and gold Bugatti Divo glided down the street, capturing the attention of passers-by. The crowd consisted mostly of middle-aged individuals, many of whom, though unfamiliar with the vehicle, could ascertain its considerable value merely by its appearance. Surely, it must be worth at least 2 or 3 million, they mused. At that moment, in a small square by the roadside, a few middle-aged men gathered around a chess match glanced over. One murmured, "This car is simply irresistible. I must take a closer look." One gentleman, clad in a flamboyant floral shirt reminiscent of a retired bureaucrat, produced his phone, preparing to employ a vehicle identification app to discern the car's model. "Here it comes," someone exclaimed. This prompted the floral shirt man to instinctively turn his gaze, just as the passenger window of the car descended, revealing a beautiful and familiar face. Good heavens! The passenger is the daughter of the old Ning family. Exclamations of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Father!" The vehicle came to a gentle halt at the square's edge, and Ning Ruxiang, brimming with excitement, sprang from the car upon the fortuitous encounter with her father. She was elated to introduce her husband's prowess to him, believing he would not dismiss her partner merely as a handsome face devoid of merit. "Father, this is..." Ning's father, feeling the envious gazes of his friends, experienced a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Clearing his throat, he swiftly approached Ning Ruxiang. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, seated in the driver's seat, also exited the car. "What a handsome young man. Is he the boyfriend of the Ning family's daughter?" murmured one observer. "Goodness, he could be a celebrity. Such charisma. They truly make a splendid pair." Discovered it. This car is a Bugatti Divo, and given its color, it appears to be a globally limited edition. Online, it states this vehicle is valued at 200 million. Chapter 104. The father-in-law's growing fondness for his son-in-law, 200 million. As a young man in his 20s utilized an app to reveal the Bugatti Divo's staggering value, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Ning's father, also hearing this revelation, felt a tremor of astonishment as his gaze fell upon Jiang Nan, filled with admiration. "Father, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan." Ning Ruxiang promptly introduced him. "Hello, uncle." Jiang Nan greeted with a smile, offering a cigarette. "Ah, what a fine young man," Ning's father exclaimed, accepting the cigarette without lighting it. Instead, his eyes roamed over Jiang Nan appreciatively. "Come, let us go back and chat." "Father, you go ahead. I'll help Jiang Nan park the car," Ning Ruxiang replied, leading him to the designated spot. Ning's father's face, marked with a few wrinkles, radiated joy. "All right," Jiang Nan nodded, returning to the vehicle with Ning Ruxiang. Thus, Ning's father lit a cigarette and, with cheerful exchanges with the neighbors in the square, led the way. Incredible. The Ning family is soaring. A 200 million luxury car. My goodness, what caliber must that handsome young man belong to? Is he the son of the wealthiest family in Jiangxing? This is astounding. The Ning family is poised to ascend into high society through their daughter. After Ning's father and Jiang Nan departed the square, the onlookers exchanged glances, their faces aglow with envy. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan and Ning's father soon arrived at the entrance of an independent villa. 2 parking spaces awaited them, one occupied by a Porsche 911. "Whose car is this? Why is it parked in my space?" Ning's father exclaimed, his brow furrowing. "It's nothing, Dad." Ning Ruxiang reassured him as she exited the car, watching Jiang Nan effortlessly park before approaching him with 2 bottles of liquor and a couple of packs of premium cigarettes. Jiang Nan stepped out, accepting the elegantly wrapped gifts from Ning Ruxiang and walking towards her father. "Young Jiang, may I address you as such?" Ning's father asked, his smile warm and welcoming. "Of course, uncle. That feels very amiable," Jiang Nan replied with a slight smile. "Excellent. It's my first time welcoming a son-in-law. Let us have a drink later, if you can handle it," Ning's father said, attempting to place a hand on Jiang Nan's shoulder, but instead opting to shake his hand vigorously, exclaiming, "Your aunt is an excellent cook, but alas, Ruxiang didn't inherit her talent." "Dad, what are you saying?" Ning Ruxiang playfully protested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Laughter erupted as Ning's father and Jiang Nan exchanged knowing glances, pushing through the gate into the villa. Jiang Nan surveyed the charming residence, which, despite being modest in size, exuded a quaint charm akin to a small villa. Upon entering, a cheerful voice rang out, "You're back. Has Ruxiang returned?" "Yes, and our handsome son-in-law is back too," Ning's father declared, affirming his approval. Hearing this, a well-preserved middle-aged woman emerged from the living room, her brows furrowing slightly, but upon seeing Jiang Nan, her expression transformed into one of astonished delight. What a handsome young man! In an instant, her demeanor softened. At that moment, footsteps echoed as a bespectacled young man in his early 20s emerged, his gaze instantly fixated on Ning Ruxiang. Seeing the radiant beauty before him, he was captivated. Absolutely stunning. I must make her mine. As for the son-in-law Ning's father spoke of, the young man paid no heed. Come, let us sit in the living room. Ning's mother chimed in, her interest in Jiang Nan piqued, her initial reluctance melting away in the face of his striking appearance. Witnessing this exchange, Ning Ruxiang and her father exchanged gleeful glances. As the saying goes, the mother-in-law's gaze grows fonder with each glance at her son-in-law. It appeared all was well, though only Jiang Nan knew that the task remained incomplete, indicating that Ning's mother had yet to fully accept him. Are you Ning's father? And this must be Ruxiang. She is truly beautiful. The young man approached, introducing himself as Wang Kai, a capable young entrepreneur at the age of 24, already a company president. Ning's mother's admiration for him was evident in her tone. Mom, this is Jiang Nan, my boyfriend, Ning Ruxiang stated. Leaning affectionately against Jiang Nan's shoulder as she introduced him, her happiness palpable. Upon witnessing this scene, Ning's mother's expression shifted dramatically. She glanced at Wang Kai beside her, noting his discontented demeanor, and was about to speak when Jiang Nan presented the gift in his hand, smilingly stating, Auntie, this is a small token of my appreciation. Indeed. Indeed, Ning's mother replied, instinctively smiling back at the charming young man. After accepting the gift, she exchanged a knowing glance with Ning's father. Just as he was about to follow her to a quieter corner, Ning Ruxiang interjected, Dad, this is for you. And Mom, be sure to look inside your gift bag. What? Ning's mother was momentarily taken aback, and upon inspecting the exquisite gift bag in her hands, she discovered a red envelope, leaving her stunned. Traditionally, it was the parents who bestowed red envelopes upon their son-in-law or daughter-in-law. How is it that the son-in-law was presenting one here? This. Ning's father also pulled out a red envelope from his pocket, staring at Jiang Nan in astonishment. So thin, how much could it possibly contain? Wang Kai scoffed. Is this a bank card? At that moment, Ning's mother tore open the envelope, and upon seeing the bank card within, her face registered shock. Mom and Dad, this is a small gesture from Jiang Nan. Fearing that you might not like the gifts I chose, I arranged for 2 additional cards in my name and enclosed them in a red envelope. Ning Ruxiang explained. As her words hung in the air, Ning's father and mother exchanged glances, particularly Ning's father, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. He was well aware that his son-in-law drove a luxury car valued at 200 million. Surely, the contents of this red envelope could not merely signify a few hundred. It must be at least several tens of thousands, if not more. Ning's mother's brows relaxed, and she observed Jiang Nan with renewed interest. This handsome young man was indeed impressive. However, she cast a sidelong glance at Wang Kai, her expression betraying a hint of conflict. She had personally welcomed Wang Kai upon his arrival, who drove a Porsche 911. Although she was not well versed in the world of sports cars, it was evident from the sleek design that its value must start at $1 million. Moreover, Wang Kai's gifts were far from modest. Gold bracelets, gold necklaces, and jade pendants had collectively amounted to at least 100,000. Contemplating the skincare products and the red envelope in her hands, Ning's mother shook her head in dismay. How much could this skincare set and envelope possibly be worth? Mom, Jiang Nan's red envelope is quite substantial, Ning Ruxiang remarked, noticing her mother's indifference. Stealing a glance at Jiang Nan, who remained unfazed, she added hurriedly, You and Dad each received 1,888,888. Ning's mother was momentarily dumbfounded, while Wang Kai's smile faltered. 1,888,888? Ning's father's eyes widened, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Although their modest home could fetch 2 to 3 million, they had purchased it early when money held more value. Their family was merely average, which made the notion of a single person gifting a red envelope worth 1,888,888 absurd. The sheer magnitude of such a meeting gift approached 4 million. This son-in-law was indeed extravagant. Xiao Jiang, you are far too generous. Come, let us move to the living room and chat. Ning's mother, still in disbelief, watched as Ning's father quickly tucked the red envelope into his pocket, warmly ushering Jiang Nan toward the living room. We must have a good talk. Ruxiang, there are fruits in the refrigerator. Please wash and slice some for us. With a car valued at 200 million, Ning's father's acceptance of this red envelope was beyond question. Seeing his enthusiasm, Ning's mother was taken aback. glancing at the envelope in her hand before turning to Wang Kai. Auntie, do you believe it? Wang Kai inquired casually. Ning's mother shook her head, unable to fathom the reality of 1,888,888. Let us follow them. I'm curious to see how far this charade goes. Wang Kai remarked nonchalantly. As they entered the living room, Ning's father grasped Jiang Nan's hand, sincerely stating, I have only one daughter, Rushuang. You must treat her well in the future. Uncle, rest assured, Jiang Nan replied earnestly. Despite their rapid progression over the span of just over a day, their feelings were genuine. That is reassuring. Ning's father nodded approvingly. What do you mean, son-in-law? Ning's mother furrowed her brow. While she conceded that Jiang Nan was exceptionally handsome and even felt a flutter in her heart upon seeing him, she believed that mere looks could not sustain a life. Her daughter, being so outstanding and beautiful, deserved a life of comfort and ease, free from hardship. What mother would willingly allow her cherished daughter to endure suffering in marriage? Although Jiang Nan's attire and demeanor suggested he hailed from a respectable background, she could not help but compare him to Wang Kai, whom she held in high regard. At just 24, Wang Kai was already running a company valued in the millions. In this era, establishing a business at such a young age implied substantial backing. The notion of rising from nothing was but a jest. Ning's mother, a pragmatic woman with keen insight, did not view her daughter as a commodity, but believed she deserved a life of quality. Why not son-in-law? Ning's father interjected. This is Rushuang's boyfriend. She is not a child anymore. It is time to consider marriage. In my view, we should arrange an engagement soon. Xiao Jiang, when would your family be available? At that moment, Ning Rushuang, carrying a fruit platter, overheard her father's words and interjected. Dad, why rush? Jiang Nan and I are still young. There is no need to think about marriage just yet. Though she spoke those words, she secretly yearned for a lasting commitment with Jiang Nan. However, she understood that this man was destined to be shared, and the thought of marriage felt premature. Something felt amiss. Ning's mother furrowed her brow, glancing at Ning's father. Old Ning, didn't we agree to gently encourage our daughter to spend time with Wang Kai? How is it that so little time has passed, and you've changed your mind? Her astonishment was palpable. What had transpired to make Ning's father so warmly welcoming toward Jiang Nan, even referring to him as a son-in-law? Was it truly just because of that extravagant red envelope? You women wouldn't understand, Ning's father replied with some impatience, waving his hand dismissively. I see that Xiao Jiang and Rushuang truly connect, and just look at his striking looks and wonderful demeanor. If they were to have a child, imagine how perfect that grandchild would be. Upon hearing Ning's father's words, Ning's mother was so enraged that she laughed, then turned to Ning Rushuang and said solemnly, Frost, mother is doing this for your own good. Trust me, Wang Kai is truly exceptional. He is the CEO of a company worth millions and is currently on the rise. His parents own a company valued at tens of millions. This is your perfect match, do you understand? Aunt, allow me to clarify. Wang Kai adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and casually glanced towards Jiang Nan, a confident smile gracing his face as he remarked, My father's company recently secured a contract, and its value has now surpassed 100 million. See how impressive he is. Ning's mother immediately responded. Ning Rushuang let out a gentle sigh. TCH. At this moment, Ning's father, seated on the sofa, scoffed derisively. You two have labored for countless years to barely reach a company valuation of over 100 million. Meanwhile, Young John's vehicle alone is worth 200 million. In other words, the capital you're boasting about pales in comparison to the value of his car. Isn't that amusing? What are you laughing at? Ning's mother's brows furrowed. What am I laughing at? Ning's father could not contain his laughter and, under Ning's mother's astonished gaze, rose from the sofa and beckoned her to follow. Ning's mother furrowed her brows, but complied, trailing him to the floor-to-ceiling window adjacent to the living room. Do you see that car? Ning's father gestured towards the two vehicles parked in the driveway, a Porsche 911 and a Bugatti Divo. I know that young Wang drove over in that Porsche 911. Young Wang, how much did you pay for it? Ning's mother paused mid-step, turning back to Wang Kai with a smile. Aunt, my Porsche 911 cost 2 million upon delivery. Wang Kai, understanding Ning's mother's glance, straightened his collar and confidently replied. 2 million. My goodness, that's almost the price of our little villa. Ning's mother's expression was not exaggerated. She was genuinely taken aback. A car costing 2 million implied that young Wang must reside in a mansion worth over 10 million. Instantly, visions of a grand villa filled her mind, complete with servants attending to her. And her face lit up with excitement as she looked at Wang Kai with newfound admiration. Although Jiang Nan did possess a striking handsomeness that made even her heart race, it still lacked a certain depth. He needed more time to mature. Aunt, a car worth 2 million is merely decent in my circle. I am confident that after 2 more years of hard work, I will upgrade to an even more prestigious vehicle, Wang Kai stated with assurance. Excellent. Young people should strive for success. I believe in you, young Wang. In the future, what is a 200,000 car? We'll be driving 20 million ones. Ning's mother gave Wang Kai a thumbs up. I will work hard and rest assured, if Ruo Shuang spends time with me, I will not disappoint her. Wang Kai's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at Ning Ruo Shuang, having heard that she was an air hostess with stunning looks and an enviable figure. Imagining her in her uniform paired with high heels, he felt overwhelmed with desire. Are you done? Ning Ruo Shuang finally spoke, slowly moving to sit beside Jiang Nan. Letting out a soft sigh, her voice echoed in the living room. Mom, why don't you go see what car is parked next to that Porsche 911? That young Wang's vehicle, you should check it out as well. You dream of driving a car worth 20 million. Do you know how long it would take for me to drive my husband's car? She was truly exhausted. Why was her mother so fixated on this Wang Kai when the real gem was right in front of her? Upon hearing Ning Ruo Shuang's words, Ning's mother paused, glanced at Wang Kai, and then quickly approached the floor-to-ceiling window to observe the vehicles outside. A Porsche 911 and a Bugatti Divo. Both cars were visible to her. Yet inexplicably, her gaze was immediately drawn to the blue and gold Bugatti Divo. What kind of car is that? Ning's mother was stunned. What car? Wang Kai frowned, hastily following her to the window. Upon spotting the Bugatti Divo, his pupils dilated in shock. The next moment, realizing what he was seeing, he leaned against the window, pressing his face against the glass, exclaiming, which model of Bugatti is that? The globally limited edition Bugatti Divo. Ning's father recalled someone mentioning the name of the car earlier and raised his head, as if the vehicle belonged to him, and casually remarked, do you recognize it? Old Ning, how much is that car? Ning's mother felt her heart race. When she noticed Wang Kai's unusual expression and actions, she instinctively sensed something was amiss and whispered her inquiry. At least starting from 100 million. Wang Kai, his voice trembling, responded. Though he had never seen the car, he had certainly heard of it. At that moment, he swallowed hard, turned stiffly to Jiang Nan, who had remained silent on the sofa, and wiping the sweat from his brow, spoke in a hoarse voice. Aunt, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to at home, so I'll be leaving now. After saying this, he hurriedly averted his gaze and quickly made his way towards the exit. Hey! Ning's mother waved her hand, preparing to say something, but Ning's father swiftly grasped her arm, giving her a warning look. Realizing the implication of his gaze, Ning's mother's expression shifted, and she immediately understood. The true gem was Jiang Nan, this charming young man. A young Jiang, are you hungry? I'll go prepare some dishes. Old Ning, make sure to have a good chat with our son-in-law. Ning's mother's attitude underwent a complete reversal as she beamed at Jiang Nan, then hastily made her way towards the kitchen, humming a cheerful tune. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed a random side quest. Reward, Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability 1. 1 lottery chance. Ding. Congratulations, host, Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability 1. Beauty 1. 1 lottery chance awarded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a beautiful confidant with a beauty score of 98. Reward, 500 million cash prize, 3 lottery chances, and enhanced sensory abilities. As Jiang Nan's prowess was fully unveiled, Ning's mother wholeheartedly accepted him as her son-in-law, while the notifications echoed continuously in his mind. It was exhilarating. Listening to the notifications in his mind, Jiang Nan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. 5 lottery chances, 500 million cash reward, and enhanced sensory abilities. Currently, I have a total of 13 lottery chances, which allows me to redeem a chance for a super lottery. I cannot wait to see what extraordinary rewards await me. Jiang Nan could hardly contain his anticipation. It was fortunate that things did not escalate too far, or I might have inadvertently made a grave error. This young Jiang is not only handsome and charming, but also wealthy. His upbringing is impeccable. Even when I was favoring Wang Kai, he did not show any displeasure. It seems that if Ruo Shuang marries him, she will undoubtedly lead a prosperous life. As Jiang Nan pondered, a sudden murmur reached his ears. In an instant, he realized that his recently acquired supersensory abilities had activated. While it may not have reached the mythical level of having ears that could hear in the wind, the auditory perception he possessed was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary human. The kitchen was some distance away from the living room. Yet even the faintest whisper was clearly audible to him, showcasing the astonishing extent of his hearing. A peculiar light flickered in Jiang Nan's eyes as he communicated with the system internally. By the way, system, my ability should be able to filter out unnecessary noise, right? Impossible, the system replied, leaving Jiang Nan somewhat troubled. A slight furrow formed on his brow. In such a confined space, his hearing would be remarkably acute. It would be manageable with fewer people, but in a crowd, it could become overwhelmingly noisy. However, the host can choose whether to utilize this ability, the system clarified. The ability will activate when the host deems it necessary. Understanding this, Jiang Nan took a deep breath and consciously deactivated his enhanced senses. It was a skill he could switch on and off at will, which pleased him greatly. It seems my parents are quite fond of you, Ning Rushuang whispered as she leaned closer to Jiang Nan. If someone as exceptional as me can't win their approval, then surely no one in this world is worthy of you. Jiang Nan chuckled, indeed. Ning Rushuang smiled, and seeing the young couple whispering sweet nothings, Ning's father cleared his throat. Although he wished to converse with Jiang Nan, he recognized that he should not intrude. Little Jiang, I'll go assist your aunt in the kitchen. You and Rushuang can continue your conversation. All right. Jiang Nan replied with a smile and a nod. Ning's father, wearing a warm expression, headed towards the kitchen. Upon reaching his wife, who was busy preparing food, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Honestly, with such an outstanding son-in-law, if it weren't for his good temperament, we might have driven him away. I don't know, Ning's mother retorted defensively. Besides, you never informed me that our son-in-law was so capable. She forced a smile. Had I known how extraordinary Rushuang's partner was, I would have sent that Wang Kai packing long ago. Wasn't my attitude clear enough? Ning's father sighed, and Rushuang mentioned he gifted a meeting red envelope of 1,888. 888. Do you think I would lie about that? Even if I claimed our son-in-law was remarkable, would you believe me? Ning's mother fell silent, then whispered, do you think Jiang Nan might hold a grudge against me? Do you think Jiang Nan is as petty as you? Ning's father shot her a glare. I warn you, speak less. Everything will unfold over drinks between him and me. This son-in-law is genuinely impressive, humble, and unassuming. If I hadn't been forthright, today could have ended poorly, and our impression on him would have been irreparable. I understand, Ning's mother nodded vigorously. Then, glancing towards the kitchen, she lowered her voice significantly. Should we also prepare a red envelope to return the favor? Do you think we can afford it? Ning's father glared at her. So we just forget about it. Ning's mother recoiled slightly. Just focus on your cooking. Make sure Jiang Nan likes it. Ning's father snorted disdainfully. Usually, he was the one being reprimanded, but today, he felt as though a weight had been lifted, a feeling that couldn't be described by mere words. All right, I'll do as you say. Ning's mother quickly agreed with a smile. If it weren't for Ning's father, their exceptional son-in-law might have very well slipped away. After more than an hour, the sounds of sizzling and cooking wafted from the kitchen. At this moment, Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang stepped into a room together. You were so adorable as a child. Ning Rushuang led Jiang Nan to a cabinet filled with several frames. Among the photographs was a delightful picture of a little girl with twin ponytails, flashing a bright smile while missing a front tooth. Indeed, Jiang Nan exclaimed, admiring her. Ning Rushuang beamed with pride. When I was in kindergarten, I had many boys trailing after me, always eager to bring me snacks. How charming, Jiang Nan replied, nodding appreciatively before moving on to the next frame. This one depicted her at around 11 or 12 years old, likely in 6th grade. At this age, Ning Rushuang's beauty was already evident. Her face promised that she would grow into a stunning woman. From the photo, it was clear she was not short either. Jiang Nan continued to peruse the frames, noting her progression through middle school, high school, and university. In these later stages, her beauty had fully crystallized, with only changes in makeup and fashion marking the passage of time. You must have captured the hearts of countless boys throughout their youth, Jiang Nan remarked. Who cares? Ning Rushuang replied, a soft smile gracing her lips. Now that I have you, that's all that matters. She opened her arms and enveloped Jiang Nan in a warm embrace, her beautiful eyes sparkling with affection. Jiang Nan affectionately ruffled her hair, but as he sensed her mood shift, she let out a soft sigh. Darling, I start work tomorrow. What if I miss you? I can support you, Jiang Nan said, gently stroking her head. I don't mind if you choose to resign. However, I fear you might feel like a caged bird. He was never one to impose restrictions. If Ning Rushuang desired to work, he would not force her to become a captive in a gilded cage. Even if you chose not to work, I can certainly provide for you. I'm considering it. The thought of flying away for 4 days and returning for only 2 is quite distressing, she replied. Had the man not been Jiang Nan, she might never have contemplated giving up her job for a man. But Jiang Nan was different. These past 2 days had felt surreal, making it difficult for her to imagine being away from him. Shall I make the choice for you? Jiang Nan lifted her chin, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light as he smiled. You could resign and stay home for a while. If you have any entrepreneurial ideas, just let me know. In a way, this system could be called a wasteful system. No matter how one spent, whether frivolously or otherwise, they could reap rewards from their expenditures. Thus, if Ning Rushuang wished to embark on a business venture, It would serve as a rapid means of consumption for Jiang Nan. Whatever you say, darling, I'll follow your lead. Ning Rushuang said, her expression filled with deep affection. Is that so? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Yes, she confirmed, nodding earnestly. Jiang Nan smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Chapter 108. The Beginning of Extraordinary Lottery. Title of the Destiny's Protagonist. Around 6 o'clock, after Ning Rushuang finished brushing her teeth, she and Jiang Nan emerged from her bedroom. In the dining room, a spread of home-cooked dishes awaited them. Upon seeing Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang arrive, both Ning's father and mother greeted them with bright smiles and warm enthusiasm. Little Jiang, would you like to drink? Ning's father uncorked a bottle of Maotai, smiling as he gazed at Jiang Nan. Xiao Jiang, this is Auntie's specialty, tomato chicken. Do give it a taste, he said. Ning's mother, wearing a warm smile, looked at Jiang Nan. Uncle, I'm driving, Jiang Nan responded, shaking his head. He then smiled at Ning's mother, praising, Auntie, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I could smell the aroma even in Rushuang's room. I will surely devour several bowls. Laughter erupted from Ning's mother, who replied, Indeed, how forgetful of me. Aware that Jiang Nan preferred not to drink, Ning's father decided to forego the wine, tapping his forehead as he declared, Let's eat. During the meal, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and warmth, and for the first time, Jiang Nan felt a sense of belonging. Ning's parents treated him with utmost courtesy, as if he were their future son-in-law, continually serving him dishes. Ultimately, it came down to the matter of status. Around 7:30 p.m., Ning's parents bid farewell to Jiang Nan and Rushuang at the door. Do visit often. They waved reluctantly as Jiang Nan and Rushuang walked toward the car. As Jiang Nan started the engine, he glanced at Rushuang in the passenger seat, preparing to speak when suddenly, his phone vibrated. Sister Xia. It was a call from the landlord. Jiang Nan, I've inquired about something. Her voice chimed. What news? Jiang Nan perked up. Currently, there are no specific bidding meetings for land or properties. But I found out about an auction for a plot of land from an orphanage. The landlord continued. An auction? An orphanage? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. Memories of the orphanage from his childhood in the old district surfacing, and his eyes narrowed. Yes, it's quite urgent. The auction will be held tomorrow at 2 p.m., the landlord informed. What do you think? Can we obtain an invitation? Jiang Nan inquired, knowing that the auction could be a fortuitous opportunity, provided the items on offer held significant value. If the items are merely charity pieces worth a few tens of thousands, it would be pointless. However, there should at least be a plot from the orphanage. He mused inwardly. Absolutely, the landlord exclaimed. Be sure to find me tomorrow at the right time. We shall attend together. All right, Jiang Nan responded, hanging up with a smile of anticipation. What is up, darling? Rushuang asked curiously from the passenger seat. I heard you mention an auction for an orphanage. What are you planning? I'm considering acquiring some land for investment, Jiang Nan replied candidly. Land? Rushuang marveled internally, astonished by her husband's wealth. Investing in land? What scale of business are you embarking on? Indeed, I am also contemplating whether there's a suitable estate in the old district. Jiang Nan said with a light chuckle. If nothing fits, I shall invest in building a grand estate myself. Wow, darling, you seem remarkably confident. Rushuang was taken aback by his words. Upon returning to Villa 001, it was nearly 8 p.m. As soon as they exited the car, Rushuang linked her arm with Jiang Nan's, resting her head on his shoulder. Are you resigning tomorrow, or what? Jiang Nan gently inquired, holding her slim waist. I'll just swing by the company after I wake up. She replied with a cheerful smile. Sounds good. Jiang Nan nodded as they descended to the first floor. Upon arriving, they heard a girl in a purple martial arts outfit practicing punches by the floor-to-ceiling windows, her spirited shouts echoing through the hall. Yaya is truly diligent, Rushuang remarked. Hearing her voice, Lung Bingyue ceased her practice, exhaling deeply, then turned to greet them with a smile. Boss, Sister Rushuang. Where's Jing? Rushuang asked. Sister Jing just tidied up the house and went upstairs for a shower, Lung Bingyue replied. I'm heading up for a shower too. See you later. With that, she dashed up the stairs. Darling, I think I should take a shower too, Rushuang said playfully, hinting at her intentions. Jiang Nan picked up on the cue, lifting Rushuang in a princess carry as he strode toward the second floor. An hour and a half later, with a gentle smile of contentment, Rushuang drifted off to sleep. Jiang Nan, having showered and dressed, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. The full moon cast a silvery glow, and the stars twinkled, creating a picturesque night sky. System, initiate the extraordinary lottery, he silently commanded. In an instant, a magnificent spinning wheel, radiating a divine light, occupied his vision. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this time the wheel bore no rewards, appearing completely empty. Initiate extraordinary lottery, Jiang Nan commanded without hesitation. The familiar sound of the spinning pointer resonated in his ears. Seconds turned into minutes as time stretched longer than usual, extending to half a minute before a chime sounded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the title of destined protagonist in this extraordinary lottery. What? At that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. His previous experiences had already signified his protagonist status, and now he had drawn the title of destined protagonist. Eagerly, he examined the details of this new title. Chapter 109. Twice the opportunity for the lottery. Destined protagonist. Once equipped, this title will bestow a natural aura of diminished intelligence upon others, grant extraordinary luck, and ensure that even in perilous situations, one may turn misfortune into fortune. After reading the title's description, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment as a look of disbelief crossed his face. Though the description seemed straightforward, each aspect was far from simple. Setting aside the aura of diminished intelligence, the sheer luck alone was remarkable. System, will my extraordinary luck manifest in the lottery rewards? He suddenly pondered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Negative. The system replied promptly. This ability will not manifest in the lottery or rebate multipliers, but its extraordinary effects in reality can be personally experienced by the host. Oh, is that so? Jiang Nan's brow furrowed slightly, a contemplative smile forming on his lips. Without delay, he donned the title of destined protagonist. Instantly, he felt a warm current enveloping him, prompting him to pull out his phone and download a premium card drawing game. Jiang Nan directly charged 10 yuan into the game for a single draw. Wow, a golden legend. A unique sound effect emanated from his phone, and all he saw on the screen was a dazzling golden glow. Soon, he drew an SSS-grade character card. Incredible. Upon realizing that he had drawn this exceptional SSS character card for just 10 yuan, Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim, what a miracle from a single draw. This astonishing passive luck had maximized the probability of obtaining an SSS character card in the game. It seemed that if he casually bought a couple of lottery tickets, he might indeed have a high chance of winning a grand prize. Jiang Nan began to comprehend the extraordinary nature of his passive luck. Truly, it was plausible that a mere stroll outside could result in him finding money. Indeed, the title of the destined protagonist was undeniably impressive. A smile spread across Jiang Nan's face, and he mused that the most remarkable aspect was probably the aura of lowered intelligence. For him, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous advantage in pursuing a harem. Moreover, the notion of a protagonist pursuing a harem was exceedingly normal. With the addition of destiny, it was not hard to imagine that even if he were to reveal his intentions, no woman would turn against him. The chaotic scenarios were bound to be entirely eliminated. Certainly, although it diverged somewhat from his initial imaginings of immortality or incredible powers, the title of destined protagonist would surely bestow upon him remarkable benefits. Jiang Nan let out a deep breath, his face reflecting satisfaction. With 3 draws remaining, he resolved to preserve them for future use. Jiang Nan was utterly captivated by this extraordinary lottery. If he were to draw a power that could manipulate time and space, it would not be an exaggeration to say that achieving immortality would be astonishingly effortless. At that moment, Ning Rushuang, who was still asleep on the bed, stirred slightly for some unknown reason and murmured softly. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Nan rose punctually. Observing Ning Rushuang still in slumber, he leaned down to kiss her forehead before dressing and entering the bathroom to freshen up. Upon gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. His face was still handsome, but he felt that he appeared even more striking than yesterday. Was it the passive effect of the destined protagonist title? Jiang Nan glanced to his right and smiled with satisfaction. Honestly speaking, it seemed entirely possible that a mere glance from him could render an infatuated beauty weak at the knees. Time flew by swiftly. It was already May 22nd. As Jiang Nan exited the bathroom, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He would be attending an auction at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and if valuable items were available there, it would undoubtedly lead to a magnificent harvest. As he gently descended from the master bedroom, he encountered Li Jing, clad in a form-fitting dress and black stockings, who had just removed her apron and greeted him with a smile. Boss, breakfast is ready. Jiang Nan nodded and made his way to the dining room. Glancing around in surprise, where is Bingwe? She woke up early to exercise. She should be back soon, Li Jing replied. Taking a seat, Jiang Nan was served a bowl of shrimp and crab porridge. To be honest, he found Li Jing's culinary skills quite commendable. This bowl of porridge was truly to his liking. Delicious. Jiang Nan smiled appreciatively. Li Jing's favorability won. Instantly, a notification chimed in his mind, leaving him astonished. Why had he inexplicably gained 1 point in favorability? Ding. Congratulations, host. Li Jing's favorability has reached 95 points, equal to her attractiveness score, granting you one lottery opportunity. Receiving another lottery opportunity felt delightful to Jiang Nan. He now possessed 4 chances to draw and needed to gather 6 more to conduct another extraordinary lottery. As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters, Li Jing replied shyly, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Nan chuckled and quickly finished the bowl of porridge. There's more in the kitchen, Li Jing said hurriedly. I'm almost done. I can't eat too much in the morning, Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. Let me clean up. As Li Jing approached, she suddenly stumbled due to her high heels, causing her to fall. Ah! She exclaimed. Jiang Nan's reflexes were swift. He immediately sprang up and caught her. Li Jing's favorability won. Before he could apologize, the system's notification sounded in his mind again. Incredible. Another point in favorability? Ding. Li Jing's favorability 1, attractiveness score 1, granting you 1 lottery opportunity. Another lottery opportunity in hand filled Jiang Nan with excitement. However, his exuberant expression led Li Jing to misunderstand, causing her face to flush even more. She whispered shyly in his ear, Boss, we're in the dining room. Isn't this inappropriate? Chapter 110. Jiang Nan's medical skills are utilized for sprains. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Jiang Nan snapped back to reality and paused. Then a peculiar expression crossed his face. Did her words imply that as long as they were not in the dining room, it was acceptable? Shall I help you upstairs to rest and see if your ankle is injured? Jiang Nan tentatively asked. After posing the question, he regretted it. With Li Jing's favorability having reached an astonishing 96 points, did he really need to ask? Okay, Li Jing replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Nan promptly released her and then picked her up in a princess carry. The overwhelming sense of boyfriend strength, combined with the fact that it was Li Jing's first time being held so closely by the man she found utterly captivating, made her heart race wildly. As Jiang Nan carried Li Jing upstairs, a flustered Lung Bingyue, clad in a white towel, entered from the side door and was taken aback by the sight of Jiang Nan ascending the stairs with Li Jing in his arms. Could it be that the boss and Sister Jing had something going on? Lung Bingyue blinked and took a deep breath, feigning nonchalance as she made her way upstairs. At the corner, she discreetly glanced down the corridor and witnessed Jiang Nan carrying Li Jing into her room, her eyes widening in shock as she muttered, It seems I've stumbled upon something significant. The boss and Sister Jing truly have something going on. Contemplating this, Lung Bingyue couldn't help but swallow hard, her heart swirling with unknown emotions. What are you doing, Yaya? Sneaking around like a thief. At that moment, Ning Rushuang emerged from the main bedroom in her nightgown and regarded Lung Bingyue with surprise. Sister Rushuang. Lung Bingyue, looking guilty as if she had been caught stealing, dared not meet Ning Rushuang's gaze. What's wrong? Ning Rushuang sensed something unusual and approached, placing her hand on Lung Bingyue's forehead. It's not hot. Why is your face so red and sweaty? Sister, I just finished exercising, Lung Bingyue hurriedly explained. Have you had breakfast? Sister Jing made a pot of shrimp and crab porridge. It smells delightful. Hurry and eat. Shrimp and crab porridge? This is acceptable. You may go wash up while I head downstairs for a bite to eat. Ning Rushuang found nothing peculiar about the situation, offering a faint smile as she descended the staircase to the 2nd floor. Upon seeing Ning Rushuang leave, Lung Bingyue let out a sigh of relief and hurried towards her own room. To reach her room, she had to pass by Li Jing's door, and instinctively, she softened her footsteps, even holding her breath to listen intently. The sounds emanating from the room were quite misleading. Ah, that hurts. It's all right. Take a deep breath. Close your eyes, and try not to be too frightened. Boss, be gentle. The conversation startled Lung Bingyue, prompting her to quicken her pace, her cheeks flushing crimson. There must be something amiss. I cannot take a shower now. If Sister Rushuang comes upstairs and stumbles upon this, it would be disastrous. Feeling increasingly anxious, Lung Bingyue quickly turned around and headed downstairs instead. Meanwhile, in Li Jing's room, the scene was far from what Lung Bingyue imagined. At first, Jiang Nan genuinely believed Li Jing had not sprained her ankle, and she herself was oblivious to the injury. It was only when Jiang Nan helped her sit on the edge of the bed that she became aware of the pain in her ankle. Do you need a cold compress? Li Jing gazed at Jiang Nan, who was crouching beside her. Despite the discomfort, her shyness overshadowed the pain, making her oblivious to his touch on her ankle. No need. You've only twisted it lightly. I'll help you move it, and it will be fine. Jiang Nan shook his head. Seeing the earnestness and tenderness in Jiang Nan's expression, Li Jing felt her heart melt, a warm smile blossoming on her face. Suddenly, Jiang Nan made a slight adjustment, producing a crisp sound. All done, he announced, though his face wore a peculiar look. To be honest, despite considering himself a skilled healer, He felt he had yet to find a truly opportune moment to demonstrate his abilities. After all, having treated Ning Rushuang's sprain previously, he wondered if this was truly sufficient. Li Jing, astonished, remarked, "But, boss, I still feel a bit uncomfortable. Let's get you up and see how it feels," Jiang Nan suggested, gently taking her hand to help her stand. Li Jing complied, but after just a couple of steps, a triumphant grin appeared on her face. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell, exclaiming in surprise. In an instant, both she and Jiang Nan collapsed, facing each other, their eyes meeting so closely that they could discern the tiniest details on each other's faces. 10 minutes later, in the dining area on the first floor, Ning Rushuang was thoroughly enjoying the shrimp and crab porridge prepared by Jing. With a blissful expression, she wiped her mouth and exclaimed her heartfelt admiration. "Indeed," Long Bingwei echoed, hastily setting her bowl down as she saw Ning Rushuang put down her spoon. "I'm going to freshen up, as I need to head to the company soon. But where are Jiang Nan and Jing? I haven't seen them." Ning Rushuang stood up, bowl and spoon in hand. "Sister Rushuang, wait," Long Bingwei exclaimed, rising in a flurry, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "What's wrong?" Ning Rushuang asked, taken aback by Lung Bingyue's anxious demeanor. "I have a question I want to ask you." Lung Bingyue, eager to maintain harmony in the household, quickly approached Ning Rushuang, taking the bowl and spoon from her hands. "Sister Rushuang, the boss asked me to buy a vehicle for transportation. What kind do you think would be good? I know nothing about cars." Hearing this, Ning Rushuang chuckled. "I thought it was something serious." "No worries. Yeah, I can recommend an app called Dongsha. It has most car models and prices listed. Just take a look." "Wait," Lung Bingyue called out, noticing Ning Rushuang was about to head upstairs. She felt a pang of distress, hoping Jiang Nan would resolve matters swiftly, sparing her the discomfort of hiding the truth. Yet, she found it impossible to let Ning Rushuang go upstairs. She genuinely enjoyed the ambience of the villa, feeling quite at ease with her slightly older sisters, Li Jing and Ning Rushuang. She certainly did not wish to witness any discord. "What is the matter?" Ning Rushuang asked, a hint of curiosity on her face, sensing something was amiss. Could it be that this girl was hiding something from her? "Sister Rushuang, why not help me find other apps on my phone to see what type of vehicle to buy?" Lung Binghua pleaded, one hand clutching the bowl while the other playfully shook Ning Rushuang's arm. Though Ning Rushuang found this behavior somewhat odd, she pushed aside her suspicions upon hearing about the phone. Having grown up alone, she secretly longed for a younger sibling. And Lung Bingyue's presence indeed gave her a sisterly feeling, which she cherished. "Very well, I'll accompany you." Ning Rushuang nodded in agreement, and together they tidied up the kitchen before making their way to the side hall, where they settled on the sofa. "I believe there aren't many suitable cars for women around the 200,000 mark. To be honest, what do you think of this Panamera? It's quite fitting for a woman to drive." The two engaged in lively discussion. An hour swiftly passed. I think we've covered enough vehicles. Yeah. Now it's up to you to make the decision." Rising from the sofa, Ning Rushuang stretched with a yawn. "I'm feeling a bit sleepy, but I still need to go to the company. I'll head upstairs to freshen up. The sooner I go, the sooner I can return." "Sister Rushuang, do you really need makeup with your natural beauty? I've never worn makeup before. May I watch you and learn how to apply it?" Lung Binghua quickly proposed. "Sure. How about I give you a light makeup look afterward?" Ning Rushuang smiled. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the second floor. Jiang Nan, wearing a smile, slowly descended the stairs. In just over an hour, Li Jing's affection for him had increased by 1 point, and her beauty rating had risen similarly, earning him yet another opportunity for a reward. Upon seeing Jiang Nan come down, Ning Rushuang paused, surprised. "Darling, why did you come down from upstairs? I noticed you two discussing cars, so I didn't want to interrupt." "I just went upstairs to grab a few things," Jiang Nan replied, having keenly observed the entire villa while busy. "Binghua, I think the Panamera that Rushuang suggested is quite good." "What?" Lung Binghua exclaimed, her eyes widening. If she didn't know Jiang Nan had been upstairs all along, she might have believed he had just returned from outside. But how did he know that Ning Rushuang had strongly recommended the Panamera to her? "Strange. Darling, let us have Yaya resign from her job at the company soon, and then I'll take her to buy the car." Ning Rushuang spoke up. "All right, and you should consider buying a car as well." Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and directly transferred 10 million to Ning Rushuang. Had it not been for the fear of startling her, he would have truly considered transferring all of his assets to her. With just one high multiplication cashback on spending, wouldn't he be soaring in no time? Ding. "Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Cashback received. 100 million. Remarkable. Another 100 million added." Jiang Nan mused. However, he soon noticed the absence of a notification regarding the multiplication factor. "Host, the system must inform you that, in a certain sense, a transfer cannot be classified as a regular transaction. Hence there are restrictions on the cashback limit. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Is that so? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered with curiosity as he inquired. What is the limit then? Upon reflection, he realized that if there were no constraints in this regard, he would have boldly transferred several billion to Ning Rushuang. If he gained even a few times back, the first 100 billion would be within his grasp. Indeed, if he desired, he could repeat this process within a day, or even just a few hours, swiftly ascending to the title of the world's richest without a hint of exaggeration. Currently, with a deposit of 1 billion, he could earn a maximum cashback of 100 million daily. When his deposits reached 100 billion, his daily cashback would escalate to 10 billion. The system continued its explanation. Oh, this feature is impressive. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. The system was indeed formidable, constantly upgrading and refining its functionalities, allowing Jiang Nan to grow while rendering the process more engaging. This alone made him feel exceedingly pleased. Furthermore, upon reaching his first 100 billion in deposits, he wouldn't necessarily need to spend that sum on major tasks when the need wasn't dire. With 100 billion at his disposal, he could reliably receive 10 billion in cashback. This meant that when he reached 200 billion, that would mark his true starting point. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. In a sense, the newly refined system functions resembled a form of interest on deposits. Regardless of how much he transferred to others, he would ultimately receive a stable income of 100 million. Bravo, my dear system, you truly understand the essence of progress. At that moment, Ning Rushuang's exclamation rang out in the room. Chapter 112, Sister Xia, I brought you breakfast. Husband, why did you transfer another 10 million to me? Ning Rushuang was utterly astonished. She hadn't even finished spending the previous 2 million, and she was at a loss for how to utilize it. Yet Jiang Nan had now bestowed upon her another 10 million. What was the meaning of this? Even if he were wealthy, surely he couldn't treat money as mere paper. Although Lung Bingyue held little interest in wealth, she was nonetheless taken aback by such astronomical figures. You should take a look. Jiang Nan replied with a gentle smile. I want to be back for lunch. I have an auction to attend at 2 o'clock. All right. Ning Rushuang nodded, preparing to ask where Li Jing had gone when footsteps echoed from the staircase. Turning her gaze, she spotted Li Jing descending the stairs, appearing radiant and alluring. Why does it seem like Jingjing is even more beautiful than yesterday? Li Jing's beauty had evidently increased, a transformation that was strikingly apparent. At 25, she exuded a glow that made her look revitalized. Ning Rushuang couldn't help but admire her, hastening towards her with astonishment. Jingjing, what skincare products are you using? Have you done your makeup? Your complexion is remarkably better than before. Upon hearing Ning Rushuang's words, Li Jing paused briefly, then touched her face, feeling a slight warmth. She shook her head and softly replied, perhaps it's because I've been resting well lately. I used to feel a bit anxious at night. Are you walking down carefully? Did you twist your ankle? Ning Rushuang noticed something was off. Li Jing's gait seemed a bit awkward. Moreover, today she wore a simple white dress, a stark contrast to her usual black silk bodycon skirt and high heels. Her hair cascading down, presenting a more neighborly charm than her previous authoritative demeanor. Ah, yes. Li Jing's cheeks flushed slightly as she discreetly glanced at Jiang Nan, nodding gently. Are you all right? Ning Rushuang asked with concern. It's nothing serious, Li Jing reassured her, feeling a twinge of guilt at Ning Rushuang's concern. I'll be off now. Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. He decided it was time to meet the landlady, and after lunch, he would be ready for the auction. He hoped this auction would not disappoint him. Even if it didn't allow him to reach 100 billion, surely it should help his current billions multiply into tens of billions? Jiang Nan felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. 40 minutes later, at the community where the landlady resided, a Bugatti Divo slowly came to a halt downstairs. Jiang Nan exited the vehicle and ascended to the 3rd floor. Pausing briefly at his door, he took a deep breath. Lately, he had experienced a surreal, dreamlike sensation. Shaking his head with a smile, he closed the door behind him and approached the landlady's residence. He knocked softly. Moments later, light footsteps approached. The door opened, revealing the landlady clad in a delicate black lace nightgown, a radiant smile gracing her face. Her figure was not dissimilar to Li Jing's, perhaps slightly more voluptuous. As she presented herself before Jiang Nan, especially when she playfully tossed her silver hair and cast a flirtatious glance, she asked, "What's the matter? Can't recognize your sister?" The landlady pulled the mesmerized Jiang Nan inside. "Sister Xia, have you had breakfast?" Jiang Nan closed the door behind him with a smile. "I brought you soy milk and fried dough sticks." "You little rascal." The landlady playfully scolded him, her delicate finger tapping against his chest. An hour later, The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. A few minutes later, Jiang Nan emerged with a damp upper body, his hair slightly wet. Jiang Nan, how do you like this outfit? Fresh from the bathroom, the landlady spun around in a purple slip dress, her fair legs exquisitely visible, devoid of stockings. Absolutely stunning. Jiang Nan assessed her, struggling to find words beyond simply saying it was captivating. Humph. The landlady chuckled. I can't possibly embarrass you at the auction later. Sister Xia, with your beauty, figure, and grace, if I were to take you out and you were to embarrass me, then this world must be defined by ugliness. Jiang Nan stepped forward, embracing the landlady warmly. The little man's words are indeed sweet, making it hard for the sister to resist. The landlady particularly enjoys listening to Jiang Nan's romantic declarations. Although she hasn't had a drink, her slightly flushed cheeks and somewhat dazed gaze suggest a state of mild inebriation. She quickly rushes to get dressed and dry her hair, wary of catching a cold. After a brief moment of gazing into each other's eyes, the landlady, suppressing her tender form, gently extricates herself from Jiang Nan's embrace and softly speaks. Jiang Nan chuckles lightly, towel in hand, drying his hair before entering the landlady's room. Shortly after, he emerges dressed in a stylish summer casual outfit, looking impeccably handsome. At that moment, the landlady's face lights up with an infatuated smile. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, yet this adage fails to encapsulate Jiang Nan's essence. His striking appearance, physique, and charisma render him a living mannequin. Even the most mundane attire, such as a dated shirt intended for older adults, would not diminish his allure in the slightest. I can step out with just a quick blow-dry, he remarks. Jiang Nan heads to the bathroom, followed closely by the landlady, who leans against the doorframe, gazing lovingly at him as he dries his hair, her eyes shimmering with happiness. His hair, neither too long nor too short, dries within a minute or two. At his level of charm, even a disheveled look would attract countless women eager to connect with him. Thus, he pays no mind to the state of his hair, simply drying it before wrapping an arm around the landlady and stepping outside. Soon, they are in the car. The Bugatti Divo emits a roar reminiscent of a dragon's roar, igniting excitement in the landlady's eyes as she exclaims, "This car looks stunning from the outside, but the interior is even more magnificent. A $200 million marvel, truly. You get what you pay for." As they arrive at the auction taking place in Jiangxing Tower, Jiang Nan flashes a grin. The Bugatti Divo exudes prestige, especially being a globally limited edition. The value of this vehicle, estimated at $200 million, could potentially multiply several times for true automobile collectors. Shall we dine outside or at the auction? The landlady inquires, leaning her graceful legs toward him. Either is fine, Jiang Nan responds, enjoying the drive. The landlady's cheeks flush as she whispers, "The auction is at Jiangxing Tower. We could grab a bite inside. Is it being held on my turf?" Jiang Nan's eyes sparkle with curiosity. "Yes, on the 8th floor," she replies, retrieving 2 gold-edged invitations from her small handbag. The highlight of this auction is a piece of land belonging to an orphanage that can no longer sustain itself, which is quite unfortunate. "Which orphanage is that?" Jiang Nan asks, intrigued. "I believe it's located in the northern part of the old town, but I'm not certain of the exact location. It has been around for some time," the landlady explains. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes narrow slightly. The orphanage from his childhood, indeed, was situated in the northern part of the old town. It seems highly likely that this is the very place he once called home. He reflects quietly, feeling a neutral sense toward the orphanage, neither deep gratitude nor disdain. Yet, he remains curious about the mysterious benefactor who supported him during his childhood. If there is anyone he ought to be grateful to, it would be that enigmatic figure. As they approach lunchtime and the evening rush hour, traffic proves slightly congested, transforming what should be a brief 10-minute journey into over 40 minutes. By around 12:30, the Bugatti Divo comes to a halt in the underground garage of Jiangxing Tower. The moment they exit the car, the landlady eagerly strides over in her high heels, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's like a love-struck girl leaning on her beloved. Ding! Upon entering the elevator, the landlady glances at the time and presses the button for the 8th floor, murmuring, "It seems we might be short on time. Shall we grab a quick meal at the auction?" "I'm indifferent. I'm not particularly hungry," Jiang Nan replies, genuinely lacking any sense of hunger. He adds, "Then let's skip the meal for now and see what we fancy after the auction." Ding! As they converse, the elevator doors open on the 1st floor. A group of well-dressed individuals in their 30s enters, and upon spotting Jiang Nan and the landlady, they exhibit expressions of surprise and admiration. However, they quickly regain their composure, whispering amongst themselves about the auction's featured items, which include several small antiques of unknown quality. One man adjusts his gold-rimmed glasses and engages in conversation with a nearby woman. "They could be worth millions," she remarks casually. I heard from my father that the items in this auction have considerable collectible value. With a bit of luck, one might acquire them at a low price and see their value double in 5 or 6 years, she continues. Ding. The elevator chimes again, the doors gliding open. The group exits, and Jiang Nan, still holding the landlady, follows suit. Inside the hall, at least 20 to 30 people are present, prompting Jiang Nan to raise an eyebrow. It seems there are quite a few wealthy individuals in Jiangqing, he notes. The landlady nods, indeed. Regardless of the place, the disparity between the rich and the poor is substantial. The affluent are extravagantly wealthy, while the impoverished struggle to make ends meet. Jiang Nan agrees. And as they push open the transparent glass doors and step inside, a charming man in his 30s approaches with a warm smile. Jijing, he exclaims. This man, handsome and clad in a well-tailored suit, greets the landlady first before shifting his gaze to Jiang Nan, his eyebrows raised in surprise at their evident closeness. And this handsome fellow is my boyfriend, the landlady replies with a soft smile. Jiang Nan, this is Zhou Fei, a senior from my university. He was the one who secured the invitation for this auction. Pleasure to meet you, Jiang Nan says, extending his hand. Likewise, Zhou Fei responds with a friendly smile, shaking Jiang Nan's hand before expressing astonishment. Wow, when did you start dating? I had no idea. Just recently, the landlady replies with a slight smile. Very charming and refined young man, indeed. Come, let us sit here. By the way, have you eaten yet? Should I arrange some refreshments for you? Zhou Fei offers, guiding them to an available table. We've eaten. You go ahead and attend to your guests. Jiang Nan and I will just sit here for a while before heading into the main area, the landlady replies with a smile. All right, I'll go greet the other guests. Zhou Fei nods, smiling at Jiang Nan before gradually departing. Zhou Fei is a key staff member behind the scenes of the auction. After Zhou Fei's departure, the landlady softly remarked, during the anniversary celebration of my alma mater, I donated several million to the school, and he proactively added me as a friend. But rest assured, we haven't conversed. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Nan glanced at her and chuckled. What? Are you worried I'll be jealous? You seem to be explaining so thoroughly. Of course. I have to clarify. Otherwise, what if my little man overthinks? The landlady laughed. I wouldn't be so insecure, she added. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Well, I will just do what I ought to do. The landlady playfully took Jiang Nan's hand and placed it on her lap. After chatting and laughing for about 10 minutes, an announcement echoed through the hall. Esteemed guests, the inner auction is now open for entry. Please proceed with your invitation. Hearing the announcement, Jiang Nan exchanged a glance with the landlady, rose from his seat, and slowly joined the crowd heading towards the entrance of the auction. Chapter 114. The auction begins with a 20-fold cashback. Wasn't it supposed to start precisely at 2 o'clock? Upon entering the inner area, Jiang Nan first glanced at his number tag, 15, and then surveyed the entire layout. Noticing additional private rooms on the second floor, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, this auction seems quite formal. I'm not sure. The landlady shook her head, revealing it was her first time attending an auction. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around her slender waist and found a seat. The auction hall was roughly the size of a basketball court, with a small stage at the center where a man in his 30s, clad in a black suit, occasionally touched his earpiece and nodded. There were quite a number of attendees. Jiang Nan scanned the room before returning his gaze. Although he possessed the ability of insight, he did not intend to use it on every individual. That would be exhausting. For some reason, a wave of nervousness washed over him. The landlady took a deep breath and whispered, it's all right. Jiang Nan gently patted her hand, placing it on his leg, and softly said, I'm also attending such an auction for the first time. I wonder if there are any delightful surprises in store. He indeed felt a tinge of anticipation, as such occasions were splendid opportunities for spending. At that moment, the host on the small stage spoke up, donning a microphone. Esteemed guests, I am Wu Nan, the host of this auction. I won't waste words. We have a total of 10 items for auction, and we shall begin with the first item, a porcelain plate from the Yuan dynasty, the Flowing Clouds plate. As Wu Nan's voice resonated, a stunning woman clad in a qipao gracefully approached the stage. Holding a wooden tray, Wu Nan unveiled the red cloth covering the tray, revealing a gleaming porcelain plate to the crowd. The starting bid for the Flowing Clouds plate is 1 million, with each subsequent bid incrementing by no less than 100,000. Wu Nan's excited voice filled the hall. 2 million. As his words fell, a voice immediately echoed in the room. Mr. 25 bids 2 million. Wu Nan's eyes sparkled at the immediate increase of 1 million. It was indeed a promising sign. 210,000. 220,000. 260,000. As the bidding heated up, the initial 1 million base price for the Flowing Clouds plate soared to over 10 million in just a few minutes. Goodness, these bidders seemed quite generous. The landlady, despite her wealth exceeding 100 million, found it hard to part with such a sum for a plate. 10 million once. 10 million twice. 10 million. As Wu Nan excitedly raised a small gavel, preparing to finalize the bid, a voice rang out. 11 million. 11 million. Mr. 15 bids 11 million for the flowing clouds plate. Any further bids? Wu Nan called out with enthusiasm. The moment Jiang Nan placed his bid, eyes from various corners of the hall instinctively turned towards him, revealing expressions of surprise at the sight of such a young bidder. However, when some men noticed the landlady beside him, their expressions transformed to awe at her beauty and grace. Jiang Nan, are you truly spending 11 million on a porcelain plate? At that moment, the landlady was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape, staring at Jiang Nan. It's merely 11 million. Given that my family lacks a bit of heritage, it would be fine to bring it home for collection. Some might wonder why not bid significantly higher than the item's actual worth. Jiang Nan would explain that such actions are the epitome of folly. Even though his wealth was entirely legitimate, engaging in such behavior would be unreasonable. Even if no issues arose, it would waste an abundance of time. Hence, he opted to increase his bid by merely 1 million, rather than a billion or 10 million. Soon, the auction continued. The elegant beauty in a cheapao and sheer stockings gracefully descended with a flowing cloud platter, accompanied by a muscular man in sunglasses. Good day, sir. She greeted Jiang Nan with a smile and a nod. At that moment, Jiang Nan had no interest in her. His focus was solely on whether the first item up for auction would bring him good fortune. Beep. He swiftly produced his bank card and began the transaction. In mere moments, the receipt printed out, coinciding with an alert in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, transaction completed. You have received a 20-fold cashback, 220 million. Upon hearing the system's notification, astonishment washed over Jiang Nan's face. 20-fold cashback. How delightful. This multiplier was immensely satisfying. After all, this was a fortunate start, and who knows? It might lead to further successes. When he eventually acquired the land for the orphanage, perhaps he would receive another 20-fold return. That would truly set him soaring. Excitement sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. Based on this 20-fold cashback calculation, if the land was valued at 500 million, that would amount to a staggering 10 billion. Sir, please take the flowing cloud platter. The beauty in the cheap house smiled gently, as the muscular man behind her respectfully presented the exquisite platter nestled in a refined gift box. Jiang Nan, casually accepting the elegant box, placed it aside with little care, as if he had merely purchased a replica for a few dozen dollars. Be careful with it, the landlady cautioned, her eyelids twitching as she cradled the delicate gift box. She glanced at Jiang Nan and whispered, a treasure worth 11 million is not the same as one worth 1100. There's no difference, Jiang Nan replied with a light chuckle, dismissing its value as merely a tool for spending. To him, it was of little allure. The true motivation for earning money was to attain extraordinary abilities. Wealth was simply a worldly possession, while supernatural capabilities would enable him to transcend this realm. Such extravagance from this young man, the landlady remarked. Her interest piqued by the $11 million platter. With the first item successfully auctioned, the stage was set for the second item. After the cheap-hat beauty and her muscular companion retreated, Wu Nan's voice resonated from the center stage. This is a masterpiece from the renowned 18th century jewelry master, Randall. Titled Romantic Heart, the starting bid is 10 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. Bang! The gavel's sound echoed throughout the venue. Simultaneously, a second beauty in a cheapao approached with a delicate wooden box. Upon opening it, the lights dimmed instantly, and a radiant glow emanated from the romantic heart necklace, captivating all present. So beautiful, gasped the landlady beside Jiang Nan. 20 million. The lights flickered back on, and bidding commenced immediately. Darling, I must have this romantic heart. Jiang Nan, despite not activating his heightened senses, easily overheard the conversation from nearby seats. A woman, strikingly attractive, clung to a middle-aged man, playfully pleading for the necklace. All right. The man, captivated by her charm, raised his bidding paddle. 50 million. 50 million. Instantly, a significant portion of the audience turned their attention to him. Prior to this, the bid had only reached 25 million, and his sudden leap to 50 million revealed his determination. Mr. 78 has bid 50 million for the romantic heart. Wu Nan's excitement was palpable. This price was already a premium, as such jewelry, while precious, had a fixed value. A low bid of 10 million might reach 30 million at best, and here was Mr. 78 jumping straight to 50 million, much to Wu Nan's delight. 50 million once. 50 million twice. 50 million. As Wu Nan's pace quickened, a voice interrupted. 60 million. My goodness, 60 million. Mr. 15 had entered the fray. Wu Nan was thrilled. This was only the second item, Yet the bidding had soared so high, confirming the first item's extraordinary success. "Darling, I want it. I really want it." The woman glanced eagerly at Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she leaned closer to her companion, sweetly whispering, "Please. I truly desire this romantic heart. Can we, dear? I promise I'll repay you well later." Her gaze was fixed on Jiang Nan, her charm influencing her tone. The middle-aged man, initially steady in his resolve, succumbed to her allure, raising his paddle again. 61 million. "Darling, you're amazing. I adore your boldness." She cooed. 70 million. Jiang Nan's voice cut through the air. "Jiang Nan, you." The landlady, grasping his arm, looked at him with concern, her voice a whisper. "Is this meaningful?" "Quite meaningful." Jiang Nan replied, his eyes earnest as he met her gaze. "You just remarked on its beauty. Therefore, this necklace is mine to possess." His intentions were not solely to spend lavishly, but to express his affections for a cherished one. Hearing his words, the landlady's eyes glistened with emotion, captivated by his sentiment. At that moment, a notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, your affinity with your beloved, Xia Jiqing, has increased by 1. Beauty points 1, lottery opportunity 1. A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Nan's face as he absorbed the notifications. In the present day, he has already accumulated 7 opportunities for a lottery draw. Just 3 more? And he will be able to partake in an extraordinary lottery once again. It is nearly within reach, merely 3 more, a trivial task to achieve. Jiang Nan's eyes shimmered momentarily. 70 million for 1. 70 million for 2. 70 million. At that moment, the host, Wu Nan, spoke up. "Darling, I want this romantic heart." Accompanied by Wu Nan's voice was the sweet, coaxing tone of a woman not far away. 71 million. A voice echoed with resignation. "Thank you, darling, love you." The woman leaned in and kissed the middle-aged man. 100 million. Without waiting for Wu Nan to speak, Jiang Nan raised his paddle and stated flatly, "My heavens, 100 million. These two are truly outrageous." The handsome man was indeed quite taken. But what man wouldn't he be captivated by such a beautiful woman at his side? With Jiang Nan's bid, all eyes in the audience turned towards him, their faces displaying shock. Such a premium bidding was a commonplace occurrence for them. After all, the middle-aged man had also significantly raised his bid due to the woman beside him, proving that the saying about beautiful women bringing disaster was not unfounded. "Darling," at this moment, before Wu Nan could finalize the 100 million bid, the woman began to sweetly coax again. "I can't take it anymore. Shut up." The middle-aged man could no longer endure it. He gritted his teeth and bid 70 million. Did he think money grew on trees? As he heard the woman preparing to coax once more, he slapped her cheek and scolded, "If you utter another word, I'll throw you out." Seeing the middle-aged man's fury, the woman immediately recoiled, fearfully lowering her head, not daring to make a sound. 100 million for the 3rd time. Congratulations to Mr. 15 for successfully bidding for the romantic heart. Wu Nan struck the small wooden hammer, his face aglow with excitement. This romantic heart had been purchased at an exorbitant premium by Jiang Nan. Not only would his commission be a substantial income, but his record as the host of the auction would also shine even brighter. This was the most important aspect. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Consumption complete. You have received a 6-fold consumption rebate. 600 million. 6-fold consumption rebate. 600 million credited." Delight surged within Jiang Nan. Indeed, this setting felt like a veritable paradise akin to the realms found in fantastical novels, proving to be immensely beneficial for him. Currently, his savings had surpassed 2 billion, reaching a staggering total of 2.38 billion. This figure, though seemingly exaggerated, was not as monumental as it appeared. After all, 100 billion was required to exchange for a chance at a significant welfare task. With just 2.38 billion, what was it really worth? He needed to strive for more, aiming to break the first 100 billion milestone today. Hope gleamed in Jiang Nan's eyes. This was merely the 2nd auction item, with 8 more to follow. Even the land for the Welfare Institute had not yet been presented. Who knew? With a bit of luck today, he might just achieve the 100 billion savings feat. Speaking of which, with 20 billion in savings and no welfare tasks triggered, it seemed the standard for triggering welfare tasks was no longer set at every 10 billion. Jiang Nan realized this as he did not receive a notification from the system. "Jiang Nan, this romantic heart is truly exquisite." At that moment, the excited voice of the landlady rang out. "Let me personally adorn you with it." Jiang Nan snapped back to reality, smiling as he accepted the delicate gift box from her, retrieving the romantic heart within. The landlady's cheeks flushed like peach blossoms. Her gaze towards Jiang Nan filled with an affectionate tenderness. It is no exaggeration to say that if they were alone, she would have leapt into his arms by now. Jiang Nan placed the romantic heart necklace around her graceful neck, meeting her sparkling gaze with a smile, exclaiming, "Sister Xia, you are truly stunning." Jiang Nan. The landlady's heart raced uncontrollably at his loving gaze. This little man was simply too enchanting. Next up was the third auction item, a string of Buddhist beads from the Tang dynasty, starting at 500,000, with each increase not less than 100,000. Wu Nan's voice resounded once more. Jiang Nan casually glanced over. The starting price of 500,000 did not particularly pique his interest. If the price were to rise significantly, he wouldn't mind bidding. 600,000, 800,000, 1 million. Bidding voices echoed throughout the hall. 2 million. At this moment, a voice from the second floor unexpectedly joined the fray. For million. Following the 2 million bid, another voice immediately chimed in. 8 million, 16 million, 32 million. In just a fleeting moment, the bidding for the Buddhist beads skyrocketed to 64 million. This rapid surge left everyone in the hall astonished. What was going on? Were these Tang dynasty beads truly worth such an extravagant amount? The landlady was momentarily stunned and hurriedly glanced towards the central platform, where a beautiful woman in a qipao, with long legs and a radiant smile, elegantly held a small wooden box containing the beads. She had sharp eyes and counted 13 beads, each radiating an extraordinary glow. Whether due to the lighting or some other reason, they certainly appeared impressive. This item was likely not ordinary. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. Those who could ascend to the second floor must be distinguished individuals, instantly elevating a starting price of 500,000 for the beads to an astounding 64 million. It was clear that this string of Buddhist beads from the Tang dynasty was indeed something special. Wait a moment. Jiang Nan's mind suddenly sparked with inspiration. His insight technique could be applied to people. Could it also be used on objects? After all, the insight technique might not be limited to just individuals. With this thought, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up, anticipation spreading across his face as he focused on the string of Tang dynasty beads in the small wooden box. Chapter 117, Premium Relics. Each valued at 100 million. Item, Premium Relic Beads. Value, 13 billion. What? The moment Jiang Nan directed his insight technique towards the string of beads, a box appeared before him, resembling a sort of entry. Premium Relic Beads. Valued at 13 billion. Jiang Nan was taken aback. This string of beads was not merely beads, but a collection of relics. 13 relics. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. This meant each relic could be valued at 1 billion? 1 billion. At that moment, a voice rang out from the second floor. 1 billion. What is the origin of this string of beads? It was baffling. Though these beads hailed from the Tang dynasty, they could not possibly be worth such a fortune. What was going on? Exclamations filled the hall as people reacted. To those unfamiliar with these matters, this was simply a string of beads, perhaps just a remnant from the Tang dynasty, with little else to commend it. 12 million. A voice with a Hong Kong accent echoed from a private room on the second floor. Friend, this string of beads, can you give me a face? As the Hong Kong dialect emerged, it instantly elicited laughter from the crowd gathered in the first floor hall. Although his words were somewhat perplexing, upon closer listening and reflection, they became somewhat comprehensible. A friend from Hong Kong remarked, I am quite intrigued by this relic bead string, pardon my enthusiasm. A faint voice resonated from another private room. 200 million. The moment this bid was announced, a collective gasp echoed throughout the venue. It was not merely due to the staggering amount. More astonishing was the revelation that the beads on the small stage were, in fact, relics? 13 relics. Despite the prevalence of counterfeit relics nowadays, the fervor displayed by those in the second-floor private room indicated something profound. There was a significant possibility that these relics dated back to the Tang dynasty. Should one consider ordinary bead strings, their worth might reach a certain pinnacle. Yet, these relics from the Tang dynasty, with their count of 13, transcended any ordinary valuation. For true collectors, these could be deemed priceless treasures. 200 million once. At this moment, the host on the small stage, Wu Nan, was exhilarated. He never anticipated his sheer luck would lead him to auction such exorbitantly priced items repeatedly. 250 million. The tone of the Hong Kong businessman shifted to one of irritation as he spoke in rapid Cantonese. I have no idea what you're pretending to be. But if you wish to contest, I'll gladly engage with you, you mainland fellow. Most people struggled to grasp his words due to their rapidity. Even if they managed to understand, the considerable distance between Jiangxing and Guangdong, compounded by the man's Cantonese accent, rendered comprehension difficult. However, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. He could barely understand some Cantonese, having developed an interest in the local dialect and indulged in Hong Kong films since childhood, perhaps aided by a slight linguistic affinity. 300 million. Setting aside the Hong Kong man's pretensions, the bidding for the relic string compelled Jiang Nan to raise his hand, calmly stating his bid. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's offer, The landlady beside him was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, Jiang Nan, can this really be worth that much? This exquisite relic string surpasses even the value of that welfare homeland. If one could snag it for a few billion, it would be a tremendous profit. Jiang Nan, having discerned the value of the relic string through his insight, was unconcerned about the auction increments. Really? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady's eyes sparkled. Now she understood why the wealthy continued to amass wealth. Keen vision was one reason, and having capital was another. 310 million, 320 million, 400 million. The initial bids came from the second floor. Jiang Nan remained composed, simply raising his bid in whole increments. He eschewed any pretense. As long as those two continued to bid, he would unhesitatingly follow suit. Damn it. At that moment, in a private room on the second floor, a man in his 40s slammed his hand on the table, cursing vehemently. These two mainlanders are utterly disgusting, and I never expected them to come for this relic string. Mr. Xiang, don't be angry. Anger is unproductive. Since they want to compete, let us engage them. A striking young woman in her 20s grasped the man's hand, gently soothing his fury. Damn, I'm genuinely furious right now. Do you know that? Mr. Xiang cast a glance at the woman, gritting his teeth as he tugged at her hair, coldly retorting. 500 million. The voice echoed from the second-floor speaker, sending the auction into a minor frenzy. 500 million. Who is this person on the second floor, bidding 500 million for this string of beads? What beads? Haven't we established they are relics? This auction primarily attracted individuals of modest wealth. Not all were billionaires. But at least they were millionaires, some possessing multiple billions. Yet at this moment, they were all rendered speechless, akin to NPCs in a game, awestruck. To them, ordinary people seemed like mere NPCs. Yet similarly, in Jiang Nan's eyes, these wealthier individuals appeared no different. These two obstacles were indeed quite irksome. My limit is 1 billion. Beyond that, my available capital falls short. In a private room on the second floor, a middle-aged man sighed softly. Mr. Zhao, how much do you think this bead? No, this relic string is worth. A fellow in his 40s quietly inquired. At least 1 billion, Mr. Zhao replied nonchalantly. There was once a single exceptional relic that fetched a staggering price of 125 million. Now consider the value of this string comprising 13 relics. A sharp intake of breath followed. Meanwhile, in the first-floor hall, Jiang Nan's indifferent voice broke the silence. 1 billion. Chapter 118. The achievement of the first 100 billion deposit is approaching. 1 billion. The moment Jiang Nan's bid was announced, the hearts of everyone present in the first-floor hall raced uncontrollably. 1 billion. A string of relics, merely 13 in number, and someone bids 1 billion. My heavens, who is this young man? Is he from a prominent family or a major corporation in Jiangxing? This is utterly outrageous. 1 billion. A dream I have strived for my entire life, now reduced to just a string of relics. Comparing oneself to others is a surefire path to frustration. At this moment, I finally grasped the truth. What others perceive as 100,000 is to me akin to $10. Likewise, what others view as 1 billion is no different from 100,000 in my eyes. There are always greater heights beyond. A notion that resonated in the minds of the majority present as Jiang Nan's bid of 1 billion echoed. 1 billion. The landlady was genuinely stunned, gazing incredulously at Jiang Nan, exclaiming, Jiang Nan, you. What is wrong with me? Jiang Nan chuckled softly, glancing at the astounded landlady, gently patting her hand, and stated, there will be even more astonishing things to come. This is merely an appetizer. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the window of a private room on the second floor, his eyes shimmering with peculiar brilliance, quietly awaiting the continuation of the bidding from the two individuals above. For him, their participation in the bidding was the ideal scenario. With a few more billion, he might just strike it lucky and rake in several additional billions. 1 billion once, 1 billion twice, 1 billion thrice. Congratulations to Mr. 15 for successfully acquiring this relic string from the Tang dynasty. As the gavel struck, Wu Nan's jubilant exclamation reverberated throughout the hall. In a private room, Mr. Xiang, filled with fury, seized the hair of the woman sprawled over his lap and flung her aside. Moments later, a sharp sound echoed as he strode to the window, casting his gaze down to the first floor. Coincidentally, Jiang Nan, who was settling the bill below, seemed to sense something and looked up, locking eyes with Mr. Xiang. This insolent brat. If I had been better prepared, I would have shown you what true prowess looks like. Damn, this is infuriating. Mr. Xiang slammed his fist against the window, the impact drawing the attention of those gathered below. The antics of this fool from Hong Kong are truly amusing. I just overheard some remarks from these individuals here, steeped in blatant discrimination. Huh, isn't it enough to make one seethe with rage? This fool is truly trying to put on airs. Voices began to rise in the room, although they were all millionaires. In the presence of the colossal tycoons capable of bidding in the hundreds of millions, they were mere ants, indistinguishable from one another. Seeing this Hong Kong fellow nearly seethe with rage brought me a sense of relief. Meanwhile, another guest, Mr. Zhao from the second-floor room, approached the window with no signs of anger or embarrassment. Observing Jiang Nan below, who had just completed his payment, he wore a look of astonishment. This young man possesses considerable strength. He casually bid 10 billion and secured it, and at such a young age. Commanding such liquidity is impressive. Mr. Zhao, should we reach out to this young man? Perhaps he might be willing to sell it to you? Suggested a middle-aged man behind him in a hushed tone. That might not be wise, Mr. Zhao hesitated. Despite his intrigue, he felt hesitant to inquire. Moreover, with a bid of 10 billion already on the table, it was apparent the young man understood the value of the item. A few more billion would not be a significant concern for him. However, what if this young man intended to keep it for himself? That would not be something money could resolve. One could only blame the lack of preparation today. After all, who would have anticipated the sudden emergence of two dark horses? Mr. Zhao shook his head. Ding. Congratulations, host. Transaction complete. You have received a 5-fold rebate. 5 billion. A 5-fold rebate. A staggering 50 billion. How exhilarating. After deducting the 10 billion principal, he netted a staggering 40 billion, skyrocketing his savings from over 20 billion to over 60 billion. He was now just 36.2 billion away from his first 100 billion in savings. Jiang Nan's face lit up with excitement. Even if he didn't reach 100 billion today, he would come remarkably close. Moreover, let us not forget that the string of relics he acquired holds minimal personal value. He could easily resell it for no less than 10 billion, which hardly seems excessive. After all, during the bidding, he had activated his heightened senses, and he had caught a few words from Mr. Zhao. What a steal! Jiang Nan felt immense satisfaction and was not disappointed by the lack of a 20-fold rebate. For him, even a 5-fold rebate was already a remarkably generous return. It had only been a short while, and he had earned an astonishing 40 billion. Before binding the system, he had merely accumulated a little over 10 billion. Thus, how could he not feel content? Jiang Nan, what do you think about that plot of land? Inquired the landlady softly. Let us bid on it as well, Jiang Nan replied confidently, smiling. Anything I desire that lies within my capabilities shall surely remain within my grasp. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? You've already spent over 11 billion, yet you still have the means to secure that welfare plot? The landlady gulped in disbelief. Just how wealthy is this young man? Wait, considering the amount he has spent, the Jiangxing Tower belongs to him, which is even more astonishing. The fact that he owns a building valued at 100 billion makes this expenditure seem trivial. The landlady suddenly recalled that the Jiangxing Tower, a significant landmark, was entirely his. In comparison, spending 11 billion doesn't sound so formidable after all. Sister Xia, money is a resource that multiplies the more it is spent. Jiang Nan remarked meaningfully. To the landlady, this was a statement reflective of his vision, indicating his ability to transform expenditures into wise investments that yield greater returns. Chapter 119, Conclusion. Securing the Welfare Institute for 7 billion. The auction continued. The fourth item, the fifth item, the sixth item. The pace was neither too slow nor too fast. An hour swiftly passed, leading to the eighth item. I believe many have gathered specifically for this. In the center of the hall, Wu Nan's voice resonated. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The eighth item is the ownership of a welfare institute located in the Old City's Northern District. The starting bid is 2 billion, with each increment no less than 10 million. Here it comes. Jiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. Since the fourth item, he hadn't made a single bid. And the reason was simple. They were all items valued in the hundreds of thousands or millions, the highest being 8 million, which held no interest for him. However, the eighth item was the very welfare institute where he had spent his childhood, instantly invigorating him. I always thought this would be the grand finale. The landlady was somewhat surprised. After a series of uninteresting items, with few bidders, it seemed they were showcasing the main event to warm up the audience. Jiang Nan recognized the situation. Both he and the capable individuals in the second-floor rooms had remained silent for a while, which contrasted sharply with the desired rhythm of the auction. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of even more significant items being presented later. After all, the bidding for the string of relics had reached a small climax. 3 billion. This time, Jiang Nan raised his bidding paddle without waiting for anyone else to speak. I'll bid 3 billion. The murmurs began again. 2 billion, 200 million. A foreign voice emerged from the second floor. Jiang Nan remained unfazed and raised his paddle again, stating calmly, 4 billion. Goodness, this is truly audacious. Everyone turned to Jiang Nan with expressions of admiration. For billion, 500 million. The bidding continued from the second floor. 5 billion. Jiang Nan immediately responded. With his declaration of 5 billion, the second floor fell into silence. 5 billion. That's about right. The location of the Welfare Institute ISNT Prime Real Estate. 5 billion is likely the upper limit. Someone murmured. Bidding any higher would entail additional development costs, which could easily require another 1 or 2 billion. 5 billion once. Wu Nan announced. 5 billion twice. 6 billion. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the second floor, belonging to Mr. Xiang from Hong Kong. Upon hearing that sound, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly displeased, yet in truth, he was overwhelmingly elated. Each time this fellow raised the bid, it could mean an influx of billions for Jiang Nan, and with a stroke of luck, it could even swell to over 10 billion. 700 million. Jiang Nan's voice resonated throughout the venue. You have won, Mr. Xiang's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. A smirk of derision formed at the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth. 700 million once. 700 million twice. 700 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. 15 for successfully bidding on the welfare institution located in the northern part of the old city. With a decisive bang, Wu Nan confirmed the deal, his face radiating a brilliant smile. Jiang Nan rose from his seat, followed by the landlady. Mr. 15, please accompany the staff to the back of the auction to sign the contract and proceed with the payment. Rest assured, the upcoming lots will be paused for auction. Wu Nan's voice rang out. No, let the auction continue as usual. I am not particularly interested in the subsequent items. Jiang Nan's heightened senses remained alert, and he discerned the next 2 items up for bid. Their value was too trivial to pique his interest. Very well, Wu Nan nodded. This way, please. A stunning woman clad in a qipao approached Jiang Nan and the landlady with a respectful demeanor, her warm smile guiding them toward the auction's backstage. Soon, the trio halted before a door. A gentle knock echoed as the qipao-clad beauty rapped lightly on the door. Please enter. A melodious voice called from within. The door creaked open, and Jiang Nan, wrapping an arm around the landlady's slender waist, stepped inside. The door was softly closed by the qipao-clad beauty outside. Jiang Nan cast a glance into the room, where a woman, whose beauty was easily rated above 90, sat poised at a desk, while 2 middle-aged men lounged on the sofa beside her. Upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, one of the men immediately rose, offering a warm smile. Hello, Mr. 15. The middle-aged man approached, extending his hand in introduction. I am Zhao Benqi, a native of Kyoto. I am Jiang Nan, he replied, shaking hands. A fine name. Zhao Benqi remarked with admiration. Jiang Nan smiled silently, directing his attention to the woman at the desk, who had yet to rise. He promptly cast a discerning glance her way. Name, Su Sherman. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Beauty, 92 points. Favorability, 1. Jiang Nan's face registered a hint of surprise upon reviewing her attributes. To be candid, this was the first woman he encountered since his charm had significantly increased, who, upon seeing him, started with a mere 1 in favorability. At that moment, the seated Su Sherman gradually stood, and upon glancing in his direction, her eyes suddenly sparkled. Jiang Nan realized that she had not truly scrutinized him earlier, hence failing to grasp his striking allure. Surely, her favorability would soon rise, wouldn't it? Seconds passed, and with a tinge of astonishment, Jiang Nan looked at her again, observing her eyes still gleaming brightly, seemingly fixated on him. Yet, it felt as if she was not entirely focused on him. Rather, it seemed, Jiang Nan's peripheral vision caught sight of the landlady beside him, and an epiphany struck. Could it be that the radiant gaze was directed at his companion, the landlady, Xia Jiqing? Greetings, madam, Su Sherman spoke. Stepping forward from behind her desk, elegantly attired in a professional ensemble complemented by black stockings and heels, she approached Jiang Nan and the landlady with a fiery gaze. Have we met before? In response to Su Sherman's enthusiasm, the landlady momentarily froze, then carefully scrutinized her before shaking her head. I apologize, but I have no recollection. Not a problem, Su Sherman replied with a smile, then took notice of the landlady linking arms with Jiang Nan, casting a few more glances at the striking man. A look of astonishment flickered in her eyes as she registered his handsomeness. Su Sherman's favorability 1. An increase of 1 point in favorability? How intriguing. Jiang Nan found himself captivated, his interest in her suddenly piqued. He surmised that she might be a lesbian, far more intrigued by the landlady than by him. Nevertheless, the fact that her favorability had risen even slightly indicated the extraordinary impact of his charm on women. Hello, sir. I am Su Sherman, the behind-the-scenes administrator of this auction. Su Sherman extended her hand. Jiang Nan, he replied, shaking her hand. A gentle knock interrupted their exchange, and Sharpen instructed, "Please enter." The door swung open, revealing a bespectacled young man carrying a file. "Director Su, here are the contract documents for the welfare institution in the northern section of the Old City." The young man hurried to Sharpen's side, presenting the folder with both hands. "Good." Sharpen nodded, gesturing for him to leave. "You may go." "Understood." The young man turned and swiftly exited, closing the door behind him. "Mr. Jiang, you have successfully acquired the welfare institution in the northern part of the Old City for 700 million. This document signifies your ownership of the land. Anything within the institution will belong to you." Sharpen returned to her desk, her voice firm. "All necessary paperwork has been prepared for you. You merely need to sign and make the payment, and the welfare institution will be yours." "Very well." Jiang Nan was not keen on wasting time. He had amassed a staggering 6.38 billion and merely required 3.62 billion to attain 100 billion in savings. This achievement was of paramount importance to him, as only upon reaching 100 billion could he aspire to extraordinary abilities. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to redeem opportunities for significant welfare tasks immediately after reaching such a milestone. When his savings hit 100 billion, any transfer he conducted would yield a fixed rebate of 10 billion in interest. A shrewd individual would never squander the chance to redeem such opportunities right after reaching 100 billion. "Mr. Zhao, I understand your eagerness to converse, but please wait until I finalize the contract," Jiang Nan said, noticing Zhao Benqi's hesitance, and flashed a smile. "Of course, please take your time." Zhao Benqi's eyes lit up. He sensed a genuine opportunity to secure that coveted string of relics from this young gentleman. Jiang Nan approached the desk, retrieving the file Sharpen had pushed toward him, and began to scan its contents. "Rest assured, everything is in order. Simply sign and proceed with payment," the system chimed in his mind. A short while later, having pretended to peruse the documents, Jiang Nan swiftly signed at all required locations with a pen. Upon completing his signature, he began to prepare for the next steps. As the receipt from the POS machine was printed, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, your transaction is complete. You have earned a 5-fold rebate. 3.5 billion. 5-fold rebate. 3.5 billion. This meant his current savings had soared to 9.18 billion. The achievement of reaching 100 billion was tantalizingly close. Excitement lit up Jiang Nan's face. "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang Nan. The auction for this welfare institution has been completed." Sharpen rose from her seat, her face aglow with a smile as she extended her hand. Jiang Nan exchanged a casual handshake with her, his mind preoccupied with more pressing matters than idle chatter. "This is our auction house's VIP black card. With it, you will receive the highest standard of service at any of our venues." Sharpen produced another black card. Jiang Nan turned back, accepted the card, glanced at it briefly, and tucked it into his pocket, then beamed at Zhao Benqi, who had come from Kyoto. "Mr. Zhao?" Jiang Nan called out, while pulling out a small wooden box containing a string of relics, cutting straight to the chase. "How much would you like to pay to reclaim this string of relics?" 1 billion per relic, totaling 13 billion for the entire set. "What do you think?" Zhao Benqi replied earnestly. 13 billion. The landlady's eyelids twitched at the mention of the figure, her grip on Jiang Nan's arm tightening slightly, her face betraying her astonishment. Furthermore, judging by his tone, there seemed to be room for negotiation. In other words, the relics Jiang Nan had acquired for 10 billion could yield several billion in profit upon resale. How astonishing. No wonder the wealthy only grew wealthier. However, Sharpen remained unfazed by Zhao Benqi's offer of 13 billion. They had overlooked the potential, failed to promote it adequately, and lost out to someone else's fortune. She felt no regret over that. "All right," Jiang Nan acknowledged, aware he could push for a higher offer but choosing to agree without further delay. "Thank you," Zhao Benqi exclaimed, eagerly shaking Jiang Nan's hand. "Mr. Jiang, let's add each other on WeChat. Please send me your account details, and I will transfer the 13 billion directly to you." Ding. They both scanned each other's QR codes to add each other on WeChat. Jiang Nan wasted no time in sending his account information. Zhao Benqi quickly copied the account number and made a call. "I've sent you an account. Please transfer 13 billion to this one." The moment the call connected, Zhao Benqi's authoritative aura became palpable, leaving no room for dispute. After hanging up, his demeanor softened, and looking at Jiang Nan, he said warmly, "Though you are of a similar age to my daughter, may I call you brother without offense?" "Of course, brother," Jiang Nan replied, recognizing that Zhao Benqi was no ordinary individual. And he nodded with a smile. "Whenever you're in Kyoto, I will be sure to treat you well. And you too, sister-in-law, feel free to visit Kyoto anytime. I will gladly show you around," Zhao Benqi declared, thumping his chest emphatically. At that moment, Jiang Nan's phone chimed with a text notification. As he checked it, a system alert echoed in his mind. Chapter 121. This is no small task. The rewards are exceedingly generous. Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 100 billion. In light of your proactive spending, a small welfare task has been issued. Possess 3, beautiful confidence with a beauty score of 98, affection level above 90. Task rewards: the Shunwang residence in Kyoto, 5 lottery chances, and the ability to read minds. As Jiang Nan retrieved his phone from his pocket and saw his account balance rise to 10.48 billion, a peculiar expression spread across his face. The first 2 rewards seemed perfectly reasonable, but what was the meaning of the mind-reading ability? With his charm, did he really need such a skill? Nevertheless, he found himself excited at the prospect. The ability to read minds, when combined with insight, would place him in an invincible position within social dynamics. In other words, no one would have any secrets before him. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nan felt a slight thrill. His luck seemed truly extraordinary. This was merely a small welfare task's reward, yet it was so generous. What would the rewards for a major task entail? Overall, the bountiful rewards of this small welfare task, whether the first 2 or the third, undoubtedly surpassed previous tasks. Brother Jiang Nan, I have a flight back to Kyoto shortly, so I won't be able to share a drink with you today. But next time I'm in Kyoto, I will certainly host you. Zhao Benqi's voice brought Jiang Nan back to reality. Opportunities abound. It's no concern if it doesn't happen today or tomorrow, Jiang Nan replied with a smile and a nod. The group, consisting of Jiang Nan, the landlady, Zhao Benqi, and the middle-aged man accompanying him, exited the room, with Sharpen trailing behind. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the landlady. Excuse me, may I add you on WeChat? Just as Jiang Nan was about to leave with the landlady, Sharpen hurriedly caught up, pulling out her phone with hopeful anticipation. Sure, the landlady nodded without much thought. Adding Sharpen. In her mind, she suspected that the attractive auction house manager had some interest in her man, but had opted to approach her instead, thinking it a clever way to connect. Little did she realize Sharpen's intentions were directed solely at her. Before departing, Jiang Nan cast a lingering glance at the excited Sharpen, unable to suppress a chuckle. If you wish to steal my wall, you should be wary of whether I can turn you straight. Sharpen was intrigued by the landlady, and Jiang Nan too held a peculiar fascination with such dynamics. He wished to test if his charm was indeed potent enough to influence someone who seemed atypical. Riding the elevator with Zhao Benqi, the group engaged in light-hearted banter until they arrived at the basement level. Mr. Zhao, your car is this way, please. Upon exiting the elevator into the underground garage, the middle-aged man beside Zhao Benqi respectfully guided him to the left. Brother Jiang Nan, remember to contact me when you come to Kyoto, Zhao Benqi earnestly reminded before leaving. Understood, Jiang Nan signaled an okay gesture, then turned right with the landlady. Jiang Nan, you truly opened my eyes today. The landlady gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling with infatuation as she leaned closer, whispering sweetly in his ear. Hearing her increasingly soft whispers, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. He had initially planned to visit the welfare institution, but with such tantalizing words, his thoughts shifted entirely. More than half an hour later, in the underground garage of the Nantiange villa, a Bugatti Divo came to a smooth stop, yet Jiang Nan and the landlady had yet to descend. Around 5 o'clock, in the villa's master bedroom, Jiang Nan emerged from the bathroom, a gentle smile gracing his face. He approached and kissed the landlady's forehead tenderly. At that moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Jiang Nan, the landlady, beamed with happiness. Are you going to take a nap? I was planning to step out for a bit. Jiang Nan gently brushed aside the silver bangs of the landlady, murmuring, I shall take a brief rest. I just sent a message to Su Yun, and she mentioned that she would bring 2 little girls over shortly. The landlady, lifting her elegant finger, lightly tapped Jiang Nan's brow and whispered, Su Yun harbors a certain insecurity within her heart. The more outstanding you are, the more she feels unworthy of you. You should show her a bit more care. Summer sister, I understand, Jiang Nan nodded. He perceived Su Yun's nature at a glance, unambitious and content to quietly accompany him without demanding too much. Such a woman is rare indeed, and he would never forget that Su Yun is his first confidant. No matter what, Jiang Nan was determined to be attentive to her feelings. Though he was indeed sentimental, he did not consider himself overly so, nor could he ever be a scoundrel. In due time, I will check for suitable estates in Jiangcheng. If nothing fits, we might relocate to Nansheng. I possess a villa there that rivals a small estate. Jiang Nan said softly, let us hold off for now. It would be too abrupt. I'm concerned the girls there may not be prepared, the landlady replied, immediately grasping Jiang Nan's intentions, but quickly realizing the crux of the matter. She suggested, how about you find a moment to meet first, and see if we can coexist comfortably before moving? All right, I will heed your advice, Jiang Nan nodded. He certainly would not divulge to the landlady that he had acquired the title of a fated protagonist, with passive buffs that were simply extraordinary. Contemplating, he realized he already had 5 confidants by his side. If he were to include Lung Bingyue and Xiu Ruiyue, he might soon achieve the illustrious 7 stars shining feat. But for now, he would focus on completing the 5 blessings arriving achievement first. A subtle smile graced Jiang Nan's lips as he found himself looking forward to that day. Chapter 122. The director of the orphanage calls. Jiang Nan's complete surrender. Before leaving the master bedroom, Jiang Nan planted a kiss on the landlady's forehead. Meanwhile, in the underground garage, he slid into his Bugatti Divo. As the engine hummed to life, his phone buzzed from his pocket. Glancing at the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number from Jiangqing. After a moment of contemplation, he answered the call while silently assigning a task to the system. Mr. System, with your vast capabilities, could you automatically intercept any incoming scam calls from unfamiliar numbers in the future? Understood, host. The system replied promptly. Satisfied, Jiang Nan nodded and began driving, steering with one hand. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Nan? A soft, melodious voice inquired. Instantly, an image of a delicate girl in a flowing white dress, resembling a moonlit silhouette, filled his mind. Yes, this is I, Jiang Nan responded. I am Zhu Yun, the director of the Qianqing Welfare Institute, the gentle voice continued. The Qianqing Welfare Institute? Jiang Nan initially failed to connect the dots until realization struck. This was the very institute where he spent his childhood, which he had recently acquired for 700 million. Indeed. May I ask when you might be available for a meal? Zhu Yun inquired softly. What is the matter? Jiang Nan was always free, but he was curious about her intentions. It's just that. I implore you not to demolish the Qianqing Welfare Institute. Zhu Yun's voice faltered, a hint of rasp betraying her emotion. As long as you do not raze it to the ground, allowing it to continue existing, you would be my savior. Is that all? Jiang Nan chuckled, shaking his head. He had no particular interest in demolishing the institute or making any investments, unless it was the very place from his childhood. Zhu Yun's voice, however, sounded so vulnerable that he couldn't resist teasing her, saying, You wish for me not to demolish it. You call me your savior. What reward might you offer in return for my promise? Zhu Yun stammered, at a loss for words. Her timid tone, coupled with a hint of fear, made Jiang Nan suppress a laugh. Are you at the Welfare Institute? He asked, his eyes glimmering with the thought of revisiting the place. After all, the adage goes, one should not forget their roots. He had spent his formative years there. It was, in a true sense, his home. Though he might not recognize the current inhabitants, it still held significance for him. I am here, Mr. Jiang Nan, Zhu Yun replied softly. All right, I shall come visit the Welfare Institute now, Jiang Nan declared, ending the call. Just as he was about to set his phone aside, a WeChat message arrived. Jiang Nan go, are you free this afternoon? I would like to invite you for dinner. It read, sent by Jiang Yan. Upon reading her message, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. It seemed she could no longer contain her feelings. Jiang Yan held a considerable level of affection for him, a solid 50 points. As a quintessential wealthy and handsome man, Jiang Nan's charm was undeniable, even to someone who claimed not to be materialistic. I'm unavailable this afternoon, but I am free tonight, Jiang Nan replied via voice message, then set his phone aside, focusing on driving. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory, a slightly anxious Jiang Yan slowly opened the voice message from Jiang Nan. I'm unavailable this afternoon, but I am free tonight. Hearing those words, she exhaled in relief, her earlier tension transforming into determination. As long as he replies, I still have a chance, she murmured to herself. Jiang Yan, you can do this. After a moment of self-encouragement, she took a deep breath, donned a smile, cleared her throat, and pressed record to send another voice message. Jiang Nan go, would you be free to join me for a late-night snack tonight? Upon finishing her first attempt, she furrowed her brow, feeling it lacked enthusiasm and missed the point. She cleared her throat again, presenting a sweeter smile as she recorded once more. Jiang Nan go, I know of a place that serves spicy crayfish. How about you come pick me up tonight so we can try it together? With summer approaching, let us enjoy the season early. Just then, she canceled the recording again, her brow furrowing deeper as she pondered her approach. Finally, biting her lip, she recorded once more. Jiang Nan go, I have no classes tomorrow. Let us go eat spicy crayfish and perhaps enjoy some cold beer together. At that moment, Jiang Nan had arrived at the entrance of the Qianqing Welfare Institute. As he stepped out of the car, he listened to Jiang Yan's voice message, a smile spreading across his face. Her words were almost brazenly clear. No classes tomorrow, spicy crayfish, and most importantly, cold beer. Perfect. Jiang Nan succinctly responded with a single character before turning his attention elsewhere. As he gazed ahead, He was taken aback by the preparations made by the Chuanxing Welfare Institute in just half an hour. At the entrance hung a banner proclaiming a warm welcome to Mr. Jiang Nan, held aloft by two slender, dark-haired boys. Flanking them were 8 little girls, each around 5 to 8 years old, sporting twin braids and clutching 2 small red flowers, their faces radiant with joy and enthusiasm. As Jiang Nan walked, one of the braided girls, dressed in a white gown and devoid of makeup, suddenly focused her gaze on him, exclaiming, "It must be Mr. Jiang Nan. Children, let us welcome Mr. Jiang Nan." Her excitement was palpable as she hurried towards him. The entrance erupted with fervent applause and cheers. Hearing the enthusiastic welcoming, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile and notice the girl in the white dress approaching him. Her twin braids framed her face, and her genuine, innocent smile, complemented by her attire, made her the embodiment of a youthful moonlight. Jiang Nan was accustomed to the beauty surrounding him. The women in his life were each remarkable in their own right, with exceptional beauty, figure, and grace. Presently, Ning Rushuang had garnered a stunning score of 98, surpassing Ming Qingxiu by 2 points. Thus, to capture Jiang Nan's attention at first glance, a woman's beauty must indeed be extraordinary. Name: Zhu Yun. Age: 21. Height: 167 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Beauty score: 96. Affection points: Zhu Yun, a beauty on par with Meng Qingxiu, boasted an impressive initial beauty score of 96. "Hello, are you Mr. Jiang Nan?" she inquired, her innocent smile shining brightly as she extended her hand in a warm greeting. "I am Zhu Yun, the director of Chuanxing Welfare Institute, and I welcome you." "Indeed," Jiang Nan nodded, briefly shaking her hand. "Please," she gestured, allowing him to proceed first. Demonstrating utmost respect, Jiang Nan accepted graciously, yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on her. She appeared remarkably youthful, not just in skin and features, but in the very essence of her demeanor. At just 21, she had assumed the role of director, a fact that surprised Jiang Nan. "Children, please quiet down." Zhu Yun clapped her hands, prompting the eager children to halt their exuberant cheers. The little girls gazed at Jiang Nan with wide eyes, captivated by his striking appearance, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "These are the children of our welfare institute. They are all incredibly adorable, aren't they?" Zhu Yun remarked, trailing half a step behind Jiang Nan, her voice gentle. "Indeed," Jiang Nan affirmed with a nod. Having grown up in a similar environment, he recognized their innocence, untouched by the harshness of society. The children, both boys and girls, exuded pure charm. As they entered the Welfare Institute, Jiang Nan paused momentarily at the entrance. "Mr. Jiang Nan, is something the matter?" Zhu Yun inquired, halting alongside him. "I recall there was once a statue of Confucius here, wasn't there?" Jiang Nan pointed towards a nearby fountain in surprise. "Have you visited Chuanxing Welfare Institute before?" Zhu Yun asked, astonished. "Yes, a few years ago. But it was relocated for certain reasons," she replied hastily. Jiang Nan shook his head and continued walking, his gaze wandering. He noticed a ping-pong table and some exercise equipment on a small playground to his right, the scene slowly merging with his childhood memories. "This welfare institute has certainly aged," he mused softly. "Indeed, it has seen better days," Zhu Yun acknowledged. "But Mr. Jiang Nan, we place great emphasis on the children's nutrition and education. In my view, the children in the Welfare Institute deserve an upbringing akin to those from families outside." Zhu Yun stepped closer, her tone serious. "Mr. Jiang Nan, from your words, it seems you have visited our Chuanxing Welfare Institute before. I remember the former director was not you, was it?" Jiang Nan stopped, turning to face Zhu Yun, countering her question. "The previous director was my grandmother. Do you know her?" Zhu Yun regarded Jiang Nan with curiosity, wondering how this seemingly youthful man could know her grandmother. "Yes, she held me when I was a child," Jiang Nan replied, taking a deep breath and smiling. "Is she retired?" "She passed away 3 years ago." Zhu Yun's expression turned somber. "I am sorry," Jiang Nan said with a wry smile. "It is all right. At least she did not suffer in pain before her passing. However, her only wish was for this welfare institute to be filled with children, yet she also hoped there would be none." Zhu Yun spoke softly. Her words held a contradictory sentiment, yet Jiang Nan grasped their deeper meaning. He nodded and made his way towards the main building of the institute, with Zhu Yun trailing behind, followed quietly by a dozen children. Upon entering the main building, Jiang Nan proceeded to the staff photo area on the first floor. "Is there only one staff member at this entire welfare institute?" he asked, noticing only a single photo of Zhu Yun. "Goodness, this welfare institute spans approximately 26 acres. And yet there is only you?" Jiang Nan expressed his astonishment. "Currently, there are not many children, so I manage well alone," Zhu Yun replied quietly, glancing at the group of children at the entrance. Jiang Nan's mouth slightly parted in disbelief, his expression one of shock. This hardly qualifies as a welfare institute. It resembles more of a simple charity organization. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his gaze to the wall adorned with photographs and began to walk. Our Chiwinching Welfare Institute was once quite remarkable, having received several awards for being the best welfare institution in the city, Zhu Yan noted, pointing to one photograph. However, for reasons unknown, it began to decline slowly 10 years ago. Jiang Nan glanced at the photo depicting an elderly woman shaking hands with a middle-aged man. The elderly woman was unmistakably the former director of Chiwinching Welfare Institute, while the man appeared to be the former district head of the old town from several years ago. He did not linger on the photographs, but continued searching until he fixed his gaze on one in particular. It featured a chubby little boy with a runny nose, one hand tucked in his pocket while the former director held the other with a loving expression. Director Zhu, you mentioned that the Chiwinching Welfare Institute started to decline 10 years ago. Was it due to a lack of funding? Jiang Nan inquired softly after studying the photograph intently. He had just graduated from elementary school. The Star Welfare Institute had begun its gradual decline a decade ago. Could it be that his departure was the reason for the increasing inability to meet expenses? Chapter 124. Darling, a good news and a bad news. I have never paid attention to this. My grandmother never mentioned it to me either. Zhu Yan shook her head, seemingly recalling something. She took a deep breath and murmured, by the way, your name, sir, sounds somewhat familiar. Familiar? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Yes. Zhu Yan nodded, her eyes now fixed on the chubby little boy in the photograph, softly saying, I saw this photo when I was sorting through my grandmother's belongings a couple of years ago. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan turned his attention back to the picture. There was no doubt that the boy in the photograph was indeed Jiang Nan as a child. Upon reflection, it seemed that everything had a traceable origin. It appeared that the system had altered reality, but surely it could not have begun its changes from childhood. The system may have been acquired only recently, yet his lineage was likely predestined. This implied that even without the system, he was still a scion of a wealthy family. With this thought, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. He had wished for 5 years, hoping that the hardships of the past 22 years were merely trials bestowed upon him by his long-lost billionaire father. If this were to be realized, Jiang Nan's emotions became somewhat complicated. How much funding does the Star Welfare Institute require to operate as it once did? Jiang Nan asked Zhu Yan, his gaze calm. Do you mean? Zhu Yan's face lit up with surprise. The boy in this photo is me. The old director treated me well in my childhood, and this visit can be seen as repaying that kindness. Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, I will not demolish this land. You may continue your work at this Children's Welfare Institute. Initially, I will donate 1 million each month to the institute. Should you require more, feel free to let me know. Having made the decision, Jiang Nan would not be stingy. 1 million per month amounted to 12 million a year. Do not assume that Jiang Nan lacked finances simply because he was donating this sum. His wealth was indeed substantial, yet it did not imply that he was obliged to give without limits. Furthermore, once the Welfare Institute was operational, he would cease further donations. Mr. Jiang Nan, on behalf of all the children at the Star Welfare Institute, I thank you for your immense kindness. Zhu Yan was moved to tears upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, bowing deeply to him. Initially, she had only hoped to preserve the institute, never expecting not only to succeed but also to receive Jiang Nan's willingness to donate. How could this not bring her joy? Zhu Yan's favorability 20. The system's prompt resonated in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his gaze to flicker. Indeed, Zhu Yan possessed great beauty and an exceptional demeanor, exuding a unique charm reminiscent of a refined lady from a scholarly family. Thus, to assert that Jiang Nan was indifferent to such a beautiful woman would be disingenuous. What is your WeChat ID? Jiang Nan asked as he took out his phone. Let me scan you. Zhu Yan promptly retrieved her phone and added Jiang Nan as a friend. I want to look at it now. Please provide me with the Welfare Institute's account details shortly. And I will transfer 1 million right away, Jiang Nan said as he walked toward the main entrance. All right, Mr. Jiang Nan. Zhu Yan wiped her tears and nodded earnestly in response. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Nan glanced at the eager children watching him, smiling at them. Although these children faced hardships, at least they were not ill or disabled, making them fortunate in some respect. Thank you, Brother Jiang Nan. Several girls, around 7 or 8 years old, approached him, offering small red flowers. No need to thank me. Jiang Nan accepted the flowers and then handed them back to the girls, saying, I have some matters to attend to and must leave for now. Please take good care of the Welfare Institute. We will. Goodbye, Brother Jiang Nan. We will surely take good care of the institute. Can you come often to see us? As many came, so many would depart. I will transfer the funds shortly. If you require assistance, just let me know. In the car, Jiang Nan declined Zhu Yan's invitation to dinner. smiling gently at her before driving away. Watching the Bugatti Divo gradually disappear from sight, Zhu Yun could not help but smile, softly murmuring to herself, "Grandmother, our Star Welfare Institute is saved." A few minutes later, inside the Bugatti Divo, Jiang Nan copied and pasted an account number on his phone, then transferred 1 million into the account. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang Nan. Your donation has been received. Rest assured, I will ensure every penny is utilized wisely, and not a cent will be wasted." Zhu Yun replied. "Good luck," Jiang Nan casually responded. Noticing her reply, "I will definitely." He then exited the chat with her. Just as he closed the conversation with Zhu Yun, a video call from Meng Qingqiu came through. Darling, as soon as the video call connected, Meng Qingqiu's vibrant smile appeared on screen. "Oh, are you driving, darling?" Upon noticing Jiang Nan in the car, she quickly added, "Then focus on driving. You can call me back when you're free. We can talk later." "It's fine. I'm driving slowly." Jiang Nan glanced outside. He was not yet in the city, merely on a quiet back road, so slowing down was not an issue. "All right, just be careful while driving, darling." "Hee, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" In the video frame, Meng Qingqiu leaned closer, grinning at Jiang Nan. He glanced at the road ahead, and then casually looked at her on screen. Today, she wore no makeup, not even lipstick, yet her cherry lips retained a rosy allure. This close-up, devoid of any beauty filters, revealed her natural beauty. Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel that Meng Qingqiu, with her innate charm, seemed even more captivating. Why do I feel like both pieces of news are good? Seeing Meng Qingqiu's sweet smile, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile back. Chapter 125. Those Who Understand Me. Darling, those who understand me. Darling, in the video, Meng Qingqiu laughed joyfully. "All right, I want to keep you in suspense. I bought a house in the magical city with my little savings, and my family has agreed to let me move out." This truly was good news. When he visited the magical city soon, it would be their sweet little home. Jiang Nan understood that while the house itself was insignificant, the more important aspect was that Meng Qingqiu had received her family's approval to live independently, even outside of school hours. "What's the other piece of news?" Jiang Nan inquired. "Well, cough cough." Meng Qingqiu lightly coughed twice, lowering her voice a little. "Yao Yao wants to live with me. Otherwise, my family won't agree to me moving out." Hearing this, Jiang Nan was taken aback, then quickly reacted, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "How is that bad news? Shouldn't it be good news?" After saying this, Jiang Nan immediately regained his composure. At this moment, the oppressive gaze from Meng Qingqiu immediately enveloped him, causing him to awkwardly cough twice and hastily clarify, "What I mean is, when I'm not in the Magic City, won't she be there to accompany you?" "Indeed, that is true, but, you know, my relationship with Darling, it's just odd." Meng Qingqiu's delicate face instantly flushed crimson, and she quickly shifted the topic, focusing on Jiang Nan through the lens. "Darling, when are you coming to the Magic City? I miss you so much. It feels like I've been away from you for 2 centuries despite just leaving for 2 days." "In a few days," Jiang Nan replied thoughtfully, observing her current expression. "I have some matters to attend to, but I will make time to visit the Magic City. The end of the month is approaching. Won't you be busy?" "Well, although there are exams at the end of the month, it's not a big deal." "Who am I?" "I am Meng Qingqiu. A small exam at the end of the month is nothing." Meng Qingqiu was eager for Jiang Nan to arrive the next day. If he delayed until the end of the month or the beginning of the next, it would be unbearable for her. "All right, I will arrange my schedule in a few days to visit the Magic City for a few days," Jiang Nan confirmed the plan. After a brief conversation, Meng Qingqiu went to the school cafeteria with her best friend, Yao Yao, while Jiang Nan gradually navigated into the city, where traffic was quite heavy. With only a few minutes until 6 o'clock, the rush hour combined with dinner time made the roads exceedingly congested. Jiang Yan was in the university town, and so was Lin Man. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered as he seized a moment with a 99-second red light and dialed Lin Man's number. "Brother Jiang Nan." As soon as the call connected, Lin Man's delighted voice rang out. "Have you had dinner yet?" He couldn't help but appreciate the emotional value she provided. Her tone was utterly satisfying. "Not yet. Are you ready for me to pick you up?" Lin Man instantly understood his intention. Just having sat down at the school cafeteria, she sprang to her feet, her excitement evident as she dashed out, drawing curious glances from those around her. "Get ready. I'm on my way to your school," Jiang Nan said. "Okay." The call ended, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Lin Man was the first girl he had interacted with after acquiring the system, and her unwavering attitude made her feel like a devoted admirer, given her accommodating personality. If he had to choose between Jiang Yan and Lin Man, he would undoubtedly prefer the latter, as her warmth was far more endearing than Jiang Yan's somewhat aloof demeanor. 40 minutes later, nightfall approached. A stunning blue and gold luxury car slowly came to a halt at the entrance of a university. Jiang Nan picked up his phone to message Lin Man, only to realize it was already past 6:10. If it hadn't been for the traffic, the 20-minute drive would have sufficed. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the passenger door was gently knocked upon. Jiang Nan looked over, rolled down the window, and saw Lin Man dressed in a white blouse adorned with a small blue bow at the collar, her hair styled in twin ponytails. With a sweet smile, she bent slightly to wave at Jiang Nan, her voice melodic. Hello, handsome brother, can I add you on WeChat? Hurry up and get in. We don't want a crowd gathering. Noticing nearby gold diggers eyeing his car, Jiang Nan waved Lin Man over. Sure. Lin Man quickly climbed into the car, her first experience in a vehicle worth 200 million. After closing the door, she excitedly examined the interior decor, her face glowing with delight. While Lin Man admired the car's interior, Jiang Nan scrutinized her outfit. She wore a light blue pleated skirt, and as she sat in the passenger seat, the hem of her skirt slightly lifted, revealing her fair legs. Below, she sported black knee-high socks over white ones, finished with brown leather shoes. The combination of black and white socks paired with the shoes was simply impeccable. Jiang Nan could only conclude that Lin Man's JK outfit was the result of careful consideration. At least in his eyes, each ensemble she wore resonated perfectly with his sense of style, especially today's black and white sock combination, which was visually striking. Brother, someone's coming, we should hurry, Lin Man suddenly exclaimed. Virum. Jiang Nan immediately reacted, starting the engine. The roar of the car echoed, attracting even more attention but also deterring many gold diggers wishing to approach. As the car sped away, Lin Man giggled. Brother, I saw your last video on the school forum. That scene was just too exaggerated. Really? Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. This world was undeniably insane, especially with his looks combined with the luxury car. It was no exaggeration to say that for gold diggers, he was a force to be reckoned with. Not just on the school forum, but also on Douyin. He had noticed a video that had recently gained immense popularity, garnering over 1 million likes. Lin Man pulled out her phone from her small bag, displaying the short video on the screen. Wow, so handsome, just too handsome. Handsome brother, can I add you on WeChat? I'm still innocent. I've never even held hands with a boy, let alone kissed. Can I have a taste of that experience? It was utterly wild. Jiang Nan, who had lived through that very moment, couldn't help but smile wryly upon seeing the video again. Brother, look at this comment. It had me in stitches. Lin Man paused the video and opened the comments section, reading aloud. The top comment says, don't doubt it. This is your long-distance girlfriend in the making. Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle, as it reminded him of Meng Qingqiu. Comparing people truly was futile. The more one compared, the more the depth of Meng Qingqiu's character shone through. Brother, someone is trying to uncover your identity. They want to see your true self. To be surrounded by so many girls, it must be not just the Pagani, but also your extraordinary looks. Lin Man continued scrolling through the comments. And within a short time, the video had surpassed 120,000 likes and was climbing the trending charts. Lin Man's eyes widened in astonishment at the numbers. Let them uncover it slowly, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. In this day and age, whatever could be uncovered was merely superficial. Could they truly unravel the depths of his system? People often say that reality resembles a colossal web fiction site, but in truth, who genuinely believes that an extraordinary individual possesses a system? My goodness, brother. This video has caught the official's attention. When I exited and re-entered, I found that the likes had skyrocketed to an astonishing 1.5 million. And it's even surged into the top 5 trending topics of the day. If you were to step forward now, given your looks, gaining 1 million followers would not be mere fantasy. Lin Man's voice suddenly rose in pitch, her small face radiating excitement. Ha, don't. If it comes out, it would truly spell disaster for you, Sister Xia and Sister Yun. As for this wave of popularity, Jiang Nan had no intention of indulging in it. Bound to his system, he preferred to steadily accumulate wealth and enhance his abilities, while nurturing his romantic interests. Why would he want to be a public figure, constantly scrutinized by countless eyes? It was unnecessary. System, with you around, it surely won't come back to me, right? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he conversed with the system internally. Rest assured, host. The system replied, no one can uncover your true identity. Satisfied with the system's assurance, Jiang Nan nodded. There was no need for him to delve into how the system would conceal his identity. As a competent host, he held absolute trust in its capabilities. Indeed, hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man smacked her forehead, her previously ecstatic expression shifting to one of concern. She whispered, I think you shouldn't come to pick me up at the school gate next time. Otherwise, if you really attract attention, your reputation could be ruined. Not a chance. Jiang Nan chuckled, shaking his head. What type of system was he bound to? An unrestricted life system. If there was any bitterness in his life post-binding, it would merely stem from the bitter coffee he drank. Thus, he was genuinely unconcerned. Seeing Jiang Nan's confidence, Lin Man recalled just how wealthy her brother was. Their circumstances were worlds apart. Her worries seemed quite unnecessary. What do you want to eat? Jiang Nan inquired, steering the car with one hand. Whatever you want, brother. I will have two. The girl's shyness was perfectly timed. At that moment, Lin Man's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, her lips pressed together. If one could see her gaze, they would undoubtedly notice the enchanting mist beginning to cloud her beautiful big eyes. Upon hearing Lin Man's words, Jiang Nan glanced at the time, 6:20 p.m., and after a moment's contemplation, was about to suggest another round of hot pot when Lin Man quietly proposed, Brother, if you don't have a better option, perhaps I could take you to another old hot pot place down the alley? Ah, you truly understand me, man. Jiang Nan laughed. Before acquiring the system, he had been an utterly ordinary individual, and if forced to choose a high-end restaurant, he would simply shake his head. He was indeed a nouveau riche, yet he lacked the ostentatious demeanor associated with it. Though he could adapt to such environments, he genuinely preferred a humble bowl of fried rice from a roadside vendor. After all, individuals of substance could enjoy street food without anyone looking down on them. And whether Jiang Nan appeared to possess such substance seemed irrelevant in the presence of his 200 million yuan Bugatti Divo parked beside him. Furthermore, who could dictate what he wished to eat? A few minutes later, in a parking spot near a food street, Jiang Nan and Lin Man exited the car. The Bugatti Divo drew considerable attention. The moment Jiang Nan stepped out, a multitude of gazes swept toward him, triggering his heightened senses. Wow, the car is cool. The guy is handsome, and the girl is beautiful. This template is truly unbeatable. As the saying goes, life's turning point is akin to amniotic fluid. And this adage rings true. Some are born into luxury, while others struggle their entire lives in mediocrity. This is the essence of profound wisdom. With murmurs of admiration reaching Jiang Nan's ears, he couldn't help but smile, then disabled his heightened senses. Wrapping an arm around the approaching Lin Man as they strolled toward the nearby food street amidst envious gazes. Upon entering the bustling food street, Lin Man's eyes lit up as she tugged at Jiang Nan's arm, exclaiming excitedly, Candied Hawthorne. Jiang Nan paused, suddenly struck by the thought that he had never properly accompanied any of the women in his life for a leisurely stroll, savoring the genuine essence of romance. Especially Meng Qingxiu, who had come from the Magic City. Their 2 days together had revolved entirely around him, yet they had never truly enjoyed intimate moments alone. Brother, I want to eat Candied Hawthorne. Lin Man's sweet voice snapped Jiang Nan back to reality. Meeting her sparkling, expectant eyes made him smile, and he nodded, suggesting, how about today we skip the hot pot and see what delightful snacks this food street has to offer? At that moment, Jiang Nan felt his romantic experience deepening significantly. 2 skewers of Candied Hawthorne in hand, Lin Man held one in each hand. Her cheeks puffed out adorably as she squinted with joy and offered Jiang Nan the skewer in her left hand. Brother, try this. Jiang Nan leaned in and took a bite of the Candied Hawthorne, noticing her cheeks were stuffed and a bit of sugar syrup clung to her lips, prompting a chuckle. What's wrong? Lin Man mumbled through her mouthful. Jiang Nan remained silent, merely extending a finger toward the corner of her mouth. However, Lin Man misinterpreted his gesture, swallowing the chewed Candied Hawthorne and, with eyes narrowed in delight, playfully placed Jiang Nan's finger in her mouth. Jiang Nan was taken aback, then met her gaze. Hee, this is far sweeter than Candied Hawthorne. Lin Man quickly released his finger and, sticking out her tongue, licked the syrup from her lips before bouncing off toward a snack stall, joyfully calling out, Brother Jiang Nan, there's grilled tofu. That girl. Jiang Nan chuckled, watching Lin Man's jubilant figure. Thus, Jiang Nan and Lin Man began to wander the food street like a pair of love-struck youngsters. An hour passed swiftly. Brother, it seems like more and more people are gathering, and your looks are attracting quite the crowd of girls. At that moment, in the middle area of the food street, Lin Man clung to Jiang Nan's arm, observing as girls occasionally approached with their phones to take candid shots or record videos, feeling concerned that it might end up online. After all, this generation of internet users could uncover anything, except for finding a girlfriend. Don't worry, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly with a smile. Just then, a stylishly dressed man approached, greeting them while handing Jiang Nan a business card. His gaze fixated on Jiang Nan, completely disregarding the equally stunning Lin Man beside him. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, I'm a talent scout, and your looks, physique, and presence are truly impressive. Would you be interested in becoming a star? Thank you, I'll consider it. Jiang Nan accepted the business card, yet without even a glance. He simply tucked it away into his pocket, nodding with a smile. Observing Jiang Nan's demeanor, the talent scout let out a silent sigh. He was acutely aware that he had been gently rebuffed. If Jiang Nan had indeed harbored any interest, he likely would have begun asking questions by now. "I shall not intrude upon the two of you any longer," the scout remarked as he took his leave. Stealing a few more glances at both Jiang Nan and Lin Man, his eyes filled with admiration for this striking couple. "If my brother were to pursue a career in stardom, he would undoubtedly become a sensational superstar." Lin Man tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm, grinning as she added, "Moreover, I suspect that the female celebrities in the entertainment industry would be clamoring to partner with you for on-screen roles." Jiang Nan merely smiled in response, his silence affirming her words. "Would you care for a bite to eat?" he inquired softly as he surveyed their surroundings. "Yes," Lin Man replied, tightening her embrace around his arm and narrowing her eyes playfully before whispering her desire in his ear. Understanding her unspoken wish, Jiang Nan guided Lin Man out of the bustling food street. By around 8:30, they found themselves in a deserted alleyway. A Bugatti Divo slowly reversed out of the shadows. Inside the car, Lin Man's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, lending her an enchanting charm. "Shall I take you back to school?" Jiang Nan asked softly, glancing at her. "Yes, I'm so happy today, brother." Lin Man beamed with joy, relishing the experience of spending over an hour with Jiang Nan, which truly allowed her to savor the essence of a romantic relationship. "I heard from Sister Xia that you have exams coming up. Best of luck," Jiang Nan said, keeping an eye on the rearview mirror as they exited the alley. With a roar akin to a dragon's, the Bugatti Divo transformed into a streak of blue and gold lightning, vanishing in an instant. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Lin Man's school. "Moa, goodbye, brother. I'm heading back to school first." Before exiting, Lin Man planted a sweet kiss on him and skipped away towards the campus. Jiang Nan watched her depart, and moments later, she turned back, waving cheerfully before pulling out her phone to send him a voice message. "It seems you really like my outfit today, brother. Next time, may I wear something similar?" Hearing her voice, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl truly knew how to endear herself. Her perceptiveness regarding his fondness for her outfit was commendable. "All right," he replied, then exited their chat to message Jiang Yan, sending a voice note. "Send me your location, tidy yourself up, and I'll come to pick you up now." "Okay." Jiang Yan replied almost instantaneously, quickly sending her location. It was nearby, less than a 10-minute drive away. Jiang Nan glanced at the navigation and made his way slowly to Jiang Yan's school. Before long, Jiang Nan parked the Bugatti Divo at the university entrance. The moment the car appeared, numerous gazes were immediately drawn towards it. What a stunning vehicle. At the school gate, a beautiful girl clad in a Korean-style JK uniform flicked her hair over her shoulder, intrigued by the murmurs in the distance. Upon catching sight of the Bugatti Divo, Jiang Yan's face lit up in astonishment as she exclaimed, "This car is absolutely incredible." Just then, her phone vibrated twice, snapping her back to reality. Quickly, she glanced at her phone before her gaze returned to the magnificent Bugatti, excitement radiating from her face. "Wow, this Jiang Nan brother must be extremely wealthy." Jiang Yan was taken aback. Initially, she had assumed Jiang Nan drove a modest Porsche Cayenne, although he had treated her generously. She never imagined he would arrive in such a lavish sports car. My goodness, this car must cost at least several tens of millions, right? Several tens of millions? You underestimate it. Jiang Yan overheard a nearby voice. This car, the Bugatti Divo, is a globally limited edition, with only this one in existence. Valued at $2 billion. Gasping at the revelation, Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. Chapter 128. In the eyes of the world as affluent, they must refer to me as wealthy. $2 billion. The vehicle belonging to Jiang Nan was, indeed, a divine chariot worth 2 lofty goals. Jiang Yan's favorability 10. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Nan heard the system notification in his mind, eliciting a smile from him. This woman appeared to be quite the gold digger. Knock, knock, knock. Someone gently tapped on the passenger window. Jiang Nan glanced over casually, choosing to ignore it. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside persisted, lightly tapping again. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Nan was about to lower the window when he heard, "Miss, you're blocking my entry." Outside, Jiang Yan chuckled as she lightly tapped on the window. "You? Getting in?" The girl outside scrutinized Jiang Yan with an air of defiance, retorting, "Do you understand the concept of first come, first served?" After realizing her taps had gone unanswered, Jiang Yan frowned slightly, then beamed a sweet, warm smile at the girl, gently knocking on the window. "Come on in." Jiang Nan lowered the window and said coolly, "Sure." Immediately, Jiang Yan's face lit up with joy. She glanced back at the astonished girl before the passenger door swung open. With a provocative glance, she stepped inside. The door closed with a satisfying click, roaring to life. The Bugatti Divo emitted a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, and in an instant, it sped away from the university entrance. Jiang Nan, brother, your car is simply too stunning. Inside, Jiang Yan marveled at the interior decor, her exclamations of awe flowing freely. I heard that this car is worth 2 billion? 2 billion, Jiang Nan confirmed, his peripheral vision assessing Jiang Yan's outfit for the day. She wore a Korean-style JK ensemble, featuring a white blouse paired with a blue tie, complemented by a pink bodycon skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs, which were adorned with sheer black stockings. On her feet were classic black loafers. Far from the infamous online chatter about their supposed odor, Jiang Nan knew that Lin Man's shoes didn't smell. As for Jiang Yan, he couldn't say for certain. Jiang Yan's favorability 5. I can't believe you are this wealthy. Jiang Yan gazed at Jiang Nan, her mind racing with excitement. The man behind the wheel was generous with his finances, handsome, and extravagantly rich, a perfect catch. If she could become his girlfriend, why would she need to pursue a career as a streamer? She could simply enjoy a life of leisure, basking in comfort. Hearing her words, Jiang Nan merely smiled subtly. In truth, he possessed the power to assert. In the eyes of the affluent, they must refer to me as wealthy. When it came to spending, Jiang Nan would not shy away from anyone. While others' wealth diminished with each expenditure, Jiang Nan's funds only grew with every purchase. 20 minutes later, under Jiang Yan's guidance, the Bugatti Divo came to a stop outside a crayfish restaurant. It was around 9 in the evening, and the late-night crowd was still sparse, as true nightlife in Jiang City typically began around 10. Upon entering the restaurant, the striking couple immediately drew the attention of everyone inside. Are you two here for a table? A cheerful aunt approached with a brisk jog. Indeed. Jiang Yan smiled sweetly and took the initiative to guide Jiang Nan to a seat, directly inquiring, Brother Jiang Nan, you're not driving and drinking, are you? Let us just have some ice-cold cola, shall we? Beer is irrelevant. The main thing is the ice. Jiang Nan, naturally indifferent, appreciated Jiang Yan's fondness for him. Coupled with his own striking appearance, no alcoholic persuasion was necessary. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Jiang Nan suggested taking the food to a hotel, Jiang Yan would merely feign hesitation, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment before readily agreeing. Auntie, 2 cans of ice-cold cola, please. Along with 2 pounds of spicy crawfish and 2 pounds of garlic, Jiang Yan ordered skillfully. In addition to the 4 pounds of crayfish, she also added some stir-fried dishes, chicken blood, clams, and small snails. Brother Jiang Nan, do you think we need anything else? She inquired, glancing at him. That should be enough. I can't eat too much. He replied, having just enjoyed an hour of snacks with Lin Man and feeling rather unhungry. All right. Jiang Yan nodded with a bright smile. When the aunt from the restaurant brought the cola, Jiang Yan eagerly opened one and handed it to Jiang Nan, then opened her own and took a sip. Refreshing, she exclaimed, unabashedly letting out a burp afterward. While such a display might cause discomfort for others, Jiang Nan found her authenticity endearing, appreciating her lack of pretense. If she had been overly coy, he would have lost interest. Jiang Yan. A voice of surprise rang out. Hearing it, Jiang Yan turned to the entrance and saw 3 boys entering, one of whom looked at her with genuine astonishment, causing her to frown slightly. I can't believe I'd run into you here, Jiang Yan. You like this place for crawfish too? So do I. Boss, this is my friend. Put the bill on me. The boy rushed over, but upon noticing Jiang Nan seated at the same table as his goddess, his expression shifted to one of awkwardness. A man so handsome that he could make other men feel inadequate was indeed strikingly attractive. Sorry, man, I was just focused on my goddess and didn't notice you. He quickly apologized. No problem, Jiang Nan replied with a casual smile, choosing not to take offense. At his current level, engaging in petty squabbles with students would only diminish his stature. However, if this boy truly sought trouble, Jiang Nan would not shy away from defending himself. You guys enjoy your meal, he added, as the boy smiled awkwardly and rejoined his 2 companions. Wow, that guy is really handsome. I feel like his name could be used as a synonym for handsome. As the 3 boys settled in, whispers of admiration began. To be honest, the sports car parked outside is even more impressive, exclaimed one. I took several photos of it and looked it up. Can you guess the price? 200 million. That's ridiculously incredible. At Jiang Nan's table, he merely smiled slightly. Brother Jiang Nan, that boy was a pursuer from my school. I've never been in a relationship, so I'm completely innocent. Jiang Yan's voice was soft. Chapter 129. I want to have his face. It's just too stunning. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's explanation, Jiang Nan glanced at her. With her looks, she undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of campus beauties in her university. After all, she possessed a score of 92 in attractiveness. Moreover, Jiang Yan's figure and demeanor were impressive, Given the right opportunities, she could easily enter the entertainment industry as an ordinary person on a dating show. A girl like her who could remain untainted was either genuinely innocent or simply waiting for the right offer. From Jiang Nan's attitude towards him, it was clear she was not innocent. Rather, she was biding her time until she found someone more suitable. It's only natural for someone as beautiful as you to have many admirers at school, Jiang Nan remarked with a gentle smile. I'm in the same boat. I have my fair share of female admirers too. Jiang Yin understood this well. After all, a car worth 200 million attracts attention, and any woman would be tempted. Even she found it hard to resist. If she let go of this exceptionally wealthy and handsome man, she wondered if she would ever find another like Jiang Nan. Cheers. Jiang Yin clinked her can of cola with Jiang Nan's. Soon after, a few dishes arrived, including stir-fried small snails. As the plate was set before them, Jiang Yin eagerly donned gloves and used a toothpick to extract the snail meat, smiling as she offered it to Jiang Nan, saying, "Here." Jiang Nan was pleasantly surprised by her sweet gesture, especially since her previous demeanor had hinted at a certain pride. It seemed that the allure of the Bugatti Divo, worth 200 million, had shattered her perceived arrogance in an instant. Jiang Nan gazed intently at Jiang Yan. "Shaolin, look at your goddess over there," he remarked to his table. The two other boys noticed the scene and raised their eyebrows. "Hey," the boy named Shaolin turned back, a wry smile on his face as he shook his head and sighed. "I can't compete with that guy's looks. I'm serious. With a face and demeanor like his, I'm not sure I'd even consider Jiang Yan." Indeed, Jiang Yan was beautiful. Yet, in this world, there were countless attractive women. Jiang Nan's face could only be described as impeccably model-like. Is it really that exaggerated? The two boys at the table exchanged glances, intrigued. "Your words have piqued our curiosity. Is he really that handsome? You're not bisexual, are you?" "Of course not. I'm strictly heterosexual. Do you think Wu Yanzu, Peng Yuyan, and Hu Gu are handsome?" Shaolin asked. "Definitely." The two boys nodded in agreement. "What about the new generation of idols like Kuan and Li Nong?" Shaolin inquired further. "Honestly, even if they're popular, I don't find them appealing at all," the other boys replied. "Exactly. After we finish eating, you'll see for yourself. I know my place. Trying to compete would be like clowning around." Shaolin chuckled ruefully. "You truly have a clear perspective. Come on, guys. Let us take a round." The group of young men raised their glasses, clinking them together before starting to drink. The aura of a destined protagonist does not seem to carry a mocking undertone as a passive skill. Although Jiang Nan did not possess heightened sensory abilities, the small size of the restaurant allowed him to overhear the conversations at the other table. Initially, upon seeing the boy arrive, he expected some confrontation or sarcastic remarks. Yet, it appeared that for those of a more average temperament, there was an undeniable charm in the protagonist's persona. Quite intriguing. Overall, Jiang Nan was quite pleased with the title of a destined protagonist. Before long, the 4 pounds of crayfish were served. During the course of their meal, Jiang Nan found himself frequently indulged by Jiang Yan's offerings, her proximity shifting from an initial distance to an intimate closeness reminiscent of a couple. Although Jiang Nan refrained from any playful gestures in the public setting, the unique fragrance emanating from Jiang Yan occasionally wafted into his senses. "What perfume are you wearing? It's quite enchanting," he whispered softly into her ear. At his sudden closeness, Jiang Yan gulped, her cheeks flushing a delightful crimson. Jiang Yan's affection level 8. To Jiang Nan's surprise, merely leaning in close earned him an impressive increase in her fondness, leading him to notice the subtle sound of her silky black stockings brushing together beneath the table, raising his eyebrows in astonishment. Is she truly that perceptive, or is it merely her sensitivity to my presence? "I don't wear perfume," Jiang Yan replied, her tone softened and laced with a hint of flirtation. "Isn't that your natural scent?" Jiang Nan smiled, recalling a comment he had seen online about a beautifully dressed woman, where someone had mused about how delightful her fragrance must be. "Indeed, it is quite pleasant," he remarked. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yan understood the playful banter and cast him a flirtatious glance before offering a peeled shrimp tail to his lips. He stared intently at her, slightly parting his mouth. Yet, for an unknown reason, Jiang Yan's body tensed momentarily, and she withdrew her hand shyly, her face a vivid shade of red as she murmured, "Jiang Nan, you truly are a little glutton. I need to use the restroom." A few minutes passed before the sound of a payment echoed in the air. Jiang Yan returned, her eyes fixed on Jiang Nan, appearing slightly tipsy despite not having consumed any alcohol. "I've nearly finished eating, Jiang Nan. Shall we go for a stroll?" she suggested with a cheerful smile, as the meal had merely served as a pretext for their date. "All right," Jiang Nan nodded. And as he stood, Jiang Yan no longer restrained herself, linking her arm with his and leaning comfortably against him. Goodness. Just as Shaolin said, He is exceptionally handsome. Such looks are a shame not to be showcased. As Jiang Nan and Jiang Yan exited the restaurant, two men at a nearby table displayed expressions of shock. I told you, with his looks and charm, pursuing a campus beauty like Jiang Yan is a mere triviality. Even more beautiful ones would be within his grasp, Shaolin remarked, glancing back with a wry smile. Upon leaving the crayfish eatery, Jiang Nan and Jiang Yan headed straight for the curb where a Bugatti Divo awaited them. Wow! Shaolin gasped suddenly, leaping from his seat. What's wrong? His companions asked, instinctively rising and following his astonished gaze. Just then, Jiang Nan and Jiang Yan entered the luxurious vehicle. Goodness! That car! It's his! One of the men exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. Shaolin felt a cold sweat break out on his back. What if, in his earlier arrogance, he had inadvertently provoked someone of true significance? Thankfully, Jiang Yan didn't cause a scene, or he might have attracted someone truly formidable. The two men exchanged glances, taking deep breaths, their faces still displaying shock. Indeed. Thank goodness. Shaolin sighed, wiping his brow of the unexpected perspiration. Regardless of whether the car belonged to Jiang Nan, anyone capable of driving such a vehicle was undoubtedly beyond the reach of an average college student like himself. Jiang Nan, I feel a bit tired. Jiang Yan remarked as she adjusted her long, delicate legs and feigned a yawn. Shall I take you home? Jiang Nan teased, sensing her sudden burst of energy. Jiang Yan coughed lightly and quickly inquired, where shall we go next? There's a shopping district nearby. Let me take you there, Jiang Nan replied, glancing at her with a gentle smile. Sounds wonderful. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Moments later, they entered a Prada boutique, with Jiang Yan emerging shortly thereafter. Arms laden with purchases, they continued on to Dior, Hermès, and Chanel, and within an hour, Jiang Nan had spent 5 million, significantly boosting his savings to an impressive 10.5 billion. As they exited the last store, Jiang Yan's arms were devoid of luxury bags except for a small one from Balenciaga, yet her smile radiated with joy, knowing her new purchases would arrive at her school the following day. Jiang Nan, you've spoiled me, she said, leaning closer, her voice soft. I saved a few pairs of Balenciaga stockings to try on later and see what makes this luxury brand so special. Are you tired? Jiang Nan asked, wrapping his arm around her waist, appreciating her fitness. I am tired, but I don't wish to return to the dormitory, Jiang Yan confessed, her cheeks aflame. At her words, Jiang Nan's lips curled into a slight smile. Where would you prefer to go instead? Jiang Yan's affection level 5. His previous hour of shopping had raised her affection to an impressive 90 points. I want to. Jiang Yan leaned in closer, whispering something in his ear. Jiang Yan's affection level 1. Jiang Yan's affection level 1. Jiang Yan's affection level 1. 2.5 hours later, in a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Jiang Nan stood by the expansive window, gazing down at the vibrant nightlife below. As he withdrew his gaze, a smile of satisfaction graced his lips. Suddenly, his phone on the living room table vibrated, pulling him back to reality. He had accumulated 8 more chances to win a draw, an exhilarating prospect. With just 2 more draws needed, he could engage in another extraordinary lottery. Jiang Nan understood that acquiring those 2 chances would not be arduous. With Jiang Yan, if he desired, he could easily obtain them within 2 or 3 days. He quickly picked up the phone, noticing it was yet another call from Kyoto, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. The phone number was one he recognized well, belonging to the woman who had previously asked him to retrieve a package in Kyoto. Oddly, wasn't the system supposed to intercept all scam calls? Could it be that he truly had a package waiting for him in Kyoto? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered momentarily before he connected the call. Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is Zhao Wanqing, the sweet-voiced girl from our last conversation. She greeted. What package do I have in Kyoto? Jiang Nan inquired as he settled down, realizing that the call must be legitimate since it got through. He recalled that he had previously told her to handle the package as she saw fit. Why was she calling again? Package? What package? Zhao Wanqing paused at his words, then suddenly gasped. Mr. Jiang, you don't think that the land I mentioned in our last call is a package, do you? Chapter 131. The Reveal. The first heir of a billion-dollar consortium, Jiang Nan. Upon hearing her voice, it seemed he finally grasped the situation. A piece of land did not equate to a package. He had made a blunder. In this day and age, with deceit prevalent, how could he assume that what Zhao Wanqing referred to as land could be anything other than land? The homophonic terms held vastly different meanings. No one would instinctively link them. Mr. Jiang, I must clarify that I was entrusted to transfer a piece of land to you. However, since you indicated I could handle it freely, I inquired further and subsequently auctioned off your land. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath, finally comprehending the magnitude of the misunderstanding. Indeed, She had received a message stating that a piece of her land had entered an auction in Kyoto. Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. So it is true? Indeed. Zhao Wanqing replied solemnly. I need to discuss something important with you. Please, go ahead, Jiang Nan said, crossing his legs and extracting a cigarette from the box on the coffee table. He took a long drag and exhaled slowly, sensing that she was about to lay everything bare. Mr. Jiang, although you grew up in Jiang City, your roots actually lie in Kyoto. Zhao Wanqing's voice rang out. Oh. Upon hearing that his parents, whom he had never met, hailed from Kyoto, Jiang Nan's brow furrowed in surprise. He had assumed they were from Jiang City, not expecting such a considerable distance between the two places. In truth, you are not an orphan. Your parents reside in Kyoto. They brought you to Jiang City for a visit long ago, guided by a fortune teller who claimed your destiny was suited for Jiang City, which is why they left you here. Zhao Wanqing recounted calmly. A fortune teller, destiny. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that his upbringing in Jiang City had indeed shaped who he was today. However, to abandon him for 22 years was a heartless act. Did my parents ever come to Jiang City to see me during that time? He asked curiously. The old gentleman mentioned that they secretly visited you every year for the past 22 years. Zhao Wanqing replied gravely. Is that so? Jiang Nan felt a mix of emotions, his irritation dissipating somewhat. Did the fortune teller say that we couldn't meet, or that recognition could only occur on my 22nd birthday? His curiosity piqued. Had the system been monitoring him since the moment of his birth? Was everything preordained? That's indeed the case. I had previously thought your parents neglected you because they had another son, but without your father's consent, how could the old gentleman have transferred the land into your name? Zhao Wanqing continued. The old gentleman? You mean my grandfather? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. Yes, he is quite remarkable. There's a term online, internal tester. I wonder if you understand what that means. Zhao Wanqing's tone grew serious, knowing it was inappropriate to elaborate further. At this moment, Jiang Nan grasped the implication of her words. An internal tester from Kyoto? The significance was staggering. I inquired, and currently, the first heir of the Jiang family is indeed you, Mr. Jiang. Zhao Wanqing understood the shock this revelation would bring to someone who had lived in poverty for 22 years. Noticing Jiang Nan's silence, she took a deep breath and continued. The Jiang family is valued at several hundred billion. In essence, you are the first heir of a billion-dollar consortium and an esteemed family with internal tester status. Jiang Nan remained remarkably composed upon hearing this. The notion of wealth mattered little to him. He had already amassed a fortune of his own. Moreover, he owned a towering skyscraper in Jiang City, valued at no less than 100 billion. What truly intrigued him was the fact that his grandfather was an internal tester. Are you not concerned that revealing this might cause repercussions? Jiang Nan asked. Zhao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback by his calm demeanor. How could he remain so unfazed by the identity of the first heir of a billion-dollar consortium? I dare to reveal this because I have the old gentleman's permission, she replied softly. However, I am quite curious. Why do you seem so unperturbed? Why should I be shocked? Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Her laughter, so tranquil, caused Zhao Wanqing to reassess this man, who had been abandoned for 22 years. His composure was remarkable. She sensed he was no ordinary individual. Is there anything else? Jiang Nan's ears perked up as he heard the sound of a door opening from another room. And no, that's all, Zhao Wanqing stammered. Despite only conversing over the phone, she felt as if she were speaking with someone of high status, her voice softening. Once the land at the auction has been bid on, you will receive notification. I understand, Jiang Nan nodded. If there's nothing else, I shall hang up. With that, he ended the call, extinguishing his cigarette and narrowing his eyes at his phone. Just then, a pair of delicate hands wrapped around his neck, their soft touch enveloping him. Darling, after 2.5 hours of conversation, Jiang Nan had thoroughly captivated Jiang Yan, who now freely called him by an intimate term. Are you hungry? Would you like a midnight snack? Jiang Nan chuckled softly. I'm quite full. I couldn't possibly eat another bite. Jiang Yan replied weakly. Aren't you going to sleep? Of course I will sleep. Jiang Nan stood up from the sofa, taking a few steps forward before scooping Jiang Yan, clad in a light black nightgown, into his arms and swiftly making his way toward the presidential suite's bedroom. Chapter 132. Returning to Villa number 001 the following morning at 8 o'clock. Jiang Nan slowly awakened from his slumber. Why are all these women so inexperienced yet playful? He mused, recalling the previous night as he shook his head and chuckled. After a moment's contemplation, it became evident that, given his physical prowess, even a woman of considerable strength would appear somewhat feeble in his presence. Dressed and ready, Jiang Nan entered the bathroom, where he began his morning routine. As he brushed his teeth, he glanced at his phone. Ning Rujing. That's certain someone has yet to return home tonight. You'd better think of an explanation for tomorrow, Ning Rujing. Ah? You truly aren't going to reply to me. Ning Rujing, darling, why aren't you back yet? It was now 3 in the morning, as Jiang Nan noted with a start. Goodness. At that hour, he had no opportunity to check his messages. He had gone to bed early the previous night and had forgotten to inform her of his absence. He quickly sent a voice message in response. He understood that she was merely sending messages without harboring any ulterior thoughts. Jiang Nan was well aware of Ning Rujing's intelligence. Lin Man Man. Image, Lin Man Man. Image, Lin Man Man. Video. Exiting the chat with Ning Rujing, Jiang Nan opened Lin Man Man's conversation. 2 photographs showcasing distinct JK outfits caught his attention, and he admired them appreciatively. If Su Yun could be deemed a natural beauty akin to a goddess, then Lin Man Man undoubtedly deserved the title of the quintessential JK beauty. It was noteworthy that Lin Man Man's attractiveness had surged from an 88 to an impressive 92. While this score might not rival Meng Qingqiu and her peers, it was certainly commendable. Jiang Nan felt that Lin Man Man, who also scored 92, had a unique charm that set her apart from Jiang Yan. After perusing the images, Jiang Nan clicked on the video. It was a brief 15-second clip accompanied by lively dance music. As he watched, Lin Man Man joyfully performed a dance in her dorm, donning a cosplay outfit adorned with rabbit ears. Though Jiang Nan was not deeply entrenched in the anime culture, he recognized her character instantly, Mai Senpai. Dressed in a uniform paired with black stockings and petite shoes, she looked enchanting. Jiang Nanji, do you know Mai Senpai? What do you think of my cosplay? Exiting the video, a voice message soon followed. After listening, Jiang Nan nodded in appreciation before replying with a voice message. Not bad. You've captured the essence. Hee. Shall I wear this outfit when we next meet, Jiang Nanji? I'll also bring a bunny girl costume. Lin Man Man responded instantly, her cheerful tone infectious. That sounds wonderful. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up instantly. It would be impossible for him to feign disinterest in Lin Man Man's portrayal of Maya Senpai. He hadn't anticipated her bringing up such a topic. Yet it sparked his interest. Hee. I'll change back and head to class now. Jiang Nanji. Waving Mua Lin Man Man's sweet kiss over the message increased Jiang Nan's intrigue towards her. To be honest, Lin Man Man's emotional value was exceptionally high. She never required Jiang Nan to say much. A mere glance or a subtle hint would have her obediently complying. In a word, she was as docile as a little kitten. This was precisely why, despite Lin Man Man's initial score of 88, she had not been sidelined by Jiang Nan as Jiang Yan had been. Her emotional value was significant, and her initiative was commendable. After exiting the chat with Lin Man Man, Jiang Nan turned his attention to the messages from Su Yun, the landlady, and Xiao Riyue. Su Yun and the landlady had simply inquired if he would return for lunch. After some thought, he declined. He then looked at Xiao Riyue's message. Xiao Riyue, Jiang Nan, don't forget, I have a few days off soon. Teach me a few tricks. Hiki. Jiang Nan, don't worry, call me during your break. I should be free. After responding, Jiang Nan finished brushing his teeth and casually splashed water on his face before stepping out of the bathroom. As he emerged, he heard footsteps approaching from outside the bedroom. Darling, are you awake? The bedroom door creaked open, revealing Jiang Yan peering in. Upon spotting Jiang Nan, she entered with a smile, holding a cup of soy milk and a small bag filled with dumplings. Time for breakfast. All right. An hour later, as Jiang Nan left the 5-star hotel, he escorted Jiang Yan back to school before heading straight to the South District. Having bypassed the rush hour, he returned to Villa number 001 in just half an hour. In the underground garage, he alighted from his Bugatti Divo and noticed 2 additional vehicles, a BMW 7 Series and a Porsche Panamera. This caught his attention. As he exited the garage, he heard heavy breathing emanating from the gym. Curiosity piqued, he approached the door and peered inside. Inside the gym, Li Jing was dressed in yoga attire, facing the entrance. Sister Jing, I truly envy you, Jiang Nan exclaimed. In the gym, the voice of Long Bingwei reached him. Clad in her own yoga ensemble, she was not running, but rather performing stretching exercises on a mat. One particular pose required her to elevate her leg, which caught Jiang Nan's eye. Clearing his throat, he quickly averted his gaze and pushed open the gym door. Boss, good morning. As he entered, both Li Jing and Lung Bingyue greeted him enthusiastically. Yeah. Li Jing noticed that Lung Bingyue seemed momentarily dazed and gently nudged her. Oh. Lung Bingyue blinked rapidly, lowering her elevated leg. Upon making eye contact with Jiang Nan, her cheeks flushed bright red. Cold Bingyue's favorability 5. Thanks to the Starry Universe for the 5 capsules. Big Brother V587. Chapter 133. The Rich Inner Thoughts of Cold Bingyue. Good morning. Jiang Nan shifted his gaze, feeling a touch guilty. He could assure that his glance had not been intentional. As a person with quick reflexes, it had merely been a momentary lapse. Is Rujing still asleep? Jiang Nan initiated a conversation. She should be in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Li Jing replied, switching off the treadmill. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and a few droplets formed at the tip of her nose, enhancing her already exquisite features with a radiant glow. What stood out even more was how her yoga attire accentuated her stunning figure, making her all the more captivating compared to Lung Bingyue, who appeared rather ordinary in comparison. Jiang Nan's gaze lingered on Li Jing, filled with fervor. Li Jing sensed the intensity of Jiang Nan's gaze, and after her workout, she felt a slight weakness in her legs as she stepped off the treadmill. Her heart raced as she met his gaze, causing every nerve in her body to tingle with warmth. Boss, you truly are something else. Li Jing swallowed hard, her eyes gradually becoming dreamy as she gazed at Jiang Nan. His allure was irresistible, especially considering their already established relationship. She was well aware of his charm. Consequently, her mind began to wander back to yesterday. I'll head up first. Jiang Nan observed Li Jing, who was slightly tipsy, and immediately withdrew his somewhat aggressive gaze, gradually making his way out of the gym. Once Jiang Nan left, Li Jing let out a long sigh of relief, her legs feeling weak as she sank to the floor. Sister Jing, what's wrong? Lung Bingyue, noticing her sudden collapse, hurriedly got up from her yoga mat to assist Li Jing in standing. At that moment, she noticed something unusual about Li Jing and asked in surprise, Sister, why is your face so red? And, you seem so hot. Did you overexert yourself? Perhaps, Li Jing replied bashfully, lowering her head. However, as she did so, she quickly realized her own state and whispered urgently, Yeah, I'm fine now. I'll go take a shower first. You should do the same. Breakfast will be ready soon. Then let me help you upstairs, Lung Bingyue offered, unaware of the underlying issue, and assisted Li Jing out of the gym. In the kitchen, Jiang Nan had just arrived at the doorway. Oh, so you decided to come back. Ning Rushuang, who was cooking porridge, instinctively glanced over at the sound of footsteps. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, she playfully pouted in jest. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. Approaching her from behind, he wrapped his arms around her waist and gently blew into her ear, causing her delicate body to tremble involuntarily. Darling, her tone softened immediately. I'll make it up to you properly later, Jiang Nan whispered. But I need to finish cooking the porridge. Jing Jing and Ye will be done with their workouts soon, Ning Rushuang replied, her cheeks flushed. By the way, what about your resignation? Did the company object? Jiang Nan inquired. It was well known that Ning Rushuang was the epitome of beauty, grace, and allure. Such an extraordinary woman would undoubtedly attract attention from others. Thus, it was entirely normal for her resignation to face resistance. Initially, they did not agree, Ning Rushuang said, her face lighting up with excitement. But after Ye kicked a few security personnel out, the people at the company calmed down significantly. So you haven't officially resigned yet? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. Not completely. They said they would notify the higher-ups. However, it doesn't matter. If they don't agree, I can always resign forcibly. Even if it means losing a bit of money, she replied with a cheerful smile, turning to embrace Jiang Nan, her face pressed against his chest. After taking a deep breath, she looked up with a blissful smile, her lips moving as she spoke. My husband will surely be willing to compensate for his beloved, beautiful, obedient, and understanding wife, right? Just a minor issue. Acquiring this airline for you to manage is a trivial matter. Jiang Nan affectionately teased, gently tapping her nose. He had over 10 billion on hand, a sum not to be trifled with. To him, the value of an airline was negligible. No need for that. Ning Rushuang tightened her embrace. I just want to quietly stay by my husband's side. Time to stir the pot, Jiang Nan said, patting her shoulder. Yes. Ning Rushuang quickly released Jiang Nan and grabbed a spoon to stir the contents of the pot, her gentle voice resonating. Darling, you should go out for a bit. Breakfast will be ready soon. All right. Jiang Nan nodded and left the kitchen. A few steps later, he encountered Lung Bingyue, who was supporting Li Jing on the stairs. Boss, Jing Jing and I are going upstairs to take a shower. See you soon, Lung Bingyue said, feeling a bit shy as she remembered her earlier blunder. She was acutely aware of how form-fitting her yoga pants were. Although her figure paled in comparison to Li Jing's, she felt embarrassed, especially since she had raised her legs so high. Feeling the weight of Jiang Nan's gaze upon her, Lung Bingyue experienced a tingling sensation throughout her body. A curious mix of discomfort and excitement that made her heart race. Affection level with Lung Bingyue too. As Jiang Nan shifted his attention away from Lung Bingyue, he heard a notification in his mind, prompting him to glance back at her. Despite being a year or two older than him, Lung Bingyue's innocence resembled that of a girl in her late teens. In fact, she might be even more naive than typical girls of that age. If he recalled correctly, Lung Bingyue's affection for him had reached an impressive 77 points. It seemed that soon, he would have yet another confidant by his side. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Lung Bingyue possessed practical skills that were not to be underestimated. If he could acquire a bottle of body transformation serum for her in the future, it would significantly bolster the safety of his cherished companions. However, it was crucial to note that his genuine fondness for the innocent Lung Bingyue was the key factor in his intentions. Chapter 134. Lung Bingyue, Sister Rushuang. Why is your face so red? As Lung Bingyue assisted Li Jing upstairs, Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa in the side hall, contemplating the current task at hand. Both the landlady and Li Jing boasted remarkable beauty, each scoring a 97 in his estimation, leaving him just 1 point shy of completing his welfare task. He resolved to put in extra effort to achieve this goal promptly. Jiang Nan reminisced about the enticing rewards awaiting him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The Kyoto Shunwang Mansion, 5 lottery opportunities, and the ability to read minds were all exceptionally appealing rewards. With these 5 lottery chances, along with the 8 he already possessed, he would be able to undertake an extraordinary lottery draw. Presently, he had amassed a staggering 100 billion. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, pulling out his phone to transfer 1 million to Jiang Yan, pondering his next move. Ding. Congratulations, host. Transaction complete. You have received a 10 billion rebate. This was the true essence of welfare. Jiang Nan's face lit up with excitement. Just as he had anticipated, this constituted a daily baseline. In essence, even without spending, his substantial savings would yield a daily interest of 10 billion. Were it not for his extraordinary abilities, this would indeed represent a life of complete leisure. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, reiterating his belief. No matter how wealthy a person may be, at the end of their life, no amount of wealth can extend their existence. For genuine affluent individuals, money is merely a collection of useless numbers. Even a complete financial ruin cannot grant immortality. Yet, extraordinary rewards differ vastly. With 100 billion, he could exchange for an opportunity to undertake a welfare major task, which could grant him extraordinary rewards or abilities. Now, that was something remarkable. Even merely extending one's lifespan would be incredibly impressive. Moreover, the ability to trade lifespan was the ultimate power. Even in the face of death, one could resurrect instantly. Jiang Nan felt an immense confidence in his future. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Jiang Nan glanced down to see a message from Jiang Yan. Darling, did you transfer 1 million to me? Shortly thereafter, a voice call came through. Darling, is that you? Jiang Yan's voice echoed. It's me, Jiang Nan replied. Phew, you startled me. I thought I had inadvertently attracted the attention of money launderers. Jiang Yan exhaled deeply, regaining her composure, and softly inquired, what is the purpose of transferring me 1 million? It's for you to spend. Once it's gone, just come to me again, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. By the way, I'll transfer you a few million more shortly. You can decide what car to buy, and if you have any thoughts about a house, feel free to share them with me. It is essential to purchase a car and a home for the woman I care for. Although he was indifferent to the modest returns on car expenditures, a well-appointed villa could potentially yield substantial dividends, perhaps even billions, if fortune favored him. Wow, darling, I love you so much, Jiang Yan exclaimed with excitement. All right, I'll hang up now and proceed with the transfer. Jiang Nan promptly ended the call. His attitude towards Jiang Yan, devoid of any emotional connection, was distinctly different. In a sense, she did not qualify as a true confidant. For now, she was merely a wildflower. Jiang Nan wasted no time, swiftly transferring 5 million to Jiang Yan. 5 million. Oh my goodness, darling. Isn't that a bit excessive? The funds arrived instantly. Jiang Yan responded immediately, her excitement palpable in her voice. Use it as you wish. If it's insufficient, come back to me. After sending a reply, Jiang Nan disregarded Jiang Yan's subsequent messages and exited WeChat. He opened the Tomato novel app to check on an author he had previously supported. To his surprise, he found a statement on the author's page. The author has won 5 million and returned to his hometown to relax, currently updating at random. Upon reading this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. That's splendid. At that moment, he heard Ning Rushuang's voice from the dining area. The porridge is ready. Come eat. All right, Jiang Nan replied, putting away his phone and heading toward the dining room. Upon arrival, he found Ning Rushuang blowing on a small bowl of steaming porridge. As he sat down, she immediately offered him a spoonful of lean meat porridge with a gentle expression, saying, Darling, open your mouth. Am I a child? Jiang Nan teased, yet complied nonetheless. How does it taste? Ning Rushuang asked eagerly, her gaze fixed on him, though it was merely a bowl of ordinary porridge. This was her first time preparing it for a man. Delicious, Jiang Nan affirmed with a nod of appreciation. Darling Ning Rushuang suddenly leaned closer, and as their eyes met, She kissed the corner of his mouth. Hee hee, you spilled a little. With a smile, she pulled back, leaving Jiang Nan to chuckle softly in response. 20 minutes later, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Sister Jing, your skin looks better than ever. I'm truly envious. The voice of Lung Bingwei rang out. Really? Perhaps it's due to getting adequate rest and a more regular schedule, Li Jing replied softly. Honestly, I envy your figure. I wonder when I can have a physique like yours. Lung Bingwei remarked, glancing at Li Jing's figure. Well, perhaps that's because I used to be quite chubby. Li Jing's cheeks flushed as she remembered her struggles with body image throughout school and into her early career. However, ever since meeting Jiang Nan, she began to feel that her past insecurities weren't entirely without merit. At least, they brought joy to the man she loved, which satisfied her immensely. The footsteps continued as they approached the dining room. Boss, Sister Rushuang, Jingjing and I just finished showering. Lung Bingwei called out. Come eat. Jiang Nan beckoned from his seat. Hey, Sister Rushuang, why is your face so red? Lung Bingwei exclaimed, noticing Ning Rushuang's rosy complexion. I'm fine, there's nothing unusual, Ning Rushuang quickly replied. Hurry and drink your porridge before it cools down. Okay, Lang Bingwei said as she sat down and began serving herself some lean meat porridge. I'll go grab something. You two eat, Ning Rushuang suggested, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Nan. He wasn't oblivious and caught her signal. Meeting Li Jing's gaze, he stood up and announced, I'll go take a look, you all eat. Li Jing opened her mouth, hesitated, then slightly blushed before resuming her composure. Clearly, she understood the implications of Ning Rushuang and Jiang Nan heading upstairs together. She noticed there was only one bowl on the table and couldn't help but smile. Sister Jing, I must say, this lean meat porridge is truly fragrant. After blowing on it a few times, Lung Bingwei began to eat heartily, entirely shedding her demure image. Li Jing, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of perhaps finding a moment alone with Jiang Nan. Suddenly, she burned her tongue slightly on the hot porridge. Sister Jing, what's wrong? Lung Bingwei asked, noticing her frown. It's nothing. I simply forgot to blow on it first, Li Jing replied with a smile. My elders always said to take your time with porridge. Lang Bingwei continued to blow and sip, her adorable demeanor eliciting a soft laugh from Li Jing. Despite being 23, she appeared to Li Jing like an innocent young girl, pure and free of guile. Interacting with someone like her felt refreshing. The same could be said for Chiu Rue Yue, the policewoman, whose company was equally pleasant. As Li Jing savored her porridge, she reflected on the possibility that she, Ning Rushuang, and the beautiful Chiu Rue were all becoming confidants of Jiang Nan. An hour and a half later, while making his way to the bathroom in the master bedroom, Jiang Nan suddenly paused, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. All right, he thought to himself, amused by the situation. Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. In the master bedroom hallway, Lang Bingwei leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath. Are you all right, Yaya? Li Jing asked, noticing her flushed face. Sister Jing. I just felt a sudden flutter in my heart, so I leaned against the wall to rest, Lung Bingwei stammered, avoiding Li Jing's gaze. Upon witnessing the anxious demeanor of Lung Bingwei, Li Jing observed everything keenly. Understanding her unease without exposing it, she approached with a warm smile and inquired with genuine concern. Are you all right? Would you like to visit a hospital, or perhaps consult the boss? I have heard he possesses some medical knowledge. No, it's unnecessary. Fine now, no need to trouble the boss, Lung Bingwei replied, her cheeks flushing even more at the mention of Jiang Nan. She hastily waved her hand, saying, summer is approaching and the temperature has been rising lately. I need to take a shower, see you soon. With that, she hurriedly retreated to her room, head down. Li Jing glanced back at her fleeing figure, a smile tugging at her lips. When she turned around, her gaze inadvertently swept across the wooden floor, and her smile widened uncontrollably. The allure of the boss was indeed formidable. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before Yaya would find herself in a situation akin to what transpired yesterday. Recalling the events of the previous day, Li Jing unconsciously licked her lips and instinctively pulled out her phone. After a deep breath, she opened WeChat, contemplated for a moment, sent a message to Jiang Nan, and then turned back toward her own room. In the master bedroom, Jiang Nan wiped his body dry and styled his hair. Looking into the mirror, he smiled contentedly. He needed to visit the Magic City in a couple of days to see Qiu. As his rightful queen, there was no reason for her beauty score to remain stagnant at 96. His eyes sparkled with curiosity about Meng Qingqiu's good friend, Yao Yao. After all, according to Meng Qingqiu, Yao Yao's beauty surpassed even hers. If Meng Qingqiu had an initial beauty score of 96, surely Yao Yao must be above 97, right? After dressing, Jiang Nan picked up his phone from the bedside table and noticed a message from Li Jing. His gaze flickered momentarily towards Ning Rushuang, who was peacefully asleep on the bed, a smile forming at the corner of his lips as he recalled the 3 points of affection he had just gained from Lung Bingyue. He couldn't help but chuckle. Exiting the master bedroom, Jiang Nan headed left. After walking for a short while, he suddenly halted at a door, pondering which room belonged to Li Jing. The doors on the second floor of Villa 001 were all of a similar style. One could only discern the room's identity upon entering. Thus, as he stood before what he believed to be Li Jing's door, he fell into deep thought. With a gentle twist of the doorknob, Jiang Nan peered inside and quickly activated his heightened senses. In that instant, the sound of hurried breathing filled his ears. Boss, a breathy voice reached him, and he glanced towards the source, his expression shifting to one of surprise. To his astonishment, this was indeed Lung Bingyue's room. Unable to suppress a gulp, he took a deep breath and slowly retreated from the room. However, he kept his heightened senses active, the sound of Lung Bingyue's breath still echoing in his ears. Quickening his pace as he quietly closed the door and made his way to Li Jing's room, Jiang Nan understood that entering Lung Bingyue's room at this moment could lead to certain activities. Yet, after much contemplation, he decided against it. The reason being that such a move would be too abrupt for Lung Bingyue. Furthermore, allowing things to unfold naturally aligned more closely with his character. Soon, he arrived at Li Jing's room. Just at the doorway, the ever-enthusiastic Li Jing approached him in a lace black dress, exuding warmth. Boss, no words were needed. A mere exchange of glances spoke volumes. An hour later, a notification from the system echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, revealing that Lung Bingyue's affection for him had risen to an impressive 90 points. At that moment, Li Jing yawned sleepily. Boss, I'm going to take a nap. She emerged from her room. Ning Rushuang also stepped out from the master bedroom. The two, sharing the same corridor, seemed to sense each other as presence. Ning Rushuang glanced left and immediately locked eyes with Jiang Nan. Their gazes met, causing Jiang Nan's heart to race. Darling, why did you come out of Jingjing's room? Ning Rushuang asked, her expression momentarily perplexed. Just now, Jingjia asked me what I wanted for lunch. Jiang Nan maintained his composure as he casually approached her. Before long, he stood beside Ning Rushuang, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and smiling. The time is getting late. I'll cook for us. Ning Rushuang scoffed lightly, casting him a lingering gaze as she lowered her voice. Darling, don't try to deceive me. Clearing his throat, Jiang Nan was about to respond when Ning Rushuang placed a finger on his lips, smiling as she exhaled deeply. This was bound to happen. I'm not surprised. Besides, a man as exceptional as you cannot possibly belong to just one person. I am quite self-aware of that. Not only did she perceive the vast difference in their statuses, but as a wealthy and beautiful woman herself, Ning Rushuang knew that even she would inevitably be captivated by Jiang Nan. Hearing Ning Rushuang's heartfelt admission, Jiang Nan embraced her, caressing her hair, and solemnly stated, meeting you is truly my good fortune. In such moments, sweet nothings were indeed necessary. Jiang Nan was not merely a heartless playboy. His feelings of guilt were profound. Truth be told, if any man were in his position, opting for pure love instead of a harem would be foolish. It was absurd. He was living out a mindless urban fantasy narrative. How could he consider pure love? In the future, he would undoubtedly exist eternally. To live a life of pure love? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Nan was acutely aware that the path of pure love was unattainable. Living freely and without restraint. Wasn't that the essence of a life well lived? What he could do was cherish each of his beloved companions, being affectionate, yet not promiscuous. Meeting you is also my good fortune. Now, I am immensely grateful for my boldness in approaching you when I saw you escorting a fairy-like girl to the airport. Ning Rushuang revealed a little secret. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan was taken aback. To think that on May 20th, Ning Rushuang had seen him escort Meng Qingxiu to the airport. This meant she likely knew from the beginning that he might already have a girlfriend. However, she had been deceiving herself, convincing herself that Meng Qingxiu might not be his girlfriend. Taking the initiative leads to stories, Jiang Nan chuckled. I can't hold back any longer. It's noon. Ning Rushuang suppressed her excitement, swallowing hard as she shook her head. I have to cook soon. Isn't it my turn to cook? Ha. We have plenty of time, Jiang Nan said, guiding Ning Rushuang downstairs. An hour later, in the dining room, a standard spread of 4 dishes and soup filled the table. All prepared by Jiang Nan himself. It's so fragrant, so delicious. Lung Bingyue exclaimed joyfully, her cheeks flushed. In just one day, she had seamlessly integrated into this family. At this rate, we'll all end up gaining weight. Ning Rushuang gazed at the 4 dishes and a soup on the dining table, unable to suppress a bitter smile as she shook her head. She murmured, from tomorrow onward, I must join Jingjing and Yaya in their exercise routine. The pressure on her was indeed immense. and she was exceedingly critical of her own figure. Moreover, the beautiful companions surrounding Jiang Nan were all exceptionally stunning, both in appearance and demeanor. She could not bear to be the one who lowered the standard. "Boss, starting tomorrow, let me handle the cooking," Li Jing softly suggested. "It's fine. It's all the same," Jiang Nan replied. "Oh, by the way, I should visit the Magic City in a couple of days." He sat down, accepting the bowl and chopsticks from Ning Rushuang, and took a bite of the braised pork, casually informing them of his schedule. He had to visit Meng Qingxiu, but before that, he needed to work on enhancing the favorability of both Li Jing and the landlady. This was his goal for the next couple of days. Chapter 137. The upcoming itinerary is fully packed. The Magic City? Ning Rushuang looked at Jiang Nan in surprise, but quickly regained her composure and said nothing further. "Boss, feel free to go. I'll take care of things here. I'll protect Sister Rushuang and Sister Jing." Long Bingwei confidently patted her chest. Jiang Nan shot her a glance, finding her words somewhat odd. "Let us eat," exclaimed Lung Bingwei excitedly. "Sister Jing, Sister Rushuang, this braised pork is absolutely delicious. Rich yet not greasy, simply amazing." In the next moment, her enthusiastic exclamation echoed through the room. "Aren't you worried about gaining weight?" Ning Rushuang and Li Jing exchanged glances and teased her. "Let us enjoy first. Who cares about gaining weight?" Lang Bingwei was quite carefree, shoving another piece of braised pork into her mouth, her face beaming with happiness. The meal was harmonious, filled with praises for Jiang Nan's culinary skills. His masterful cooking truly rivaled that of the finest imperial chefs from ancient times. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. In just half an hour, the 4 dishes and soup were completely devoured. Seeing Ning Rushuang, Li Jing, and Lung Bingwei sitting contentedly, he felt a sense of satisfaction and stood up to begin clearing the table. "Darling, you just cooked. We'll handle the cleanup later." Ning Rushuang, Li Jing, and Lung Bingwei immediately waved their hands to prevent Jiang Nan from tidying up. "All right." Jiang Nan conceded without argument and headed towards the side hall. On the way, he took out his phone, and by the time he reached the window, he had opened the ticket booking app. Today was May 23rd, a Thursday. Tomorrow would be Friday. And the day after, May 25th, a Saturday. Let us go this weekend. Jiang Nan had never been one to procrastinate and promptly booked a flight for Saturday morning at 8. Buzz. Just after booking the ticket, a message popped up on WeChat indicating a new friend request. He opened it and glanced at the message. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Nan. I am Zhao Wanqing." Upon seeing the verification message, he immediately accepted the friend request. "Mr. Jiang Nan, the piece of land you own will be auctioned at the Xiang Pavilion in Kyoto in a week. I wonder if you will be able to attend?" Not long after accepting the request, a voice message arrived. A week from now? Jiang Nan calculated the time. It would be May 30th. "How significant is this auction?" he inquired. "Your piece of land is initially valued at around 1 billion. It has not yet reached the level of the main auction items," Zhao Wanqing replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. The fact that his land was valued at around 1 billion, yet was not the main attraction, indicated that there were even more precious items to be auctioned. It seemed he needed to hasten the completion of his current minor task and take the opportunity to visit his royal residence. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. The name royal residence certainly conjured images of an ancient palace, suggesting not only prestige, but also considerable scale. "All right, do I need an invitation?" he asked. "Ordinary individuals require an invitation, but as the owner of the auction item, you can participate directly. Moreover, your status will grant you a membership card for Xiang Pavilion," Zhao Wanqing explained. "Understood," Jiang Nan replied, suddenly recalling that the membership card given to him by the woman named Su Sherman at the previous auction was indeed for Xiang Pavilion. This suggested that Xiang Pavilion was a substantial auction house, present in various cities across the country. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed again. Given this, he felt quite eager for his trip to Kyoto. Although Jiangsheng was a new first-tier city, it paled in comparison to Kyoto in every aspect. Thus, there was a significant possibility of encountering auction items worth billions, even if they were not in the tens of billions range. Anything valued in the range of several billion would ensure his swift ascent if he successfully acquired them. Jiang Nan smiled. Thankfully, he had the foresight to realize that he did not need to immediately redeem his first 100 billion deposit for welfare tasks. Otherwise, this trip to Kyoto would have resulted in a substantial loss. I must continue to improve myself, enabling me to earn more through consumption rebates. Ambition gleamed in Jiang Nan's eyes. If a single welfare task could not yield exceptional rewards, then he would strive to redeem 10, setting his sights on 100. He was still young, with ample time ahead. Sooner or later, he would obtain rewards that would grant him longevity. The path to immortality might be solitary, but if all his beautiful companions achieved the same, it would transform solitude into enjoyment. Mr. Jiang Nan, I must attend to my responsibilities now. The auction will be held on the afternoon of the 30th. Please inform me before your flight so I can pick you up, Zhao Wanqing stated. All right, Jiang Nan replied. Concluding the conversation, holding his phone, he rubbed his smooth chin with his other hand, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he murmured. The upcoming schedule is indeed packed, and I must work hard to enhance the favorability of the landlady or Li Jing when I head to the Magic City. Although it would be ideal to succeed with both, he understood that nothing was absolute. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a fragrant breeze wafted toward him. Jiang Nan turned around and embraced Li Jing. Boss, Ru Shuang is still in the kitchen. Li Jing's face fluctuated between red and pale, evidently worried about being caught in such an intimate moment by Ning Ru Shuang. It's fine, Ru Shuang already knows, and she isn't angry. Jiang Nan whispered lightly in her ear. What? At Jiang Nan's words, Li Jing's eyes widened in shock, which quickly transformed into excitement. She, really doesn't he care? Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. At that moment, upon receiving his affirmation, a golden exclamation mark appeared above Li Jing's head, reminiscent of the one that had appeared above Ning Ru Shuang's earlier. Ding. In the next moment, Jiang Nan heard the system's prompt in his mind. Chapter 138, Li Jing's Side Quest. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to the high favorability of your confidant, Li Jing, you have successfully triggered a random side quest. Complete it to receive a reward. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Li Jing's head to view the side quest. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Jiang Nan's face lit up with excitement. Without wasting another moment, he focused his thoughts and a phantom finger tapped the golden exclamation mark above Li Jing's head. Task description. Accompany your confidant, Li Jing, to a high school reunion and ensure she becomes the most envied woman among all present. Task reward. Li Jing's favorability 1. 1 lottery chance. Oh. After reading the task description and rewards, Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows slightly, a smile creeping onto his face. This task was purely a beneficial one, remarkably easy and devoid of any difficulty. At that moment, Li Jing's hesitant voice broke the silence. I have a request and wonder if you could grant it. What? Jiang Nan feigned ignorance. It's just I have a high school reunion this afternoon, and I was wondering if you could accompany me? Of course, Jiang Nan replied without a hint of hesitation. Li Jing felt deeply touched. At home, you call me boss, but when we're out, what should I call you? Jiang Nan gently stroked Li Jing's hair and squinted his eyes with a smile. How about husband? Li Jing clearly struggled with this title, whispering it softly before her cheeks flushed a deep red. Why are you so reluctant? Jiang Nan teased, gently lifting her chin with his fingers, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I recall someone calling me husband with great passion just a moment ago. Stop it. Li Jing bit her lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of tears. I want to say that again. Jiang Nan burst into laughter. What are you two chatting about so happily? At that moment, Ning Ruo Shuang and Lung Bingyu approached. Ning Ruo Shuang spoke first, wearing a gentle smile, while Lung Bingyu's expression was one of disbelief as she observed the seemingly intimate exchange between Jiang Nan and Li Jing. Are you two disregarding Ruo Shuang? Lung Bingyu exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock. Aren't you afraid of a fallout? We're just chatting. I'll accompany Li Jing to her reunion this afternoon. Jiang Nan stated plainly. What reunion? Ning Ruo Shuang scoffed. I've attended one before, and I refuse to go again. It's all about who made more money, what cars they drive, or trying to impress me. This one is organized by a teacher who was kind to me in high school. It should be fine. Li Jing added, a hint of nervousness in her voice. There will definitely be something, Ning Ruo Shuang remarked. But with you going, it should be uneventful. Ning Ruo Shuang laughed. Next time, I'll join a reunion too, and bring my husband along. Let us see who dares to act superior in front of me. Any car he brings out is something they could only dream of. Her words were both realistic and sensible. Li Jing, just attend for a while. These reunions are incredibly boring. Ning Ruo Shuang continued, but she was interrupted by Jiang Nan. Don't listen to her. Your former teacher invited you. You should go this time. After this, you can skip the rest. He feared that Li Jing might be dissuaded by Ning Ruo Shuang's words, which would jeopardize the task rewards. I think so too. Li Jing nodded obediently. Having my husband accompany you will certainly deter many distractions. Ning Ruo Shuang stepped closer, linking her arm with Li Jing's, whispering something in her ear. Li Jing gasped, her face burning red, glancing between Jiang Nan and Ning Ruo Shuang, stumbling over her words. You. Ruo Shuang, you. Seeing Li Jing's reaction, Jiang Nan could guess what was said, and a smile of appreciation appeared on his lips as he looked at Ning Ruo Shuang. Ruo Shuang, you truly are my treasure. Stay calm, Ning Ruo Shuang whispered, gently patting Li Jing's hand. As she spoke, Li Jing swallowed nervously, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Nan. At that moment, Lung Bingyu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Despite being close enough to hear, she couldn't catch the entirety of Ning Ruoshuang's whispered words. However, she overheard enough keywords to piece together the implications, leaving her in disbelief. Ning Ruoshuang knows about Li Jing and the boss, and she doesn't mind. How astonishing. Lung Bingyu swallowed hard, stealing glances at Jiang Nan, unable to suppress her admiration. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could I also have a chance to bear the boss's child? At that instant, her eyes lit up. Favorability with Lung Bingyu 5. As the notification echoed in his mind, Jiang Nan was taken aback by the unexpected increase in favorability. Wait, what does this mean? Ding. Congratulations, host. Lung Bingyu's favorability has reached 95, granting you another lottery opportunity. With another chance at the lottery, Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with excitement. When he met Lung Bingyu's gaze, he noticed a strange sparkle in her eyes, a dreamy smile adorning her face, prompting him to smile back. All right, I won't tease you any longer. How about you accompany me shopping later? I see you could use some new clothes. Ning Ruoshuang stepped back, taking Lung Bingyu's hand with a grin. My husband will accompany Li Jing, and you'll join me. Lung Bingyu blinked in confusion, realizing she had missed something. Sorry, Ruoshuang, I was lost in thought. Did you say the boss will accompany me? You silly girl. Ning Ruoshuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual gleam as she playfully pinched Lung Bingyu's nose, shaking her head with a smile. You seem to be daydreaming a bit too extravagantly. Sorry. Lung Bingyu lowered her head in embarrassment, stealing a glance at Jiang Nan before their eyes met, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Oh, Lung Bingyu, how could you be so lost in thought in front of the boss? However, she mused to herself, I should call the matriarch at home later and inquire about. Subsequently, Jiang Nan accompanied the three women to watch a 2.5-hour film in the private cinema on the basement level. The leading lady's acting was truly remarkable, and she was undeniably beautiful. Upon exiting the cinema, Ning Ruoshuang was full of praise, affirming the talent of the female protagonist in the film. It seemed she was quite impressive, having worked with high-quality scripts and never having been embroiled in scandal since her debut. Li Jing appeared to be quite fond of films, her excitement growing as she spoke of the lead actress, noting that every theme song for her movies was written and sung by her. What was her name again? Ning Ruoshuang became curious, having been too preoccupied with exchanging glances with Jiang Nan to catch the actress's name. Sun Weiwei. Li Jing replied. I think I've heard that name. Ning Ruoshuang nodded, then glanced at Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer and whispered. It seems Jing really likes that superstar Sun Weiwei. Hearing this, Jiang Nan looked at her in surprise, his brows slightly raised. He quickly understood her implication as he met her bright, beautiful eyes. Goodness. Once this woman opened up, she truly let loose. No rush. Reflecting on the film's lead, Jiang Nan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Though she was indeed beautiful, based on his understanding of the entertainment industry, he was uncertain whether anyone could remain unscathed in that realm. This woman had exceptional resources and was extraordinarily talented. Jiang Nan doubted she wouldn't attract the attention of powerful capitalists. Of course, if she were truly flawless, Jiang Nan wouldn't hesitate to engage with her given the opportunity. After all, Li Jing had already hinted at her admiration for the actress. Everything was for his beautiful confidant. As they reached the first floor, time was running short. I'll go take a shower and put on some makeup. Boss, shall we head out? Li Jing glanced at the time, nearly calling Jiang Nan hubby before remembering Lung Bingyue was nearby. Quickly correcting herself to boss and bounding up the stairs with a rosy complexion. Hubby, you, and I will go do our makeup too, and we'll head out shopping soon. Don't miss us too much. Ning Ruoshuang released Jiang Nan's arm, placed a sweet kiss on his cheek, and then cheerfully followed Lung Bingyue upstairs, who was captivated by Jiang Nan's unwavering gaze. Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa in the side hall, lighting a cigarette. The smoke curled around him as he exhaled a ring, reclining comfortably, his eyes glimmering with anticipation and excitement. Currently, he had 9 lottery chances at his disposal, and once he completed the side mission concerning Li Jing, he would gain 2 more opportunities to draw from the extraordinary lottery. If one were to ask what Jiang Nan desired most at this moment, it was perhaps something he himself could not articulate, or maybe he needed too many things. Immortality, an indestructible body, or perhaps some form of super advanced technology beyond comprehension. There was no need to rush. What was meant to be would eventually come to pass. A faint smile graced Jiang Nan's lips. Half an hour later, upon hearing footsteps, Jiang Nan rose and looked toward the staircase. The first to descend was Li Jing. Unlike her usual black silk bodycon dress and high heels, today she wore a gray short-sleeved bow-knitted top paired with a white cake skirt. A pair of white sneakers and socks complemented her look, and her hair was styled in a high ponytail, exuding a refreshing, youthful charm. As Jiang Nan approached, Li Jing twirled joyfully, feeling the warmth of his gaze. How do I look? Beautiful, Jiang Nan replied earnestly, nodding. Hee, Li Jing's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Soon after, Ning Ruo Shuang and Lung Bingwei joined them. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. What was going on today? It seemed all three women had coordinated their outfits, particularly Lung Bingwei, who radiated a sweet, academic vibe, though her figure was not as voluptuous as Li Jing's. She wore a black and white school-style skirt that paired perfectly with her petite frame and slender legs. Perhaps due to her unfamiliarity with skirts, she occasionally tugged at the hem. Her cheeks flushed with slight embarrassment. How do I look? Ning Ruo Shuai asked, proudly holding Lang Bingyue's hand as they descended, her chin held high. What do you mean? Jiang Nan feigned ignorance. Look how wonderful you looks. Ning Ruo Shuang guided the shy Lung Bingwei to twirl, who complied and cast a glance at Jiang Nan, her heart soaring at the sight of his smile. Beautiful, Jiang Nan nodded sincerely. Though Lung Bingyue's figure might not be strikingly curvaceous, her height and delicate frame, combined with her sweet schoolgirl outfit, made her resemble a radiant school beauty straight out of a manga. Hee, who styled this outfit? Ning Ruo Shuang laughed joyfully. Jiang Nan admired Ning Ruo Shuang as well. Though she too embraced the academic style, hers was more sultry. Clad in a form-fitting black school skirt, with hair cascading over her shoulders and makeup that accentuated her alluring fox-like eyes, she exuded a captivating charm, especially with her bold red lips. If her hair were styled in glamorous waves, she would indeed evoke the essence of a femme fatale. Later I'll take you shopping for some prettier outfits. From now on, you should wear fewer of those jeans. Even if you're applying for a security position, you're still a beautiful girl. You must showcase your beauty. After all, you want to date someday. Ning Ruo Shuang said with a playful smile, her gaze lingering on Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkling with deeper meaning. Jiang Nan merely smiled in response. Okay, Lung Bingwei replied obediently. Let us go. Ning Ruo Shuang took Lung Bingyue's hand and waved goodbye to Jiang Nan and Li Jing as they made their way to the underground garage. Goodbye, boss. Goodbye, Sister Jing. Lung Bingwei waved. Once Ning Ruo Shuang and Lung Bingwei had ventured into the garage, Jiang Nan exchanged a knowing glance with Li Jing, both breaking into smiles. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around her waist as they strolled toward the underground garage at a leisurely pace. Upon arrival, a silver Panamera rolled out. Jiang Nan and Li Jing both entered the Bugatti Divo. With a roar reminiscent of a dragon's roar, the engine came to life. Driving with one hand, he found it quite enjoyable. After more than half an hour, in the underground parking lot of the Jiangxing building in the old city, Jiang Nan stepped out of his Bugatti Divo, his expression turning peculiar. What an unexpected occasion to find oneself here. Which floor? He inquired in the elevator. The 58th floor. Li Jing glanced at her phone from her small handbag and promptly pressed the button for the 58th floor. Ding. The elevator soon arrived at the first floor. The doors opened slowly, and two middle-aged men along with three middle-aged women entered, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Jiang Nan and Li Jing inside the elevator, the group couldn't help but steal a few glances at Jiang Nan. Indeed, it was Jiang Nan. The three middle-aged women were captivated by his striking handsomeness, while the two men seemed to find him somewhat familiar. Suddenly, as if recalling something, the two men exchanged glances and stepped forward, producing golden business cards from their wallets. Jiang Nan regarded them with curiosity. Good day, sir. We met once at the auction, and your prowess was truly impressive, one of the men said. Indeed. Here are our business cards. We frequently attend such auctions ourselves. If you ever have the time, please give us a call, and we can arrange something for you. The men bowed deeply, offering their cards with both hands. Noting this gesture, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. Such courtesy was not common. In an instant, he recalled the people from Sakurajima. A casual glance at the names on the cards revealed Koitian Daichi and Yamamoto Haruya. Ah, they were indeed from Sakurajima. Frankly, if not for the bow and the names on the cards, Jiang Nan would not have discerned their origin solely based on their fluent Mandarin. Not interested, Jiang Nan replied, retracting his gaze, his voice indifferent. Upon hearing this, Koitian Daichi and Yamamoto Haruya exchanged glances, slowly straightening up, unperturbed, and offered a slight smile as they withdrew their hands. One of them softly saying, since you are not interested, we shall take our leave. Ding. At that moment, the elevator chimed, and the doors slowly opened. Farewell. Koitian Daichi and Yamamoto Haruya bowed to Jiang Nan before exiting with the three women. Husband, I took a look. Those two are from Sakurajima, right? Li Jing whispered as the elevator doors began to close. Yes, and the three women too, Jiang Nan nodded. It seemed these individuals from Sakurajima had been in the country for so long that their appearance and accent had become somewhat unrecognizable. Those older ladies looked at you as if they wished to devour you whole, Li Jing remarked with a huff. Haha. Perhaps it's just that your husband's charm is truly overwhelming. Jiang Nan chuckled. Soon, the elevator continued its ascent. Ding. They reached the 58th floor, and the doors opened slowly. Oh, there's a grand restaurant up here? Jiang Nan remarked, spotting the sign for Wang's restaurant as he and Li Jing stepped out of the elevator. This restaurant belongs to a wealthy classmate of mine from high school. I heard Teacher Li was organizing a reunion, so she specifically chose this place, Li Jing explained. Ah. Jiang Nan replied, immediately understanding. This friend wished to show off. Welcome. As they approached the entrance, two attractive hostesses bowed and asked, Are you here for the reunion? After the hostesses straightened up, their eyes remained fixed on Jiang Nan, their admiration evident. Yes, Li Jing nodded. Please, follow me to the private room. One of the hostesses opened the door and began to lead the way. Hey, Xiao Yu, I'll take them to the private room. The other hostess quickly interjected. No worries. Xiaoan, I can handle it. Xiao Yu wore a starry-eyed smile. Oh, I suddenly feel the urge to visit the restroom. Let us accompany them inside, Xiaoan suggested. Her eyes lighting up as she turned to Jiang Nan. In response, Jiang Nan exchanged a glance with Li Jing, a hint of amusement on their faces. These two young ladies were remarkably forward in the presence of a handsome man. Chapter 141 Wang Kai. Brother, what a coincidence to meet again. The hostess's attitudes were merely a brief interlude. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a lavish private room. Ladies, this is the room reserved by young Master Wang. Please, come in. The hostesses opened the door, and Jiang Nan and Li Jing entered to find a spacious private room that could accommodate over 30 people. She's here. Wow, Li Jing has arrived. My goodness, after all these years, she is still as beautiful as ever, and her companion is so handsome. As Jiang Nan and Li Jing stepped inside, conversation ceased, and all eyes turned towards them, astonishment etched on everyone's faces. Teacher Li. Amidst the shock from their high school classmates, Li Jing's gaze landed on an elderly woman wearing glasses. She waved cheerfully. Li Jing. It's been such a long time. A man and woman supported Teacher Li as she approached, patting Li Jing's hand affectionately before turning her attention to Jiang Nan. Her face beaming with smiles. Is this your boyfriend? He is truly handsome. Yes, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Li Jing confirmed with a nod. Hello, Teacher Li. Jiang Nan greeted with a smile. Wonderful, wonderful. Teacher Li exclaimed thrice in delight, her eyes reflecting admiration. My goodness, he is incredibly handsome. Such looks, such physique. And what charm. When he smiles, simply breathtaking. Li Jing has truly found someone extraordinary. Several women gazed at Jiang Nan, unable to tear their eyes away. Just then, the door to the private room was abruptly pushed open. Swish. Everyone turned to the entrance. A young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a tailored black suit strode in. Wang Kai is here. Without him, we wouldn't have access to such a high-end venue. Indeed, I recall that Wang's restaurant isn't cheap. Hosting a gathering in a room this size must cost at least 50 to 60,000, something not just anyone can afford. I remember Wang Kai fell for Li Jing the moment he transferred to our school in senior year, when she was still slim. Although this reunion was proposed by Teacher Li, it was Wang Kai who would take the spotlight. Jiang Nan, her boyfriend, seemed quite impressive as well. But in the face of wealth, good looks hold little advantage. As Wang Kai made his entrance, murmurs erupted throughout the room. At that moment, Wang Kai's gaze landed on Li Jing, and then he instinctively glanced at Jiang Nan, locking eyes with him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily removed his gold-rimmed glasses, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on to look at Jiang Nan again. It's you. Wang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing Wang Kai recognize Jiang Nan, some in the room were taken aback. They had anticipated an entertaining spectacle, after all, in this society. Wealth often reigns supreme. Regardless of one's looks, one is merely a pawn in the hands of the wealthy. Now, Wang Kai's reaction was anything but ordinary, causing everyone in the private room who wished to witness the unfolding drama to refocus their attention on Jiang Nan. Husband, do you know Wang Kai? Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. I met him once at Ru Shuang's place, Jiang Nan replied softly, casting a teasing glance at Wang Kai. It's nice to see you again, brother. Wang Kai finally reacted, his face breaking into a warm smile as he hurried forward, producing a pack of 100 yuan cigarettes and offering one with both hands. What a coincidence to meet again. Indeed, Jiang Nan accepted the cigarette without hesitation. Brother, let me light it for you. Wang Kai flashed a sycophantic smile and pulled out a custom-made lighter. I'm not smoking right now, Jiang Nan gestured dismissively. All right. Wang Kai immediately retracted, not daring to glance at Li Jing, his demeanor entirely obsequious towards Jiang Nan. To be honest, Jiang Nan found this surprising. When he previously read about wealthy characters in novels, he imagined Wang Kai would boast loudly, humiliating Jiang Nan with accusations of being two-timed. Yet, Wang Kai's attitude indicated he had no such intentions. In the face of absolute power, the wise recognized their place, a sentiment he embodied perfectly. After all, this brother had acquired a Bugatti Divo worth 200 million, a globally limited edition. One could only wonder about the magnitude of his background. Just that single car represented more wealth than Jiang Nan's entire family had accumulated in a lifetime. What audacity would one need to provoke such a top-tier heir? It's true that Wang Kai was a second-generation rich kid, often looking down on the majority of people, and he certainly enjoyed showing off. But come on. He may flaunt his wealth, but he is no fool. At that moment, Wang Kai, perceived as a super-rich heir, displayed an utterly servile demeanor towards Jiang Nan, causing all of Li Jing's high school classmates in the private room to erupt in disbelief and exclamations. This guy was invincible. Surely he must be an even more formidable rich heir. No, to have Wang Kai act this way, one could only assume he was a true aristocrat. Someone swallowed hard. If only I were Li Jing, how fortunate I would be to have such an exceptional boyfriend. Why can't I have one? The women in the room looked at Jiang Nan with even more admiration than before. It would not be an exaggeration to say that several were already daydreaming about taking Li Jing's place as the girlfriend of such an outstanding man. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a side task. Reward, Li Jing's affection 1 lottery chance. Ding. Congratulations, host, the affection of beautiful confidant Li Jing 1. Beauty score 1, lottery chances 1. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Jiang Nan's mind as he strolled towards the dining table, a smile gracing his face. Excellent. With 11 lottery chances in hand, and Li Jing's affection and beauty scores both reaching 98, it meant he was just one more beautiful confidant away from achieving a significantly rewarding task. Chapter 142, the second extraordinary lottery draw. Soon, everyone settled down. With Wang Kai, the wealthy heir, treating Jiang Nan with utmost respect, what should have been a scene filled with pretentiousness and exclusion turned out to be quite pleasant. The meal commenced swiftly and concluded just as quickly. By around 7 o'clock, having finished eating, Jiang Nan and Li Jing slowly rose. I have some matters to attend to. Let us gather again next time. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, exchanging a glance with Li Jing before they departed the dining table. Brother, let me see you off. Wang Kai eagerly followed behind. As they exited the private room, Wang Kai pulled out his phone, wearing a flattering smile. Brother Jiang, can we add each other on WeChat? If you ever come here for a meal, just call me, and I'll treat you. Sure. Jiang Nan did not refuse, though Wang Kai was somewhat pretentious. His attitude was genuinely amiable. After they exchanged WeChat contacts, Jiang Nan patted Wang Kai on the shoulder and smiled as he left. Wang Kai followed them to the elevator, waving goodbye with a smile as the doors closed. Phew. Once the elevator doors shut, Wang Kai let out a long sigh, a bitter smile spreading across his face. This guy's temperament is indeed commendable. Speaking of which, I've essentially stolen 2 girlfriends from him. Damn, I should probably avoid pursuing overly beautiful women in the future. Finally, he had resolved a lingering concern. A short while later, in the Bugatti Divo, Li Jing in the passenger seat stretched her body, a smile gracing her face. Did you want to attend this class reunion for a long time? Jiang Nan inquired. Not really. I just wanted to see Teacher Li for a while. She has been traveling abroad for the past few years, Li Jing replied. I see. Jiang Nan nodded, glancing at the time, just past 7 in the evening. His gaze flickered momentarily. Where to next? A leisurely drive, or back to Nan City? Let us take a leisurely drive. Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan, her eyes filled with tenderness. Jiang Nan returned her gaze, their eyes locking, an unusual atmosphere enveloping them. Buzz. Just then, a phone vibrated. Li Jing snapped back to reality. Retrieving her phone from her small handbag, it was Ru Shuang. Li Jing glanced at her phone and answered the call. Jing, where are you and your husband? Ning Ru Shuang's voice rang out. We just finished the class reunion and are on our way back, Li Jing responded. Okay, Yaya and I are heading back too. Jing, later tonight. Ning Ru Shuang's voice trailed off. Li Jing listened quietly, her cheeks flushing crimson, occasionally glancing at Jiang Nan, her eyes brimming with allure. Clearly, she had not declined. With one hand on the wheel, Jiang Nan wore a slight smile, evidently aware of the situation. 40 minutes later, in the underground garage of Villa 001 in Jiangqing Tianfu, Jiang Nan and Li Jing exited the Bugatti Divo. As soon as they stepped out, Li Jing happily trotted over, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's, nestling against him softly, whispering, Husband, I feel so lucky to have met you. I feel the same, Jiang Nan replied, wrapping his arm around Li Jing's slender waist as they ascended to the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, they heard the laughter of Ning Ru Shuang, and Lung Bingyue emanating from the side hall. Rushuang's sister, haha, that tickles. Hearing Lung Bingyue's voice, Li Jing felt a bit embarrassed and tried to withdraw her arm from Jiang Nan. However, Jiang Nan patted her gently, whispering, "It's all right. Yeah, isn't foolish. She probably knows everything by now." Huh. Li Jing's cheeks flushed once more. When Jiang Nan brought Li Jing into the side hall, they saw Ning Rushuang, clad in a black lace camisole, perched atop the sofa, playfully tickling Lung Bingyue. Haraha. Stop. Rushuang's sister, I'm sorry. Don't tickle me. It's just too ticklish. Lang Bingyue's pleas echoed in the side hall. What did you do wrong? Ning Rushuang chuckled. Yeah, what did I do wrong? Lung Bingyue pondered aloud. Puffed. Li Jing couldn't help but laugh. We're back. Ning Rushuang glanced up briefly. Her posture slightly bent as she perched on the sofa atop Lung Bingyue, positioning herself in a way that aligned her gaze with Jiang Nan's. Those in the know would certainly understand. For Jiang Nan, this moment was undeniably heartwarming, as it epitomized the life he yearned for. To him, this was the essence of a cozy home, the happiness he had long sought to grasp but had been unable to attain. At that instant, Ning Rushuang smiled. Her man across from her, and she felt no need to conceal her joy. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Nan and Li Jing, revealing a radiant smile as she gracefully descended from Lang Bingyue and trotted over, exchanging nothing but a glance before she ascended to the second floor. 2.5 hours later, Jiang Nan's mind resonated with the sound of a system notification. As he made his way to the bathroom alone, a subtle smile graced his lips. Possessing heightened senses, he had activated his abilities earlier, allowing him to perceive even the slightest disturbances within the villa. Thus, the increase in affinity with Lung Bingyue was entirely reasonable. With her affection now at 96 points, it had reached a level equal to her beauty score. Nothing significant had transpired yet, but if something were to happen, could he elevate her score by 2 points in a brief span, thus achieving a beauty score of 98 and completing his current task? Jiang Nan pushed open the bathroom door, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. He sensed that the task might not be as difficult as he had imagined. Anything was possible. After all, given Lung Bingyue's character, should they engage in something indescribable, it would undoubtedly lead her to wholeheartedly surrender herself to him. There was no rush. For now, he would first attempt an extraordinary lottery draw. Turning on the water. The sound of rushing cascades filled the bathroom as Jiang Nan began conversing with the system. System, initiate my second extraordinary lottery draw. Chapter 143. Extraordinary Rewards Unveiled. Precognition Ability. A massive, ethereal wheel materialized before Jiang Nan's eyes. Accompanied by the sound of flowing water, the wheel began to spin. Moments later, a chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the precognition ability in this extraordinary lottery. What? Jiang Nan was momentarily dumbfounded, his eyes widening in astonishment. Precognition ability? Did I hear that correctly? System, allow me to review this precognition ability. Precognition ability, a first-stage precognition ability, classified as a weakened version. After acquiring 3 first-stage precognition abilities, it can evolve into a second-stage ability. This stage allows for foresight of events occurring within 1 week, but the user cannot control the precognition. Upon reading the description, Jiang Nan's pupils constricted in surprise. The first-stage precognition ability was akin to a rudimentary form, where he could only passively foresee events without any control, limited to occurrences within a week. It sounded underwhelming at first glance, but this was a growth-oriented superpower. While it may not seem impressive now, it certainly held potential for future development. Jiang Nan did not lament the incompleteness of this ability. Rather, he recognized its significance. In a sense, it was a branch of the overarching power of time manipulation. Intriguingly, it transformed the world into a game of leveling up. A slight smile crept onto Jiang Nan's lips as he closed his eyes, savoring the unique sensation of water cascading over his head. Simultaneously, an image inexplicably surfaced in his mind. A mature woman with a doll-like face, strikingly beautiful, yet seemingly explosive, being struck by a vehicle and flung several meters away, resulting in her instantaneous demise. The image also displayed the time, May 30th, 2024, at 5:43 p.m. Upon witnessing this vision, Jiang Nan abruptly opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment spreading across his face. What did this mean? Had the precognition ability activated? And on May 30th, he should be in Kyoto, right? The sound of rushing water continued, yet Jiang Nan strained to recall the woman from the accident, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. It appeared this strikingly youthful woman must have some connection to him. Otherwise, the precognition ability would not have triggered so unexpectedly. His gaze flickered as he shook his head, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. A few minutes later, after drying his hair, Jiang Nan exited the bathroom and activated his heightened senses, slowly closing his eyes. Oh dear, What should I do if I find myself falling for my boss? He mused. I wish to pursue it, but just like my grandfather. My boss is surrounded by many beautiful acquaintances. Indeed, my boss is not only exceptional and handsome, but also skilled in martial arts. I doubt I stand a chance against him. A few moves and he could easily defeat me. I fear even my grandfather would struggle. You don't believe me? Just wait until I bring my boss around for a sparring session with my grandfather. The sound of Lung Bingwei on the phone reached Jiang Nan's ears. Oh, upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's expression turned to one of surprise. Goodness, Lung Bingwei's grandfather also has several beautiful acquaintances? That's quite something. Disabling his heightened senses, Jiang Nan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he descended to the second-floor sitting room and settled onto the side sofa. Just as he lit a cigarette and reached for his phone, he noticed a notification from Douyin alerting him to a live broadcast. The streamer Jiang Nan has gone live. What could she possibly be streaming at this hour? Jiang Nan wondered, intrigued as he clicked to enter the stream. Welcome, brother Jiang Nan, to the live stream. Jiang Nan's voice rang out, filled with surprise. I just finished a late-night snack and decided to check my phone. Jiang Nan replied, it's already past 10. Why did you suddenly start streaming? A female streamer in our live group and I had a bit of a spat, and she insisted on going live for a PK. The loser has to bark like a dog for a minute, Jiang Nan explained with a wry smile. So, here I am, just starting the stream. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. Honey, look. At that moment, Jiang Nan sent 2 screenshots, showing the time as just around 10 o'clock, indicating that the quarrel had taken place moments ago. I just started streaming and hadn't even had the chance to inform you. Yet you arrived. I assure you, it was not my intention to stream secretly. Clearly, Jiang Nan was genuinely concerned about Jiang Nan misunderstanding her intentions and hurried to clarify. I wouldn't think anything of it. Jiang Nan replied with a smile, reassuring her. Feel free to go all out. With me here, there's no way you could lose. Thank you, my love. You're the best in the world. Love you, moi. Jiang Nan exclaimed, visibly relieved, and her affectionate words were sent as a voice message. Thus, even without hearing the message, Jiang Nan understood its content. This woman had certainly become much more docile. It would be impossible for Jiang Nan not to feel a sense of pride in that moment. Upon re-entering the live broadcast room, the frenzied barrage of comments elicited a faintly disdainful smile from the corner of my lips. The host has a husband? Farewell, then. I never shower financial support on female hosts who are already taken. You may have a husband, but such declarations are intolerable. Otherwise, do you truly consider us to be fools? Observing the plethora of novice accounts with merely a few levels, Jiang Nan curled his lip in contempt. Did they truly believe that without Jiang Yan being married, they could contribute significantly? Exiting the live stream, Jiang Nan promptly deposited 5 million into the account. 5 million translates to 50 million dough diamonds. Surely, that should suffice to secure a victory in a single PK, right? Jiang Nan re-entered Jiang Yan's live broadcast. Glancing at the viewer count, previously over 100, it now dwindled to just over 30. Hi phone. Host, I support you. Though I possess little money, I'll donate all the dough diamonds I've scavenged from other female hosts. Fox Baba, I came from Dohu Live, and I can still offer you a huazi and a plane during the PK. Keep it up, host. Damn me 15. Host, why aren't you wearing white silk today? I'll send you a hot air balloon shortly. Could you sell me a tea bag? I truly wish to buy one to brew tea. Mosquito bite ZC, bro upstairs. Why does your name resemble that of an author I read on Tomato? Despite the modest audience of around 30, the comments flowed abundantly, showcasing remarkable engagement. Chapter 144, The Wife's Pavilion, The Husband's Glory. Jiang Nan sent a hot air balloon X1 to the host. Mungda Yapi sent a hot air balloon X1 to the host. Yinyu Jiang Nan sent a carnival X1 to the host. Before the PK commenced, both valuable gifts and inconsequential tokens began flooding the chat. Thank you all for the gifts. Thank you to my husband for the carnival. Jiang Yan expressed her gratitude in the stream. Husband? Upon hearing this endearment, the fans finally realized that the esteemed Yinyu Jiang Nan had indeed captured Jiang Yan's heart. However, the remaining fans were true admirers, fervently wishing her well. Moved by their blessings, Jiang Nan promptly released 100,000 dough diamonds worth of red envelopes and began showering Jiang Yan with carnivals. In less than a minute, he unleashed a staggering 300 carnivals. At 3,000 each, that amounted to a whopping 900,000. Jiang Nan, the illustrious V587. Still calling him brother? You should be addressing him as father. I have never witnessed 100,000 dough diamonds fortune bag before. Jiang Nan. May you and Jiang Yan's mother enjoy a lifetime of blissful companionship. The barrage of comments filled the live room, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of these amusing individuals. Hello? Can you hear me? Is my mic malfunctioning? Just then, A garbled sound erupted from the stream, causing Jiang Nan's brow to furrow in concern. It's quite distorted. Please adjust it. Jiang Nan frowned, observing a female host who had joined her PK, and impatiently remarked, "Let us wrap this up quickly. I need my beauty sleep." Though her temperament typically didn't align with such impatience, she perceived the host's muffled microphone as a deliberate affront, thus her irritation was palpable. "Can you still hear me? Hello?" After a few seconds, the distortion persisted. Finally, Jiang Nan severed the PK connection, using another phone to send a voice message in a group chat. "Please ensure your mic is fixed before reconnecting." This fool was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. Even the most patient individuals would struggle to endure such incessant audio issues, especially with her partner present. How could she bear it? Moments later, a PK invitation arrived. Jiang Nan let it linger for a few seconds before nonchalantly accepting the connection. "This time, it should be fine, right?" The opposing host remarked blandly. "All right, the stakes remain. A 5-minute PK determines the victor." With Jiang Nan by her side, Jiang Nan felt confident she would not falter, directly stating, "Just don't back out if you lose." "How confident you are. A small host without a pavilion dares to act so pretentiously? Are you not aware of the adage in the streaming realm? The wife's pavilion, the husband's glory. Just wait and see how my esteemed brother takes you down." The opposing host burst into derisive laughter, unabashedly mocking Jiang Nan. Hearing her words, Jiang Nan said nothing, silently muted the woman's microphone, and officially commenced the PK. In an instant, the opposing host, Xiao Baoying, surged ahead with overwhelming points, 30,000, equivalent to the score of a carnival. Although there was no sound from her side, the visual display conveyed her haughty demeanor, as if to proclaim, "Do you see this? This is the prowess of my esteemed supporter." Jiang Nan glanced over, and as the opposing score reached 100,000, he began to unleash a torrent of gifts. Within mere seconds, akin to the nimble fingers of a seasoned virtuoso, he dispatched no fewer than 50 gifts. As the score soared to 1,500,000, Xiao Baoying initially failed to grasp the magnitude of the shift. Only after finishing a private chat with a supporter did she glance at the live stream, and her eyes widened in disbelief. 3 million. Am I seeing things? At that moment, in Xiao Baoying's live stream, she rapidly rubbed her eyes, witnessing Jiang Nan's PK score escalate to 3 million. No. In the blink of an eye, it surged to 4 million, 5 million, 6 million. What the heck? 6 million points already. The shock of Xiao Baoying propelled her from her seat, exclamations escaping her lips as she leaned closer to the camera, fixating on the ever-increasing score with a prickling sensation at the back of her neck. How could the esteemed supporter be so swift? In less than a minute, the score had skyrocketed beyond 10 million. In terms of gift value, that equated to $100,000. Brothers, keep up. We must secure victory today. The opponents have yet to score. Just 10 million points. If you all put in a little effort now, I can strive even harder later. Upon witnessing Jiang Nan's score surpass 10 million, Xiao Baoying paused momentarily, hastily settling back into her chair to rally her supporters within the live stream. Xiao Baoying indeed possessed some talent. In Jiang Nan's live stream, upon seeing the opposing score catch up within a minute and even surpass by 1 million, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Others may underestimate her partner's extraordinary capabilities, but Jiang Nan was well aware of them. Jiang Nan sent a Carnival X1 to the host. Jiang Nan sent a Carnival X1 to the host. Jiang Nan sent a Carnival X1 to the host. Jiang Nan continued to shower her with gifts while contemplating whether to request an exclusive gift from Douyin, one that could be dispatched at a value of 10,000 or even 100,000. The 3,000 per carnival felt excessively time-consuming. What should such an exclusive gift be called? As he pondered, he unconsciously began tapping rapidly, causing Jiang Nan's PK score to truly soar. 15 million, 20 million, 25 million. In just the span of a minute, the PK score in Jiang Nan's live streaming room surged to a staggering 40 million. At that moment, Jiang Nan regained his composure and, before Jiang Nan or the viewers could fully grasp the situation, he promptly sent a barrage message. "I've run out of diamonds. I will recharge 5 million more." Chapter 145, The Long Night, Sleepless. Once Jiang Nan completed his recharge and re-entered the live stream, he noticed that the viewer count had already ballooned to over 1,000. The barrage of messages was relentless, creating a dizzying spectacle. Jiang Nan glanced at the score of the female streamer, Xiao Baoying, which hovered around 15 million. To catch up with her, it would require considerable effort. "Honey, I feel like there's no need to keep spending. It seems the other side lacks the strength now." Jiang Nan entered, and Jiang Nan's voice immediately resonated in the live stream. "It's all right." Although Jiang Nan claimed he would recharge 5 million, he actually spent 6 million. Currently, Jiang Nan's PK score stood at 40 million, and he anticipated it would plateau at 90 million. Jiang Nan, with his obsessive tendencies, found this quite discomforting and resolved to push for a score in the hundreds of millions. Without wasting any time, he began to rack up points. 50 million, 60 million, 70 million. Goodness, he is starting to accumulate points again. I just noticed, this guy is at level 74. Hadn't he just been slightly over level 70? How had he ascended so quickly? No surprise, given this trajectory. It appeared he was preparing to reach level 75, becoming a true top-tier Douyin tycoon. Meanwhile, in Xiao Baoying's live stream, everyone watched in disbelief as the PK score skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 1 billion. The expressions on their faces were filled with incredulity. 1 billion in PK score. That equates to 10 million yuan. In just one PK match, 10 million was spent? Bosses. Xiao Baoying, gazing at the astonishing 1 billion PK score, bitterly opened her mouth, her face reflecting sheer frustration, weakly pleading, "Could you possibly score a bit more? Score more? Who can handle such a billion points? Remember, I've already contributed quite a lot today. Let us chat privately later." Cursing erupted among the big spenders in Xiao Baoying's live stream. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your spending is complete. You have received a tenfold rebate. 1 billion. On Jiang Nan's side, after successfully reaching level 75, his Douyin diamonds were completely spent. In his mind, the system's notification chimes echoed. A tenfold rebate meant a pure profit of 1 billion. How delightful. Yinyu Jiang Nan, you are incredible. Level 75 tycoon. My goodness. I just witnessed the birth of a level 75 tycoon. Dear, could you send another lucky bag my way? The barrage of messages in Jiang Nan's live stream was nothing short of frenetic. As soon as one message was sent, another quickly followed, overwhelming the screen with its rapidity. I'm logging off. Jiang Nan sent a message, preparing to exit the live stream to watch some short videos before sleep. Honey, wait, the other streamer hasn't barked yet. Jiang Yan promptly activated the microphone for the opposing streamer and calmly declared, Xiao Baoying, you have lost. Whatever the wager was, I hope you adhere to it. I won't hold you accountable for just 1 minute of barking. Although Xiao Baoying's face darkened, after a deep breath, she began to bark. After a minute, she swiftly cut off the connection. Jiang Yan burst into laughter, then turned to address her audience. Everyone, today's live stream has concluded. Until next time. With a snap, she ended the broadcast. Simultaneously, Jiang Nan received a message on WeChat. Honey, can you take a call now? Yes. Jiang Nan replied to Jiang Yan. Instantly, she initiated a video call. Honey, I truly owe you for that. Otherwise, I would have been the one barking. As soon as the video call connected, Jiang Yan's charming voice filled the air. 1 billion PK score. Such an exaggerated figure was something Jiang Yan had never dared to dream of. Yet, she had just achieved this milestone. Undoubtedly, after today, it's likely that a marketing account would seize this opportunity and start promoting her, possibly resulting in a surge of followers. How could I allow my woman to lose? Jiang Nan chuckled softly. At that moment, he took note of Jiang Yan's attire, a very proper set of loungewear. Revealing nothing at all, this pleased Jiang Nan immensely. Before you knew me, you could dress as you pleased. But once you became my woman, that was no longer an option. Honey, why are you still awake? Jiang Yan's sultry gaze drew closer to the camera, her finger resting on her lips, gently biting her lower lip, displaying a knowing expression towards Jiang Nan. Weren't we just having a late-night snack? Seeing her current demeanor, Jiang Nan understood her intentions without a doubt. Honey, the night is long, and I find myself unable to sleep. I wonder if I could persuade you to take a stroll with me? Jiang Yan whispered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan glanced at the time, just past 10. It wasn't too late. He replied, all right, just take a taxi over. Honey, remember to drive over. Jiang Yan hinted. Sure. Jiang Nan nodded and ended the video call. With a smile, he rose from the sofa. If he didn't understand the implications of her request, he would truly be foolish. Jiang Yan's affection won. On May 24th, at midnight, a Bugatti Divo slowly emerged from a narrow alley. Inside, Jiang Yan, seated in the passenger seat, blushed, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Nan, then obediently adjusted her somewhat disheveled skirt. How about it? Do you think you'll be able to sleep tonight? Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Yan, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The increase in her affection earlier had granted him another opportunity for a regular draw. He currently had 2 chances, and it seemed he was 8 draws away from qualifying for an extraordinary draw. However, in reality, accumulating 10 draws swiftly was not too daunting a task. Jiang Nan had a small welfare task at hand. Completing it would grant him an additional 5 chances for a regular draw. Thus, the next extraordinary draw, in Jiang Nan's view, would not be too far off. If I could cuddle with my husband, I would surely sleep even more soundly, Jiang Yan shyly responded. I'm afraid you would sleep even less. After exiting the alley, Jiang Nan picked up his phone and transferred 5 million yuan to her. Chapter 146. The golden exclamation mark above the landlady's head. After transferring 5 million, another billion was at hand, causing a joyful smile to spread across Jiang Nan's face. Huh, honey, why have you transferred me another 5 million? Upon hearing the notification tone from her phone, Jiang Yan quickly checked, and, upon seeing the 5 million credited, her eyes widened in surprise. A reward for being so well-behaved. Jiang Nan, with one hand on the wheel, replied with a grin, you can buy a nice car with this. Next time, you need to take a taxi. Besides, these days, taxis aren't always safe. Better to be cautious. His words held truth. The world was rife with ill-tempered individuals. A slight sense of unease lingered. And after a brief outburst, it became evident that trouble might arise. However, Jiang Yan opened her mouth, only to meet Jiang Nan's gaze, which prompted her to obediently nod and cheerfully say, thank you, dear husband. Jiang Nan had generously transferred a significant sum to her, and with several live streaming rewards. It was no exaggeration to say that once the earnings were settled, she would instantly become a millionaire. Not to mention, once she became a millionaire, Jiang Yan would undoubtedly feel quite proud of herself. Setting aside Jiang Nan's background, his looks, physique, and capabilities were compelling enough for her to realize that she could never part ways with this man throughout her life. Around 8 in the morning, in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Jiang Nan gradually awoke. The enchanting figure beside him had already vanished. He turned over, glanced at his phone lying nearby, and noted the time, 8 o'clock. With a yawn, he stretched lazily and headed toward the bathroom while checking his WeChat messages. Jiang Yan, hubby. I have class in a bit, so I'll head back first. Ning Ruo Shuang. Why did you sneak out last night? Landlady, pictures. As he freshened up, Jiang Nan replied to each message. What should have been a mere few minutes of grooming extended to over half an hour due to his numerous female acquaintances. While the thrill of having multiple admirers was delightful, it could also be quite exhausting. Although he felt fatigued, the smile that lingered on his lips was undeniable. After dressing, Jiang Nan checked out of the hotel. Inside his Bugatti Divo, he lightly tapped the steering wheel, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light as he murmured to himself. It's the 24th. Tomorrow morning at 8, I'll fly to Magic City. After a few days there, I'll head to Kyoto. It seems I won't be able to spend much time with my beautiful acquaintances in Jiang City. He had already arranged everything with Ning Ruo Shuang. Today, he planned to devote quality time to the landlady and Su Yun. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, jolting him back to reality. He glanced at it, chuckling at the caller's identity. It was Sister Xia. Upon answering, he greeted her. What is up? You little rascal. You said you'd head to Magic City tomorrow to spend a few days with Chio. Are you not planning to spend time with me and Su Yun today? The landlady teased. I'm on my way, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Are you ready with your battle attire? The Chi Pao? The landlady responded cheerfully. Su Yun and I dropped the girls off at kindergarten and rushed back without even having breakfast. No worries. I'll bring you some soy milk and fried dough sticks later, Jiang Nan assured, his spirits lifting at the mention of the Chi Pao. After some light banter, he hung up and focused on driving. Half an hour later, at the South Sky Pavilion Villa, he parked his car in the underground garage and stepped out, only to hear the sound of high heels approaching. Following the sound, he turned to see the landlady and Su Yun, both stunning women radiating elegance as they sashayed towards him. The Chi Pao, known for its ability to accentuate a woman's figure, was worn beautifully by both, especially the landlady, whose curves were accentuated in the most alluring manner. With their hair elegantly styled up, the expressions they wore were undeniably captivating. In the living room, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, Jiang Nan admired the handprints on the glass with a satisfied smile. After indulging in a moment of relaxation, he returned to the sofa, where several pairs of nude stockings lay. He exhaled a long puff of smoke, nodding in appreciation of his productive day. After traversing from the garage to the living room and slowly making his way upstairs, he realized he had accumulated 4 chances for a lottery draw, which he found quite efficient. His interactions had notably increased Su Yun's affection for him, while Lin Man's affection still had ample room for growth. Just then, a thought struck him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The landlady's affection had reached an impressive 97 points, and he wondered if completing a side quest might further enhance it. As he exhaled a puff of smoke, extinguishing his cigarette, he heard soft footsteps descending from the staircase. Turning around, he saw the landlady, her silver hair cascading down in a slightly disheveled manner, walking down with a hint of hesitation on her beautiful face. Upon meeting Jiang Nan's concerned gaze, a shadow of worry crossed her features. Jiang Nan approached her, embracing her gently. though he couldn't fathom the reason behind her troubled expression. "Sister Xia, what is bothering you? You seem off today. Is something wrong?" he inquired. "Next month. On the 1st, there's a parent-child event at the kindergarten. I was wondering if you could accompany me and the little girl to this event," she murmured softly. Jiang Nan paused, momentarily taken aback by her request, but then smiled warmly. "Of course. The little girl is my goddaughter too. It would be perfectly fine to join the event." As he spoke, a golden exclamation mark slowly materialized above the landlady's head. "Congratulations, host. Due to the high affection level of your acquaintance Xia Jiqing, you have successfully triggered a random side quest. Complete it to receive a reward. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Xia Jiqing's head to view the side quest." With the system's notifications echoing in his mind, Jiang Nan focused his thoughts and tapped the golden exclamation mark above the landlady's head. Task description: accompany Xia Jiqing and Xia Yingying to the parent-child event. Task reward: Xia Jiqing's affection won lottery draw opportunity. Upon reading the details of the side quest, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. This task would likely have to wait until he returned from Kyoto, but he felt no sense of regret about its delay. The landlady, moved, embraced Jiang Nan tightly, whispering, "I hesitated because of Su Yun." Jiang Nan recalled that both little girls attended the same kindergarten, leading to a slight bias. "I spoke with Su Yun, and she was quite understanding. She said that the little girl isn't your goddaughter. It's entirely normal for her to participate in the parent-child event with Yingying. It would be odd to join with the little girl alone," she explained softly. "Don't worry, these matters take time. Both you and Sister Yun are my cherished acquaintances. I will treat both little girls equally," Jiang Nan reassured her gently. He felt a bit indebted in this regard, but he was determined to make it right. "All right then, it's settled for June 1st. The landlady nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "It's almost lunchtime. Let me see what ingredients I have in the kitchen. Today, I'll do the cooking." Jiang Nan effortlessly lifted the landlady into his arms and swiftly made his way to the living room, placing her gently on the sofa. With a roll of his sleeves, he declared, "I shall no longer pretend. I am a top-tier chef." The landlady acknowledged his culinary prowess, admitting that he truly was an exceptional cook. However, she cautioned, "But this cooking is different. Are you certain you can handle it?" Her expression was one of astonishment, for throughout their acquaintance, she had never heard him mention his culinary skills. With a confident smile, Jiang Nan turned towards the kitchen, piquing the landlady's curiosity. Just as she was about to follow him, footsteps echoed from the staircase. "Sister Xia." Jiang Nan. Soon after, Su Yun descended the stairs, clad in a delicate white lace nightgown. The sound of chopping emanated from the kitchen, causing Su Yun to glance over in surprise. "Su Yun," the landlady called out as she stepped into the kitchen. "Oh, Sister Xia, what brings you here? Is that kitchen noise?" Su Yun looked at the approaching landlady with curiosity. "It's Jiang Nan." The landlady chuckled, explaining, "He is not just skilled at cooking. His culinary expertise is truly remarkable." Su Yun understood the implication of the landlady's words, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. In an instant, she snapped back to reality, tugging the landlady towards the kitchen. As they reached the kitchen door, they peered inside to see Jiang Nan skillfully wielding a chef's knife, performing impressive tricks while chopping, all the while stealing glances at the two women without losing focus on his task. "Jiang Nan, your knife skills are impressive." While the landlady was not particularly adept in the kitchen, she was nonetheless astounded by Jiang Nan's dexterity. "Sister Xia, Jiang Nan's knife skills are far beyond the ordinary. They are extraordinary." Su Yun, who frequently cooked, widened her eyes in disbelief at Jiang Nan's astonishing technique, exclaiming, "This is culinary artistry." It's no exaggeration to say that if I recorded a video and posted it online, with Jiang Nan's looks, he could easily become a million-view internet sensation. In response to the astonished expressions of the two women, Jiang Nan smiled subtly and said, "Sister Xia, Sister Yun, please wait in the living room. The meal will be ready shortly." "No way, we can't leave while you're enjoying such knife skills. I can only imagine how delightful the cooking will be," the landlady replied cheerfully, stepping into the kitchen. Hearing this, Su Yun felt her heart race. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Jiang Nan, who was now heating oil in a pan. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. This man was indeed a perfect gift from the heavens, so incredibly talented. "Let us hope your cooking is as good as your knife skills," she teased. As Jiang Nan began to saw it became evident that what the landlady had said was true. Watching him cook was a true delight. Within mere moments, the aroma of meat wafted through the kitchen. "It smells heavenly." The landlady inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched Jiang Nan at work. Encouraged by her excitement, Jiang Nan showcased his skills, eliciting awe from both women. Before long, a plate of stir-fried green peppers with meat was ready. Unable to resist, The landlady grabbed a pair of chopsticks and sampled the dish. As she chewed, her eyes lit up with astonishment. This is absolutely delicious. Su-Yun, you must try this. I would call it the best stir-fried green peppers with meat in the world. Is it really that extraordinary? Su-Yun, initially skeptical, approached and took the chopsticks from the landlady, tasting the dish. The unique flavor spread across her palate, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. This is indeed exquisite. I observed Jiang Nan's ingredients, and they were similar to my usual method, yet the taste is worlds apart. What did you add, Jiang Nan? Nothing special. It's just skill. Jiang Nan replied with a mysterious smile. The system chimed in his mind, indicating that he had gained a point in Su-Yun's favorability. Soon after, another notification announced that her favorability had reached a significant threshold, granting him additional lottery opportunities. With a sense of exhilaration, Jiang Nan realized he now had 6 chances to draw from the lottery. As the meal progressed, the landlady and Su-Yun marveled at the array of home-cooked dishes before them, their expressions filled with disbelief. Today, I feel as though I could eat several bowls of rice, the landlady exclaimed, inhaling the delightful aroma. Jiang Nan, you have truly hidden your talents. I never imagined your culinary skills were this remarkable. Su-Yun, also skilled in home cooking, felt her abilities paled in comparison to Jiang Nan's. The mere fragrance of the dishes made her mouth water uncontrollably. Let us dig in, Jiang Nan encouraged. And soon the table was filled with sounds of delight as the two women savored the exquisite flavors of his cooking. Their astonished exclamations were genuine, reflecting the exceptional quality of the meal. With each bite, the landlady and Su-Yun found themselves overwhelmed by the flavors, consuming bowl after bowl of rice, completely enchanted by Jiang Nan's culinary magic. I'm so full, the landlady sighed, reclining in her chair, her hands resting on her pleasantly full belly. This meal was far superior to any 3-star Michelin restaurant I've ever dined at. I can't let you cook again, or I'll surely gain weight. Su-Yun chuckled, shaking her head in agreement. Every time you cook, I end up finishing at least 3 bowls of rice, and that's me holding back. If I didn't restrain myself, I could easily devour 4. Delighted by their compliments, Jiang Nan stood up to collect the dishes. No, Jiang Nan, let us handle the cleaning. It will help us digest, the landlady insisted, rising from her chair. Yes, we should do something to help. Otherwise, we'll feel too stuffed. Su-Yun joined in, and together they started clearing the table. All right, Jiang Nan acquiesced, heading towards the living room as he continued. Tomorrow, I'll be heading to the Magic City for a few days before traveling to Kyoto to handle some matters. I'll be back on the morning of the 1st. The afternoon was reserved for family activities, so he assured them he would be back in time. The landlady nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Nan refrained from lighting a cigarette this time. Instead, he summoned his personal attribute panel to take a look. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Charm, 100 points. Height, 185 centimeters. Wealth, 6 billion. Abilities, Phase 1 precognition, insight, indestructible body, enhanced senses, master chef, master of martial arts. Piano virtuoso, traditional Chinese medicine expert, title of protagonist. Assets, 10 years of tradable lifespan, Jiangqing Mansion, Villa number 001 of Jiangqing Tianfu, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Huayra, Bugatti Divo. Life opportunities, a significant gift awaits on the day of my 22nd birthday. Upon glancing at his attributes, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his face. In addition to an update in several abilities, a new charm category had emerged. If 100 points signified the maximum, then his charm was indeed at its pinnacle. With a staggering 6 billion in savings already, he anticipated indulging in some expenditure after completing this minor welfare task, potentially allowing him to exchange for a major welfare task to test the waters. The rewards for merely a minor welfare task were already so generous. One could only imagine the bounty of a major welfare task. Furthermore, the tradable 10 years of lifespan held immense value. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. The world is never short of the wealthy. To those rich individuals whose lifespan is dwindling yet desire to prolong their existence, even a mere month's lifespan could compel them to part with their fortunes, if not their entire wealth, for just a few more days of life. However, for Jiang Nan, earning money was exceedingly simple. He was determined to use the tradable lifespan for noble purposes. Essentially, he lacked any financial woes. Selling 10 years of lifespan was out of the question. Unless, of course, he could trade a few days of lifespan for 100 billion, which he would consider, as that amount could grant him an opportunity for a major welfare task. With such a task, there was a possibility of acquiring additional tradable lifespan. One day, when the tradable lifespan at his disposal reaches a zenith, he would become the true uncrowned king of this world. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed further. Not only would his lifespan be limitless, but the beauties by his side would also be boundless. Those who occupy high positions and wish to survive must inevitably relinquish something, becoming subservient to the very essence of life. By mastering the distribution of lifespan, those in power would effectively become his vassals. There was no need to rush. He was still young, with ample time to develop. A confident smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth. For others, time would become exceedingly valuable. For him, it was perhaps the least valuable commodity. As he pondered, he unconsciously lit a cigarette and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the small garden in front of the villa, his eyes narrowing as he began to envision the future. Around 3 in the afternoon, the sound of rushing water echoed from the master bedroom's bathroom. Moments later, freshly showered Jiang Nan stepped out of the bedroom, and his phone vibrated. Checking it, he saw it was a voice call from Chiu Ruyue. Sister Chiu. Jiang Nan addressed her without any awkwardness, as she was a few years his senior. Jiang Nan, I'm going on vacation in a few days. I wonder if you have time? Chiu Ruyue's cheerful voice came through. In a few days? That might not be possible. I'm planning to visit the Magic City to see my girlfriend tomorrow, and after that, I have some matters to attend to in Kyoto. Jiang Nan pondered briefly, shaking his head. Next month, I should be free. Even if something came up, it would depend on the tasks at hand. Chapter 149. Do you live in Dunhuang? Why are there so many murals? Going to the Magic City? And then to Kyoto? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Chiu Ruyue felt a tinge of disappointment but quickly composed herself. After all, they had no particular relationship, and it was unreasonable to expect him to abandon his plans to accompany her instead. Then I can reschedule for later. Chiu Ruyue took a deep breath, saying softly, How about the beginning of the month? That works. After the first, Jiang Nan replied. He had commitments to accompany the landlady and the little girl for a parent-child activity at the kindergarten on that day. All right, let's start on the second. Chiu Ruyue beamed with joy. She had been eagerly anticipating this, having felt an instant attraction to Jiang Nan. If not for her rationality holding her back, she would have undoubtedly sought to date him every day. After a brief chat, they hung up. Jiang Nan lingered on WeChat for a moment, scrolling through a few updates before realizing his cigarette was nearly finished. He exited WeChat, moved to the coffee table, and extinguished the butt. Just as he prepared to sit down, his phone vibrated again. Unlike the WeChat call, this time it was a notification from the QQ chat application. Lung Bingwe. A look of surprise crossed Jiang Nan's face. Entering QQ, he answered the voice call from Lung Bingwe. Boss. As soon as the call connected, Lung Bingwe's energetic voice filled the air. Currently, her affection for him had reached an astonishing 96 points. It would not be an exaggeration to say that whenever the two found themselves alone, something delightful would inevitably unfold. What's up? Jiang Nan inquired as he took a seat. I have something to discuss with you. Go ahead, Jiang Nan replied with a light chuckle. My younger sister from the countryside will be attending university in Jiangxing this year. I was wondering if she could come to your place to work part-time? Lung Bingwe said softly. Sure, that's entirely up to you. There's no need to consult me. Jiang Nan thought it was perfectly fine for her sister to come. Thank you, boss. Lung Bingwe replied, her voice brimming with joy. Rest assured, my sister is very obedient and understanding. If you tell her to go east, she would never go west. Plus, she's quite diligent and a fantastic cook. No worries. When she arrives, just make the arrangements as you see fit. Jiang Nan was indifferent to such trivial matters. All right then. I won't keep you any longer. I need to call my sister back. After ending the call, Jiang Nan was about to exit QQ when he noticed multiple unread messages, mostly from group chats. Middle school, high school. As for university, he had dropped out after 2 years to work in society. It wasn't that he hadn't received support later. He had simply grown weary. To him, an ordinary second-tier university seemed less appealing than earning money and becoming self-sufficient. In hindsight, it was a typical youthful pride at play. However, truth be told, had he completed his university education, he was uncertain whether he would have encountered the system and embarked on his current path. Thus, everything seemed to be orchestrated by fate. Jiang Nan shook his head, intending to dismiss the group chats when he accidentally clicked on a high school class group chat. Just as he was about to exit, he noticed numerous messages tagging him. Upon entering the chat window, he was greeted by a flurry of messages. Exclamations like, is Jiang Nan really such a scoundrel? Causing his brow to furrow immediately. What was the meaning of this? Had his affairs with several female acquaintances been leaked? That shouldn't be the case. He glanced at the chat history, his expression shifting to one of astonishment, which soon turned into a grimace. What on earth? A woman named Wang Xiaoman had claimed in the high school group that Jiang Nan had abandoned her, even alleging that she was pregnant and he refused to provide any financial support for her well-being. Checking the timestamps, He realized this news had been circulating for several days, but had only recently begun to gain traction. Wang Xiaoman. Who was she? Jiang Nan struggled to recall her identity, pondering for a moment before tagging Wang Xiaoman with nothing more than a question mark. Gradually, he rose from his seat, his gaze still glued to his phone. After taking a few steps, a new message popped up in the group chat. It was from someone named Qinji Feng. Dude, what does that question mark mean? Wang Xiaoman has shared her pregnancy report in the group. Are you just going to deny it? Jiang Nan replied with another simple question mark. Qinji Feng responded, everyone. Come take a look. The scoundrel finally shows his face. Jiang Nan, do you live in Dunhuang? Qinji Feng, what do you mean by that? Jiang Nan, why are there so many murals? Qinji Feng, I'm standing up for our high school classmates. People like you are truly disgusting. Getting someone pregnant and refusing to admit it. Jiang Nan, if someone claimed they got your mother pregnant, would you admit it then? Ultimately, Jiang Nan was merely a young man in his early 20s. How could he not have a temper? Qinji Feng, are you an idiot? Jiang Nan, shoo, stop barking. If you speak less, no one will think you're mute. Wang Xiaoman, come out and explain yourself. Who do you think you are, spreading rumors here? Qinji Feng, Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, come out quickly. The scoundrel is here. Tell us everything you've endured. Upon reading this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed this fool was a sycophant. Realizing this, he searched for Wang Xiaoman and opened her profile. At first glance, her avatar jogged his memory. She was a high school classmate he had met while dining with Meng Qingqiu when she visited Jiang City. And that girl had been quite eager to invite him for a meal in front of her boyfriend. Truly a classic T0 female contender. Jiang Nan sighed, exited Wang Xiaoman's profile, and returned to the chat. Wang Xiaoman, Qinji Feng, are you bored? What does my relationship with Jiang Nan have to do with you? Is it because you live in Dunhuang with all those murals? Upon exiting the profile, he noticed Wang Xiaoman's message and saw that Qinji Feng had tagged her in at least a dozen messages. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh, Jiang Nan, what are you laughing at? At that moment, the landlord's wife descended from the second floor, rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking curiously at Jiang Nan. Chapter 150, Meng Qingqiu, my darling, it isn't impossible for you to be my darling too. A delightful character has arrived. Jiang Nan chuckled. What intriguing character. The landlord's wife approached, curiously peering at the phone he extended to her. After a brief moment, her brows knitted tightly, and she became visibly displeased. What kind of intriguing character is this? He is simply a fool. And what about this Wang Xiaoman? What right does she have to slander you as your woman? Qinji Feng, Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, what's going on? Didn't we just chat privately yesterday, planning to meet when I return to Jiang City? I even transferred you 3,000 yuan, and now you treat me like this? At this moment, the chat erupted anew. Seeing this, the landlord's wife couldn't help but tag both Qinji Feng and Wang Xiaoman. She then opened her video recorder and calmly stated, Wang Xiaoman, I took a look at your profile picture. What kind of person dares to provoke my man? Once the recording was complete, she sent it off. In an instant, the group chat exploded. Su Xiaojian. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I knew something was off about Wang Xiaoman. Also, I must say, the sister in that video is genuinely beautiful. With an exquisite demeanor. Zhao Feng, Wang Xiaoman, Qinji Feng, still spreading rumors? You two fools are the only ones here. And have you not noticed that everyone else in the group is ignoring you? Xian Qing. I'm dying of laughter. A sycophant ends up with nothing. I recall Qinji Feng having a crush on Wang Xiaoman back in high school. Could it be he still wants to be her backup? The classmates who had been quietly observing the situation began to chime in after witnessing the landlord's wife's video. They were rational spectators, even if Jiang Nan were genuinely a scoundrel. For them, it was merely a piece of gossip. As for reckless accusations, they would only whisper about them privately. No one with a modicum of emotional intelligence would dare to voice such claims in a group filled with so many people. Qinji Feng, Wang Xiaoman. What do you mean? Are you deceiving us? Wang Xiaoman, a bunch of foolish people. You believe whatever I say. Huh? I'm leaving the group since I'm not in the same circle as Chunqiu. Wang Xiaoman exited the group chat. Upon seeing this, the landlord's wife couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head. Jiang Nan, your high school classmates are truly amusing. Indeed, I said it was quite entertaining, Jiang Nan replied. Initially, when he learned of the rumors, he had been quite displeased, but after regaining his composure, he found little more than humor in the situation. At present, he felt utterly incomparable to these individuals. Allowing himself to be affected by their emotions would only diminish his own stature. Retracting the video, the landlord's wife returned the phone to Jiang Nan, yawned, and, with a flirtatious glance, smiled sweetly at him. You're heading to the Magic City to see Qingqiu tomorrow, and then off to Kyoto. It will be at least a week before you return. Jiang Nan, why not stay home today and take it easy? All right, Jiang Nan nodded. Leaving Jiang City this time would indeed require a significant amount of time before he could return. On May 25th, around 6:30 in the morning, Jiang Nan had completed his morning routine and stepped out. At this moment, in a yellow Ferrari, the driver enthusiastically remarked, "I'm not bragging, but if you say you're in a hurry, I can get you there in 20 minutes. Do you believe me? With an 8 a.m. flight, that should be manageable." Jiang Nan carried nothing with him, intending to simply collect his ticket and board the plane without wasting any time. After saying this, he declined the driver's attempts to engage further, closed his eyes, and reflected on the previous day, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Such warm, daily moments felt like pure bliss to him. After a half-hour ride, they successfully arrived at Jiang City Airport. After paying, Jiang Nan exited the yellow Ferrari and made his way toward the entrance. Buzz. His phone vibrated. He glanced to find a voice message from Meng Qingxiu. "Darling, good morning." "Good morning," Jiang Nan replied. "ISNT at the weekend? Why are you up so early?" "I'm used to it. I'm planning to go for a morning run shortly." Meng Qingxiu, curious, asked, "You're the strange one. Why are you replying to me so early today? Shouldn't it be after 8? Click. Jiang Nan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he sent Meng Qingxiu a photo. Meanwhile, in a small villa in the Magic City, as Meng Qingxiu groggily brushed her teeth in the bathroom after just waking up, she suddenly caught sight of a photograph. Initially taken aback, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Ah!" In the next moment, her excited voice echoed through the bathroom. Tap, tap, tap. Just a few seconds later, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the bathroom. "What is happening?" "Chiu," a concerned voice called out. Her good friend, Yao Yao, was knocking at the bathroom door. Yao, I'm fine," Meng Qingxiu exclaimed, bouncing on her feet in sheer excitement. She quickly opened the bathroom door and, upon seeing her friend, hurriedly showed her the phone, exclaiming joyfully, "My darling is coming to find me. You love-struck fool, you're hopeless." Yao Yao sighed in relief, then rolled her eyes at Meng Qingxiu, shaking her head. "Is it really necessary to be this excited?" "Humph, Yao, you're still young and don't understand. The sweetness of love is utterly captivating," Meng Qingxiu replied, gleefully biting her toothbrush as she continued, "Darling, what time is your flight? I'll come to pick you up soon." After sending the message, she turned to her good friend Yao Yao with a beaming smile. "Yao, my lovely wife, will you accompany me to pick up my darling?" "That is your darling, not mine. Why should I go?" Yao pouted. "What if some girl calls me a third wheel later?" "Impossible. You're my dear wife. Besides, didn't we promise as kids to marry the same man?" Yao, my darling could very well be yours too," Meng Qingxiu said, casting a lingering glance at her friend, half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao's cheeks flushed bright red, and she hurriedly waved her hands dismissively. "That was something we said when we were kids. We didn't know any better. Now that we're grown up, can we really marry the same man? Why not?" Meng Qingxiu chuckled. "All right, I thought something serious happened when I heard you shout. I'll wash up, and then we'll go pick up your darling. From the photo, he looks quite handsome. I can't wait to see him in person." Indeed, Yao was quite curious. The photograph suggested that Jiang Nan was exceptionally handsome, but she wondered what could be so striking about him in reality. Meng Qingxiu nodded and immediately initiated a video call to Jiang Nan. At that moment, Jiang Nan was at Jiacheng Airport, just retrieving his ticket and preparing for security check when Meng Qingxiu's video call came through. "Darling," as soon as the call connected, Meng Qingxiu's excited voice filled the air. "Your flight is at 8, landing around 10. No need to rush." Jiang Nan found a seat, and, as he settled in, a rather dramatic scene unfolded. Several young women, each pulling a suitcase, had taken seats around him and immediately pulled out their phones to start taking selfies. "Your timing is impeccable. Hee, Yao, and I will come to pick you up. She's dying to see what you look like in person, whether you're even more handsome than your photos." Meng Qingxiu rinsed her mouth and, somewhat indistinctly, added, "By the way, darling, the soundproofing at home isn't great. Should we stay somewhere else tonight?" She recalled her earlier shriek in the bathroom that Yao had clearly heard. If they got carried away later that night, it would surely be embarrassing. "Sure. If it's really necessary, I can always buy a villa in Magic City," Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. "Isn't there a property called Tangchen Ipin that is quite nice? One of the top luxury residences in Magic City. A regular flat there costs in the millions. Let us talk about that when we meet. Darling, I'll wash up now and get ready to pick you up." Meng Qingxiu waved at the camera and blew a kiss. "Mua, see you soon. Darling, see you soon." After ending the video call, Jiang Nan stood up, only to be approached by a few women. "Hey, can I add you on WeChat?" "Hi, handsome. I've noticed you for a while. Are you heading to Magic City? Mind if I add you on WeChat? I'm a local and can show you around." "Hey, handsome, let us connect on WeChat. I'll change my flight and we can have a romantic date. What do you say?" Such was the world of the attractive. These women, upon seeing him sprang into action as they hurriedly approached him. Jiang Nan glanced around. The best-looking woman among them, even with makeup, would only score a modest 70. It's worth noting that many men would consider this level of attractiveness to be a goddess. To describe her, one could say she was undeniably cute. Another woman caught his eye, a 30-something with a wedding ring on her left hand. While her looks were average, her fiery gaze made it a bit uncomfortable for Jiang Nan to hold her gaze for too long. "Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Please excuse me." Politely declining, Jiang Nan maneuvered through the throng of women toward the security area, feeling a few hands brush against his abs in the process. He found it amusing. After all, he was not the one at a loss. This enthusiastic crowd was. Wow, I just touched his abs. So thrilling. That handsome guy must be a celebrity or something. His looks and physique are simply stunning. I can't believe he even glanced at me. I'm feeling faint. I need to freshen up. As the last statement echoed, several women turned their attention toward the 30-something woman, her face flushed with excitement as she gazed longingly at Jiang Nan's retreating figure. However, none of them looked at her with disdain. Her reaction simply mirrored their own inner thoughts. It seemed Jiang Nan would need to don a hat and mask for future travels. Shaking his head, he proceeded through security and entered the first-class lounge to await his flight. Upon entering, he spotted a woman clad in a baseball cap, black mask, and oversized sunglasses, seated on a small sofa. As if sensing his presence, the fully disguised woman turned her head slightly. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, she froze in place. Sun Weiwei's affection level 15. At that moment, a notification sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Sun Weiwei? Surprised by the system's prompt, Jiang Nan cast another glance at the fully covered woman. This time, he activated a perception skill. Name, Sun Weiwei. Age, 23 years. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 96 points. Affection, 15 points. A stunning beauty with a score of 96. Moreover, her height of 170 centimeters was precisely to Jiang Nan's liking. However, why does this name sound somewhat familiar? Favorability towards Sun Weiwei 5. Indeed, it seems yet another person is clearly a beauty enthusiast. As Jiang Nan approached and sat down on the small sofa opposite the fully armed Sun Weiwei, the system's prompt echoed once more in his mind. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, Jiang Nan was unaware of how rapidly the heart of the girl opposite him was racing. Her beauty was simply extraordinary, and her figure and poise, my goodness. Is this truly a woman one encounters in reality? Sun Weiwei couldn't help but swallow hard, instinctively removing her sunglasses to gaze once more at Jiang Nan. At that moment, Jiang Nan also looked towards her, locking eyes with her. Her eyes were quite captivating. On another note, why does Sun Weiwei's name feel so familiar? A look of contemplation crossed Jiang Nan's face. Chapter 152. The star, Sun Weiwei handsome guy. Just as Jiang Nan was reminiscing about whether he truly knew Sun Weiwei, the girl across from him initiated a conversation, her voice exceptionally melodious. What? In the entire waiting area, only Jiang Nan and Sun Weiwei were present. Upon hearing the term handsome guy, he immediately responded, "Have we met before?" Although Sun Weiwei could not see her own face, she was certain that her cheeks were flushed beneath the black mask. This was her first attempt at initiating a conversation, and she had absolutely no experience, so she could only recall the words of those who had approached her before for inspiration. No, Jiang Nan was confident he had never encountered Sun Weiwei, and he shook his head in denial. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's response, Sun Weiwei hesitated momentarily before slowly removing her cap, revealing a cascade of golden hair, and subsequently took off her black mask, unveiling a face of breathtaking beauty. Though she knew her beauty was rated at a staggering 96, the moment she removed her mask, Jiang Nan's heart involuntarily raced several beats faster. A girl with golden hair? You don't recognize me? Sun Weiwei observed Jiang Nan's momentary astonishment, but he did not exhibit much emotion, leaving her somewhat dumbfounded. Not familiar. Jiang Nan shook his head, complimenting her, but you are truly beautiful, with an excellent demeanor, exuding the aura of a superstar. I am Sun Weiwei. Sun Weiwei introduced herself, her large, beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she asked, "You still have no impression of me? It feels somewhat familiar." Jiang Nan carefully recalled, stealing a few more glances at Sun Weiwei. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "I think I remember now. You are indeed a superstar." Previously, while accompanying Ning Rushuang, Lung Bingyue, and Li Jing in the cinema of Villa No. 001 at Jiangqing Tianfu, he had watched a film where the female lead was none other than this golden-haired beauty before him. It seems I am not entirely without renown. Sun Weiwei let out a sigh of relief. If Jiang Nan had been a middle-aged man, she would have found it quite normal for him not to recognize her. However, Jiang Nan was so young, and if he truly did not know her, it would be somewhat disheartening for her, as she aimed to captivate the younger generation. Handsome guy. I find your aura quite appealing, and your looks are exceptional. My company is currently in urgent need of fresh talent. Would you be interested in trying your hand in the industry? Sun Weiwei's eyes sparkled as she stood up from the small sofa and walked over to Jiang Nan, retrieving a business card from her small bag and cheerfully saying, "With your looks, you would undoubtedly thrive in the entertainment industry." "Thank you, but I am not interested in that world." Jiang Nan politely declined. If he truly wanted to enter the industry, he could simply acquire an entertainment company. Moreover, he would rather contemplate how to enjoy his wealth and happiness. Such experiences far surpass the allure of being a mere star. Entering the entertainment circle would merely signify a capital mogul making an entrance, a true dimensional shift in power. No worries. How about we add each other on Green Bubble? If you ever develop an interest, just let me know. Sun Weiwei, taking the initiative for the first time, was genuinely astonished. But having said it, she was not one to dwell too much on it. Although her lovely face was flushed, she appeared remarkably composed. All right. Jiang Nan did not refuse, nodding as he took out his phone to scan and add her on Green Bubble. Jiang Nan. Sun Weiwei's eyes lit up as she saw the name he sent, her smile brightening. Your name is quite serendipitous. My first film when I debuted a few years ago was called Jiang Nan, and my first song was also titled Jiang Nan. Oh, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, that was quite a coincidence. Favorability towards Sun Weiwei 5. Another 5 points of favorability had been added, and Sun Weiwei's gaze towards Jiang Nan had shifted noticeably. Jiang Nan met her gaze, and at that moment, it felt as though electric arcs sparked between them. Favorability towards Sun Weiwei 1. Favorability towards Sun Weiwei 1. Favorability towards Sun Weiwei 1. In just a few seconds, another 5 points of favorability accumulated, bringing Sun Weiwei's favorability towards him to a remarkable 30 points within mere minutes of their interaction. At this moment, Jiang Nan's gaze drifted downward, noting that the woman was wearing a white pleated skirt, complemented by white knee-high socks and a pair of white sneakers. Her legs were slightly together, presenting a view that was nothing short of perfection from Jiang Nan's angle. Do you like lollipops? Sun Weiwei's voice broke the silence. She dared not look at Jiang Nan, her cheeks flushed, as she rummaged in her small bag for a lollipop and handed it to him. Thank you. Jiang Nan accepted it without hesitation, unwrapping the strawberry-flavored lollipop and placing it in his mouth. No need to thank me. From the corner of her eye, Sun Weiwei discreetly observed Jiang Nan's throat as he swallowed, noticing his Adam's apple move up and down, causing her to instinctively swallow hard. Favorability towards Sun Weiwei 3. Another 3 points of favorability were added. Jiang Nan caught a glimpse of her and smiled. Is there something on my face? And no, it's nothing. I'm going over there. If you have an interest in entering the industry, just message me. Whenever Sun Weiwei locked eyes with Jiang Nan, her shyness became palpable, her gaze flitting around as she stood to head back to the opposite small sofa. Hey, don't rush off. Jiang Nan noticed her attempt to escape and couldn't help but smile, reaching out to grasp her hand. This instinctive motion caused Sun Weiwei to tumble onto his lap, sitting firmly face to face with him. You. Sun Weiwei met Jiang Nan's gaze for a fleeting moment before hastily looking away, her nervousness causing her to stutter. What do you want to do? Her voice was so soft and sweet, as if she were being teased by Jiang Nan. Why do you look so aggrieved? If someone didn't know any better, they might think I was bullying you. Jiang Nan chuckled, and at such close proximity, he could distinctly hear her heart racing at an accelerated pace. He could also feel the warmth emanating from her. Not only was her lovely face flushed, but her neck and ears were also slightly reddened, and glancing down further revealed a hint of color on her beautiful legs. Chapter 153. Do you like imported candy? Please, let go of me. Sun Weiwei's voice carried a hint of playful protest. When did you wrap your hand around my neck? Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. As he had observed earlier, Sun Weiwei's hand had unconsciously encircled his neck, and her body had settled comfortably on his lap, drawing them closer together. At that moment, Jiang Nan was savoring a strawberry-flavored lollipop, and as he spoke, the sweet aroma wafted towards Sun Weiwei, enveloping her senses. I'm so sorry. Sun Weiwei quickly released her grip and instinctively leaned back, only to find herself tumbling over. A gasp echoed through the waiting area. Jiang Nan's reflexes were sharp. He swiftly caught her slender waist, lowering his gaze to meet her startled eyes, a trace of amusement dancing in his expression. Their gazes locked once more, and the rhythm of their heartbeats quickened, resonating like a drum in the air. Sun Weiwei's affection 5. The flutter of emotions was indescribable, and her shyness was as refreshing as the spring breeze. Jiang Nan leaned in slightly, and Sun Weiwei's heart momentarily stopped, then surged again with fervor. As he leaned closer, for reasons unknown, she instinctively shut her eyes. Why are you closing your eyes? After a brief pause, Jiang Nan's teasing voice broke the silence, causing her to snap her eyes open and hastily retreat from his embrace. She adjusted her skirt and shot him a fierce glare before tossing her golden locks and swiftly returning to her previous seat on the small sofa. With her hat, sunglasses, and mask donned, she transformed back into her fully armed persona. If Jiang Nan possessed X-ray vision, he would undoubtedly see the bulging cheeks beneath her mask and the restless rise and fall of her chest, hinting at her turmoil. What on earth? Why did you close your eyes? She fumed inwardly. Had she really desired a kiss from someone she had known for barely 10 minutes? No, less than 5 minutes. Am I out of my mind? Underneath her sunglasses, Sun Weiwei's brow furrowed in confusion. Had she actually wished for a kiss from this man? She stole a glance at Jiang Nan, only to find him engrossed in his phone, devoid of any emotional response. Why didn't he kiss me when I closed my eyes? She pondered, growing more frustrated. This is ridiculous. Suddenly, Sun Weiwei sprang to her feet, catching Jiang Nan's surprised gaze. With determination, she approached him, and in an unexpected move, removed her mask, snatched the lollipop from his mouth, and popped it into her own. With a defiant look, she leaned in and planted a fleeting kiss on his lips. Humph! Her triumphant sound echoed in the air as she turned, flicking her golden hair over her shoulder, returning to her spot on the opposite sofa. Crossing her legs with flair, Jiang Nan sat there, utterly bewildered. Had he just been kissed? And she had taken the nearly finished lollipop back? The entire exchange occurred in mere seconds, leaving him in a daze for several moments before he finally registered her audacity. This woman is quite tenacious, he mused. He had merely teased her, and yet she had taken it seriously. But he had to admit, even if it was just a fleeting brush, the sensation was undeniably delightful. Do you enjoy imported candy? Jiang Nan inquired, noticing Sun Weiwei's challenging gaze. Imported candy? She echoed, momentarily taken aback. Once her emotions settled, she quickly realized, pulling the lollipop from her mouth to spit it out with disdain. However, after a moment, she nonchalantly popped it back in, much to Jiang Nan's astonishment. Sun Weiwei's affection too. Mind your own business, she retorted, crunching down on the lollipop, revealing her petite canine teeth. The image of a brash, golden-haired girl from a comic book leaped to mind, prompting Jiang Nan to shrug and return to his phone, realizing he had underestimated this star's playful nature. Hey, Sun Weiwei suddenly exclaimed after several minutes. What? Jiang Nan looked up just in time to see a lollipop hurtling towards him, landing squarely on his chest before rolling onto his lap. This is my favorite flavor, and the last one too. Consider it a compensation for earlier, she said, standing up and adorning her mask again, before exiting the waiting area with her small handbag. As Jiang Nan watched her silhouette fade away, he gradually turned his attention back to the lollipop on his lap, noting it was durian-flavored. A smirk crept onto his face. Gifting someone a durian-flavored lollipop? How generous of her. Chapter 154, Sun Weiwei. It smells bad, but tastes good. At 8 o'clock, the flight took off. On board, Jiang Nan closed his eyes to rest. He sensed a multitude of eyes sweeping over him, whispering in awe. Who is this handsome man? Is he a celebrity? Goodness. He must be a regular guy. Look at how any star would be all decked out. But the person next to him, could he be the real star? As whispers of admiration filled the air, the sharp click of high heels echoed. Hello, sir. A fragrant breeze accompanied a gentle voice. Jiang Nan opened his eyes to find a charming flight attendant, easily an 8 out of 10, crouching before him, her gaze captivating. I see you seem to want to sleep. Would you like an eye mask and blanket? Thank you, but I'm just resting my eyes. Jiang Nan replied with a smile, shaking his head. Then, shall I bring you a cup of warm milk and some fruit? She offered, her eyes sparkling with interest. No. Thank you, Jiang Nan declined, waving his hand dismissively. After being rejected time and again, the beautiful flight attendant remained remarkably unfazed. However, Jiang Nan's stance was quite clear, and she dared not approach him again. With a gentle nod and a smile, she gradually rose, bowed to the strikingly handsome man, and retreated to the resting cabin. Xiaorong, how did it go? Upon seeing the lovely flight attendant return, 2 others immediately surrounded her, eager for news. It was so hard to strike up a conversation. It's such a pity. That handsome guy is exactly my type. I would gladly pursue him even if it meant making the first move. The flight attendant, who was around an 80 in looks, sighed with a bittersweet smile. I feel the same, but you don't have the confidence to approach him. And we certainly don't stand a chance. Perhaps only Ning Rushuang could muster the courage to do so. One attendant whispered. Indeed, Ning Rushuang's beauty was extraordinary, far surpassing theirs. However, I have a feeling it may not be as straightforward. I just crouched down without concealing my assets, yet he didn't express any interest at all. I suspect that for him, a beautiful woman is merely someone with an attractive exterior. Xiaorong sighed softly, shaking her head. I believe such men value a woman's inner qualities more. Of course, there must first be an appealing exterior. Absolutely. That handsome guy possesses a remarkable aura, reminiscent of a wealthy heir. He must be either affluent or of noble descent. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, who was preparing to close his eyes, the flight attendants in the resting cabin were engaged in hushed discussions about him. At that moment, a faint voice broke the silence. Jiang Nan turned his head to see Sun Weiwei, resembling a thief, beckoning him with a whisper, "Come here." No, Jiang Nan flatly refused. "Then you come to me." Sun Weiwei raised her voice slightly. Jiang Nan, in response, turned away and closed his eyes again. This guy is infuriating. Sun Weiwei's frustration was palpable as she bit her lip, her striking features becoming more pronounced with irritation. After a few minutes, she glanced at the resting cabin, then at other seats, unfastened her seatbelt, and quietly approached Jiang Nan. "What are you doing?" Jiang Nan opened his eyes instantly, frowning at her. "You didn't eat that lollipop, did you?" Sun Weiwei asked, lowering her voice. "No." Jiang Nan shook his head, unable to suppress his critique. "You truly have a peculiar taste, durian-flavored lollipops? And you give them to others? So what?" Sun Weiwei retorted. "Taste is subjective, and durian is delightful. I love things that smell terrible yet taste amazing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan cast her a knowing glance. Seemingly understanding the implication, Sun Weiwei removed her oversized sunglasses and shot him a fierce glare, her small fist waving in the air. "Let me tell you, your look is quite inappropriate." "What is inappropriate? What's wrong with me?" Jiang Nan spread his hands, feigning confusion. "Give it to me." Sun Weiwei extended her hand. "What?" Jiang Nan maintained his act of bewilderment, his expression entirely innocent. "The lollipop I just gave you." Sun Weiwei insisted, frowning. "You don't even like it. You might as well let me have it." Jiang Nan was truly at a loss. Why would someone want back something they had given away? He shook his head and shrugged. "I lost it." "Lost it?" Sun Weiwei's voice suddenly rose. Instantly, the first-class passengers opened their eyes. Some who had been engrossed in their magazines now turned to look. What happened? The beautiful flight attendant, Xiaorong, hurried out of the resting cabin. Upon seeing Sun Weiwei approach Jiang Nan, she quickened her pace, offering Jiang Nan a warm smile before turning her attention to Sun Weiwei. "Excuse me, madam," she started, but her voice faltered after just 4 words. The familiarity in Sun Weiwei's eyes made her heart race, and she stifled a gasp. Sun Weiwei quickly donned her sunglasses again, signaling for silence. Xiaorong, suppressing her excitement, gently pinched her thigh to calm herself, whispering, "Is there something you need, madam?" "Nothing, just chatting with a friend," Sun Weiwei replied, her irritation evident beneath her mask and sunglasses. This guy, how could he have lost the lollipop I gave him? Damn it, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. After stomping her foot, she called Jiang Nan a scoundrel and stormed back to her seat. That exclamation left both Jiang Nan and Xiaorong utterly stunned. Xiaorong widened her eyes, stealing glances at Jiang Nan before looking back at the fuming Sun Weiwei. After a slight bow, she hurried back to the resting cabin. Chapter 155. It's not just a lost lollipop, it's a missed opportunity. As Xiaorong entered the resting cabin, the flight attendants who had been perusing magazines immediately turned their attention to her. "What?" Several attendants exclaimed in curiosity. "Guess who I just saw?" Xiaorong teased. "Oh, stop teasing us. Hurry up and tell us, my dear sister," they urged. "Sun Weiwei." Xiaorong inhaled deeply, her face alight with shock. "Sun Weiwei, where is she? Can I get her autograph later? I've been a fan since her debut." "Ah, my goddess." The resting cabin, initially calm, erupted into excitement as attendants widened their eyes in disbelief at Xiaorong's announcement. One even attempted to part the curtain to sneak a peek outside. Xiaorong quickly grabbed her arm, cautioning, "Are you insane? If you cause a scene, you're finished." Right, but it's Sun Weiwei," the attendant insisted. Clearly a devoted fan. In the entire entertainment industry, no star has female fans as devoted as Sun Weiwei's. Whether in film, music, or television, she has a track record of hits, combined with a charming personality and a spotless reputation over the years, making her the epitome of a perfect leading lady. Hence, encountering her on a plane sent the attendants into a frenzy. "Wait, Xiaorong, isn't there more to it?" one attendant inquired softly. Instantly, all eyes were on her. Taking a deep breath, Xiaorong lowered her voice and said, "You must not spread this around." Upon hearing this, several attendants exchanged worried glances, their eyebrows knitting together. Could it be that their beloved leading lady, Sun Weiwei, was in a relationship? Just now, Sun Weiwei called that handsome guy a scoundrel. Xiaorong stated, "Handsome guy? Which handsome guy? Initially, they were bewildered, but the next moment, their eyes widened in realization, and they gasped in shock. Shoo! Xiao Rong quickly silenced them. Several flight attendants were taken aback by the astonishing news, panting heavily, their faces reflecting disbelief. Although they were uncertain if there was any substantial truth to the gossip, it was clear that there was an undeniable hint of flirtation between two individuals. Presently, it seemed that the handsome gentleman was enjoying an extraordinary life, leaving little room for their attention. After all, he had Sun Weiwei by his side. Xiao Rong couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Logically speaking, a top-tier beauty like Sun Weiwei would naturally attract more male admirers than female ones. Yet, Sun Weiwei was so exceptional that it overshadowed the presence of her female fans entirely. The allure she possessed was so profound that even the supporting actresses, who shared the screen with her, couldn't help but sing her praises. Truly, she was without reproach. How could such a perfect goddess not be adored? Frustrated, Xiao Rong exclaimed. This Jiang Nan, I can tell he must be a lifelong singleton, probably a virgin for countless years. While the flight attendants were engrossed in their discussion, outside, Sun Weiwei had returned to her seat, puffing her cheeks in irritation, her chest rising and falling with every breath. She occasionally shot furious glances at Jiang Nan, clearly becoming more agitated as she pondered the situation. Jiang Nan, oblivious to Sun Weiwei's growing anger, found himself perplexed. Although he currently had many beautiful companions, every woman around him was remarkably forthright about their feelings. I like you, they would say, their intentions unmistakably clear. Thus, Jiang Nan could not fathom that Sun Weiwei's overt approach was merely an attempt to initiate conversation. The matter of the lollipop was trivial. What mattered was the opportunity for them to engage with one another. Furthermore, with an empty seat beside him, it was the perfect chance for her to join him. Alas, that opportunity was lost. It wasn't just an ordinary lollipop that had slipped away, but rather a significant conversation starter that could have brought them closer. Jiang Nan was not one to dwell on trivial matters, and possessing a keen insight, he recognized that Sun Weiwei's fondness for him had remained constant since their first encounter, stabilizing at a level of 40 points. Thus, he was not particularly concerned. He closed his eyes and began to relax. The 2 hours passed swiftly, and before long, Jiang Nan had drifted into slumber. Upon waking, he noticed the blanket draped over him and felt a sense of comfort. After neatly folding the blanket, he unfastened his seatbelt and stood up slowly. At that moment, the attentive flight attendant Xiao Rong approached him with a bright smile, bowing slightly and saying, "Sir, it's my pleasure to assist you." Thank you, Jiang Nan replied. "It is an honor to be of service." Xiao Rong beamed. "We must be nearing our destination, right?" Jiang Nan glanced out the window and felt the descent beginning. "Yes, please remain seated. The plane is about to land." Xiao Rong nodded with a smile. The slight feeling of weightlessness was inconsequential to Jiang Nan, but he still sat down to fasten his seatbelt once more. Xiao Rong took the blanket towards the rest area, while Jiang Nan glanced towards Sun Weiwei, who was now looking his way. He responded with a smile. Humph. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's smile, Sun Weiwei huffed and averted her gaze. This woman truly is quite proud, Jiang Nan mused. He was not the first to have 40 points of fondness from a woman, so he understood what that level of affection implied. If he were to take a more proactive approach, that fondness could easily increase. However, Jiang Nan had no intention of doing so. He was curious to see if this proud woman would gradually come to like him more. To be honest, encountering a woman with such a demeanor was a first for him. It was amusing to tease her. Before long, the plane landed smoothly. As the announcement rang out, Jiang Nan unfastened his seatbelt and stood up. With Jiang Nan's rising, Sun Weiwei also stood. At that moment, Jiang Nan pulled a lollipop from his pocket, called out to her, and, under her astonished gaze, tossed it in her direction. Huh? Sun Weiwei caught the lollipop, but by the time she looked back, Jiang Nan had already vanished from sight. Sun Weiwei's fondness 5. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had exited the aircraft, making his way through the priority channel. Just as he stepped out, his phone buzzed. Darling, the joyous tone of Meng Qingqiu was unmistakable, filled with excitement. I'm almost there. Jiang Nan quickened his pace. It had only been 5 days since Meng Qingqiu had left on the 20th, yet to him, it felt as if a month or two had passed. Great. We're at the exit, and you'll definitely see me and Yao Yao when you come out. Meng Qingqiu exclaimed eagerly. All right. Jiang Nan hung up and quickened his stride. A few minutes later, he arrived at the exit. Just a glance outside, and he immediately locked eyes with Meng Qingqiu. Darling. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu joyfully called out. As her excited voice rang out, many eyes turned to her, captivated by her beauty, especially as she stood alongside another stunning woman, causing the eyes of several men to widen in astonishment. Jiang Nan also felt many gazes upon him, both male and female. but predominantly the fervent glances from numerous women. He ignored them all and focused on a striking girl with long black hair standing next to Meng Qingqiu. Upon seeing her, Jiang Nan momentarily lost his train of thought. An indescribable feeling washed over him. Was it ethereal charm? Or perhaps an aura that suggested she was not of this earth? A genuine celestial being? Regaining his composure, Jiang Nan took a deep breath and used his insight on the girl. He guessed that her initial beauty score must surely be a remarkable 98 points. Name, Yu Yao. Age, 20 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Beauty score, 99 points. Fondness, 10 points. A staggering beauty score of 99. Just 1 point shy of a perfect score. Darling, as Jiang Nan emerged, Meng Qingqiu joyfully opened her arms and jogged towards him. Before long, they met, and Meng Qingqiu hugged him tightly around the waist, nuzzling against him with uncontainable excitement. It feels like it's been ages since we last met. She tiptoed to kiss Jiang Nan on the cheek, then linked her arm with his, leaning against her beloved as she turned to introduce her close friend. Darling, this is Yao Yao. Hello, I'm Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled and extended his hand towards Yu Yao. Yu Yao. With a warm smile, Yu Yao graciously shook Jiang Nan's hand. Go. Meng Qingqiu cheered exuberantly. In that moment, her excitement was palpable. Soon, the trio arrived at a silver Panamera. Yao Yao, I'll leave the driving to you. Meng Qingqiu grinned, releasing Jiang Nan and wrapping her arms around Yu Yao, planting a cheerful kiss on her cheek before opening the rear door and sliding in alongside Jiang Nan. The young lady, Yu Yao, smiled indulgently as she entered the car. After fastening her seatbelt, she glanced at the two individuals in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Noticing Meng Qingqiu preparing to cozy up to Jiang Nan, she cleared her throat and remarked, Do you truly not consider me an outsider? Yao Yao is not an outsider. She is my beloved. Meng Qingqiu playfully smiled, wrapping her arms around Jiang Nan's shoulder and planting a kiss on his cheek. She then treated Yu Yao as if she were not an outsider at all, placing Jiang Nan's hand directly on her thigh, while her own beautiful legs rested atop his. At that moment, Jiang Nan truly noticed the woman's attire. She wore a white spaghetti strap dress, devoid of any stockings, yet her fair, exquisite legs could enchant any leg enthusiast. Lowering his gaze, he spotted a pair of white shoes complemented by white socks. Simply delightful. Indeed. Confronted with Meng Qingqiu's pure and radiant ensemble, Jiang Nan found himself utterly captivated. My dear, let us return home first. Meng Qingqiu leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Jiang Nan's neck, whispering softly in his ear. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly faint, and her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Jiang Nan, having heard her words, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he leaned toward her ear, whispering, Is your impatience due to our mere 5-day separation? Indeed. I felt nothing until I saw you. I simply cannot contain myself. Meng Qingqiu's boldness had evidently increased during their days apart, as she lowered her voice. I have prepared several pairs of socks and outfits for the little angel and little devil themes. When we return, whether you desire me to embody an angel or a devil depends solely on your preference. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Meng Qingqiu's whispers. Wonderful. This brief separation has indeed birthed a perfect girlfriend. After about 10 minutes, when Yu Yao observed from the rearview mirror that the two had ceased their affectionate display, she cleared her throat and inquired, Shall we head back now? Yes, I wish to spend some quality time with my dear. We can go out for dinner later. Meng Qingqiu replied candidly, showing no signs of embarrassment. Very well, I shall take you back. Once you are finished, give me a call. Yu Yao responded, her understanding implicit. I'll take this opportunity to research where to dine. Since your partner hails from Jiangqing, how about hot pot? No, he must be tired of it. Perhaps we should try the local cuisine? Darling, would you care to sample the local dishes? Meng Qingqiu asked. I'm fine with anything. I am not picky, Jiang Nan chuckled. All right then, Yu Yao nodded, casually glancing at the rearview mirror and admiring Jiang Nan's strikingly handsome visage, which exuded an air of refinement that surpassed even that of a wealthy scion. She couldn't help but internally commend. Meng Qingqiu's romantic interest is truly astonishingly exceptional. Around noon, in the master bedroom of a small villa, Jiang Nan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, listening to the sound of water cascading from the bathroom while gazing into the distance with a contemplative expression. He had acquired yet another chance for a lottery draw, bringing his total to 7 opportunities. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was impossible to say he felt no emotional stirrings. After all, if he could secure 3 more chances, he would be able to partake in an extraordinary draw, an invaluable opportunity for his personal growth. After a moment's pause, he exhaled deeply and turned to walk away. As he moved, he cast a glance at various items scattered across the bed, floor, and a small sofa near the window, a smile emerging on his lips. The past few days apart had indeed transformed Meng Qingxiu into someone remarkably daring. Soon, the sounds of water ceased, and wrapped in a towel, Meng Qingxiu emerged from the bathroom. "Darling, I'm ready. I just need to change and apply a light touch of makeup before we head out." With a playful blush adorning her cheeks, she winked at Jiang Nan and added, "Why don't you wait for me downstairs? I suspect Yu Yao is growing impatient." "All right." Jiang Nan replied with a smile, watching as Meng Qingxiu hurried toward him, pressing a kiss on his cheek and waving her hand playfully as she departed. Downstairs in the living room, Jiang Nan found Yu Yao engrossed in a book, oblivious to his arrival. He paused, taken aback. To his surprise, rather than a classic literary work befitting her elegant demeanor, she was reading a romance novel. Clearing his throat, he queried, "Finished?" Hearing his voice, Yu Yao slowly closed the book and regarded him with a thoughtful gaze, exclaiming, "Have you two been indulging for far too long? A day apart feels like 3 autumns. 5 days apart is akin to a brief separation that surpasses a new marriage." Yu Yao, unreserved in her observations, prompted a calm response from Jiang Nan. "I booked a reservation at the most renowned cuisine restaurant in the city. Given all the gifts you bought for me in Jiangqing, make sure not to sneakily pay the bill." Rising to her feet, Yu Yao clutched the romance novel, and Jiang Nan's gaze shifted from her face to her attire. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders. She wore a white off-the-shoulder top paired with high-waisted jeans, and her feet were adorned with crystalline sandals that showcased her delicate toes. Any foot enthusiast would undoubtedly succumb to rapture upon witnessing such beauty. Jiang Nan mused that Yu Yao possessed an air of classical beauty. Her name, visage, and aura all evoked a sense of timeless elegance. He pondered that traditional garments like a qipao or hanfu would suit her remarkably well. "You do realize that scrutinizing a woman in such a manner can be quite embarrassing, don't you?" Yu Yao's voice interrupted his thoughts, coinciding with a notification from his system. Recovering his composure, Jiang Nan considered that had he not received the system's prompt, he might have mistakenly believed he had offended Yu Yao. However, the increase in her favorability was a simple indication that beauty naturally draws the eye. "How lovely you are," he genuinely complimented. In response, Yu Yao regarded him intently, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "With a face like yours, your compliments carry quite the weight." "Thank you," Jiang Nan chuckled, returning her gaze with equal depth. This woman was indeed extraordinary, her initial beauty nearly perfect, a true goddess. Suddenly, the vibration of his phone interrupted their exchange. Jiang Nan retrieved it from his pocket and glanced at the screen, noting it was a voice call from Zhu Yun. "Hello?" he answered. "Mr. Jiang Nan, have you deposited another million into the welfare institution's account?" The delicate voice of Zhu Yun drifted through the phone. "No," Jiang Nan replied, momentarily taken aback. "That's strange," Zhu Yun responded, equally perplexed. "Who, then, has transferred another million to the welfare institution's account? Have you checked?" Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he recalled that Zhao Wanqing had mentioned her parents would come to secretly see her once a year in Kyoto. It was entirely possible that his current transformation had been discovered. However, nothing is absolute. In the absence of a meeting, everything remains uncertain. Moreover, he pondered how the Jiang family in Kyoto would react to his current situation. One could only imagine their astonishment. After all, a young man, devoid of any support, possessing such wealth would undoubtedly raise suspicions. With that thought, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. "I haven't checked yet, but I plan to visit the bank shortly," he replied. Zhu Yun's voice continued, "Do let me know what you find out." Jiang Nan nodded, and after hanging up, he held his phone, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced at Yu Yao, who was curiously observing him with a book in her hands, before settling onto the sofa. "System. What might the Jiang family in Kyoto think of me now? Some matters are indeed difficult to elucidate." Thus, Jiang Nan was curious. "Host. You possess the title of the destined protagonist." The system promptly responded. "Furthermore, given that your biological parents have seldom shown concern over the years, everything can be logically explained. Please rest assured." "Is that so?" Jiang Nan considered this and agreed. After all, he had been raised in Jiang City because his biological parents had heeded the advice of a fortune teller, believing it to be the place of his ascent. Thus, combined with his title of the destined protagonist, everything indeed seemed to make sense. With this realization, a smile spread across Jiang Nan's face as he transferred 1 million to Lin Manman. In an instant, he secured today's guaranteed interest, amounting to a staggering 10 billion. "Currently, I possess a total of 12.6 billion. It sounds substantial, yet in reality, it is not nearly enough. Should he desire, redeeming a major welfare task would leave him with a mere 2.6 billion. Therefore, it remains insufficient. This 12.6 billion is far from adequate." Chapter 158. A perfectly scored opposite-sex beauty grants 4 extraordinary lottery opportunities. I shall check on her. Why hasn't Ti Cho come down yet? As Jiang Nan pondered, Yu Yao stepped gracefully towards the second floor. Jiang Nan regained his composure, exhaling softly. Currently, Meng Qingqiu's favorability and beauty score had reached an impressive 97. Just a tad more, and he could complete the welfare task at hand. By the way, system, Yu Yao's initial beauty score is a remarkable 99. Is it not too few to receive an additional lottery opportunity upon reaching a score of 95? Jiang Nan suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired. He was not one to willingly concede an advantage. With Yu Yao's initial beauty score being 99, even if her favorability reached 99, wouldn't it only yield a single ordinary lottery chance? If so, it would indeed be more advantageous to pursue someone with slightly lower beauty points. Host, rest assured, it will not unfold as you envision. The system promptly replied. Pray, enlighten me. Jiang Nan's interest was piqued. 4 opposite-sex individuals with an initial beauty score of 99. Once their favorability matches their beauty score, they will receive an extraordinary lottery opportunity. Furthermore, upon reaching a score of 100, they will receive an additional extraordinary lottery opportunity. The system elaborated. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's face illuminated with astonishment. Goodness, the rewards for a beauty with a score of 99 are indeed extraordinary. What of those with a score of 98? And what about 100? Jiang Nan pressed on. For beauty scores below 99, the rewards remain the same, but upon reaching 100, they will likewise receive an extraordinary lottery opportunity. The system clarified. I see. However, a score of 100 signifies true perfection. An individual with an initial beauty score of 100 must be exceedingly rare. As the saying goes, in literature there is no first, in martial arts there is no second. Jiang Nan mused that true beauty, reaching the pinnacle, must be exceedingly exceptional. Host, true beauty is not confined to mere appearances. The system continued to explain. I comprehend. Jiang Nan fully grasped that true perfection in beauty transcends mere physical allure, embodying genuine inner beauty. Thus, how many extraordinary lottery opportunities would a beauty with a perfect score of 100 provide upon achieving a favorability of 100? Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. 3 times. The system promptly responded. The 3 opportunities are awarded when favorability reaches 100, and an additional extraordinary lottery opportunity is granted when favorability reaches 95. Incredible! Jiang Nan exclaimed, genuinely impressed, mentally giving the system a thumbs up. This arrangement is truly remarkable. Setting aside the rarity of encountering a beauty with a score of 100, Jiang Nan felt that such a welfare provision ensures he would not miss out on encountering such an extraordinary beauty. After all, a stunning beauty like Yu Yao, boasting a staggering score of 99, had already appeared. Lost in thought, a brief period passed before he heard Meng Qingqiu's voice calling from the second floor. Following that, footsteps echoed. Jiang Nan snapped back to reality and rose to glance at the staircase, where Meng Qingqiu, adorned in a white dress with her hair tied into a high ponytail, radiated pure charm as she waved cheerfully at him. Beautiful. Undoubtedly, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Though Meng Qingqiu's beauty score is 2 points lower than Yu Yao's, and her initial score is a full 3 points less at this moment, the feelings Meng Qingqiu evoked in Jiang Nan far surpassed those of Yu Yao. The two were comparable, yet Meng Qingqiu held a slight edge. As Jiang Nan approached, Meng Qingqiu hurried towards him, linking her arm through his and nestling against his shoulder, then turned to Yu Yao with a smile, saying, Yao Yao, I'm hungry. Why did you indulge for so long? Don't worry, we'll drive over now. I've already informed the restaurant. We should be able to eat shortly after our arrival. Yu Yao shot Meng Qingqiu an exasperated glance. What can I say? It's just that my darling is in good health. Meng Qingqiu laughed joyously. Only in front of those she holds dear does she exhibit such a demeanor, devoid of the image of a top goddess perceived by outsiders. In reality, at her level, even in comparison to Yu Yao, who is said to be more stunning, the top goddess's beauty has never been publicly acknowledged. This indicates that they care little for such titles. Ugh, Yu Yao spat playfully, her cheeks momentarily flushing. The two sisters would share secrets in private, yet discussing such matters in front of Jiang Nan, a male, especially one involved with her close friend, made her feel a bit bashful. The trio set forth, and the distance to the restaurant Yu Yao booked was not far. A mere 10-minute drive brought them to a renowned Hu cuisine restaurant. Jiang Nan glanced at the restaurant's name, Happiness Lane. This establishment is famed as one of the best Hu cuisine houses in all of Modu. Meng Qingqiu explained, it is a restaurant with nearly 200 years of heritage. Its flavors are unparalleled. Is that so? Jiang Nan chuckled. In the presence of this culinary master, he felt that the chef of this Hu cuisine restaurant was likely rather mediocre. Indeed, Meng Qingxiu nodded, stating that she and Yao Yao frequented the establishment 4 to 5 times a week, a testament to its exceptional flavors. That is quite impressive, Jiang Nan acknowledged. The trio entered the establishment, which, while referred to as a restaurant, was more aptly described as a grand eatery. Happiness Lane boasted 3 stories, an expansive hall on the first floor and private dining rooms on the second and third. Meng Qingxiu, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's, observed Yao Yao producing a black card in front of a welcoming hostess, who then respectfully guided them to the elevator. In a hushed tone, she explained, the second floor mainly contains small private rooms, while the third is reserved for larger gatherings. Not too shabby, Jiang Nan remarked as he noted the bustling atmosphere of the hall, where every seat was occupied and a long queue of patrons awaited their turn, clearly indicating the restaurant's popularity. Chapter 159. A man seeking to leech off a wealthy woman. Welcome, esteemed guests. Miss Yao Yao has made a reservation. Please hold for just 2 minutes while I ensure the dishes are prepared promptly. At the entrance of a small private room on the second floor, the welcoming hostess bowed slightly and gently opened the door. Understood. You may attend to your duties. Yao Yao waved her hand, leading Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu into the room. The layout of the private dining area was quite inviting. Meng Qingxiu smiled. It seems rather cozy. Indeed. Yao Yao approached a dining table, taking out her phone to begin listing the dishes. Braised catfish, 8 treasure duck, crystal shrimp. After naming several dishes, she suddenly looked up at Meng Qingxiu and continued, Qiu, I've also ordered the Shanghai white-cut chicken. I'll rely on you and Jiang Nan for that. It must be on the list. It's my favorite. Meng Qingxiu immediately affirmed. Darling, the Shanghai white-cut chicken is a must-try. Trust me, it is absolutely delectable. Trust you? Why wouldn't I? Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. The moment the name of the dish was mentioned, Jiang Nan's mind instinctively conjured images of the necessary ingredients and the preparation steps, a testament to his expertise as a culinary master. In truth, there was scarcely a dish he did not know how to prepare. Any renowned dish could be effortlessly crafted by him. Furthermore, even regional specialties posed no challenge. He was confident in recreating their authentic flavors. Before long, Yao Yao handed her phone to them, saying, I've already ordered 10 dishes. Do you think we need anything else? Really, Yao Yao? You ordered 10 well-known dishes? For just 3 of us? Isn't that a bit excessive? Meng Qingxiu raised her eyebrows in surprise. You've forgotten that we usually order 5 or 6 dishes when it's just the 2 of us at Happiness Lane, right? Today, with 3 people, ordering 10 dishes of this modest portion isn't too much at all. Yao Yao shot a knowing glance at Meng Qingxiu, who had not grasped the implication of her words. Right? Meng Qingxiu giggled and then turned to Jiang Nan, whispering, Darling, would you care for a drink? Drinking in the middle of the day? Are you sure? Jiang Nan regarded Meng Qingxiu with surprise, contemplating the logistics of managing 2 inebriated women later. How about we save it for tonight? We can go out and have some fun. Meng Qingxiu's eyes darted around, catching a glimpse of Yao Yao, and she hurriedly suggested, Yao Yao, why not join us tonight? You don't have anything planned. No, I haven't finished that novel yet, Yao Yao replied without a hint of hesitation, dismissing the proposal outright. Hey, Yao Yao, why don't you keep pace with the group? Meng Qingxiu pouted, then sighed, shaking her head. I wonder who it was that ran away from home after a fight with their family at 15. Enough. Yao Yao's expression shifted, and she quickly interjected. Just 2 hours. 2 hours? I could drink enough in that time. Meng Qingxiu beamed with satisfaction. Truly, one must be cautious of friends. Yao Yao couldn't help but tease. Ahem, Yao Yao, that comment is misplaced. Meng Qingxiu coughed, her face momentarily betraying an awkward expression. While Yao Yao might have missed it, Jiang Nan caught the fleeting moment, causing a flicker of curiosity to rise within him. Could it be that Qiu intended to truly bond her dear friend with her as a close ally? It seemed prudent to complete his little task swiftly, as the reward for his mind-reading ability was indeed enticing. With such a skill, one need not guess another's thoughts. A simple use of mind-reading would reveal their innermost desires in an instant. Just then, a gentle knock echoed at the door of the private room. Come in. Yao Yao called out nonchalantly. As her words fell, a young man clad in a chef's uniform, possessing a certain handsomeness, entered accompanied by several servers carrying dishes. Miss Yao Yao, Miss Meng, greetings. The young man's gaze quickly locked onto Yao Yao, a flicker of excitement crossing his features as he cheerfully remarked. It seems you haven't graced us with your presence for over a week. Yao Yao nodded coolly. Meng Qingxiu, however, ignored the young man entirely, cheerfully feeding Jiang Nan a grape from the fruit platter brought by a server. Darling, say adi darling. The young man finally registered Jiang Nan's presence, his expression morphing into one of astonishment. Goodness, this man is barely noticeable. Moreover, Meng Qingxiu, A top-tier heiress has a partner? Wow, he is so handsome, so charming. The moment the young man's gaze fell upon Jiang Nan, his pupils widened in disbelief. My goodness, while I've encountered many handsome men, I've never seen anyone quite like this. He was stylish and sophisticated. If he claimed to be a mere commoner, the young man would find it hard to believe. He was undoubtedly a top-tier second-generation rich kid. In an instant, the young man had deduced Jiang Nan's identity. There are still a few dishes pending. I'll go check on them. By the way, Miss Yao Yao, the oil-splashed river shrimp is being prepared in a large portion today. The young man quickly averted his gaze and shifted to business matters. While his interest in Yao Yao and Meng Qingqiu was genuine, his desire to attach himself to a wealthy woman was apparent. He remained acutely aware of Jiang Nan's true status. No matter what, he would never be foolish enough to reveal any intentions in front of him. Very well, Yao Yao replied, still coolly nodding. I won't interrupt your meal any further, the young man said, taking a deep breath before respectfully retreating from the private room along with the servers. Who is that? The head chef of this establishment? Jiang Nan mused, slightly taken aback. The young man appeared to be only 26 to 28 years old. Yet he had already achieved a notable position as the head chef of this restaurant. Perhaps he was being groomed for future leadership, Meng Qingqiu explained. Just a man seeking to leech off a wealthy woman. Yu Yao, rather impolitely, remarked, Yao Yao, why don't you and Darling perform a duet? As soon as her words fell, both Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu's gazes were instantly fixed upon her. What do you mean? Meng Qingqiu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Have you not noticed how this fellow has been exceptionally attentive every time we visited? Yu Yao responded nonchalantly. The moment I discovered this treasure of a restaurant, he had his eyes on me. I thought it was no big deal. Knowing someone could be advantageous for making reservations. And then, Meng Qingqiu pressed, her excitement palpable. Women are always at the forefront when gossiping, she mused, her demeanor entirely devoid of the grace expected of a goddess, appearing instead as an eager spectator. Then he attempted to take advantage, truly believing himself to be as charming as Chao Dahua. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Yu Yao's mouth. Details? Specifics? Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened in anticipation. There are no particulars or specifics. Yu Yao shot her a glance, then discreetly observed Jiang Nan, who also seemed intrigued. After a moment's contemplation, she elaborated. I once overheard this man on the phone, boasting that someone like us, pampered at home, is effortlessly managed outside. Simply feigning disinterest might attract some attention, and with his own merits, he could ascend the social ladder. Upon concluding her statement, a sardonic smile graced Yu Yao's face. Is it really that easy to transcend social classes? Is this man so shameless? Why even engage with him? Meng Qingqiu's expression mirrored her discontent as she retorted coldly. He truly lacks self-awareness. Does he think we're fools? The tales of princes and Cinderellas, of princesses and poor boys, are practically impossible in reality. Even if two people genuinely fell in love, the higher societal tier's elders would inevitably intervene to halt such unions. This was indisputable. Take Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. For example, though Meng Qingqiu might entertain a relationship with someone as unremarkable as Jiang Nan, her elders would never permit it. Ultimately, their separation was a foregone conclusion. I have no interest in him, and merely watching this fool's antics is quite amusing, don't you think? Yu Yao chuckled softly. Indeed, Meng Qingqiu replied with a smile. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of their private room. Come in, Meng Qingqiu instructed. Soon after, several waitstaff entered, announcing, the dishes are ready, esteemed guests. Please enjoy. Thank you, Meng Qingqiu replied with a nod, then picked up her chopsticks, offering 2 small river shrimp to Jiang Nan's lips. Darling, while oil-fried river shrimp can be found everywhere, the flavor of our Shanghai's version is certainly noteworthy. Jiang Nan opened his mouth. The initial impact of the shrimp was not particularly striking. However, the taste was satisfactory. At least, from Jiang Nan's masterful culinary perspective, the dish was well executed. Not bad. He nodded in approval. If merely not bad, then, darling, you must try this 8 treasure duck. Meng Qingqiu tore off a piece of skin on duck, dipped it in sauce, and offered it to Jiang Nan. As he tasted it, he met the expectant gazes of both Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, smiling as he nodded. Delicious. Yes. Finally, our Shanghai cuisine is being recognized. Darling, on to the next dish. This braised catfish, this white-cut chicken, this crab meat in a fluffy egg custard. 40 minutes later, lunch concluded, and the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Observing the satisfaction on Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao's faces as they reclined in their seats, gently patting their bellies, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. If you both enjoyed these dishes, how about I cook for you tomorrow? We can see if you prefer my culinary skills or those of this restaurant's chef. He saw no shame in showcasing his abilities, especially for the women he cherished. Fairness demanded that Meng Qingqiu, as his primary partner, should not miss out on his culinary prowess. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's proposal, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were momentarily taken aback. Once they regained their composure, they exchanged astonished glances. "Darling, you can cook?" Meng Qingqiu sat up straight, her face alight with excitement. "Of course," Jiang Nan replied, confidence radiating from him. "Amazing. Darling, you're incredible. Not only do you know martial arts and play the piano, but you're also handsome with an exceptional aura and skilled in medicine. Aren't you a bit too perfect?" Meng Qingqiu gazed at Jiang Nan in awe. Yu Yao's surprise deepened as she observed Jiang Nan's serene smile, devoid of arrogance despite his many talents, which endeared him to her. Yu Yao's favorability 5. A system notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to reflect. The favorability of this stunning beauty, scoring a remarkable 99 in looks, was increasing at a much slower pace compared to previous acquaintances. After all this time, it had only reached 17 points. Nevertheless, any increase was a positive development. "I recall there's a small piano in the private room. Yao Yao, I remember you've been learning piano since childhood. Why don't you and Darling perform a four-hand piece together?" At that moment, Meng Qingqiu interjected, "It's perfect for post-meal activity. Let me indulge in the experience. I've never heard Darling play before." Qiu. Upon hearing Meng Qingqiu's suggestion, Yu Yao glanced at her, feeling a bit shy, before locking eyes with Jiang Nan. "I can do it," she replied. Jiang Nan smiled gently. "Then it's settled." Meng Qingqiu beamed, taking Jiang Nan's hand and then Yu Yao's, leading them to a small corner draped in curtains. With a swift motion, she drew back the curtains, revealing a quaint piano by the window. "Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is yours," she announced, guiding Jiang Nan and Yu Yao forward. As they exchanged another glance, Yu Yao's favorability 3. This brief moment of connection yielded another 3 points of favorability, leaving Jiang Nan quite content. If all proceeded smoothly with their duet, he speculated that Yu Yao's favorability would rise by at least 10 points. Chapter 161. Meng Qingqiu enthusiastically ships the Jiang Nan and Yu Yao couple. As Jiang Nan and Yu Yao settled before the bench, he nodded with a smile. Yu Yao returned the gesture, taking a seat on the right side of the bench, while Jiang Nan followed suit on the left. Meng Qingqiu, from her angle, pulled up a chair beside them to observe. "You may select your own sheet music." Seated, Jiang Nan and Yu Yao glanced at the iPad on the piano. Yu Yao softly suggested, "I've been wanting to practice the four-hand version of canon recently. Are you up for it?" The piece, while not overly complex, possesses its own challenges, varying by version and performance technique. For instance, a duet between violin and piano is tremendously difficult. Without a corresponding synergy, or if one performer is lacking in skill, the auditory resonance is significantly diminished. "No problem," Jiang Nan affirmed, confident in his mastery of the piano. In the realm of music, he was indeed a true maestro. He didn't even need to consult the sheet music, as his nimble fingers would effortlessly conjure the necessary notes. No exaggeration, Jiang Nan was often referred to as a human music library. "All right." Yu Yao nodded with a hint of surprise, and then, with her delicate fingers gliding across the iPad screen on the piano stand, she selected a piece. Eventually, a duet score of canon appeared on the screen. Taking a deep breath, she felt a twinge of nervousness at the prospect of playing a duet for the first time with someone with whom she had no prior connection. The two exchanged a glance and shared a smile. As Yu Yao placed her 10 fingers on the black and white keys, the moment she struck the first note, her aura elevated to a remarkable height. The first measure was a solo by Yu Yao, while Jiang Nan patiently awaited his turn. During this time, admiration was evident on Jiang Nan's face. There's a saying that the true skill of a master reveals itself immediately. It was clear that Yu Yao's proficiency on the piano, if not at a masterful level, was certainly of a very high standard. Her slender fingers, combined with her occasional gentle swaying to the rhythm, gave her the appearance of a musical goddess. Soon, the first section concluded, and as the final note resonated, Yu Yao glanced at Jiang Nan, worried he might lose the rhythm. However, at that instant when she turned her gaze, she was taken aback by the transformation of Jiang Nan into a piano virtuoso, his presence commanding her attention. Without hesitation, he seamlessly transitioned into the second section, the first note ringing out, followed by a flowing performance that was nothing short of perfect. This fluidity caused Yu Yao's pupils to widen in astonishment. A soft gasp escaped her lips, indicative of her surprise, for they had not rehearsed together, nor had they established any prior connection in their duet. Jiang Nan's ability to effortlessly catch the ending notes not only showcased his familiarity with the piece, but also highlighted his exceptional skills. The second section was solely Jiang Nan's, and as the last note fell, he neither paused nor turned to Yu Yao. His 10 elegant fingers danced upon the keys, while Yu Yao, Initially caught in a trance by his playing, realized she needed to join in as he began the part meant for them both. She playfully stuck out her tongue in an attempt to refocus before finally immersing herself in the duet. As they played, Yu Yao and Jiang Nan exchanged glances, their collaboration blossoming from nothing into an unspoken understanding of their next moves. During this time, Yu Yao's affinity for Jiang Nan steadily increased. In mere moments, her feelings shifted from 25 points to an impressive 30, surpassing her expectations. It felt as if Yu Yao and Jiang Nan were indeed a match made in heaven. As the duet of canon approached its conclusion, Meng Qingqiu, seated nearby, murmured softly, her words tinged with a hint of jealousy. Yet, her expression betrayed a sense of delight as her eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, the chemistry between Jiang Nan and Yu Yao was innate. They were destined to be a pair. Meng Qingqiu's mind raced back to a promise made years ago when they were just children, vowing to marry the same man so they would never part and remain best friends forever. A smile crept across her face as she murmured, Yu Yao, my dear. With such an outstanding partner, I find it hard to believe you wouldn't be captivated. I hope you remember and keep our childhood promise. If not, then I might just have to resort to some clever tactics. In no time, under Meng Qingqiu's enthusiastic gaze, the duet of canon came to a close. At that moment, Jiang Nan heard the system's notification in his mind, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Initially, he expected to increase his affinity by around 10 points. Yet he was astonished to discover it had risen by a full 15 points, bringing his total to a gratifying 35. Meanwhile, Meng Qingqiu's fondness for him had reached an impressive 97 points. Logically, this was nearing its limit, necessitating a random side quest to surpass that threshold. Jiang Nan exchanged a glance with the blushing Yu Yao, offering a smile while pondering whether a goddess of such high caliber would also have a limit at 97 points. Bravo! Oh, my dearest Jiang Nan, and my sweetest Yu Yao, your duet was nothing short of perfection, Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, rising from her seat, her gaze ablaze with admiration for the duo. Yu Yao cast a shy glance at Jiang Nan, nodding in appreciation. While Meng Qingqiu could play the piano, her skills were not particularly advanced, and she remained unaware that Jiang Nan had primarily led the rhythm during their duet. Impressive, truly impressive. Meng Qingqiu approached, taking both Jiang Nan and Yu Yao's hands, her smile radiant. If only we had a violin, I would love to join your performance. Curiosity piqued. She turned to Jiang Nan and asked, Darling, you don't happen to play the violin too, do you? In her eyes, her beloved was a versatile god, capable of mastering countless skills. If he could indeed play the violin with finesse, it would leave her utterly amazed. No, Jiang Nan replied, currently lacking any mastery over the violin. While he might acquire that skill in the future, he had no intention of pretending to possess abilities he did not have. Moreover, showcasing newfound violin skills later on would undoubtedly create a more profound impact. That's all right. Your piano skills are already impressive in my eyes, Meng Qingqiu exclaimed. Previously, it was just me and Yu Yao performing together, but next time, let us have the three of us play a piece and see how well we sync. Meng Qingqiu smiled, her heart filled with anticipation. Sounds good, Jiang Nan nodded, feeling ready to move on. Let us go? As Meng Qingqiu drew closer to Jiang Nan, she nestled against him, linking her arm with his, and whispered softly, Darling, where would you like to go for some fun? The places girls enjoy might differ greatly from where boys prefer. Where do you wish to go? Jiang Nan asked, his gaze flickering. The amusement park, Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, pumping her fist excitedly in the air. I want to ride roller coasters, go on merry-go-rounds, and enjoy all sorts of fun activities with you and Yu Yao. This was her idea of what love should feel like. And spending time at the amusement park with Jiang Nan also fulfilled a small yearning she had nurtured throughout their 2.5 years of companionship. She had never experienced love from childhood to adulthood. Her thoughts on romance were mere fantasies confined to movies, television dramas, and novels. The amusement park was her greatest anticipation. Watching Meng Qingqiu's excited demeanor, Jiang Nan reached out to gently ruffle her hair, nodding with a smile. I'll follow your lead. Yao Yao, you're not thinking of running away, are you? At that moment, Meng Qingqiu seemed to sense something, casting a suspicious glance at Yu Yao, squinting her eyes in inquiry. Ahem ahem. Upon hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, Yu Yao awkwardly coughed twice. Indeed, she had contemplated slipping away, not out of a desire for solitude, but rather because Meng Qingqiu was in a relationship with Jiang Nan, and what place did she, as a close friend, have in their romantic escapade? She acknowledged that Jiang Nan was undeniably charming, yet Meng Qingqiu was her dearest friend, someone with whom she had shared countless experiences since childhood. A friend's partner must not be taken. She held a profound understanding of this principle. No way. Meng Qingqiu stepped forward, grasping Yu Yao's arm, saying, Don't dismiss me with the idea that you'll be a third wheel. I assure you, that is out of the question. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao could only smile wryly and nod in agreement, despite her inexplicable sense of anticipation. The romantic feelings that Meng Qingqiu yearned for were something she, having never been in love, could relate to as well. All three were action-oriented. After leaving the restaurant, they promptly drove to a nearby amusement park. Having parked the car and paid the hefty entrance fee of 388 each, they stepped into the park. Oddly enough, Meng Qingqiu found the fee rather surprising. ISNT 388, quite a lot for unlimited fun. Maybe it's because it's the weekend, Yu Yao suggested uncertainly. Jiang Nan, however, thought little of the sum. As long as this outing could garner him some affection from Yu Yao, a goddess of near-perfect beauty, he would gladly pay any price, even 3,888 or beyond. For money was but loose change to him. It must be said, the trio of Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao was indeed eye-catching. The moment they entered the amusement park, they immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Wow, stunning. And there are two of them. Their figures, their beauty, their grace. My goodness, it's simply outrageous. What do you mean top-tier beauties? I say they're definitely faces crafted by technology. The real handsome guy is the one next to them. If I could date him, drive a luxury car, live in a mansion, and wear gold and silver, I'd be more than happy. As they chose their attractions, curious glances followed them, accompanied by whispers that reached Jiang Nan's ears. He merely smiled faintly, having long since grown accustomed to the attention. Hello, please come this way. While they were wandering, several staff members from the amusement park jogged over, their faces beaming with enthusiasm. What? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. The stage is this way, please follow us. A man in his 30s beamed at them. Wait, what stage? Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao exchanged puzzled glances, regarding the man quizzically. Aren't you the big stars invited here at great expense? Seeing the confusion on their faces, the man was taken aback as well, and quickly pulled out his phone, asking, which of you is Miss Sun Weiwei? Sun Weiwei? Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao looked bewildered. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Jiang Nan was equally surprised. They were merely out for a casual outing. How had they suddenly been mistaken for celebrities? Vivi is here. Just then, a loud cry echoed from behind them. As the shout of Vivi is here resonated, the majority of the crowd turned their gaze to the side. There, a woman clad in casual attire and dark sunglasses approached, flanked by several bodyguards, surrounded by a throng of excited young men and women. My apologies, but seeing your remarkable looks and charisma, I assumed you were all stars. The man in his 30s bowed apologetically and hurried off with the amusement park staff towards Sun Weiwei. Sun Weiwei, such a familiar name? Meng Qingqiu mused, blinking. Isn't she the lead from that blockbuster drama we watched last time? Yu Yao focused her gaze on Sun Weiwei, recognizing her even with half her face obscured by sunglasses. Oh, I remember now. Sun Weiwei is really beautiful. Plus, she has a wonderful presence and exceptional acting skills. Among the rising stars in the entertainment industry, she truly stands out. Upon hearing Yu Yao's remark, Meng Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yao Yao, let us ask for a photo together. She looks so cool. There are too many people, Yu Yao replied, gazing towards the crowd surrounding Sun Weiwei. It was nearly impossible to squeeze in for a photo, let alone take a perfect shot from the outside. She is coming this way, Meng Qingqiu suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, accustomed to the adoration of her fans, Sun Weiwei remained composed as she heard their excited shouts. For reasons unknown, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Nan standing beside Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, and her expression shifted to one of surprise. This guy is surrounded by such stunning beauties? Moreover, one of them appears to be quite close to him. What a playboy, truly a playboy. Sun Weiwei thought to herself, her eyes darting beneath her sunglasses. A subtle smile forming as she approached Jiang Nan and the others. Vivi, I love you. Vivi, we will always support you. One day you will become a national idol. Everyone adores and supports you. Ah, it's Vivi, the living Vivi. As Sun Weiwei moved closer, the surrounding fans erupted into a frenzy. Dear fans, I'm about to enter. Could you please make way? As she neared Jiang Nan and his companions, Sun Weiwei removed her sunglasses, revealing a radiant smile, and waved gracefully. Quickly step aside. Don't block the path of the young lady. The moment her words fell, the surrounding fans immediately parted, allowing her passage. Sun Weiwei beamed, nodding appreciatively as she interacted with her fans, blowing kisses to a group of nearby female admirers. Ah, Vivi blew me a kiss. The few kisses sent the nearby fans into ecstatic screams. My goodness, is such a reaction really necessary? Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened slightly, her mouth agape in astonishment. She was not an ardent fan and therefore could not comprehend the fervor of die-hard fans. However, She did not look down upon them, for everyone has their own way of living. As long as it did not affect her, she could only respect their passion, even if she did not understand it. Just then, Sun Weiwei approached Jiang Nan and the others, gracefully bypassing several bodyguards. With a cheerful smile, she greeted Jiang Nan, prompting a swift shift of attention from the surrounding fans towards him and his companions. The moment their gazes shifted, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. Wow! Was that Sun Weiwei initiating a conversation? Who is this handsome newcomer? His demeanor, physique, and looks are simply extraordinary. Did they not notice the two stunning women beside him? This world is truly insane. It is rare to see even one top-tier beauty or handsome man, and now there are three at once. Unbelievable. If these three were not celebrities, they could easily debut on the spot. I would gladly become their joint fan. The scene erupted with fervor as the already enthusiastic fans beheld the trio of Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao, all of whom were strikingly attractive. Whispers of astonishment, exclamations of excitement, and the incessant clicking of cameras filled the air. Darling, do you know Sun Weiwei? Meng Qingqiu, taken aback, shifted her gaze from Sun Weiwei to Jiang Nan. I was on the same flight as her, Jiang Nan replied with a nod. Meng Qingqiu elongated her tone, revealing a teasing smile. Jiang Nan playfully pinched her nose, drawing her closer, and remarked, "What does that little expression of yours mean?" "Guess," Meng Qingqiu replied, her eyes twinkling. "Are you guessing whether I am guessing?" Jiang Nan chuckled, his gaze landing on Sun Weiwei, who appeared somewhat envious. "What a coincidence. Is she your girlfriend?" Sun Weiwei scrutinized Meng Qingqiu a bit longer, her beauty and poise rivaling her own, making it evident just how exceptional this girl was. "Indeed." Jiang Nan nodded. "Then why were you behaving like that with me on the plane?" Sun Weiwei feigned a pitiful demeanor, her eyes shimmering as if on the verge of tears, evoking a sense of heartbreak. Goodness, she truly deserves her title as an actress. In an instant, she seemed to embody the role of a woman scorned by a rogue. Not only Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, but even Jiang Nan found himself contemplating the situation. It appeared as if it was he who had been kissed by her, rather than the other way around. To make matters more intriguing, she had even enjoyed his imported candy. My word, this could lead to some explosive news. Though Sun Weiwei's voice was low, her expression caught the attention of nearby fans, who, in a heartbeat, began to imagine a dramatic tale of love and betrayal unfolding before them. Chapter 164, The Empress's Attitude, a golden exclamation mark approaches. Upon hearing Sun Weiwei's suggestive remark, Meng Qingqiu remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on the star with an oddly curious expression, which in turn unsettled Sun Weiwei. How strange. Why does this beauty show no reaction? Logically, she should have confronted me right away. Sun Weiwei was indeed perplexed. Her gaze shifted to Yu Yao, her features betraying a hint of unease, and an odd thought began to form. Could this girl also be Jiang Nan's girlfriend? In that moment, Sun Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. That can't be true. Sun Weiwei, you can eat recklessly, but do not speak carelessly. While Meng Qingqiu exhibited no reaction, Jiang Nan felt compelled to respond, frowning as he remarked, "If anything has transpired, you are likely the most aware." "Just teasing you." Sun Weiwei tossed her golden hair back, masking her slight embarrassment. "Stop joking. In front of so many people, I won't be the one at a loss. Think about the implications of what you spread." After saying this, Jiang Nan, along with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, began to walk away. This guy really thinks he can rely solely on his stunning looks to be invincible? Sun Weiwei watched Jiang Nan's retreating figure with a huff, before breaking into a smile and waving to the surrounding fans. "Dear fans, what song do you most wish to hear first?" As her words settled, she quickly added, "Oh, I won't be singing Jiang Nan's song today. Anything else is fine." With a sidelong glance at Jiang Nan's back, she huffed again. Sun Weiwei's favorability too. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan felt the system notification chime in his mind, causing him to pause momentarily, his expression shifting to one of bemusement. Sun Weiwei truly was inexplicably intriguing. "Darling, it seems Sun Weiwei has quite the fondness for you." Meng Qingqiu beamed. "Who knows?" Jiang Nan shook his head. Currently, Sun Weiwei's favorability rating towards him had reached 47 points, indicating her clear interest. Surprisingly, even after learning he had a girlfriend, her favorability had inexplicably increased by 2 points, highlighting his remarkable charm. Upon reflection, he realized that with the protagonist aura and the buff of charisma, he was indeed quite appealing to the opposite sex. "You might not know, but I do." Meng Qingqiu snuggled closer to Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkling. "As a woman, I can assure you that Sun Weiwei definitely has a thing for you." "Is that so?" Jiang Nan chuckled. "Then why did you not show any signs of jealousy? When Sun Weiwei spoke earlier, shouldn't you have started competing for my attention?" "Darling, do I look like an insecure woman to you?" Ming Qingxiu replied nonchalantly. I am well aware of my man's excellence. Few women can resist. At that moment, she casually glanced at the blushing Yu Yao and smiled, taking her hand as she continued. Even if Sun Weiwei were smitten with you, what of it? What? Yu Yao exclaimed, startled, hastily shaking her head. Qiu, don't say such things. I don't like Jiang Nan. Oh, I was just joking. Besides, didn't we agree? Since we grew up together, sharing everything, my darling is also yours. Meng Qingqiu cast a deep glance at the suddenly flustered Yu Yao, and then shot Jiang Nan a knowing look, smiling brightly. You know, Yao Yao? Why not just call him darling together? After all, we did agree to share a husband in the future, though this seemed like a jest. Meng Qingqiu's words were almost a declaration. Her attitude had always been one of confidence. No matter how many women admired her man, she remained unfazed. Her self-assurance was monumental. If there truly exists a stunning woman capable of capturing Jiang Nan's heart, it would undoubtedly be a testament to her extraordinary prowess. And there would be no room for dissent. Qiuyo, please refrain from teasing me. You mischievous girl. Are you really urging me to pursue a romance with your partner? How peculiar. Yue Yao has grown rather bashful. Yue Yao's affection fied. He, as good sisters. We should share everything. Meng Qingqiu's words were subtle and did not delve further into the topic. Her stance was abundantly clear. She understood that Yue Yao was no fool. If there ever came a day when her feelings could no longer be concealed, she firmly believed that her dear friend would bear no psychological burden whatsoever. Throughout this exchange, Jiang Nan remained silent. Given Meng Qingqiu's obvious demeanor as the principal lady, it would be rather ungrateful for him to interject. Thus began their delightful outing. Pirate ships, Ferris wheels, carousel rides. After approximately 3 hours of merriment, it was now past 4 in the afternoon. How joyful! At this moment, in the central plaza of the amusement park, Meng Qingqiu and Yue Yao, with candied hawthorn in one hand and ice cream in the other, wore radiant smiles on their faces. While they had visited amusement parks before, the exuberance of today's few hours had allowed them to experience the thrill of romantic feelings. Despite the fact that this romantic experience involved 3 individuals, for both Meng Qingqiu and Yue Yao, it was an unforgettable and nostalgic moment of budding romance. Especially for Yue Yao, whose affection level had risen from 40 to a full 50 points. Do not underestimate this 50 points of affection. It is not an exaggeration to say that in a private moment with Jiang Nan, the atmosphere would be conducive to a romantic connection. Yao Yao, how do you feel? Meng Qingqiu playfully linked her arm with Yue Yao, whispering in her ear. What do you mean? Yue Yao, feeling a tad shy after glancing at Jiang Nan, asked quietly. He. Meng Qingqiu smiled without answering, casting a glance at Jiang Nan. Yue Yao responded softly at this moment, a delightful expression gracing her features. Simultaneously, Jiang Nan's gaze shifted, his eyes sparkling with excitement, for a golden exclamation mark had appeared above Meng Qingqiu's head. The side quest belonging to the principal lady had finally arrived. Chapter 165, Meng Qingqiu's Side Quest. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Due to the high affection level of the enchanting Meng Qingqiu, a random side quest has been successfully triggered. Completion will yield task rewards. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Meng Qingqiu's head to view the side quest. As the golden exclamation mark materialized above Meng Qingqiu, a series of system prompts echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, eliciting a satisfied smile from him. Without wasting a moment, he focused his thoughts, and an ethereal finger tapped the golden exclamation mark hovering above Meng Qingqiu's head. Task description: successfully elevate Yue Yao's affection level to above 80 points. Task reward: Meng Qingqiu's affection 1 in 1 chance at a lottery. Upon reading the details of this side quest, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly a side quest for Meng Qingqiu? Wait a moment. Could it be that Meng Qingqiu desires Yue Yao to openly acknowledge her feelings? Or perhaps to dismantle the current awkward dynamic and openly embrace their triad relationship? Jiang Nan was no fool. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly deduced the implications. Meng Qingqiu had repeatedly reassured Yue Yao that she was unbothered, and was more than willing to share Jiang Nan with her. It was evident how deeply she was committed to this notion. Therefore, this side quest seemed quite reasonable and devoid of flaws. With this realization, Jiang Nan's smile broadened. Welcome to the Starshine Amusement Park. At that moment, excited shouts erupted from a nearby grand stage. The group turned their attention towards the commotion, where a sizable crowd had gathered, numbering at least in the thousands. Vivi, we love you. A thunderous roar resonated. Do not underestimate the significance of even 1,000 voices. The influence of Sun Weiwei, a top-tier celebrity, was undeniably immense. It was rumored that Sun Weiwei had substantial backing, and if an announcement had been made, even more people would have flocked here. One could only wonder if this amusement park belonged to her family. Meng Qingqiu gazed on with curiosity, recalling that the ticket prices for today seemed unusually high. I believe I've seen Sun Weiwei's introduction. She's also a local from Magic City. Is that so? I'm not sure, Yueyao replied, her attention elsewhere. Her thoughts were primarily occupied with Jiang Nan. Whenever their gazes inadvertently met, her heart would race uncontrollably. What a strange feeling this was. Yueyao, dear Yueyao, although Qiuyo claims to be indifferent about sharing Jiang Nan with you, she could never truly relinquish him. Steady yourself. You must remain composed. At this moment, a small angelic spirit fluttered by Yueyao's left ear, whispering softly. Suddenly, as the angelic spirit's words faded, a mischievous little devil appeared, kicking the angel away and landing on Yueyao's right ear, beginning to whisper temptations. Yueyao, you and Qiuyo share a sisterly bond. What if one day Qiuyo marries Jiang Nan and moves to Jiangqing? You might find it difficult to see each other again. Moreover, think about it. You've never felt this way about a man before. Why resist? Jiang Nan is handsome, charming, and, as Qiuyo mentioned, quite impressive physically. A man of such perfection. How could you let him slip away? As the devil's words lingered, a hint of confusion crossed Yueyao's face. No. At that moment, the angelic spirit gasped. Go away. The little devil swiftly kicked the angel away again. Yueyao's affection fied. Yueyao's internal musings lasted only an instant. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, receiving the system prompt, appeared astonished. Had he inexplicably gained another 5 points of affection? Indeed, it seemed that women were adept at self-advocacy. Jiang Nan's gaze met Yueyao's, and an electric spark ignited between them. Unlike before, when their affection was at 55 points and Yueyao would shyly look away, she now held his gaze. Her shyness mingled with a newfound confidence. With 55 points of affection, Yueyao, a top-tier beauty, had clearly acknowledged her feelings for Jiang Nan. Yet, to fully confront Meng Qingqiu about this, she still had a considerable way to go. At that moment, Yueyao felt overwhelmed. Although she had heard many endearing tales of Jiang Nan from Meng Qingqiu, it was only when he stood before her that she truly grasped the depth of her emotions. Little did she know, without Meng Qingqiu's persistent encouragement, her feelings for Jiang Nan would not have blossomed so boldly. Just then, a melodious song resonated from the nearby stage. It was Fanqing. Meng Qingqiu's voice resonated. The theme song of that sensational drama is truly delightful. Jiang Nan shifted his gaze, effortlessly spotting Sun Weiwei on stage. Adorned in a traditional hanfu, one cannot deny that this woman is exceptionally suited for such attire, especially as she immerses herself in singing, captivating in her demeanor. I only wish to wait amidst the mundane world. Never did I expect you to remain unreturned. Her slightly husky, tearful voice drifted through the air, causing Jiang Nan to raise an eyebrow in astonishment. Is this drama truly that heart-wrenching? Regarding Sun Weiwei's rendition of the song, Jiang Nan pondered that the character she portrayed had likely lost several husbands, and he mused that it was difficult to convey such a sense of heartbreak. Coughing awkwardly, Meng Qingqiu and Yueyao exchanged glances, sharing an uncomfortable moment. Yao, what do you think? Meng Qingqiu ventured timidly. Perhaps you should speak. It's somewhat hard for me to articulate. Yueyao averted her gaze. This drama is a Yuri tale. Meng Qingqiu cleared her throat and replied softly, not only that, but most of Sun Weiwei's popular dramas are centered around strong female leads without any romantic pairings. This is precisely why she has remained scandal-free throughout her career. Hearing this, Jiang Nan was slightly taken aback, not by Sun Weiwei, but by how suddenly Meng Qingqiu seemed to possess such knowledge about her. Chapter 166, The Unwavering Confidence of the Empress. Sensing Jiang Nan's gaze, Meng Qingqiu coughed lightly, a hint of embarrassment evident in her voice. I took a moment to look up Sun Weiwei's information. It was not that Meng Qingqiu felt threatened by the stunning celebrity. Rather, she appreciated the idea of sharing Jiang Nan with a woman of such caliber. Yet, she needed to ascertain whether any troubling circumstances surrounded Sun Weiwei. After all, though Meng Qingqiu had not entered the entertainment industry, she had certainly heard tales of its cruelty and numerous unspoken rules. Rumors circulated online about Sun Weiwei having a powerful background, but who could truly know the nature of it? For instance, Meng Qingqiu had entered the entertainment realm with the title of the most beautiful woman from Magic City University, bolstered by the support of the Meng family, allowing her to navigate such an environment with ease. There had even been multiple invitations for her to join variety shows as a launching pad for her career. Yet, she had no interest in the industry. Now, with Sun Weiwei's emergence, she felt the need to be particularly vigilant. What's the verdict? Any discoveries? Jiang Nan teased. He was well aware of Sun Weiwei's status. Her remarkable beauty, figure, and demeanor spoke volumes. The fact that her popularity remained unblemished indicated she had substantial backing. In an industry rife with capital and unspoken rules, how could one maintain their integrity? Like Jiang Nan, if any of his women ever wished to enter the entertainment sphere, he pondered, who would dare harbor ill intentions towards them given his financial clout? Wealth might not rival power, but when it reaches an astonishing peak, it can certainly contend with authority. Of course, Jiang Nan's current financial status had not yet reached that level. He could only remark that his only asset was the 10 years of life he could trade. He firmly believed that should he venture to the capital, supported by his grandfather, a beta tester, he couldn't imagine facing any form of indignity. Before that, he needed to diligently enhance his capabilities. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. He understood that lacking absolute strength rendered any amount of tradable lifespan meaningless. Merely fodder for the true moguls of the industry. Soon, the song Mundane World concluded, followed by a melodious prelude. Jiang Nan. Meng Qingqiu suddenly called out. Jiang Nan snapped back to reality, surprised that she had addressed him by name rather than the usual darling. Qiu, does love have the propensity to change? I believe calling me husband or dear would be equally charming, Jiang Nan chuckled, initially intending to utter something more audacious, but reconsidered due to the current status of his relationship with Yu Yao. Darling, that's not it. I meant this song is called Jiang Nan, just like your name. Meng Qingqiu pouted, feigning a look of grievance as she switched between 3 different terms of endearment within a single sentence. Though darling and dear conveyed similar sentiments, Qiu is correct. This song is indeed titled Jiang Nan. Yu Yao nodded in agreement, explaining, this song is the title track of a blockbuster drama. Sun Weiwei's talent is undeniably impressive. It is said that she composed and wrote the lyrics herself, although whether she owns the rights remains uncertain. In her words, there seemed to be less admiration for Sun Weiwei than anticipated. Jiang Nan caught the subtle shift in Yu Yao's demeanor and smiled inwardly. I was just teasing you. I've heard this song before. Jiang Nan gently patted Meng Qingqiu's shoulder, whispering, I used to enjoy this song, but due to copyright issues, I've only listened to covers. Experiencing the original live, I must admit, covers pale in comparison to the authenticity of the original artist. Given the live setting, Sun Weiwei's performance was remarkably stable. Had she been in a recording studio, there would have been no need for any vocal correction, merely pure, heavenly sound. Meng Qingqiu tightened her embrace around Jiang Nan, softly murmuring, however, darling, I prefer to call you that. Of course, when I'm happy. I'm open to other names too. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Had it not been for Jiang Nan's extraordinary hearing, he might not have caught her words. I'm fine with it. Titles are merely titles. Why make such a fuss? Jiang Nan chuckled as he gazed at the distant stage, perhaps sensing something. Or perhaps because Sun Weiwei occasionally glanced this way. When Jiang Nan turned to look, he found her gazing back just as the chorus of Jiang Nan began. In his memory lingered the melancholic mist of Jiang Nan, steeped in sorrowful thoughts. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu began to hum along softly. Around 5 o'clock. Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao departed from the amusement park. One must admit, Sun Weiwei's live performance was genuinely impressive. In the car, Jiang Nan started the engine. From the back seat, Meng Qingqiu took Yu Yao's hand, expressing her admiration. You, my dear, are quite generous with your compliments. Yu Yao, glancing furtively at Jiang Nan in the driver's seat, leaned closer to Meng Qingqiu and whispered, I don't think that woman is good. I admired her at first, but on our first meeting, she seemed ready to stir up trouble. Moreover, she might have feelings for Jiang Nan. Doesn't he that make her your rival? Though her voice was low, for Jiang Nan's keen ears, it was as if she were speaking directly into his ear. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Jiang Nan's lips. So that's why Yu Yao's attitude had shifted so rapidly. Yao, whether she is a rival or not is inconsequential to me. Meng Qingqiu smiled gently, placing her hand on Yu Yao's wrist, and softly remarked, You and I are not from ordinary families. Surely, we are accustomed to such circumstances. The matter she referred to was the coexistence of the grand and the humble. Throughout her words and expressions, Meng Qingqiu radiated an air of confidence that even Yu Yao, who had grown up alongside her, could not help but admire. Chapter 167. Qingqiu's Persuasion and Yu Yao's Gradual Compromise. Upon hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, Yu Yao opened her mouth, hesitating to respond, grappling with the reality of the situation. After a brief silence, she discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Nan. While facts remained unchanged, the harshness of reality was difficult for her to accept. It was not merely the thought of sharing Jiang Nan exclusively that troubled her. Rather, she was unbothered by the idea of sharing him with Meng Qingqiu. However, the notion of having to share Jiang Nan with another woman, particularly the troublesome Sun Weiwei, genuinely displeased her. In that moment, as the thought crossed her mind, Yu Yao's beautiful face flushed a deep crimson. How had she come to such a compromise? She acknowledged her feelings for Jiang Nan, but found the pace of her emotions disconcerting. Meanwhile, Meng Qingxiu noticed Yue Yao's flushed cheeks and smiled knowingly. Sun Weiwei was inconsequential. What mattered was how this would influence Yue Yao and solidify their sisterhood. It seemed that Yue Yao was slowly aligning with Meng Qingxiu's rhythm. Do not mistake Meng Qingxiu's tactics as malicious. Her continuous gentle persuasion was aimed at nurturing their bond. In truth, she was the most lucid of the trio. With Jiang Nan's regard for her, Meng Qingxiu was confident she held an irreplaceable position in his heart. If Jiang Nan lacked the ability to captivate her, she would remain unperturbed, not harboring any romantic inclinations. Yet, Jiang Nan was undeniably impressive. Had they not shared a 2.5-year online relationship, she might have felt unworthy of him. In love, the one who loves more often feels inferior. Meng Qingxiu's affection for Jiang Nan was beyond question. A remarkable woman like her, who had only known him through the internet, still sought a second in-person meeting despite his current circumstances. This was a testament to her deep feelings. As the car smoothly rolled into the garage of Meng Qingxiu's villa, she wasted no time in embracing Jiang Nan passionately, oblivious to Yue Yao, who shyly averted her gaze, yet could not help but sneak glances. Yao Yao, let's go upstairs and discuss dinner. Wait for us here, Meng Qingxiu cooed, her eyes sparkling as she leaned close to Jiang Nan, whispering, carry me upstairs so we can deliberate on our dinner plans. Jiang Nan glanced at the bashful Yue Yao, unfazed, as he effortlessly lifted Meng Qingxiu in a princess carry and descended the stairs. Once they reached the second floor, Yue Yao turned back, her heart racing as she stared at the staircase. After a brief moment, she hesitated before striding towards the stairs, her decision made. Around 6:30 p.m., in the master bedroom, Jiang Nan listened to the sound of water cascading in the bathroom, a smile creeping onto his lips. He shut off his heightened senses and surveyed the strangely positioned small sofas nearby, a satisfied grin illuminating his face. Who said that beauty lacked subtlety? The rise in affection points was indeed timely. Jiang Nan mused, noting that Yue Yao's affection for him had soared to an astounding 63 points. Especially considering they had only met for the first time that day. The rapid escalation was extraordinary, yet upon reflection, he found it entirely reasonable. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Qingxiu had likely hinted and playfully suggested to Yue Yao countless times. Given Meng Qingxiu's own excellence, it was no surprise that Yue Yao harbored high expectations for Jiang Nan. From their first encounter, Yue Yao had been captivated by his charm. The remarkable chemistry between Jiang Nan and Yue Yao, especially during their duet at the restaurant, had created an almost ethereal connection. Thus, it was only natural for her affection to rise so swiftly. Jiang Nan recalled Ning Rushuang's progress, which had been even more astonishing. If a charm rating of 100 couldn't achieve such results, he would have to question whether the scale was in thousands or tens of thousands. He felt no urgency. There were still several days to spend in the bustling city, and making tangible progress with Yue Yao would be straightforward. As long as she prepared herself mentally, everything would unfold seamlessly. Around 7 p.m., Jiang Nan, still in the role of driver, observed as Meng Qingxiu and Yue Yao animatedly chatted in the back seat, engrossed in their phones. Opening the car window, he rested one hand outside, steering with ease as a gentle breeze caressed his face, eliciting a relaxed smile. Having officially bound himself to the system on May 15th, and now it was merely May 25th, he reflected on the surreal nature of these 10 days. With over $1 billion in savings and numerous assets, including properties and the prestigious Jiangxing building, he felt as if he had awakened from a vivid dream. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it, wary of tempting fate. This life was splendid. He wished to continue flourishing. Pulling back his hand, he pressed the accelerator slightly, glancing in the rearview mirror at the lively conversation between Meng Qingxiu and Yue Yao, which brought a knowing smile to his face. Darling, by the way, how long do you plan to stay in the city? Should we consider introducing you to our parents? Meng Qingxiu's voice broke through the chatter as she unexpectedly broached the subject. Chapter 168. Meng Qingxiu. Brother, let me introduce you to my boyfriend. Meet her parents? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he pondered for a couple of seconds before responding. I have to go to Kyoto on the 30th for some matters. As for meeting your family, have you spoken to them about it? Meng Qingxiu was still quite young, merely 20 years old, and although her family was affluent, Jiang Nan felt a mix of apprehension and humor at the thought of presenting his bank balance to them. Hey, look at my over $1 billion in savings. Impressive, isn't it? He mused internally, his lips twitching at the absurdity of the idea. For an ordinary family, such transparency might be straightforward, but for Meng Qingxiu's family, it might inadvertently diminish his worth. Not yet, but my family knows about my sudden appearance of a boyfriend, and they would surely be quite startled. Meng Qingxiu couldn't help but chuckle, then took Yue Yao's hand and continued. Yao Yao, I suggest that after I inform my family, you should find a moment to tell yours as well. to avoid any hasty surprises that might catch them off guard. Huh. Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion. Her expression was a delightful contrast that made Jiang Nan's smile in the rearview mirror deepen. It's settled then, darling. My family is quite easygoing. How about I invite my brother out this evening for a casual meet-up between the three of us? Meng Qingqiu's eyes sparkled as she retrieved her phone from a Chanel bag beside her. All right. Jiang Nan did not decline. Great. Meng Qingqiu promptly initiated a video call. Wow. My ethereal sister is actually calling me, and it's a video call? The connection was almost instantaneous, and a hearty laughter soon echoed. Brother, let me introduce you to my boyfriend. Meng Qingqiu playfully flipped the camera to reveal Jiang Nan's back as he drove, cheerfully announcing, Darling, focus on driving. We'll meet formally later. What? Meng Jingming was taken aback by the sudden revelation, exclaiming, Your boyfriend? Where did you find him? Don't scare me. Why would I joke about that? Yao Yao, tell my brother. Meng Qingqiu turned the camera back to Yu Yao. Good evening, big brother. Qiu indeed has a boyfriend. Yu Yao said calmly, waving and offering a gentle smile. Yao Yao, what is going on? Where did Qiu find this boyfriend? When did this happen? Wait, April Fool's Day is long gone. Are you two playing truth or dare? Meng Jingming was utterly astonished, his voice rising several decibels in worry. Where are you? Give me your location, and I'll come find you. We're just about to have dinner. We'll let you know when we arrive. Meng Qingqiu intended to end the call. Don't hang up. Just tell me where you are. I'll come right over, or you can come here. I have a few friends from Jiang City visiting. We haven't even ordered yet. Why not join us? Knowing his sister's intention to end the call, Meng Jingming immediately suggested, Darling, what do you think? Should we go to Big Brother's place, or just have a casual meal among ourselves? Meng Qingqiu did not respond immediately, but rather consulted Jiang Nan, who was driving. Meanwhile, in a lavish private room on the 23rd floor of the Magic City Tower, a handsome young man widened his eyes in surprise. What happened, Mengge? Several of his companions noticed his unusual expression and quietly inquired. Nothing. How could Meng Jingming not feel hurt that his sister was not listening to him? All right. Jiang Nan's voice came through the phone, tinged with indifference, which only intensified Meng Jingming's discomfort. Brother, give me your location, and we'll be right there. Before Meng Jingming could say anything, Meng Qingqiu ended the call. Sighing heavily, Meng Jingming smiled wryly, quickly sending his location to Meng Qingqiu. After sending the message, he waited a moment for a reply, but when none came, he sighed deeply again. Has she really forgotten about her elder brother now that she has a boyfriend? Mengge, what is going on? A young man in his mid-20s approached, offering a pack of premium cigarettes. Meng Jingming accepted the cigarette, allowing the young man to light it for him. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and bitterly shook his head. My little sister is in a relationship. Your sister is dating? The 5 companions in the room, 3 men and 2 women, were all taken aback. They had heard Meng Jingming speak of his sister, Meng Qingqiu, the top beauty of Magic City University, an exemplary student who had entered a prestigious school solely on her merit. Such a perfect goddess-like figure is now dating? If her boyfriend were an exceptionally talented young man, it might be understandable. But if he were a scruffy fellow, one could easily imagine Meng Jingming's current expression. Mengge, perhaps your sister's boyfriend is quite outstanding? She graduated from Magic City University, after all. The people she meets shouldn't be too shabby. A pretty girl suggested softly. Exactly. Mengge, someone as exceptional as your sister would naturally attract equally remarkable individuals. Surely she wouldn't settle for a scruffy guy. As one young man spoke, he caught Meng Jingming's piercing gaze and immediately fell silent. You all have no idea. My little sister is so exceptional. Even the top scholars from prestigious universities are just like any other average Joe. Meng Jingming took a couple of deep drags from his cigarette, his chest rising and falling with agitation, and stated solemnly, No way. When that guy arrives, we'll have to drown him in alcohol. After all, my sister is here. I won't go too far, but my brothers will certainly understand. Don't worry, Mengge, just watch me handle that guy. A young man grinned, confidently patting his chest. I recently attended an auction in Jiang City, and getting to the 2nd floor was quite a challenge. The only reason I managed to tag along was my drinking prowess. A big shot brought me along to show me the ropes. So just trust me, Mengge, and watch how I deal with that guy. Chapter 169, Damn. This is not how I should be feeling. In the Magic City Tower, the most iconic building in the region, standing tall at an impressive height of 632 meters. It is renowned as the tallest building in the country and ranks 3rd globally. The value of this skyscraper is immeasurable, incomparable to Jiang City's own Jiang City Tower. At this moment, in the underground parking garage, Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao stepped out of the car and made their way toward the elevator. Strange. I'm feeling a bit nervous. As the elevator chimed and arrived, the 3 entered. Meng Qingqiu took a deep breath, a hint of anxiety crossing her face. Logically speaking, shouldn't I be the one feeling nervous? Jiang Nan, with his arm wrapped around Meng Qingqiu's slender waist, chuckled at her words. I just worry that my brother might not approve of you. Meng Qingqiu whispered, her concern evident. That's normal. Which man would be pleased to see his beloved little sister bring home a boyfriend? Jiang Nan remained composed and understanding. If he had a little sister as remarkable as Meng Qingqiu, and she suddenly introduced a scruffy fellow to their family, he certainly wouldn't take kindly to him either. If my brother says anything harsh, darling, please don't take it to heart. Meng Qingqiu patted her chest softly, expressing her apprehension. She felt caught in the middle between her brother and her boyfriend. To be frank, if the two were to clash upon meeting, it would undoubtedly put her in a difficult position. She held immense confidence in the man she cherished, yet, her brother, unaware of Jiang Nan's merits, would likely perceive him as nothing more than a pretty face. Despite his charisma and sunny disposition, Meng Qingqiu knew her brother might only see Jiang Nan as a slightly charming, sunny boy. At this moment, she certainly does not regret her request to meet. Sooner or later, she would have to confront this situation. It is better to engage with her brother sooner rather than later. Do not worry. Jiang Nan gently patted Meng Qingqiu's hand in a reassuring manner. Observing their interaction, Yu Yao felt no sense of jealousy. Instead, she couldn't help but think, I do not have such complications. The most I need to face is meeting the parents. However, once my father sees Jiang Nan and they exchange a few musical notes, he will surely grow increasingly fond of him. Hee. Yu Yao's affection too. Ding. For some unknown reason, the elevator ascended directly to the 23rd floor without stopping. The moment the elevator doors opened, Jiang Nan's mind echoed with a system prompt, prompting him to glance at Yu Yao, who was secretly stifling a smile. At that moment, as if sensing Jiang Nan's gaze, Yu Yao's eyes met his. In that fleeting instant, the smile at the corner of Yu Yao's mouth vanished. Despite a favorable affection score of 65, it had not significantly bolstered her courage. Jiang Nan found this quite normal. Welcome to the Star and Moon restaurant. As the trio exited the elevator and approached the restaurant entrance, two elegantly dressed hostesses in kipeos and sheer stockings greeted them with a deep bow. As they raised their heads, their gaze immediately fixed on Jiang Nan. This scene was all too familiar. Jiang Nan's charm was at an exaggerated 100 points, and in this world, which placed immense value on appearances, his appeal to the opposite sex was simply formidable. Could you please take us to the room D1? Meng Qingqiu politely inquired. Upon hearing this, the two hostesses promptly replied in unison, Allow me to escort you. No, allow me. Weren't you just complaining about your sore legs? Walking a few more steps will surely be uncomfortable. Let me handle this. No. Once again, a familiar scene unfolded. Differing from Jiang Nan's previous encounter with the two hostesses in Jiang City, as this time they began to argue. What a headache, Meng Qingqiu sighed, lightly tapping her forehead. Jiang Nan exchanged a glance with the restaurant manager before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Rock, paper, scissors. Hey, I won. Where's that handsome guy? Ignoring the commotion at the entrance, Jiang Nan and the others were respectfully led by the restaurant manager to the door of a private room. Esteemed guests, this is room D1. The manager, a mature woman in her 40s dressed in a professional suit, had a makeup style that was somewhat bold, yet her figure, striking features, and captivating aura evoked a sense of nostalgia akin to that of an elegant classic car. As internet users might say, if I were to encounter such classic beauty at a young age, I would never forget it, potentially becoming a devoted admirer for life. Thank you. Meng Qingqiu politely smiled and nodded at the manager. After taking a deep breath, she slowly extended her hand with Jiang Nan to push open the door to the private room. Creak. As the door slowly opened, Meng Qingqiu's voice called out, Big brother. Just then, a striking young man in his late 20s stepped out briskly from behind a large screen. In an instant, Meng Jingming's gaze locked onto Jiang Nan. Wow. This glance left Meng Jingming momentarily stunned. When he snapped back to reality, Jiang Nan and his companions had already closed the door behind them and approached him. At such close quarters, Jiang Nan's extraordinarily handsome face had an even greater impact, leaving Meng Jingming utterly mesmerized. Good heavens, is this blonde really that stunning? You must be Qi Qiu's boyfriend. You are truly a remarkable young man, Meng Jingming remarked warmly. However, as he uttered these words, coupled with his amiable demeanor, Meng Jingming's brow furrowed slightly. To be honest, before seeing Jiang Nan, he had planned to give this blonde a stern talking to. Yet upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, he inexplicably felt inclined to adopt a gentler approach, as if deep down he had already unintentionally recognized this young man as a brother-in-law. Damn it. This isn't the attitude I should have, he thought. Regardless of the circumstances, I must still confront this fellow at the dinner table. Meng Jingming's expression shifted. Meanwhile, Meng Qingqiu, recovering from her surprise at her brother's pleasant demeanor, revealed an expression of unexpected delight. My brother, known for his sharp tongue, is actually so friendly? Hee. It seems my man's charisma is quite impressive. Chapter 170. Want to challenge a true martial arts master in drinking? Jiang Nan regarded this warm attitude from his brother-in-law with skepticism. However, as the saying goes, do not strike a smiling face. With Meng Jingming's outwardly friendly demeanor, Jiang Nan saw no reason to lose his composure. He smiled slightly and extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, big brother, I am Qiqiu's boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Hello. I am Qiqiu's elder brother, Meng Jingming. As Meng Jingming witnessed Jiang Nan extend his hand, an instinctive voice in his head warned him not to shake hands. But seeing the sunny smile on this blonde's face, he found himself smiling back and extending his hand in a congenial manner. What just happened? After releasing his hand, Meng Jingming wore a puzzled expression. He felt a strange sensation. Despite reminding himself not to show kindness to Jiang Nan, he could not suppress his good manners. He sighed heavily within, waved to the trio, and guided them into a small room behind a screen. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my dear sister, Meng Qingqiu, and this is her childhood friend, Yu Yao. As for this young man, he cleared his throat, cough, is my sister's boyfriend, Jiang Nan. As they chatted, the eyes of several men at the table immediately shifted to Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. Upon seeing these two top-tier beauties, even their preconceived notions could not prepare them for the breathtaking reality that stood before them. Beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. Moreover, they were not the typical kind of beauty. Both Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao possessed a distinctive and captivating charm. The two attractive women naturally found their attention drawn to Jiang Nan. But unlike the simple admiration from the men at the table, Jiang Nan's overwhelming charm acted as an intoxicating elixir for them, making them feel an impulse to scream with excitement at the sheer exaggeration of his allure. Struggling to suppress their feelings, the two women reluctantly shifted their gazes away and exchanged knowing looks. Just a glance was enough for both to understand each other's thoughts, resulting in simultaneous awkward smiles. Please, take a seat. As the host of this gathering, Meng Jingming smiled warmly at Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, while Jiang Nan, exuding an air of mischief, left him hesitant to engage in conversation with this young man. Soon, the three settled down, with Jiang Nan positioned between Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. At that moment, a young man at the table cast several inquisitive glances at Jiang Nan, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the gentleman named Jiang Nan. The sound of his voice seemed equally recognizable. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Yet this lad certainly possessed an undeniable charm. Securing the affections of a top-tier goddess like Meng Qingqiu promised a worry-free future. Indeed, at times, good looks can truly be a form of currency. To be in a romantic relationship with someone as affluent and beautiful as Meng Qingqiu could render a lifetime of struggle unnecessary. Nevertheless, he was, after all, merely a pretty face. While he may not have been an heir to a fortune worth tens of billions, his family's wealth was substantial, amounting to several billion, which set him apart from the ordinary populace. Moreover, the current trajectory remained uncertain. Once seated, Meng Jingming swiftly cast his gaze towards an individual who immediately snapped to attention, revealing a smile. He then retrieved several bottles of liquor from beneath the table and introduced himself. Brother Jiang Nan, I am Li Ronghua from Jiangqing. It is a pleasure to meet you. Let us become friends. I shall ensure you are well taken care of during your visits to Jiangqing. With that, Li Ronghua promptly unsealed the bottles and distributed them among the men present. A bottle for each person? Meng Qingqiu's face displayed a hint of astonishment. Each bottle contained 500 milliliters of liquor, which, while not quite a pound, was certainly substantial. Thus, it equated to each individual consuming a pound of liquor. Meng Jingming chuckled, gesturing towards a certain direction. Sister, today marks my first meeting with my brother-in-law and with several friends from Jiangqing visiting Shanghai. It is only fitting we indulge in a few drinks. Following Meng Jingming's gesture, Meng Qingqiu observed several stacked boxes of liquor in a corner, each containing 6 bottles. Altogether, there appeared to be at least 18 bottles. This was no mere casual drink. It seemed they intended to intoxicate her partner thoroughly. This was excessive. Meng Qingqiu frowned slightly. Brother, Meng Jingming echoed her concern. Naturally, we must drink to our brother-in-law's enjoyment. At that moment, Jiang Nan interjected, actively unsealing the liquor. Li Ronghua, astute in reading the atmosphere, promptly offered a cup. Thank you, Jiang Nan replied, gradually rising. He continued, Gentlemen, being younger, I shall begin with 3 cups. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. At the conclusion of his declaration, Jiang Nan consumed 3 cups in quick succession, maintaining a composed smile as he returned to his seat. This was not an act of submission, but rather a strategic display. If he did not achieve the desired effect after downing 3 cups on an empty stomach, he certainly would not hold back subsequently. It was crucial to remember that he possessed the capabilities of a master in physical arts. Coupled with his body enhanced by a transformative liquid, he was a veritable master of martial arts, adept in both internal and external disciplines. No matter how potent the liquor, it would be akin to drinking plain water for Jiang Nan. While not quite akin to martial arts novels where characters could expel alcohol from their bodies, he was certainly capable of dissipating its effects. As the saying goes in drinking circles, those who are not skilled at drinking cannot outdrink those who are. And those who are not afraid of death cannot compete with those who have extraordinary abilities. Could one truly challenge a master of martial arts in a drinking contest? Obviously not. Darling, are you all right? Drinking 3 cups on an empty stomach is reckless. Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, concern etched on her face. It is but 3 cups. Have you forgotten? I am a practitioner of martial arts and have a commendable tolerance for liquor, Jiang Nan assured her, gently patting her hand beneath the table. Wearing a calm smile. Darling. Meng Qingqiu gazed at him with gratitude, understanding that had it not been for her presence, even the mere act of sipping would have been a considerable concession. Chapter 171. Did you participate in an auction in Jiangcheng previously? Meng Qingqiu had some understanding of Jiang Nan's capabilities, although she was unaware of his possession of a Bugatti Divo valued at 200 million. The limited edition Pagani Huayra he owned was sufficient to indicate that his background rivaled that of Meng Jingming, the eldest son of the Meng family. Hence, in Meng Qingqiu's eyes, Jiang Nan's willingness to make such a concession was indeed a significant sacrifice. Impressive. This brother Jiang Nan, consuming 3 cups on an empty stomach, is utterly forthright. At that moment, the others at the table regained their composure, their gazes toward Jiang Nan filled with admiration. There are unspoken rules at a drinking table, and now, not only had Li Ronghua's perception of Jiang Nan improved significantly, but even Meng Jingming regarded Jiang Nan with a newfound respect. Ronghua, my brother-in-law has already downed 3 cups. We ought to join him, Meng Jingming declared, unsealing a bottle of liquor. They could not afford to fall short. While admiration lingered, Meng Jingming felt a twinge of displeasure, knowing his exceptional sister was involved with this fellow. Indeed, Li Ronghua concurred, promptly pouring a cup and raising it toward Jiang Nan. Brother Jiang Nan, as an elder, allow me to toast you. May you and Sister Qingqiu enjoy a sweet and blissful life together. Cough. The moment Li Ronghua finished speaking, Meng Jingming coughed, seemingly caught off guard by the liquor. Observing Meng Jingming's reaction, Li Ronghua glanced toward the other 2 young men, who quickly understood the cue, pouring their own drinks and lifting their glasses in unison. I am Kailuan, Su Cheng, and I too wish for you and Sister Qingqiu to share a lifetime of sweetness and happiness. Cheers. Meng Jingming stood, followed suit by Li Ronghua and the other 2. Jiang Nan chuckled internally at their hesitance, pouring another drink and standing as well. Meng Jingming and the others exchanged glances, yet Jiang Nan wasted no time, downing the liquor in one go, and then smiling at the hesitant group while shaking his empty glass. It seemed he had said nothing, yet conveyed everything. Seeing this, Li Ronghua was the first to gulp down his drink, maintaining a calm demeanor. In contrast, Meng Jingming, Kailuan, and Su Cheng gasped for breath after their sip. Allow me to toast each of you again. As Meng Jingming and the others attempted to sit, Jiang Nan's voice rang out once more. What? Meng Jingming was taken aback, swiftly turning to Jiang Nan, who remained unfazed, as if the 4 cups he had consumed were mere water, leaving him utterly astonished. I shall go first. Jiang Nan poured himself a drink and downed it, then raised his glass with a smile. Consuming 5 cups on an empty stomach without batting an eye left everyone present in sheer disbelief. They could not help but wonder if he was truly drinking water. Qingqiu, pour me a glass of the same liquor Jiang Nan is having. Experiential truth prevailed, as Meng Jingming handed his cup to Meng Qingqiu, signaling her to pour him a drink from Jiang Nan's unsealed bottle. All right. Meng Qingqiu accepted the cup and poured for him. As Meng Jingming took his wine glass once more and brought it to his nose for a whiff, his brows furrowed deeply, and he cast a look of astonishment towards Jiang Nan. Goodness, it seemed they had overthought things. Jiang Nan was drinking the same moutai as they were. Drink. With the liquor already poured, Meng Jingming had no choice but to partake, and he tilted his head back to down another glass. His face instantly flushed and bearing a hint of discomfort. This was hardly surprising. It was already past 7 in the evening, and none of them had dined yet. Consuming 2 liang of baijiu on an empty stomach, and without pause, was hardly akin to drinking plain water. I'll urge them to bring the dishes. Let us continue once the food arrives. Seeing Jiang Nan preparing to pour more liquor, Meng Jingming's expression changed abruptly, and he hastily interjected. All right. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded before sitting back down. Are you all right? 5 cups of baijiu. Meng Qingxiu immediately expressed her concern, and Du Yao, sitting to Jiang Nan's left, cast a worried glance his way. I'm fine. Jiang Nan chuckled softly, shaking his head. This amount of baijiu was not enough to affect him. Even if it were 5 cups, or even 15 or 20, it would have no impact on him whatsoever. Oh, Jiang Nan, why is there steam rising from your head? Are you feeling hot? At this moment, Yao noticed the slight emanation of heat from Jiang Nan's head, which caused her to display a look of astonishment. With a soft exclamation, she inadvertently drew the attention of everyone present. Indeed, there was a faint heat radiating from Jiang Nan's head, leaving all in attendance momentarily speechless. I don't know, perhaps it's just a bit warm. Jiang Nan smiled. He was well aware that the heat was merely the result of the alcohol's effects. Is the air conditioning on? Meng Qingxiu began to rise. No need. Jiang Nan held her back as he was about to say something. Brother Jiang Nan, your accent doesn't sound like that of a local from Magic City, does it? Li Ronghua inquired uncertainly. Yes, I'm from Jiangqing. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. From Jiangqing? Su Cheng and Kai Luan looked at him in astonishment. Initially, they assumed Jiang Nan was a local, but little did they know he was actually their fellow townsman. Brother, which part of Jiangqing are you from? Li Ronghua and the others, also hailing from Jiangqing, spoke with a slight Jiangqing accent in their Mandarin. Yet Jiang Nan's speech bore no trace of it. From the old city area, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng and Kai Luan remained mostly unchanged in expression. However, Li Ronghua scrutinized Jiang Nan for a moment longer. Recalling that he had found this young man somewhat familiar when they first met, even the sound of his voice struck a chord. Wait. I truly feel that you seem a bit familiar, Jiang Nan brother. Furthermore, your voice sounds somewhat familiar as well. Li Ronghua hesitated before quietly asking, by any chance, did you attend an auction hosted by Xiang Pavilion in Jiangqing before? Chapter 172, Jiang Shao, we toast to you, please feel free. As Li Ronghua's words fell, his eyes remained fixed on Jiang Nan. He increasingly felt that this guy was indeed familiar, and if he was truly that prominent young master from the auction at Xiang Pavilion, he would need to inform Meng Jingming of this individual's background promptly. It goes without saying, participating in an auction and spending billions without a flicker of an eyelash. What an extraordinary background must he possess? At least, it was evident that he was not someone whose status could be rivaled by anyone present. Xiang Pavilion? Were you there that day as well? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Nan looked at Li Ronghua with surprise. I was fortunate enough to accompany a big shot to the second floor once, and one of the bidders against you was a big shot from my private room. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Li Ronghua leaped to his feet. Holding his filled glass of Maotai, his posture slightly bent as he wore an extraordinarily obsequious smile that left the others astonished. I toast to you. Please feel free. The honorifics were excessive, and he downed the drink in one go. Jiang Nan understood that this fellow recognized the terrifying extent of his financial resources. So he did not feign modesty. He too stood and downed a glass of Maotai, treating it as if it were merely water, indifferent to the quantity. As they resumed their seats, the others finally regained their senses, all gazing at Jiang Nan, especially Su Cheng and Kai Lin, who were equally from Jiangqing, their eyes wide with astonishment. Meng Jingming frowned and looked at Jiang Nan, his face revealing a hint of disbelief. From Li Ronghua's demeanor, it was evident that Jiang Nan was likely a top-tier second-generation heir. Moreover, Li Ronghua's attitude towards him seemed far from mere flattery. Thus could this Jiang Nan be a prominent heir from one of Jiangqing's elite families? Darling, at this moment, Meng Qingxiu's face also reflected astonishment as she softly called out, just as she was about to inquire further. Ronghua, are you implying that this Jiang Cough, the young master you mentioned before, the one who dominated at the auction, taking down several small targets, even 10 or so at once, is him? Su Cheng and Kai Luan inquired in unison. What? At that moment, Meng Jingming was utterly bewildered. Taking down several small targets? Even 10 or so? What sort of power was this? A second-generation heir, capable of controlling such vast sums? Compared to him, who was merely the son of a prominent family in Magic City, with access to perhaps 1 or 2 small targets. Any higher amount would require the family's intervention to gain authority. Yet Jiang Nan commanded billions directly? Such a level of status was beyond anything Meng Jingming could compare to. Darling, are you truly this formidable? Meng Qingxiu was equally taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Nan. It's all right. I bought a few things and sold a few things, so I consider it an investment. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Hee hee. It seems my elder brother is already somewhat stunned by the revelation. However, It's quite beneficial to have his friend vouch for your excellence. The script is indeed marvelous. Meng Qingxiu couldn't help but chuckle, especially upon seeing her brother's bewildered expression, finding it immensely amusing. She had never seen her brother display such a countenance before, as he usually interacted only with those on his level or below. Thus, Meng Jingming's current expression was vividly entertaining, revealing a side of him she had never witnessed before. Ah, no wonder I felt he was somewhat familiar when I first met him. Hearing his voice was also reminiscent. It turns out he is the prominent young master I encountered at the auction last time. Li Ronghua stood up once more, refilling his glass and preparing to toast, when Su Cheng and Kai Lun hurriedly rose to refill their own glasses. The three of them spoke in unison. Jiang Shao, we toast to you. Please feel free. We hope to gather in Jiangxing someday. With that, the three of them raised their glasses and downed the Maotai in unison. Jiang Nan, this time, did not rise. He simply lifted his glass and drank it down. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door of the private room. Come in. Meng Jingming's somewhat hoarse voice rang out. This was Jiang Nan's first statement after his identity was revealed, and he felt the gaze of many turn towards him. Clearing his throat, he poured a glass of liquor and then looked at Jiang Nan, standing up as he raised his glass and earnestly stated, from what Ronghua said, you must possess considerable strength, but let me make one thing clear. Regardless of your capabilities, should you ever treat my younger sister poorly, I will spare no effort in making your life difficult. Rest assured, brother. Jiang Nan rose to his feet. The distance between the two was not far, and as they leaned in slightly, their cups clinked together. They exchanged a glance and shared a smile before tilting their heads back to down the drink. Just a single remark from Meng Jingming made Jiang Nan feel that he had not miscalculated his standing today, though there was a hint of arrogance. It was also a testament to his keen awareness of the situation. Most importantly, Li Ronghua represented an unexpected variable, unexpectedly elevating his status several notches, instantly becoming the most esteemed individual in the gathering. The atmosphere soon grew considerably lighter, with the exception of Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao, who briefly introduced two other remarkably attractive women. The meal commenced punctually at 7:30 in the evening and concluded around 10 o'clock. Over the course of 2.5 hours, several individuals had succumbed to inebriation. Oh dear, a headache. Meng Qingxiu gazed at the slumped figure of Meng Jingming and could not help but let out a heavy sigh. Your tolerance for alcohol is truly outrageous. Yu Yao cast a glance at the 6 empty Maotai bottles on the table before Jiang Nan, her face betraying a look of astonishment. 6 bottles. Consumed in a relentless fashion, and yet he remained unfazed, save for the occasional beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He had only made 2 brief trips to the restroom throughout the entire 2.5 hours, all the while indulging in drinks. This capacity for alcohol, my mother seems to have a penchant for such qualities. Yu Yao's cheeks flushed as she covertly stole a glance at Jiang Nan, her thoughts spiraling into a whimsical musing. If I were to bring Jiang Nan home, surely, if he showcased his prowess, my parents would undoubtedly take a liking to him. Affection for Yu Yao 5. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, and while surprised, his focus shifted to the task at hand, dealing with the drunken revelers. Leave it to me. You need not assist. Observing the 2 young women attempting to help Su Cheng and Kai Lun, Jiang Nan stepped forward, effortlessly grasping the collars of both individuals and lifting them with a single hand. The sight caused the 2 women's eyes to widen in disbelief. Chapter 173. Superhuman physical qualities. This physical prowess is simply astonishing. To lift 2 adults, each weighing no less than 140 pounds, with one hand is beyond comprehension. The 2 women exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonished gulps. Without uttering a word, their exchanged gaze conveyed everything. Yao Yao, what do you think of our husband? At that moment, Meng Qingxiu approached the equally stunned Yu Yao, wearing a playful smile. Truly impressive. Yu Yao was still in shock, too taken aback to reject the term our husband. Hiki. Meng Qingxiu chuckled. My word. At that moment, the 2 women gasped once more. For Jiang Nan had now lifted both Meng Jingming and Li Ronghua. In other words, with just his 2 hands, he was effortlessly managing 4 individuals. This is utterly preposterous. Despite knowing her man had trained in martial arts and possessed extraordinary physical qualities, Meng Qingxiu was still taken aback, her mouth forming a perfect O, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. It truly is ridiculous. Yu Yao nodded earnestly. Let us go. Jiang Nan, unfazed, calmly moved forward as if carrying 4 small dogs, expending not a modicum of effort. The women followed him out of the private room, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers along the way. What? Am I seeing things? Is this man really lifting for adults? My goodness, I must be quite intoxicated. His physical abilities are certainly remarkable. If only do not be deceived by the relatively sparse crowd at this hour. Patrons of all ages, both male and female, gawked in astonishment. "Sir, may we assist you?" A few male waitstaff rushed over. "No need." Jiang Nan shook his head, stating, "I can manage alone. It saves time and effort." "Saves time and effort?" The waitstaff exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately sharing a resigned smile. Upon entering the elevator, Jiang Nan continued to carry the 4 individuals without a hint of fatigue. "Are you not tired? Should we not let you rest for a moment?" Meng Qingqiu inquired with concern. "I'm perfectly fine," Jiang Nan replied, feeling no strain whatsoever. He believed he could easily carry both Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao on his shoulders without issue. His current physical condition was undeniably superhuman. Even a peak fighter like Tyson would be no match for him, easily dispatched with a mere flick of his wrist. Ding! The elevator swiftly arrived at the 38th floor of the hotel. "This way." The 2 women immediately led the way, and soon, Jiang Nan brought the 4 individuals into a room. Beep, beep, beep. One of the women swiped a card, entering a lavish suite. Jiang Nan unceremoniously tossed Su Cheng and Kai Luan onto the bed, then proceeded to another room to do the same with Meng Jingming and Li Ronghua. "Jiang Xiao, we are immensely grateful to you." The 2 attractive women gazed at Jiang Nan with deep appreciation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that had Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao not been present, they would have instinctively thrown themselves at him. "It's nothing." Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively, then wrapped his arm around Meng Qingqiu's slender waist. "I would appreciate it if you 2 could keep an eye on my elder brother." Meng Qingqiu turned back to smile at the 2 women. "Rest assured, you can leave Meng Xiao in our capable hands." The 2 women nodded obediently. In the underground parking lot of the Magic City building, Meng Qingqiu took the initiative to drive, leaving Jiang Nan and Yu Yao in the back seat. As the car began to move, Meng Qingqiu glanced at the flushed face of Yu Yao in the rearview mirror and then at Jiang Nan, chuckling. "Darling, you remain remarkably composed after downing 6 bottles of liquor. Now that there are no outsiders, why not let down your guard?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan immediately understood. His first wife was preparing to create some excitement. "Yao Yao, why not let your husband rest his head on your lap?" As expected, before Jiang Nan or Yu Yao could respond, Meng Qingqiu's voice chimed in again. "This might not be appropriate," Jiang Nan countered, feigning a hint of hesitance. Since Meng Qingqiu wanted to stir things up, he was more than willing to oblige. "What is inappropriate? We're all family here." Meng Qingqiu smiled. "Affection for Yu Yao 3. Yu Yao remained silent, but at that moment, Jiang Nan's mind buzzed with the system's notification, prompting him to glance at the beautiful woman beside him. Her delicate face flushed, her slender hands intertwined in her lap, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, clearly revealing her nervousness. At that moment, Yu Yao slightly lifted her gaze, meeting Jiang Nan's eyes. She bit her lower lip gently, her youthful shyness proving utterly enchanting. The next moment, Yu Yao swallowed hard and lightly patted her thigh. Seeing this, Jiang Nan realized that any pretense would be futile. He smiled and reclined against Yu Yao, resting his head upon her lovely legs. Affection for Yu Yao too. Thump, thump. Jiang Nan could distinctly hear Yu Yao's heart racing wildly. And with the system's notification echoing in his mind, his eyes slowly closed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. 75 points of affection. To complete the small welfare task at hand, he needed Yu Yao's affection to rise by just 5 more points. It's almost there. Jiang Nan contemplated that on the journey back, he could easily gain another 2 or 3 points. And there was a significant possibility of reaching the coveted 80 points of affection. As she pondered in Jiang Nan's presence, Yu Yao couldn't help but gaze at the handsome face resting on her thigh. From her elevated vantage point, the angle should have been unflattering, yet Jiang Nan's striking features remained unaffected. And the proximity intensified her admiration, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. What a perfect man he was. Unable to suppress her excitement, Yu Yao swallowed hard, especially since Jiang Nan had his eyes closed at that moment. Instinctively, she leaned down, nearly brushing against him, only to suddenly come to her senses. In that instant, their eyes met. Boom. At that moment, Yu Yao felt as if her mind had exploded, leaving her momentarily blank. Yu Yao's affection level 5. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, revealing his own surprise. Yu Yao's affection had reached an impressive 80 points. Chapter 174. The thrilling moment returns. Redeem extraordinary lottery opportunities. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a random side quest. Rewards. Meng Qingqiu affection level 1, 1 lottery chance. Ding. Congratulations, host. Meng Qingqiu affection level 1. Beauty 1, gained 1 lottery chance. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 3 stunning confidants with beauty scores reaching 98. Rewards. The Duke of Kyoto's residence. 5 lottery opportunities and mind-reading ability. The exhilarating moment unfolded as the system notifications cascaded in Jiang Nan's mind. At that moment, Yueyao slowly opened her eyes. Meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, her cheeks now flushed even more than before. Her expression was entirely transformed, despite her affection level of only 80 points. The intensity of her gaze rivaled that of Meng Qingqiu's admiration for him. Yueyao shyly averted her gaze, whispering softly. Ha! Jiang Nan simply chuckled. A man must have a bit of mischief for a woman to fall in love. Meng Qingqiu grinned knowingly, aware of what had transpired between them. Her face illuminated with joy, having spent the past few days instilling in her dear friend Yueyao just how exceptional Jiang Nan was. You, my dear. Yueyao looked at Meng Qingqiu, managing a resigned smile. There exists a strategy known as the overt scheme, and Jiang Nan's allure, combined with Meng Qingqiu's overt machinations, formed a formidable strategy that left her utterly unable to resist, gradually leading her to succumb. La la la, Meng Qingqiu began to hum happily. From that moment on, Yueyao felt far less awkward, gazing at Jiang and with eyes filled with affection. It felt surreal. Upon reflection, love either arrives unexpectedly or, when it does, descends like a violent whirlwind. The rapid progression left Yueyao in disbelief. By the time they returned to the small villa, it was nearing 11 o'clock. Yueyao. On the first floor, Meng Qingqiu gently tugged at Yueyao's arm, whispering something in her ear. Instantly, Yueyao's face flushed crimson. Qingqiu. Yueyao directed her gaze toward Jiang Nan. Her voice soft and tender. Darling. However, Meng Qingqiu paid no heed to Yueyao, her smile directed solely at Jiang Nan. 2.5 hours later. In the living room of the small villa, Jiang Nan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, a smile gracing his lips as he lit a cigarette. After taking a long drag and exhaling, his smile deepened, exclaiming, "This is truly exhilarating." Not only had his relationship with Yueyao made a significant leap, but he also now possessed 14 lottery opportunities. This meant he could indulge in an extraordinary lottery at any moment. With a contented sigh, he exhaled smoke, his lips curling into a subtle smile, eagerly anticipating the day Yueyao's affection level reached 99 or even 100 points. To have 2 extraordinary lottery chances equated to 20 ordinary lottery chances. Such beauty indeed. Jiang Nan couldn't help but reflect on the allure of a perfect 10. He yearned to encounter a woman deemed 100 in beauty by the system. A charm rating of 100 should indicate a beauty score of 100 as well, right? Jiang Nan mused, somewhat astonished. If someone possessed such captivating allure, they would surely be treated as a rare treasure, a caged golden bird. As he pondered, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Brother Jiang Nan. Why has my account suddenly increased by 1 million? Upon checking, he noted the time, 12:32 a.m. on May 26th. He soon realized it was a video call from Lin Man. After connecting, Lin Man appeared on screen, dressed in a delicate pink nightgown. Her expression one of surprise as she looked at Jiang Nan. Did you just notice? Jiang Nan chuckled. Yes, I just ordered takeout, ran out of money in my WeChat. Used my bank card, and that S when I saw the extra million. Lin Man scratched her head. You really are quite careless. No worries. Soon you'll have a few more million. Jiang Nan swiftly transferred 5.2 million to Lin Man. With interest accumulating rapidly, his savings soared to 13.6 billion. Wow, Jiang Nan. You transferred me 520 again? Lin Man exclaimed. Buy whatever you want, just let me know if you need more. Jiang Nan was generous with his beloved. If it could be purchased, he would never hesitate. Brother, you're too good to me. If only you were in Jiang City. I could feast on soy milk and fried dough sticks at midnight. Lin Man said, tears welling in her eyes. I'll be back at the beginning of the month. And on the 30th, I'll take you to enjoy all the soy milk and fried dough sticks you want, with a couple of eggs thrown in for good measure. Jiang Nan smiled. I'll be waiting for your return, brother. Lin Man's gaze was enchanting. All right, I have some matters to attend to. Remember, tell me if you want to spend on anything. After reminding her, Jiang Nan ended the call. The cigarette he had lit was nearly burned out. Returning to the coffee table, he extinguished it in a disposable cup filled with water, then settled onto the sofa, his eyes sparkling with excitement. System, redeem an extraordinary lottery opportunity for me, and proceed with the extraordinary lottery. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan anticipated what was to come as he issued the command to the system. Chapter 175, 20 Years of Tradable Lifespan Beauty Elixir. The familiar colossal wheel of fortune appeared before Jiang Nan's eyes. Gazing at the myriad of rewards, he momentarily withdrew his gaze. Took another deep breath, and with a thought, the pointer began to spin. Biu. The sound resonated. In that instant, Jiang Nan held his breath, his heartbeat quickening. Seconds passed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 20 years of tradable lifespan 1 beauty elixir from this extraordinary lottery. Is that it? Jiang Nan's initial reaction was encapsulated in those 2 words. But almost immediately, a look of exhilaration spread across his face. 20 years of tradable lifespan. A beauty elixir. Regardless of which item is presented, each can undoubtedly be deemed a truly extraordinary treasure. Setting aside the 20 years of tradable lifespan, let us consider the youth elixir. As its name suggests, it possesses the ability to preserve one's youthful appearance. What does this signify? Perhaps one day he may achieve immortality, yet in reality, his appearance will still age. The emergence of this youth elixir perfectly addresses this significant concern of future aging. Moreover, let us not forget that the women around him require this elixir even more to maintain their exquisite beauty. It remains uncertain whether this youth elixir can also sustain bodily functions against aging. If it can, then this elixir may indeed be the most splendid extraordinary reward of this exceptional lottery. As one's strength increases, it becomes essential to look further ahead. If this youth elixir did not exist, even if he had companions with lengthy lifespans, the deterioration of their appearances and bodily functions would render life indistinguishable from death. It is not merely a matter of centuries ahead, but even decades, which would be a torment for Jiang Nan and his numerous beautiful companions. After all, what he possesses is merely extended lifespan, not the true meaning of immortality or eternal youth. When the day arrives that he gains the ability to live forever, this youth elixir will naturally lose much of its value. However, it is evident that he currently has a pressing need for it. System, please provide me with an introduction to this youth elixir. Jiang Nan commanded. In an instant, as he focused his thoughts, a small box appeared before him. Youth elixir preserves youth and maintains eternal beauty. The description is succinct, yet upon reading it, Jiang Nan could not suppress his smile. What is youth? Whether it be one's appearance or the vigor of youth, both signify vitality. This implies that the youth elixir can also preserve his bodily functions. Remarkable. Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. He dismissed any other thoughts and directly retrieved the youth elixir. At that moment, he held a translucent pill in his hand, bringing it to his nose and inhaling. Aside from a hint of fragrance, it bore no other scent. With a crunch, Jiang Nan tossed the pill into his mouth and began to chew. The texture resembled that of a small candy, and it was quite pleasant. Soon, he swallowed the youth elixir, rose from the sofa, and hopped twice, feeling his body lighter than before, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. Excellent. Jiang Nan nodded, clenched his fists, and assumed a steady stance, channeling his energy. He threw a punch into the air with force. Crackle. A series of crisp sounds akin to firecrackers erupted in the air, intensifying the satisfaction on Jiang Nan's face as he muttered, "With this punch, don't even mention a tiger. A wild boar struck by me would surely be flattened." His physical prowess was exceptionally strong. At present, Jiang Nan speculated that he was merely at the level of a superhuman. Yet he remained uncertain about just how far beyond human standards he had transcended. After all, he had not conducted any substantial tests. It seemed imperative that he should find time to evaluate his speed and strength compared to human capabilities. As night fell and the dawn arrived, Jiang Nan awoke slowly at 8 o'clock the next morning, having experienced a dreamless night and possessing exceptional physical constitution. Despite having gone to bed at 3 in the morning and only sleeping for 5 hours, the quality of his slumber remained remarkably high. Upon entering the bathroom, he began his morning routine. His skin appeared even more flawless, truly immaculate. As he brushed his teeth, he stole glances at his reflection in the mirror. His face illuminated with astonishment. If he had previously reached the zenith of charm, he now felt his allure had surpassed full capacity, reaching an impressive score of 101. This was not mere vanity. He genuinely felt this way. A few minutes later, after completing his grooming, Jiang Nan descended from the second floor to the first. Yao Yao, how does this outfit look? Chio, you oh dear, this is quite something. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, Jiang Nan overheard Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao playfully bantering on the sofa, their words delightfully scandalous. Jiang Nan had awakened. Yu Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. Just as she was about to speak, upon catching sight of Jiang Nan, she immediately lowered her head shyly and murmured, "Darling Meng Qingqiu," however, showed no signs of shyness whatsoever. Though her cheeks were also flushed, she met Jiang Nan's gaze with poise. Jiang Nan noted the subtle changes in Meng Qingqiu's demeanor. The primary wife's role often represented a declaration of intent, and Meng Qingqiu clearly embodied this. To assert that she was devoid of shyness would be utterly implausible. Occasionally, she nearly buried her face in her chest, yet whenever Yu Yao encountered a challenging question, she would promptly explain it. Therefore, Jiang Nan's perception of Meng Qingqiu's status as the primary wife would remain unchanged. From the outset, that position was irreplaceable. Not even the gentle landlord, Xia Jiqing, or the exceedingly charming Su Yun could ever supplant Meng Qingqiu's identity. Discussing such matters this early in the day, I would say that the homework I assigned was not overly burdensome. Jiang Nan approached, chuckling as he regarded Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yu seated on the sofa. Chapter 176. Just 2 more points of affection, and another extraordinary lottery opportunity will be gained. Yu Yao was now entirely captivated by him. Her retracting demeanor was merely due to shyness and not indicative of anything else. Have you had breakfast? Jiang Nan inquired. We ordered takeout. Meng Qingqiu replied cheerfully. Yao Yao and I aren't much for cooking, so it's a pity you're left with takeout, darling. No worries. I'll order some takeout and see about cooking for you both at noon to let you sample my culinary skills. Jiang Nan seated himself between the 2 women, while Meng Qingqiu immediately scooted closer, gently massaging his left shoulder. Observing this, Yu Yao blinked and bashfully leaned in to knead Jiang Nan's right shoulder as well. This divine indulgence elicited a smile from Jiang Nan, who then took out his phone to check the takeout app. Darling, I've noticed you seem even more handsome today than yesterday, Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, seemingly at a loss as to why she found herself captivated by Jiang Nan's presence. Jiang Nan's charm was already remarkable, yet upon seeing him again today, the proximity intensified her heartbeat uncontrollably. Despite being an established couple, that fluttering sensation was impossible to suppress. I feel the same way, Yu Yao added, having also observed Jiang Nan. After stealing a few glances, she found herself unable to continue, overwhelmed by a tingling sensation. It must be an illusion. Jiang Nan chose not to disclose the existence of the youth elixir. He would wait for another lottery or task to procure it and explain everything when the time came to present it to them. Would you prefer Sichuan cuisine or Shanghai cuisine? Or perhaps another culinary style? Jiang Nan navigated through a grocery store online, diverting the conversation. Anything is fine, whatever you excel at. Darling, Yao Yao and I will gladly indulge. Meng Qingqiu was not the least bit picky, as long as it was prepared by Jiang Nan. She believed she could relish even the most unconventional dishes. Indeed, just choose your best, and we'll enjoy whatever you make. Yu Yao had initially wanted to address Jiang Nan as darling like Meng Qingqiu, but ultimately hesitated due to her shyness. All right, Jiang Nan nodded. But don't assume that the ingredients purchased outside are inferior to those in restaurants. In today's society, it's all the same. Although the ingredients purchased from outside may not rival those from the exquisite Happy Inn, Jiang Nan was confident that his culinary expertise could effortlessly bridge the gap between the two. He procured chicken, duck, fish, meat, and a selection of vegetables, completing the transaction with a total of 282 yuan and 90 cents. Goodness, how did you manage to buy so much? Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Darling, what kind of grand feast are you planning? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan chuckled. Responding, your words reveal that you've never shopped for groceries yourself. With chicken, duck, fish, and a few side dishes, along with various condiments, this sum is rather modest. Meng Qingqiu shook her head with a wry smile, acknowledging the truth of his statement. All right, you've done well with your shopping. Now it's my turn to treat you. Jiang Nan glanced at the delivery time, which was an hour away, and cheerfully tossed his phone onto the coffee table, preparing for an early lesson. Around noon, the aroma wafted through the air. My goodness, darling, the flavor of this 8-treasure duck is simply divine. At the dining table, Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened in shock. Qiu, this Shanghai white-cut chicken is truly exceptional, far surpassing what we savored yesterday at the Happy Inn. Yu Yao echoed her astonishment. Is that so? Meng Qingqiu had just swallowed a piece of 8-treasure duck and now delicately picked up a piece of white-cut chicken, placing it in her mouth. In an instant, the succulent chicken, still glistening with sauce, sent a delightful shiver down her spine. It's exquisite. She quickly chewed, followed by several bites of rice. Her expression one of sheer disbelief as she gazed at the smiling Jiang Nan. Darling, it's not merely because you are our man that we praise you. Your culinary skills are simply outstanding. I believe even the head chef of the most authentic Shanghai restaurant could not replicate the essence of your dishes. This catfish is remarkably tender and flavorful. This is the epitome of genuine Shanghai cuisine. What have I been eating before? Yu Yao continued to express her admiration. As they praised him, Jiang Nan felt a surge of affection from Yu Yao, her fondness for him increasing by another point. At this rate, I'll soon have a chance for another extraordinary draw with Yao Yao, he thought with anticipation. Eat slowly, don't choke. Jiang Nan chuckled, observing Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao devouring the delectable food without a hint of ladle-like restraint. It's too delicious to eat slowly, Meng Qingqiu exclaimed. Darling, I fear if we live together in the future, we'll surely gain weight, despite knowing that such indulgence could ruin their figures. Meng Qingqiu felt helpless before Jiang Nan's authentic Shanghai dishes. Exactly, Yu Yao chimed in, unable to pause as she nodded absent-mindedly. The meal took over an hour to prepare, yet they finished it in less than half an hour, leaving no trace of the sumptuous 8-treasure duck and white-cut chicken. Jiang Nan surveyed the table, marveling at how clean it was. Meng Qingqiu leaned back in her chair, her beautiful face glowing with happiness as she let out a contented burp. In contrast, Yueyao, feeling a touch shy, covered her mouth after her own quiet burp and glanced at Jiang Nan with embarrassment. Full? Jiang Nan inquired, taking in the satisfied smiles of the two women and feeling a sense of contentment himself. I'm so stuffed. Darling, don't bother cleaning up. Go have a smoke while Yao Yao and I take a moment to recover. Meng Qingqiu waved her hand as she noticed Jiang Nan rising to clear the table, her frown reflecting her exaggerated struggle to rise from her seat due to the fullness from their meal. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh, nodding in agreement. This tranquil and warm daily life was utterly delightful for Jiang Nan. Chapter 177. You have kidney deficiency. Don't deny it. I can cure it. Rising from his seat, Jiang Nan stepped out of the dining room and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. He didn't tease smoke. Instead, he gazed out at the front yard, a gentle smile gracing his face. This simple yet warm daily existence was something he had never possessed before, and he found no hint of monotony in it. Rather, it brought him a profound sense of peace. Suddenly, he noticed the front gate opening, and Meng Jingming strolled in, lightly tapping his head as he approached Jiang Nan's line of sight. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile, shaking his head at his brother-in-law, the epitome of a playful yet inexperienced individual. After a night of drinking, Meng Jingming had become quite loquacious, though thankfully, he remained composed, not embarrassing himself even inebriated. Well, Jiang Nan, I truly made a fool of myself last night, Meng Jingming said, entering through the glass door and finally noticing Jiang Nan's presence, a rueful smile on his face. Close to a kilogram? Menggu, you've certainly held your own, Jiang Nan remarked, giving him a thumbs up. He knew he himself had indulged. Likely as intoxicated as Meng Jingming and his friends. Drinking can lead to trouble. If I hadn't chosen to indulge, I wouldn't have secured Yueyao yesterday or reaped the rewards. Compared to you, I feel like a mere amateur, Meng Jingming said, shaking his head as he made his way to the center of the living room and plopped down on the sofa. Those guys from Ronghua ended up in the hospital with their stomachs pumped last night. Who knows how much they drank after losing consciousness. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's expression shifted slightly. How much did they drink? He recalled that he had kept pace with the three of them, consuming at least 5 bottles. Therefore, Ronghua and his companions must have consumed at least 2 to 3 kilograms of alcohol. Did you wake up to hear that you single-handedly carried 2 people on one arm and 4 on both without breaking a sweat? Meng Jingming looked at Jiang Nan with astonishment, his face reflecting disbelief. He was well aware of his own weight, 140 pounds. Adding Ronghua and his friends, they were easily over 500 pounds. Is that so heavy? Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. To him, that weight was hardly burdensome. It's not that heavy. Meng Jingming was startled, leaping up from the sofa and hastening to Jiang Nan's side. He reached out and pinched Jiang Nan's arm, feeling the flesh beneath his fingers, yet inexplicably sensing it was as solid as steel. Goodness, the density of those muscles was truly astonishing. Tell me honestly, have you trained before? Meng Jingming inquired, his gaze fixed on Jiang Nan with eager anticipation. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. Thud. At that moment, as Jiang Nan affirmed, Meng Jingming immediately knelt before him. Brother, what are you doing? Jiang Nan asked, astonished at the sight of Meng Jingming kneeling before him. You are my brother, no. Master, to be candid, I have always had a desire to become skilled in martial arts. Could you possibly teach me? Meng Jingming's eyes shimmered with fervor. I cannot. You are too old. Jiang Nan firmly rejected. Brother, what I mean is that I simply wish to strengthen my physique, Meng Jingming insisted, still kneeling on the ground. Oh. Jiang Nan studied Meng Jingming for a moment before a smile broke across his face. You have kidney deficiency, don't you? I do not. You're talking nonsense. How could that be? Meng Jingming immediately denied it thrice, his face flushing crimson, his gaze wavering and unfocused. Do not deny it. I can help, Jiang Nan stated calmly. Bang. As Jiang Nan's words fell, Meng Jingming's eyes cleared instantly, and he pressed his palms to the floor, beginning to bow fervently. Darling, big brother, what are you doing? At that moment, Meng Qingqiu, who had just finished tidying the dishes with Yu Yao, approached, astonished by the sight of Meng Jingming bowing repeatedly to her man. Ah! Meng Jingming halted his bowing, a look of constipation on his face. Brother is asking me how to drink without getting drunk, Jiang Nan said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Meng Jingming exclaimed hurriedly. My good brother-in-law, if you do not agree, I shall remain kneeling here. Big brother. Meng Qingqiu called out helplessly, then turned to Jiang Nan, preparing to speak. Brother. I agree. Jiang Nan helped Meng Jingming to his feet and whispered, later, I will prescribe 2 remedies for you, one for internal use and one for external soaking. Within a month, I guarantee your utmost satisfaction. Wonderful. Meng Jingming beamed with joy, quickly pulling out his phone. Let us add each other on WeChat, and you can send them to me later. Ding. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Meng Jingming's smile widened immensely. He then waved at Meng Qingqiu and bowed respectfully to Jiang Nan, saying, in that case, I shall not disturb your time alone. Ah, no. 3-person world. At that moment, Yu Yao also arrived in the living room. Upon seeing her, Meng Jingming immediately smiled and corrected himself, then headed toward the glass door. After pulling it open, he seemed to remember something and suddenly turned back to say, by the way, Chiu, this villa has been bought for a few days now. Mom and Dad said they would find time to come see you. I don't know if it's in these next few days, but I wanted to give you a heads up. Why didn't you say so earlier? Meng Qingqiu was taken aback. If they come for a surprise visit and Jiang Nan is unprepared, how will that first impression hold up? I did not know when you got such an outstanding boyfriend. Relax. I believe that with a brother-in-law as exceptional as him, Mom and Dad will undoubtedly grow fonder of him the more they see him, Meng Jingming replied, grinning. Then, he pulled open the glass door and skipped toward the front gate. The next moment, Dad, Mom, Auntie, why is everyone here? Meng Jingming had barely taken a few steps when exclamations rang out from outside. Chapter 178. Aunt Zhao Xian and Meng Father's attitude. Dad, Mom, and Auntie. Meng Jingming's voice was loud, echoing into the living room, causing Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao to pause momentarily. Quickly, Meng Qingqiu reacted, exclaiming, oh no. They really did come for a surprise visit. Darling, we weren't prepared for anything. What should we do? Jiang Nan felt the suddenness of the situation as well. Given a bit of time to prepare, he could have arranged something nice for their arrival. It happened so suddenly. I imagine Uncle, Auntie, and Aunt Zhao would understand that. Right? Yu Yao whispered. Meanwhile, Meng Jingming returned, leading his parents and Aunt inside. As the glass door swung open, all eyes immediately fixed on Jiang Nan. Dad, Mom, Auntie. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Meng Qingqiu took a deep breath and quickly approached Jiang Nan, gracefully linking her arm with his as she introduced, darling. These are my father, mother, and aunt. Her introduction struck the others like a thunderclap. Hello, Uncle, Auntie, and Auntie Zhao, Jiang Nan greeted with a smile. Your boyfriend? Father Meng Tianqiao was taken aback, staring at Jiang Nan in disbelief, then quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing his daughter's partner with a frown. Handsome. Indeed, he was handsome. And not in a superficial way, he was a genuinely striking young man. Chiu, when did you start dating? Meng mother spoke up. Her surprise evident as she shifted her gaze from Jiang Nan. Actually, we have been together for 2.5 years, Meng Qingqiu replied shyly. 2.5 years? The voice came from Meng Qingqiu's Aunt Zhao Xian, whose melodious tone was matched by her stunning beauty. Jiang Nan turned his gaze toward her. Instantly captivated, Zhao Xian possessed an aura of grace and sophistication, her makeup reflecting that of a true career woman, exuding a chilling elegance. Jiang Nan assessed her beauty, rating her at least 95 points. Without wasting time, he quickly cast a discernment spell in her direction. Name, Zhao Xian. Age, 30 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 96 points. Affection, 10 points. Indeed, her beauty score exceeded 95. A quintessential strong woman. Chiu, you started dating at 17? Zhao Xian inquired, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Jiang Nan, her striking features reflecting a hint of unexpected emotion. Too handsome. Zhao Xian had seen her fair share of attractive men, but none had captivated her quite like Jiang Nan, who compelled her to take a second glance. Whether it was the first look or the subsequent ones, he always left her in awe, an experience that felt surreal. Online dating. Meng Qingqiu playfully stuck out her tongue and whispered, I met Jiang Nan online, and we only recently met in person. Goodness. Meng Tianqiao's expression darkened. His daughter was truly remarkable, engaging in online dating and then meeting in person. Cough, let me say a few words. How about we sit down and chat? Meng Jingming suggested, clearing his throat. Yes, Dad, Mom, Auntie, please have a seat, Meng Qingqiu urged, releasing Jiang Nan's arm and quickly moving to sit between her parents and aunt, pulling one of them down onto the sofa. Zhao Xian followed leisurely, glancing at Jiang Nan from time to time, an unconscious habit she could not suppress. Where's your hometown, young man? Meng Tianqiao asked, taking the water that his daughter offered, sipping it before turning to Jiang Nan. His presence was quite commanding, holding a company valued at several billion. He may not be the pinnacle of power, yet he undoubtedly embodies a true authority. His tone was calm, but any younger individual before him would surely feel a sense of intimidation. "Uncle, I am from Jiangcheng," Jiang Nan replied to Meng Tianxiao, maintaining a composed demeanor. Noticing Jiang Nan's posture, Meng Tianxiao displayed a hint of surprise, secretly admiring him with a nod and a slight smile. "You don't seem very old. Are you still studying or engaged in some other pursuit?" "I have ceased my studies and currently possess some spare capital, which I intend to invest," Jiang Nan stated modestly. However, both Meng Qingxiu and Meng Jingming understood that this spare capital likely represented a substantial sum. "Oh?" Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Meng Tianxiao raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I have some connections in Jiangcheng. If you're considering an investment there, I could offer you assistance." His stance was unmistakably clear. Meng Tianxiao held no ill intentions towards Jiang Nan, and his demeanor was notably more favorable compared to the initial attitude Meng Jingming exhibited towards Jiang Nan. "Thank you in advance, uncle," Jiang Nan bowed slightly. He sensed that Meng Tianxiao, at least in front of others, harbored no malice towards him, which elevated his perception of his future father-in-law. This was not merely a case of judging by appearances or a superficial understanding of a person, nor was he a nouveau riche attempting to leverage status. He was a genuine authority figure. "Dad, Jiang Nan is quite impressive," Meng Jingming remarked, noting his father's favorable first impression of Jiang Nan. "Oh?" Meng Tianxiao looked at his son with curiosity. "I met him yesterday. He was alone while my friends and I were 4 in total, and we were utterly defeated," Meng Jingming recounted, showing no embarrassment but rather excitement. "We were all intoxicated, while Jiang Nan effortlessly escorted 2 of us back to the hotel. Is he truly that remarkable?" Meng Tianxiao was genuinely astonished, observing Jiang Nan, whose demeanor was markedly distinct from the typical young man he encountered, exuding an aura of sharpness that even hinted at danger, instantly piquing his interest. The more ordinary a person, the more myopic their perspective tends to be. For someone like Meng Tianxiao, a figure commanding a company worth billions, possessing keen insight and wisdom was essential. Just the admiration and genuine respect reflected in his son's tone, combined with this young man's inherent charisma, led Meng Tianxiao to harbor a newfound appreciation for his daughter's online partner of several years. This young man was undeniably extraordinary. Thus, from the outset, as long as Jiang Nan surpassed Meng Jingming's initial scrutiny, he had already secured his position within the Meng family. Indeed, as long as one possesses wealth, connections can be established anywhere. Meng's mother nodded with a smile, her first impression of Jiang Nan being exceedingly positive, handsome, and possessing a refined demeanor, coupled with her proud son's evident admiration for him, left Meng's mother thoroughly satisfied. Meng Qingxiu's aunt, Zhao Xian, also regarded Jiang Nan with approval, her gaze lingering on him. Yea, sensing her family's support, Meng Qingxiu felt a wave of joy. Initially apprehensive, she now realized that her parents and aunt were not as superficial as she had feared, which only heightened her excitement. Meanwhile, Yu Yao's face also lit up with a smile. The mere first impression had garnered her parents' and aunt's approval, and she believed they would be even more impressed upon meeting Jiang Nan. "We came today just to see how your place is, but we didn't expect such a significant surprise," Meng Tianxiao remarked gently, rising to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. "Let's have a home-cooked meal with Qiuqiu sometime soon. I'd like to see if your drinking skills are as formidable as they say." "I'll bring Jiang Nan back tomorrow afternoon," Meng Qingxiu quickly added. "That sounds good. We'll see you then." "We won't intrude on your youthful gathering," Meng Tianxiao said, casting a deep glance at Jiang Nan before exchanging a knowing look with his wife. The couple, along with Zhao Xian, swiftly departed through the glass door of the living room. Once they returned, it would be just Jiang Nan, Meng Qingxiu, and Yu Yao. Back in the living room, Meng Qingxiu let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest and smiling joyfully. "What a scare. I thought my parents would be very critical, but it seems our dear Jiang Nan is exceptionally impressive. Even their first impression was so favorable." Though it may not be a complete endorsement, Jiang Nan interjected, understanding that a positive attitude does not equate to total acceptance. It could also stem from their innate qualities. He still had to demonstrate his worthiness as a future son-in-law. "This is a promising start. I believe your excellence will surely win over my parents and aunt completely." Meng Qingxiu leaned against Jiang Nan. "What should we bring as a gift for your parents and aunt tomorrow?" Jiang Nan inquired, his eyes glinting. "I'm not sure if my aunt will be available. She is quite a formidable woman, and I don't know why she accompanied my parents today," Meng Qingxiu mused, frowning slightly. "As for my parents, they don't seem to have any particular likes. What about antiques or famous paintings?" Jiang Nan suggested. "Those are fine, but we already have quite a collection at home. I think my father is more career-driven. Even though he has stepped back and my aunt now manages everything, he still places great importance on the company he built. Meng Qingqiu shook her head. Understood, Jiang Nan nodded. Perhaps just some cigarettes, liquor, and skincare products would suffice. It's merely a gesture, Meng Qingqiu replied with a playful smile. If you think they lack anything, they truly might not, she added. But the gesture should be appropriate. Let me make a call. Jiang Nan took out his phone and, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window, dialed a number. Hello. The call connected instantly. A cold yet melodious voice emanating from the other end. This is Jiang Nan, he introduced himself. Jiang Nan? Oh, Mr. Jiang. The frosty demeanor on the phone melted away into warmth. I would like to inquire if there are any exquisite antiques or paintings available at Xiang Pavilion in Modu. Jiang Nan got straight to the point. In a flash, within a high-rise office in Modu, a beautiful woman sprang to her feet upon hearing Jiang Nan's request. Yes. The woman, Su Sherman, who had previously given Jiang Nan her business card, was known to manage the Jiangqing Zhang Pavilion auction house. Are these for direct purchase or for auction? Jiang Nan asked. We have both options. It depends on your preference, Su Sherman replied promptly. Please provide me with the location of your Xiang Pavilion, and I will come by for a visit, Jiang Nan stated directly. I just arrived in Modu today to conduct some assessments. I will be returning to Kyoto soon. Mr. Jiang, your WeChat should be linked to this phone number, correct? I will add you and send you the location. I am always available to assist you when you decide to visit. Su Sherman offered. Okay, please add me. Jiang Nan nodded, then hung up the phone, a smile spreading across his face. Wealth is indeed a remarkable asset, wherever one may go. Possessing riches will invariably lead to an extensive network of connections. Soon, a notification from WeChat emerged. Jiang Nan accepted Su Sherman's friend request. The moment he approved it, she promptly sent a location, Magic City Building. Mr. Jiang Nan, the Xiang Pavilion is on the 88th floor of the building. A voice message followed. All right. I shall come over shortly, Jiang Nan replied, turning his attention to Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, who were approaching. Darling, would you like to purchase some antiques or paintings? Meng Qingqiu inquired. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. Cigarettes, alcohol, and skincare products are somewhat lacking. I intend to explore for suitable antiques or paintings. Wealthy individuals often have a penchant for such trinkets. Very well, I shall accompany you with Yao Yao, Meng Qingqiu affirmed. Jiang Nan glanced at the time, which read 1:00 p.m., and smiled at the two women. At 2:30 p.m., within the expansive elevator of Magic City Building, only Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao were present. Darling, we are quite fortunate. As soon as we arrived at the underground parking, a parking space was available, and the elevator was empty upon our arrival. Meng Qingqiu leaned against Jiang Nan's shoulder, while Yu Yao stood elegantly on his other side. Though she did not lean on him as boldly as Meng Qingqiu, her occasional glances of admiration towards him were unmistakable, revealing the depth of their connection. Indeed, it was fortuitous. Jiang Nan smiled knowingly, aware that his exceptional luck stemmed from the aura of a destined protagonist. His fortune was unparalleled. Ding. Soon, with a chime, the elevator came to a halt and the doors opened. Welcome, Mr. Jiang Nan, to the Magic City Xiang Pavilion auction house. As Jiang Nan stepped out of the elevator, he was greeted with warm welcomes led by Su Sherman. Upon noticing her, Jiang Nan saw several receptionists bowing in greeting. When Su Sherman lifted her gaze, it immediately locked onto Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, her expression one of astonishment. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. These two young ladies are a feast for the eyes, Su Sherman thought, realizing that Jiang Nan's company was indeed extraordinary. While she considered herself quite attractive, she could not help but acknowledge that both Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were in a league of their own, leaving her in awe of their presence. Hello, Mr. Jiang Nan. Su Sherman managed to regain her composure as Jiang Nan approached with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. Standing before such beauty and charm, she quickly composed herself, offering a professional smile as she bowed to Jiang Nan and stepped aside, inviting him in. Unreservedly, Jiang Nan entered the Magic City Xiang Pavilion auction house, with Su Sherman following closely behind. Upon entering the Xiang Pavilion, the main hall buzzed with activity, with people milling about and seated around a large screen. Jiang Nan gazed at the screen, which displayed some brief information, such as a million-level auction scheduled for 3 p.m. and another worth 10 million at 3:15 p.m. His eyes sparkled with interest. Such items were not available at the Xiang Pavilion in Jiang City, indicating that the Magic City branch likely boasted a more impressive collection. What treasures might await at the Kyoto Xiang Pavilion? Jiang Nan pondered. Please follow me. Su Sherman led the trio into an office. Have a seat. Once inside, she poured several cups of water and presented them. Returning her gaze to Jiang Nan, she explained, at Xiang Pavilion, we offer two modes, auction mode and fixed price. She continued, I just glanced at today's offerings. They are primarily million and ordinary 10 million level auctions, which do not pique my interest. Jiang Nan shook his head. The fixed price may exceed market value. I wonder if Mr. Jiang Nan would be amenable to that? Sharpen inquired cautiously. Of course. It is of no concern. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. Money is trivial. What I seek is quality merchandise. I can make instantaneous payments for amounts up to 13.6 billion without hesitation. Sharpen beamed, finding it exhilarating to conduct business with such a wealthy young heir. Without further ado, she approached her desk, rummaged through her cabinet, and retrieved an iPad, presenting it to Jiang Nan while explaining, "This iPad contains our inventory at Magic City Xiang Pavilion, featuring prized items typically valued at over 50 million. 50 million. Upon hearing Sharpen's words, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao exchanged astonished glances, gasping in disbelief. Despite their affluent backgrounds, they had never encountered items at such a level. You may not be aware, but when Mr. Jiang Nan was in Jiang City, he spent several billion at one of our auctions. Sharpen added, noting the amazement on their faces. Of course, she refrained from mentioning Jiang Nan's extravagant purchase of a romantic gift for the landlady. Though she appeared to be a flirtatious type, she was far from naïve. Jiang Nan's status was undeniably extraordinary. Throughout her years in this field, she had never encountered a second-generation heir capable of so casually spending tens of billions. Several tens of billions. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao's expressions mirrored shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. This was indeed an extravagant figure. For instance, Meng Qingqiu's father was a substantial power player worth tens of billions, yet that did not equate to her family being able to produce such cash on demand. Thus, Sharpen's revelation was monumental, enough to leave them utterly astounded. Exaggerated. My total spending was only around 20 billion, Jiang Nan clarified. Noting the distinction between tens of billions and 20 billion was significant. 20 billion is already quite extravagant. Meng Qingqiu regained her composure, inhaling deeply before exchanging looks with Yu Yao, both exclaiming in unison. The amount you spend so casually is a sum that would take countless lives of toil for many to achieve. What is mine is also yours. So feel free to spend as you wish. For your man, money is merely a string of somewhat useful numbers. Jiang Nan gently patted Meng Qingqiu's hand, casting a confident glance at Yu Yao. As long as it suffices. Yet Meng Qingqiu shook her head. Indeed, from childhood, both Qiu and I have always been provided with the finest clothing, food, and necessities. We possess little understanding of money itself. If you were to encourage us to spend recklessly, we would be at a loss as to where to direct our expenditures. Yu Yao is also quite discerning. Is there an iPad available? Please bring me 2 for my girlfriends to peruse. Jiang Nan turned to Sharpen, chuckling lightly. Let's see what items catch our fancy. We shall acquire them all together. Indeed, Sharpen's eyes sparkled, and she bowed slightly, saying, Ladies, please hold on. I shall return shortly. Darling. Once Sharpen exited the office, Meng Qingqiu hesitated and called out. These items hold great potential for remarkable finds. You are my fortunate angels. Perhaps you will bring me immense luck. Jiang Nan chuckled. Worry not. After all, money is meant to be spent. What use is wealth if it merely sits idle? Look at this item. What do you think? He pointed to a pair of exquisite bracelets, which he believed would suit them perfectly. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao instinctively followed Jiang Nan's gesture, their gazes fixed upon the image of a pair of extraordinarily beautiful bracelets displayed on the screen. The moment they laid eyes on them, their expressions lit up. However, upon noticing the price of 60 million, they both wore expressions of bitter amusement. Chapter 181. A must-bid item worth 300 million. 60 million. How outrageous. Despite their upbringing in comfort, where anything they desired was within reach, the value of these bracelets was a staggering shock for both Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. What's so outrageous? Jiang Nan lightly shook his head. Life is meant to be savored. Happiness is priceless, and if this brings me joy, then it is worth every penny. As he spoke, he added the 60 million bracelets to his shopping cart. Observing this, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao exchanged glances. Goodness, is this truly like shopping online, complete with a shopping cart? However, they refrained from further objections. Moreover, the name of the bracelets, Together Until Old, was quite auspicious. At that moment, the office door gently swung open, and Sharpen re-entered, holding 2 iPads, her face adorned with a warm smile. Having witnessed Jiang Nan's spending prowess, she anticipated that he would clear out a significant portion of the inventory at the Xiang Pavilion in the Magic City, if not entirely. Ladies, these 2 iPads contain items categorized for women. Please take your time to explore. If you find something you like, feel free to add it to the cart. Sharpen presented the 2 iPads. Thank you. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao accepted the iPads and began to browse, their occasional gasps of astonishment punctuating the air. Incredible. This necklace is simply absurd. It's worth 100 million. My goodness, is this what true high society living is like? A pair of earrings valued at 70 million? As Meng Qingxiu and Yue Yao expressed their astonishment, Su Sherman couldn't help but smile. Why can't this piece of calligraphy be added to the cart? At that moment, Jiang Nan called out, and when Su Sherman approached, he directed her attention to the screen. Mr. Jiang Nan, this piece of calligraphy was recently purchased by a gentleman for 5 billion. Su Sherman explained softly. Impressive, Jiang Nan remarked, giving a thumbs up. This was a genuine work by Tang Yin, titled Viewing the Waterfall at Lushan. The iPad did not display a price for it due to its sale, but he could discern its extraordinary value and had inquired. Little did he know, it had indeed fetched an astonishing price of 5 billion. 5 billion. Meng Qingxiu and Yue Yao looked over in astonishment. This is a genuine work by Tang Yin. Although the buyer may have inflated the price, to true collectors, it is an invaluable treasure. Su Sherman explained. Indeed, Jiang Nan acknowledged with a nod, continuing to scroll through the items. Soon, his finger paused on the screen, and he lifted his gaze slightly. This simple action, while seated, allowed him to glimpse a beauty that was not intended to be seen. Seemingly attuned to his gaze, Su Sherman immediately reacted, meeting Jiang Nan's earnest eyes. Normally, she would display displeasure towards any man's gaze, but in that moment, an inexplicable sense of frustration surged within her. However, upon locking eyes with Jiang Nan's sincere expression, she found it oddly disarming. As Su Sherman prepared to crouch down, Jiang Nan extended his hand forward. What do you intend to do? Su Sherman furrowed her brow as she observed Jiang Nan's gesture, momentarily speechless, her heart seething with anger. You've seen my beauty, yet you dare to approach me in front of your girlfriend? This jade pendant of yours is quite lovely, Jiang Nan exclaimed, pointing at the jade pendant around her neck. Su Sherman was taken aback, glancing down. Although her figure was somewhat exposed, more prominently displayed was the jade pendant. Realizing her misunderstanding, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In an instant, her complex emotions surged, resulting in an increase of 20 points in favorability towards Jiang Nan. This unexpected rise in sentiment bewildered Jiang Nan. He had merely shifted his approach, yet it led to a dramatic surge in Su Sherman's favorability. Could it be that she relishes this sense of embarrassment? How intriguing, Jiang Nan mused with an amused smile. This jade pendant is quite nice. It was a gift from my elders. If Mr. Jiang Nan is interested, there are many similar ones on this iPad, though their value may not be significant. Su Sherman spoke, gradually crouching down. No worries, Jiang Nan replied, redirecting his gaze to the screen, saying, why is there no price listed for this item? Let me take a look. At that moment, Su Sherman had composed herself from her earlier misinterpretation of Jiang Nan's intentions, her demeanor becoming more natural as she followed his finger to a set of tea utensils. This set of tea utensils has no price listed. It is a must-bid item. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's brow furrowed, his expression shifting to one of mild displeasure. Sensing the change in his demeanor, Su Sherman hurriedly explained, Mr. Jiang Nan, this iPad contains information from a month ago. It hasn't been fully updated. Have you found anything of interest? Jiang Nan disregarded her and focused his attention on Meng Qingxiu and Yue Yao. Nothing. They both shook their heads in unison. Very well, Jiang Nan nodded. Mr. Jiang Nan. Su Sherman's expression shifted slightly, urgency creeping into her voice. You didn't find anything else of interest? I found a few items, but they either lack a price or have already been sold, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. Su Sherman wore an awkward smile, feeling somewhat guilty. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely pulled out her phone, opened an album, and handed Jiang Nan a photo, saying earnestly, Mr. Jiang Nan, this is an authentic piece by Wang Shiji, titled Ping and Tai, which I will be taking to Kyoto for auction in a few days. Would you be interested? Hearing Su Sherman's words, Jiang Nan's eyes brightened. He was unaware of the intrinsic value of the Ping and Tai, yet he fully comprehended the significance of the characters Wang Shiji's authentic work. How much? Jiang Nan inquired. The initial auction price was set at 1 billion, with a final valuation of 3 billion. Su Sherman stated solemnly. Chapter 182. Transaction completed, receiving a rebate of 4 billion? Starting bid at 1 billion? Final valuation at 3 billion? Very well, I shall take it. Jiang Nan revealed a satisfied smile. For Jiang Nan, the sum of 3 billion was as inconsequential as $3. If you wish to purchase at a fixed price, you must pay a premium of 15 over the final price. I should mention this. Su Sherman hesitated for a moment and softly reminded him. This 15 premium is not for me, but will be donated by our Xiang Pavilion. So that 15 premium amounts to an additional 45 million, correct? Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. Indeed. Su Sherman nodded. No problem. Jiang Nan inwardly hoped Su Sherman would increase the price further, though he would not foolishly suggest doing so. Immediately, he produced a bank card and said nonchalantly, "Go ahead and charge it." Certainly. Su Sherman recognized his straightforward nature, took the card with both hands, and then stood up, saying, "Please wait in the office. I will return shortly. Wait, let us pay for that bracelet as well." Jiang Nan pointed to the bracelet in the shopping cart on his iPad, valued at 60 million. "Understood. Please hold on a moment." Su Sherman bowed respectfully and quickly exited the office. "Darling, now that is true efficiency," Meng Qingxiu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Over 3 billion. No, wait. Including that bracelet, your total expenditure amounts to 4,050 million. Merely a fraction of what an ordinary person aspires to achieve in a lifetime. Such is the disparity of social classes. If this were to get out, it would undoubtedly stir great discontent among the lower classes." Jiang Nan merely smiled in silence. The 4,050 million he spent would yield returns far exceeding that value, not to mention the immediate recognition of his prowess by Meng Qingxiu's family. The consumption rebate alone could deliver a staggering blow. Even a return of nearly tenfold would leave Jiang Nan immensely satisfied. "Is there anything else you fancy? Yao Yao, what are your parents like?" Jiang Nan treated everyone equally. Although he might not have the opportunity to visit Yu Yao's parents soon, he intended to make time for a visit. "My parents come from a scholarly family and have little material desire. If I had to say, my father might appreciate fine calligraphy and paintings. As for my mother, I believe if you share a few drinks with her, she will be quite pleased." Yu Yao chuckled softly. She was genuinely happy, as Jiang Nan had not neglected her. This inquiry naturally indicated Jiang Nan's intention to visit her family someday. "I understand. It seems there is nothing of worth in this city. I will look for esteemed calligraphy and paintings when I visit Kyoto." Jiang Nan was very considerate of his cherished confidants, believing it was his duty. Not only for Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao, who were already exceptional, but he also kept the feelings of others in mind, regardless of their backgrounds. After all, one day, Jiang Nan would choose to lay everything bare and gather all his cherished confidants under one roof. "As you wish." Yu Yao smiled blissfully. A short while later, the office door was gently pushed open. Su Sherman entered, followed by two burly men in dark sunglasses, each carrying a small leather suitcase. "Place the items on the desk, and you may leave," Su Sherman instructed coolly. "Yes." The two men respectfully placed the suitcases on the desk and slowly bowed before exiting the office. "Mr. Jiang Nan, please enter your password." Su Sherman smiled and approached him, slightly bowing as she presented a POS machine with both hands. Jiang Nan took the POS machine and entered his password. Beep, beep, beep. As the password was completed, the sound of printed receipts echoed, and simultaneously, a notification rang in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Received tenfold consumption rebate. For billion." A tenfold consumption rebate. For billion has been credited. Delightful. Jiang Nan's face instantly lit up with excitement. Although it did not meet his psychological expectation of tenfold returns, this tenfold rebate was already exceptional. A pure profit of 3.6 billion. How exhilarating. Furthermore, with this rebate, his savings surged to an astonishing 17.3 billion. It felt like the perfect opportunity to exchange for a major benefit task. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. Since he currently had no tasks at hand, spending 1 billion to exchange for a major benefit task seemed quite intriguing. No rush. I'll study it thoroughly once I return home. Regaining his composure, Jiang Nan returned the POS machine to Su Sherman while casting a deep glance at her. He had spent exactly 4 billion, not 4,050 million, indicating her favorable stance. Little did she know, by omitting that 5 million, Jiang Nan missed out on a rebate of 5 million. However, with the influx of 40 billion, he was unconcerned about that mere 5 million. "You may wear these bracelets now." Jiang Nan rose, approached the desk, and opened a small suitcase, revealing a pair of exquisite, sparkling bracelets. He turned to Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao. "Looks good." Meng Qingxiu quickly stood up, pulling Yu Yao with her. Jiang Nan smiled slightly, took out the bracelets, and adorned both Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao with them. These 60 million bracelets were truly stunning. Meng Qingxiu beamed with joy, saying, "Yao Yao, look how well your husband treats us. So tonight." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Yu Yao's ear and whispered something. After she finished speaking, Yu Yao's beautiful face flushed a deep red, her gaze towards Jiang Nan filled with a dreamy allure. This scene made Su Sherman, who stood nearby, feel a pang of envy. Su Sherman's favorability increased by 5. Jiang Nan was taken aback by the system notification in his mind indicating Su Sherman's increased favorability. At that moment, Su Sherman's gaze met Jiang Nan's. Their eyes locked, and while Jiang Nan remained composed, Su Sherman slightly averted her gaze, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to narrow thoughtfully. This woman. Perhaps she is not merely a simple admirer of the same sex? To put it plainly, she seems to have a fondness for both. Or perhaps, for some reason, she has become an admirer of the same sex. Chapter 183, The Landlady's Video Call. Returning his gaze, Jiang Nan opened another small suitcase. As he did so, he was confronted with an ancient calligraphy piece beautifully framed. A piece valued at over 3 billion. Its impact was unexpectedly profound. Meng Qingqiu approached. Her lack of understanding met with respect. Who is Wang Shiji? The sage of calligraphy through the ages. My father would likely leap for joy upon seeing this piece. Meng Qingqiu whispered. Although her father had little research in this area, one would expect that someone of such stature would at least have seen a pig run, if not tasted pork, as long as the uncle was pleased. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, then closed the small suitcase and lifted it. Allow me. Meng Qingqiu eagerly took the suitcase, grinning. If I carry this, you can free your hands to embrace both me and Yao Yao. Her thoughtfulness indeed shone through, prompting a knowing smile from Jiang Nan as he wrapped his arms around the two women. He then turned to Su Sherman, who appeared somewhat dazed, and said, Miss Su, I am quite satisfied this time. I hope that next time you can recommend even better antiques and artworks. Oh, certainly. Su Sherman snapped back to reality, displaying a professional smile as she placed her hands in front of her and bowed to Jiang Nan. He nodded, holding Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao Yao as they exited the office. Su Sherman followed closely, escorting the trio out of Xiang Pavilion. Mr. Jiang, take care. At the entrance of Xiang Pavilion, Su Sherman bowed to the retreating figures of Jiang Nan and the two women. Without glancing back, Jiang Nan waved his hand in acknowledgement. Ding! The elevator arrived, and the silhouettes of Jiang Nan and his companions stepped inside. They arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly, efficiency at its finest. Su Sherman raised her head, watching them leave. Chuckling softly, though not the decision-maker of Xiang Pavilion, she still wielded considerable influence, given her association with its founder. Jiang Nan, the Jiang family. Does such a prestigious family exist in Jiang City? Su Shimon's curiosity piqued. In her memory, the only prominent Jiang family in the country was the one in Kyoto. Could it be that Jiang Nan was part of the Kyoto Jiang family's second generation? No, aside from that elderly gentleman's secretive player status. The Jiang family seemed to lack substantial prestige, barely qualifying as 100 billion family, far from 1,000 billion family standard. Muttering to herself, Su Sherman made her way back to Xiang Pavilion, reflecting that there shouldn't be anyone of Jiang Nan's age among the second generation of the Kyoto Jiang family. How peculiar. This Jiang Nan must surely belong to a top-tier family or consortium of at least 1,000 billion. Su Sherman needed only to understand that Jiang Nan was undoubtedly extraordinary. The billions or tens of billions he possessed seemed trivial to him, akin to mere pocket change for an ordinary person. His level of confidence was almost outrageous. At least among the top-tier individuals Su Sherman had encountered, none displayed the same nonchalance towards money that Jiang Nan did. To be his woman would indeed be a fortunate fate. Su Sherman muttered to herself, recalling the necklace he generously gifted to the woman beside him at the auction in Jiang City, as well as the bracelets he presented to Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao Yao today, each gesture underscoring how well he treated his female companions. Oh dear, Su Sherman. What are you thinking? Why does it concern you how others treat their women? Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, her expression turning oddly peculiar. Affection towards Su Sherman III. On Jiang Nan's side, having just entered the car and started the engine, the system's notification rang in his mind, revealing a look of surprise on his face. Su Sherman, from this perspective, certainly did not seem to be a mere ironclad type. Although their last meeting yielded little increase in affection, this time it was remarkably exaggerated. It had now reached an astonishing 30 points. Do not underestimate these 30 points. Should Su Sherman indeed be equally attracted to both men and women, one could almost equate this to a normal woman's 60 points of affection. How intriguing. It appeared that this woman had developed a significant interest in him. The thought of a woman of such disposition potentially yielding to him in the near future filled Jiang Nan with anticipation. He had heard Su Sherman mention that she would soon be heading to Kyoto. This suggested that they would likely cross paths again at the upcoming auction. Kyoto. Here we come. Jiang Nan pressed the accelerator, driving towards Meng Qingqiu's villa. Upon returning home, it was precisely 4 o'clock. The outing had indeed been exhausting. As he stepped inside, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao Yao were seated on the living room sofa. Buzz, buzz. Just as Jiang Nan was about to speak, his phone vibrated. He glanced at it and saw it was a video call from the landlord's wife. Not immediately answering, he exchanged a look with Meng Qingqiu, who was also glancing his way. Darling, who is calling you? Meng Qingqiu inquired curiously. It's Sister Xia, Jiang Nan replied without hesitation. Sister Xia, quick, answer the call. Meng Qingxiu exclaimed excitedly. She had a very positive impression of the landlord's wife and hurriedly grabbed Jiang Nan's phone, resuming her seat on the sofa. Yao Yao, I'm about to introduce you to a very beautiful sister I met in Jiang City. She giggled, connecting the video call. Hey, you little rascal. Took you long enough to answer my call. You must be busy. A teasing voice filled with flirtation resonated from the phone, causing Jiang Nan to cough involuntarily. Realizing that he could no longer hide his relationship with the landlord's wife. Chapter 184. A scene of chaos? Such an unfamiliar term. It seemed that upon hearing Jiang Nan cough, the landlord's wife finally looked into the camera, noticing Meng Qingxiu's peculiar gaze fixed on her, prompting her to let out a startled exclamation. Long time no see. Sister Xia. Meng Qingxiu smiled, waving at the landlord's wife in the video, seemingly oblivious to the flirtation exchanged moments before. Qiu. Qiu. The landlord's wife's expression froze, revealing an awkward smile, her eyes avoiding direct contact with Meng Qingxiu. At that moment, her stunningly beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. Clearly realizing that Meng Qingxiu was no fool and had caught on to their earlier banter. This was a disaster. The landlord's wife was in a panic. Uncertain of what to say. Sister Xia, allow me to introduce you. This is my good friend Yu Yao Yao. You can call her Yao Yao. Meng Qingxiu maintained her facade of innocence, shifting the camera to Yu Yao Yao. Yay. Hello, Sister Xia. I'm Yu Yao Yao. Yu Yao Yao, not one to be outdone, quickly grasped the situation, understanding that Meng Qingxiu had likely been aware of the landlord's wife all along, which explained her calm demeanor. With no pressure at all, she smiled brightly at the camera, addressing the somewhat flustered landlord's wife. Since Qiu returned to Magic City, she often mentions you to me. As well as Sister Su Yun. Is that so? The landlord's wife swallowed hard, slowly shifting her gaze back to the camera. Upon seeing the girl, she was struck by the realization that this newcomer was even more beautiful than Meng Qingxiu, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. My goodness, what a divine visage. Indeed, when Yu Yao smiles, her eyes curve like crescent moons, exuding an enchanting beauty that is playfully charming. In every frown and smile, she radiates an allure that is nothing short of perfection. The landlady took a deep breath, and in that moment, having gazed at Yu Yao a few extra moments, she felt a flutter in her heart. She is stunning, so strikingly beautiful that even another woman like herself felt utterly captivated. Yao Yao, you are truly stunning. The landlady exclaimed sincerely. After her compliment, she suddenly gathered herself and quickly turned her gaze to Meng Qingxiu, hastily explaining, Qiu, actually. Oh, I won't pretend anymore. I have some connection with that rascal Jiang Nan. It's not that I intended to hide it from you. You know I live alone. As she spoke, Meng Qingxiu did not interrupt, listening quietly. Minutes later, the landlady sighed heavily and whispered, I truly owe you an apology, Qiu. If you wish to scold me, feel free. If I dare to retort, I am no longer human. Sister Xia, I am aware of all this. Meng Qingxiu finally spoke, gazing earnestly at the landlady. Upon meeting her surprised eyes, she revealed a gentle smile. A woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. Sister Xia, the way you look at Jiang Nan is akin to how I gaze at him. Affection can be feigned, but true love, in my view, cannot be acted out. Qiu, the landlady's eyes widened. Not only you, Sister Xia, but also Sister Su Yun. They must be good friends as well. Though Meng Qingxiu had minimal interaction with Su Yun, she could still discern the bond. Indeed, the landlady nodded. It's all right. We are all good sisters. From now on, we are family. Meng Qingxiu gave Jiang Nan face and likewise honored the landlady, embodying the true essence of a principal lady. All right. The landlady was deeply moved by Meng Qingxiu's affirmation, tears streaming down her cheeks. She anticipated a scolding, branding her as an indiscreet woman, yet instead, Meng Qingxiu acknowledged her sisterhood with Su Yun. How could the landlady not be touched to the point of tears? When I return to Jiang City with Yao Yao, she will also be our good sister. What do you think? My dear friend is exquisite, isn't she? When Meng Qingxiu mentioned Yu Yao, pride radiated from her countenance. She is extraordinarily beautiful. Even I cannot help but feel drawn to her. The landlady was overwhelmed with joy, wiping away her tears, nodding emphatically. Hee. Meng Qingxiu chuckled. The three women clarified their relationships, and their conversation gradually took a more candid turn, with the landlady even sharing her experiences with Jiang Nan. Observing this, Jiang Nan smiled as he noticed the shy glances from Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao directed toward him. Who else could it be? Such a term as a love rival seemed foreign to him. He had never encountered it. From the outset, Jiang Nan had no concerns about such a scenario. He held confidence in his charm, bolstered by the protagonist's halo. A mishap? That was utterly inconceivable. If such a love rival scenario were to arise, what would become of a life lived freely? The system would have to be renamed to the Life of Setback system. As it stood, there were 4 beautiful confidants, the landlady, Su Yun, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao, all of whom had laid their cards on the table. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he slowly seated himself between Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, observing the landlady's joyous expression through the camera. He chuckled softly and inquired, Sister Xia. Where's Sister Yun? Where has she gone? She went out to fetch the 2 young ladies. I initially intended to go as well, but I twisted my ankle. Yet, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise, or else. The landlady's face lit up with a relieved smile, as this emotional burden had finally been lifted. You twisted it? Have you applied any medicine? Jiang Nan focused on the important details, expressing concern. It's nothing. I applied a bruise ointment, and it feels much better. The landlady beamed with happiness. That's good. Jiang Nan nodded. Well, I'll rest for a bit. You all attend to your important matters. We can chat later. The landlady, gazing at Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao through the camera, wore a hint of a teasing smile, promptly concluding the conversation. Chapter 185. Is this the generous task? A warm gift. Around 6 o'clock, in the master bedroom's bathroom on the 2nd floor, Jiang Nan dried his hair and slowly opened the bathroom door. Before him lay a bed where Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were peacefully slumbering, eliciting a blissful smile from Jiang Nan. With a confident pat on his formidable physique, he felt a surge of assurance. As the saying goes, there are no fields worn out by farming, only oxen that die from exhaustion, for him. This was entirely the opposite. The strength bestowed upon him was astonishing. Glancing at the array of black and white stockings, as well as several outfits scattered about, Jiang Nan tidied up briefly before slowly exiting the master bedroom. Descending to the 1st floor, he settled onto the living room sofa. With a flick, he retrieved a cigarette, lighting it up while simultaneously calling upon the system. System, I wish to exchange 100 billion for a generous task. Jiang Nan had always been a man of decisive action. With 173 billion at his disposal, spending 100 billion for a generous task would not hinder his upcoming journey to the capital. The only change would be the interest dropping from 10 billion a day to 1 billion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully spent 100 billion to redeem a generous task. In an instant, the system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 100 billion to obtain a generous task. Task description. Acquire 5 confidants with a beauty score above 98. Note. Favorability must also be above 98. Task reward. Body modification liquid X1. Youth-preserving pill X1. Transferable lifespan of 20 years. Language master ability. When this so-called generous task appeared, Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned. Then, a peculiar smile spread across his face. Well, is this what constitutes a generous task? To be honest, I initially believed this task would be quite challenging. Yet, is this it? To possess 5 confidants with beauty scores reaching 98 and favorability also at 98, this seemed like a trivial matter. Having completed one minor task, he already had 3 confidants whose beauty scores and favorability exceeded 98. Thus, he merely needed 2 more confidants meeting those criteria to claim the lavish rewards of this generous task. How easy is that? The landlady also had a side task, meaning he only needed to ensure 1 more confidant met the requirements to fulfill the generous task. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. This generous task was undoubtedly akin to a warm gift, devoid of any difficulty. The body modification liquid, youth-preserving pill, transferable lifespan of 20 years, and whatnot. The 4 rewards were simply delightful. The first 2 were exceptional, and the latter 2 were equally remarkable. Truly a treasure. Jiang Nan murmured to himself. It appears that the substantial investment of 100 billion in this grand welfare mission may seem inconsequential at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, the 4 rewards offered are undeniably extraordinary. Jiang Nan believes that the seemingly less useful ability of the language master may reveal its true value in everyday life. Every skill produced by the system is invaluable. At least among the abilities Jiang Nan currently possesses, none are superfluous. All greatly assist him. Even before completing this task to earn these rewards, he feels an inexplicable sense of elation. Jiang Nan cannot help but indulge in his excitement. Perhaps he understands that his ongoing quest for wealth necessitates the continuous exchange of welfare tasks, ultimately empowering him further. His notion of strength transcends mere wealth and power. It embodies a profound mastery that surpasses the core of this world. He is confident that such a day will inevitably arrive. Around 7 in the evening, Jiang Nan prepared a sumptuous feast of 4 dishes and a soup. as he was about to ascend the stairs to awaken Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao for dinner. The aroma wafted through the air. "Qingxiu, it seems our timing is impeccable," I mentioned, feeling quite hungry just after waking. The delighted voices of Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao filled the room. "Darling, I adore you. You are so perfect. You deserve a harem." Meng Qingxiu exclaimed joyfully as she rushed to embrace Jiang Nan, laughter erupting between them. "You're so wonderful, dear husband," Yu Yao chimed in, running over but maintaining a touch of shyness as she playfully tugged at Jiang Nan's arm, her gaze filled with a dreamy allure. "Let us eat, and afterward, we can take a stroll," Jiang Nan suggested, gently patting Meng Qingxiu's back and planting a kiss on Yu Yao's cheek before inviting them to sit. Tonight's menu features Sichuan cuisine, spicy chicken, mapo tofu, and beer duck. "It smells divine, my mouth is watering." Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao settled down, and as soon as Jiang Nan took his seat, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of spicy chicken. Her eyes lit up instantly, and after savoring it, a mischievous smile spread across her face. "Darling, if I eat something this spicy without brushing my teeth," such brazen words, cough, cough. "Qingxiu, you behave like a rogue." Yu Yao, who had just placed a piece of duck in her mouth, coughed in response to Meng Qingxiu's remark, casting a wistful glance her way. "Humph, who was trying to snatch from me just now? Little sister, don't call me big sister." Meng Qingxiu playfully flicked Yu Yao's forehead, grinning as she watched Jiang Nan bring over a bowl of corn rib soup, teasing, "Darling, you haven't responded to my earlier comment. Also, I want you to serve me a bowl of soup. Perfect timing for me to rinse my mouth, hee." Jiang Nan chuckled, realizing that Meng Qingxiu had truly uncovered her long-hidden playful side. However, the more she revealed, the more he understood her affection for him. After serving her a bowl of soup, he softly suggested, "Let us eat first. We can discuss the rest later. If we overindulge now, I want to be able to eat later. If you can't eat, let Yao Yao have your portion, hee." Meng Qingxiu quickly replied, "Hey, Qingxiu, I can hardly keep up with all these delicious dishes your husband has made." Yu Yao shyly shot a glance at Meng Qingxiu before looking at Jiang Nan, murmuring, "Actually, I wouldn't mind that." Laughter and warmth filled the dining table, creating a delightful atmosphere. After half an hour, every last morsel of food had vanished. "I can't believe it. If my husband keeps cooking like this, I'll gain weight in no time," Yu Yao lamented, though her face radiated happiness. "It's not like a few meals will add that much weight," Meng Qingxiu reassured her. Jiang Nan chuckled, "Oh dear. I'm stuffed, and now I don't feel like going out." Yu Yao smiled bitterly. Her introverted nature explained why, despite her superior beauty compared to Meng Qingxiu, she remained relatively unknown at the university. Of course, she also intentionally wore non-prescription glasses to conceal her looks while on campus. "I feel the same. Once I'm full, I just want to sleep. But this weekend has flown by too quickly." Meng Qingxiu sighed. "Darling, I have class tomorrow morning but can rest in the afternoon. We can head to my place then." "No problem," Jiang Nan nodded, rising to clear the table. This time, Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao joined him in tidying up. By the time they exited the kitchen, it was already 9 o'clock. As they stepped out, Jiang Nan embraced both Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao, their faces aglow with a rosy hue, each smile exuding an alluring charm. "I suddenly feel invigorated. Darling, Yu Yao and I will take a shower and change clothes. Let us go out." We haven't properly explored the night scenery of Magic City together. Meng Qingxiu exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Yao before they hurried upstairs. "I also need a shower," Jiang Nan called after them. An hour later, a silver Panamera glided through the streets of Magic City. Jiang Nan glanced at the rearview mirror, where Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao were playfully bantering, a smile gracing his lips. This tranquil and warm moment filled him with reassurance. He need not contemplate other matters, simply relishing the happiness of this moment. Soon, the car came to a halt at a commercial plaza known as Magic Tower, a place frequented by tourists but seldom visited by locals. Upon exiting the vehicle, the two women intertwined their arms with Jiang Nan's, oblivious to the astonished gazes of passers-by. Meng Qingxiu pointed towards the distant tower, exclaiming, "Aren't I just a tourist?" "Indeed," Jiang Nan teased. "Then aren't your two little ones locals of Magic City?" Meng Qingxiu laughed. "Regardless, I wouldn't recommend venturing inside that tower. If you want to enjoy the night view, the top of this commercial building offers a splendid panorama." Jiang Nan glanced upwards at the towering structure, which boasted a height of at least 70 or 80 floors. While it might not rival the Magic City skyscraper, it was still impressive. Moreover, the Magic City skyscraper wasn't far away. If they wished to see the night view, it might be better to go there instead. "Let us stroll first," Yu Yao suggested softly, her inherent shyness surfacing as she and Meng Qingxiu clung to Jiang Nan's arms, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Jiang Nan had ventured out mainly to spend more time with Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao, knowing he would be leaving Magic City on the 30th, and it would likely be some time before they could reunite. All right, the two women replied in unison, obediently. They wandered through the commercial street beneath the building, where a plethora of mid-range stores could be found alongside a few high-end boutiques. Doll machines, Meng Qingqiu suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a store. Qingqiu, have you forgotten the lesson from our last adventure? We spent over 200 yuan and ended up with only 2 dolls. What a loss. Meng Qingqiu chuckled, covering her mouth. Indeed, these shops are filled with tricks. Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed as he embraced the two women and headed towards the claw machine store. Upon entering, they found the place bustling with young couples and parents with children. The moment Jiang Nan and his companions walked in, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Goodness, what extraordinary looks. One bystander whispered, are they celebrities? Wait, why are those two stunning beauties so close to that handsome guy? Could it be? Whispers floated around them, but the trio remained oblivious. They approached the coin machine and exchanged for 20 tokens. Each token costs 1 yuan. So 20 tokens amounted to 20 yuan. Darling, do you really think 20 tokens will teach this shop a lesson? Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened. The last time she spent over 200 yuan, she managed to snag a doll. But it was actually a gift from the staff because they were mesmerized by her and Yu Yao's beauty. This illustrates just how difficult it is to win a doll. 1 token should yield at least 1 doll. It's that simple. Jiang Nan replied confidently, with the passive skill of his protagonist aura granting him incredible luck. If he couldn't grab a doll, then the title would surely be re-evaluated. Handsome, I admit you are indeed charming, but charm has no bearing on claw machines. Skill is required. At that moment, someone nearby overheard Jiang Nan's comments and was about to impart some wisdom. However, before the person could finish speaking, Jiang Nan had already inserted a token into a nearby machine. In the blink of an eye, with a casual flick of his wrist and a press of the button, he effortlessly secured 2 Hello Kitty dolls. Darling, you're amazing. Hubby, you're incredible. The onlooker was left astounded, not merely by Jiang Nan's twin wins, but also by the realization that such exquisite beauties as Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were his girlfriends. Heavens! It's one thing to be handsome, but how does he have 2 such beautiful girlfriends? Is there no justice? Jiang Nan turned his gaze toward the onlooker, inquiring. What did you say, buddy? This question caught the onlooker off guard, and after a brief, awkward smile, he hastily retreated. Darling, look, it's Doraemon, Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, clutching 1 Hello Kitty doll as she glanced at another claw machine. At that moment, she noticed a woman wearing a baseball cap, dark sunglasses, and a mask, approaching with a rather sneaky demeanor. As if sensing something, the fully disguised woman turned her head, and upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, she paused, seemingly startled. What a coincidence! How reckless! Chapter 187. I am not Sun Weiwei, Sun Weiwei's Affinity 3. Jiang Nan had yet to turn around and was unaware of the situation. However, when the system's notifications sounded in his mind, he quickly followed Meng Qingqiu's pointing finger and instantly recognized the fully disguised Sun Weiwei. What a stroke of luck! Why does she look so suspicious? Jiang Nan recognized Sun Weiwei's outfit, while Meng Qingqiu regarded her with curiosity but did not dwell on it, cheerfully moving towards a claw machine, saying, Darling, I want that Doraemon. Can you get it? Simple enough, Jiang Nan replied, brimming with confidence as he shifted his focus away from the fully disguised Sun Weiwei and approached the Doraemon claw machine. With a click, he inserted a token, casually moved the joystick a couple of times, and pressed the grab button. To the astonishment of Meng Qingqiu, Yu Yao, and the secretly observing Sun Weiwei, he managed to grab 3 Doraemon dolls in one go. Goodness, you can snag 3 at once? Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, counting in disbelief as the machine's claw lifted 3 Doraemon dolls, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps around them. How impressive! Jiang Nan crouched down, cradling the 3 dolls in his hands, casting a glance at the closer Sun Weiwei, a smile creeping onto his face. Incredible, darling. 3 Doraemons. How are you so skilled? The exuberance from Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao filled Jiang Nan with pride, their praise lifting his spirits immensely. What, darling? Hubby. At that moment, Sun Weiwei, who was awkwardly manipulating a claw machine nearby, perked up her ears upon hearing Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao address Jiang Nan. Her eyes widened behind her dark sunglasses, and her mask barely concealed her astonishment. What did I just hear? Those 2 beautiful ladies are Jiang Nan's girlfriends? Miss, are you going to try this claw machine? In the midst of her shock, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. I want tea, you all go ahead. Sun Weiwei instinctively replied. Huh. As soon as her voice escaped, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao turned their attention toward her. I'm not Sun Weiwei. Why are you looking at me? Sun Weiwei, feeling the intensity of their gazes, waved her hands and whispered. Okay. Jiang Nan had always thought that the situation of no silver here was impossible, yet Sun Weiwei perfectly illustrated this idiom in that moment. Wait, we didn't even recognize you. Why did you expose yourself? Yu Yao chuckled, thoroughly amused by Sun Weiwei's antics. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you all while out for a stroll. Meng Qingxiu observed Sun Weiwei a moment longer, unable to suppress her laughter. Shoo, I'm sneaking out, don't alert anyone nearby. Sun Weiwei, feeling foolish for her own actions, quickly lowered her voice, glancing stealthily around before making a shushing gesture. Witnessing her behavior, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Being a public figure certainly has its drawbacks. Moreover, Sun Weiwei's background is quite significant. While she has gained fame, her freedom has been considerably curtailed. Shutting off his heightened senses, Jiang Nan tossed one of the Doraemon dolls to Sun Weiwei, casually remarking, "The people looking for you have left. You don't need to lurk around anymore." Really? Sun Weiwei straightened up, instinctively catching the doll he tossed her. Still somewhat skeptical, she scanned her surroundings, mumbling, "There's a gathering today, and my mom insists I attend, saying she wants to introduce me to a few young heirs from the magical city." Upon hearing these words, Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao exchanged a glance, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the woman. Although she appeared glamorous on the surface, in reality, she was devoid of any freedom. It seemed that, in matters of marriage, she would have no say. Compared to Sun Weiwei, both women felt extraordinarily fortunate. Of course, they were still young, attending university, and had yet to confront such situations. Suddenly, Sun Weiwei snapped back to reality, pointing at Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao, exclaiming, "You two, just now, one of you called him darling and the other husband?" Daddy husband Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao playfully clung to Jiang Nan's arms, calling out sweetly. Jiang Nan, with an arm around each of their waists, looked at Sun Weiwei with a smug smile, causing her brows to furrow beneath her duckbill cap. The news was indeed shocking. To possess two stunning beauties simultaneously was bound to make Jiang Nan a sensational internet figure, albeit in a rather negative light. In this day and age, finding a partner was already challenging, and here was Jiang Nan, effortlessly attracting two. Who could find peace in such an imbalance? It was easy to predict that if this news spread online, a significant portion of netizens would undoubtedly oppose Jiang Nan. Be careful. There might be paparazzi secretly taking pictures of us. If they capture you and upload it online, that would be disastrous. Sun Weiwei cautioned quietly. Surely not. Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao exchanged glances, unconcerned for themselves, but worried about Jiang Nan. Not a problem, Jiang Nan replied confidently. With the system at his disposal, why should he fear being secretly photographed? It would be an affront to underestimate the system. Without exaggeration, Jiang Nan was destined for a life of luxury. Any misstep would merely be an insult to the system that governed his life. Even if someone did manage to take a photo, if it could potentially cause him any trouble, the quality would inexplicably deteriorate, or the image might vanish for reasons unknown. Chapter 188, The Proud and Sundra Sun Weiwei. Well, since you don't mind, I won't say much more, Sun Weiwei yawned, then shifted aside, glancing at the plush toy of Doraemon in her arms. How much is this Doraemon? I'll pay you. Are you serious? Jiang Nan shot her a sidelong glance. If you really want to give me money, you won't get away without parting with 100. You greedy thing. 100 for a toy? No way. Sun Weiwei immediately removed her large black sunglasses and glared at Jiang Nan. Not even 100? Jiang Nan chuckled. Qingxiu, tell her how much you lost last time. Sun Weiwei, I spent over 200 and didn't catch a single toy last time, Meng Qingxiu reminded her. And if you do the math, this Doraemon only cost you 3 coins, considering each coin is worth $1, and you caught 3 toys. That was a gift from you. Sun Weiwei quickly hugged the Doraemon closer, and, as she put her sunglasses back on, her slightly squinted eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Sun Weiwei's affection too. Though Jiang Nan did not witness it, the increase in her affection score gave him a more intuitive understanding of her proud personality. Darling, I want that Pikachu too, Meng Qingxiu pointed at a claw machine, grinning. I wonder if we can catch 3 more this time. Shouldn't be a problem. We might even get 4, Jiang Nan replied, now merely a facilitator for his women. He dropped a coin into the machine, and, under the watchful eyes of Meng Qingxiu, Yu Yao and Sun Weiwei casually shook the joystick before pressing the grab button. Whoa, 4. This time, he indeed managed to catch 3, but unexpectedly. A Pikachu near the exit also tumbled out as he made contact. Sun Weiwei's neck craned in surprise as she pulled down her sunglasses, incredulously watching Meng Qingxiu crouch to embrace 4 Pikachus. Incredible, darling. Yu Yao clapped in applause. Mua, you're amazing, darling. Meng Qingxiu leaned in to kiss Jiang Nan's cheek. Stay low-key, stay low-key. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile, The aura of the protagonist bestowed upon him was truly remarkable. This was no mere stroke of luck. It was as if his wishes were being granted. You must have bribed the claw machine owner, right? Sun Weiwei eyed Jiang Nan suspiciously. I was thinking of giving you one, but now I'll reconsider. Jiang Nan shot her a sidelong glance. Who wants yours? I can grab my own. Despite his words, Sun Weiwei's gaze remained fixated on the 4 Picachus in Meng Qingqiu's arms. Observing this, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but chuckle. After this encounter, she felt a blend of sympathy and endearment towards the woman. A fitting term to describe her would be proud, yet straightforward. Here you go. Meng Qingqiu selected a larger Pikachu and handed it to Sun Weiwei, who looked pleasantly surprised and was about to reach for it. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Nan cleared his throat, teasingly announcing, Didn't some woman claim she could grab her own? Humph. At this, Sun Weiwei promptly withdrew her hand, clutching her doryman tightly, flipping her long golden hair over her shoulder as she briskly headed toward the coin machine, declaring, I'll prove I can catch one. Darling. Sun Weiwei is like a little girl, Meng Qingqiu remarked, watching Sun Weiwei's retreating figure with a smile. She must be around 23, a couple of years older than us. I suppose her family background shaped her proud, yet straightforward demeanor. Yu Yao whispered, initially unimpressed with Sun Weiwei, but after this brief encounter, she, like Meng Qingqiu, felt a blend of pity and affection for the woman. At that moment, Sun Weiwei returned, her voice awkward. Could you lend me some coins? I forgot my phone. Meng Qingqiu. Yu Yao. Jiang Nan couldn't suppress a smile. This woman was adorably silly. Why don't you stick with us? You grab, and we'll collect. Hee, it's the same deal. Meng Qingqiu's eyes sparkled as she stepped forward and stuffed a Pikachu into Sun Weiwei's arms, whispering, if we're sharing the spoils, you must have a share too. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Meng Qingqiu, but you can call me Qiu. This is Yu Yao, you can call her Yao Yao. Sun Weiwei blinked, perhaps unaccustomed to such friendliness due to a lack of friends, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, she adjusted her large black sunglasses and nodded obediently. Darling, we've gained another good sister. I'll leave her in your care. Meng Qingqiu remarked with a double entendre, playfully winking at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan understood her implication and glanced at Sun Weiwei, who was now part of their little group. The woman's beauty, temperament, and even her figure are of the highest caliber. If she were anyone else, one might perceive her arrogance as a flaw. However, in Jiang Nan's eyes, this pride adds to her allure. Indeed, among the beautiful confidantes he has known, none have displayed such a pronounced haughtiness. Most notably, Sun Weiwei is a blonde beauty. Upon reflection, he realizes that she bears an uncanny resemblance to a character named Ing Lily from an anime he watched a few years back, both in personality and physique. Naturally, Jiang Nan effortlessly embraced his role as the protagonist. To Meng Qingqiu and her companions, he seemed akin to a celestial being, having purchased only 20 tokens. Within a mere 10 minutes, Meng Qingqiu, Yu Yao, Sun Weiwei, and Jiang Nan each found themselves cradling 6 or 7 plush toys. Excuse me. Could you please provide a few bags? Jiang Nan requested, fully intent on keeping his hard-won spoils, even if he wished to discard them. Meng Qingqiu and the others would vehemently oppose such an idea. With the attention of the entire store upon them, they exited the claw machine shop, laden with their treasures. Upon stepping outside, Meng Qingqiu could not contain her laughter. The envious gazes of the children had been utterly delightful, while others left empty-handed. They had amassed a veritable bounty. Yu Yao joined in the merriment, praising her darling for his prowess. Though these toys are not expensive, they have certainly helped us recover some of our previous losses. With a gleeful glance towards Sun Weiwei, Meng Qingqiu inquired, Weiwei, you forgot your phone. How will you return? You all go back first. Sun Weiwei hesitated, juggling her bags. Why not accompany us? It seems you are avoiding something. I have a spare room at my place, Meng Qingqiu suggested, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Nan regarded her with an odd expression, acknowledging her efficiency. This might not be appropriate, he mused. Sun Weiwei's hesitation deepened as she cast a shy glance at Jiang Nan. Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. Meng Qingqiu quickly interjected, there's still room in the car. Let us drop off our things first. If we decide to go out for a late-night snack later, we can do so then. All right. Then I shall impose upon you, Sun Weiwei acquiesced, not wishing to return home today. As for what awaited tomorrow, that could be addressed in due time. They returned to the vehicle, with Jiang Nan driving and Sun Weiwei taking the passenger seat. As the car started, Jiang Nan stole a glance at Sun Weiwei and suddenly noticed her striking outfit, a pair of denim shorts that accentuated her alluring legs, drawing every eye in the vicinity. It was a lapse in his attention that he had not noticed this sooner. Around 9:30 in the evening, the group returned to the quaint villa. How is it that a brief outing can leave one feeling so exhausted? Meng Qingxiu mused, placing 2 bags on the coffee table. She approached Jiang Nan with a playful demeanor, linking her arm with his and smiling brightly. Darling, you have some knowledge of medicine, yes? You must be adept at massage as well. Why not give me a massage in the bedroom? Her implication was unmistakably clear. Jiang Nan nodded, glancing at Yu Yao, who seemed equally eager, before eyeing Sun Weiwei, who sat quietly on the couch, lost in thought. With a slight smirk, he suggested, well, Sun Weiwei, why don't you entertain yourself downstairs? Realizing Jiang Nan's intentions, Sun Weiwei quickly shook her head and waved her hands. You two go ahead, I'll just sit here. There's an iPad on the cabinet. You could play a game or watch a movie while you decide what late-night snack you might want, Meng Qingxiu advised. A movie? Those take an hour or two. Sun Weiwei muttered softly, retrieving the iPad and settling back on the couch, crossing her legs as she opened Douyin, scrolling aimlessly. Upon entering the app, she was immediately greeted by a short video. So handsome, so handsome. The excited shrieks echoed, causing Sun Weiwei to frown as she glanced at the like count. An astonishing 7.25 million. What on earth? Over 700,000 likes? She exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she delved into the comments. The top comment read, the guy in this video is my friend. I won't disclose his identity, but he's quite the charmer, surrounded by women since childhood. With a like count of 1.23 million, the thread was overflowing with comments from girls requesting photos. Sun Weiwei couldn't help but scoff. If anyone were to be deemed handsome, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Nan, whose charm radiated from within, possessing a magnetic allure that captivated even the most seasoned of beauties. How handsome could he be? All I hear are their squeals, yet I see no one. However, she noted a sleek car in the video, presumably a wind child. Closing the comments, she examined the vehicle, her brow furrowing slightly. It must be this car that garnered such attention. A top-tier rich heir emerging into the public eye was certainly akin to stirring a pond full of fish. Perhaps he had even secretly purchased Douyin followers. Being part of the entertainment industry, Sun Weiwei was astute to many subtleties. She scrolled to another video and suddenly remembered something, whimsically checking the iPad's Douyin account. The profile picture was an abstract dragon, catching her off guard. Instinctively, she clicked into the liked videos and was astonished by the sheer volume of Douyin likes pertaining to her. Is this Qiuqiu's Douyin account? Sun Weiwei was taken aback, then clicked on the account's following list, discovering it followed only one account, her official Douyin account. Is this Qiuqiu's account or Yao Yao's? Scratching her head, her eyes darted around as she mumbled, regardless of whose Douyin it is, it seems I'm quite the fan favorite. And judging by the activity, these are no ordinary fans, but devoted admirers. Sun Weiwei couldn't suppress a smile. Wait a moment, Jiang Nan has 2 beautiful confidants. And both Qiuqiu and Yao Yao seem to have no aversion to me. Could it be that I have a chance? She quickly shook her head, flushing with embarrassment, her thoughts straying from Douyin, yet her fingers continued to swipe through short videos. An hour swiftly passed, and as reality returned, Sun Weiwei glanced at the time and noted it was already 10:30. Her brows knitted tighter, she murmured, goodness, an hour has gone by. Why haven't they come down yet? Placing the iPad on the coffee table, she turned to glance at the stairs leading to the second floor, swallowing hard. A sudden impulse urged her to take a step forward. What if something has happened? Chapter 190. Almost forgotten, the art of mind reading. Sun Weiwei's affection 10. Half an hour had passed. Jiang Nan slowly made his way toward the bathroom. However, just as he took a couple of steps, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, halting his progress and causing a look of surprise to cross his face. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased to see a sudden increase of 10 points in affection. Currently, Sun Weiwei's affection for him had reached an astonishing 62 points. Jiang Nan did not find this growth particularly rapid. After all, there were women whose affection grew even faster. Take Yu Yao, for instance. A stunning beauty with a score of 99. In merely one day, he had completely won her over, and her affection had soared to an impressive 94 points. This meant that he only needed to gain 1 more point of affection from Yu Yao to secure another chance at an extraordinary lottery. Therefore, with Sun Weiwei's mere 62 points, Jiang Nan felt only a sense of satisfaction, without overly concerning himself. Splash! The sound of water from the bathroom filled the air. A few minutes later, Jiang Nan emerged wrapped in a towel. After dressing, he quietly left the bedroom. Upon reaching the doorway, he glanced down to the left. Although there were no visible traces, the sudden surge of 10 points in Sun Weiwei's affection earlier made him speculate. Descending from the second floor to the first, Jiang Nan looked into the living room and saw Sun Weiwei sitting on the sofa with her back turned, engrossed in short videos accompanied by upbeat background music. Have you been waiting long? Are you hungry? Jiang Nan feigned ignorance as he approached, without yet seeing her face. He could clearly discern the redness of her ears and cheeks from her angle. The continuous loop of the background music from the videos made him smile. This woman was likely still preoccupied with her thoughts, her heart undoubtedly in turmoil. Suddenly, Jiang Nan recalled the mind-reading ability he had acquired after completing the previous task. With a mere thought, he activated this skill. Her spirit was indeed high. After an hour and a half, her voice resonated with vigor. What on earth had I been doing? However, indeed. Oh dear, Sun Weiwei, what are you thinking? Spring has already passed. Yet your thoughts seem to linger as if it just began. The echoes of Sun Weiwei's thoughts reached Jiang Nan's ears, deepening the smile on his face. He had almost forgotten about this mind-reading ability. I'm not hungry. Gurgle after Sun Weiwei whispered a response. Her stomach audibly protested, causing her to leap from the sofa, her face even redder than before. It wasn't my stomach, it was the sound effect from the video. As she spoke, she hurriedly picked up her iPad and began scrolling. Sun Weiwei, you truly are quite embarrassing. Echoed her thoughts. Jiang Nan chuckled. I'm hungry. I'm going to cook some noodles. Would you like some? You can cook? Sun Weiwei exclaimed in surprise. It's not bad. My culinary skills are quite decent, Jiang Nan replied. I don't believe you. Rather than trusting your cooking, I trust my own skills. So, I'll make you noodles, Sun Weiwei declared, her disbelief evident. Heaven help me. She truly had no ulterior motives. She simply couldn't believe in Jiang Nan's cooking abilities. Hearing her words, Jiang Nan paused, taken aback that such a playful remark had come from her lips. How amusing. Wait. Sun Weiwei noticed Jiang Nan's suppressed laughter and peculiar expression. Quickly realizing her faux pas, she waved her hands nervously. No, that's not right. Let's just order takeout. It was the first time Jiang Nan witnessed someone getting flustered with themselves. Watching Sun Weiwei make an expression reminiscent of a character from an anime, he couldn't help but laugh. Undeniably, Sun Weiwei's persona was distinct, resembling a perfect tsundere goddess straight out of a two-dimensional manga. Trust me, my cooking is quite good. I'm hungry. If you want to eat, come help me in the kitchen, or else cook for yourself, Jiang Nan stated. Aware that such a woman preferred firmness over softness. The softer he was, the more aloof she became. The more assertive he was, the more pliable her attitude. It was evident that the prevalence of tsundere characters in two-dimensional worlds stemmed from the typical portrayal of male leads as weak, soft characters. Sure enough, Sun Weiwei's attitude was rather poor. Could she not speak more gently? If it weren't for her hunger and the absence of her phone, she wouldn't dream of cooking. Who would eat your noodles? The thoughts echoed in his mind. Jiang Nan noticed her footsteps behind him, and a slight smile formed on his lips. It was worth noting that Jiang Nan had discovered a peculiar truth. The affection of a tsundere was indeed challenging to cultivate. It only seemed to rise when genuinely touched. Soon enough, Sun Weiwei appeared aggrieved and dissatisfied, occasionally stomping her feet behind Jiang Nan. In truth, Jiang Nan's physique was quite impressive. From the back, he exuded a sense of security. No wonder she, cough. He wondered whose Douyin account was on that iPad. If it belonged to Qiu or Yu Yao. Perhaps he could integrate into this little team and become the fourth member. Oh my, Sun Weiwei, you were truly too bold. What an exhilarating sensation. As Sun Weiwei's thoughts flowed into Jiang Nan's awareness, he turned back to her with a strange expression at her third thought. His sudden movement caught Sun Weiwei off guard, causing her to collide with his chest. Thanks to Brother L. Qianxuan for the generous support and flowers. Chapter 191. The Value of the Prince's Residence in Kyoto. Sun Weiwei exclaimed, staggering backward, clutching her forehead from the unexpected impact. What are you doing? Ouch! She exclaimed, glaring at Jiang Nan. Nothing. Just wanted to ask if you like spicy food, Jiang Nan replied with a light chuckle. Eat. Sun Weiwei shot him an annoyed glance before quickly striding toward the kitchen. Jiang Nan followed her into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to take a casual glance. A few eggs and some condiments for cooking noodles were present, but the one thing missing was the homemade chili oil that every household in Southwest F4 should have. Oh wait, Jiang Nan's gaze fell on a bottle of Laoganma, and he grimaced. Who eats spicy food with Laoganma? Does it think it's from Guangdong? How am I supposed to assist you? At that moment, Sun Weiwei surveyed the kitchen, already rolling up her sleeves, appearing outwardly irritated and impatient. Yet internally, she was elated. You cook, I'll help. Isn't this the blissful married life I've always dreamed of? Sun Weiwei's thoughts made Jiang Nan's lips twitch involuntarily. Can you wash a few scallions? Do you know how to chop? Jiang Nan asked, handing her a handful of scallions from the refrigerator. Sun Weiwei accepted the scallions, a confident smile gracing her lips. Jiang Nan nodded in acknowledgement, dismissing her presence as he retrieved 2 eggs and heated oil in the pan. Crack. The eggs sizzled in the oil, and Jiang Nan set them aside before beginning to season the dish. Lacking chili oil, his first choice was naturally the yancha noodles. Chop, chop, chop. The sound of chopped scallions reached his ears, and unable to resist, Jiang Nan glanced over to find Sun Weiwei seriously slicing the scallions. Though her knife technique appeared somewhat awkward, it was evident that she could manage to chop a scallion. Finished. In no time, she had neatly chopped the entire bunch, beaming with pride as she looked at Jiang Nan. Well done. Jiang Nan gave her a thumbs up. Humph. Sun Weiwei smiled brightly. Sun Weiwei's affinity too. A compliment earned him 2 points of affection, which Jiang Nan found quite satisfying. Within minutes, 2 bowls of yancha noodles were ready. The final touch was a sprinkle of scallions, and the fragrant aroma filled the air. Gulp. Sun Weiwei leaned in to inhale the delightful scent, her face lighting up in awe as she instinctively swallowed. Hurriedly grabbing a bowl of noodles and a pair of chopsticks before hastily exiting the kitchen. Jiang Nan, I shall indulge first. Sun Weiwei's voice echoed. Jiang Nan leisurely extracted a pair of chopsticks and followed her out of the kitchen. Upon entering the dining room, he saw Sun Weiwei frowning in elegance, slurping the noodles with such decorum that not a sound escaped her lips. From the looks of it, she seemed to have little appetite for Jiang Nan's culinary skills. My goodness, Jiang Nan's noodles are simply exquisite. Absolutely loving this. I wish I could bind him and have him prepare noodles for me every day. Wait, why does this feel peculiar? Whatever, a bowl of Jiang Nan's yancha noodles, infused with Weiwei's romance. Each thought intertwined with Sun Weiwei's graceful frown and noodle slurping created a striking contrast. Sun Weiwei's affinity 3. Another 3 points of affection were added to Jiang Nan's tally. He took a seat at the dining table. In stark contrast to Sun Weiwei's elegance, Jiang Nan displayed no pretense whatsoever. With unabashed vigor, he slurped the noodles, astonishing Sun Weiwei to the point of halting her own eating, her eyes wide in disbelief. Wow, how can this guy slurp noodles so violently yet remain so handsome? If eyes were cameras, Sun Weiwei had captured countless snapshots of Jiang Nan in that moment. In under 3 minutes, he had devoured the entire bowl of yancha noodles. Broth and all. You clean up, and remember to wash the dishes later, Jiang Nan said, placing his utensils down. Under Sun Weiwei's gaze, he rose and exited the dining room. Sun Weiwei's affinity 1. As Jiang Nan stepped out, the system notification chimed in his mind, and he merely smiled, content with the slight increase in affection. In the living room, he glanced at the iPad on the coffee table, picking it up as he seated himself. The screen was open to the homepage. The abstract avatar did not resemble either Yao Yao or Cho Cho's TikTok accounts. Upon seeing the avatar, Jiang Nan couldn't help but twitch his lips. This childish avatar resembled something more akin to a middle school or elementary school student. Clicking on the one followed account, he discovered it belonged to Sun Weiwei. Confirming his suspicion that this TikTok account likely belonged to a relative of Meng Qingxiu or Yu Yao's family. Casually placing the iPad back on the table, he checked the time. It was nearly 11:30 at night. Having spent 2 days in the bustling metropolis, a multitude of events had unfolded, and he had garnered significant rewards. Speaking of rewards, Jiang Nan suddenly recalled the benefits he had obtained after completing the previous welfare task. Not only the ability to read minds, but also ownership of the Shunwang mansion in Kyoto. With a mere thought, a document envelope appeared in his hand. Extracting the flat contract, he began to review the brief introduction of the Shunwang mansion in Kyoto. Situated in the eastern city of Kyoto, it was the residence of a prince during the Qing dynasty, covering an area of 10,000 square meters, with a minimum value of 2 billion. It was hailed as the largest sihiyuan in Kyoto's eastern city, with no equal. After reading, Jiang Nan squinted slightly. Although stated as having a minimum value of 2 billion, such a sihiyuan, being a prince's residence from the Qing dynasty, held a value that transcended mere numbers. Thus, it could be inferred that it was a case of having a price but no market, as opposed to having a market but no price. Moreover, this sihiyuan was akin to an antique, not something an ordinary person could acquire. It became clear that if Jiang Nan wished to mingle within Kyoto's elite circles, once he revealed himself as the owner of the Shunwang mansion, even the most self-important second-generation or first-generation wealthy individual would have to carefully consider whether they possessed the means to contend for this estate. In essence, the true value of the Shunwang mansion was not merely its monetary worth, but the stature it conferred upon its owner. That was its most significant value. Chapter 192, Jiang Nan. What a coincidence. With that thought, Jiang Nan casually spread his hand, causing the contract and envelope to vanish. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed behind him. Where will I sleep tonight? Sun Weiwei asked softly. I need to take a shower and prepare for bed. On the second floor, Jiang Nan rose from the sofa. Although this was not his home, he was familiar enough to guide Sun Weiwei upstairs with a knowing glance. Oh no, I have to change my underwear later. How on earth do I bring this up with him? At that moment, Sun Weiwei's thoughts reached Jiang Nan, and he suddenly realized that even if she had tidied up, it would never be completely clean. Residuals were inevitable. Right, let me check if Yao Yao or Cho Cho have any unworn intimate apparel. As they reached the doorway of the master bedroom, Jiang Nan offered the suggestion. Sun Weiwei's affinity 5. This guy truly understands my unspoken thoughts. I was worried. Yet he had already considered it. The increase in affection, coupled with Sun Weiwei's thoughts, brought a smile to Jiang Nan's face. Pushing open the door to the master bedroom, he emerged a couple of minutes later. You can sleep in Yao Yao's room tonight. She has plenty of unworn intimate clothing. Jiang Nan led Sun Weiwei to Yu Yao's room. Though he had never been there, he had previously activated his heightened senses, allowing him to discern where she had bathed. Thus, he accurately arrived at her room. Upon opening the door, he found the room adorned in shades of youthful pink, with a French princess bed in the center, draped in pink curtains. This truly was the room of his dreams. Sun Weiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she surveyed the room, her face lighting up with joy. It seems I can't live with my family. I need my own personal space. Hearing this, Jiang Nan looked at her in surprise and asked, You always return to Magic City, even when you're away for work? Not really, but I mostly stay in hotels. Sun Weiwei shook her head. Then why not move out? Jiang Nan was puzzled. Did she not have her own little stash of money? My mom is my manager. She's always keeping an eye on me. If I ever bring it up, it's guaranteed to lead to an argument. Sun Weiwei sighed softly, murmuring, Sometimes I really wish I could just stop being a big star and live as an ordinary girl. Right now, I feel like a canary trapped in a vast cage. Jiang Nan remained silent, enveloped in a stifling familial atmosphere. The intimate garments were tucked away in a small cabinet, given that their physiques were quite similar. There should be no issue. While Jiang Nan felt sympathy, he refrained from casting aspersions on Sun Weiwei's family. Such matters needed to erupt from her own being one day for her to attain true freedom. Upon exiting Yu Yao's room, Jiang Nan gently closed the door, catching a glimpse of Sun Weiwei dabbing at the corner of her eye, leaving him uncertain whether she had been crying. At this sight, his gaze flickered momentarily. A night devoid of dreams passed. By around 8 the following morning, Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes. The two ladies by his side had long since vanished. He yawned and stretched lazily, then reached for his phone on the bedside table and headed toward the bathroom. As he washed up, he began to check his messages. Ming Qingqiu, darling, see you in the afternoon, Yu Yao. Honey, Qiu and I are off to class. We'll head back together in the afternoon. But I'll return to my own home. Perhaps I might even see my parents then. Landlady, Su Yan asked when you would be back. She said she misses you. Each message brought a smile to Jiang Nan's face. After replying to them all, he finished his morning routine, dressed, and stepped out of the master bedroom, only to hear hurried footsteps approaching from the left. Oh no! Sun Weiwei's urgent voice echoed. It's past 8 already. Jiang Nan turned to see Sun Weiwei, panic-stricken, clutching an iPad and a small black bag. In her haste, she donned a baseball cap, oversized sunglasses, and a mask. Jiang Nan, could you please order me a ride? As she reached him, Jiang Nan nodded and pulled out his phone. Let us head down first. Where are you going? Tangong. She replied. Tangong. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. Although he was unfamiliar with the luxurious properties of the magical metropolis, the name sounded prestigious, undoubtedly indicative of a high-end residence. He quickly searched for Tangong on his ride-hailing app, selecting the community's entrance as the pickup point. Is this the right one? He asked, handing her the phone. Yes. That's it. Can we order the ride once we're outside the community? She suggested. Sure, I was just about to take a stroll and grab breakfast, Jiang Nan replied. Locking his phone, the two descended the stairs side by side. After exiting the quaint villa and the community, Jiang Nan summoned a ride. You didn't return home last night. Your family must be in an uproar, right? He observed, glancing at Sun Weiwei, who seemed anxious as she paced back and forth. I'm about to explode, she exclaimed bitterly. I thought I could make it back before dawn, but I overslept. Jiang Nan fell silent, pondering the absurdity of her situation. Who sneaks out during middle or high school to spend the night online, only to return just before sunrise? If you're hungry, there's a fantastic place for Shengjianbao right outside my community. I highly recommend it. Sun Weiwei looked at him with renewed interest and quietly suggested, Is that so? Jiang Nan smiled at her proposal. Despite lacking the ability to read her mind at that moment, he could sense that she wished for his company a little longer. Of course, my tastes are quite particular. Anything I rave about is sure to be a rarity in this world. I'm confident, she replied with assurance. Ah, the car is here. Jiang Nan exclaimed as a black Jetta approached. Hello, is your license plate ending in? Sun Weiwei hopped in first, followed closely by Jiang Nan, who heard the driver's voice. Yes, he affirmed. Oh my, you're quite the handsome fellow. Do you have a girlfriend? The driver, appearing to be in his 40s, inquired, glancing at Jiang Nan through the rearview mirror. Driver, I'm his girlfriend, Sun Weiwei interjected just as Jiang Nan was about to respond. Instantly, the driver fell into an awkward silence. To be honest, given Sun Weiwei's fully concealed appearance, he hadn't noticed her presence at first. The atmosphere in the car turned tense and silent for nearly 20 minutes. Finally here, the driver said, wiping his forehead of sweat. Jiang Nan and Sun Weiwei exited the vehicle just as she was about to point out her favorite Shangjianbao shop. Suddenly, a group of figures entered her line of sight. At that moment, as if sensing something, the leader of the group, a beautiful woman, glanced over. Upon seeing the fully disguised Sun Weiwei, her expression darkened. Jiang Nan noticed the tension, observing the woman and Sun Weiwei, who instinctively tightened her grip on his arm. It was all too clear what was unfolding. Chapter 193. With a face like yours, how could I dare argue with you? Disaster loomed. As the beautiful woman's expression grew increasingly severe, Sun Weiwei's face, concealed beneath her mask, mirrored her panic. Do you think my mom will recognize me? She likely will. She's coming this way. Jiang Nan replied, his gaze fixed on the approaching woman. Their eyes met. Jiang Nan remained composed, while the woman exhibited a look of astonishment. Lu Yara's affection level 10. Lu Yara? Affection level 10? Jiang Nan regarded the woman with intrigue. It was evident that Sun Weiwei inherited her striking looks from her mother. Instinctively, he cast an observation spell. Name, Lu Yaru. Age, 36 years. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 96 points. Affection, 10 points. What on earth? Jiang Nan was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. 36 years old, and yet she hasn't aged a day? How could Sun Weiwei be her daughter? Jiang Nan was utterly bewildered. As Lu Yaru approached with several burly bodyguards, Jiang Nan remained stunned, struggling to comprehend the striking resemblance between mother and daughter. Mom, Sun Weiwei called, lowering her head. You know I'm your mother? Lu Yaru's face darkened, her voice filled with fury as she turned her gaze to Jiang Nan. Furrowing her brow. Who is he? Were you with him last night? This is my boyfriend. Sun Weiwei hesitated before blurting out. Your boyfriend? Lu Yaru's demeanor shifted, her gaze sharpening as she scrutinized Jiang Nan. Lu Yaru's affection level -5. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Jiang Nan was once more taken aback. Affection levels decreased? If he recalled correctly, this was the first time such a thing had occurred. I don't care who you are. From this moment on, stay away from my daughter. Lu Yaru's expression darkened as she coldly declared. You two are from entirely different worlds and have no future together. As she spoke, a thought crossed her mind. After gazing at Jiang Nan's extraordinarily handsome face, her expression softened slightly as she continued. What my aunt said was rather harsh. Please don't take it too much to heart. Nevertheless, it is the truth. You two belong to different worlds. It would be wise to part ways before love deepens. Affection for Lu Yaru increased by 5. Neurosis? Jiang Nan heard the system notification chiming again, and 3 dark lines appeared on his forehead. However, he understood that staring at such an attractive face only heightened his allure. To quote a phrase from the internet, arguing with someone as stunning as you is futile. If it came to blows, I would have to slap myself. Therefore, it was quite reasonable for Lu Yaru to have such an attitude. With this thought in mind, Jiang Nan activated his mind-reading ability. Damn, this face is irresistibly captivating. I want to be furious, but I can't muster the rage. Lu Yaru's inner voice resonated immediately. Excuse me, Aunt. May I inquire about the meaning of the so-called class you mentioned? Jiang Nan offered a gentle smile. Affection for Lu Yaru increased by 2. Goodness. How does this little man smile even more charmingly? Along with the notification of Lu Yaru's growing affection, her inner voice followed suit. Are you an idiot? With today's advanced internet, you don't understand the concept of class? Still enchanted by Jiang Nan's gentle smile, Lu Yaru was interrupted as a robust man in his 30s stepped forward and coldly remarked, Miss, you are unaware that today's pretty boys often attach themselves to wealthy women to avoid a lifetime of struggles. To them, you are a prized catch. Wang Bing frowned. Kid, I advise you to recognize your position and leave quickly, or else. Just as Wang Bing was finishing his statement, Jiang Nan stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Wang Bing and delivering a powerful punch. His voice echoed in the air. Or else what? Bang. A resounding crash filled the venue, followed by Wang Bing's anguished cries. What? After a few seconds, the crowd finally reacted, staring at Jiang Nan in disbelief. With just one punch, he had sent a towering adult man flying. Affection for Lu Yaru increased by 10. Affection for Sun Weiwei increased by 5. Captain! Captain! Several burly men in sunglasses rushed to the severely injured Wang Bing, crouching beside him in urgency. Cough, cough. Wang Bing's face turned ashen as he struggled to rise with the help of his subordinates, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he coughed incessantly. Captain, this kid might not be easy to deal with. One of the subordinates warned. Damn it, I was just ambushed by this brat. In a fair 1v1. I could easily beat him. Wang Bing stubbornly retorted, casting a dark glare at Jiang Nan. Just as he was about to utter some harsh words, Sun Weiwei trotted over, wrapping her arm around Jiang Nan's and speaking up. Mom, Jiang Nan and I are truly in love. Please support us. Weiwei, you are not an ordinary person. And your career is still on the rise. Can you really afford to date? Lu Yaru said, her brow furrowed in concern. Then why did you try to introduce me to several second-generation heirs from the Shanghai social scene yesterday? Sun Weiwei retorted with a cold laugh. Those are entirely different. Each of them belongs to the elite circles of Shanghai, whereas your current partner cannot compare. Lu Yaru's voice grew softer and less assertive as she glanced at Jiang Nan. Every time I see that face, I find it hard to be resolute. Oh heavens! How can such a man exist in this world? Lu Yaru quickly averted her gaze from Jiang Nan, fixing it elsewhere, and gritted her teeth, asserting, Mom only wants what's best for you, Weiwei. Trust me, I would never harm you. Upon hearing Lu Yaru's words, Sun Weiwei trembled uncontrollably. Aunt, may I ask your name? At that moment, Jiang Nan spoke up. Chapter 194. Jiang Nan, you are not Weiwei's mother. Aunt, what is your name? Jiang Nan's tone was calm, devoid of emotional fluctuation. However, to Lu Yaru's ears, it sounded painfully grating. In an instant, anger surged within her, and she glared at Jiang Nan. Yet, upon seeing his face, her fury dissipated significantly. Though her expression remained one of displeasure, she found herself momentarily speechless. You insolent brat, how dare you disrespect your elders? Wang Bing stormed over angrily. But due to the force of Jiang Nan's punch, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground, landing in an unfortunate pile of dog feces. As he fell, he opened his mouth to speak, inadvertently swallowing some of it. Upon realizing what had happened, Wang Bing immediately gagged. Hearing this, Lu Yaru and Sun Weiwei's brows furrowed in unison. Jiang Nan looked down at the pitiful figure, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth, saying nothing yet conveying everything with his gaze. This stare ignited Wang Bing's rage. His face flushed red with humiliation, yet for some reason, he could not rise. And the overwhelming sense of disgrace compelled his head to lower. Jiang Nan turned his attention back to Lu Yaru, offering a gentle smile. Aunt, it seems you have misunderstood. I merely wish to know your name. My name? Lu Yaru's heart skipped a beat, and she unconsciously swallowed hard, stepping back slightly. What I am called is none of your concern. My mother is named Lu Yaji. Sun Weiwei chimed in softly. Lu Yaji? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed, and he regarded Lu Yaru with a look brimming with significance. Under Jiang Nan's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Yaru's unease intensified. She felt as though he could see through her entirely. No, impossible. Could it be? Does this man know of my existence? Absolutely not. The only ones aware of my existence are Weiwei's biological parents. While her grandparents and other relatives have all passed away, how could he possibly know who I am? Lu Yaru's thoughts echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting a slight smile as he spoke. Aunt, shall we have a chat? He had no intention of meddling in Sun Weiwei's family matters. Yet this woman persistently attempted to involve him, and Lu Yaru repeatedly emphasized the notion of class. Thus, Jiang Nan decided to entertain this woman for a while. No need. We can discuss it right here, Lu Yaru insisted, feigning calmness. Is that so? Jiang Nan replied with a light chuckle. I happen to know a woman named Lu Yaru. What? Lu Yaru's expression shifted, and she quickly pulled Jiang Nan aside before hastily walking away. Lu Yaru? What on earth? Sun Weiwei was still processing the situation. How do you know me? No, wait. How do you know Lu Yaru? Lu Yaru drew Jiang Nan aside, her exquisite visage marred by panic, frequently glancing towards Sun Weiwei, visibly anxious. You are Lu Yaru, the sister of Weiwei's biological mother, Jiang Nan stated calmly. It is not only twins who share identical appearances, even siblings a few years apart can resemble one another. What? Lu Yaru stared at Jiang Nan in astonishment, her beautiful face expressing disbelief, her voice rising several decibels. How do you know? Noticing Sun Weiwei looking their way, she immediately lowered her voice, continuing. How did you find out? This guy seems off. How does he know? Could it be that he is a descendant of a family previously allied with the Sun family? It must be true. Otherwise, how would he know? In a fleeting moment, Lu Yaru began to reason with herself, her gaze towards Jiang Nan filled with a multitude of pleading emotions. Not waiting for him to speak, she lowered her voice once more. I am indeed Lu Yaru, but it is not that I wished to become an elder sister. Rather, I was compelled to take on the role. Her expression darkened slightly, as if recalling a sorrowful memory. In any case, I hope you will not reveal the truth to Wei Wei. She is unaware that her mother has also passed away. Lu Yaru's eyes, filled with longing, pleaded with Jiang Nan. I hope you can grant Sun Wei Wei the freedom she desires, rather than continually binding her. Jiang Nan glanced back at Sun Wei Wei, who appeared pitiful in his eyes. Why would he wish to aid Sun Wei Wei? Wasn't it evident? Despite her somewhat proud demeanor, she was an exceptionally remarkable woman in every regard. To claim that Jiang Nan had no interest in her would be sheer self-deception. Presently, Sun Wei Wei's affection for him had reached an impressive 78 points, aligning perfectly with Jiang Nan's standards. To not allow her to become his confidant would be an utter waste. Upon hearing this, Lu Yaru fell silent. Jiang Nan cast a sidelong glance at her, offering a faint smile without elaborating further. As he prepared to turn away, Lu Yaru's voice interrupted. Wait, let us exchange WeChat. Jiang Nan paused, not refusing, and they scanned each other's codes to add each other on WeChat. Lu Yaru affection 5. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, prompting Jiang Nan to regard her with deeper curiosity. This woman had long concealed her true identity from others. With Jiang Nan's emergence, Lu Yaru might find the opportunity to be her authentic self before him. Having played the role of her elder sister, Lu Yaji, for over a decade, she felt utterly exhausted. She could see Sun Wei Wei's distress. It was not that she wished to confine her, but her sisterly persona dictated such constraints. She felt powerless. Over time, she had lost track of whether she was Lu Yaji or Lu Yaru. Today, Jiang Nan had unveiled her innermost secret beyond her panic. She experienced a sense of joy. At least now, she was not the only one aware of her true identity as Lu Yaru. Lu Yaru affection 10. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Nan felt no surprise. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could easily win Lu Yaru over whenever he wished. For her identity would be her greatest vulnerability, or perhaps, her most significant opportunity. Thanks to the generous support from the leader of the Zhatian gang, an additional chapter is added. Chapter 195. Lu Yaru, what happened between you and Wei Wei? At this moment, Sun Wei Wei looked bewilderedly at Jiang Nan and Lu Yaru exchanging WeChat contacts. What did this mean? Hadn't her mother just looked down on Jiang Nan? How could the shift occur so swiftly? Madam. At this juncture, Wang Bing, supported by several lackeys, stood up, coughing violently before attempting to approach. Stay away. Lu Yaru immediately covered her nose, expressing her disdain. You claim to be the best security guard, hired at $1 million annual salary. Yet today your performance is utterly lacking any worth. Madam, I was ambushed by this kid. You have to believe me. Cough, cough. My capabilities are not exaggerated. Had I not been attacked, I could take on 10 of him. Wang Bing's face changed as he hurriedly approached, supported by his lackeys. I warned you to stay away. Lu Yaru, even more disgusted, admonished, get away. What did you eat? Don't think I didn't TC. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing's expression darkened. He knew he had consumed something revolting, but for whom? Wasn't it for you, you filthy woman? Lu Yaji, I warn you, without my protection, let us see what threats you face. Wang Bing, not one to tolerate humiliation, threatened her openly. You dare threaten me? Lu Yaru appeared to find his words laughable, dialing a number on her phone. The call connected swiftly. I do not wish to see Wang Bing from your company in my sight again. After stating this plainly, she hung up and turned her gaze to Wang Bing, her face filled with derision. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Get him. Wang Bing, enraged, glared at his lackeys. Brother Bing, this is the boss, and this is a lawful society. If you act openly, we could all end up behind bars. One lackey hesitantly remarked. Yes, Brother Bing, it's better to avoid trouble. That handsome guy is quite strong, and you said he is not an easy opponent. One punch could easily send you flying, another suggested, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Jiang Nan. How dare you? Wang Bing, usually proud, could not endure such humiliation, shaking off his supporters and striding towards Jiang Nan. Bang! In mere moments, as he advanced a few steps, a figure flickered before him. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, Wang Bing was sent flying. This time it was not merely a few meters. Jiang Nan had kicked him with greater force, sending him hurtling 20 to 30 meters, crashing into the flowerbed's fencing. Boom! The commotion drew the attention of onlookers. Hey, you! At that moment, a man in a security uniform hurried over. We will compensate. Lu Yaru replied coolly. All right. The security guard recognized Lu Yaru's identity and immediately bowed respectfully. Lu Yaru affection 10. Sun Wei Wei affection 5. As he felt numerous gazes upon him, one particularly intense, the system notifications chimed in his mind. Sun Wei Wei's affection had soared to an astonishing 83 points, while Lu Yaru's had reached 42 points. Remarkable. His actions had evidently left a strong impression on both women. It seemed that in this world, strength was indeed admired. Even in this modern lawful society, Jiang Nan's remarkable abilities, combined with his striking visage and abundant charm, rendered him irresistibly appealing to women. A young man promptly answered the phone with utmost respect. After hanging up, he swiftly approached Jiang Nan, Lu Yaru, and the already arriving Sun Weiwei. Noticing the man rushing toward them, Lu Yaru instinctively moved a bit closer to Jiang Nan. "My apologies, madam," the company called. "Wang Bing will be taken back by us. The funds you transferred will be refunded to your account within 24 hours. The man, filled with trepidation yet immense admiration for Jiang Nan, bowed deeply to Lu Yaru. "No need for concern." Lu Yaru, seasoned by life's tempests, waved her hand dismissively and replied, "Inform your superiors that the million should not be refunded. Wang Bing is the one with issues. Your company bears no fault, so let it be. I will notify the higher-ups." The man bowed once more, casting an admiring glance at Jiang Nan before departing with several others, who were carrying the unconscious Wang Bing away. Lu Yaru then turned her gaze back to Jiang Nan, her feelings towards him having significantly improved, evident in the way she looked at him now, far different from before. "Thank you." Lu Yaru expressed her gratitude. "Mom, do you approve of my relationship with Jiang Nan?" Sun Weiwei eagerly grasped Jiang Nan's arm, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Lu Yaru. "Let us see how you perform." Lu Yaru paused for a few moments before finally smiling and stating, "If you win the Best Actress award in your next film, I shall not stand in the way of your relationship with Jiang Nan." "Deal," Sun Weiwei exclaimed, clenching her fist and waving it in the air. Lu Yaru nodded with a smile, directing her attention towards Jiang Nan. "Xiao Jiang, come here. I have something to ask you." As she spoke, Lu Yaru walked aside. Sun Weiwei obediently released Jiang Nan's arm, and after exchanging glances, Jiang Nan approached Lu Yaru. "I wanted to ask if anything happened between you and Weiwei," Lu Yaru whispered, glancing at Sun Weiwei. "Nothing happened." Jiang Nan shook his head. Had it not been for today's events, he wouldn't have grown so close to Sun Weiwei. The issue was that Sun Weiwei was too decisive. They had not even warmed up to each other emotionally before establishing an unfounded boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. "That is good. Weiwei is at a pivotal moment in her career. Whatever you do, I must remind you to be cautious." Lu Yaru's face flushed slightly as she spoke, clearly embarrassed to be advising Jiang Nan about such matters despite her own inexperience. Chapter 196, Tang Palace, Villa 007. Upon hearing Lu Yaru's words, Jiang Nan merely smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Whether something would develop between him and Sun Weiwei was entirely up to fate, and he would not force the issue, much like with the aloof Lung Bingyue and Jiang Cheng, who held a staggering affection for him yet remained unattainable. Each of Jiang Nan's relationships with the women around him had unfolded naturally, without any coercion. Weiwei, noticing Jiang Nan's silence, Lu Yaru didn't press the matter further. She turned to call out to Sun Weiwei. "Dida." Sun Weiwei trotted over. "Remember our agreement. I must return to the company as I have a deadline to meet in a few days. Don't forget." After saying this, Lu Yaru cast a lingering glance at Jiang Nan before walking towards the street. A Maybach was parked by the roadside, and as Lu Yaru arrived, a person promptly exited the vehicle to open the door for her. Soon, the luxurious car glided away. Jiang Nan and Sun Weiwei shifted their gaze back. Jiang Nan, "Thank you," Sun Weiwei said softly, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. "Not at all." Jiang Nan waved his hand, observing her bashfulness. He stepped closer and wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. "What are you doing?" Sun Weiwei blushed further, her heart racing. Could it be? Is Jiang Nan really going to kiss me in public? Do I agree or not? But kissing here on the street, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Various thoughts raced through her mind, causing Jiang Nan to chuckle. At that moment, Sun Weiwei closed her eyes, bracing for Jiang Nan's passionate kiss. However, to her surprise, Jiang Nan merely whispered in her ear, "Please send me a few signed photos when you have time." He recalled that Li Jing was a huge fan of Sun Weiwei, and obtaining a few signed photos might boost her favorability. Is that all? Sun Weiwei opened her eyes wide, looking at him with a mix of indignation and shyness. Her cheeks puffed up in mock anger. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe and wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck, planting a kiss on him. Sun Weiwei's favorability 5. "The soup dumpling shop is over there. You can go eat by yourself." After realizing what she had done, Sun Weiwei quickly lowered her head, adjusting her cap, mask, and oversized sunglasses under the gaze of numerous onlookers. This woman truly had a captivating charm. Jiang Nan traced his finger across his lips, smiling at Sun Weiwei's retreating figure before heading in the direction she pointed. Darling, Yao Yao and I are back." Around 2:30 p.m., inside the small villa, Jiang Nan heard Meng Qingqiu's voice from outside the living room and promptly locked his phone, putting it away. After breakfast that morning, he had returned to the villa and, with nothing to do, had spent time randomly selecting lucky streamers on Douyin. After 2 hours of scrolling, he took a 2-hour break. Now that Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were back, he had merely scrolled through 1,000 million yuan, and the returns were quite satisfactory, bringing his savings back to 7.8 billion. It seemed prudent to invest in a property in the Magic City before heading to Kyoto with a budget of around 100 billion, just to be prepared. A peculiar glimmer sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. The plot of land his grandfather had gifted him might not even serve as a prime auction item at the prestigious Xiang Pavilion in Kyoto, possibly worth tens of billions, if not hundreds. The thought of this made Jiang Nan all the more eager for his upcoming journey to Kyoto. Darling, hubby. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao rushed into the living room, each wrapping an arm around Jiang Nan, their faces radiant with joy. It felt as though they hadn't seen him in days, despite only a few hours having passed. Me too, both Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao chimed in synchronously. Really? Then. Jiang Nan squinted and smiled. Around 5 p.m., at Tang Palace, Jiang Nan drove Meng Qingqiu's Panamera into the community. As he had left the windows down, the security guard at the entrance, upon seeing him in the driver's seat alongside a stunning beauty in the back, found his eyes widening in disbelief. After the Panamera had entered the community, the guard took a moment to regain his composure, mumbling to himself, "Wow, this guy is incredible. Just this morning he was kissing a top-tier beauty, and now he's with another goddess in the back seat. Absolutely amazing. How nerve-wracking." Meanwhile, in the car, Yu Yao felt inexplicably tense, even though Jiang Nan was merely visiting Meng Qingqiu's family. "Haha, I'm not even nervous." Meng Qingqiu chuckled softly, grasping Yu Yao's hand and whispering, "Do not be anxious. Otherwise, you might as well come along next time he visits your home. It would be beneficial for you to have a clear understanding then." Yu Yao shook her head, murmuring, "Let us not do that. Our families reside in the same community, and this Tang Palace is rather compact. For now, it's best not to reveal that my husband and I are connected." For Yu Yao, the necessity of maintaining this superficial identity was inconsequential. "It's not a big deal. My family wants he always have someone around. We can find a suitable opportunity for him to visit next time." Meng Qingqiu laughed lightly. This Tang Palace is indeed quite spacious. Currently, we have merely glimpsed one villa. Beyond that, it's either commercial establishments or greenery. In essence, the villas here are genuinely independent. There are only 9 villas within the entire Tang Palace, numbered from 001 to 009. My family resides in 007, while Yao Yao's family is in 008, a mere 1 or 2 kilometers apart. Meng Qingqiu elucidated. "How much did your villa cost?" Jiang Nan inquired. "My father mentioned that it cost 450 million. Meng Qingqiu replied. 450 million? That is quite a steep price," Jiang Nan expressed, his face betraying a hint of intrigue. He pondered whether there were any other villas in Tang Palace. As they engaged in casual conversation and contemplation, Jiang Nan soon drove towards the area designated for Villa 007. Suddenly, he noticed 2 figures out of the corner of his eye, gently easing off the accelerator. And, is that Sun Weiwei, fully armed? What are they up to? Why does Aunt seem so exhilarated? Meng Qingqiu also sensed something amiss. After a brief pause, she hurriedly rolled down the car window and called out towards the trees bordering a small path. Aunt. Chapter 197. Aunt Zhao Xian's inner thoughts. I must find time to chat with this young man. Meng Qingqiu's voice was loud enough to draw the attention of the 2 individuals beneath the tree. Sun Weiwei, seeing Meng Qingqiu and Jiang Nan in the car, displayed a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated such a coincidence. "Sister, you are Meng Qingqiu's aunt?" Sun Weiwei suddenly regained her composure. Her expression filled with disbelief as she gazed at the mature and beautiful woman before her. "You know Qiu?" This woman was none other than Meng Qingqiu's aunt, Zhao Xian, who now wore a look of surprise upon hearing Sun Weiwei's words. Goodness. Zhao Xian felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered a celebrity she had pursued for years within Tang Palace, and to discover that this celebrity knew Meng Qingqiu was an unexpected twist. As the car slowly approached, Meng Qingqiu inquired, "Aunt, how did you end up with Weiwei?" "We bumped into each other, quite by chance," Zhao Xian replied, somewhat awkwardly clearing her throat. Seeing Zhao Xian's demeanor, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he recalled the abstract dragon avatar on the Douyin account linked to the iPad at Meng Qingqiu's home. Could it be that this woman was the one behind it? From any angle, she exuded no sign of being a fan. After all, she was in her 30s. Why would she still be starstruck? Jiang Nan's initial thoughts were such, and Zhao Xian, always clad in a professional outfit, embodied a commanding presence, radiating confidence. As he pondered, Jiang Nan activated his mind-reading ability. "This is bad. I must not let Qiuqiu know that I'm a behind-the-scenes supporter of Vivi. That would shatter my persona. It feels strange to be perceived differently in front of these younger folks. Once activated, Zhao Xian's myriad thoughts flooded Jiang Nan's awareness, causing his mouth to slightly part in astonishment. This woman was indeed a remarkable contrast. On the surface, she appeared as a commanding queen, yet beneath, she was an avid fan, a dedicated supporter of her idol. How intriguing. As Jiang Nan prepared to divert his gaze, Zhao Xian inadvertently locked eyes with him. Sensing the peculiarity in Jiang Nan's gaze, she felt an unexpected jolt. Why did it seem as if he had penetrated her thoughts? How curious. Why does Qiuqiu's boyfriend possess such profound eyes? Did he just possess a hint of playful mockery? Zhao Xian furrowed her brow slightly. It must be said, a woman's intuition can be quite uncanny. At that moment, Jiang Nan was privy to her thoughts, leaving her somewhat astonished. Wei Wei, would you like to come over to my house sometime? Ming Qingxiu extended an invitation. And your family is also residing in Tang Palace? Which villa number do you occupy? Villa 009. I just moved in not long ago, Sun Weiwei replied quietly. I was just out for a run, but I must head back now. Perhaps another time I can visit your home. As she spoke, she stole a few glances at Jiang Nan in the car before jogging away. Zhao Xian watched Sun Weiwei's retreating figure and sighed lightly. What a pity. If only Qiuqiu and her companion hadn't arrived, I could have taken a few more photos. As her thoughts resonated, Jiang Nan caught a glance of Zhao Xian through the left rearview mirror. Zhao Xian diverted her gaze, preparing to enter the car. But her eyes inadvertently met Jiang Nan's in the rearview mirror. Something felt off. Could it be that he truly knew some of her secrets? When their gazes intertwined a second time, Zhao Xian immediately discerned something. Zhao Xian's favorability 5. This unsettling sensation of her innermost secrets being exposed evoked a sense of shame within her, leading to an inexplicable fondness towards Jiang Nan. How peculiar. Why did she suddenly feel such overwhelming embarrassment? How could Qiuqiu's boyfriend possibly know that she was Vivi's behind-the-scenes supporter? After all, even Vivi was unaware. Zhao Xian circled back, contemplating, and settled into the passenger seat. Could it be that the iPad left at Meng Qingxiu's house had revealed her secret? The only plausible explanation was that the iPad, which she had forgotten to take home amidst her busy schedule, was the key. Now recalling this, she quickly pieced together the scenario. Meng Qingxiu hardly used Douyin, which she was aware of. Otherwise, she would have retrieved the iPad long ago. If he truly had seen it, then it seemed Qiuqiu's boyfriend possessed keen observational skills. She resolved that she must have a word with him to ensure that her other side remained undisclosed. Zhao Xian had expertly concealed her admiration for Wei Wei from her family. Yet this man had somehow discerned it. She couldn't help but acknowledge his prowess. As the car began to move, the moment Zhao Xian settled into the passenger seat, her thoughts streamed continuously into Jiang Nan's consciousness. And the moment her alluring legs adorned in a fitted skirt and stockings came into view, his focus sharpened. Has this young man forgotten that I am Qiuqiu's aunt? Since I entered the car, his eyes have inadvertently strayed towards my legs at least 7 or 8 times. Not bad. I must commend you for your keen eye. What was I just thinking? Zhao Xian's favorability 5. As Jiang Nan received the heartfelt sentiments around him, he inadvertently glanced over, only to find Zhao Xian, with an expression of serene detachment, subtly shifting her exquisite leg not towards the car window, but rather towards the driver's seat, where Jiang Nan sat. Unbeknownst to her, this small gesture, seeking mere comfort, sent waves of exhilaration through Jiang Nan's heart. Moments later, as the vehicle entered the exclusive 007 villa area, Jiang Nan squinted his eyes in awe. What was labeled a villa in actuality resembled a true small estate in his eyes. This entire expanse belonged to the 007 villa district, even surpassing the prestige of the 001 villa he owned in Jiacheng Tianfu. The villas here, despite being of similar caliber, exuded a charm that seemed to eclipse that of Jiangqing. Jiang Nan swiftly drove into the villa area, steering towards the side entrance and into the garage. Along the way, he observed the surroundings of the 007 villa. Although it appeared less grand than his 001 villa in Jiangqing Tianfu, the overall prestige was hardly diminished. The 007 villa cost a staggering 450 million, while the 001 villa was valued at 500 million, making it the crown jewel of the Jiacheng Tianfu estate. After exiting the car, Jiang Nan cast one more glance at the garage. It was not an underground facility but a spacious ground-level warehouse, equipped with a large side door for easy exit. Jiang Nan shook his head in contemplation, recalling Meng Qingqiu's mention of the 9 villas in the Tanggong complex, ranked from 001 to 009. Astonishingly, even the 7th villa, the third from last, had commanded a price of 450 million. One could only imagine the exorbitant prices of the 006, 005, and 004 villas, let alone the top three, which might well exceed $1 billion. As Jiang Nan pondered these thoughts, Zhao Xian's voice broke through. Qiu, you and Yao Yao head inside. I'd like to have a word with your boyfriend. All right, Auntie. Yao Yao and I will go to the main building. Meng Qingqiu, without a second thought, grabbed a small suitcase and a pile of gifts, accompanied by the equally burdened Yue Yao. As they exited the garage, do you think Andy will give him a hard time? Yue Yao glanced back, her voice barely above a whisper. Not likely. Though Auntie's temper can be fierce, she's not like that with those close to her. Meng Qingqiu replied with a smile, continuing, just stay for dinner. Are Uncle and Auntie home? My parents should be away. I heard they were going on a trip. I haven't been in touch with them lately, so I'm not sure if they've left. Yue Yao shook her head. Perfect. We'll have dinner at my place then. Also, I just noticed that Annie looks at Jiang Nan with a rather peculiar gaze. What do you think? Meng Qingqiu lowered her voice, exchanging whispers, while inside the garage, Jiang Nan and Zhao Xian remained, the latter gazing at the strikingly handsome man before her. Did you happen to play with an iPad at Qiuqiu's house? Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded. As Zhao Xian prepared to respond, he smiled and added, that TikTok account on the iPad belongs to you, right? Zhao Xian, caught off guard, coughed awkwardly, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Nan. Yes, that's me. You know I manage the main group, and sometimes I unwind with a bit of distraction. Completely understandable. Jiang Nan replied with a smile, earning him an increase in Zhao Xian's favorability towards him. I wish to confide in you. I'm a behind-the-scenes supporter of Vivi, and she has no idea, nor do Qiuqiu and the others. Please keep this little secret safe. Zhao Xian's voice softened, contrasting with her usual commanding presence. Of course. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, dismissing any errant thoughts, and nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, Vivi has also used your iPad, he casually mentioned. That is fine. As long as you don't speak of it, Zhao Xian replied with a gentle smile. Jiang Nan flashed an okay sign, further boosting Zhao Xian's fondness for him. Just a heads up, make sure to perform well at the dinner table. Qiuqiu's father has a good tolerance for alcohol. If you manage to lift his spirits, calling him father-in-law might even delight him. That's simple enough, Jiang Nan said, brimming with confidence regarding his drinking prowess. In the Tangong 007 villa, in the main hall, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu sat across from her parents, Meng Tianqiao and his wife. Mom and Dad, Annie, these are some modest gifts I brought for our formal introduction. Meng Qingqiu introduced him, to which her mother replied, just having you here is enough, no need for such formality. Meng Tianqiao's gaze lingered on Jiang Nan, admiring his charm and demeanor. Meng Qingqiu reassured, these are just small tokens. Wait until you see the real treasures. She retrieved a small leather suitcase from the floor and placed it on the coffee table. Oh, the family members exchanged surprised glances, intrigued by the suitcase, which even had a combination lock. Surely this must contain something of great value. Meng Jingming exclaimed, leaning closer to inspect it. You're right. Meng Qingqiu unlocked the suitcase and slowly opened it. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened as they beheld the contents, a beautifully framed piece of calligraphy. Is that the peaceful post by Wang Shiji? Meng Tianqiao's incredulous voice echoed, his excitement palpable. Chapter 199, a mere 70 cash. The majority present were unaware of what the Pax annuity was, but who has not heard of Wang Shiji, the venerable sage of calligraphy? This must be an authentic piece by him. Meng Tianqiao found himself somewhat lacking in confidence, gazing incredulously at Jiang Nan. Father. This was something Jiang Nan went to great lengths to acquire at an auction in the Magic Capital Tower, specifically at a place called Xiang Pavilion, for a staggering 300 million. Without any preamble, Meng Qingqiu directly revealed the value of this Pax annuity. What? How much? 300 million. Meng Qingqiu's words undoubtedly detonated like a thunderclap in the room. To be precise, the final price was 15 above the auction price, making it 345 million. Meng Qingqiu added immediately, 345 million. Even someone like Meng Tianqiao, who managed a conglomerate worth tens of billions, was taken aback by this figure. The worth of a single piece of calligraphy at 345 million is incomparable to his current residence, Villa 007 in the Tang Palace. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the actual value of this Pax annuity far exceeds that of Villa 007. As time passes, the Pax annuity will only appreciate, while Villa 007 will depreciate. Furthermore, how could a mere villa be valued at 450 million? And the Pax annuity? It is but a small piece, yet both hold equivalent significance in value. Goodness, my brother-in-law's prowess is rather exaggerated. Meng Jingming was genuinely astonished. He had heard of Jiang Nan's capabilities, but upon learning the value of this gift, he could not help but gasp in disbelief. It was utterly outrageous. Today marked the first time he consumed the herbal medicine gifted by his brother-in-law, and so far, there had been no reaction. He would have to wait and see. Meng Jingming silently vowed, "If it proves effective, my brother-in-law shall be my deity." Regardless of his family's approval, Meng Jingming would rather deplete his entire fortune to facilitate his sister's elopement with Jiang Nan. Of course, although Jiang Nan might not need his meager savings, one must maintain appearances. Xiao Jiang, this gift is exceedingly precious. Meng Tianxiao finally regained his composure, taking a deep breath. At this moment, he had fully grasped Jiang Nan's capabilities. To give away something worth 345 million so casually speaks volumes about his background, which must be greater than the Meng family. There is no notion of equality here. He simply could not accomplish the same feat of gifting such an expensive present. "Uncle, this is my heartfelt intention. You must accept it," Jiang Nan said earnestly with a smile. "Indeed, father, this is Jiang Nan's sincere gesture. If you refuse, what might others think? Are you dissatisfied with Jiang Nan?" Meng Qingxiu hurriedly interjected. Meng Tianxiao could only smile wryly. He was indeed tempted by Wang Shiji's authentic Pax annuity, but the value was simply overwhelming. Accepting it felt like an immense burden. "Old Meng, accept it. This is our good son-in-law's sincere intent. You must not let it go to waste." Meng mother Zhao Yafang chimed in. At this moment, she truly regarded Jiang Nan as her son-in-law, and no one could dissuade her. "Father, I believe it should be accepted," Meng Jingming echoed Zhao Yafang's sentiment. "All right." Meng Tianxiao was not an ordinary person. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Jiang Nan and smiled. "Then uncle shall accept this grand gift. But remember, courtesy demands reciprocity. I know, Xiao Jiang, that you are quite capable. Having prepared such an extravagant gift, I cannot let you leave empty-handed." Zhao Xian, I recall that Villa 009 in the Tang Palace was for sale, correct? "Indeed, but it has already been purchased," Zhao Xian replied. "Purchased?" Meng Tianxiao furrowed his brow. "Yes." Zhao Xian nodded. "This complicates matters. I had my eye on Villa 009 for a while, hoping to secure it for Qiuxiu, but it seems someone has beaten me to it." Meng Tianxiao sighed softly. "Father, there's no need." Meng Qingxiu, having caught Jiang Nan's knowing glance, interjected. "Jiang Nan is from Jiang City. Gifting him a villa in the magic capital is unnecessary as he wouldn't reside there. Besides, if I were to stay, wouldn't my previous purchase of a small villa be a loss?" "Exactly," Jiang Nan chimed in. "I have no interest in such things. But, uncle, when you have time, we could discuss which properties or land are available in the magic capital. If you could facilitate that, it would be the true gift." Jiang Nan was indifferent to what he might receive in return, but the prospect of acquiring information about land or properties intrigued him greatly. "All right." Meng Tianxiao gazed deeply at Jiang Nan, appreciating the young man's potential. "I will check on the dishes prepared by Wang Sao. By the way, Jingming, bring out the treasured Maotai that your father has been saving for over a decade." Meng mother Zhao Yafang stood up from the sofa. "Sure." Meng Jingming grinned widely. "Mother, Yao Yao and I will help. Let us see if we can lend a hand." Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao both rose simultaneously. Soon, the side hall was left with only Jiang Nan, Meng Tianxiao, and Aunt Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was about to rise from the small sofa. "You need not go." Meng Tianxiao shook his head. "You likely understand the situation in the magic capital better than I do, or possess some insider information. Earlier, Xiao Jiang expressed interest in investing in land or properties. Could you share some insights?" "Of course." Zhao Xian nodded, then turned her gaze to Jiang Nan. Speaking seriously, "Xiao Jiang, allow me to caution you. The investment climate in the magic capital is quite challenging. Recently, I heard of a powerful businessman from out of town who spent 800 million acquiring a piece of land, yet due to unforeseen circumstances, was unable to develop it and had to sell it at a loss." Jiang Nan nodded seriously. "The market in the magic capital is saturated, even if one purchases land. Venturing into real estate or other investments is not so simple. Unless one possesses substantial funds, it would be quite difficult." Zhao Xian earnestly continued. "By the way, if you truly intend to invest in land, what is the scale of your available funds?" Upon hearing Zhao Xian's question, Jiang Nan pondered briefly and replied, "I currently have merely over 70 in cash, but I believe reaching 100 should not pose a problem. Lacking sufficient cash? A brief visit to Xiang Pavilion would yield everything one needs." Chapter 200, A Call from Kyoto, An Apology from the Elder, 70 in cash. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Meng Tianxiao and Zhao Xian were momentarily stunned. "Wait, did you say 70 in cash, as in hundreds of millions?" Zhao Xian quickly responded, looking at Jiang Nan with a peculiar expression. "Indeed, hundreds of millions." Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. 70 in hundreds of millions. Meng Tianxiao and Zhao Xian exclaimed in unison. Yes. Over 70 in hundreds of millions, Jiang Nan affirmed. Wow. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Zhao Xian and Meng Tianxiao simultaneously gasped, their faces displaying astonishment. You have over 70 billion in hand, and it's all cash? That's simply outrageous. Zhao Xian stared at Jiang Nan in disbelief. Over 7 billion. Meng Tianxiao regarded Jiang Nan with a peculiar look, not because he believed this young man was exaggerating, but rather he was speculating about the immense background that must support his future son-in-law. The most perplexing aspect was why someone with such substantial cash reserves would choose to engage in investments personally when they could simply rely on their formidable connections. Upon further reflection, a wealthy heir without the ambition to carve out their own path indeed seemed rather unambitious. Much like his son Meng Jingming, who, despite the backing of the Meng Group, sought to establish his own identity. However, unlike Jiang Nan, who could secure billions in startup capital, Meng Jingming was limited to a mere 1 billion. This realization made Meng Tianxiao reconsider. It was indeed premature to judge. Having over 70 billion at one's disposal truly simplifies the process of embarking on a venture. Zhao Xian smiled wryly, shaking her head. If there's any land up for auction, I'll be sure to inform you. Thank you, Aunt, Jiang Nan replied gratefully. The family dinner was exceptionally harmonious. Jiang Nan had thoroughly demonstrated his capabilities. Not only was he inherently outstanding, but the revelation of his 70 billion in cash also commanded Meng Tianxiao's utmost respect for the formidable background of his future son-in-law. Of course, this assumption held only if Jiang Nan himself was above reproach. During the meal, Meng Tianxiao witnessed Jiang Nan's impressive drinking capacity. One cup after another, Jiang Nan showed no signs of intoxication, handling the drinking session with the ease of sipping water, maintaining control over the gathering's rhythm. Dinner commenced at 6 o'clock, and typically, such a drinking session combined with casual conversation could last for 3 or 4 hours. However, under Jiang Nan's high tolerance, it concluded in merely 2 hours. Both Meng Tianxiao and Meng Jingming were left completely inebriated. What a sight, little Jiang. Meng Mu Zhao Yafeng chuckled as she watched her husband and son incapacitated, both escorted to their rooms by Jiang Nan. This indicates that uncle and big brother are pleased, and their acceptance of me is genuinely gratifying. Jiang Nan smiled in response. Mom, Yan and I must take our leave now. We'll gather again next time. I'm just worried he might get too tipsy, and then we really won't be able to move him. Meng Qingxiu interjected. What is there to fear? Is there not a room for you to sleep in? Zhao Yafeng chuckled, and then turned to Jiang Nan, saying, Little Jiang, I am very satisfied with you. Perhaps I and your uncle Meng will visit you in Jiangxing one day, and our families can meet briefly. Certainly, Jiang Nan replied, not delving deeper into the conversation, as these were merely formalities, not yet reaching the stage of discussing marriage. Moreover, let us not forget that Jiang Nan had yet to meet his own parents. However, that moment might soon arrive. During his upcoming trip to Kyoto, it was likely that Zhao Wanqing would divulge his whereabouts. While he may not encounter his biological parents, he might have the chance to meet that esteemed elder. As he returned to the quaint villa of Meng Qingxiu, the clock struck around 8:30 in the evening. Darling, I can only accompany you in the afternoon with Yao Yao tomorrow. In the living room, Jiang Nan reclined on the sofa while Meng Qingxiu nestled against his chest. And Yu Yao hurried in with a cup of honey water. Here, drink this quickly. Yu Yao handed him the honey water. Jiang Nan accepted it, drinking it all in one go, then affectionately ruffled Meng Qingxiu's hair, remarking, Tonight shall surely be a night of happiness. Yao Yao, please close the living room curtains. Meng Qingxiu immediately understood, playfully winking at Yu Yao, whispering, Since we won't see darling all day tomorrow, let us make sure he has a wonderful night. Yu Yao smiled, obediently running to draw the curtains before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A night devoid of dreams. When Jiang Nan awakened, it was not by his own accord, but rather by the incessant vibration of his phone on the nightstand. Groggily, he grasped the device, glancing at the time. May 28, 2024. 7:55 a.m. Indeed, a fine time, just 5 minutes less of sleep. Jiang Nan yawned, and then noticed the caller, Zhao Wanqing. As he rose, he answered the call. Hello? In the brief seconds after answering, silence ensued until he arrived in the bathroom, and he called out in surprise, Miss Zhao? Miss Zhao? I am Jiang Yinghua. A frail voice echoed from the other end. Jiang Yinghua. Upon hearing the name, Jiang Nan paused, quickly regaining composure, his heart racing as he took a deep breath. Child, I am sorry. It is regrettable that you have been left alone for 21 years. The Jiang family owes you far too much. Nothing can fully make amends for our neglect. Hearing the elder's sincere tone, Jiang Nan felt a wave of emotion. inhaling deeply before responding solemnly. Please do not let your emotions overwhelm you. Not at all, not at all. The elder calmed himself and chuckled. I heard from Wanqing that you will be coming to Kyoto on the 30th, correct? Indeed. Perhaps due to a lifetime devoid of familial warmth. Or perhaps because of the blood ties that bind. Jiang Nan felt an unexpected familiarity with this elder, allowing a light laugh to escape him. The land incident was quite the mix-up. I mistook Miss Zhao for a scammer, thinking a parcel was involved. Ha! The elder burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonating with vigor. Upon your arrival on the 30th, I shall personally come to fetch you. Let it be known that the eldest grandson of the Jiang family has returned. Old man, there is no need for such fanfare. Jiang Nan pondered momentarily before declining. Miss Zhao can pick me up. I will visit you personally afterward. Following his statement, a brief silence enveloped the call. All right. The elder did not dwell on the matter. Continuing, on your 22nd birthday, the Jiang family will present you with a grand gift. Is it the announcement of my status as the heir of the Jiang family? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Not merely that. You will discover everything when that day arrives. The elder teased, his laughter ringing out joyfully. Very well. Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, and before long, half an hour had elapsed. Elder, you should rest now. Zhao Wanqing's voice interjected. Jiang Nan. I eagerly await the day we meet. The elder expressed his anticipation before handing the phone back to Zhao Wanqing. Mr. Jiang, we shall end our call here. The elder requires some rest. Understood. After hanging up, Jiang Nan glanced at his phone, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he began his morning routine. Moments later, as he exited the bathroom, buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone rang once more. It was a call from Kyoto. Glancing at the caller ID, he noticed it was from Kyoto, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Nan? A gentle female voice inquired. It is I. Jiang Nan replied coolly. Currently, it is impossible for his phone to receive scam calls, so any incoming calls must be legitimate. Hello. You have completely signed for the Shunwang mansion you purchased not long ago. However, there are still some minor contracts regarding the mansion that have yet to be signed. When would you be available to come to Kyoto for the signing? The voice was exceptionally respectful and gentle. Naturally, someone capable of purchasing the Shunwang mansion deserves utmost respect, far beyond what a mere worker could afford. I'll come to Kyoto on the morning of the 30th. Jiang Nan replied. May I add you on WeChat? The voice continued. Sure, my number is. Go ahead and add me. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. As he stepped out of the master bedroom and made his way downstairs, a friend request popped up in his WeChat. Hello, Mr. Jiang Nan. My name is Chinsini, and I am the person in charge of the Shunwang mansion you are purchasing. Having just accepted the friend request, a message quickly followed. I haven't booked my flight yet, but I will most likely arrive in the morning. Once I've secured my ticket, I will arrange a time with you to sign the contract. Jiang Nan sent a voice message in response. No problem. In fact, our company can arrange a private jet to pick you up. Chinsini also sent a voice message. A private jet. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up immediately. Indeed, how could he forget that such an extravagant luxury costs a fortune? Acquiring a top-tier private jet would undoubtedly require tens of billions, if not a minimum of several billion. It seems he will need to make time to acquire a private jet. A smile crept across Jiang Nan's face as he replied to Chinsini. No need for that. I'll contact you later. All right, I won't disturb you any further, Mr. Jiang Nan. After reading Chinsini's message, Jiang Nan exited their chat and proceeded to check messages from several female acquaintances. He promptly selected one of them and transferred 2 million. Soon, the interest of 100 million was credited to his account. With 9 billion at hand, this amount seemed substantial, yet in reality, it was merely a fraction of his wealth. After responding to all his acquaintances, Jiang Nan leisurely settled on the living room sofa, his peripheral vision catching sight of a small sofa arranged oddly, with a small stool leaning underneath it. This sight prompted Jiang Nan to clear his throat. Recalling the events of the previous night, it was utterly insane. As for how insane it was and the details of that insanity, those were secrets that could not be divulged. In summary, the living room, kitchen, dining area, and the staircase leading upstairs were all delightful spaces. With nothing much to do, he decided to surf the internet. Jiang Nan was not hungry at all. In fact, he found it difficult to feel hunger at this moment. His desire to eat stemmed solely from a wish to satisfy his palate. He found this peculiarity both strange and entirely normal. After all, his physical condition now transcended that of an ordinary person, making things like fasting quite commonplace. Bored. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan exited the Douyin app. Perhaps it was due to the early hour, but the quality of the live streams was subpar. Not a single decent live streaming room was available. Consequently, Jiang Nan had little interest in spending money on these streams. The allure of gifting money to streamers had lost its charm. It was time to engage in tangible ventures. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled as he contemplated the idea of potentially acquiring an entertainment company. Sun Weiwei, in his eyes, was destined to fall under his control. Therefore, paving the way for her in advance was undoubtedly a wise decision. As for the background behind Sun Weiwei, it was hardly worth mentioning in Jiang Nan's perspective. If Sun Weiwei's current limit was to be a top figure in the domestic entertainment industry, he could effortlessly elevate her to the status of a top-tier star across Asia and even the world, should he desire. Exiting Douyin, Jiang Nan had formed preliminary plans. However, these plans would only materialize once Sun Weiwei fully became his confidant. Buzzing. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Jiang Nan glanced at it and couldn't help but smile. It was indeed the person he was thinking of. The caller was Sun Weiwei. Jiang Nan, are you free? Sun Weiwei's vibrant voice came through. How so? Jiang Nan didn't directly affirm his availability, but posed a question in return. I heard from Choyo that your piano skills are exceptional. I recently composed a new song, which is a piano piece accompanied by a violin. I was wondering if you could help me out since Choyo and Yaya have class today. Sun Weiwei was straightforward, not beating around the bush. Upon hearing this, a knowing smile graced Jiang Nan's face. Meng Qingxiu, the primary lady, was truly concerned for him. It was as if she feared he would miss finding a good sister for her. Thanks for reading. Your support is appreciated. Chapter 202. The invitation from Sun Weiwei, and Lu Yaru also extended an invitation. I have time, but I can't help you for free. Jiang Nan was unsure whether teasing Sun Weiwei was genuinely amusing or not. He intended to agree, but instinctively began to jest with her. This humble girl is willing to offer herself. I wonder if the young master could provide assistance. Sun Weiwei responded playfully, her tone markedly theatrical, catching Jiang Nan off guard. He chuckled. Just to clarify, you truly mean to offer yourself, right? Ugh, you rascal, are you serious? Sun Weiwei instinctively sought confirmation, but, being her usual proud self, quickly changed the subject while retaining a hint of playful charm. Jiang Nan, I have no friends. Could you please help me out? I will treat you to lollipops. I won't tease you anymore. Are you at home or somewhere else? Jiang Nan decided to stop teasing her and stood up as he spoke on the phone. At home. Just take a taxi to the side gate of Tang Palace. It's south, very close to my place. Sun Weiwei responded cheerfully. Okay. The moment he hung up, a notification rang in Jiang Nan's mind, indicating an increase in Sun Weiwei's favorability by 5 points. He recalled how Sun Weiwei's favorability had reached 93 points. If he remembered correctly, her favorability had indeed climbed to 93 points. Perhaps today, he might even reach a favorability score of 96. Jiang Nan felt a surge of anticipation. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Nan arrived at the side gate of Tang Palace. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Sun Weiwei, dressed in a pink nightgown with her long golden hair styled into 2 buns, waving at him from an iron gate. Jiang Nan was taken aback by her outfit and hairstyle today. In the past, he could see that Sun Weiwei had a great figure, but he hadn't realized how curvaceous she truly was. As he approached, he took a closer look and discovered that not only did she possess perfectly long legs, but she also had an impressive figure. Yes, an impressive figure. Sun Weiwei's appearance exuded a hint of innocence, and in her pink nightgown, she showcased her graceful silhouette beautifully. Sun Weiwei's favorability 1. What is this guy staring at me for? Has he never noticed my figure before? Upon entering the villa, Jiang Nan was met with the enchanting beauty of Sun Weiwei, whose thoughts overflowed with unspoken sentiments. Although her exquisite face displayed little emotion, her inner thoughts surged, all of which Jiang Nan perceived with keen awareness. He feigned ignorance, occasionally glancing at her, only to receive her muffled expressions in return, which he found rather amusing. Soon, Sun Weiwei guided Jiang Nan into a villa within the opulent Tan Palace, specifically Villa number 009. Although it was deemed the least impressive and most affordable in this luxurious estate, it could easily surpass many other high-end properties in terms of grandeur. As they strolled through several quaint gardens, the fragrance of blossoms and the melodious chirping of birds created a picturesque atmosphere. This place possesses a charming ambience, akin to a serene riverside abode, Jiang Nan remarked, as they crossed a quaint bridge. Upon noticing a delicate wooden cabin, he nodded appreciatively. Indeed, it's quite lovely, he said. With pride swelling in her chest, Sun Weiwei declared, this design is entirely my creation. My mother insists that even if I don't enter the entertainment industry, I will undoubtedly become one of the nation's top luxury home designers. The design was indeed impressive. The surrounding lights illuminated the cabin at night, allowing one to relish a countryside evening amidst the urban landscape. Would you care to join me for an outdoor barbecue and some chilled beer when I have a day off? She suggested, her excitement palpable. Let us make it happen. Stopping abruptly, she extended her hand, exclaiming, "Let us seal this with a pinky promise." Jiang Nan, with a twinkle in his eye, reciprocated. Those who deceive are but little dogs. To his astonishment, her affection for him soared to an impressive 96 points, surpassing his expectations. This rapid ascent ignited his ambition for deeper connections, wondering if they could reach 97 points, or perhaps even 98, should fortune favor him with a side quest. As they approached the charming wooden cabin, Sun Weiwei bounded into the yard, which, though modest, was adorned with a pink piano that caught Jiang Nan's eye. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort at the thought of playing such a feminine instrument. "I'll grab my violin, just a moment," she chirped before dashing into the cabin. At that moment, Jiang Nan's phone buzzed with a message from Lu Yaru, Sun Weiwei's mother, requesting a conversation. The innocent text, accompanied by a risque selfie, left him bemused. How intriguing that a mere 42 points of affection could evoke such eagerness from Lu Yaru, he mused. Realizing it was his hold over her little secret and his own charm that prompted her approach. As he prepared to respond, Sun Weiwei emerged with her violin. And he inquired, "Aren't you going to change?" "No need, we're not strangers," she replied, then quickly corrected herself. "I meant, it's home, so casual attire is acceptable." Seated at the piano, Jiang Nan's gaze fell upon a sheet titled First Love. The title hinted at a tender, unrequited romance, prompting him to glance at Sun Weiwei, who met his gaze with equal intensity. The air crackled with unspoken tension, and she found it difficult to look away, her breath quickening. "Perhaps you should call your mother for assistance," Jiang Nan teased inwardly, as Sun Weiwei suggested. "Let us review the piece." With a shift in demeanor, Jiang Nan's presence transformed, captivating Sun Weiwei with an allure she had not anticipated. The usual ethereal charm of Jiang Nan carries an air of nobility, and now it has reached an exquisite crescendo that elicits involuntary gasps of admiration. At that moment, as the first note of the piano reverberated, a cascade of notes erupted like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, Sun Weiwei was utterly entranced. A minute later, as the final note reverberated, she was jolted back to reality. This must be merely a demo version, right? Do not underestimate Jiang Nan as just an ordinary piano maestro. In truth, he possesses an effortless mastery over composition. In just a minute of play, Jiang Nan discerned several notes in the score that were not flawlessly connected, prompting him to make subtle adjustments in that fleeting moment. Indeed, Sun Weiwei swallowed hard, nodding absently before quickly adding, "Jiang Nan, could you please play that segment of the second section again? And the third section?" Half an hour later, after performing a revised version of First Love together, Jiang Nan heard a chime in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Sun Weiwei's affection level has increased by 1, beauty points by 1, and a lottery chance has been granted. Jiang Nan, you are truly exceptional. This piece is absolutely enchanting." At the instant the system notification concluded, Sun Weiwei set her violin down and leapt into Jiang Nan's embrace, excitement radiating from her as she showered him with affectionate pecks. Moments later, a silver thread of connection formed as they locked eyes. Thump thump. Jiang Nan's heartbeat was steady, while Sun Weiwei's raced uncontrollably, her sparkling eyes glistening with moisture, enveloping her in a haze of emotion. "Jiang Weiwei," just as she uttered his name, Lu Yaru's voice rang out. Upon hearing her mother's call, Sun Weiwei snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily retrieved her violin from the chair beside her. "Mom, I'm here," she responded with a slight exasperation, thinking, "What terrible timing. I wanted to invite Jiang Nan into the cabin for a moment." Jiang Nan caught her heavy sigh, glancing at her and realizing that Sun Weiwei was a completely different person beneath her outward demeanor. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Nan stood up and turned around, his lips twitching slightly. Lu Yaru, clad in a delicate black lace nightgown, entered through the garden gate with a smile. The sight was striking. It was evident that she was not wearing much beneath, causing her to sway slightly as she walked. Just one glance made Jiang Nan suspect that Sun Weiwei had inherited her mother's allure. "Oh, little Jiang is here too?" Lu Yaru noticed Jiang Nan's intense gaze, her lips curling into a subtle smile before she feigned surprise. "Mom, why are you dressed like that?" Sun Weiwei furrowed her brow. "Mom didn't know little Jiang was visiting. Don't you usually dress like this when I'm home?" Lu Yaru feigned innocence, shrugging her shoulders. Sun Weiwei's expression shifted as she caught Jiang Nan's involuntary glance, prompting her to step closer to Lu Yaru and assert, "Mom, Jiang Nan and I are playing music, so please don't disturb us." "Why would that be considered a disturbance?" Lu Yaru sighed softly, her gaze softening as she regarded Sun Weiwei, who appeared to be bearing a great injustice. Jiang Nan couldn't help but admire the seamless act of Lu Yaru, whose performance bore no trace of artifice. "Mom, I didn't say anything, just give Jiang Nan and me some private space." Although Sun Weiwei recognized her mother's talent for theatrics, she still found it difficult to resist. You should at least change into something else, right? This doesn't quite suit a motherly figure. As she pointed to Lu Yaru's lace nightgown, Lu Yaru feigned realization, crossing her arms with a bashful smile, reflecting Jiang Nan's earlier observation of her natural charm. Well, little Jiang, would you like to join us for lunch at home? I'll go buy some groceries. Lu Yaru winked at Jiang, and before turning to leave, have you seen enough? After Lu Yaru departed, Sun Weiwei regarded Jiang Nan with a blank expression. Jiang Nan cleared his throat, pretending to be oblivious. What are you looking at? Huh? Sun Weiwei scoffed with a smirk, leaning closer to Jiang Nan. What do you mean, looking at what? Oh, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, and as they stood so close, Sun Weiwei's heart raced, her expression shifting from indifferent to enchanted. Jiang Nan, she whispered softly, slowly closing her eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sun Weiwei's affection level has increased by 1. Beauty points by 1, and a lottery chance has been granted. Around 11:30, Jiang Nan emerged from the cabin, supporting the blushing Sun Weiwei, a satisfied smile gracing his face at the system notification echoing in his mind. Sun Weiwei's affection level had risen from 97 to 98. A seamless progression without the need for side quests. Although he missed out on an opportunity for a regular lottery, it mattered little to Jiang Nan. It seemed he could achieve a remarkable affection level of 97 without engaging in side tasks before establishing a deeper bond. A peculiar light sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. Jiang Nan, do you think Chi-Chi and Yao Yao will accept me? Sun Weiwei, leaning against him, asked softly. Did Chi-Chi tell you that? Would you have approached me today otherwise? Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. That does seem to be the case. Sun Weiwei stuck out her tongue, stealing a glance at Jiang Nan as she tightened her grip on his arm. By the way, I didn't hurt you earlier, did I? Didn't you see the marks on my back? Jiang Nan playfully flicked her forehead, shaking his head with a smile. Sun Weiwei was undoubtedly the most expressive companion he had encountered, unlike any of the others, such as Meng Qingqiu or Lin Manman. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. Sun Weiwei pouted, feeling a touch of grievance. Upon witnessing her small expression, Jiang Nan chuckled, reaching out to tousle her golden locks. He remarked, I believe you should give twin ponytails a try. They would suit you splendidly. Really? Sun Weiwei's eyes immediately sparkled with a peculiar light. Indeed. Jiang Nan nodded earnestly. After returning to the main building, Jiang Nan and Sun Weiwei took a quick shower before heading back downstairs. Oh, when did you two return? Lu Yaru, donned in a purple dress and adorned with exquisite makeup, emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food. Upon spotting Jiang Nan and Sun Weiwei descending from the second floor, she was momentarily taken aback. She scrutinized Sun Weiwei closely, sensing a change in her, though she could not pinpoint what exactly had altered. Just got back, Sun Weiwei replied softly, rubbing her nose, her voice barely above a whisper. The last thing she wanted was for Lu Yaru to discover her intimate moment with Jiang Nan. That would surely cause an uproar. Lu Yaru furrowed her brow, casting a few more glances at Sun Weiwei. Although she could discern the girl's nervousness, the exact reason eluded her. After all, she was merely a 36-year-old woman who had yet to recharge her life. It was astonishing how well Lu Yaru maintained her appearance. She bore no visible signs of aging, looking as if she were in her 20s. If she and Sun Weiwei strolled down the street hand in hand, they would easily be mistaken for sisters. Moreover, the charm of her purple dress was simply captivating. Mom, where did you get this outfit? I've never seen you wear it before. Sun Weiwei noticed Lu Yaru's peculiar demeanor and furrowed her brow, walking alongside Jiang Nan as they approached Lu Yaru, releasing Jiang Nan's hand. Sun Weiwei scrutinized Lu Yaru from head to toe, then leaned in closely, their eyes meeting. Sun Weiwei gazed at her mother with curiosity, but this time, it was Lu Yaru who felt flustered. Stealing a glance at Jiang Nan, she cleared her throat and said, Why do you care so much, little one? Can't a mother indulge in beauty? Besides, I've worn far prettier dresses than this one, and you've seen them. True, Sun Weiwei reflected, though still finding it somewhat strange. She wrapped her arms around Lu Yaru's and leaned in to sniff the plates of food she carried, her face lighting up with joy. You're the best, Mom. I've been craving sweet and sour ribs for ages. Exactly. If I don't treat you well, who else will? Lu Yaru chuckled, casting another glance at Jiang Nan and softly adding, I wonder when I'll also get to enjoy such kindness. Mom, as long as you stop restricting my freedom, Jiang Nan and I will always treat you well. Sun Weiwei replied with a beaming smile. Chapter 205, with a bit of spare cash on hand. I plan to invest in some land. Since the last conversation with Xiao Jiang, Mom has come to understand that you are no longer a child, and she need not constantly supervise you. Lu Yaru glanced at Jiang Nan and quietly stated, I found a trustworthy agent for you. From now on, I'll focus on the company's affairs. Really? Sun Weiwei exclaimed with delight. Better than pearls. Lu Yuru smiled brightly. Sun Weiwei, dear. I've remained single all these years for you. Now that you have grown up, I feel it's time to pursue my own future. Mom, your choice of partner seems quite commendable. Outside, you can call me Mom, but at home, calling me Sister wouldn't be out of the question. Sister, I believe I fulfilled your wishes. Weiwei has truly matured, and one day, I should reveal the truth to her. As Lu Yuru's affection for Sun Weiwei grew, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Goodness, Lu Yuru was indeed determined to seek her own happiness. However, it appeared that this happiness might, at present, revolve around him. If Lu Yuru were truly Sun Weiwei's mother, Jiang Nan would be hesitant and extremely cautious. Yet, in the true sense, Lu Yuru was Sun Weiwei's aunt, much like Zhao Xian was Meng Qingqiu's aunt. Let things unfold naturally. Jiang Nan gazed intently at Lu Yuru, who looked remarkably youthful, appearing to be under 30. It seemed evident that wealth could indeed preserve one's youth. He surmised that Lu Yuru must have invested a considerable sum in her upkeep. Not to mention, her lifestyle suggested she could easily afford a luxurious residence in a new first-tier city. Soon, the three of them settled at the dining table. Jiang Nan surveyed the appetizing home-cooked dishes before him. Xiao Jiang, you're always welcome at Auntie's place for dinner. My culinary skills are quite commendable. Lu Yuru beamed at Jiang Nan. Your face is truly captivating, growing more charming with each glance. Mom, Jiang Nan isn't from Magic City. He hails from Jiangqing. Sun Weiwei interjected. Savoring a piece of sweet and sour rib, her voice muffled. Oh, Jiangqing, you say? Lu Yuru's brow slightly furrowed, a hint of disappointment flickering before she quickly masked it with a smile. Jiangqing is a lovely place. Xiao Jiang, how about taking Weiwei and me there for a visit sometime? We'd love to experience the night scenery. Absolutely. Jiang Nan agreed. Great, it's settled then. Lu Yuru smiled. Although she claimed it was for Sun Weiwei, she herself yearned to explore Jiangqing and its night views. The meal unfolded in a warm atmosphere. Lu Yuru's affection level had reached 55. She only needed one more esteemed confidant with a beauty score of 98 to complete her beneficial task. After dinner, Lu Yuru and Sun Weiwei began clearing the table, while Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa in the side hall, his eyes shimmering with a unique light. He still had a side task concerning the landlady, but regrettably, the timing was not yet right for completion. Otherwise, he could have easily accomplished that beneficial task. However, there was no need to rush. Sun Weiwei had already provided him with a delightful surprise, and he had little else to desire. A subtle smile crept across Jiang Nan's lips as he chose to remain unperturbed. Allowing things to unfold naturally was his guiding principle. Buzzing. As Jiang Nan pondered, his phone vibrated. He glanced at it and was taken aback. Zhao Xian, Qiuqiu's aunt. Just that simple note. Aunt. It was a WeChat call. Jiang Nan answered warmly. Jiang Nan, you mentioned wanting to purchase land. I've gathered some information. Do you have time to come to the office to discuss? Zhao Xian's voice resonated. So soon. News had emerged? Jiang Nan's eyes brightened. There is some information, but Aunt isn't entirely sure. I can only say that the people over there just arrived at the office, and discussions have commenced. Hearing Jiang Nan's excited tone, Zhao Xian smiled. All right, Aunt, I'll be there immediately. Please send me your location. In Magic City, land was indeed invaluable. Currently, Jiang Nan possesses merely over 7 billion. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, he contemplates that during his upcoming trip to Kyoto, having at least over 100 billion would provide him with a greater sense of assurance. Thus, the opportunity to amass wealth has arisen. How could Jiang Nan not feel exhilarated? Jiang Nan, where are you preparing to go? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan rose from the sofa, and Sun Weiwei, who had just returned from the kitchen with the dishes, inquired upon seeing him stand. Oh, there is significant news. I plan to check out a piece of land that someone has mentioned is up for sale, Jiang Nan explained. Ah, that is a major matter. You should get going. But land? Jiang Nan, do you intend to purchase land in the Magic City? Sun Weiwei gazed at him in astonishment. In that moment, she suddenly realized how little she knew about Jiang Nan. His family, their occupations, and even his own endeavors were all a mystery to her. And this very man had just shared an intimate moment with her. How utterly absurd, she mused. Indeed, I have some spare funds and plan to invest in a few plots of land, Jiang Nan stated, leaning closer to Sun Weiwei. Under her astonished and bashful gaze, he kissed her briefly before hastening out of the main building, glancing at his phone. Hey, let me see you off, Sun Weiwei called out, snapping back to reality as she rushed after him. Chapter 206, Zhao Xian. I've heard the night view in Jiang City is splendid. At the foot of the main group building, Jiang Nan alighted from the taxi. 15th floor, he noted, striding determinately towards the entrance of the main group. The moment he stepped inside, numerous gazes instantly fixated upon him. How handsome. Is this a new colleague? With such charisma, he must be a big shot. Whispers filled the air. It was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, still within the lunch break, while the first floor wasn't overly crowded. It certainly had its fair share of people. Click-clack. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed, and Jiang Nan turned towards the source to see Zhao Xian, donning gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a professional suit. Her long, elegant legs were adorned with black stockings, and the red-soled black heels seemed to quicken the heartbeat of every man present, save for Jiang Nan, who remained composed. All eyes were glued to the commanding presence of this powerful woman. Zhao Xian gracefully walked through the space, and as always, every gaze followed her. So beautiful. I wonder if such a strong woman like Zhao Xian will ever marry. I wish I could be under Zhao Xian's heel. Jiang Nan. Zhao Xian approached him with a smile and a nod. Aunt, Jiang Nan replied with a grin. Outside, you should call me Xianjia, she suggested. In a moment, I will introduce you to someone interested in selling a plot of land, though it's not particularly prime. If you have interest, you might be able to negotiate a discount of around 10. Zhao Xian spoke softly. If the land were 5 billion, a 10 reduction would mean saving 500 million. All right, Jiang Nan nodded, feeling unconcerned about the price. With 79 billion at his disposal, acquiring a mere plot of land seemed trivial. Let us go, Zhao Xian beckoned, leading Jiang Nan to the elevator. Wow, he really is a rich second generation. As they walked together, their presence caught the attention of everyone around, sparking speculation. Inside the elevator, it was just Jiang Nan and Zhao Xian. Thud thud. Jiang Nan's keen hearing allowed him to perceive the quickening of Zhao Xian's heartbeat with each ascending floor. Jiang Nan, I've heard the night view in Jiang City is quite remarkable. Vivi's next concert will be held there. I wonder if you would have the time to be my tour guide? Zhao Xian inquired softly, pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose as she spoke. Indeed. The night view is splendid. Did you say that Sun Weiwei's next concert is in Jiang City? When is it? As for being a guide, rest assured. Whenever I'm in Jiang City, I am at your service. Jiang Nan asserted confidently. Thank you in advance. And remember, outside. Zhao Xian's face brightened as she playfully tapped Jiang Nan's arm. Xianjia, Jiang Nan exclaimed. Exactly. Zhao Xian laughed. Vivi mentioned earlier that her next concert would be in Jiang City, but the exact date remains uncertain. I will inquire further. Now that Sun Weiwei was his woman. Even if Jiang Nan did not ask, she would undoubtedly arrange a concert in Jiang City. Are you quite familiar with Vivi? Zhao Xian probed. Fairly acquainted, Jiang Nan acknowledged. Then, could you possibly ask her for a few signed photos? Zhao Xian inquired quietly. Absolutely. Jiang Nan smiled. Shall I share her WeChat with you? Just mention you are Chio's aunt, and I assure you, she will be on her best behavior. That was a given. Chio's aunt was, after all, Jiang Nan's aunt too. Zhao Xian looked at Jiang Nan in surprise, but when it came to him offering to share Sun Weiwei's WeChat, she shook her head in refusal. No need to share WeChat. Honestly, I rarely have time to chat with her anyway. Very well, Jiang Nan conceded with a nod. Ding. The elevator arrived at the 15th floor. Jiang Nan and Zhao Xian exited side by side. This way, Zhao Xian guided him into the office area, where the rhythmic tapping of keyboards could be heard amidst hushed conversations. However, as Zhao Xian passed, silence enveloped the office, all eyes turning to them. Reaching an office door, Zhao Xian gently pushed it open. Inside, a man in his 30s was sipping tea. Zhao Zong. Upon hearing, the man quickly stood to greet them, his expression shifting to one of surprise upon seeing the young, handsome Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, this is Mr. Wu, Zhao Xian introduced. Mr. Wu, this is Jiang Nan, who is very interested in the plot of land you have. Hello, Jiang Zong. I am Wu Taoyang. Mr. Wu extended his hand with a warm smile, showing no disdain for Jiang Nan's youth. Hello, Mr. Wu. It was Jiang Nan's first time being addressed as Jiang Zong, and he felt a pleasant sensation wash over him. After a cordial handshake with Mr. Wu, the three settled onto the sofa. Mr. Wu, what price do you intend to sell the land for? Jiang Nan asked directly. Mr. Wu was taken aback by Jiang Nan's straightforwardness, but, after a moment's contemplation and a glance at Zhao Xian, replied, although the land is not located in the city center, it is not too remote either. I've discussed with Zhao Zong, and I am willing to sell it for a minimum of 10 billion. 10 billion? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered at the figure. This amount was inconsequential to him. Purchasing it would be a guaranteed profit. Mr. Wu, as you are well aware, the current economic climate is rather bleak, and it is exceedingly rare to find someone capable of producing 10 billion in one go. Zhao Xian began to speak. I am certainly aware of that. It is merely a matter of casually reducing the price by 10%, which would amount to 9 billion. Wu Tailing pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, This is my lowest concession. Chapter 207. Sevenfold Consumption Rebate. If we are to pursue this, let it be a grand endeavor. 9 billion? Upon hearing this figure, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. The disparity of 1 billion could potentially yield a tenfold consumption rebate, leading to a staggering difference of 10 billion. Noticing Jiang Nan's narrowed gaze, Wu Tailing felt a surge of anxiety and was about to speak when Jiang Nan interjected, "May I inquire, Mr. Wu, how large is this plot of land?" "It is merely a plot spanning 10,000 square meters, which currently houses a large supermarket still in operation, effectively constituting a commercial circle. I had initially intended to develop a vast commercial complex, but due to insufficient funds, it collapsed." Wu Tailing chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. "You wish to establish a commercial entity on such a small plot?" Jiang Nan scrutinized Wu Tailing a few more times, shaking his head inwardly. "This area may sound considerable, yet in the realm of commercial entities, it is but a trifling figure. No genuine commercial circle would be less than several tens of thousands or even over 100,000 square meters. Thus, Wu Tailing's land could at best constitute a mere street within a commercial complex. "Is that supermarket yours?" Jiang Nan inquired. "Indeed." Wu Tailing nodded, stating that the current revenue could only be described as a small loss. "If it's 10 billion, then that supermarket also belongs to me." Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily as he spoke directly. He had little time to squander on this. His only focus was on continuous consumption and the ensuing rebates. 10 billion. Zhao Xian hesitated, preparing to voice something when Wu Tailing, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. "Very well, draft the contract." Jiang Nan was always a person of efficiency. He was less concerned about the potential returns from purchasing the land than about the vast consumption rebates that the 10 billion could provide. Wu Tailing hastily rose, clasped Jiang Nan's hand, and promptly made a phone call. "Jiang Nan, your actions seem rather hasty." Zhao Xian mused, managing a wry smile. "Xian Jia, I have a strong premonition that someone may indeed wish to develop this area in the future, and at that time, this 10 billion could appreciate several times." Jiang Nan replied with a light laugh. "Besides, 10 billion is not a significant sum for me." "That is true, however. Your premonition may not be unfounded." Zhao Xian pondered for a moment before quietly remarking, "The land is not overly remote. It is at most half an hour's drive from the city center, and indeed, there had been previous plans by city officials to transform that area into a new commercial district. Unfortunately, the recent economic downturn has caused delays. As a local of the metropolis and not a minor player, she was naturally privy to much information. However, development and non-development are two distinct possibilities, each holding a 50% chance. Perhaps Wu Tailing is aware of this, yet he has chosen not to gamble on such uncertain odds. Indeed, I have the confidence to absorb losses and the land to wager on this chance." Jiang Nan shrugged nonchalantly. Zhao Xian's favorability 5. Jiang Nan's confidence sparked a peculiar glimmer in Zhao Xian's beautiful eyes. The subsequent proceedings were markedly efficient. Within just over an hour, everything was prepared, requiring only signatures on the contract before Jiang Nan would remit payment. Once the system scanned the contract, Jiang Nan signed his name. Ding. "Congratulations, host, consumption complete. You have received a sevenfold consumption rebate, 7 billion. With a sevenfold consumption rebate, excluding the 10 billion principal, he profited a plot of land, a large supermarket, and 6 billion in cash. One must ask, what business could possibly be more gratifying and lucrative than this? Mr. Jiang, do you have time this afternoon? I would like to invite you and Ms. Zhao to dinner." Wu Tailing, having received the payment notification, immediately extended an invitation. "No, I have matters to attend to this afternoon," Jiang Nan politely declined. "Very well." Wu Tailing was unperturbed. His invitation was merely a formality, easily accepted or declined. He smiled and said, "Then, Mr. Jiang, Ms. Zhao, I shall take my leave. I shall see you off." Zhao Xian offered to escort Wu Tailing. "No need for that. You converse with Mr. Jiang. I will take my leave first." Wu Tailing quickened his pace slightly as Zhao Xian escorted him to the office door before turning back inside. Observing Jiang and scrutinizing the contract, she expressed her surprise, saying, "Is there a problem with this contract?" "No problem at all. I am contemplating whether to acquire the entirety of this small commercial street and its surroundings." Jiang Nan sat on the sofa, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If we are to undertake this, Jiang Nan intended to aim for something substantial. A super commercial entity could be entirely secured for no more than 100 billion. Moreover, imagine the vastness of a super commercial entity constructed for that expenditure. The money in his hands continued to multiply. Such a trivial amount held no significance for him. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhao Xian, who was about to take a seat on the sofa, paused in astonishment. After sitting down, She looked at him with curiosity and asked, "You plan to create a super commercial entity? Even if this area is not developed afterward? Wouldn't pouring money into it directly attract the attention of city officials?" Zhao Xian was no fool. As the public face of a company valued in the tens of billions, she instantly grasped Jiang Nan's intentions. Yes, Jiang Nan affirmed, indeed wishing to establish a super commercial entity that would transform the area into a genuine commercial hub. Though he was indifferent to whether it would attract the attention of the city's leaders, his only concern was the infinite rebates that consumption would yield. His funds would only continue to grow. Losses were a concept he utterly disregarded. Even at a one-to-one rebate, he faced no losses whatsoever. You truly are a commercial genius. However, one must possess sufficient capital to accomplish such a feat. Zhao Xian genuinely admired Jiang Nan's vision. Without ample funds, he would have to rely on a 50-50 chance, waiting to see if the city officials would cast their gaze upon that area. Yet, if Jiang Nan possessed substantial resources and was resolute in his ambition to transform that area into a super commercial entity, then it was beyond doubt that city officials would have an 80 to even 90% likelihood of focusing their attention there. Chapter 208. Jiang Nan's true ambitions begin to unfold. Upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, Jiang Nan merely smiled faintly. In his view, there is no such thing as a commercial genius in this world. Most successful individuals today possess a foundational advantage. This foundation may be connections, or it may be capital. As someone with a system, it is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Nan could excel in any field, standing atop the pyramid and surveying the entirety of it. This is no hyperbole, it is stark reality. Jiang Nan decided to cast aside any further thoughts and focused his attention on Zhao Xian. Unintentionally, his gaze wandered to her alluring legs, instinctively shifting downward to admire her red-soled black stilettos. It must be said that Zhao Xian's legs are undeniably captivating, drawing the gaze irresistibly. This is part of her allure, yet it is not the only feature that makes her enchanting. It is merely one among many. At the age of 30, Zhao Xian shares the same age as the landlady, yet their styles are strikingly different. Not only do their initial appearances differ, but there is also a profound distinction in their demeanor. The landlady, Xia Jiqing, exudes a mature charm, embodying the essence of a true widow. In contrast, Zhao Xian, who has always occupied a position of power, presents herself with a smile, though Jiang Nan perceives the underlying truth. To outsiders, Zhao Xian appears to be the quintessential cold, career-driven queen. Much like Sun Weiwei's mother, Lu Yaru, Zhao Xian possesses an extraordinary aura. If it were not for Jiang Nan's knowledge of a small secret she harbors deep within, his mere handsomeness would not suffice to fully open her heart. If Jiang Nan recalls correctly, Lu Yaru was the first woman he encountered who received a system notification indicating a decrease in affection levels. The notifications of Zhao Xian's affection levels, along with her inner thoughts, jolted Jiang Nan from his reverie. His gaze traveled along Zhao Xian's delicate foot, moving upward until it met her slightly dazed, enchanting eyes. The connection caused a notable surge in affection. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden increase. However, upon hearing Zhao Xian's somewhat embarrassed thoughts, he began to understand the reason behind this unexpected rise in affection. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he feigned ignorance of the flush on Zhao Xian's cheeks, his gaze still holding a hint of intensity. Jiang Nan called softly. Huh? Zhao Xian snapped back to reality, responding in a curious tone. Do you have anyone you can trust? Jiang Nan inquired earnestly, looking directly at her. Zhao Xian's affection for him had reached 42 points, a considerable level. Judging by her attitude and the thoughts she expressed, it seemed highly probable that she could not escape his grasp. Jiang Nan had always been very deliberate in pursuing those he admired. Zhao Xian's charm spoke for itself. She was the figurehead of a company valued in the billions. There was no need to further prove her excellence. While Jiang Nan appeared to be asking if Zhao Xian had someone trustworthy, his true intention had always been her. A trustworthy person. Zhao Xian gathered her thoughts, brushing her hair behind her ear and adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, her expression contemplative. After a brief moment, she shook her head, saying, I understand your implication. You wish to be a hands-off manager, seeking someone trustworthy to take the lead while you operate from the shadows. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. That is difficult, Zhao Xian replied, shaking her head. You are from Jiangcheng. Although you possess ample funds, finding a wholeheartedly devoted subordinate may prove elusive. To function as a mere figurehead, the individual in the spotlight must be exceptionally capable to ensure that every investment you make is maximized. Xianjia. I have a bold idea, Jiang Nan said, gazing intently at Zhao Xian, a smile gracing his lips. You don't mean to suggest that I become the executor of your plan, do you? Zhao Xian asked, momentarily stunned. Exactly. Jiang Nan replied straightforwardly. This commercial entity will be built upon the foundation of the Ming Group, and you will have full authority to manage it. Should you require any financial investment, simply let me know. In Jiang Nan's eyes, the potential profitability of the commercial entity was of little concern. His primary interest lay in continuous financial input and the subsequent consumer rebates, which constituted his main source of income. He was unafraid of losses, in fact. The greater the loss, the more he would invest, leading to more frequent consumer rebates. This was Jiang Nan's objective, rather than seeking out points of consumption. He preferred to create them himself. Furthermore, this large-scale commercial project was merely Jiang Nan's initial experiment. If he could establish a perfectly functional and reasonable cycle of consumption, his ambitions would extend far beyond merely creating a commercial entity. The realms of medicine and various products woven into daily life beckoned. One day, when the world relied on products and medical devices under Jiang Nan's brand, no further explanation would be necessary. Zhao Xian's mouth slightly agape. She regarded the serious Jiang Nan and involuntarily swallowed. After taking a deep breath, she smiled and said, "You sly fox. Have you had your sights set on me from the very beginning? Higi, Xian Jia, you are truly astute. The truth is, I can't think of anyone more suitable." Jiang Nan chuckled. His statement was half sincere and half feigned. In truth, he had two candidates in mind, Zhao Xian and, naturally, Lu Yaru. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhao Xian scrutinized him a bit longer, a small smile forming at the corners of her mouth. The continuous rise in her affection was something Jiang Nan found exceedingly satisfying. At this rate, it would not be long before Zhao Xian's affection reached a level that could transcend into a more profound relationship. Flattery will get you nowhere. However, I will consider your suggestion seriously. The Ming Group is not solely mine. The primary authority still resides with Chio's father, Zhao Xian replied softly. I will inquire on your behalf, and you shall have an answer within a day. Though, I suspect it may not take that long. All right, Jiang Nan nodded, unhurried and unconcerned that Meng Tianxiao might refuse. This was a significant undertaking. With Jiang Nan's financial resources, even if the Ming Group did not directly benefit, establishing the plan upon its foundation would still be advantageous for the group's reputation and development. Moreover, with Meng Qingxiu in the mix, Jiang Nan could hardly conceive of a valid reason for Meng Tianxiao to decline unless he was overly cautious about Jiang Nan's influence. I'll make a phone call, Zhao Xian said, rising from the sofa and preparing to approach her desk. Just then, for reasons unknown, her balance faltered. Ah! A startled cry escaped her lips as she fell in Jiang Nan's direction. How serendipitous! Jiang Nan marveled internally as he reached out to catch Zhao Xian. As she fell sideways, her face was now directly facing him, and instinctively, one hand grasped his neck while the other inadvertently pressed against his thigh. To be honest, the position was undeniably intimate. Xian Jia, Jiang Nan inquired with concern, are you all right? Did you twist something? No. I'm fine. It's strange how I fell out of nowhere. Zhao Xian felt a peculiar sensation as she prepared to rise from Jiang Nan's embrace. Suddenly, she realized something, glancing down in shock. Her body was unceremoniously resting upon Jiang Nan's leg. Oh dear, my apologies, Jiang Nan. In a flurry, Zhao Xian sprang to her feet, her fair complexion instantly ablaze with embarrassment. Zhao Xian's affection level 5. Goodness, Jiang Nan. How utterly mortifying. Zhao Xian, did you intentionally fall just now? How else could you have inexplicably landed in Jiang Nan's arms? The surge of affection was accompanied by a stream of inner thoughts that Jiang Nan could perceive. Observing Zhao Xian, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. He couldn't help but smile. It's all right. Jiang Nan also rose from the sofa, surmising the situation, attributing it to the whims of fate. I need to make a phone call. Zhao Xian swallowed hard, stealing a glance at Jiang Nan, her cheeks reddening further as she tidied her slightly rumpled professional attire while walking towards the desk. Jiang Nan gazed at Zhao Xian's retreating figure, unable to suppress a thought. This woman was undeniably captivating. To say it bluntly, a woman like Zhao Xian would be nearly impossible for any man to fully conquer, except perhaps for someone as exceptional as Jiang Nan. Similarly, Sun Weiwei's mother, Lu Yaru, was no different, a woman of equal allure. Both women, one 30 and the other 36, had yet to experience certain aspects of life, which was telling. Was it because they were unattractive? Absolutely not. It was precisely because they were too remarkable. Moreover, both Lu Yaru and Zhao Xian harbored their own secrets. One was not Sun Weiwei's biological mother, but had assumed the role of her deceased sister due to a promise. The other, outwardly a powerful businesswoman presiding over a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, was secretly a whimsical dreamer and a fan of pop culture. If Jiang Nan possessed the ability to read minds, coupled with his own extraordinary qualities, how could he possibly uncover the secrets of these two women, thus securing a place in their hearts? Approaching the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, the 15th floor height was hardly sufficient for his keen eyesight to view the ground below as anything more than a colony of ants. He sighed, shaking his head lightly, muttering, I ought to establish a skyscraper bearing my name, or perhaps a district named after myself. The former should pose little challenge. The latter, however, may prove somewhat difficult. Yes, I understand, Zhao Xian replied, hanging up the phone. Jiang Nan. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Nan turned slowly, meeting Zhao Xian's gaze. It's agreed. Zhao Xian beamed, her smile radiant. Then I shall count on you, Sister Xian. Jiang Nan reciprocated the smile, knowing full well that Meng Tianxiao would never decline. After all, Jiang Nan alone was a formidable presence compared to the Meng family, a small but influential clan. Such strength would make them eager to embrace any opportunity rather than refuse such a fortuitous arrangement. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the Meng family had to invest in Jiang Nan, they would willingly undertake the project. Tap, tap. Zhao Xian stepped out from behind the desk, her high heels clicking softly as she approached Jiang Nan, standing before him with a playful smile. So, how do you plan to reward me? At her words, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily, then he noticed the glint in her eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he stepped closer, wrapping an arm around her slender waist and pulling her in closer. Their eyes locked. In that instant, Zhao Xian's breath quickened. Thump, 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 thump. Her heart raced faster than ever before. You. Zhao Xian managed to utter a word. In the next moment, Jiang Nan leaned down slightly. Zhao Xian's affection level 2. Zhao Xian's affection level 3. Zhao Xian's affection level 2. In a mere moment, Zhao Xian's affection level surged by over 10 points, reaching a total of 62. At this juncture, Jiang Nan and Zhao Xian had moved from the windows to the desk. You. Zhao Xian slowly opened her eyes, unable to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. Lowering her head as she whispered, Is this how you repay me, you cheeky rascal? What more does Sister Xian desire? Jiang Nan retorted playfully. Zhao Xian's affection level 3. Just that simple retort garnered another 3 points of affection, eliciting a broader smile from Jiang Nan as he gently lifted Zhao Xian's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Sparks flew as their eyes locked, an electric thrill coursing through them. Thump, thump, thump. Zhao Xian instinctively closed her eyes once more. Chapter 210. Zhao Xian. You cheeky rascal, are you not afraid I will report you to Qiu? Knock, knock, knock. A minute later, a soft knock sounded at the office door. Zhao, there's a contract that requires your signature. A woman's voice followed. Instantly, Zhao Xian was jolted back to reality. Opening her eyes, swallowing hard as she hastily extricated herself from Jiang Nan's embrace, stepping away from the desk to hurriedly straighten her somewhat disheveled attire. Once composed, she shyly glanced at Jiang Nan, gently patting her flushed cheeks before returning to her seat behind the desk, saying coolly, Come in. The transformation in her demeanor was astonishing. Just a moment ago, she was a dazed enchantress, and now she had morphed into a commanding and frosty CEO. One must admit, Zhao Xian possessed an undeniably captivating aura. At the very least, she was adaptable, able to be both fierce and tender. This essentially meant that when faced with a strong man, she was a gentle beauty. Yet if confronted with a more submissive type, she transformed into a powerful queen, clad in a fitted business suit, high heels, and wielding a leather whip. Clearly, Jiang Nan was the former. Managing a woman like Zhao Xian was a task he could easily handle. Creak. The office door opened gently, revealing a woman similarly dressed in a business suit, her legs adorned in black stockings and high heels. Jiang Nan observed her, estimating her age to be around 25 or 26, her hair tied into a high ponytail, exuding a certain charm. Yet, compared to Zhao Xian's commanding presence, she paled in comparison. In terms of appearance, Jiang Nan assessed this woman at a mere 70 to 75 points, enhanced by makeup, as her natural beauty might not even reach 70. However, a woman of such caliber was certainly not to be trifled with unless it was for true love. After all, as the saying goes, true love is invincible. Ma Qiqi's affection level 20. The system's notification echoed in his mind, bringing Jiang Nan back to reality. Ma Qiqi was the name of the woman who had just entered. So handsome. Don't stare at me like that, handsome. Do you realize the immense pressure your casual glance puts on me? Several inner thoughts followed. Jiang Nan, undeterred, continued to gaze at her, appreciating her figure. Undoubtedly, she was a paragon of beauty among ordinary people, a veritable goddess. She stood approximately 170 centimeters tall, and with her heels, she easily surpassed 175 centimeters. It is worth noting that a woman of 175 centimeters often appears taller than her male counterparts. Unconsciously, Jiang Nan found his gaze lingering on her alluring legs clad in black stockings. Stop looking. Really, stop looking. Ma Qiqi's affection level 15. The cascade of notifications made Jiang Nan chuckle inwardly. His overwhelming charm is simply exaggerated. Zhao. General Zhao. Ma Qiqi approached the desk, and as she got closer to Jiang Nan, her affection for him soared. Under normal circumstances, a mere 10 steps would suffice, but due to Jiang Nan's presence, she found herself taking more than 30 hesitant steps to reach the desk. Standing beside Jiang Nan, speaking to him, her eyes were irresistibly drawn to the man beside her. Here is the contract. Please take a look. All right. Although Ma Qiqi was fixated on Jiang Nan, Zhao Xian remained unperturbed. A subtle smile gracing her lips as she recognized the extent of his allure. She was acutely aware of the deadly attraction this man held over women. He was a walking embodiment of hormones. Such was Zhao Xian's assessment of Jiang Nan, and it was a level of magnetism that could drive one to madness. Just like earlier, had she not heard the knock on the door at the last moment. Who knows what might have transpired? At least, she felt certain she could not guarantee nothing untoward would happen. With a casual glance, Zhao Xian pondered and swiftly signed the document before handing it to Ma Qiqi, only to notice the woman still gazing at Jiang Nan, prompting her to lightly clear her throat twice. Qiqi. After a couple of coughs, Zhao Xian called out gently. Oh, I'm sorry, General Zhao. I just suddenly remembered something. Ma Qiqi snapped back to reality, her face slightly pale as she lowered her head. It's fine. You may go back to your work. Zhao Xian waved her hand nonchalantly, then propped her chin on her hand, her gaze following Ma Qiqi as she left the office. With a loud thud, the office door opened and lingered open for several seconds before closing. At that moment, Zhao Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Removing her gold-rimmed glasses and placing them on the desk, her attention returning to Jiang Nan. You little rascal, I am Autumn's aunt. After how you treated me just now, aren't you afraid I'll report back to her? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan chuckled in response. Report? I fear the report would be made right on the spot. In the next moment, the identities of Zhao Xian and Meng Qingxiu would be turned upside down. The thought brought a deeper smile to Jiang Nan's face. What are you laughing at? Zhao Xian feigned a cold expression. I truly might report to Autumn. Sister Xian. You are far less beautiful when you wear a cold face compared to when you smile. Jiang Nan replied with a grin. Really? Zhao Xian could hardly maintain her composure. And at his words, she instantly faltered, surprised for a moment before adopting a mock-pouting expression. Hey, I'm threatening you, and you're here teasing me? Is that so? Jiang Nan took a step closer, leaning on the desk, his gaze fixed on Zhao Xian. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I surrender. I can't withstand your stare. Zhao Xian quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed, feeling as if ants were crawling all over her. This sensation was not embarrassment nor disgust, but rather an indescribable pleasantness. At that moment, Zhao Xian gently bit her lower lip, her red lips vivid against her teasing expression. It was simply overwhelming. Oh, can't stand it. What is it that you can't stand? Jiang Nan feigned ignorance, squinting at Zhao Xian. Didn't Sister Xian say she would report to Autumn? Chapter 211. An unexpected encounter. No more. No more. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's voice and feeling his gaze, Zhao Xian hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands. I'm afraid of you. For most women, a man's gaze is contingent upon whether he is to their taste. Clearly, Jiang Nan's current look was imbued with a more assertive quality. However, for Zhao Xian, rather than inciting any aversion, it filled her with immense joy. If Jiang Nan were single and not Autumn's partner, she could hardly imagine how wildly she might react. Zhao Xian's affection 5. Another inexplicable increase of 5 points in affection left Jiang Nan unable to suppress his smile. If memory served, Zhao Xian's affection for him had now reached an impressive 70 points. This level of affection had even prompted Jiang Nan to consider placing her as the 5th target for his grand task. Today marked the 28th, with tomorrow's end. He would be heading to Kyoto. Jiang Nan's eyes glimmered. Just 1 day remained. He believed the challenge was manageable, provided there was sufficient interaction. It was no great issue. Opportunities would certainly arise. Jiang Nan had never been one to act too deliberately. Even if he couldn't elevate Zhao Xian's affection to 98 points before heading to Kyoto, he was confident that upon his return to Jiangxing, she would likely seek him out. This confidence was not baseless speculation. All right, I should get back to work. Jiang Nan, remember our agreement. When I have the chance to visit Jiangxing, I'd like you to be my guide, all right? As Jiang Nan contemplated, Zhao Xian took a deep breath. Gazing at him earnestly, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. It was unclear whether she yearned for Jiang Nan's consent or for the prospect of spending time alone with him in Jiangqing. Certainly, Jiang Nan snapped back to attention, meeting Zhao Xin's hopeful gaze and nodding earnestly. When Sister Xin visits, I will ensure to show you the stunning night views of Jiangqing. It's a deal. Zhao Xin beamed with joy. Zhao Xin's affection 5. Incredible. Another 5 points of affection growth prompted Jiang Nan to silently applaud. I won't disturb you any longer. Sister Xin. He knew when to withdraw. I won't see you out. Zhao Xin pouted. It wasn't that she didn't want to see him off, but she feared losing her way. All right. Jiang Nan nodded. As he exited the office, he glanced back and noticed the curtains slowly rising, revealing Zhao Xin seated in her executive chair, her peripheral vision occasionally darting in his direction. Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Passing through the office area, he heard the familiar chime of affection notifications, accompanied by intense gazes sweeping over him. With his keen senses, he effortlessly discerned where these gazes lingered. Upon reaching the elevator on the 15th floor, he was greeted by a few cheerful employees from the main group. Among them 2 young women who, upon spotting Jiang Nan, instinctively composed themselves. So handsome. Is this a new colleague? This handsome guy could easily be the company's ambassador. What incredible charisma. Whispers surrounded him as Jiang Nan entered the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor while glancing outside. The 2 young women remained transfixed, their eyes glued to Jiang Nan as the elevator doors began to close. Xiaoqin, Xiaoyu. As the doors slowly shut, their colleagues called out several times before the 2 young women snapped back to reality. So handsome. Indeed. How delightful it would be to work alongside such handsome gentlemen in the same company and department. I would willingly endure endless overtime. The 2 young ladies exclaimed with excitement. This, however, was merely a trivial episode. For Jiang Nan, such occurrences were exceedingly commonplace. At this moment, outside the main group building, Jiang Nan hesitated briefly before deciding to stroll leisurely along the street. It was approximately 2 in the afternoon, and the road was sparsely populated with a few luxury cars, which appeared far less glamorous than one might expect from a major metropolis. Though it was Jiang Nan's first visit to the magical city, in this digital age, one can easily acquire knowledge about a city without stepping outside. He had come across discussions online, noting that the city seemed less prosperous than anticipated. Firstly, it was because one lacked the means to truly experience its splendor. Secondly, during this time, one is either a corporate worker or merely a corporate worker on the move. Thirdly, one must comprehend why this city is also referred to as Night Shanghai. Only at night, no, rather, only in the early hours of 2 or 3 a.m. can one truly grasp the city's vibrant essence. Jiang Nan had no interest in experiencing the so-called glamour of this city. Those late hours were merely a time of indulgence for the privileged youth, a life they deemed exhilarating. Yet, every night for Jiang Nan, and indeed every day, was a life of extraordinary excitement. His remarkable existence surpassed the imagination of ordinary individuals. Who could possibly possess so many stunning female companions as he did? Buzzing with thoughts, Jiang Nan's phone vibrated. Upon glancing at the screen, he was momentarily taken aback by the identity of the sender. Why is Mr. Jiang Nan wandering alone on the street? It was Sharpen. After reading the message, Jiang Nan opened WeChat, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and eventually fixed his gaze on a CAF to his right. With his keen eye, he quickly identified a woman seated by the window. It could only be Sharpen. Care to join me? His phone vibrated again as Sharpen sent another message. At that moment, she waved at him from her seat by the window. What a coincidence! What are the odds of running into each other? Inside the CAF, Sharpen stared intently at Jiang Nan, her smile uncontainable. Indeed, it was quite a stroke of luck. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile, raising his cup to take a sip. Feeling the intense gazes from around the CAF, particularly the fervent interest from the woman opposite him, which he found entirely unremarkable. This woman, by any measure, was undeniably captivating. Moreover, it was evident that her interest in men had escalated significantly with his presence. Previously, she could have confidently proclaimed herself a staunch admirer of women, but now, facing Jiang Nan, she lacked the conviction to maintain that claim. Sitting here with you does create a bit of pressure, Sharpen remarked softly, sensing the eyes upon them. That's an exaggeration, Jiang Nan replied, setting down his cup to focus on Sharpen, perhaps due to her break from work. She was dressed casually in jeans and canvas shoes, complemented by a fitted short tee that accentuated her figure. It was clear to anyone who understood fashion. I'm not exaggerating. Before you arrived, very few were glancing in my direction, Sharpen said, pleased that Jiang Nan's gaze lingered on her for a few moments. After taking a sip from her cup, she inquired, what about your 2 companions? In school, Jiang Nan replied. I am curious. How have you managed to attract such esteemed beauties as Miss Ming and Miss Yu to willingly accompany you? Su Sherman found Jiang Nan's looks and demeanor extraordinarily striking, and his family background was undoubtedly prestigious, a top-tier legacy. However, it perplexed her how women of such high social standing would willingly follow him without any sign of conflict. Charm, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Su Sherman opened her mouth as if to articulate a thought, yet she seemed at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Su Sherman took a deep breath and said, Mr. Jiang Nan, I will be traveling to Kyoto the day after tomorrow. There will be a prestigious auction at the Xiang Pavilion, featuring exceptionally rare items. I believe you would be quite interested. I am aware, Jiang Nan nodded. I have a piece of land that will be auctioned at this event. Excuse me? Su Sherman was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. You have a piece of land being auctioned? Indeed, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. Su Sherman squinted slightly, pondering Jiang Nan's surname, and lowered her voice to ask, is there a connection between you and the Jiang family from Kyoto? She had speculated about the Jiang family in Jiangcheng, but had never considered the Kyoto Jiang family. It seemed Jiang Nan might indeed be a third-generation heir. The distinction between second and third generation was significant. The former indicated only one generation above, while the latter suggested the presence of an additional generation. From a historical standpoint, this implied a vastly superior legacy, akin to that of ancient noble families. After so many years, the depth of their heritage was incomparable to that of ordinary families. Regardless of wealth, there is indeed a connection, Jiang Nan affirmed without denial. Upon hearing this, Su Sherman comprehended the implications. However, she remained curious. Although the Kyoto Jiang family had the enigmatic elder Jiang, they were merely a family worth several hundred billion, not 1,000 billion. Moreover, she had never heard of Jiang Nan before. Even if Jiang Nan were a concealed heir, the family's assets would hardly allow him such extravagant spending. Having reached this conclusion, Su Sherman refrained from probing further, understanding that excessive inquiry might be unwelcome. Mr. Jiang Nan, will you accompany me on the 30th? Su Sherman invited after taking another sip and setting down her cup. Does your company possess a private jet? Jiang Nan asked, astonished. Naturally, Su Sherman replied, her pride evident as she lifted her chin slightly. Our Xiang Pavilion is not just any auction house. We proudly claim the second position in the domestic auction industry, with no one daring to assert they hold the top rank. A private jet is merely a trifle. By the way, how much does a private jet cost? Is there a purchasing channel? Jiang Nan's interest was piqued. That depends on the demand, Su Sherman explained. The private jets purchased by Xiang Pavilion are custom high-end models, and one typically costs around 800 million. Only 800 million? Jiang Nan exclaimed, somewhat astonished. He had always presumed that a high-end private jet would cost at least $1 billion. Yet it turned out that a custom high-end private jet could be acquired for merely 800 million. Su Sherman felt a slight flush of embarrassment. The sum of 800 million was merely described with the word only by Jiang Nan, which truly provoked her desire to voice a complaint. Yet could she? When someone casually presented over 2 billion for auction, how could 800 million be worthy of critique? Can you help me acquire one? She asked. Money is a minor concern. Let us make it as extravagant as possible. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled momentarily. Frankly, after receiving the system's reward of cutting-edge technology beyond the current dimension, he would likely enhance his living space. Perhaps he would even buy a small island as his base, so acquiring a private jet was indeed necessary. I must inquire about this once I return to Kyoto, Su Sherman replied softly. Thank you, Miss Su, Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Actually, you can just call me Sherman. Of course, I'll drop the formalities and call you Jiang Nan instead. How does that sound? Su Sherman said with a cheerful smile. Sounds good, Jiang Nan replied, casting a deep gaze at her. As their eyes intertwined, a voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, handsome, could you add a green bubble? Su Sherman, still lost in Jiang Nan's gaze, snapped back to reality, irritated by the interruption. What a rude aunt, she exclaimed, noticing a young girl nearby. The young girl, feeling wronged, retorted, Aunt? Huh, aunt. Su Sherman had never felt such disdain for a girl before. She scrutinized the younger woman, frowning, and said, You look to be in your 20s. Calling me Aunt is rather absurd. Aunt, I'm just 18. The girl chimed in, her voice sweet as she glanced at Jiang Nan. Do I really look that old? Su Sherman was nearly at her breaking point upon hearing an 18-year-old call her a 23-year-old aunt. She turned to Jiang Nan incredulously. Not old at all, he replied sincerely, then looked at the girl claiming to be 18, adding with a smile, My dear, a man in a relationship is not suitable for you. Hee. It doesn't matter. I like handsome men with partners. The young girl giggled, pulling out her phone and shaking it playfully. But I'm about the same age as the aunt you mentioned. It's fine. Men only get more charming with age. Su Sherman interjected, her tone teasing as she shot a sidelong glance at the younger girl. Hey, Aunt. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. The younger girl snapped back, annoyed. You really are quite double-standard. Sharpen stood up from her seat, crossed over the young girl, and playfully draped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck, casting a defiant gaze at the girl. Little sister, you should find someone else to add a green bubble. My partner isn't interested in you. You. The young girl pointed at Sharpen, fuming as she walked away. Humph. Sharpen scoffed as the girl departed, feeling triumphant. Just as she was about to rise from Jiang Nan's lap, their eyes met again, and the proximity made her heart flutter. Sharpen's affection level 10. You. I. Sharpen stammered, her face flushing crimson. Noticing the playful glint in Jiang Nan's eyes only intensified her flustered feelings. Do you also fancy men with partners? He teased her. Uffed. Sharpen regained her composure, shyly spitting out a response before hurriedly getting off Jiang Nan's lap and returning to her seat, her heart racing faster than usual. This man. I truly cannot linger around him. He is utterly captivating. Sharpen, you are not attracted to men. But Jiang Nan is so alluring. No wonder both Miss Meng and Miss Yu are smitten. Wait, there's another one in Jiangqing too. Jiang Nan sensed her thoughts and shook his head internally. Sometimes, being overly charming seemed a double-edged sword. Just like the young girl who had approached him, seeking his WeChat, it was inevitable that jealousy would arise. On a serious note, if you haven't purchased a ticket, you could join me on my private jet to Kyoto, Sharpen proposed. Additionally, we'll be accompanied by the management staff from Xiang Pavilion in Shanghai. They might know where to acquire a private jet. Finding a regular private jet would be easy. But given Jiang Nan's view of money, she suspected the 800 million jet purchased by Xiang Pavilion's upper management would hardly impress him. Is that so? Jiang Nan pondered, feeling intrigued. What time on the 30th? Around 8 or 9 in the morning, Sharpen replied. All right, he agreed, having not bought a ticket himself, and was curious to see what the 800 million jet had to offer. After a brief chat, Sharpen received a phone call and hastily stood up. I need to handle something at Xiang Pavilion. I'll message you on the morning of the 30th. She departed swiftly while Jiang Nan returned to his phone, his gaze lingering on her as she left. Around 5 p.m. at the entrance of Magic City University, a group of girls frequently glanced towards a particular direction. So handsome. Is he a student from our school? He must be the most charming guy in Magic City. I've never seen anyone so charismatic. Whispers surrounded Jiang Nan as he stood by the university gate. Despite the attention, he had already declined requests from over a dozen girls for his WeChat in less than 3 minutes. His dismissal, citing a girlfriend, had gathered a crowd of girls eager to catch a glimpse of this strikingly handsome man as partner. 2 minutes later, 2 girls exited Magic City University. It's Meng Qingqiu. Wait, is she running towards that handsome guy? Oh my gosh, the campus beauty is in love. As they stepped outside, the girls and some curious boys widened their eyes in astonishment. Darling, the girls who had emerged from the university were none other than Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu excitedly sprinted towards Jiang Nan. Yu Yao, donning a baseball cap, with her hair cascading down her shoulders and wearing large black-framed glasses, was dressed rather plainly in jeans and canvas shoes. Wow, that handsome guy is truly Meng's boyfriend. As Meng Qingqiu embraced Jiang Nan, gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. Meng Qingqiu is actually in a romantic relationship. The renowned first beauty of Moda University, Meng Qingqiu, has unexpectedly found love. Particularly, a group of girls who previously inquired about Jiang Nan on WeChat now wear expressions of wry amusement. Goodness, they speculated on who their rival might be, only to discover that their competitor is none other than the first beauty of Moda University. This cohort of girls, while not lacking in beauty and charm, would score around 80 to 85, yet upon learning that Jiang Nan's partner is Meng Qingqiu, they immediately lost the will to compete. How could they possibly vie with Meng Qingqiu, who became the first beauty of Moda University even before she officially entered? Chapter 214, Lin Manman's video call, a heartwarming scene. At this moment, Jiang Nan released Meng Qingqiu and turned his gaze towards Yu Yao. Now he finally understood why, despite Yu Yao's slightly higher beauty score compared to Meng Qingqiu, it was the latter who was hailed as the first beauty of Moda University. It appeared that Yu Yao had completely different styles at school and outside. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, apart from showcasing her excellent figure, Yu Yao's outfit offered no hint of her beauty. Evidently, as the premier institution in Modu, there are countless exceptional girls within Moda University. If one does not make an appearance, even with an admirable figure, and being a close friend of Meng Qingqiu, they would still garner little attention. Jiang Nan opened his arms and, under the astonished gazes of those around, embraced Yu Yao. Who is that? Meng Qingqiu's best friend. My goodness, how could Ming Qingxiu's friend have the privilege to embrace such a handsome guy? Oh, how I wish I could embrace this handsome fellow too. Had I known Ming Qingxiu had such a striking boyfriend, I would have endeavored to become her closest confidant long ago. Regarding the embrace between Jiang Nan and Yue Yao, the onlookers thought little of it. After all, it was merely a simple hug. However, what was unheard by everyone was that during their embrace, Yue Yao sweetly called him darling. After Jiang Nan and Yue Yao concluded their embrace, Ming Qingxiu linked their arms and led them towards the roadside. Look at you locals, surely you have plenty of delectable recommendations for me? Jiang Nan chuckled. Then, what shall we eat today? Oh no, I'm not sure what to eat. Ming Qingxiu initially exclaimed excitedly, but after pondering for a moment, her brows furrowed, and she shook her head dejectedly. Yue Yao, do you have any suggestions? Indeed, Yue Yao responded cheerfully. In an instant, Jiang Nan and Ming Qingxiu's gazes turned towards her. Yue Yao playfully licked her lips, casting a glance back at Jiang Nan, her silence seemingly conveying something. Yue Yao, do you mean, let us eat, darling? Ming Qingxiu quickly caught on. Qingxiu, you are quite the naughty one. Yue Yao flicked Ming Qingxiu's forehead and then shook her head. What I meant was, I want to enjoy the culinary delights prepared by my dear. Ha ha. Jiang Nan burst into laughter. Later, around 8 o'clock in the evening, in the living room of a small villa, Jiang Nan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the gentle rain fall outside. The sound of raindrops hitting the ground echoing in his ears, his face revealing a hint of relief. Around 6:30, Jiang Nan and the others had finished dinner, and they busied themselves in the kitchen for a while before retreating to the master bedroom for a brief rest. Now, as he descended the stairs, he realized it had begun to rain lightly. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, knowing that after tomorrow, he would head to Kyoto. Presently, he possessed 13.9 billion, which may not seem like much, but to expect a CEO worth hundreds of billions to suddenly produce such a sum in cash is, frankly, quite improbable. Buzz, lost in thought, Jiang Nan's phone on the coffee table vibrated suddenly. Regaining his focus, he turned and walked over, picking up his phone and sitting on the sofa. Lin Man, brother Jiang Nan. I heard from Sister Xia that 2 sisters in Modu already know about her and Sister Yun's existence. Opening WeChat, he saw the message sent by Lin Man. Jiang Nan, indeed. Lin Man, is there anyone around you right now? Jiang Nan, no one. Lin Man initiated a video call. As the call connected, Lin Man appeared on the screen, dressed in a black bunny girl cosplay outfit. Brother Lin Man chimed sweetly, taking 2 steps back to showcase her entire attire. A standard bunny girl ensemble, complete with black stockings and high heels, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with bunny ears. This outfit was simply stunning. Aren't you trying to take my breath away? Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle wryly at Lin Man on the video call. Hee. It's been so long since I last saw my brother. I must ensure he never forgets Lin Man scampered closer to the camera, kissed the lens, then twirled around, saying, Brother, can you guess where I am? While speaking, Lin Man lifted her phone, beginning to show Jiang Nan around her room. Jiang Nan had not noticed before, but as she turned the camera, he immediately recognized that this room belonged to his landlord's wife. My brother couldn't even recognize his own room. Lin Man flipped the camera as she exited the bedroom and entered the living room. Sister Xia, Sister Yun, say hello to my brother. In the living room, the landlord's wife and Su Yun were munching on sunflower seeds while watching a show. Upon hearing Lin Man's voice, they immediately turned their attention to the camera. You little rascal, it feels like you've been gone for ages. The landlord's wife rolled her eyes at the camera. Jiang and Su Yun waved cheerfully at the lens. Compared to Lin Man's outfit, the landlord's wife and Su Yun merely wore ordinary loungewear. Yet one could still perceive certain nuances upon closer inspection, especially the landlord's wife, whose antics made Jiang Nan chuckle uncontrollably. Why is my brother so quiet? Lin Man flipped the camera again, sitting on the sofa and leaning against the landlord's wife's shoulder. The 3 of them were now visible. Lin Man flashed a peace sign, while Su Yun gazed at Jiang Nan with a flirtatious expression. The landlord's wife, however, barely glanced at the camera, seemingly engrossed in the television, though her peripheral vision had been peeking over for quite some time. Sister Xia, why do you look a bit unhappy? Jiang Nan inquired playfully. Humph, was the only response. A cold snort. Sister Xia remarked that certain individuals could hardly be bothered to initiate a video call to her. Su Yun giggled moreover. I heard she wants to buy a ticket to Modu to visit you. Before she could finish, the landlord's wife quickly covered Su Yun's mouth, urgently saying, I didn't. Don't say nonsense. This little rascal is out enjoying life in Modu every night. Why would I go? Chapter 2:15. the golden exclamation mark above Yue Yao's head. Observing the landlord's wife's jealous expression on the screen, Jiang Nan shook his head with a smile. If he were beside her at that moment, he would certainly have to show her what it truly means to be impressive. With that thought, Jiang Nan suddenly had a moment of inspiration and couldn't help but inquire, "System, do you have teleportation?" "Yes," the system replied instantly. "I mean, the kind where you can teleport anywhere in an instant? Did you know?" Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. "Host, the system understands what you are thinking about, that cockroach." The system replied. "Exactly." A peculiar brilliance shone in Jiang Nan's eyes. With this device, he could indeed be in Magic City one moment and arrive in Jiangxing the next. Just like in the current scenario, if he had the ability to teleport, he would instantly return to Jiangxing and demonstrate his prowess to the landlady. "Jiang Nan, Sister Xiao last night." "Ha ha, don't, Sister Xiao, I was wrong." At that moment, Su Yun was still speaking, but her words soon became disjointed. The landlady had directly pinned Su Yun down on the sofa, her delicate hands teasingly tickling her, causing waves of laughter to erupt from Su Yun. "That's what you get for talking." At this moment, the landlady bore no resemblance to a 30-year-old widow. She resembled a young girl, her stunningly beautiful face flushed with embarrassment as she relentlessly tickled Su Yun. "Ha, Sister Xiao, I truly apologize." Su Yun pleaded for mercy. "Humph." The landlady huffed playfully, blushing, and just as she directed her gaze at the camera, Su Yun suddenly counterattacked, embracing her and starting to tickle her back. "Su Yun, you, sneak attack." "Ha ha ha," the landlady burst into laughter as well. The most amusing part was that Lin Man seemed to know exactly what Jiang Nan wanted to see. She immediately flipped the camera to give a close-up of the landlady. As the landlady squirmed from the tickling, her body swayed in a captivating manner, creating a delightful visual spectacle that needed no further explanation. At this moment, Jiang Nan's eyes were glued to the screen. "When is brother coming back? I also want him to tickle me," Lin Man's voice chimed in. Jiang Nan snapped back to reality and replied, "I'm heading to Kyoto on the 30th for some matters. I'll be back on the 1st. "All right," Lin Man said, flipping the camera back. Before the flip, both the landlady and Su Yun's nightgowns had slipped down somewhat. Although Jiang Nan was the viewer, Lin Man remained vigilant and did not allow the camera to reveal the two women's intimate moments. For this, Jiang Nan cast an appreciative glance at Lin Man. "Brother, how do you like today's outfit? When you return, I have a few cosplay outfits I'll only wear for you." Lin Man blew a kiss to the camera. "Haha. Yes, I find your bunny girl outfit from the Martial Arts Academy absolutely delightful. When I return to Jiangxing, you must wear it." Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up. Additionally, Lin Man's figure was exceptionally well proportioned, while she may not be the epitome of a perfect model's height. Her 165 centimeters stature exuded the allure of a 170 centimeters long-legged beauty. Especially in this bunny girl outfit, her beauty was showcased to perfection. Absolutely. Lin Man's playful shyness elicited a satisfied smile from Jiang Nan. Among his closest confidants, his feelings for Lin Man were undoubtedly at least on par with the top tier, only slightly below Meng Qingqiu. As for the landlady, she could only be regarded as a top-tier confidant, while Meng Qingqiu held the unique status of being his singular favorite. This tier was irreplaceable. Even the charming and considerate Yu Yao could not compare. Subsequently, Jiang Nan chatted leisurely with Lin Man while the landlady and Su Yun ceased their playful antics, tidied their nightgowns, and engaged in light conversation. The three enchanting women reluctantly ended the video call. Had an hour already passed? After hanging up, Jiang Nan thought it had only been 10 or 20 minutes at most. But upon checking the record, he realized they had been on the call for a full 62 minutes. Tap. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the second floor. Jiang Nan exited WeChat, locked his phone, and turned to see Yu Yao descending the stairs, a golden exclamation mark hovering above her head. A hint of hesitation lingered on her bare, unadorned face. In an instant, Jiang Nan stood up from the sofa, his gaze intensely focused on Yu Yao. Her affection level remained at 94 points, and once it reached 95, he would earn another extraordinary lottery chance. Thus, it seemed that a beauty like Yu Yao, with an astonishing score of 99, was not limited to the typical 97 points that many beauties reached. She too required a side task to elevate her affection. Ding. Congratulations. Host, due to your confidant Yu Yao's high affection level, you have successfully triggered a random side task. Complete it to earn task rewards. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Yu Yao's head to view the side task. Jiang Nan quickly approached Yu Yao, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Noticing her hesitant expression, he inquired, "What's wrong?" Simultaneously, he focused his thoughts and tapped the golden exclamation mark above her head. Task description: appear alongside Yu Yao in a video call with her family, and successfully gain a positive first impression from Yu Yao's parents. Task rewards. Yu Yao's affection 1. 1 lottery chance, beauty elixir X1. As Jiang Nan reviewed Yu Yao's side task, a peculiar expression crossed his face. This task, for someone as charming as him, felt like a guaranteed gift. Moreover, the rewards were exceptionally generous. Just the beauty elixir X1 alone could be deemed equivalent to half an extraordinary lottery chance. Chapter 216 Side Task, easy to handle. Darling, my mom just called. She said she'll be back in a few days. Yu Yao, nestled against Jiang Nan on the sofa, spoke softly. And then, Jiang Nan, already aware, still prompted her to continue. Well, Yu Yao met Jiang Nan's gaze, and after a moment, she continued, I told my mom about my relationship. Jiang Nan quietly observed her, refraining from speaking as he awaited her to elaborate. My mom is quite open-minded, but my dad was upset, saying I'm too young to be in a relationship. Yu Yao chuckled bitterly. Hearing this, Jiang Nan paused, realizing that her future father-in-law's attitude might not be very favorable. And then, she continued, my mom wants to see a picture of you. You know, the photos we took at the amusement park were all close-ups of the three of us. There's no way I can show those to my parents. Yu Yao pursed her lips, continuing, so, she suggested having a video call. No problem at all. Finally addressing the main issue, Jiang Nan readily agreed. My dad may be a retired teacher, but he's not as easygoing as one might think, Yu Yao whispered. If he doesn't take it well, please don't take it too personally. I'll handle it. Haha, it's nothing to worry about. Jiang Nan remained unconcerned. Should I video call my mom now? Yu Yao tentatively took out her phone. Go ahead. Jiang Nan replied decisively. All right. Yu Yao nodded, and soon the video call was connected. Yao Yao. A gentle voice resonated. Jiang Nan glanced at the screen. A woman in her 40s appeared, showing signs of aging, yet one could still discern her breathtaking beauty from her youth. Oh? As Jiang Nan gazed at his future mother-in-law, she too took notice of him, her face instantly reflecting surprise. What a handsome young man. What handsome young man. A robust voice emanated from the video, followed by a refined, middle-aged gentleman staring intently at Jiang Nan, his brow furrowing. So, is this young man handsome or not? Did you not claim to be the most attractive in Shanghai during your youth? I must say, our daughter's taste is truly exceptional. Yu Yao's mother chuckled, the faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes lifting slightly, yet her beauty remained undiminished, a true embodiment of elegance. It was apparent that she had not engaged in extensive beauty regimens. Rather, the passage of time had bestowed upon her a unique charm that distinguished her from ordinary women of her age. This boy. Yu Yao's father had intended to remark that Jiang Nan was merely a pretty boy, but abruptly halted, for upon closer inspection, he found no trace of the superficiality he had expected. Instead, he perceived an invigorating vitality. Caught off guard, he found himself at a loss for words. Out of words, are we? Yu Yao's mother laughed, then turned her attention back to Jiang Nan and Yu Yao, inquiring, what is your name, young man? Where are you from? How did you come to know Yao Yao? How long have you known each other? And, has there been any intimate contact? These subsequent questions left Jiang Nan feeling quite flustered. He realized that the real challenge was not Yu Yao's father, but rather her seemingly affable mother. Reflecting on it, he recalled Yu Yao mentioning that her mother was quite the drinker, and given her lack of concern for beauty maintenance, her personality must be refreshingly candid and straightforward. Mom. Yu Yao began to introduce him. Yao Yao, let your future son-in-law speak, her mother interjected playfully. Annie, my name is Jiang Nan, and I'm from Jiang City. As for how I met Yao Yao, that story dates back to 2.5 years ago. Though Jiang Nan had never studied acting, he spoke with an effortless charm, his face lighting up with nostalgia as he began to recount their tale. Meanwhile, Yu Yao widened her eyes, initially taken aback, but quickly transitioning to a radiant expression reminiscent of the joy she had felt when Meng Qingqiu spoke of her online romance with Jiang Nan. Uncle and auntie. That's how I came to know Yao Yao, Jiang Nan concluded with a smile. Online romance. Yu Yao's mother regarded Jiang Nan with a thoughtful gaze. A smile emerging as she said, I hear you're quite the drinker? Moderately skilled, Jiang Nan humbly replied. When will you come to Shanghai again? We could have a little sparring session over drinks. Yu Yao's mother extended the invitation. Just a few bottles will suffice. Jiang Nan maintained his modest demeanor. Huh, hearing that, Yu Yao's mother couldn't help but chuckle. In moments of speechlessness, laughter often follows, a sentiment she perfectly embodied at that moment. Mom, Jiang Nan is indeed remarkably adept at drinking. Yu Yao interjected, observing her mother's amused silence. The truth will be revealed at the table. However, I find this young man quite to my taste. He is certainly not a pushover. Good job, Yu Yao. My first impression of your boyfriend is exceedingly positive. Mom, trust me, Jiang Nan is truly exceptional. By the way, Dad, I believe his piano skills are at most just a notch below yours. After a firm nod, Yu Yao resumed her conversation with her father. When mentioning Jiang Nan's piano prowess, she downplayed it slightly, as she was well aware of her father's character. Is it so? This young man's piano skills merely fall short of mine by a smidge? He must be quite talented. Her father exclaimed, intrigued. Indeed. So you can rest assured about my choice in boyfriends, Mom and Dad. Yu Yao confidently asserted, clearly putting in significant effort to advocate for Jiang Nan. All right, you've passed this interview. Once your mother and I return, we'll arrange a meeting to see if he truly possesses the metal. Yu Yao's father declared his stance. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao's smile broadened, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to Jiang Nan, clearly overjoyed. At that moment, Jiang Nan's mind was flooded with notification sounds. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed a random side quest. Reward. Yu Yao's affection 1 lottery chance, beauty elixir X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, Yu Yao's affection has reached 95 points. Reward. 1 extraordinary lottery chance. These system notifications brought a genuinely satisfied smile to Jiang Nan's face. Shortly thereafter, the video call ended. Darling, the moment the call disconnected, Yu Yao's sweet voice rang out, drawing closer to Jiang Nan and softly blowing into his ear. This was an unmistakably direct signal, leaving Jiang Nan with no choice but to acquiesce. Affection for Yu Yao 1. A night devoid of dreams passed, and the following morning at 8, Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes. Refreshing. After stretching luxuriously, he picked up his phone and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. The previous night, Yu Yao had once again increased her affection for him, reaching a remarkable 96 points. However, unlike other close companions, this milestone did not grant him a standard lottery opportunity. Jiang Nan was indifferent to this, for Yu Yao had already bestowed upon him an extraordinary lottery chance when her affection reached 95 points. An extraordinary lottery chance equated to 10 standard ones. In comparison, a single standard lottery chance seemed trivial. Presently, he possessed 8 lottery chances and 1 extraordinary chance, along with a beauty elixir. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly, pondering whom to bestow the elixir upon. Meng Qingqiu. His first instinct was to give it to her. Yet, considering that Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were always together, he felt it might seem dismissive to Yu Yao if he prioritized the former. Let us wait until tomorrow when I go to Kyoto, he mused, deciding to keep the elixir for now. Perhaps by then, he could elevate the affection of one of his close companions to 98 points. His thoughts flickered, and it seemed the most promising candidate was indeed Yu Yao, given her astonishing 96 points. Raising it by just 2 more points would directly fulfill the substantial task at hand, which also included a beauty elixir as one of its rewards. This way, he could conveniently use it on both Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. With a plan set in his mind, Jiang Nan ceased to dwell on trivialities. He continued his morning routine while responding to various messages from his close companions. A few minutes later, after finishing his grooming, Jiang Nan emerged from the bathroom, tidied his bed, and made his way to the living room, settling onto the sofa. System. Activate my extraordinary lottery chance. He had intended to do this the previous night. But after calming Yu Yao's emotions, Meng Qingqiu had reached out again, leaving him no time for the lottery. Now, with no one to interrupt him, he felt it was the perfect moment. The familiar sound effects began to play as the pointer on the spinning wheel before Jiang Nan began to whirl with fervor. Moments later, after approximately 10 seconds, it came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing in this extraordinary lottery, 20 years of transferable lifespan, 1 rejuvenation pill, and 50 years of lifespan. The moment the system's prompt echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, he was momentarily stunned. To receive such an abundance of rewards from a single extraordinary lottery was beyond his expectations. System, please check my character attribute panel. After a brief pause, Jiang Nan immediately initiated communication with the system in his mind. As his words fell, a 3D character attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Lifespan, 130 years. Charisma, 100 points. Height, 185 centimeters. Wealth, 14 billion yuan. Abilities, Stage 1 precognition, telepathy, insight, indestructible physique, enhanced senses. Master chef skills, master level martial arts, piano mastery, traditional Chinese medicine mastery, title of destined protagonist. Assets, 50 years of transferable lifespan, the Shunwang Mansion in Kyoto. Jiangxing Mansion, 2 rejuvenation pills, the Tianfu No. 001 Villa in Jiangxing, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Huayra, Bugatti Divo. Life opportunities, a significant gift will be received on the day of my 22nd birthday. Excellent. After reviewing his character attribute panel, Jiang Nan couldn't help but clap in delight, his gaze fixed intently on the lifespan section. Upon this inspection, his attribute panel revealed an additional line, the lifespan. Fascinating. With 130 years, it implies that he could potentially live to 151 years. His eyes twinkled. Even without the additional 50 years, he would still live to 101. With 2 rejuvenation pills at his disposal, he need not fret about not being able to share them with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. A slight smile crept across Jiang Nan's lips, revealing a hint of excitement. Now that he could view his own lifespan, could he also see the lifespans of others? Intrigued, Jiang Nan promptly took out his phone and opened Douyin, randomly selecting a live stream to investigate. Name, Wang Xiaofei. Age, 32 years. Lifespan, 30 years. Indeed, he could see others' lifespans. Jiang Nan felt a surge of delight. This ability could serve as a preventive measure. The lifespans of his beloved companions, if unknown, were fraught with uncertainty. Now, with this newly revealed feature of the system, he could effectively ascertain the lifespans of his cherished ones and allocate his transferable lifespan accordingly. Calculating this, it seemed that to allow his many beloved companions to enjoy longevity like him. The rewards from this extraordinary lottery, at most 20 or 30 years, did not seem particularly generous. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nan's brow furrowed. For instance, he currently possessed 50 years of transferable lifespan. While this appeared substantial, in comparison to the number of cherished companions he had, it amounted only a few years for each person at most. Moreover, opportunities for extraordinary lotteries were rare. It took 10 ordinary lottery chances to exchange for 1 extraordinary lottery, unless he encountered numerous beauties with scores of 99 or even 100. While he fantasized about a harem of 3,000 beauties, the reality of managing so many beloved companions was rather exhausting. The more beloved companions he had, the more lifespan he needed to accumulate. This was untenable. He must expedite his money-making endeavors to continuously exchange for beneficial tasks. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan grabbed his phone and decided to head out. Simultaneously, he called Sun Weiwei. Chapter 218, a word of delight that will permeate Jiang Nan's life. As soon as the call connected, Sun Weiwei's playful voice rang out. Jiang Nan, hurry over. Following their substantive breakthrough, Sun Weiwei had become notably more proactive, shedding her previous aloofness and speaking more boldly. I wanted to sneak over last night, but my mom chatted with me for ages. It was such a headache. What did she talk about? Jiang Nan inquired, slightly surprised. Oh, just some strange topics that I couldn't really grasp, Sun Weiwei replied. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with insight. He suspected that Lu Yaru was gradually probing Sun Weiwei. Once she felt she had gathered enough information, she would likely confront her directly. Jiang Nan believed he could anticipate Lu Yaru's intentions. However, he did not wish to prematurely hint to Sun Weiwei, as that would undermine Lu Yaru's groundwork. If Jiang Nan claimed to have no interest in the idea of a harem, it would be untrue, although it might merely be a nominal harem rather than a true one. Was there really much difference? At his level, whether it was a genuine harem or not mattered little. From the moment he acquired the irresistible life system, he was destined to be anything but ordinary. There was no need for elaboration. A single word of delight would thoroughly define his existence. Unrestrained joy was the essence of it all. Dear Weiwei, would you like to accompany me to shop for a few items? Jiang Nan extended the invitation. Absolutely. Meanwhile, in the luxurious room 009 of the Tengu Palace, Sun Weiwei, clad in a pink nightgown, lay on her bed, her delicate feet swinging in the air as she glanced at her phone, a joyful smile gracing her face. Frankly, she had grown weary of hearing men claim that once they obtained something, they no longer cherished it. But Jiang Nan seemed to defy this stereotype. After all, she was the illustrious star Sun Weiwei. Countless men pursued her, and innumerable admirers desired even a taste of her bathwater. With her perfection, which man could resist cherishing her? Sun Weiwei flipped over, raising her phone high with a radiant smile, and began typing. Please hold on for a moment. I'm still in bed. How about I drive over to pick you up shortly? All right, I'll grab breakfast first. Once you're ready, send me a message, and I'll share my location. Jiang Nan replied. Sounds good. Mua. Sun Weiwei cheerfully sent a voice message along with a kiss, then hummed the tune of Jiang Nan as she tossed her phone onto the bed and dashed barefoot toward the bathroom. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Nan met up with Sun Weiwei. At that moment, he found himself before a pink Maserati sports car, promptly opening the passenger door to get in. What do you want to buy? Sun Weiwei, wearing oversized black sunglasses, inquired as Jiang Nan buckled his seatbelt. Casting a glance at her outfit, a denim miniskirt paired with a white short tee, her golden hair playfully styled into pigtails. A few houses, a few cars. Jiang Nan replied softly. Huh. Sun Weiwei blinked in surprise. After a moment, she started the car and glanced at Jiang Nan curiously. Are you planning to keep a harem? Not quite. Currently, in Magic City, there's just you, Qingxiu, and Yu Yao. Jiang Nan did not conceal the truth. Sun Weiwei, being no fool, was quite astute. She immediately grasped the implications. So there are other potential sisters in Magic City? And, besides Magic City, there are also options in Jiangxing? Congratulations, you guessed correctly. You'll receive a reward of a house and a car shortly. Jiang Nan snapped his fingers, resting his hand on Sun Weiwei's delicate leg, and remarked, It's truly a pity that your legs aren't adorned with black or white stockings. While driving, he added, but, can you guess what kind of socks I'm wearing today? Sun Weiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted, Don't you notice anything different about me? Jiang Nan tilted his head back slightly to glance at her legs, which were complemented by a pair of white ankle socks and dainty white shoes, creating a charmingly pure summer ensemble. With those twin ponytails and white ankle socks, you look delightful. Jiang Nan praised, giving her ponytail a gentle touch, and continued. Given how obedient you are, I might reward you with a house and a car later. Please, I'm quite wealthy myself. Sun Weiwei feigned indifference, though her heart was brimming with sweetness. Then buy me something. Jiang Nan replied with a smile. All right, she giggled, as long as you behave. I'll treat you to a little something. Wait, let me check how much the most expensive street in the world costs. Jiang Nan pretended to pull out his phone to look it up. Oh no, it's beyond my reach. Hee. It's better for Jiang Nan to buy something for his lovely Weiwei. Sun Weiwei laughed, and Jiang Nan joined in her merriment. Since their relationship had taken a significant turn, he found her demeanor notably brighter. The atmosphere between them was quite pleasing. However, he pondered, are we really going to buy a house and a car? After a brief pause, Sun Weiwei suddenly asked, are we really going to do it? Absolutely. Let us start with 3. Jiang Nan replied after a moment of contemplation. It's a shame I'm not sure if there are any villas left in Tangong. Otherwise, I would prefer to purchase a villa there. He had researched luxury properties in the city, discovering that Tangong ranked at the top in terms of price, while the well-known Tangchen Yipin was far down the list. Regarding Tangong, Sun Weiwei mused, my mom seems to know the owner. We secured our villa number 009 just by asking. Why don't we check with her? Sounds great. Jiang Nan was immediately intrigued. Earlier, while enjoying breakfast, he had transferred 2 million to Jiang Yan, receiving an interest reward of 1 billion, bringing his savings to an astounding 14.9 billion. This amount could easily purchase all 9 villas in Tangong with plenty left over. All right, let me call my mom. Sun Weiwei nodded. Chapter 219. A development more luxurious than Tangong. Mom. As soon as the call connected, Sun Weiwei greeted, where did you run off to so early? Lu Yara's voice came through. Didn't I tell you? That Jiang Nan has quite the charm. You should spend less time with him. What if? Cough. Cough. Mom, Jiang Nan can hear you. Sun Weiwei interjected awkwardly. Oh, really? Lu Yaru shifted her tone to a playful one. I'm not speaking ill of him. It's just that his allure is undeniable. I worry you might not resist the temptation. Mom. Sun Weiwei protested, feeling a rush of embarrassment. This was merely a facade. She knew her perceptive mother would easily see through her act if she didn't appear shy. So what's up? Lu Yaru asked lightly. Well, Jiang Nan wants to buy a villa in Tangong and was hoping to know if you have any connections. Sun Weiwei inquired. A villa in Tangong? Lu Yaru was taken aback, then quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, the prices there are quite steep, starting at 560,000. Moreover, the cheapest villa, number 009, is already owned by us, and the others are even more exorbitant. Her words were not condescending toward Jiang Nan. She merely stated the facts. No worries, auntie. Finances are not an issue. Jiang Nan interjected with a light chuckle. Good lad. Should I give you a call to inquire? With Jiang Nan's assurance. Lu Yaru didn't hesitate, saying, you and Weiwei should come back first. If there are any unsold properties, we can go check them out together. As the call ended, Sun Weiwei turned her gaze to Jiang Nan and whispered, I remember that Xiao also lives in Tangong. Are you sure you want to buy there? It's not a necessity, but this development is truly luxurious, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. When I give gifts to the woman I cherish, they must be of the highest value. Anything too inexpensive would fail to convey my true feelings. What do you mean by too inexpensive? Sun Weiwei was somewhat oblivious to Jiang Nan's immense financial power, as they had never discussed money. She thought that several million would hardly be considered cheap. Jiang Nan was currently devoid of any concept of money. With over 100 billion at his disposal, a few million was inconsequential. The interest he accrued in a day alone amounted to 10 billion. How could he possibly spend it? A few million isn't even considered cheap. Goodness, Jiang Nan. If you were to say that publicly, you'd likely be trending for a year due to the envy of those who resent the wealthy. Sun Weiwei gasped, not perceiving Jiang Nan as joking or boasting. Though their acquaintance was brief, she sensed that everything Jiang Nan said held truth. You might call her infatuated, but she believed that no ordinary man could captivate her so thoroughly in such a short time. Moreover, with beautiful women like Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao willingly by Jiang Nan's side, wasn't he that evidence enough of his exceptional nature? Jiang Nan simply smiled in silence as the vehicle approached the back entrance of Tangong, entering the villa area of number 009. After parking, they walked from the underground garage to the first floor. I should have just had you take a taxi. Sun Weiwei nestled closer to Jiang Nan, wrapping her arm around his. It's no different, Jiang Nan replied, casting his gaze into the living room where Lu Yiru, impeccably dressed in a purple ensemble that accentuated her beauty, stood up from the sofa. Lu Yaru's affection level 5. Just a brief encounter granted Lu Yaru an increase of 5 in affection. Mom, you. Click-clack, click-clack. Lu Yaru approached, her high heels creating a crisp sound against the floor. With her bold red lipstick, commanding makeup, and cascading waves, she exuded an aura of confidence and elegance that was simply mesmerizing. Sun Weiwei was taken aback by her mother's transformation, glancing between Jiang Nan and Lu Yaru, a hint of suspicion crossing her face. Why did her mother seem so different since meeting Jiang Nan? While Lu Yaru had always taken care of her appearance, this level of meticulousness was unprecedented. Thus, it is truly no wonder that Sun Weiwei is perplexed. Could it be that my mother, like me, was instantly captivated by Jiang Nan? As this thought crossed her mind, the peculiar expression on Sun Weiwei's face deepened. What is wrong with me? Lu Yaru chuckled softly. I just called the owner of Tangong to inquire, and all the villas currently available for sale have already been sold. As for numbers 001, 002, and 003, they are not for sale. These villas are beyond what money can buy. Then why are you dressed like this? Are you preparing to go out? Sun Weiwei continued to regard Lu Yaru with suspicion. Bang! Upon hearing this, Lu Yaru leaned in and lightly tapped her forehead, saying, What's wrong with my attire? Do you think I wish to flaunt my figure before my future son-in-law? Indeed, this is true, but I cannot possibly voice it. As Lu Yaru's words faded, her inner thoughts were immediately perceived by Jiang Nan, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. Moreover, there are currently no suitable villas at Tangong. So I made another call to inquire, and there is a development in the Magic City referred to as a premier estate, which remains largely unknown to the public, circulating only among the true elite circles of the affluent. Lu Yaru, meeting the doubtful gaze of her daughter, realized that she must harbor some skepticism, and thus revealed a significant piece of information. This premier estate is, in fact, of a higher caliber than Tangong, because those who can purchase villas in this development are all billionaires with fortunes exceeding hundreds of billions. While Tangong is indeed expensive, she is not among the ranks of these wealthy women with fortunes in the hundreds of billions. So compared to this development filled with such billionaires, isn't Tangong standing somewhat lower? What are the prices? Jiang Nan inquired with interest.